Introduction. In the realm of Game of Thrones, I am an ancestor. In the world of How to Train Your Dragon, I am the god of Misty Isles. In the Jurassic world, I am the mightiest carbon-based life form. As I glance back, I see a myriad of unfulfilled quests trailing behind me. Chapter 1. You may call me Shahui, the repository of thoughts. In an expanse of pitch-black space, where time appeared to be suspended, devoid of any light or sound, an infinitesimal life form abruptly opened its eyes, as if awakening from a prolonged slumber. As its eyes adjusted to the darkness, it began to survey its surroundings, yet saw nothing but the enveloping gloom. A wave of confusion washed over it, accompanied by a torrent of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What is happening? Wasn't I just savoring noodles by the roadside? Just as this being was engulfed in profound bewilderment, an ethereal panel materialized before it, glowing faintly in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. Shahui gazed at the panel, his curiosity intensifying. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that this panel bore a striking resemblance to the character creation screen from his time playing Arkansas. However, what truly left him astounded was the revelation that the character displayed was a Stegosaurus. How could this be? How did I become a Stegosaurus? Shahui widened his eyes in disbelief as he scrutinized the information on the panel. He attempted to recall his prior experiences, but his mind was a haze, incapable of grasping how he had arrived in this peculiar place. Suddenly, a frenzy overtook him. His emotions surged as if he had lost his sanity. Yet, mere moments later, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, restoring his composure instantaneously. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest within. Then, he spoke slowly. At this juncture, there are no more viable options. It seems I must choose to be born. With that, he silently gazed at the screen, his finger hesitating momentarily before ultimately pressing the birth button. Shahui slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. He found himself standing upon a vast coastline, with soft sand beneath his feet and the tumultuous sea stretching far into the distance. To his astonishment, when he looked down, he realized he had transformed into an adult Stegosaurus. This Stegosaurus was colossal, its body adorned with formidable scales, and the spines along its back towered into the clouds, exuding an air of majesty. Shahui attempted to move his limbs and discovered they were imbued with strength, capable of effortlessly tearing apart any prey. "Ha! This is going splendidly." Shahui felt a surge of elation within him. He was exceedingly pleased with this new form, powerful and imposing in appearance. However, just as his excitement peaked, a translucent panel emerged before him. The panel displayed various statistics regarding his current state. LV1. Health, 550. Stamina, 450. Oxygen, 450. Food, 3,000. Carrying capacity, 400. Melee damage, 100. Movement speed, 100. Dizziness value, 650. Shahui scrutinized these figures, a wave of perplexity washing over him. What could this seemingly chaotic data signify? He resolved to steady his mind and thoroughly investigate the panel, hoping to uncover crucial insights or valuable information. As his gaze traversed the panel, he suddenly noticed a question mark in the upper right corner. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, and a detailed explanation promptly appeared on the screen. According to the description, Shahui learned that with every point of health gained, his size would increase by 1 meter. Once his health reached 10 meters, each additional point would translate to a 10-centimeter growth. Moreover, Shahui was thrilled to discover that with size enhancement, his defense would significantly improve, affording him better protection against enemy assaults. As for melee damage, it was directly correlated with his strength. Additionally, to unleash such formidable power, both the hardness of his bones and the density of his flesh would proportionately increase. Shahui was exhilarated by these newfound revelations, realizing that immense potential and possibilities lay hidden within these statistics. By judiciously allocating health points, he might forge an exceptionally formidable character. Chapter 2. A Stroke of Bad Luck. With a plan forming in his mind, Shahui resolved to explore the coastline in search of a suitable place to settle. He took giant strides, each step leaving deep impressions in the sand. The waves crashed rhythmically against his legs. As he walked, an unfamiliar yet fishy scent wafted through the air. Something in the thicket ahead seemed to be stirring. Suddenly, a velociraptor burst forth from the jungle, its predatory gaze fixated on Shahui as if he were its next meal. Shahui's heart raced. This was the Jurassic world, fraught with peril. He prepared for battle, leveraging the immense stature and strength of his Stegosaurus form to meet the challenge. The velociraptor was lightning fast, circling Shahui incessantly in search of an attack opportunity. Seizing the moment, Shahui swung his powerful forelimb, sending the velociraptor flying and shattering its skull in one fell swoop. Huh! Gazing at the mangled carcass of the velociraptor and the flashing upgrade notification on the panel, Shahui exhaled a deep, bloody breath. That instinctive swipe had exceeded his expectations, instantly obliterating the cunning predator. The 4 attribute points awarded for leveling up were allocated without hesitation towards health and melee damage. Health, 200-750. Melee damage, 4,140. At the moment the points were assigned, a surge of warmth radiated from his heart, coursing through his limbs. His bones emitted a faint crack sound, the muscle fibers visibly swelling and contracting, while the thick scales that enveloped him expanded and thickened. The most apparent transformation was that his body seemed to inflate, drastically increasing in size. His perspective heightened dramatically. The once dwarf shrubbery now nearly aligned with his chest, and the sandy beach beneath him appeared to shrink. He could distinctly feel his torso elongating, particularly his robust tail, which produced a deeper, more forceful whoosh as it swung. He lowered his gaze upon himself, and the already formidable Stegosaurus form now appeared even more imposing. His feet sank deeply into the moist sand, and from the ground to the pinnacle of his iconic sail-like spines, he now stood an astonishing 11 meters tall. The total length from head to tail surpassed 24 meters. Sunlight glinted off his thickened, metallic sheen scales, casting an intimidating gleam. The spines on his back resembled an array of jagged spears, piercing the sky and emanating an unparalleled aura of dominance. An unprecedented sense of strength and defensiveness coursed through his entire being. Haha, what a thrill! Shahui couldn't help but emit a low, thunderous roar, his voice echoing along the expansive coastline. This newfound power and size alleviated much of his initial trepidation about being in a foreign world. 24 meters, 11 meters tall. This size must make me a behemoth among Stegosauruses, right? This point allocation was truly worthwhile. He re-examined his panel. LV5. Health, 750. Stamina, 450. Oxygen, 450. Food, 2,800 of 3,000. Carrying capacity, 400. Melee damage, 140. Movement speed, 100. Dizziness value, 650 with a life force of 750 and still in a phase of rapid growth. My defensive capabilities have undoubtedly strengthened. Close combat at 140 combined with my size, claws, and tail. How impressive! Shahui contentedly swayed his massive head. Although the cranial structure of the Spinosaurus limited his field of vision, his immense stature alone served as the most formidable deterrent. He resolved to continue his exploration along the coastline. Each of his colossal footsteps left deep impressions in the sand, accompanied by a resonant thud. The waves lapped at his shins, the icy seawater invigorating him. As he walked, he remained vigilant, scanning the edges of the jungle and the distant sea. The recent encounter with the velociraptor reminded him that this world brims with peril. Sheer size does not guarantee safety, especially when confronted by swarms or more cunning adversaries. After a brief stroll of about 10 minutes, the scenery ahead transformed. The coastline curved inward, forming a small bay. The sand here was finer, and the waters more tranquil. What particularly captured Shahui's attention were several massive, relatively flat rocks scattered near the jungle's edge, resembling natural steps. Behind these rocks, the jungle appeared less dense, revealing a relatively open, slightly elevated clearing. This place. Shahui paused, his enormous form casting a long shadow at the bay's entrance. He scrutinized the area, backed by the jungle, resources, facing the sea, visibility, and potential food sources, with high ground, advantageous for vigilance and defense, and natural rock barriers, providing some cover and support. It is practically a natural territory in its infancy, much safer than the barren beach I just left. He decided to approach for a closer look. However, at the very moment he stepped into the shallows of the bay, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Hiss! Gah! A sharp, piercing hiss echoed from the edges of the jungle and behind the rocks simultaneously. A dozen swift, gray-green figures sprang forth, their target set squarely on Shahui's massive form. It was a pack of velociraptors, and their numbers far exceeded that of the previous encounter. There were at least a dozen. They had evidently lain in wait, perceiving this unwitting behemoth as their prey. Utilizing their speed and numerical advantage, they charged from various angles, attempting to tear into Sha Hui's relatively soft abdomen and legs with their sharp claws. Damn, I walked into an ambush. Sha Hui's heart raced, but the newfound strength and size instilled within him a sense of confidence. Panicking and fleeing in the open would be far more perilous against a horde of such swift predators. Roar! He unleashed a thunderous roar, the reverberation halting the leading velociraptors in their tracks. Battle instincts ignited. He suddenly rose to his hind legs. Standing nearly 11 meters tall, he loomed over the bay like a small mountain. His immense shadow enveloped the approaching velociraptors. Harnessing the weight of his descent, his massive forelimbs, covered in thick scales and resembling battering rams, descended with terrifying force upon the densest cluster of velociraptors. Boom! Sand and gravel exploded. The sea was whipped into a frothy tumult. Two unsuspecting velociraptors, unable to evade, were crushed into a pulp before they could even scream. The shockwave from the impact toppled several others nearby. Gah! One velociraptor seized the opportunity while Sha Hui was still regaining his footing, leaping from the side with its claws aimed at his neck. Sha Hui reacted swiftly, his gargantuan head snapping to the side. His tail, akin to a colossal whip, sliced through the air with a whoosh. Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed. The ambushing velociraptor was struck precisely at the waist by Sha Hui's tail, soaring away like a severed kite, crashing against the rocks with no hope of survival. The remaining velociraptors were utterly intimidated by this display of thunderous might. They circled around Sha Hui, emitting anxious hisses, yet dared not advance. The power and ferocity exhibited by this colossal creature exceeded their expectations. The sheer size, impenetrable defense, attacks against his scales left only shallow white marks, and devastating strength instilled within them a profound sense of dread. Panting heavily, Sha Hui cast a cold, vertical gaze around the encirclement. Gradually lowering his forelimbs, he returned to all fours, his formidable spines undulating with each breath, resembling an ancient deity poised for carnage. He advanced a step forward, the weighty thud of his footsteps resonating like war drums. The velociraptor pack emitted a chorus of terrified cries, beginning to retreat slowly. The leading few exchanged glances, letting out a short, reluctant hiss. Ugh! After Sha Hui emitted another low, threatening growl, the velociraptor pack finally shattered, turning tail and fleeing into the dense jungle like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. The bay returned to tranquility, with only the sound of waves and Sha Hui's heavy breaths remaining. 3 velociraptor corpses lay sprawled upon the sand, their blood staining the grains and the sea. Sha Hui observed the retreating velociraptors, then lowered his gaze to his forelimbs and tail. Though the battle had been brief, it had been exhilarating. The power and size gained from his recent upgrade were on full display. Against the many, he achieved a crushing victory. He approached the massive rocks, using his tail to clear away some debris and underbrush. The clearing behind them was indeed commendable, dry, flat, and offering a broad view of the bay entrance and expansive sea. This is the spot, Sha Hui resolved within himself. This territory, fought for with strength and blood, felt particularly solid. He needed to replenish his energy. Food value had dropped to 2,500/3,000. While also digesting the experience from the recent battle and contemplating how to utilize this natural bay to establish his initial stronghold. Sha Hui's enormous form slowly laid down on the cleared high ground, the dry, warm gravel beneath him. He gazed over the small bay he had claimed through power and bloodshed, a wave of fatigue crashing over him, yet he felt a greater sense of satisfaction from surviving and securing territory. With his food value now at 2,500/3,000, the brief yet intense battle had drained him significantly, and a powerful hunger reminded him of the primal necessity of survival. His cold, vertical gaze swept over the 3 velociraptor corpses on the beach, the sweet metallic tang of blood mingling with the salty sea breeze. Without hesitation, Sha Hui moved his robust neck, effortlessly tearing open the relatively soft abdomen of one velociraptor. Flesh and entrails were crushed and swallowed by his sharp teeth, the primal and efficient process of feeding swiftly replenishing his energy. At that moment, a notification appeared in Sha Hui's lower left vision. Raw meat 134. Double harvest. Not very efficient, Sha Hui pondered while chewing on the resilient muscle fibers. The velociraptor's small size yielded limited energy, and its meat was tough and coarse. As a colossal beast, now reaching 24 meters in length and standing 11 meters tall, he required a more effective and substantial source of energy. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the distant, shadowy depths of the ocean, where giants like the Megalodon and Mosasaurus lurked, but such prospects also promised unimaginable peril. Terrestrial prey remained a more realistic target at this stage. Having satiated his hunger, his food value stabilized at 2,800, and Hui felt his vitality restored considerably. He stood up, his immense shadow once again enveloping the bay. He resolved to thoroughly explore and strategize within this new territory. He first approached the massive, step-like rocks. Tentatively, he pushed against them with his forelimbs, but they did not budge, their foundations remarkably solid. He ascended a few steps along the rocks, his great size rendering his movements slightly clumsy, until he stood atop the highest point of the rocky platform. His view instantly expanded. The entire crescent-shaped bay unfolded before him, with its golden sands, clear shallow waters, the distant white waves crashing against the shore, and the vast expanse of the sea beyond. More importantly, he could clearly see the shallow area at the bay's only entrance, where he had previously encountered an ambush, as well as the dense jungle flanking either side of the entrance. Any threat attempting to approach the bay from the land would be nearly impossible to evade under his vigilant watch. A splendid lookout and defensive stronghold, he thought to himself, silently praising the location. Should he encounter an overpowering foe, this would serve as a final bastion of defense. Next, he carefully stepped into the edge of the jungle. The vegetation here was relatively sparse, and the ground was dry and firm. Towering ferns and low cycads surrounded a clearing approximately the size of half a football field. In the center of the clearing stood a few relatively isolated ancient trees with rough bark, their trunks so robust that he could wrap his forelimbs around them. I could rely on these trees to construct a simple shelter as a support point, or at the very least, as markers, he mused, sweeping his tail across the clearing to clear away fallen leaves and debris. The ground was relatively flat, ample enough to accommodate his massive form for resting and turning. He then made his way back to the bay's shallow waters. The water was crystal clear, revealing small fish and shrimp darting about. He experimented with his forelimbs, digging into the moist sand, and effortlessly unearthed a small puddle, from which slightly murky freshwater quickly seeped. Freshwater source. He rejoiced inwardly. Although dinosaurs did not require freshwater as frequently as mammals, having a stable, nearby supply was crucial, especially after injury or intense exertion. This small seep, combined with the seawater brought in by the tides, essentially addressed his needs for drinking and initial cleansing. As he meticulously surveyed the terrain, contemplating how to leverage these natural advantages to build a safer home, a faint yet persistent vibration coursed through his paws. Unlike the tremors caused by his own movement, this sensation was subtler, more rhythmic, as if emanating from deep within the earth. He alertly raised his head, erecting his spines, and attuned his senses. The vibration was faint, nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves, yet his enhanced perception still captured it. Following the clearest direction of the tremor, he gazed toward the dense jungle behind the bay, where the terrain seemed to incline gradually. Driven by curiosity, he took heavy steps, cautiously exploring toward the source of the vibrations. His enormous size made navigating through the jungle cumbersome, requiring him to push aside obstructive vines and slender trees, the thicker ones necessitating a detour. After traversing several hundred meters, the terrain indeed began to rise noticeably, and a faint, acrid scent began to permeate the air. Sulfur? His slit pupils constricted slightly. He quickened his pace, and after passing through a dense grove of ferns, he found himself in a clearing. Before him lay a modest depression. In the center of the depression, several muddy patches were bubbling ominously, emitting a stronger, sulfurous odor. Most striking were the gaps in the rocks along the edges of the depression, from which a viscous, dark red liquid flowed slowly, radiating tremendous heat. As the liquid coursed over the rocks, they emitted a faint sizzling sound, and wisps of white smoke began to rise. Lava. Although it was a small-scale seepage, there was no doubt it originated from deep within the earth. The edge of volcanic activity zone, he thought, a jolt of realization striking him. No wonder there were sulfur springs or sulfur mud pits. The continuous faint vibrations could be reasonably explained by the magma's movement or minor geological activity deep within the crust. This clarified why the area near the bay, close to the jungle, was relatively dry and geologically stable, influenced by volcanic rock, and why the vegetation at the jungle's edge was sparse, affected by geothermal activity in the soil and groundwater. This is a bit troublesome, but it doesn't seem too active, he considered, carefully assessing the intensity of the vibrations and the rate of the lava seepage. He judged that this place was likely on the edge of a dormant volcanic belt, exhibiting only minor geothermal activity, with no immediate risk of a large-scale eruption. This subtle geothermal activity could bring unexpected benefits. For instance, the mineral-rich sulfur springs might possess natural insect-repelling or healing properties for certain dinosaurs, though the effect on his thick scales was unknown. Risks and opportunities coexist, he thought, gazing at the bubbling mud pits and flowing lava, pondering the implications. This discovery enriched his understanding of the territory and served as a reminder that the geological environment of this world was far more intricate than it appeared. He turned back toward the high ground of the bay, already formulating a preliminary blueprint for his territory's construction. 1. Core resting area. The highland clearing would serve as the core, relying on the massive rocks and ancient trees for natural barriers and support. It needed a more thorough cleaning, and he considered utilizing the depressions in the boulders or gathering large leaves and trunks to construct a rudimentary shelter that could shield him from the elements, especially from the wind against his spines. 2. Observation and defense. The rocky platform served as a natural lookout tower and combat platform, which must remain unobstructed for visibility. The bay's entrance would be a defensive priority. Perhaps he could strategically use the tides and the beach's characteristics to create simple warning zones, such as digging deeper pits in the shallow waters or piling large driftwood to form obstacles, slowing the charge of enemies, especially smaller dinosaurs. 3. Water source management. The freshwater seepage needed protection and expansion to ensure it remained uncontaminated. He would maintain a safe distance from the sulfur mud pits for observation, possibly leveraging their unique properties in the future, for instance, to repel bothersome small reptiles. 4. Hunting range. He needed to explore the jungle surrounding the bay promptly, identifying where large herbivorous dinosaur herds, such as Triceratops, Stegosaurus, or even Brachiosaurus, migrated or fed regularly. The presence of raptors also indicated nearby nests or activity areas, necessitating heightened vigilance. Above all, food and safety are paramount. His massive head turned toward the depths of the jungle, his gaze sharpening. Although the raptors had been repelled, their ferocity and capacity for vengeance were notorious. They could very well be lurking in the shadows or calling upon stronger predators. The tranquility of this bay was but a fleeting illusion. He required a successful, formidable hunt that would instill fear in the surrounding area, not only to satiate his hunger, but to declare that this bay, along with the nearby coastline, now had an undeniable ruler. His towering spines and terrifying 24-meter frame stood as the most conspicuous monument to his dominion. Drawing in a deep breath filled with the scent of sulfur and blood, he set forth, his massive feet sinking into the soft sands, producing a muted yet resolute sound as he began his first serious hunting patrol along the jungle's edge. Each step measured the territory of his future kingdom. His elevated spines, backlit by the setting sun, resembled a burning crimson flag of war. After a while, he found a shaded spot to rest, reflecting on his day's gains, having accumulated 5 points. At that moment, an ethereal panel materialized before him. LV5. Health, 750. Stamina, 450. Oxygen, 450. Food, 3,000. Carrying capacity, 400. Melee damage, 140. Movement speed, 100. Dizziness value, 650. After some contemplation, he allocated the points to melee damage, health, and stamina. LV10. Health, 950. Stamina, 550. Oxygen, 450. Food, 3,000. Carrying capacity, 400. Melee damage, 180. Movement speed, 100. Stun value, 650. In the meantime, he noticed an exclamation mark beside his panel. When did this exclamation mark appear? I don't recall it being there before. Regardless, let us draw first as a matter of respect. Congratulations on obtaining the ARK's thalassodromeus thermal regulation. Upon witnessing this ability, Shah Huey's expression fell, though it was difficult to convey such feelings on his draconic visage. What use is this thalassodromeus? It seems to be one of the least significant creatures in the ARK, perhaps even the least. After all these years, many players remain unaware of its existence. Shah Huey's knowledge stemmed from his early experiences with egg hatching. However, he lacked the requisite level to craft an air conditioner, prompting him to search online and discover this creature's existence. The primary function of this creature may merely be to assist in hatching eggs and providing a slight cooling effect. Nonetheless, it is unlikely that any dragon would endure the peril of being devoured by me just to have me assist in hatching their eggs. Chapter 3. Deterrence. Shahui stood still, his gaze piercing as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened upon discovering a distinct set of footprints not far away. These impressions were deeply etched into the earth, as if freshly made. A surge of excitement coursed through Shahui. He knew these were likely the traces left by his quarry. Without hesitation, he followed the footprints, treading carefully onward. The tracks meandered through a dense thicket, and Shahui pursued them closely, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. His steps were light yet assured, as though he were one with the forest itself. As time passed, he ventured deeper into the woods. Towering trees surrounded him, their foliage allowing shafts of sunlight to filter through, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Yet, Shahui remained undistracted by the beauty of the scene. His focus was solely on the footprints before him. At last, in a clearing, Shahui reached the end of the trail. He halted, gazing ahead. The heavy thud of footsteps reverberated like distant thunder, shattering the tranquility of the lakeside. Shahui's colossal form emerged from the shadows of the thicket, towering at an astonishing height of 13 meters and stretching 26 meters in length, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. His armored back cast a fearsome silhouette in the faint morning light, and his massive head swayed slightly, icy eyes scanning the open lakeshore like searchlights. Almost simultaneously with his appearance, several giant sauropods at the water's edge, stretching their necks to tear tender leaves from two solitary tall trees, froze in place. Their stout necks recoiled suddenly, and terrified cries pierced the air. Ah, it seems the Brachiosaurus is quite large, perhaps even slightly longer than I am. A fleeting thought crossed Shahui's mind. However, the immediate reaction of these behemoths confirmed his terrifying status. Without hesitation, and even lacking any inclination to test the waters, the Brachiosaurus, driven by instinct, turned and fled, their pillar-like legs propelling them away with all their might, stirring up clouds of dust and grass. Before Shahui's formidable presence, any herbivorous dinosaur was left with only the instinct to escape. He sensed that on this continent, aside from the colossal shadows prowling the deep seas and the rulers of the skies, few creatures could withstand his ferocity. Shahui's crimson slit-like pupils locked onto the last fleeing Brachiosaurus. The awkwardness of its turn appeared to him as if in slow motion. In the next instant, he sprang into action. Boom! His hind limbs unleashed an abstractly terrifying speed that could only be attributed to the ARK-style Spinosaurus. His massive form shot forward like a released arrow, instantly closing the distance between him and the Brachiosaurus. Dust billowed behind him, swirling like a rolling dragon. The prey he targeted? Escape was but a fanciful dream. Just as players jested, lie down and let the great Spino enjoy his meal. In a flash, Shahui was at the side of his quarry. His enormous head swung like a battering ram, and his maw, lined with conical teeth, lunged accurately towards the relatively slender neck of the Brachiosaurus. Snap! A chilling crack, reminiscent of bone fracturing, reverberated through the lake district, heralding a moment of terror. The formidable power of the creature's jaw, capable of shattering rock, surged forth in an instant, causing the resilient neck of the Brachiosaurus to snap like decayed wood. Warm blood erupted from the severed neck like a high-pressure water jet, staining the lush grass and the creature's menacing jaw with crimson. Driven by the inertia of its nervous system, the colossal body of the Brachiosaurus staggered forward for several paces, its head hanging limply, barely tethered to the body by mere flesh. The massive form slowed drastically, swayed, and ultimately collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. The sheer momentum propelled it forward a short distance, carving a deep trench into the ground. The creature, known as the Shade of Death, stepped closer, gazing down from its elevated position at the still twitching carcass beneath it. The searing blood soaked its claws, and the pungent scent of gore stimulated its senses. At that moment, a semi-transparent, dark, golden-hued notification box unexpectedly materialized in the corner of its vision. Achievement unlocked. Sauropod Slayer. First successful hunt of a large sauropod dinosaur. A primitive sense of satisfaction surged within the Shade of Death. Yet, gazing at its massive prize, it felt an inexplicable void. A fleeting image flashed through its mind, reminiscent of humans' portrayal of apex predators celebrating their triumph. With a mental shift, it adjusted its posture, transitioning from a swift quadrupedal stance to a more imposing bipedal position. Then, it slowly raised one enormous, armored hind limb and brought it down heavily upon the side of the Brachiosaurus's carcass. drawing in a deep breath. Its chest expanded like a bellows, gathering strength. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the shade of death's throat, a sound that transcended mere vocalization, embodying raw power, intimidation, and a declaration of victory. The sonic waves rippled outward as if tangible, causing violent ripples on the lake's surface and shaking loose leaves from the trees. Within a radius of several miles, all small creatures, birds, mammals, and lizards, were struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer. Some erupted in frantic flight, while others succumbed instantly, their hearts bursting in a fatal stillness. Even the distant herd of brachiosauruses, fleeing in terror, accelerated in response to this deathly proclamation. Content with its display. The shade of death surveyed the now silent lakeside, cleansed by its roar. Ah, this is the essence of victory. It was time to indulge in a feast. The shade lowered its head and began to tear into the massive form of the Brachiosaurus. Its appetite was prodigious, and soon, most of the Brachiosaurus was reduced to shredded meat under the influence of its powerful jaws and teeth. The feeling of satiety arrived swiftly. Yet the shade discovered something remarkable. Even with mere symbolic bites taken from the carcass, as long as the actions were executed, the mysterious system would automatically commence collection. In the lower left corner of its vision, information began to flow continuously. Raw meat 186, quality raw meat 5, quality raw meat 5, quality raw meat 5, raw meat 176, quality raw meat 5. The efficiency was indeed impressive. As Xiaohui symbolically chewed, he summoned his interface. Indeed, the hunt for the Lianglong had yielded generous rewards, 2 precious points. Without hesitation, he invested the points into melee damage. Watching the figure leap from 180, a surge of formidable strength coursed through his muscles. Just then, the panel flickered again, revealing a new extraction point in the resource bar. Xiaohui's spirits lifted. An additional reward for slaying the colossal beast? Excellent. This might grant me a truly useful ability. He concentrated his thoughts on the extraction point and opted to utilize it. A faint glow danced across the panel, ultimately crystallizing into the silhouette of a fearsome roaring giant beast, a form he knew all too well. Congratulations. New ability acquired. Southern Giant Beast Dragon, Frenzy. Current status, LV12 health, 950 stamina, 550 oxygen, 450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 220 movement speed, 100 dizziness level, 650 abilities, thermoregulation, can actively adjust core body temperature, subtly influencing the surrounding environment. Do you wish to become a nurturing figure? Frenzy. Upon accumulating damage that reaches a certain threshold, the individual will be forcibly plunged into a frenzied state, significantly enhancing physical capabilities, dulling pain perception, and amplifying both the desire to attack and attack power, albeit at the cost of rationality. Duration and intensity of effects are influenced by level. Dampness. Activation occurs upon any part of the body making contact with a water source, resulting in significant enhancements to all attributes, especially speed, stamina recovery, and attack power, while in this state. You know what happens when the ARK's Spinosaurus encounters water. Gazing at this newfound ability, the southern giant's frenzy, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within Xiaohui. As a former player, the reputation, or rather, infamy, of this ability was legendary. It was quite ironic that he had now acquired it himself. Memories flooded back of riding the southern giant into battle, only to be sent reeling by its frenzied counterattack. Painful, oh so painful. He carefully sensed within himself a nascent energy circuit, brimming with destructive intent, weighing the pros and cons. Yet, one could not deny that the boost in attributes during a frenzy was indeed straightforward and remarkably substantial. In critical moments, this could be the trump card for a comeback or a desperate counterattack. However, the side effect, an alarming drop in rationality, gave him pause. He recalled the frenzy of the southern giant in the game, indiscriminately attacking even its own rider, and he shook his massive head slightly. Caution was imperative. He must not let himself be swept away by it. This ability was a double-edged sword. Nevertheless, if some foolhardy individual dared to mount him, that would truly be a path to self-destruction. Even if he were not in a frenzied state, he would undoubtedly unleash his maw wide and bite down fiercely, ending the life of that presumptuous being without hesitation. After all, he was not a docile creature to be trifled with. He was the lord of the waters, the Spinosaurus. Upon the vast expanse of Nubra Island, I reign supreme. Apart from Teacher's song, all other beings appear to me as mere inconsequential figures. They are utterly incomparable to my stature. Before me, they are but younger siblings. Chapter 4. The shock of humanity. Claire's rapid breaths resembled those of a worn-out bellows. Her chest, heaving violently, as if to extract the last vestige of oxygen. Disregarding her composure, she leaned upon her knees, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, splattering onto the polished floor of Dr. Wu's laboratory. The photograph she clutched, now somewhat crumpled, felt akin to a searing brand, which she fervently thrust into Dr. Wu's hands. "Dr. Wu, you must see this immediately." Her words came out in fragmented bursts, each syllable drenched in an ineffable anxiety, as if the world were on the brink of collapse should she delay even for a moment. Dr. Wu had just lifted his gaze from a complex array of genetic data, his eyes behind the lenses reflecting a mix of mild irritation and confusion. He took the photograph, his brows instinctively furrowing as he adjusted his glasses, leaning closer to the light for a meticulous examination. The image displayed an unusually clear and immense imprint left in the mud. "Ah, footprint." Dr. Wu's tone bore a hint of skepticism, even disappointment. "Claire, did you really run here as if pursued by a Tyrannosaurus? It resembles some large sauropod, albeit considerable in size." "But considerable?" Claire shot upright, her voice rising in pitch, nearly breaking. She pointed at the scale on the photograph. "Dr. Wu, look closely. This is not merely considerable. It is colossal. Its length measures 22 meters. A full 22 meters. 22 meters. The composure etched on Dr. Wu's face shattered in an instant, akin to glass struck by a heavy hammer. He abruptly brought the photograph almost to his nose, his eyes widening in shock as he repeatedly confirmed the annotated figure. The coffee cup in his hand clattered to the floor, the brown liquid splashing onto his trousers, yet he remained oblivious. His lips trembled slightly, and his complexion paled under the cold, sterile light of the laboratory. "Impossible. This cannot be happening. This footprint is more than double the size of the largest known Tyrannosaurus footprint. Even the largest Argentinosaurus does not possess such an exaggerated imprint. This transcends all paleontological understanding." A chill surged up Dr. Wu's spine. He knew Claire all too well. Though she might occasionally appear aloof, her professional acumen and meticulousness were beyond question. She would never jest about such matters, nor would she fabricate such outrageous data to amuse him. It was precisely this credibility that rendered the evidence all the more shocking. Observing Dr. Wu's disoriented demeanor, a tempest of emotions within Claire was supplanted by a potent blend of fear and rage. She stepped closer, her voice icy as she demanded, "Dr. Wu, look at me. You never disclosed to me that you had created such a thing. What kind of genetic experiment could produce a creature that leaves such an imprint?" Dr. Wu, as if scalded, jerked his head up, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of panic at the accusation. "Me? Claire, I swear to God, I am utterly perplexed by the existence of such a phenomenon. Every one of my genetic editing projects is meticulously documented and strictly regulated. The dimensions, behaviors, and controllability of each specimen remain within safe thresholds. The scale of this footprint far exceeds any design blueprint of mine. It is impossible for this to be a product of my laboratory." His words tumbled out in a rapid rush, eager to clarify, yet Claire's skepticism did not fully dissipate. Dr. Wu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, redirecting his focus to the photograph. He strode swiftly to the enormous electronic display, projecting the image and accessing the modeling software. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, inputting data regarding the footprint's length, shape characteristics, stride, inferred from potentially adjacent prints, and depth, estimated based on weight. "Ignoring the origin, let us analyze the entity itself," Dr. Wu murmured, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. The shape of the foot, with 4 toes bearing the weight, and the massive claw marks at the toe tips, along with the metatarsal structure. These features are quintessentially characteristic of Spinosaurus. The likelihood of it being a Spinosaurus is exceedingly high, as the software swiftly generated a 3-dimensional model and proportional extrapolations from the footprint data. A staggering array of figures appeared on the screen. Estimated body length, 28 meters, estimated hip height, 7 meters, estimated sail height, to the highest point 10, 12 meters. Estimated weight, 80, 100 tons, based on footprint depth and pressure models. When this chillingly illuminated set of numbers and the adjacent outline of the colossal Spinosaurus, looming like a skyscraper, were clearly projected on the screen, Claire felt her blood run cold. Initially taken aback by the physical dimensions of the footprint, she now grappled with the scientific deductions that rendered this abstract enormity into a terrifying reality capable of shattering her entire understanding. This was no longer merely the concept of a large dinosaur. This was a moving mountain, a walking catastrophe. Its massive form could dwarf even the once dominant giants like Brachiosaurus and Apatosaurus, rendering them mere dwarfs in its presence. Its terrifying weight made each step akin to a minor earthquake. Its gaping maw could easily consume a jeep. What of its diet? In despair, Claire realized that, in the face of such magnitude, all life on the island, including the once feared Tyrannosaurus rex and Allosaurus, and even the heavy machinery within the park, could become prey. No terrestrial creature could escape its shadow. Its very existence signified the ultimate destruction of the existing ecological chain. In that moment, her worldview shattered completely. This was no product of nature, nor an extension of known science. This could only be the consequence of uncontrolled taboo. Simultaneously, within the raptor enclosure, Owen Grady's mood was even gloomier than the overcast sky. He crouched by the fence, a metal bucket filled with fresh beef before him. His favorite girls, Blue, Charlie, Delta, and Echo, gathered nearby, yet unusually maintained their distance. They did not leap excitedly nor emit eager calls as he approached, nor did they nuzzle his hand affectionately. An indescribable tension hung thick in the air. The velociraptors exhibited an extraordinary restlessness, pacing anxiously with their heads held high, nostrils flaring in agitation, and their keen eyes scanning the surroundings, particularly the direction of the distant thicket. Their tails no longer swayed gracefully but were either tightly clamped or stiffly dragged along the ground, while they emitted low, intermittent hisses filled with warning. This was a reaction born of profound fear and vigilance, triggered only by the presence of apex predators in the wild. Owen furrowed his brow and sighed. He reached into the bucket and retrieved several choice cuts of beef still glistening with blood, striving to make his voice sound casual yet enticing. "Hey, ladies. Take a look at this. Your favorite, freshly airlifted. Come on, Blue, you're the bravest among you. Set an example for them." He extended the meat towards the leader, Blue. Cautiously, Blue approached, her damp nose quickly brushing against the meat, only to recoil sharply as if scalded, emitting a short, piercing alarm before retreating several steps. Lowering her body into a defensive posture, the other velociraptors immediately echoed her warning call, agitatedly circling in place. "Damn it," Owen muttered under his breath, a heaviness settling in his chest. This was not mere pickiness, it was fear, a visceral terror that eclipsed all instinct. He had tried various strategies, switching the type of meat, mimicking hunting behaviors, even employing their favorite sound-making toys. Ultimately, only Blue, the one who trusted him the most, after prolonged reassurance and persistence, reluctantly took a small piece of meat from his hand, chewing it symbolically before swallowing it down. The other three remained utterly unmoved, still engulfed in inexplicable panic. Watching Blue's reluctant feeding did little to alleviate Owen's concern. Rather, it intensified it. Something was amiss, deeply amiss. What could induce this intelligent, brave, and even somewhat fierce group of apex predators to collectively refuse food and succumb to such terror? A myriad of possibilities flashed through his mind. Illness? Environmental toxins? Yet, his intuition suggested the issue was far more complex. He had to uncover the truth. After securing the velociraptors and ensuring the enclosure's safety systems were on high alert, Owen strode purposefully towards Dr. Wu's genetic research facility. Nestled in the heart of the park's scientific district, the heavy blast doors stood resolutely closed. Owen brusquely swiped his access card, the door lock emitting a beep as it disengaged. He forcefully pushed the door open, the dampness from outside mingling with his rising anxiety as he entered. "Dr. Wu." His voice reverberated in the spacious laboratory, cluttered with intricate instruments, carrying an undeniable urgency. "I need an explanation. My girls want to eat. They're as restless as ants on a hot skillet, as if they've caught a whiff of demonic presence. What on earth is happening? Have you concocted another new surprise that has terrified them?" Before he could finish, his gaze was drawn irresistibly to the enormous electronic display at the center of the laboratory. On the screen, the colossal footprint, measuring an astonishing 22 meters, loomed like a sinister brand, accompanied by a suffocating outline of a massive creature and a few chilling, stark statistics. A body length of 28 meters, a hip height of 7 meters, and a weight of 100 tons. Owen's voice faltered, his initial urgency swiftly replaced by a deeper, more primal horror. His mouth agape. He fixated on the screen, as if the invisible behemoth conjured by those figures had seized his throat. As an expert accustomed to the presence of apex predators, he understood the implications of these figures better than anyone else. They elucidated the extreme fear exhibited by the velociraptors. They sensed an absolute presence at the pinnacle of the food chain, transcending their comprehension. The laboratory was enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of machinery and the heavy thumping of Claire's and Dr. Wu's hearts. With great difficulty, Owen averted his gaze from the screen, looking toward Dr. Wu and Claire. No words were necessary. The three of them comprehended that the true catastrophe had already befallen the island. Simultaneously, beneath the cascading waterfall of a rushing river deep within the island, a cold voice echoed in the consciousness of the gargantuan entity. Its massive head slowly lifted, its neck, covered in thick scales, elevated the hill-like cranium as it surveyed the mist-shrouded surroundings. The water crashed against its enormous body, sending up tremendous splashes. There was no one around. From where did this astonishment arise? No, could it be that I have been awakened? A hint of wariness and mockery tinged the thoughts of the Spinosaurus. Possessing a size and inexplicable intelligence far surpassing its kin, it remained vigilant to any anomaly. Regardless, it decided to relocate just in case. In a sudden burst, this unprecedented behemoth rose abruptly from the water. The enormous curtain of water cascaded down its towering sail and robust limbs. Without hesitation, it unleashed the abstract speed of the ARK's Spinosaurus, propelling itself forward with astonishing swiftness. The ground trembled beneath its feet. Trees were effortlessly shattered or crushed like frail reeds, as it forged a chaotic path through the jungle like an uncontrollable heavy battering ram. Uncertain of how long it had been running, the deafening roar of water grew ever closer. The Spinosaurus showed no signs of slowing down, its massive form resembling a moving mountain as it thundered into the rushing river. The frigid waters enveloped its entire body in an instant. Its powerful tail whipped fiercely, and its enormous webbed feet provided formidable thrust against the riverbed, allowing it to swim upstream at an astonishing pace. Its colossal body cleaved through the waves, reaching the depths of the pool formed by the impact of the waterfall. This place was ideal. It offered fish and water to mask my scent, as well as aid in my swift retreat. The Spinosaurus sank contentedly into the water, leaving only the apex of its towering sail above the surface. The immense force of the waterfall felt like a massage to it. It reveled in the refreshing sensation and strength derived from the water flowing over its scales. Let me see what I can extract from this moment. As the twilight enveloped the surroundings, the enormous head of Sha Hui was delightfully submerged into the water, akin to a mischievous child swirling it vigorously, creating a great splash. This was akin to a refreshing facial wash. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed once more in the depths of its consciousness. Congratulations on acquiring the shark-toothed dragon, Blood Fury. An overwhelming torrent of ferocious, bloodthirsty power, brimming with primal urges for slaughter, surged into every fiber of Sha Hui's being. Its heart pounded like a war drum. The blood within it felt searing hot, and an unprecedented sensation of strength and an insatiable thirst for battle and blood enveloped its awareness. All rise. Sha Hui could not suppress a thunderous roar from within. This power resonated perfectly with it. Its massive form quivered excitedly in the water, the colossal tail striking the surface, sending waves soaring several meters high. Its attribute panel unfurled clearly within its consciousness. LV-12 health, 950 stamina, 550 oxygen, 450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 220 movement speed, 100 dizziness value, 650 abilities, thermoregulation, capable of actively adjusting its core body temperature, subtly influencing the surrounding environment's temperature. Does one aspire to be a nurturing figure? Sha Hui scoffed at this remark, prioritizing the explosive heat during combat or the cooling effect while in stealth. Frenzy. Upon sustaining an accumulated threshold of damage, it will forcibly enter a state of frenzy, significantly enhancing bodily functions, dulling pain perception, and amplifying both the desire to attack and attack power, albeit at the cost of rationality. A perilous trump card. Moisture. Activation occurs upon any part of the body contacting a water source, resulting in significant enhancements to all attributes, especially speed, stamina recovery, and attack power during this state. You know what happens when an ARK-Stegosaurus encounters water. Sha Hui was in agreement, feeling an inexhaustible flow of power while submerged. Blood Fury. Each successful kill of an organism adds a layer of Blood Fury status. Each layer permanently increases Sha Hui's melee damage. For instance, an increase of 2 per layer. The maximum limit for Blood Fury layers is 100. As layers accumulate, a faint crimson mist will subtly emerge from Sha Hui's surface, its menacing aura and sense of power growing increasingly terrifying with each additional layer. A high accumulation of Blood Fury layers can even instill a psychological intimidation effect on lesser beings. Shark-toothed dragon, with 100 layers of Blood Fury. Which dragon would dare to slay me? Chapter 5. The weary Owen Claire's heart thundered within her chest, nearly breaking through her ribs. One thought consumed her mind. She must inform Miss Ronnie immediately. The series of enormous footprints, alien to any known species, seared into her retina like a branding iron. She cast aside her high heels and sprinted towards the helipad with a speed that eclipsed even her college track team's records. The roar of the helicopter blades grew increasingly closer as Miss Ronnie's private helicopter prepared to descend. As the cabin door swung open, the iconic and philosophically contemplative smile of Miss Ronnie appeared before her. Claire, breathless, rushed forward, nearly colliding with him. "Boss, we have an emergency." Miss Ronnie gently interrupted her, gesturing for her to board the helicopter. "Come aboard. We shall discuss it en route." His tone was as casual as if he were discussing afternoon tea. Claire took a deep breath, suppressing the warning that was almost on the tip of her tongue, and mechanically boarded the helicopter. Just as she was about to fasten her seatbelt, an almost instinctual question, honed by countless harrowing experiences, escaped her lips. "Do you have a pilot's license?" She recalled the last time Miss Ronnie whimsically decided to indulge in the thrill of piloting, which nearly resulted in the aircraft plummeting into a volcanic crater. Miss Ronnie shrugged, his smile unwavering. "No, but life is about experiences, isn't it? Don't worry, the pilot is exceptionally skilled." A chill shot through Claire, reaching the crown of her head. Without hesitation, she secured herself in her seat with utmost speed and precision. The sound of her seatbelt clicking into place ringing out sharply amidst the roar of the engine. The helicopter ascended into the sky, seizing a brief moment of relative calm. Claire ventured, "Boss, about the unusual footprints." "Claire," Miss Ronnie's voice came through the headset with a peculiar intensity, cutting her off once again. He turned to gaze out at the lush jungle passing by outside the window, his eyes distant. "Tell me, do you believe the dinosaurs in the park live freely?" Claire held her breath, nearly losing consciousness. Clenching her fists, her nails digging into her palms, she thought, "Freedom? Boss, they are prehistoric behemoths resurrected through genetic engineering, confined within artificial enclosures. This is precisely the crux of the matter." Miss Ronnie seemed oblivious to her unvoiced thoughts, or perhaps he was lost in his grand narrative. "I invested in Jurassic World not merely for the ticket sales and the profits from souvenir shops, though they are indeed substantial. I seek to remind humanity, to remind us who consider ourselves at the pinnacle of the food chain." He turned to Claire, his gaze piercing, his voice imbued with a near-religious fervor. "Look at them. Behold these colossal creatures that once ruled the earth. They remind us of our insignificance in the vast continuum of time and the forces of nature. We must learn to revere nature, to revere life itself." The remainder of the flight transformed into Miss Ronnie's personal oratory. He traversed topics from dinosaur philosophy to the origins of humanity, from environmental conservation to the mysteries of the cosmos, his eloquence captivating and fervent. Claire attempted numerous times to redirect the conversation back to the ominous footprints and the potential dangers, but each effort was drowned out by his impassioned discourse and profound insights. She felt as though she were submerged in a deluge of words, struggling futilely, each attempt mercilessly washed back to the shore. All she could do was sit rigidly, watching the treetops race past outside, her inner turmoil igniting into an ever-growing flame of anxiety. Finally, the helicopter descended onto the helipad outside the ferocious Tyrannosaurus enclosure. Claire unfastened her seatbelt with remarkable swiftness, leaping from the aircraft ahead of Miss Ronnie, poised for a final struggle. "Sir," she exclaimed, her voice urgent and laden with undeniable gravity. Miss Ronnie, adjusting his suit, strolled toward the observation room with measured composure, not deigning to look back as he replied, "Perfect timing, Claire. Elaborate on our new star, the savage Tyrannosaurus. What is its progress?" Claire observed his relaxed demeanor, her warnings and evidence lodged in her throat, ultimately manifesting as a silent sigh. She relinquished the notion of a direct confrontation, opting instead for a more circuitous approach. "The plan must be postponed." Striving to maintain an impersonal tone, she stated, "It has grown too rapidly, far exceeding our genetic model's predictions. Its size is excessive." "Oh," Miss Ronnie arched an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting within him. "To what extent?" As they conversed, they entered the observation room. Upon crossing the threshold, Miss Ronnie's carefree expression abruptly hardened. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the vast observation glass, where a network of jagged, web-like cracks was unmistakably visible. "What is the meaning of those cracks on the glass?" His voice escalated, infused with incredulous severity, his brow furrowing deeply. Claire's heart sank, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed. It had attempted to shatter the tempered glass. "We surmised this was driven by its instinct to attack the observers." Miss Ronnie hastened to the glass, squinting in an effort to pierce through the dense foliage in search of the white figure. At last, he discerned the striking, incongruous white, ghostly amid the shadows of the trees. "It is white." He spun around, his tone laced with a sense of betrayed indignation. "Claire, You never informed me it was white. It's far too conspicuous. This contradicts our philosophy of blending into nature. Claire stifled the urge to roll her eyes, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. She endeavored to uphold her professionalism, yet her voice bore a subtle edge of sharpness, tinged with the frustration of repeated mockery. I reported it. Just last Wednesday in the morning meeting email. The latest physical characteristics report was attached. You replied that you received it, had read it, and understood. Masrani paused, as if recalling the moment, then irritably waved his hand. All right, fine, white it is. Wait, did you just say it? We only cultivated one. Originally, it was two. Claire's tone regained its calm, though beneath it lay a deeper chill. This was standard procedure to mitigate the risk of juvenile mortality. And the other? Masrani's intuition warned him that the answer might be dire, yet he could not refrain from inquiring further. Claire met his gaze, articulating with a near-cold detachment. It was consumed by the other. In its juvenile phase, we believe this was a manifestation of resource competition and aggressive instincts. A frigid shiver crawled up Masrani's spine. He gazed at the dreadful crack on the glass, and then turned his attention to the unsettling patch of white deep within the jungle. A powerful sense of foreboding gripping him. The awe he once took pride in regarding the wonders of nature seemed to manifest its might in a manner he had never anticipated. Claire, Masrani's voice lowered, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, immediately contacted Owen Grady. Have him come over at once. I require his expert eye to examine the safety measures of the Tyrannosaurus enclosure and assess whether it is truly secure. Claire furrowed her brow, instinctively resisting. Boss, I don't believe involving Owen is a prudent idea. His unpredictability is too high. Shadows of the past and her distrust of Owen's cowboy-like approach lingered in her mind. Yet, Masrani gazed once more into the depths of the jungle, his gaze sharp. No, he must be involved. Precisely because of his unpredictability and his intellect. He understands these creatures' thoughts, perhaps even better than they do themselves. We need his insight. His tone brooked no dissent. Claire recognized the futility of arguing. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she turned away to execute this reluctant command. Upon finding Owen, he was crouched on the ground, examining a series of new muddy footprints with intense focus. Upon seeing Claire, he immediately stood, his expression devoid of any pleasantries. Have you reported on the footprints? He referred to the previously discovered unusual tracks. Claire took a deep breath, experiencing the same frustration that had engulfed her when Masrani interrupted her earlier. A subtle desire for revenge arose within her. Come on, let us see how it feels to be interrupted and overlooked. Owen, she interjected directly, her tone urgent. Masrani has requested you to inspect the safety protocols of the Tyrannosaurus enclosure. Right now? Owen paused, then frowned in dissatisfaction. Wait, what about the footprints? Owen was momentarily taken aback by her sudden outburst. The ensuing dialogue, like a runaway stallion, swiftly veered from the dinosaur's aberrant behavior into the abyss of their relationship. Owen lamented Claire's meticulous scheduling, even down to the minute for their dates, likening it to a military operation, while Claire retorted, criticizing his lack of respect by wearing beach shorts and flip-flops to a fine dining establishment. Old wounds were ripped open once more under the pressure of the urgent task, the air thick with tension. Ultimately, a sense of duty, and perhaps a trace of lingering concern, overshadowed their personal grievances. Owen, sulking, nonetheless grabbed his gear and followed Claire toward the immense, prison-like Tyrannosaurus enclosure. Standing outside the towering fence, Owen looked up at the dense jungle within, his expression grave. Just how large is it? 15 meters in length. Claire relayed the theoretical adult size provided by the genetics team. Owen frowned, muttering to himself, too small. He recalled the sight he had witnessed in the genetics lab. Entering the observation control room, Claire activated the mechanical feeding device. A massive chunk of meat was slowly lowered into the depths of the enclosure. As seconds ticked by, the jungle remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Claire's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she switched to the infrared thermal imaging mode. The screen displayed a chilling expanse, devoid of warmth, save for the faint heat signature emitted by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex used as bait. The depths of the enclosure lay eerily empty, an unsettling sensation coiling around the hearts of both individuals like a venomous vine. Owen, rather than remaining at the control console, paced along the observation corridor, his sharp gaze scanning every corner of the enclosure's walls. Suddenly, he halted before a section of the concrete wall near the top. There, deep in massive claw marks, clearly not of natural origin, were starkly visible. The marks were fresh, the concrete debris around their edges distinctly discernible. Claire, Owen's voice echoed, look here. Claire rushed over, and upon seeing the claw marks, her blood seemed to freeze. My God, she gasped, instantly grasping the implication. It might have already escaped. Terror struck her like a jolt of electricity as she lunged for the communicator, her voice trembling with anxiety. Security Center. Red alert. The Tyrannosaurus Rex enclosure. The target may have breached containment. Repeat. The target may have breached containment. Lock down all areas. Initiate emergency protocols. Meanwhile, deep within the enclosure, Owen was accompanied by two unfortunate maintenance workers as they examined an equipment box. He heard Claire's warning blaring over the intercom, followed by the voice from the control room. Laced with confusion and a hint of panic, "Mr. Grady, get out of there. The infrared shows the target is still nearby. It's in the enclosure. Evacuate immediately." "This is impossible," one of the maintenance workers shouted, scanning the empty surroundings, the infrared ISNT reacting. "Hal, shut up. Run." Owen's instincts and Claire's alarm blared simultaneously. He shouted, and the three of them, like startled birds, turned and sprinted toward the nearest employee exit. Fear propelled them to their utmost limits. Owen surged ahead, sprinting like a cheetah. The other maintenance worker followed closely behind, trembling as he struggled to open the door. Just as they reached it, the dense foliage behind them seemed to come alive. A massive, swift white figure, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, lunged forth. It was the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It had not strayed far at all. It had been lurking, exploiting the vegetation and some unknown ability. The maintenance worker at the door barely managed a short, horrified scream before a colossal claw swatted him aside like refuse, sending him crashing against the enclosure wall, lifeless. In a split second, Owen's remarkable reflexes and survival instincts kicked in. He executed a textbook slide beneath the sweeping claws of the Tyrannosaurus, rolling directly under a maintenance pickup truck parked nearby. Mud and debris splattered across him. Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus had no interest in the small vehicle. Its massive head slammed into the recently opened employee exit. A thunderous roar echoing as steel twisted and the doorframe shattered. It had successfully escaped, letting out a low growl. Its icy vertical pupils scanned the new world. The maintenance worker, who had been flung aside, seemed to still possess a flicker of life, struggling to crawl away. The Tyrannosaurus paid him no mind. With a casual stomp of its enormous foot, the sound of shattering bones echoed, sending chills down the spine. Then, it lowered its head, devouring the unfortunate creature as one might relish an appetizer, blood cascading down its white jaw. Owen, concealed beneath the vehicle, could distinctly perceive the overwhelming scent of blood mingling with the frigid, reptilian odor emanating from the ferocious dragon. Cold sweat drenched his attire. He observed as the beast seemed to take an interest in the underside of the car. Its massive head hung low, nostrils flaring, hot breath washing over the chassis. Gasoline. A thought struck Owen like a lightning bolt. Without hesitation, he drew his hunting knife and plunged it with all his might into the fuel tank above him. The acrid gasoline gushed forth, drenching him from head to toe, its pungent aroma swiftly overpowering the scent of blood. The dragon's highly developed sense of smell was evidently provoked by this sudden, repugnant chemical odor. It violently shook its head, emitting a displeased growl, nostrils expelling hot air. Disgusted, it took a step back and shook its head irritably, as if attempting to rid its senses of the abhorrent scent. With its cold, slitted eyes, it cast one last glance at the pickup truck exuding the odious aroma, along with the stinking little creature beneath it, seemingly losing interest. With a low growl, it strode away, its heavy steps echoing as it vanished into the jungle leading to the main area of the park. Only after confirming that the terrifying footsteps had receded did Owen crawl out from beneath the vehicle, feeling utterly drained. His body was coated in dirt and gasoline, and he gasped for breath. The momentary relief of survival was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury. He charged towards the control center like an enraged lion. Bursting into the control room, he disregarded the terrified gazes of the staff surrounding him, seizing Claire by the shoulders and turning her to face him. His eyes ablaze. The infrared. Why has it failed? It was right in front of us. The control room claimed it was still inside. We nearly perished there. Claire, taken aback by the fury in his eyes and the stench of gasoline clinging to him, took a step back, yet she did not shy away. Taking a deep breath, her eyes filled with anguish and a resolute determination. Because it is not merely a dinosaur, Owen. It is the Frankenstein of the laboratory. Dr. Wu's magnum opus. It has been infused with the genes of Tyrannosaurus rex, velociraptor, squid, tree frogs, and who knows what other aberrations. It can regulate its body temperature. It can evade infrared detection. They even endowed it with the intelligence of a raptor, enabling it to understand ambush and deception. She nearly shouted this long-hidden secret that had been concealed by the higher-ups. Owen stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The muscles in his face twitched. his eyes filled with shock, absurdity, and a wrath born of utter betrayal. 1,000 llamas trampled through his mind, crushing all semblance of reason. Ultimately, all these complex and intense emotions burst forth from his stunned lips, coalescing into a simple, raw, thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the control room. Fuck. This exclamation seemed to act as an ominous switch, just as his words faded. A signal point representing the armed security team on the main screen of the control room flickered violently before extinguishing entirely. Soon after, a second signal point vanished as well. The crimson dot on the screen, representing the merciless trajectory of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus, coldly traverses the cursor that symbolizes human existence. An expertly equipped team is brutally annihilated within mere seconds, their desperate signals flickering frantically on the screen, leaving only 2 survivors. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the island, in an even more primordial and towering forest of colossal trees, the formidable Shahui, a creature of extraordinary size covered in dark, thick scales, with a sail-like back towering like a battleship mast, has just completed a successful hunt. A massive adult Brachiosaurus lies lifeless on the ground, its neck precisely snapped by Shahui's powerful jaws. The scent of warm blood permeates the air, and an indescribable, familiar impulse surges through Shahui's nervous system. It yearns to proclaim its dominance, to make all beings within its territory aware of its presence and might. Releasing its prey, its robust forelimbs support its massive front half as it transitions into a bipedal stance, reminiscent of an ancient rite. Its muscular hind legs firmly plant themselves on the earth. One colossal foot, imbued with a ritualistic weight, crashing down upon the soft, still warm abdomen of the Brachiosaurus. A muffled crunch reverberates through the air. Subsequently, Shahui raises its immense head, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth suddenly widening to its limit. Its chest expands violently like a bellows, unleashing an uncontrollable force from deep within, mingled with the scent of blood and the roar of primal savagery, akin to thunder splitting the sky, tearing through the air, transforming into a terrifying roar that shakes the heavens. Roar. The sound waves manifest as tangible shock waves, instantly dispersing the surrounding foliage and startling countless birds and beasts into flight. The roar echoes through the mountains, resonating far into the distance. As the roar subsides, Shahui maintains its bipedal stance, reveling in the reverberations of its voice coursing through the forest. A peculiar satisfaction, rooted deep within its genes, flows through its nervous system. A fleeting, almost imperceptible emotional fluctuation dances within its vast, cold reptilian eyes. An inexplicable sense of theatricality washes over it. At the very moment this thunderous roar, imbued with unparalleled authority, sweeps across the island like an invisible tsunami, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus, with a mocking cruelty, leisurely approaches the last 2 quivering security personnel huddled behind an overturned vehicle. It relishes the scent of their despair, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, that unique, ancient roar, resonating with the majesty and power of a top predator, pierces through the air like a tangible arrow, precisely reaching the highly sensitive ears of the Tyrannosaurus. Its movements freeze instantly. The cold vertical pupils contract sharply. The mockery and cruelty are swiftly replaced by a more potent amalgamation of shock, vigilance, and uncontrollable excitement. It raises its head abruptly, gazing towards the source of the roar, as if striving to penetrate the dense forest and uncover the origin of the sound. An unprecedented sensation surged within it. It was no longer the sole, invincible entity on this island. A chaotic thought, filled with a sense of competition and fierce combativeness, surged through its brain, which was a melange of various apex predator genes. Erupting like molten lava, are there still formidable adversaries? It forsook the prey that was within reach, allowing the 2 paralyzed humans to collapse on the ground. All its attention, its combative and avaricious spirit, was ignited and firmly captivated by a distant roar, laden with challenge. A new opponent worthy of a fierce confrontation had emerged. Its colossal head turned towards the source of the sound, a deep, battle-infused growl emanating from its throat in response. As it took heavy steps towards the origin of the noise, towards that unknown expert, advancing steadily, step by determined step. Chapter 6. The menace of the water lord. The deafening roar pierced through every inch of the control room, resonating through the park's surveillance speakers, clearly reaching the eardrums of every visitor. This was no ordinary dinosaur's cry. It was a proclamation from the apex of the food chain, imbued with primal ferocity and an unknown threat. The control room fell into an instant silence, the chaotic scenes on the screens intertwining with the roar, striking at the nerves of everyone present. Henry Masrani's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surveillance images. What have these individuals done behind my back? He muttered to himself, his voice suppressed with anger and veiled unease. His intuition warned him that this was far more than a routine alert from some enclosure. Owen Grady's reaction was the most direct. He abruptly turned to Claire Deering. His tone resolute. Claire, shut down the entire park immediately. Evacuate all visitors. Now. Claire's heart raced within her chest. But her instincts as a seasoned manager compelled her to consider the company's interests first. She almost blurted out, "No. Owen, do you have any idea how many procedures this entails? The financial losses would be catastrophic. We still need to keep the gates open for business." She attempted to steady her voice, yet the panic in her eyes betrayed her. Business. Owen's voice suddenly escalated, filled with incredulous anger. Are you seriously jesting with the lives of thousands? Look at it. He gestured towards the enormous, indistinct figure wreaking havoc on the screen. That creature is a monster. It has no comprehension of what it is. The only thing it desires now is to tear apart anything that moves to assert its damned position at the pinnacle of the food chain. To it, visitors are merely mobile protein masses. However, Claire's insistence seemed to carry a hint of obstinacy and chance. Owen glared at her. Realizing that this argument was futile at the moment, he abruptly turned, storming out of the control room with a growl. You will regret this, Claire. The moment the door slammed shut, Claire felt as though she had regained a fragment of reason amidst the roar and Owen's fury. The immense sense of crisis finally overwhelmed her commercial considerations. Shut down the northern park. Immediately, she commanded urgently, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. All non-essential personnel must evacuate. Initiate the Northern Emergency Lockdown Protocol. The command had just been issued, and a chilling thought sank into her heart like a venomous serpent. Gray and Zach, her two nephews. In a frantic rush, she seized the communicator, her fingers stiff with anxiety. Karen, where are Gray and Zach? The assistant's voice echoed her concern. Ms. DeLynn, we have lost their tracking signal. The last record indicated they boarded the gyrosphere. But after that, the signal vanished. Claire's heart plummeted. Without hesitation, she dialed her nephew's phones, but all she heard was the monotonous, busy tone. The thick, transparent dome of the gyrosphere and the dense forest had severed the fragile signal. Damn it, Claire cursed under her breath, and without a moment's pause, she grabbed her coat and dashed out of the control room, racing towards the direction Owen had departed. At that moment, she needed the one most familiar with these predators. Meanwhile, deep within the lush northern forests of the park, Gray and Zach excitedly maneuvered the gyrosphere. A massive herd of ankylosaurs rolled in the mud. The awe of these prehistoric giants momentarily eclipsing the earlier broadcast warning. However, this thrill was fleeting. A shadow, great and silent, enveloped them. A bone-chilling cold crept up their spines. Gray turned rigidly, his pupils dilating in terror. Behind their gyrosphere, in the dark recesses of the forest, a pair of colossal eyes glimmered with a malevolent light. Fixated on them, the massive head of a Tyrannosaurus rex, marred with vicious scars, slowly emerged, a low, soul-chilling growl resonating from its throat. Zach, run. Gray's scream was drowned by the deafening roar of steel being torn apart. The titanic head of the Tyrannosaurus lunged towards the gyrosphere. The sturdy orb was overturned like a toy, tossed and battered, emitting a spine-chilling groan as spiderweb-like cracks spread across the glass. The brothers were tossed within, their desperate screams swallowed by the cacophony of impact. Abandon the sphere. Jump! Gray shouted amidst another violent collision. They exerted all their strength to push open the deformed emergency door, tumbling out of the steel prison and sprinting into the depths of the forest. Fear bestowed upon them extraordinary speed, until suddenly, their feet found no ground beneath them. With two short cries, Gray and Zach plunged unawares from the edge of a steep cliff, crashing into the icy depths below. The frigid water enveloped them instantly. They struggled to surface, coughing violently. Just as the relief of survival washed over them, a more horrifying sight froze them in place. The water beneath them began to rise. It was no illusion. The entire pool surged violently, as a colossal shadow, beyond comprehension, ascended rapidly from the dark depths. Splash! The water cascaded down like a waterfall. A figure far grander and older than the Tyrannosaurus erupted from the depths. It stood majestically, its back covered in thick scales and formidable bony spines, resembling a moving mountain. While its massive tail stirred the water violently, droplets of water cascaded down its skin, rough like rock, shimmering with an ethereal glow under the dim light. Towering at 12 meters from its clawed feet to the spines that jutted from its back, It boasted an astonishing length of nearly 28 meters from head to tail. It slowly raised its head, its colossal cranium adorned with eyes that bore the weight of ages, sweeping across the cliff where the savage Tyrannosaurus rex peered down, issuing a provocative roar. A deep, rumbling sound, reminiscent of the Earth's very core, reverberated from the throat of this behemoth, tinged with a hint of impatience. "Oh, I wasn't seeking trouble, yet you present yourself so willingly. What, do you think I'm hungry and wish to offer me a snack?" The savage Tyrannosaurus rex clearly failed to grasp this jest, or perhaps it deemed it beneath its notice. It unleashed a deafening roar, its massive form lunging off the cliff with destructive intent, aimed directly at the colossal creature in the pool below. In the face of this overwhelming assault, the imposing figure remained remarkably composed. It didn't even fully turn. Instead, it casually raised its massive arm, encased in thick, bony plates, as if swatting away an irritating fly. With a thundering crash that could halt a heartbeat, the air seemed to explode as the Tyrannosaurus rex, capable of rending steel, was sent hurtling backward by what appeared to be a mere swipe, crashing heavily against the distant cliffside, sending debris flying. It emitted a pained howl, struggling to rise. And for the first time, its eyes revealed a glimmer of incredulous fear. The chasm of power between them was starkly apparent, leaving no room for hope. The Tyrannosaurus rex, without hesitation, let instinct override its ferocity. It emitted a low growl, its massive head warily fixating on the creature in the water, while its body began to retreat slowly, then abruptly turned, barreling through the trees and vanishing into the dense forest at an astonishing speed. It chose to flee. The imposing figure did not pursue. Its great head slowly turned back. Its eyes, seemingly holding the wisdom of ancient stars, fell upon the two minuscule, soaked human infants trembling like leaves in the wind on the water's edge. "Ah, what do we have here? Wild human children?" Gray and Zack felt their blood run cold. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of the savage Tyrannosaurus rex, they now found themselves ensnared in the gaze of an even more terrifying creature. Paralyzing fear gripped their throats, rendering them mute, as they could only widen their eyes in despair, watching the gaping maw filled with fangs inch closer. The imposing creature seemed to find their reaction amusing. It brought its massive head near the water's surface, so close that Gray and Zack could distinctly feel the scorching breath emanating from its nostrils, mingled with the scent of blood and ancient earth. It slightly parted its great jaws, revealing no fangs, merely exhaling towards them, playfully emitting a gust of air laden with a strong metallic scent and heat, enveloping the boys' faces like a miniature storm. The sensation was so visceral and terrifying that it instantly shattered whatever remnants of courage they had left. "Ah!" In the next moment, a piercing explosion of sound erupted from the mouths of Gray and Zack, a resonance sharp enough to puncture eardrums and rend souls. This was not a scream of terror, but rather a visceral, almost hysterical release of instinct on the brink of collapse, as if they were striving to expel all their despair into the world. The enormous figure of the beast, Shahuai, visibly froze for an instant, and for the first time, a flicker of confusion appeared in its colossal eyes. Instinctively, it tossed its massive head, as if attempting to shake off the shrill cacophony echoing in its mind. Was it merely a jest? How could one be so noisy? The boy's screams rang like an unending high-pitched trumpet, relentlessly bombarding Shahuai's sensitive hearing. It let out a disgruntled growl, its immense tail impatiently slapping the water's surface, sending up a great splash. Ultimately, it seemed to lose all interest, or perhaps patience, turning its great head away and, with heavy steps, slowly began to retreat deeper into the water's embrace. That massive silhouette stirred the currents, and soon it was completely submerged in the shadowy depths, leaving behind only rippling circles and the two boys still caught in their screams. Gray and Zack, eyes tightly shut, exerted all their strength in their cries, as if such an act could banish their terror. It was only when their throats grew hoarse and their lungs burned with pain that they gradually ceased, left only with ragged breaths and uncontrollable tremors. After a lengthy pause, Zack timidly opened one eye, trembling. The water's surface had returned to tranquility. Aside from the ripples they had created, nothing else remained. The terrifying Spinosaurus had vanished, as if it had never existed. "Is it gone?" Zack's voice trembled, barely audible. Gray slowly opened his eyes as well, the overwhelming sense of relief nearly rendering him limp in the water. He mustered the strength to pat his brother's shoulder, his voice equally hoarse. "It's gone. For now, we are safe. Quickly, let us leave this place." Fear still lingered, but the instinct for survival surged stronger. The brothers leaned on each other, using their last reserves of strength to climb up the rocky edge of the pool. Their cold clothes clung to their bodies, and the chill and fear made their teeth chatter, yet they dared not linger. Stumbling, they plunged into the dense jungle, groping forward aimlessly. Fate seemed to smile upon them at that moment. After traversing an unusually thick tangle of vines and fallen giants, they emerged into a clearing long forgotten by time, where several vehicles, draped in thick moss and vines, sat like fossils of prehistoric beasts. They were remnants of the long-abandoned Jurassic Park. "Look, the cars." Gray's voice was filled with exhilaration. Though Zack typically exhibited a carefree demeanor, he now demonstrated unexpected resourcefulness. He rushed forward, disregarding the dirt, and swiftly examined the engines and internal wiring of the vehicles. "Old relics, but the structure is simple," he murmured to himself, hands moving rapidly as he tore away the decayed wires, attempting to create a short circuit. Minutes later, amidst a fit of violent coughing and choking black smoke, one of the vehicles miraculously roared to life with a deep growl. "We did it!" Zack exclaimed with excitement, slapping the steering wheel. "Get in, quickly!" Without a moment's hesitation, the two men swiftly entered the driver's cabin. Zack pressed down hard on the accelerator, and this rusted hulk, dormant for over 2 decades, roared to life with a cacophony of grinding metal and billowing smoke, akin to a beast breaking free from its shackles. Charging forth from this forsaken land along the faintly discernible remnants of an old road. Almost immediately after the brothers departed, Owen and Claire, following the distant yet unmistakable sound of an antiquated engine that starkly contrasted with modern electric vehicles, rushed to the clearing, breathless. They could only catch a fleeting glimpse of fresh tire tracks beside another abandoned vehicle and the lingering scent of exhaust in the air. Damn it, they had just left. Owen lamented, striking the moss-covered body of the car beside him in frustration. "Look, there's another one." Claire pointed to a relatively intact abandoned SUV nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Owen slipped inside to inspect it. His movements were more forceful and adept than Zack's, as he yanked open the circuit board beneath the dashboard for a direct connection. Sparks flew, and the engine emitted a defiant growl once more. However, just as the engine roared to life, a thunderous crack echoed from deep within the forest. The sound of trees being violently snapped. A colossal, menacing shadow, accompanied by the heavy thud of footsteps, was rapidly approaching, drawn by the engine's roar. "It's coming. Run!" Owen shouted, abruptly shifting into gear, if there was still a gear to shift, flooring the accelerator. The dilapidated SUV unleashed its final potential, tires clawing at the earth, kicking up mud and decaying leaves, narrowly escaping the shadow of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's massive claws as it sped off in the direction where Gray and Zack had fled. Claire, gripped by the jarring bumps, clutched the handrail tightly, shouting into the communicator, Control Center. Control Center. This is Claire. We are near the ruins of the old park. The Tyrannosaurus is chasing us. Heading towards the main park area. Repeat, heading towards the main park area. Requesting assistance. Immediate assistance requested." Upon receiving the message, the atmosphere in the control room became instantly tense. The coordinates were swiftly locked in and displayed on the main screen. Masrani gazed at the rapidly moving dots on the screen representing the Tyrannosaurus and Owen's vehicle, their trajectory aimed directly at the park's core area. His expression darkening to a brooding intensity. He seized the communicator with urgency, his voice cold and resolute. "Security team. Aerial strike unit. Target coordinates have been sent. I want fire coverage. At all costs, pin it down there. Authorization for heavy weaponry." Several helicopters equipped with heavy machine guns soared into the sky, diving towards the target area like predatory birds. The roar of the Gatling gun echoed through the air. A torrential downpour of bullets raining down upon the area where the Tyrannosaurus was located, trees being cleaved in half, earth flying, and smoke billowing. Yet, the Tyrannosaurus exhibited astonishing agility and ferocity. It darted left and right amidst the hail of gunfire, absorbing the impact of some bullets. And with its sheer brute strength and speed, it managed to break through the firepower net. It crashed through the enormous, supposedly indestructible dome glass of the pterosaur enclosure. Crash. The sky was filled with a cascade of glass shards, descending like a torrential rain of crystals. The colossal form of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed down upon the simulated rocky outcrop of the pterosaur enclosure, emitting a deafening roar. It swung its head, marred by bullet grazes, surveying the panicked pterosaurs below, who, startled by the shattered glass, began to ascend in a chaotic flight, as though declaring its newfound dominion. The piercing cries of the pterosaurs intertwined with its furious growl, plunging the park into a maelstrom of terror. At the zenith of this chaos, as security personnel found themselves powerless against the rampaging Tyrannosaurus, a thunderous explosion erupted. On the opposite side of the pterosaur enclosure's dome, near the old park, The glass wall was utterly obliterated by an even more ferocious and unstoppable force from without. Massive shards of glass hurtled into the enclosure like cannonballs. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure emerged from the shattered breach, towering and more imposing than the Tyrannosaurus itself. It was the dread sovereign. Unlike ordinary quadrupedal dinosaurs, it did not lower its limbs to the ground. Instead, it stood with a posture imbued with power and absolute confidence, its hind legs firmly supporting its mountain-like body, while its robust tail functioned as a third limb for stability. With a slight arch, its back was adorned with thick bone armor and imposing spines, the towering spikes seemingly piercing the very sky above the pterosaur enclosure. Its massive head hung low, casting a cold and menacing gaze, akin to two substantial searchlights, penetrating the smoky haze and locking onto the equally observing Tyrannosaurus upon the distant rocky mound. A silent pressure enveloped the space like a tsunami, and time appeared to freeze in that moment. Even the cries of the pterosaurs seemed suppressed beneath this wordless scrutiny. The king had arrived. Chapter 7. The ecological sovereign. In that instant, countless pterosaurs erupted from the dense treetops and craggy cliffs of the enclosure, like a nest of disturbed wasps, coalescing into a dark, shrieking cloud that blotted out the sun. They flapped their resilient membranous wings, stirring up gusts that lifted dust and fallen leaves from the ground, creating chaotic little whirlwinds that hurled towards the panicked gathering of visitors below. The sharp beaks and claws glinted ominously in the sunlight, and the tumultuous throng of dragons obscured the sky, inundating the entire Nubla Island Park with the echoes of terrified screams and the flapping of wings. At the pinnacle of this turmoil, a piercing, teeth-grinding metallic tearing sound drowned out all other noise. A security helicopter, hovering at low altitude in a desperate attempt to disperse the swarm of pterosaurs, was being violently assaulted by dozens of utterly frenzied creatures in a suicidal frenzy. Their bodies crashed against the rotor blades, cockpit glass, and fragile tail fins like cannonballs, producing dull thuds and sharp cracks. Feathers, shattered scales, and dark crimson blood erupted at the impact sites. The driver's terrified, contorted face flashed past the spiderweb-cracked window as he futilely yanked on the control stick, trying to pull the violently shaking, unbalanced steel bird away from this vortex of death. Yet, the sheer number of pterosaurs was overwhelming, driven by some unknown frenzy. They surged forth relentlessly, accompanied by a series of increasingly intense and terrifying impacts, along with the anguished groans of twisted metal. The helicopter spiraled like a kite severed from its string, trailing plumes of smoke and sparks as it plunged desperately toward the distant forest. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal fireball that erupted on the horizon, followed by a resounding explosion. As the deafening echoes of the blast lingered in the air, the emergence of another colossal creature at the edge of the pterosaur park momentarily froze the chaos. Shahui, a prehistoric behemoth exceeding 20 meters in length, advanced with the weight of mountains. Each step caused the muddy puddles to quiver, leaving behind footprints half a meter deep. Its scarred, dark green skin glistened with an oily sheen under the sunlight, and towering neural spines resembled a row of sharpened blades, each stride carrying an oppressive weight that stilled the air as it inexorably approached the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus that had just orchestrated the helicopter's demise. Yet, the equally massive Tyrannosaurus appeared to be wholly consumed by a primal urge for slaughter or some commanding directive, utterly dismissing the painful lesson imparted by Shahui mere moments ago. Instead of retreating, it violently lifted its fierce head, its maw filled with jagged teeth gaping open to an exaggerated degree, a roar erupting from the depths of its throat that tore through the air. Laden with provocation and fury, the sound waves visibly assaulted the surrounding atmosphere, causing the remaining leaves to tremble and fall. This blatant challenge was akin to igniting a powder keg. Shahui's amber vertical pupils instantaneously constricted into icy slits, as if molten lava coursed within, igniting a wrathful glare capable of incinerating reason itself. Its sinewy muscles tightened beneath resilient skin, coiling like steel cables, the pent-up power resonating within like a rumbling volcano on the brink of eruption. Without the slightest warning, that massive form surged forth, its speed creating a striking paradox against its size. It transformed from a slowly moving mountain into a bolt of platinum lightning that ripped through space. The air was briefly pierced by a sharp scream of sound as it sliced through. With the force of a thunderclap, Shahui closed the considerable distance between itself and the Tyrannosaurus in an instant. A colossal claw, encased in thick keratin and resembling a battering ram, swung out with a shriek that split the air, executing a precise and vicious strike. The claw tip traced a dazzling arc of cold light in the sunlight, akin to the invisible scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, and with a sickening sound, it embedded deeply into the relatively vulnerable flank of the Tyrannosaurus, securing itself firmly within its rib structure. The tremendous impact caused the Tyrannosaurus to stagger violently, a sharp cry of anguish escaping its throat as it writhed in agony, its powerful tail sweeping through and snapping several small trees, sending mud flying. Yet, Shahui's claw, embedded into flesh and bone, remained immovable, entirely stripping the creature of mobility. Following this, Shahui's enormous, tumor-riddled head lunged forward with a gust of fetid wind. Its maw, filled with dagger-like interlocking fangs, opened to an unfathomable extent, revealing a crimson cavern and gleaming white teeth. Without the slightest hesitation, it struck with precise cruelty, sinking its teeth into the vulnerable junction of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's comparatively slender neck, a lethal weakness cloaked in thick skin and fascia. A chilling crack reverberated across the battlefield, a horrific sound of splintering bones. The robust cervical vertebrae of the formidable dinosaur shattered like rotting timber under the sheer force and razor-sharp bite. Dark crimson, almost black, and reeking of iron, scalding blood gushed forth like an uncontrollable high-pressure water jet, spraying in a radial pattern onto the head, neck, and forelimbs of the conqueror, staining the surrounding earth and flora in a blinding scarlet hue. The enormous head, still etched with surprise, momentarily hovered in the air, buoyed by the fountain of blood, before it crashed heavily into the mire, rolling a few times, its hollow eyes gazing towards the overcast sky. The colossal body, now bereft of its head, convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, sending a murky wave of mud splattering. Standing resolute, the conqueror clutched the severed head, dripping with viscous blood, from which warm blood trickled down its jawline, bursting forth into dark red blossoms upon the earth. Its blood-soaked form appeared increasingly grotesque amidst the pervasive scent of carnage, reminiscent of a demon rising from a pool of hellish blood. Yet, the act of slaughter did not quell its fury. Rather, it stoked the flames of wrath. Casually tossing aside the head, which thudded heavily before sinking into the muck, it abruptly lifted its massive, blood-stained visage towards the tumultuous sky and unleashed a thunderous roar. This roar transcended mere sound waves. It embodied an ancient, primal authority that declared the supremacy of a top predator. The air seemed to part under the palpable sound waves, creating visible ripples. With the proclamation of victory and dominion echoing in the air, the pterosaurs that had been circling nearby, stirred by the sanguine scent and itching to attack, were struck as if by an unseen hammer. Fear instantly eclipsed their feral instincts, and they emitted high-pitched, piercing cries, abandoning all thoughts of aggression. They flapped their wings frantically, akin to a swarm of ants doused in boiling water, racing with unmatched speed in a chaotic bid for escape. Desperate to distance themselves from the terrifying being that had just accomplished a regal execution, the conqueror lowered its head, its cold amber-slit pupils fixated on the headless giant corpse, still twitching and gradually cooling beneath it. The massive body of the Tyrannosaurus lay limp in the dark red muck, a mixture of mud and its own blood, still oozing from the severed neck. The potent scent of blood, almost tangible. Although this was an exceedingly rare apex hybrid predator, painstakingly crafted by human endeavor, the conqueror felt no stirrings of emotion within. The energy derived from its recent prey remained abundant, while the experience gained from vanquishing this challenger and the system's notification of accomplishment constituted the true spoils of victory it cherished in this moment. It merely cast an indifferent glance at the invaluable refuse, then resolutely turned away, its colossal paws trampling through the mire and pools of blood, producing a squelching sound as it strode directly towards the deeper thickets from whence the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex had previously charged, each step leaving a distinct crimson imprint in the mud. Meanwhile, at a distant vantage point on a rocky hillside, Owen Grady and Claire Deering gripped their binoculars tightly, their knuckles whitening from the pressure. They had just witnessed the heart-stopping instant of a brutal kill, as well as the horrifying spectacle of the beast tossing its head, bellowing skyward, as the platinum behemoth, its jaws still dripping with blood and resembling a moving hill, emerged slowly from the smoke and chaos of the pterosaur exhibit. A chill raced up their spines, and every hair on their bodies stood on end. Owen lowered the binoculars, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm his racing heart and churning stomach. His voice was low, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor, as he addressed the pale-faced Claire. "Claire, do you remember that footprint?" He paused, his gaze fixated on the terrifying figure stepping into the jungle in the distance. "I believe we have found the owner of the prints." Almost simultaneously, in the main control room of the park's security center, filled with surveillance screens, The air felt as if it had solidified. Several technicians and management personnel stood frozen before the screens, their faces ashen, lips trembling, unable to utter a sound. One screen displayed the key moments of the savage kill, replaying the footage of the beast's overwhelming strength and speed as it effortlessly dispatched the park's pride and joy, the ultimate predator, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had cost a fortune to create. The data box that automatically popped up on the screen coldly presented the real-time measurements of the creature. Height from paw to the top of the neural spines, 123 meters. Body length, from snout to tail, 287 meters. One technician, fixated on the numbers, murmured in a daze, his voice resonating eerily in the silent control room. Is this truly a carbon-based organism that can grow naturally? What manner of monster is this? In the jungle, the creature discovered a relatively dry hollow, partially encircled by gigantic ferns, and emitted a deep rumble of satisfaction as its massive form, akin to a hill, slowly descended, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It needed to digest the spoils of this battle. A thought flashed through its mind, and a translucent virtual panel, emanating a ghostly blue glow, materialized within its consciousness. LV-12 life, 950 stamina, 550 oxygen, 450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 220 movement speed, 100. The steps remained heavy, yet latent explosive power was subtly enhanced. Dizziness value, 650 ability, temperature regulation, can actively adjust its core temperature, exerting a minor influence on the surrounding environment. Do you wish to become a mother? As the last rays of sunlight faded, Hui scoffed at the note, expelling a gust of sulphurous, heated air from its nostrils. It was far more concerned with the explosive surge of body temperature in battle that could scorch its foes, or the ability to lower its temperature and thus diminish its infrared signature when hiding. Frenzy. Upon accumulating damage that surpasses a certain threshold, it would be compelled into a state of frenzy, significantly enhancing its physical capabilities, numbing its pain receptors, and amplifying its desire and capacity for attack, albeit at the cost of rationality. This was a perilous trump card, as dark red veins flickered momentarily in the depths of its eyes. Moisture, any part of its body that came into contact with a water source, could activate this state, which would bestow remarkable enhancements to all attributes, particularly speed, stamina recovery, and offensive power. Hui was well aware of the consequences when an Spinosaurus encountered water. At this moment, the residual mud nestled between its claws was allowing a faint warmth to circulate within, subtly enhancing its strength. Blood Fury. Each successful kill would accumulate a layer of Blood Fury. Each layer would permanently boost Hui's melee damage, for instance, an increase of 2 per layer. The maximum layers of Blood Fury could reach 100. As the layers accumulated, a faint crimson mist would begin to emanate from its skin, with its menacing aura and sense of power growing increasingly terrifying. High levels of Blood Fury could even instill a psychological intimidation in lesser beings. Shark-Tooth Dragon. With 100 layers of Blood Fury, which dragon dares to kill me, just having slain a Tyrannosaurus Rex? A new layer of nearly tangible crimson light coursed through the gaps in its scales, merging seamlessly with its being. Available points, upgrade points, 8, extraction points, 1. Hui's thoughts swept across the panel without hesitation. Combat was its instinct, power was its pursuit. The 8 upgrade points flowed like water, all invested in melee damage. In an instant, the value for melee damage surged wildly on the panel, leaping from 220 to an impressive 380. An indescribable sense of power filled its entire being, as muscle fibers felt as though they were being tightened and strengthened by an invisible hand. The keratin layers of its claws and fangs seemed denser and sharper, reflecting a more piercing gleam in the sunlight filtering through the ferns. It let out a satisfied roar, reveling in the surge of power within. Finally, its attention turned to that hard-earned extraction point, extending its barbed, dark red tongue. It licked the half-congealed blood crust at the edge of its snout, as if performing some ritual. With a focused thought, extraction. In the center of the virtual panel, a dazzling burst of light erupted, swirling with numerous peculiar symbols and the ethereal figures of creatures, before ultimately coalescing into an icon that radiated a rocky, gray-brown sheen, its outline indistinct and distorted. Congratulations! You have acquired the ability, Rock Dragon, Invisibility. Invisibility. Upon activation, the optical properties of the skin and scales undergo a transformation, perfectly refracting and scattering the light of the surrounding environment. Simultaneously, it significantly reduces the infrared radiation emitted and the diffusion of scent molecules, rendering the body nearly undetectable through conventional means. A mere flicker of light and shadow, almost indistinguishable from the environment, twisted as if refracted by hot air, accompanied movement. Any act of aggression, including a roar, would immediately disrupt this state of concealment. A fleeting line of text, imbued with a sense of mockery, appeared and vanished. You may now commit misdeeds before the eyes of the boiling sheep. Upon encountering the terms rock dragon and invisibility, the massive form of Sha Hui hesitated imperceptibly, a fragment of an extremely unpleasant memory surging into consciousness. Deep within a volcanic cavern, adorned with luminescent crystals and intricate terrain, he had stealthily attempted to abscond with a warm rock dragon egg, only to be met with searing pain and a burning sensation as a perfectly concealed rock dragon materialized behind him, delivering 2 precise and vicious bites that nearly claimed his life. The countless subsequent deaths and frantic escapes, coupled with the frustration of repeated attempts to steal the egg, replayed vividly in his mind. He exhaled a plume of sulfurous heat from his nostrils, letting out a deep, ambiguous growl from deep within his throat, as if to dispel that dark chapter of his past. Nevertheless, Sha Hui assessed this new ability. Although it did not manifest as a more direct offensive power, it was nevertheless fortuitous. He slightly turned his colossal head, surveying his fortress-like physique, with scales glimmering subtly in the shadows. In open terrain, such a size rendered him a living target. However, with this ability, he could at least approach stealthily or evade those bothersome flying machines and buzzing insects, humans, much more conveniently. The consideration of survival and predatory instincts outweighed the fleeting discomfort of his egg-stealing history. This ability was indeed practical. He closed his eyes once more, his massive form relaxing completely within a hollow, merging seamlessly with the shadows. A virtual panel floated steadily in his consciousness, displaying his current status: LV20 health, 950 stamina, 550 oxygen, 450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 380. With an aura of raw power emanating from his muscular frame and the gleaming sharpness of his claws and fangs. Movement speed, 100 dizziness value, 650 abilities, temperature regulation, frenzy, with residual mud and moisture between his claws providing a slight enhancement. Blood rage level, 1, with a barely perceptible intensification of the blood mist enveloping his exterior. Invisibility ready for activation. When focused, an almost imperceptible distortion of light seems to occur at the surface, akin to the wavering of heated air, fleeting and ephemeral. Note: you may now commit misdeeds before the eyes of the boiling sheep. Sha Hui merely flicked his tail, stirring a gentle breeze, as he was more preoccupied with how to make the best use of this new toy during his next ambush. Chapter 8. The Lord of Nura. Deep within the jungle, Owen Grady, weary and dust-laden, returned to the temporary encampment, only to be confronted by a scene that sent his blood pressure soaring. The corpulent, greasy figure of Hawkins was gesticulating towards his velociraptor squad, specifically Blue, while cold commands crackled through the communicator. Target confirmed. Spinosaurus, codename Sha Hui. Execute the elimination protocol. The velociraptors emitted restless low growls, yet they had been forcibly fitted with tracking devices. Owen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale, as fury surged within him. Without his consent, this group of velociraptors, whom he regarded as companions and to whom he had devoted countless efforts, had been reduced to mere fodder in the pursuit of that terrifying behemoth. His throat felt parched. He yearned to roar, to intervene. But upon seeing the armed security personnel behind Hoskins and the unwavering resolve in their eyes, he could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Laden with humiliation and concern, move quickly. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in a relatively open glade within the woods, the colossal spiked-back dinosaur, designated as the Reaper by humans, relished a fleeting moment of tranquility. The fierce chases and conflicts of the day had drained it of considerable energy. Its massive form reclined beside a fallen giant tree, the bony sail along its back gently undulating in the breeze, its yellow slit-like eyes half closed, resting its head upon the robust forelimbs covered in resilient scales. The only sounds surrounding it were the low chirps of nocturnal insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. It desperately needed rest. However, fate was not in favor of the dragon. Just as it was about to surrender its consciousness to the darkness, an exceedingly discordant sound shattered the night's tranquility. The sharp, familiar warning shriek of the velociraptors pierced through the air, drawing nearer with alarming speed. The Reaper's eyes shot open, its yellow pupils constricting to narrow slits in the dimness. Its colossal head lifted, keen senses detecting not only the sound of the velociraptors, but also the heavy and rapid footsteps of humans, the low roar of engines, and the chilling clang of metal. In the next moment, several blinding beams of light sliced through the darkness, precisely targeting its massive form. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Reaper's throat. No longer a threat, but rather an explosion of pure, annihilating sound. It inhaled deeply, its chest swelling like a bellows. The pent-up power released in an instant alongside its fury. An invisible shockwave radiated violently from its center. The first to bear the brunt were the few velociraptors driven ahead, who were struck as if by a heavy hammer, toppling to the ground with mournful cries before hastily fleeing into the darkness. Next, the human security personnel's goggles shattered under the overwhelming decibel level, cracking and splintering. Car windows instantly transformed into a rain of glimmering shards, cascading to the ground. Several nearby, inadequately protected staff members were struck as if by an unseen force, clutching their ears in agony as blood seeped through their fingers, their eardrums ruptured, collapsing in pain. The illumination from the powerful flashlights also dimmed significantly. Fire! Fire quickly! Amidst the chaos, a few alert security personnel, equipped with superior gear, shrieked as they swiftly hoisted heavy rocket launchers. With a hiss, fiery trails tore through the smoke-laden air, shrieking towards the enormous creature that had just emerged from the sonic shock. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted where the Reaper stood, sending dirt, stones, and splintered wood mixed with thick smoke soaring into the sky. The flames instantly illuminated half of the jungle, the searing heat wave singeing nearby shrubs to a crisp. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. The smoke and ash gradually settled, resembling the curtain falling on a stage, revealing the main character within. The monstrous creature, known as Shahu, stood defiantly. Its resilient scales were marred with soot-stained scars and embedded metal fragments, while tiny wounds oozed dark crimson blood. However, what was most chilling was the transformation of its once dull yellow eyes, now ablaze like molten lava, ferocious, chaotic, and filled with an insatiable madness for destruction. A visible plume of steam, laden with the scent of sulfur, erupted from its massive nostrils, and its muscles writhed beneath thick skin and scales like coiled serpents. Fury had been activated. Without a moment's hesitation, Shahu, the embodiment of calamity, surged forth. No longer a cautious predator, it had morphed into a relentless engine of slaughter. Its tail, as robust as a battering ram, swept through the air with a deafening roar, sending a hapless jeep soaring like a toy, crashing into the trees and scattering parts everywhere. With its colossal paw raised, it descended, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bone and desperate, fleeting screams, directly obliterating a soldier who dared to raise his weapon. Its jagged maw opened wide, precisely clamping down on a burly man wielding a grenade launcher. The horrific force of its bite severing him in two, with entrails and blood erupting like a fountain. Each swipe of its claws summoned a storm of blood, shredding bulletproof vests as though they were mere paper. Humanity's stronghold crumbled like a candle in the wind, extinguished swiftly beneath its overwhelming power. The cacophony of screams, explosions, splintering bones, and twisting metal wove together into a terrifying symphony, the pungent scent of blood swiftly overshadowing the acrid smoke. In mere moments, this clearing in the woods had transformed into a hellish battleground, with most pursuers utterly eradicated. Having completed its gruesome purge, Shah's feral, yellow eyes locked onto the swiftly retreating taillights of a motorcycle. Owen, Claire, accelerate to maximum speed. It's gaining on us. Owen nearly lay flat on the motorcycle, roaring as the engine's roar was drowned out by the earth-shaking footsteps drawing ever closer behind him. Through the rearview mirror, his heart raced as he beheld the beast, moving with a terrifying swiftness that belied its colossal size. Each step sent tremors through the ground, snapping trees like mere stalks of wheat. Claire, hearing the cries, abruptly thrust her head out of the speeding off-road vehicle's window, glancing back. In the moonlight, the gargantuan silhouette, akin to a moving mountain, and its eyes, like two infernal yellow lamps piercing the darkness, made her gasp in terror, her face turning ashen as she could not help but exclaim, "Damn it! How on earth did you provoke this monster?" Shahu's speed surged once more, akin to an uncontrollable locomotive, rapidly closing the distance to the off-road vehicle. Its colossal head lunged forward, its tooth-filled maw nearly brushing against the vehicle's rear window. Inside, the two boys, Gray and Zach, were paralyzed with fear at this nightmarish sight, letting out heart-wrenching screams. "Brace yourselves." Claire slammed down on the accelerator, pressing the pedal nearly to the floor. The off-road vehicle roared in response, instantly skyrocketing in speed. The force of acceleration pinned everyone firmly in their seats. As the dying light stretched towards the vehicle's rear, the off-road vehicle surged forward, creating several meters of distance in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the feral yellow glow in the creature's eyes, akin to a candle snuffed out, dimmed abruptly and dissipated. Its colossal form halted suddenly, inertia propelling it forward, carving deep furrows into the ground. The apocalyptic fury that it exuded receded like a tide, replaced by a fleeting sense of confusion and overwhelming fatigue. It remained stationary, watching its prey vanish into the distance, panting heavily, steam billowing from its nostrils, forming a white mist in the frigid night air. Owen and his companions, still shaken, fled back to the laboratory, only to find it deserted and in disarray. Just as they struggled to catch their breath and prepared to search for clues, the loathsome figure of Hoskins emerged from the shadows, wearing a smug expression that suggested he believed he was still in control. "Ah, look who has returned," he exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if delivering a victory proclamation. Though our little darling, referring to the Tyrannosaurus, met its untimely end at the hands of that savage Spinosaurus, who has to say it isn't a blessing in disguise. Behold this new discovery before us. He gestured toward the direction where the creature had disappeared, his eyes glinting with avarice. That Spinosaurus, its strength, speed, and adaptability render it the quintessential prototype of a war machine, with just a slight modification, injecting a semblance of obedience genes. Imagine the power and wealth it could bestow upon us. Hoskins' grandiloquent vision was abruptly interrupted. A shadow, swift as lightning, erupted from the side ventilation shaft. It was the previously escaped raptor, Blue. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she ruthlessly clamped her jaws around Hoskins' plump neck. Blood erupted forth in an instant. The smugness on Hoskins' face froze, transforming into sheer terror and disbelief as he struggled futilely, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. His weighty body collapsed with a resounding thud, convulsing a few times before lying still. Blue released her grip and emitted a low whimper directed at Owen's group. They burst through the laboratory doors, desperately attempting to escape this place of death. Yet, as the engine roared to life, swift shadows surged forth from the surrounding darkness, encircling them. It was the raptor squad, led by Blue. They crouched low, issuing menacing hisses, their sharp claws scraping the ground, eyes shimmering with predatory intent, their teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Owen's heart sank to the depths of despair. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm, gradually raising his hand to perform a familiar gesture. With a deep, steady, and emotionally resonant voice, he called out, "Hey, girls, do you remember me? We fought side by side. Let go of the hostility." He cautiously approached, locking his gaze onto Blue, who tilted her head. Her vertical pupils fixated on Owen's hand and eyes, emitting a series of indecipherable gurgles as her taut body seemed to relax slightly. Several other velociraptors also cast puzzled glances at little Blue and then at Owen, their aggressive stances gradually softening. It seemed as if a bond was being awakened. Just at this critical moment, when the atmosphere subtly shifted, a more colossal and imposing figure silently emerged from the shadowy depths of the forest behind Owen. Like a moving mountain, each step it took reverberated with a force that made the ground tremble. It was the return of the fearsome Shahu. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood still clung to it, as its massive head lowered slightly. And its dim yellow slit pupils, now returned to normal, yet still devoid of warmth, coldly surveyed the humans and velociraptors in the vicinity. Little Blue and its raptor companions were instantly awestruck by this overwhelming presence. Instinctively and without hesitation, they made their choice. Under the palpable pressure emanating from Shao, the velociraptors emitted a sharp collective cry, abruptly abandoning their confrontation with Owen, darting toward Shahu like 4 black arrows released from their bows, resolutely charging at the greatest threat. A flicker of human-like confusion and absurdity flashed through Shahu's slit pupils. Inner monologue. At a size of 23 meters, the first to provoke me was a velociraptor? Now that I have grown to 28 meters, becoming the apex predator of this territory, I find myself confronted once more by velociraptors who dare to charge at me. What kind of audacity do these creatures, barely reaching my knees, possess? Or are their minuscule brains incapable of comprehending the meaning of size and strength disparity? Truly a sight to behold. Faced with the fearless assault of the velociraptors, Shahu's response was simple yet brutal. It could not even be bothered to shift its immense bulk, merely whipping its colossal tail, covered in thick bony plates, like a steel whip. The tail sliced through the air with a thunderous crack. The foremost velociraptor was struck as if by a speeding truck, howling as it was brutally flung aside, crashing into a small tree before collapsing to the ground, its fate uncertain. Another velociraptor, attempting to leap from the side to attack its sail. Was casually swatted down by Shahu's raised forelimb, the sound of shattering bones audible as it instantly lost the will to fight. Taking advantage of the moment created by their fallen companions, Little Blue and the last velociraptor skillfully evaded the sweeping tail strike, lunging at Shahu's relatively vulnerable flank and hind legs, clawing and gnashing with fervor. However, their attacks were akin to ants shaking a tree, leaving only faint white scratches and insignificant blood spots on Shahu's armor-like scales, failing to inflict any real damage. Shahu merely stomped its foot in impatience, sending tremors through the ground that left the two velociraptors unsteady. Gray, the fence. Open the fence. Claire's nephew, Gray, shouted anxiously from the all-terrain vehicle, pointing at a massive gate marked with the number 9 in the distance. Claire instantly understood. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She abruptly seized several burning flares, presumably intended for emergency illumination, from the vehicle, pushed the door open, inhaled deeply, and with all her might, sprinted towards the colossal gate of Enclosure 9. As she ran, she fervently waved the hissing flares in her hand, emitting a pungent red smoke, resembling a diminutive firefly exuding a deadly allure. Open the gate. Quickly, open Enclosure 9. Claire shouted into the communicator. In the distance, the control tower appeared to receive the command, the heavy hydraulic machinery emitting a jarring metallic screech as the enormous gate began to rise slowly. Just as the gate ascended halfway, an enormous, scarred head eagerly emerged from the darkness. A heavy breath exhaled, carrying the potent stench of decaying flesh. Following closely was the iconic, mountainous figure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the legend of the park. Its amber eyes, brimming with primal ferocity, immediately locked onto the small yet exceptionally bright, provocative red dot of the flare in Claire's hand. A thunderous roar announced the arrival of the apex predator. Without hesitation, Claire turned and fled, bursting forth with unprecedented speed. The T-Rex's colossal feet thundered out of the enclosure, each step resonating like a battering ram, shaking the ground and causing small stones to dance as it pursued the defiant little creature. Fences and trees crumbled before its massive form as if made of paper. Crushed effortlessly, Claire's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. She sprinted toward the imposing figure of the Indominus Rex, which was currently toying with, or rather, ruthlessly overpowering, the velociraptor. As she neared the enormous body of the Indominus Rex, barely a dozen meters away, she summoned her last reserves of strength and hurled the burning flare toward it with all her might. The flare soared through the air, tracing a brilliant red arc, striking squarely upon the scaled expanse of the Indominus Rex's broad back. Blinding red light and thick smoke immediately enveloped it, creating a massive target. The pursuing T-Rex, its primitive brain driven by hunger and territorial instinct, swiftly shifted its focus. The large, unwieldy creature radiating that irritating red glow was evidently a far greater threat than the fleeing insect. Lowering its massive head, the beast unleashed terrifying power from its powerful hind legs, charging like a rampaging siege engine, relentlessly crashing into the side of the Indominus Rex. The clash was thunderous, akin to two mountains colliding. The resounding impact reverberated through the night sky, a sound so deep it felt as if it could stop hearts. The violent collision of bones and muscles echoed clearly. The Indominus Rex, caught off guard, stumbled from the ferocious onslaught, its massive body losing balance and tumbling towards the enormous artificial lagoon. Accompanied by a monumental splash and a thunderous roar, the Indominus Rex sank into the cold, murky waters, the red glow of the flare extinguishing rapidly beneath the surface. The water churned violently, creating tumultuous waves. On the shore, both the terrified humans and the fortunate survivors among the velociraptors held their breath, their eyes fixated on the tumultuous surface of the lake. Suddenly, a more colossal and terrifying shadow surged rapidly from the depths. It was the Dimetrodon, the ultimate predator of this aquatic paradise. With a cavernous maw reminiscent of a deep-sea abyss, it revealed its dagger-like, pristine teeth, driven by an insatiable greed to devour everything in its path. Lunging toward the recently submerged, unsteady shining demon, it aimed to swallow this intruder that had disturbed its tranquility whole. However, as the Dimetrodon's massive jaws were about to close, it hesitated for a fleeting moment. A flicker of confusion traversed the cold reptilian brain. Wait, is this creature a tad too large? It felt as though it might not fit. Measuring over 30 meters in length itself, the spiky-backed dinosaur before it was also more than 20 meters long. Robust and formidable, far from being an ordinary prey that could be easily consumed. The difficulty appeared daunting. In that brief moment of instinctual hesitation, the icy waters enveloped the shining demon entirely. Pressure from all sides surged forth, and the unique sense of the lake, fishy, rusty, and slightly briny, stimulated its senses. Water droplets clung to its rough scales and bony protrusions, reflecting a spectral glow under the moonlight. Moisture had been activated. Its physiological functions seemed to have received an enhancement in this aqueous environment. But that fleeting delay was more than sufficient for the shining demon. The humiliation of being ambushed, thrust into the water, and treated as a mere snack by another behemoth ignited the long-simmering fury within it. A moment of clarity was swiftly submerged by a tide of rage. It twisted violently in the water, its powerful tail striking the Liopleurodon's head with the force of a mighty serpent. Simultaneously, its tooth-filled jaws opened wide, releasing a torrent of bubbling water as it ferociously aimed for the Liopleurodon's relatively vulnerable neck. In this confined space of the man-made lake, the two prehistoric titans engaged in the most primal and bloodthirsty underwater combat. The murky waters became a boiling cauldron, churning violently. Massive shadows rolled beneath the surface, entwining, biting. Each lash of the hefty tail created immense surges and splashes, the dull thuds of their collisions resonating through the water. The sharp teeth tore into tough skin, and dark crimson blood spread through the water like ink, staining vast areas of bizarre reddish-brown. The Liopleurodon, leveraging its home advantage and colossal frame, thrashed wildly, attempting to use the force of the water to shake off the shining demon while inflicting deep wounds with its razor-sharp teeth. Meanwhile, the shining demon, fueled by its activated moisture state and the fury of being thoroughly provoked, clung tenaciously, its claws carving deep gashes into the Liopleurodon's sleek skin, while its tail hammered relentlessly against the creature's flanks and back like a battering ram. The ferocity of the struggle exceeded all expectations, as the two titans' desperate fight turned the artificial lake into a turbulent maelstrom. In a violent clash, the shining demon's massive form collided forcefully with the enormous metallic gate at the lake's bottom, leading to the ocean, accompanied by a gut-wrenching sound of twisting metal. The thick, sturdy alloy gate was forcibly breached, leaving a gaping hole. The frigid seawater surged in an instant, merging with the lake's waters. This underwater struggle endured for an indeterminate duration, culminating in a mournful and furious roar from the ancient dragon, which transformed into a colossal stream of bubbles in the water. Its massive form was riddled with grotesque wounds, blood pouring forth. In a moment of dread, it cast a fearful glance at the still ferocious and bloodshot, murky vertical eyes of the demon, wisely opting to retreat. With a nimble twist of its vast body, it swiftly darted through the breach in the gate that had been smashed open by the demon, unhesitatingly swimming toward the expansive, profound ocean, vanishing from sight. The demon did not pursue. Emerging abruptly from the murky, sanguine waters, its head broke the surface. The immense dorsal fin slicing through the waves like a dark god returned from the abyss. Its eyes, at that moment, resembled two blazing, frenzied suns. Frenzy was activated. Its colossal form ascended the shore accompanied by tumultuous waves and raging ire. Its icy gaze fixated instantly upon the treacherous Tyrannosaurus rex on the bank. The Tyrannosaurus, clearly unprepared for the demon's survival and the terrifying aura it now exuded, released a hesitant roar in an attempt to assert its dominance. However, the demon afforded it no opportunity. It erupted forward with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball, charging toward the Tyrannosaurus. Its gigantic feet pounded the ground, each step leaving deep craters, mud splattering in all directions. In a moment of desperation, the Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws to bite, but the demon was swifter. It lowered its head sharply, crashing its heavily armored skull against the Tyrannosaurus's jaw. With a resounding thud, the Tyrannosaurus's head was sent soaring, emitting a pained roar. Seizing this fleeting moment, the demon's powerful forelimbs struck forcefully at the Tyrannosaurus's shoulder and neck. The Tyrannosaurus's enormous body lost its balance, collapsing thunderously to the ground, sending mud flying everywhere. The demon growled lowly, its enormous foot pressing directly onto the Tyrannosaurus's chest, the weight eliciting a muffled groan of pain as it struggled. Unable to rise, the demon's maw, lined with sharp teeth, hovered menacingly above the Tyrannosaurus's vulnerable throat, its hot, blood-scented breath fanning across the Tyrannosaurus's face. The demon's wild yellow eyes fixated intently on this former sovereign of the park beneath its feet, as if contemplating the most satisfying point of attack. Its claws left deep gashes upon the Tyrannosaurus's resilient skin. At that moment, the frenzied golden light in the demon's eyes began to dissipate rapidly, retreating like a receding tide. The overwhelming will to obliterate everything instantly withdrew, replaced by a rush of intense fatigue and the sharp pain from its wounds, flooding its entire being. Its massive form wavered slightly, and it unconsciously loosened its grip on the Tyrannosaurus's foot. Lowering its gaze, it observed the Tyrannosaurus still gasping in agony. Its eyes filled with fear and humiliation. It then lifted its gaze to survey the chaotic battlefield, the overturned burning vehicles, the pervasive smoke and scent of blood. The distant humans huddled together in terror, and the few trembling remnants of the raptors cowering in the corners. Finally, its gaze settled upon the enormous breach it had created, leading to the ocean and the profound darkness beyond. A profound sense of weariness suddenly engulfed it. What significance lay in all this slaughter, pursuit, and fury? It emitted a low, weary sound, akin to an ancient sigh, as steam billowed from its nostrils, dissipating into the frigid night sky. With heavy, slightly unsteady steps, it slowly approached the cluster of humans, Owen, Claire, and the two children. Bowing its immense head, it leaned closer to them. A potent, intoxicating blend of gunpowder, blood, the scent of the lake, and its own distinctive odor surged forth, nearly suffocating. Its colossal nostrils flared as it meticulously inhaled their scent, as if to engrave every detail into memory, particularly that of Owen and Claire. Its yellow, slitted eyes, restored to their usual state, yet still eerily cold and profound, swept over their terrified, pallid faces like searchlights, as if conveying a silent message. I shall remember you. Finally, it cast one last lingering gaze upon them, as though to imprint this image in its mind. Then, resolutely, it turned away, dragging its battered, weary form onward, striding with a heavy yet determined gait toward the deeper recesses of the forest. The moonlight flowed over its scarred and muddy back, leaving behind a solitary, yet powerful silhouette. Subsequently, the rescue team arrived, providing aid to the panicked tourists. Having shared a brush with death, Owen and Claire's hands remained tightly clasped, silently reconciling. In the shadows of the dense forest, a few velociraptors, led by Little Blue, stealthily navigated the underbrush, licking their wounds before vanishing into the depths of night, returning to their wild domain. Meanwhile, Shahui, this colossal beast that stirred the winds and clouds, found a secluded, tree-encircled pond far from the clamor. Its massive form waded slowly into the chilly waters, creating ripples that undulated outward. It discovered a suitable depth, resembling an ancient island, and gradually lowered its body. The lake water gently enveloped its weary form, soothing the scars left by battle. It released a deep, resonant sigh, as if shedding an immense burden. Resting its massive head upon the damp earth of the lakeshore, its yellow eyes slowly closing. Moonlight poured over the surface of the lake and onto its marred yet still majestic back. The only sound remaining was the rhythmic rise and fall of its steady, profound breath in the tranquil night. This small expanse of water temporarily became a sanctuary for this ecological sovereign and the lord of the waters. Chapter 9. Amusing the children. Shahui's immense body lay submerged in the warm shallows, tiny bubbles occasionally surfacing between the crevices of its rugged scales. The afternoon sun filtered through the sparse canopy, casting dancing patterns on the water's surface. Its colossal head rested on the muddy lake bed, breathing long and steadily. Suddenly, its tightly shut eyes, shrouded by heavy eyelids, snapped open, the amber slits contracting sharply in the dim water. It slightly raised its head, nostrils flaring above the surface, greedily capturing every wisp of air that drifted by. Amidst the air imbued with humus, aquatic algae, and the scent of dinosaurs, a faint yet remarkably distinct aroma of humanity, tinged with sweat and trepidation, infiltrated the surroundings. A low, indistinct thought stirred within its vast mind, disrupting the prevailing chaos. Hadn't all beings fled alongside those raucous iron birds? Why then did this human essence linger? A flicker of annoyance at the disturbance mingled with a long-forgotten curiosity. Its immense form silently adjusted in the water, activating its ability of invisibility. In an instant, its silhouette, reminiscent of black rock, became indistinct, warped, and seemingly dissolved into the rippling water and shifting light, leaving behind only the faintest disturbance in the currents. Following the elusive scent, its colossal, unseen paws tread upon the soft, damp lakeshore, each step leaving barely perceptible imprints as it stealthily advanced toward the source of the aroma. The scent guided it to a region partially obscured by towering tree ferns and toppled metal structures. The air was permeated with the acrid stench of rust, dust, and the heavy odor of animal excrement. Scattered throughout the area were numerous enormous iron cages, rusted and weathered. Some cage doors were twisted and ajar, revealing desolate interiors stained with dried, darkened blood, while others remained tightly shut, from which anxious scratching and low whimpers emanated. Its invisible form paused in the shadow of a massive tree entwined with vines, its cold vertical pupils scanning the minuscule human figures below, observing their panicked attempts to escape and their frantic efforts to unlatch the massive cage doors. It felt a mixture of perplexity and a hint of amusement at how these diminutive beings managed to survive on this island. The shrill screech of metal on metal pierced the air as a cage door swung open. A few trapped small ceratopsians and hadrosaurs hesitated momentarily, then burst forth in a frenzy, propelled by the exhilaration of newfound freedom and the instinctive fear of predators, kicking up clouds of dust as they careened through the low brush, scattering in all directions. In that very moment, two fierce theropods lunged from the thicket, emitting low growls as they charged toward the children. The situation escalated perilously. The children, evidently prepared, scrambled to pry open another colossal iron cage's latch. 3 stegosauruses, clad in thick bony plates and dragging spiked tail clubs, emerged, instinctively gathering together in defense against the threat of the theropods. The stegosauruses shielded the children behind them, their enormous tail clubs raised high, issuing a deep, intimidating growl. The 2 theropods, momentarily halted by this unexpected defensive formation, hesitated to advance, plunging both parties into a tense standoff. What surprised the creature further was the sight of a boy named Darius, who, upon witnessing a theropod trapped in another solitary cage, appeared particularly distressed at the sight of his companions. After a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the cage lock amidst the chaos of the standoff and, to its astonishment, unlocked the door. No, his companions cried out, but it was too late. The cage door swung open, and the imprisoned theropod surged forth, eager to escape. It emitted an excited screech, yet its target was not Darius, but rather it charged directly at the 2 heavy-clawed dragons that were locked in confrontation. The 3 heavy-clawed dragons immediately collided heads. Low growls exchanged in communication, before they simultaneously turned their heads, 3 pairs of malevolent eyes locking onto Darius and his companions. Darius's face paled in an instant as he realized that he had inadvertently released the companions of his adversaries. The little creature that meant well but achieved the opposite. The shadow silently remarked on this dramatic twist, finding it rather intriguing. It moved like an immense, invisible shadow, stealthily trailing the group of children who were desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest, barely shielded by the tail of a stegosaurus. Observing them panting and scrambling up sturdy trees, clinging to branches like frightened arboreal creatures, he listened to their hushed, breathless debates filled with cries and fear. Ultimately arriving at a conclusion they deemed undeniably correct. The trees were the safest. The shadow lingered silently beneath the trees for a while, its amber vertical pupils sweeping over the pale faces of the terrified children, then glancing at the 3 heavy-clawed dragons prowling and roaring below, as well as the vigilant stegosaurus in the distance. The initial excitement quickly gave way to the monotony of waiting. Boredom set in, losing its patience. The colossal invisible form retreated quietly, slipping silently into the shadows of the forest, guided by the familiar scent of moisture. Returning once more to its tranquil yet murky little lake, its massive body stirring up a cloud of silt as it submerged its head once again. Time flowed during the slumber of the shadow, or rather its half-dreaming hibernation. Thanks to the previous triumphs of the hunt, the substantial reserves of flesh stored upon its back had yet to be depleted, rendering it disinclined to venture out. The endless monotony of time could only be alleviated by long bouts of sleep. Its immense form almost became a part of the lakebed scenery, with only the ripples on the surface when it breathed and the occasional bubbles exuding the scent of decaying flesh from its nostrils attesting to its existence. However, this tranquility underwent a subtle transformation. Various dinosaurs began to appear by the lakeside, peering curiously like a chicken dragon, vigilant like a pachycephalosaurus, and even once, a solitary ceratosaurus was pursued by a pack of velociraptors, frantically running to the shadow of the shadow. The velociraptors skidded to a halt several dozen meters away, pacing anxiously before reluctantly retreating. Meanwhile, the ceratosaurus trembled by the shadow's side, drinking water, hesitant to depart. Gradually, the small lake evolved into a neutral zone amidst the chaos. Whether it was the gentle Stegosaurus or Ankylosaurus, or the ferocious Allosaurus and ceratopsians, they all approached the lakeside cautiously to drink, temporarily setting aside their hostilities during the shadow's slumber, as the air became thick with the humid scent of water, the earthy aroma of soil, and the intense musk of various dinosaurs. On a golden evening a few days later, as the sun melted like gold, Kenji and Darius returned to the lakeside once more. They utilized a temperamental Stegosaurus, with Kenji creating noise to attract it, while Darius daringly moved closer to provoke it with stones. "Hey, big fella, look over here," Kenji shouted, waving his arms. The enraged Stegosaurus let out a deep roar, swinging its tail like a battering ram with great force. Bam! The tail struck powerfully against the pile of decayed wood blocking the stream. Water surged forth. "It worked," Kenji exclaimed, jumping with excitement. However, the cheers abruptly ceased. A formidable, muscular Allosaurus emerged from the dense thicket of tree ferns before them. Its amber eyes fixated intently on the two, its mouth, lined with sharp teeth, slightly ajar, emanating a threatening growl. Kenji and Darius felt their blood run cold, frozen in place. Yet, in the next moment, the Allosaurus merely cast a cold glance at them, let out a low rumble from its throat, and disregarded them entirely, striding directly to the lakeside to drink. Just as they were recovering from their shock and confusion, the scene before them completely captivated their senses. By the lake under the setting sun, a Brachiosaurus bent its long neck, an Ankylosaurus sipped water, a Therizinosaurus leaped, and a Ceratosaurus stood watchfully while also drinking. Various dinosaurs congregated here, partaking in the ritual of life. In the deepest, darkest part of the lake, a massive spiny back, resembling a black mountain, slowly surfaced, its broad, spiked spine glistening with a dim glow in the sunset. It was the terrifying Shadow. Kenji stared in awe, murmuring, "My God, this is nothing short of a miracle." Meanwhile, Darius remained fixated on the giant creature's eyes, which were slowly opening in the shadows. Vast amber vertical pupils, deep and cold. Like an abyss, those eyes seemed to sense his intense gaze. The enormous head turned ever so slowly in Darius's direction. Their gazes collided silently in the fading light of the sunset. A chill, born of primal instinct, surged through Darius, and time appeared to freeze. Back at the camp, the crackling of the campfire filled the air. Darius exclaimed excitedly, "You absolutely won't believe it. We saw the Dragon King. It lies at the center of the lake. Like a black mountain. All the dinosaurs are drinking water around it." He waved his arms, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Kenji nodded in agreement, adding, "It's true. It's utterly astonishing." But he quickly attempted to shift the topic. "The water source is secured. Shall we throw a small party to celebrate?" Meanwhile, deep within the small lake, the terrifying Shadow grew restless, thrashing in the water, its tail slapping the surface and splashing water everywhere. Insomnia and hunger gnawed at it. Finally, its massive form surged upward, sending a cascade of water flowing and startling the dinosaurs drinking at the shore. It shook its head, droplets flying, and took heavy steps onto the lakeshore, leaving deep imprints in the ground. It decided to wander aimlessly in search of prey or simply to pass the time. As night deepened and the moonlight filtered through the trees, the Shadow moved through the forest, snapping branches and creating noise. As it passed an open area, suddenly, several fleeing figures, along with a panting middle-aged man, burst from the thicket, colliding violently with the Shadow's substantial leg. One small figure fell to the ground. The Shadow halted, looking down at the terrified human trembling at its feet, and the three fearsome velociraptors that followed closely behind. A glimmer of mockery flashed in its amber vertical pupils. "How fortuitous, we meet again," it mused. However, to the humans, those were the sounds of deep, terrifying roars. The Shadow of death loomed closer. As Shahui observed their trembling reaction to his greeting, his sense of humor was extinguished by a wave of frustration. Alas, the inability to articulate was truly vexing. In exasperation, he lashed his tail, uprooting a cluster of shrubs. Then, he merely tilted his head slightly, his cold amber vertical pupils casting a glance at the trio of heavy-clawed dragons. It was but a fleeting glance. The three predatory beasts, infused with malevolence, were as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer. They abruptly halted, emitting whimpers filled with sheer terror. Without a moment's hesitation, they tucked their tails and, in a frenzy, bolted into the thicket at breakneck speed, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches and hurried footsteps, vanishing into the shadows. Shahui, dismissing the incapacitated humans on the ground, turned and continued his promenade, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. The survivors lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. However, in the fleeting moment of their relaxation, the departing footsteps suddenly ceased. In the dense forest, Shahui's massive silhouette melded seamlessly with the surroundings. Invisibility activated. Silently, he altered his course, resembling a vast, unseen shadow, stealthily trailing this amusing group of humans. The once tedious night had found its entertainment. He followed them until they rendezvoused with a man named Ben in a concealed location, listening to their dialogue filled with fear and accusations. Subsequently, they parted the dense vines, revealing a dark entrance leading to an underground passage. Shahui halted before the narrow opening, eyeing it with disdain as he emitted a muffled sound from his nostrils. Reminiscent of rotting flesh, to the humans, it echoed like a growl. Too small, he lamented, unable to enter. Yet, with his familiarity with the island's terrain, he opted for a more direct route, arriving ahead of them at the abandoned main street of Jurassic World. The main street lay in ruins, collapsed signs, rusted tour vehicles, and grotesque dinosaur skeleton models. At the end of the street was a vast pool inhabited by a plesiosaur. Shahui effortlessly vaulted over the moss-covered edge of the pool, slipping into the water. The water enveloped him entirely. He lowered his body, merging his back and head with the shadows of the pool wall, leaving only his nostrils and cold amber eye just above the surface. He lay in wait like a lurking crocodile, silent and poised. Soon, sounds emanated from the entrance. The group approached the main street. Shahui distinctly heard two adults, Whitley and Karen, lowering their voices, discussing in a cold and greedy tone how to dispose of the troublesome Ben and the children, intending to monopolize some form of benefit. Their words resonated sharply in the desolate ruins. In the pool, Shahui's amber eyes glimmered with a pure, malicious anticipation. Oh, are they about to turn on each other? A delightful thought spiraled within him. This was far more entertaining than sleeping or watching a film. He adjusted his position slightly to listen more intently, bubbles rising to the surface. Suddenly, a dull hum echoed from afar. Several of the broken street lights flickered intermittently, casting a ghostly pallor. The power had been restored. Shahui's enormous pupils instantly constricted into dangerous slits. He understood the implications. Electronic access controls had failed, and more perilous zones were about to be unlocked. The spectacle was about to commence. It was time to return and set the trap. Without hesitation, he activated invisibility. The colossal figure rose silently, stirring a cloud of mud around it. It resembled a gigantic specter, deftly emerging from the depths of the Tsanglong pool, skillfully avoiding debris, and moving with a speed that far exceeded human imagination, quietly submerging once again with a singular focus on its small lake. It intended to return to confront the treacherous couple who had just been plotting murder. Hunger and irritation at the disturbance caused its amber vertical pupils to glimmer with the cold, cruel light of a predator in the night. It was aware that amidst the chaos, some malevolent souls might once again encroach upon its territory, or worse, invite greater trouble. This time, it was prepared to take on the role of the active hunter. Chapter 10. The ecological sustainer. As the couple positioned themselves by the lake, the massive form of the creature trembled slightly in the shallow waters. Its icy pupils locked onto the target, forelimb muscles tensed, a colossal paw raised, casting a shadow over the panicked duo, who would be easily reduced to mere specks upon the lakeshore with a gentle strike. In a split second, just as the giant paw was about to rend the air, a shadow erupted from the nearby, ferns like a bolt of lightning tearing through the gloom. It was a dark-skinned, ragged child. The creature's movement abruptly halted, the gust of its swing even snapping branches several meters away. Its enormous head tilted slightly, displaying a trace of annoyance at the interruption, mingled with pure curiosity. What did this little one intend? The couple's expressions shifted from fear to a grotesque snarl, akin to hungry wolves spotting a straggling lamb, and they lunged without hesitation towards the suddenly appearing child, malevolence coalescing into a palpable force. In that critical moment, a sharp sound pierced the air, growing nearer. A runaway spinning top, a spherical contraption hastily assembled from scrap, was hurled by the hand of fate, striking the couple with astonishing precision from the side. Bang! Crash! The two were sent flying, tumbling helplessly to the ground, their cries of pain drowned out by the cacophony of impact. The creature blinked its enormous eyes, as if witnessing a farcical spectacle. The sudden turn of events had come so swiftly that even it found itself momentarily taken aback. Then, more raucous sounds erupted as a group of children burst forth from the woods. Upon seeing the fallen couple and the dark-skinned child, their faces shone not with fear, but with an almost fervent excitement. Go! Chase them away! The children shouted, their movements surprisingly swift and coordinated. Utilizing the terrain, they hurled stones, ignited makeshift torches, and even piloted other small vehicles, forming a formidable chaotic force. The previously aggressive herd of herbivorous dinosaurs, now besieged by this band of little maniacs, was indeed driven away. Scattering in panic, the giant's massive form swayed slightly in the water, a barely audible rumble emanating from its throat. The courage and impromptu tactics of these fragile beings were, in truth, worthy of a modicum of attention. However, The tranquility was as fleeting as a bubble. The dispersed dinosaurs returned. This time their roars filled with deeper fear and fury. Behind them, an immense and suffocating shadow crushed the underbrush, making a grand entrance with unparalleled pressure, Tyrannosaurus rex. Its iconic colossal head, bone-white teeth, and robust hind limbs shook the earth with every step. The true apex predator had arrived. Faced with this absolute terror, the excitement on the children's faces instantly froze, replaced by pallor and despair. Yet, instead of succumbing, they erupted with a stronger will to survive. Screaming as they climbed onto their spinning tops and that old but sturdy car, the engine roaring to life. A heart-pounding chase was about to commence. Bang! A dull thud accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of twisted metal struck like a hammer on Sha Hui's senses. A frantic car, akin to a drunken beetle, collided violently with his knee, which was submerged in water and covered with thick scales. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves like electricity, and worse still, this violent impact instantly disrupted a certain delicate energy field. Buzz, the invisible effect that enveloped Sha Hui's massive form, akin to the distortion of superheated air, abruptly vanished. His towering spiked back, reminiscent of prehistoric mountains, was fully exposed to the torrential rain and the gaze of all living beings. Hello, we meet again. Sha Hui's deep voice resonated through the curtain of rain, tinged with a hint of helplessness at being disturbed from a serene dream and a touch of mockery. However, to the ears of the fleeing children, this voice morphed into a blood-curdling roar, filled with rage, as if emanating from the abyss of hell itself. The sound waves crashed upon them, piercing their eardrums and causing their hearts to nearly leap from their chests. As if the very lord of the ecosystem had unleashed apocalyptic fury, they looked up in terror, gazing at the grotesque head of the mythic beast towering into the rain clouds, its massive sail-like back resembling a blade tearing through the sky. Cold vertical pupils surveying their insignificance. Despair seized each heart in an instant. Sha Hui paid no heed to the frozen children. He abruptly raised his head, his chest heaving violently, emitting a roar far more terrifying, penetrating, and commanding than before. Roar! This roar seemed to contain an invisible decree, carrying an undeniable pressure. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus abruptly halted, gazing quizzically at the colossal creature in the lake. The agitated dragon flock, as if struck by an invisible whip, instantly fell silent, bowing their heads and emitting whimpers of submission. The chaotic scene was brought to an abrupt stillness by this one roar. Satisfied, Sha Hui let out a low hum, his massive tail lazily sweeping through the water, creating considerable splashes. He turned away from the commotion on the shore, his enormous body slowly pivoting, taking heavy and measured steps back to the depths of the lake, sinking once more into the water, leaving only the tips of his towering sail and nostrils above the surface, resembling a moving island that had once again fallen into silence. As for the couple, in Sha Hui's perception, their life force had long since dissipated. The man was seized by the enraged Tyrannosaurus rex, flung away, and then torn asunder by its razor-sharp teeth. The woman, on the other hand, was dragged into the dense ferns by two lurking Allosaurus, and the outcome was all too clear. The laws of the jungle are merciless and efficient. To the few children who had narrowly escaped, the events that unfolded were nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon from another dimension. The towering Spinosaurus, majestic as a small mountain, measuring an impressive 28 meters in length, effortlessly quelled the raging dragon pack with a soul-stirring roar, even compelling the formidable Tyrannosaurus rex to bow in submission. Its appearances were akin to a savior, dispelling their impending doom, as they beheld its colossal silhouette gradually sinking into the gold-hued waters of the lake, illuminated by the dawn's first light. The sunlight adorned its bejeweled scales and dorsal sail with a divine radiance, filling their hearts with an indescribable sense of awe and reverence. It was truly a miracle, one child murmured, his voice trembling. That scene, along with the life-saving roar, was indelibly etched into their youthful souls. Days later, the children, with whatever materials they could scavenge, clumsily assembled a rickety raft, casting it into the sea with hopes of escaping this nightmarish island. Yet, fate seemed to mock their aspirations. No sooner had the raft departed the shore than a colossal wave, akin to a giant hand, crashed down upon them, hurling the raft and their hopes back to the beach, leaving them drenched and in deeper despair. After some time, the massive foot of the creature known as the Scorpius rex crushed the dry twigs and leaves at the forest's edge, advancing deeper into the jungle, following a foul and chaotic scent that was a disturbing amalgamation of various apex predators. Just as it locked onto the source, piercing screams and the shrill cries of pterosaurs interrupted its pursuit. Raising its head, the creature's enormous eyes beheld a strikingly familiar sight: two children, Members of the ill-fated raft expedition, maneuvering a hang glider through the treetops, pursued closely by several ferocious pterosaurs. The creature tilted its colossal head, unable to suppress a thought. Why is it that every time I see them, they are either fleeing or preparing to flee? Do the predators on this island hold a grudge against them? Shaking its head, it decided to momentarily disregard this daily spectacle and continue tracking the mixed scent. Soon, the name of the Scorpius rex and its chilling legend, massive, ferocious, with a deadly venomous tail, spread through the remnants of the children's camp like a plague. Driven by instinct for survival, they once again gathered their meager supplies, attempting to brave the sea. However, the raging winds and towering waves proved insurmountable, severing their maritime aspirations completely. In desperation, they retreated to their camp, using every post, barbed wire, and even electrifying the fence to construct a fragile barrier, praying it would withstand the onslaught of the legendary beast. Yet, prayer seemed feeble in the face of absolute power. The Scorpius rex was coming. Its colossal form moved like a shifting shadow through the rain-drenched night, a wild gleam flickering in its singular eye. Effortlessly, it evaded the meticulously crafted traps laid by the children, playfully dodging arrows and spears while its massive paws crushed the electrified wooden fence with ease. The high-voltage current left only wisps of smoke upon its armored skin. It charged into the heart of the camp, its lethal tail spike raised high, the venom glands glimmering ominously in the rain, locking onto the helpless children sprawled on the ground, their demise imminent. In that critical moment, a heavy, rhythmic sound, akin to the heartbeat of the earth itself, pierced through the curtain of rain, drawing ever closer with each tremulous step. A shadow, larger and more fearsome than the scorpion Tyrannosaurus, tore through the rain veil, emerging at the edge of the camp. The harbinger of doom had arrived. Without a moment's pause, its colossal forepaw, accompanied by a shriek that cleaved the air, disregarded the crackling remnants of the high-voltage current, striking the faltering barbed wire fence with the force of a battering ram. The electrified metal twisted and shattered like fragile straw, scattering debris in all directions. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the scorpion Tyrannosaurus abandoned its prey, pivoting sharply to unleash a roar that mingled warning with wild provocation. The harbinger of doom merely scoffed inwardly, recognizing the creature's madness. It denied the scorpion Tyrannosaurus any opportunity to continue its performance. Its hind limbs erupted with a speed reminiscent of the ARK's Spinosaurus, the massive body transforming into a shadow that tore through the rain. With tremendous force, its left paw struck the side of the scorpion Tyrannosaurus's head like a hammer against a wall. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing clearly audible. The gigantic skull was violently jerked to the side, its entire body losing balance and crashing against a sturdy tree trunk, leaves and branches raining down around it. Before it could rise, the harbinger's second strike followed, this time targeting the relatively vulnerable neck. A gruesome sound of tearing and shattering filled the air. Against the sheer might of its assault, the resilient muscles and bones crumbled like decayed wood. The scorpion Tyrannosaurus's grotesque head was forcibly dislodged from its neck by the ferocity of the blow. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain, rapidly spreading in the cold rain and staining the muddy ground crimson. The headless behemoth convulsed a few times before crashing to the ground, splattering mud in all directions. The battle concluded in a flash. The harbinger of doom raised its massive hind foot, adopting a victorious stance, and stomped heavily upon the twitching corpse of the scorpion Tyrannosaurus. It lifted its great head, roaring into the oppressive darkness of the rain-soaked night, proclaiming its territory and power with a thunderous bellow. The frigid raindrops relentlessly pelted his scaled and blood-stained form, producing a sharp, crackling sound akin to a multitude of fervent drumbeats, heralding the triumphant anthem of this indisputable ecological sovereign. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accolade, ecological sustainer. The few children, huddled in a corner, drenched and trembling as if shaken by a sieve, bore witness to this mythic spectacle. A colossal beast, resembling a moving mountain, annihilated the scorpion Tyrannosaurus, their harbinger of doom. With an overwhelming force, standing proudly atop the carcass, proclaiming its dominion to the heavens and the earth. This scene, along with the chilling rain, the pungent scent of blood, and the soul-shattering roar, was indelibly etched into the deepest recesses of their souls, becoming an indelible mark for their lifetimes. Looking at the lifeless body on the ground and the stunned children, the beast, Shahuai, impatiently swept its massive tail through the puddles. It had no desire to leave behind this mongrel's corpse, which could attract unnecessary troubles, or perhaps even more troublesome entities. It lowered its form, grasping the enormous headless body of the scorpion Tyrannosaurus in its colossal jaws, akin to seizing a slightly larger prey, and turned, treading heavily into the depths of the rain-soaked forest. In a secluded valley far from the crowds and encampments, Shahuai began to process its spoils. Its enormous claws effortlessly tore through the resilient hide, accompanied by the system's notification. Raw meat 224, raw meat 192, premium raw meat 5, premium raw meat 5. Once finished, Shahuai shook off the blood and fragments from its claws. In its mind, it silently invoked the entity that was intertwined with its consciousness. A translucent virtual panel, visible only to it, materialized silently before its eyes. LV 20 LV 25 health, 950, 1450 upgrade points, all allocated to health stamina, 550 oxygen, 450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 380 movement speed, 100 dizziness value, 650 abilities, thermoregulation. Can actively adjust its core body temperature, subtly influencing the surrounding environmental temperature. Do you wish to become a nurturing figure? Rage. Upon receiving a cumulative amount of damage that reaches a certain threshold, it will forcibly enter a state of rage, significantly enhancing bodily functions, numbing pain, and drastically increasing both the desire to attack and attack power, while rationality markedly declines. A perilous trump card. Moisture. Any part of the body that comes into contact with a water source will activate this state, during which all attributes, especially speed, stamina recovery, and attack power, receive significant boosts. You know what happens when an ARK Spinosaurus encounters water. Blood fury. With each successful kill of a creature, a layer of blood fury state is accumulated. Each layer permanently enhances Shahuai's melee damage, for instance, an increase of 2 per layer. The maximum number of blood fury layers is capped at 100. As the layers accumulate, a faint crimson mist will subtly manifest upon Shahuai's surface, with its ominous aura and sense of strength becoming increasingly terrifying with each layer. A high accumulation of blood fury layers can even instill a psychological intimidation effect upon lower-tier creatures. Shark-toothed dragon. I am the blood fury. Who among dragons dares to slay me? Invisibility, awaiting activation. When focused, a faint distortion of light appears around my body, akin to the shimmering of heated air. Fleeting in nature. Now you may commit misdeeds before the eyes of boiling sheep. Current possession. Extraction point X1 confirm extraction. Extracting. Congratulations host, you have obtained Spinosaurus, Fury. Newly acquired ability, Fury. When subjected to a certain degree of damage, blood will surge through the body, significantly enhancing attributes. It can make you more handsome. As his health surged and his level advanced, Shahui could distinctly feel a more formidable power and vitality coursing within. His physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His length expanded from a fearsome 28 meters to an even more terrifying 33 meters. With his vertical height from foot to the apex of the towering sail rising from 12 meters to 17 meters, truly resembling a walking, spiny iron peak. Shahui's thoughts briefly drifted to the name Spinosaurus. He held a profound impression of this modular creature, not merely because it existed within the Ark, but due to the module's creator, known as Black Chicken. Recalling his initial encounter with this muscular, ferocious beast in a private server, he had initially believed it to be a new species from the official game, only to later learn it was a finely crafted mod created by a player. Each of Black Chicken's creations stands as a masterpiece in its own right. Shahui silently acknowledged this and felt a surge of anticipation for his newfound power, Fury. An increase in attributes when injured? That sounded quite wild. Chapter 11. The Demon of Blood. Shahui's cold, slit-like pupils bore no emotion. This was merely the beginning. This island, once belonging to him, was now sullied by these filthy invaders and required thorough cleansing. With a slight mental shift, his massive form seemed to meld into the air. The invisibility field enveloped him entirely, while temperature control adjusted his body heat to match that of the surrounding flora. Like a moving specter, his immense body silently glided into the jungle, commencing his purging endeavors along a rushing stream. The sound of water eroding rocks muffled his almost non-existent footsteps, and the scent of decaying foliage and damp earth permeated the air. He was moving upstream when the sharp sound of splashing water and a scream of terror shattered the tranquility of the forest. A panicked girl suddenly leapt from the thicket by the bank, seemingly attempting to leap across the stream, but with a sharp crack, her ankle twisted at an unnatural angle, and she fell heavily onto the slick pebble riverbed, pain draining the color from her face as tears instantly welled up. Following her, the heavy thud of footsteps crashed like thunder against the ground, as a fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex burst through the underbrush, its massive claws dripping with slime. Its barbed tail raised high, and its compound eyes glimmering with a cruel hunger as it lunged towards the helpless prey. The stench of its breath nearly engulfed the girl, who despairingly closed her eyes, awaiting the rending of death. Just as the serrated claws were about to grasp the girl's slender waist, the air seemed to solidify. An invisible force, laden with destructive power, suddenly descended. The silhouette of the fierce twilight appeared as if conjured from thin air, a colossal figure adorned with heavy, platinum-scaled claws that sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek, striking with unerring ferocity. There was no embellishment of technique, merely a brutal display of strength and speed. The sickening crack of shattering bone and flesh resounded. The neck of the scorpion Tyrannosaurus, thicker than a water barrel, twisted and contorted as though struck by a ton of iron, bursting in an instant. The entire head, along with a segment of its spine, was violently flung away from the body, crashing into the distant thicket like a smashed watermelon, while blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering the rocks by the stream and the girl's pale visage. The massive headless carcass stiffened for a moment before collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending a deluge of mud flying. The fierce twilight did not even glance at the girl. To him, she was merely a speck of dust brushed aside while clearing refuse. His tail, encased in impenetrable scales, casually coiled around the twitching headless dragoness body, dragging it like a sack of refuse before vanishing into the dense shadows of the jungle, leaving behind an indelible stench of blood and traces of the stream stained crimson. The girl's tightly shut eyelids trembled. The anticipated agony had not yet arrived. Cautiously, she opened her tear-filled eyes, finding no trace of the hideous dragon head. Only a scene of chaos and the silhouette of a colossal figure retreating into the foliage, akin to a moving mountain. The magnificent dorsal fin, adorned with platinum scales, shimmered between the shadows of the trees, emanating a primal and majestic sense of power. She stood frozen, her heart racing, fear giving way to an ineffable astonishment. Moments later, the instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. She gritted her teeth against the pain, seized the fallen antidote pouch, and limped desperately towards the camp. Meanwhile, the fierce twilight, dragging the heavy spoils of battle, keenly detected the distant tremors akin to a rhythmic drumbeat, the sheer panic of the herd of Zalmoxis fleeing. He immediately abandoned the carcass, activating invisibility and temperature regulation with flawless precision, the enormous spiked back of the dragon merging seamlessly with the shadows of the air, silently trailing behind the frenzied dragon herd. Dust swirled, colossal footprints sinking deeply into the mud, and frantic cries echoed all around. However, as his sharp gaze penetrated the haze, he discerned several diminutive human figures, children, stumbling amidst the chaos of the dragon herd. A fleeting, barely perceptible ripple crossed the cold depths of his eyes. What troublesome little beings again. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A robust Zalmoxis suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its forelegs buckling as it crashed to the ground, froth spilling from its mouth and nose. Its body convulsing violently, its life force rapidly dissipating. Following suit were a second and a third. Here it comes. The fierce Twilight's spirit surged, fury roiling within his chest. His massive nostrils flared, filtering the myriad scents in the air, earth, decaying leaves, the sweat of the dragon herd, and finally, a nauseatingly faint yet potent odor, a hybrid scent of toxic secretions and rot, which he pinpointed with lethal precision. He was like the most patient of hunters, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the chaotic fringe of the dragon herd. At last, amidst a thicket of dense ferns and toppled, withered wood, several incongruous, pallid figures stealthily maneuvered, their smooth exoskeletons glinting with an unsettling cold light beneath the mottled sun. These were the camouflaged, lurking scorpion Tyrannosaurus. "I have found you, pests." Sha Hui roared inwardly, his murderous intent surging within him. He would no longer conceal himself. Boom! Like a cannonball fired from its chamber, Sha Hui's colossal form shattered the veil of invisibility, erupting violently from the shadows. The few trees, as thick as a bowl, that stood in his path crumbled like fragile matchsticks, broken in twain by his armored shoulders and massive sails, splinters flying in all directions. The tremendous force whipped up a furious gale, sending debris and dust swirling. The terrified children, running in haste, glanced back, their pupils narrowing to pinpricks. They beheld a platinum-hued mountain rapidly magnifying in their view. Most striking was the iconic, sail-like crest of the Spinosaurus, now bearing down upon them with annihilating momentum from the flank. What followed was an indelible scene. Sha Hui's immensely powerful hind limbs unleashed a terrifying strength, propelling his massive form upright, as his forelimbs, imbued with the might of a mountain-splitting force, struck down upon a scorpion Tyrannosaurus that was about to pounce on a solitary juvenile Spinosaurus. The scorpion was caught utterly unprepared. Its upper body was obliterated by this sheer physical force, shattered exoskeleton and blood splattered. Meanwhile, another scorpion, having just lifted its tail to unleash venom, found Sha Hui's mouth, lined with dagger-like teeth, darting toward it like a bolt of lightning. Crack! The chilling sound of splintering bones resonated clearly. The monstrous jaws closed, and the terrifying force of its bite erupted, severing the resilient waist of the scorpion in one fell swoop. The upper half of its body was flung aside, while the lower half, trailing entrails, plummeted to the ground, viscous blood raining down like a deluge. The remaining dragons, now in utter panic, scattered in all directions. In the distance, the distinctive, deep, resounding roars of the ankylosaurs echoed, a demonstration of warning laced with a hint of dread. This roar was akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Having just discarded the remnants of the scorpion from his jaws, Sha Hui's platinum scales were stained with viscous blood and shredded flesh. The unrelenting carnage only intensified his fury, causing his violent bloodlust to surge like magma through his veins. A primal thought detonated in his mind. How dare they trespass on his territory? Did they truly believe him to be easygoing or feeble? The enraged sovereign descended into sheer savagery. He disregarded the fleeing dinosaurs and the few insignificant humans, turning his massive head toward the source of the roar, unleashing a thunderous bellow that shattered the clouds. This roar encompassed pure rage and the majesty of a king, overpowering the clamor of the entire jungle. In the next instant, he transformed into a platinum torrent of destruction, charging violently toward the direction of the ankylosaur's roar. Trees that obstructed his path, crushed. Massive boulders, ground to dust. He surged forth like an uncontrollable battering ram, carving a chaotic passage through the jungle, leaving behind a trail of shattered branches and deep ravines. Sha Hui's immense form, propelled by an unmatched momentum, forcefully broke through the final obstructive vines. Before us, a robust Scorpius rex wielded its enormous claws, attempting to besiege a small group of ankylosaurs, who formed a defensive circle. The ankylosaurs pointed their heavy, bone-hammered tails at the impending threat, emitting a deep, resonant warning growl. The arrival of the ominous twilight cast an immediate hush over the battlefield. The Scorpius rex sensed a lethal peril and abruptly turned, its compound eyes reflecting the mountainous platinum silhouette that approached with menacing intent, fear gripping it in an instant. The twilight did not grant it a moment to react. The momentum of the charge remained unabated, as its colossal foreclaws tore through the air with a piercing shriek, descending from above with overwhelming force, akin to swatting a fly. A thunderous impact ensued, accompanied by the nauseating sound of shattering. The Scorpius rex, with its armored head, proved as fragile as an egg against such absolute power. Its entire head, along with a portion of its thorax, was forcefully driven into the mud, creating a deep indentation that transformed into a grotesque amalgam of shattered carapace, brain matter, and bone fragments. The immense body momentarily stiffened before crashing to the ground, leaving only the headless torso twitching spasmodically. The twilight paid no heed to the grotesque mass beneath, its cold, slit pupils sweeping over the startled ankylosaurs, confirming the threat had been neutralized. Its gaze inadvertently grazed the edge of the battlefield, catching sight of two trembling children hidden behind the massive roots of a tree. An exasperated thought crossed its mind. These pesky little specters, why do they seem to lurk everywhere? Dismissing these insignificant creatures, it shook off the viscous remnants clinging to its claws, its massive nostrils flaring as it picked up the lingering scent of hybrids in the air, resuming its cleansing quest with heavy strides. Soon, the distinct, slime-tracked footprints of the Scorpius rex led it to the abandoned docks at the island's edge. The dock area was permeated with the briny scent of the sea and the rusty odor of derelict structures. The shattered visitor center loomed like a beached metallic behemoth, standing silently. Suddenly, a familiar, menacing roar of the Scorpius rex echoed from within, accompanied by the shrill noise of metal being torn apart. Clearly, there was more than one hybrid wreaking havoc inside. Without a moment's hesitation, the twilight accelerated its charge, its platinum form slicing through the sunset, targeting the vast, cracked glass facade of the visitor center. With a thunderous crash, it was not merely a breach, it was a cataclysmic demolition. The Scorpius rex's foreclaws, more fearsome than a battering ram, struck violently against the relatively fragile steel roof of the visitor center. Rebar twisted, steel plates tore apart, and glass cascaded like a torrential downpour. The entire roof was forcibly ripped open, creating a vast gash. Amidst the swirling dust, the menacing head of the twilight peered through the breach, its cold, slit pupils instantly locking onto two Scorpius rexes below, startled and poised to unleash their venom in response to the cacophony. Swiftly, it moved with such speed that only an afterimage remained. The enormous head, akin to a venomous serpent, darted forth, its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, precisely clamping onto the neck of one Scorpius rex. The terrifying force of its bite erupted, the sound of shattering vertebrae distinctly audible. Simultaneously, his other colossal claw descended with the force of a mountain, precisely striking the head of another scorpion dragon. With a squelching sound, akin to crushing a ripe berry, the scorpion dragon's skull, along with a portion of its body, was flattened against the concrete ground, resulting in instantaneous demise. The dragon he had seized was effortlessly hurled away, crashing through a wall and collapsing in a lifeless heap. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, leaving the visitor's center shrouded in swirling dust, the acrid scent of blood, and the mangled remains of two tyrannical scorpion dragons. The merciless creature, Shahuai, cast a cold glance around, confirming the absence of further threats, and gradually withdrew from the gaping hole, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Days later, several children, having endured harrowing trials, finally boarded the yacht that had come to their rescue, weary from their brush with death, sailing away from this nightmarish island. However, just as they believed they were finally safe, several black helicopters emblazoned with the emblem of genetics roared in pursuit of the yacht, issuing stern commands for an immediate return. The children were taken back to a temporary landing site on the island. As they anxiously awaited boarding, the ground trembled violently. A colossal adult Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly burst through the dense jungle, charging towards the landing point with terrifying ferocity. The helicopter pilot, gripped by fear, yanked the control stick. The remaining children, hearts racing, fled once more into the perilous thicket. They concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, trembling with fright. Shortly thereafter, they spotted several helicopters of the same markings heading deeper into the island. The children presumed it was Kenji and the others aboard those aircraft. Yet, when one helicopter landed on a nearby clearing, the figure emerging from it sent chills down their spines. It was the treacherous Dr. Wu. He was accompanied by a squad of heavily armed mercenaries, equipped to the teeth. The children held their breath, hiding behind the boulder to eavesdrop. Dr. Wu's cold voice intermittently reached their ears. Ensure we acquire the core experimental samples of the Brutal Rex project. It contains the chimeric gene sequences we require. Additionally, that platinum-colored anomaly, Shahuai, its DNA is an unprecedentedly perfect template, more stable and powerful than the Brutal Rex. It must be captured alive, or at least, we must obtain high-purity blood and tissue samples. It is the key to our conquest of the future. Codename, Platinum Throne. The mercenary leader grinned maliciously, nodding as he inspected his specialized heavy tranquilizer gun and sampling equipment. The children felt a chill run through them, realizing that the threat from Shahuai was not only from the dinosaurs, but also from these avaricious humans. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, by a secluded forest pond, Shahuai lay quietly, his massive form partially submerged. The cool waters enveloped him, cleansing the bloodstains accumulated from days of slaughter, while his platinum scales shimmered with a cold gleam under the moonlight filtering through the foliage. Although the rules of the ARK world prevented his body from tiring, the continuous high-intensity hunting and vigilance had begun to weigh on his spirit with a subtle fatigue. He half closed his eyelids, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, with only the tip of his tail occasionally splashing the water's surface, creating rippling circles. However, this tranquility was destined to be fleeting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless subtle yet piercing sounds of air being sliced apart suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night. Like a deadly swarm of bees, a flurry of specially crafted high-intensity tranquilizer darts shot forth from all directions, each at an angle as cunning as the rain, raining down upon the colossal creature submerged in the water. The majority of these darts struck his remarkably thick-scaled armor, producing a sharp clang akin to metal on metal, before being deflected and falling ineffectually into the water or embedding themselves in the surrounding earth. Only a scant few managed to penetrate the relatively weaker seams of his joints, but the potent tranquilizer contained within, sufficient to incapacitate a thunderous dragon in an instant, sank into oblivion against the terror of Sha Hui's metabolism and physique. Sha Hui abruptly lifted his head, his cold vertical pupils narrowing to mere pinpricks. The weariness he felt was instantly incinerated by a raging fury. He recognized that the last, and most bothersome, insect had arrived. His respite had been forcefully terminated. The roar of engines crescendoed from afar, and blinding beams of searchlights violently pierced the darkness of the woods, locking onto his presence. An all-terrain armored vehicle, armed jeeps outfitted with heavy weaponry, and even 2 low-flying helicopters hovering to provide fire support formed an instant encirclement. The tranquilizer darts were ineffective. Repeat, the tranquilizer darts have no effect on the target. The mercenaries' terrified calls echoed through the communication channel. Open fire. Free fire. Aim for its eyes. Its joints. Use armor-piercing rounds. Bring it down and collect samples. The commander shrieked in exasperation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. In an instant, tongues of fire erupted. A torrential downpour of bullets rained down like a metallic tempest. The cacophony of assault rifles, heavy machine guns, and even the thunderous roar of vehicle-mounted cannons was deafening. Bullets, armor-piercing rounds, and high-explosive warheads descended upon Shah Hui's massive form like deadly hail. Sparks. Countless dazzling sparks erupted across Shah Hui's surface, reminiscent of the most fervent forging scene in a blacksmith's workshop. The resounding clang of bullets striking scales reverberated through the night sky. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the pungent odor of propellant quickly filled the air. However, apart from leaving slight white scratches and dents on those incredibly hard platinum-colored scales, igniting bursts of blinding sparks, this firepower, potent enough to turn an armored vehicle into a sieve, failed to truly penetrate his defenses. Even the bullets aimed at his eyes were effortlessly evaded by his rapid closure of thick eyelids or by tilting his head aside. How could this be possible? The mercenaries watched this scene that defied all comprehension, their malicious grins freezing in disbelief, replaced by an overwhelming terror. What they confronted was not a mere creature, but a moving, living superalloy fortress. Shah Hui was utterly enraged. These insignificant insects not only disturbed his peace, but dared to provoke his authority with such trivial toys. A roar, imbued with boundless brutality and murderous intent, exploded forth like a tangible sonic cannon. The surrounding trees trembled violently, leaves cascading down, and nearby mercenaries were left reeling, their eardrums ringing and heads spinning. This was the clarion call of war, the prelude to death. Shah Hui moved, no longer a lurking specter, but transformed into a hurricane of destruction. A colossal tail, resembling a massive steel whip adorned with bone spurs, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. An armed jeep, unable to evade, was struck with devastating force. The steel body twisted and crumbled as though it were mere paper, and the soldiers within were reduced to mere pulp. Their cries silenced before they could escape their lips. Shattered vehicle parts and dismembered limbs scattered in all directions. The enormous foreclaw, imbued with the power to rend all, descended with catastrophic might. An all-terrain armored vehicle, attempting to maneuver, was flattened in an instant. Its heavy armor crumpled under the weight of absolute force, and the occupants within were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. The claw carved through the ground, leaving behind horrifying chasms half a meter deep. He suddenly lowered his head, his massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, gaping open at an unfathomable angle, clamping down on the turret of another armored vehicle. The agonizing sound of twisting metal echoed as the entire turret, along with its operator, was violently wrenched away, crushed within his maw as if it were mere candy. Metal shards and remnants of flesh exploded from between his teeth. Ignoring the bullets that rained upon him, his colossal form surged forth like a runaway train, crashing into a group of soldiers taking cover behind a boulder. The rock shattered upon impact, sending the soldiers flying like rag dolls. The sound of their bones fracturing reverberating in the air as they crashed heavily against distant tree trunks, collapsing like limp cloth. Armed helicopters attempted to ascend, unleashing cannon fire and rockets. His cold, vertical pupils locked onto them with a predatory focus. His powerful hind legs unleashed a terrifying force, propelling his massive frame upright, towering over the treetops. One gigantic claw, wielding the might of thunder, swatted mercilessly at a helicopter hovering low. Boom. The rotor blades crumpled upon impact, twisting and breaking. The helicopter lost balance, spiraling through the air, trailing black smoke, plummeting like a severed kite into the depths of the forest, igniting into a colossal fireball. Another helicopter, paralyzed by fear, hastily ascended, no longer daring to approach. The battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. He was a predator among prey, each leap, bite, tail swipe, and stomp unleashing a torrential storm of blood and carnage. The screams of mercenaries, the crack of gunfire, the sound of twisting metal, explosions, and the relentless shattering of bones intertwined to form a terrifying symphony of hell. Wherever he traversed, only twisted, burning wreckage, shattered weaponry, and an array of mangled corpses remained. blood flowed like a stream, ultimately merging into the small pond where he had recently rested, the once clear water visibly tainted, transforming into a shocking shade of dark crimson at an alarming pace. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood and the acrid scent of burning fuel. When Dr. Wu's helicopter, escorted by armed guards, finally reached the designated rendezvous point, the hellish scene below caused his blood to run cold. The pale moonlight illuminated the once tranquil clearing, now transformed into a brutal slaughterhouse. As far as the eye could see, there were shattered, burning vehicle wrecks, twisted armored frames, scattered tires, and the remnants of helicopters belching thick black smoke. Even more horrifying, the ground was thoroughly soaked in blood, presenting a viscous, reflective dark red mire. The fragmented corpses lay scattered in various contorted poses. Some were ground into a pulp, embedded in the armor, while others were torn asunder, leaving only indistinct chunks of flesh and blood that reeked with an overwhelming stench, so potent it seemed to penetrate even the heights of the sky, stirring nausea within. The once clear pond had now transformed into a vast lake of blood, its viscous, dark red liquid glimmering ominously under the moonlight. At the heart of this inferno of blood and fire stood the harbinger of destruction, the malevolent figure. His signature platinum scales were now thoroughly soaked in the blood of his enemies, the coagulated clots giving him a more grotesque and fearsome hue. A dark crimson that epitomized death. Scalding blood dripped continuously from his massive head, robust limbs, and spiked sails and tail, pooling at his feet to form a new puddle of crimson. He lowered his head slightly, as if gasping for breath. With each labored inhale releasing a mist of blood vapor, the white steam mingling with the metallic scent of blood rising into the air. Sensing a threat from above, he suddenly lifted his head. His blood-soaked visage appeared as a malevolent specter in the moonlight. Those cold, slitted eyes, ablaze with relentless fury and murderous intent, shone like searchlights from the abyss, precisely locking onto the helicopter carrying Dr. Wu. Within that gaze, there was no hint of fatigue. Only a frenzied insanity intent on obliterating everything and a profound contempt for mere mortals. A roar erupted, more ferocious, more enraged, and more penetrating than any before. A tangible shockwave that slammed into the helicopter. The entire craft trembled violently under the force of the sound. The windows emitted a strained groan under the overwhelming pressure. The pilot, gripped by terror, noted the instruments wildly fluctuating. Dr. Wu's face drained of color, turning paler than paper. He trembled uncontrollably, his pupils dilating in sheer terror. The nightmarish beast, drenched in blood and standing amidst a mountain of corpses, this ultimate weapon of slaughter that transcended human imagination, became an indelible nightmare he would never escape. What perfect templates, what platinum thrones, all became laughably absurd fantasies in the face of absolute power and pure death. Go! Dr. Wu screamed with every ounce of his strength. A voice that was barely human, a shrill cry that threatened to rend his throat. Immediately. Now, leave this place. At maximum speed. His voice was filled with a despairing terror, fingers gripping the armrest of his seat, nails nearly embedding into the leather. The pilot, already paralyzed with fear, found solace in the command, yanking the control stick down with urgency. The helicopter's engine emitted a piercing shriek as it ascended recklessly, desperately fleeing from this island of torment, shrouded in death and rage. All that remained below was the blood-soaked demon, standing in the center of the lake, unleashing a thunderous roar into the night sky. Chapter 12. A reunion. The skies over Nubra Island were stained with a morbid orange red. Thick smoke billowing as if the apocalypse had arrived prematurely. The ground trembled beneath a dull rumble, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and dust. Claire hurriedly sought out Owen, and the trivialities of their past disputes seemed inconsequential in the face of impending doom. Owen spoke plainly, his voice tinged with a deliberate numbness. They have sought me as well. Yet, I have grown accustomed to my current existence and declined. He spread his hands, his tone reflecting a bewilderment even he found difficult to justify. I remember you always considered matters from a perspective of gain. To witness once more how dinosaurs can shatter our meticulously constructed order? He referred to the shadow of the Tyrannosaurus, claiming to have moved on from that catastrophe. Yet the tightness of his lips and the shadows in his eyes betrayed him. Claire did not directly address his confusion, but gazed deeply into his eyes, her expression clear and resolute. Owen, do not allow the goodness within you to remain perpetually concealed. That is your true strength. Her words pierced like a thorn, accurately striking the corners Owen sought to shut off. He retorted defiantly, but upon returning alone to his temporary abode, he inexplicably opened the long-buried hard drive. The screen illuminated with images of Blue, of Little Blue, and of those young raptors stumbling about, trustingly nudging his palm in old footage. The play of light and shadow danced across his face, and Claire's words reverberated in his ears. She was correct. He had never truly let go. Those vibrant lives, the bonds forged on the precipice of life and death, had long been etched into his very bones. As he gazed at Blue's clear eyes on the screen, Owen closed his eyes briefly, a low sigh merging with the deep rumble of the volcano in the background. He finally picked up the communicator and dialed the number he believed he would never call again. "I'm in." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, in a relatively tranquil small lake, the massive form of Shining Sun lay partially submerged, its great head slightly raised, staring at a translucent panel visible only to itself. LV 45 health, 2550 stamina, 550 oxygen, 450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 560 movement speed, 100 stun value, 650 abilities, thermoregulation. A slight thought causes imperceptible ripples in the surrounding lake water. The core temperature subtly adjusting. Do you wish to become a nurturing father figure? Fury. The muscles beneath its scales remember every critical blow endured. A dangerous trump card. Moisture. The water gently envelopes its platinum scales, a tidal force of strength surging within. You know what happens when an ARK Spinosaurus encounters water. Blood Rage 43100. A pale red mist coalesces almost into substance, slowly coursing across its surface, exuding a suffocating aura of menace. Each layer is a mark of the departed souls, as well as a ladder of power. Shark-toothed dragon. I am Blood Rage level 100. Who among dragons dares to kill me? Invisibility, awaiting activation. When concentration is focused, the air around it seems to momentarily blur and distort, akin to a rising heat wave. Before settling again, you can now commit misdeeds right in front of the boiling sheep. Fury, a faint tingling sensation spread beneath the armored scales, heralding the imminent unlocking of power as blood surged through his body, enhancing his allure. He invested the points gained from recently dispatching the scorpion Tyrannosaurus, accompanied by a subtle sound of skeletal growth. His body length officially surpassed 35 meters, reaching an astonishing height of 19 meters from the soles of his feet to the towering spines atop his back. In that moment, he resembled a titan emerging from ancient mythology, his formidable armor enveloping every inch of his being, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. The Tsanglong? Perhaps it could withstand a couple of his strikes. Yet, the platinum vertical pupils of Sha Hui revealed little joy, only a gravity that hinted at a foreknowledge of fate. He gazed toward the increasingly ominous dark red light on the horizon. He could feel the intensifying pulsations emanating from deep within the earth. It was not a heartbeat. It was the prelude to destruction. Finally, it had arrived. His somber thoughts echoed in his mind. Almost instantly after his contemplation, a thunderous roar shattered the sky. The volcano on Nubra Island, having accumulated countless years of fury, finally erupted. The crimson lava surged forth like the blood of hell, engulfing boulders and thick smoke, soaring into the heavens and igniting the sky. The blazing boulders fell like apocalyptic meteors, crashing into every corner of the island. A volcanic rock, the size of a truck, trailed a long flame as it hurtled toward the small lake where Sha Hui resided. Boom! A muffled sound resonated, enough to halt a heartbeat. The boulder struck violently against Sha Hui's broad, fortress-like carapace. Debris and sparks flew, and the lake erupted into towering waves. However, Sha Hui's massive form merely swayed slightly. The impact, sufficient to reduce ordinary creatures to pulp, left only a faint white mark and some charred remnants on his platinum armor. He shook his head, brushing off the debris and ash, his gaze remaining calm, even tinged with disdain. The enhancement in defensive capabilities was vividly apparent at this moment. Lava began to cascade down the mountainside, reducing all in its path to ash. The air was stiflingly hot, and volcanic ash fell like black snow, blanketing the surroundings. Sha Hui slowly rose from the now scalding lake. Water flowed down his mountainous form. Unlike the other terrified creatures on the island, he did not flee in panic. Instead, he strode forth with limbs akin to colossal pillars, leisurely traversing the tremorous ground toward the relatively safe beach. Each step was immensely heavy, leaving deep imprints on the earth, swiftly concealed by the encroaching heat and ash. His calm demeanor in the face of apocalyptic calamity starkly contrasted with the panicked throngs of dinosaurs, trampling one another in their frantic escape. He stood as the sole stillness in the scene of destruction, a cold platinum monolith in the furnace of doom. Midway through his journey, a familiar scent mingled with the acrid odor of sulfur, invading Sha Hui's keen nostrils. His footsteps momentarily faltered, and his colossal head turned towards the source of the scent, a flicker of amusement and a chilling nostalgia flashing through his slit-like pupils. Ah, this aroma. He mused with a tone bordering on mockery. Is it not an old friend I have not encountered in 3 years? Following the scent and the cacophony of chaos, he soon beheld the diminutive figure of Owen Grady. The young man stood beside a modified heavy-duty off-road vehicle, seemingly having just emerged from a harrowing chase. Fresh claw marks and dents marring the vehicle's surface. Claire and another man, perhaps Franklin or a newcomer, were anxiously urging him to act. Owen's face was smeared with soot, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings as he roared commands into a communicator, his voice fragmented amidst the thunderous eruption of the volcano. The heavy footsteps resounded once more, akin to the beating of war drums, growing nearer with an overwhelming presence. Owen turned abruptly, and in that fleeting moment, time appeared to freeze. He beheld a moving, blood-soaked, and ash-covered golden mountain. The towering spines, reaching a height of 19 meters, resembled blades tearing through the heavens, emanating a sense of despairing oppression against the backdrop of ash and flames. The immense head hung low, its cold, inhuman slit pupils precisely locking onto him. Then a roar, even more ferocious and earth-shattering, erupted. The sound seemed to emanate from a primordial abyss, imbued with pure, crushing power, instantly overshadowing the volcano's rumble and the wails of countless dinosaurs. The sonic wave struck Owen like a tangible force, piercing his eardrums and making his heart race as if it would leap from his throat. The surrounding dinosaurs, gripped by terror, fled in a frenzy of chaos. Forgotten memories, like awakened beasts, delivered a brutal elbow to Owen. 3 years ago, in that jungle hunt. Hello there, was it enjoyable when you were pursuing me? This familiar greeting rang in Owen's ears like a death knell. All his courage and training crumbled in the face of absolute power and bone-deep fear. Run now. Get in the truck. Owen bellowed hoarsely, wholly surrendering to his primal instinct for survival, nearly tumbling into the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, oblivious to Claire's calls. From a distance, the creature observed Owen's desperate retreat, a barely perceptible smirk gracing its massive jaws, the amusement in its gaze deepening. Why are you running? We're old acquaintances. Shall I whip up a dish for you? The engine roared at the brink of its limits. The off-road vehicle soared like an arrow through the rain of volcanic rock and the stampede of fleeing dinosaurs, narrowly making its way into the hold of the massive cargo ship, Achilles, anchored in the shallows. The hatch thunderously closed behind them, temporarily sealing off the hellish scene. The survivors collapsed within the vehicle, gasping for breath, sweat mingling with soot streaming down their faces. They peered through the narrow observation window of the hold, gazing at the island of Nublar, now being consumed by flames. The despairing cries, muffled yet palpable through the thick bulkheads, resonated with haunting intensity. In that moment, they beheld a heart-wrenching scene. On a patch of ground near the edge of a volcanic lava flow, a colossal adult Brachiosaurus found itself ensnared in a dire predicament. The surging seawater barred its path forward, while a relentless wave of searing heat and lethal volcanic ash loomed behind. In a panic, it spun in circles, emitting a helpless and mournful wail, its robust neck futilely rising and falling, its enormous eyes brimming with the terror of impending death. In the backdrop of devastation, its massive form appeared so insignificant and fragile. Oh God, no, Claire gasped, covering her mouth, her voice choked with emotion. Franklin turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Owen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles blanching, his gaze a tumult of emotions as he regarded the cornered giant. His lips moving soundlessly. I'm sorry, we cannot save you. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. They had rescued some dinosaurs, yet countless others were fated to perish under this divine retribution. In that moment of despair, an unexpected twist unfolded. Behind the panicked Brachiosaurus, amidst the swirling volcanic ash and heat, an immense, platinum-hued figure emerged like a specter. It was the magnificent Indominus Rex. Unbeknownst to them, it had approached the Brachiosaurus. Owen's heart leapt into his throat, fearing a brutal slaughter was imminent. Claire inhaled sharply. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The Indominus Rex did not attack. Instead, it slightly angled its formidable body, its broad and solid flank acting as a steadfast shield between the Brachiosaurus and the oncoming tempest of ash and heat. It deliberately adjusted its posture, allowing the frantic head of the Brachiosaurus to seek refuge in the shadow cast by its massive form, thus minimizing the exposure to the torrential, scalding rain of volcanic ash. Moments later, a visible chill emanated from the Indominus Rex, enveloping the surroundings. It unleashed its temperature regulation. The core temperature plummeted, and its towering spines exhaled clouds of frosty vapor, resembling a colossal radiator, forcibly lowering the temperature in a small area around it. The searing air met this frigid wave with a subtle hissing sound, creating a crucial barrier of low temperature. This significantly mitigated the heat and volcanic ash's harm to the vulnerable giant behind it. In silent majesty, the Indominus Rex stood at the precipice of this apocalyptic furnace. Like a silent white fortress, providing a minuscule yet temporary sanctuary for the desperate Brachiosaurus. The Brachiosaurus appeared utterly bewildered, confronted with the island's apex predator. It should have been seized by fear and fled. Yet, at that moment, the deliberately restrained chill emanating from the platinum behemoth, coupled with the palpable sense of protection, oddly calmed its tumultuous heart. Driven by the instinct to survive, it performed an incredible act. Rather than fleeing, it cautiously, with immense trust, pressed its gigantic form against the Indominus Rex's cold, platinum scales, seeking solace in its embrace. The colossal head gently rested against the flank of the majestic creature, its elongated neck curving as if a youngling sought solace in the warm embrace of its mother. It emitted a few low, plaintive whimpers reminiscent of a juvenile. In the distance, within the confines of the Achilles, an eerie silence prevailed. Claire, Owen, Franklin, and possibly others present in the vehicle stared in disbelief at this scene that shattered their understanding. The stark contrast struck their minds. That cold, formidable predator, which toyed with Owen like a cat with its prey, was now tenderly guarding an unfamiliar herbivorous giant. Claire's eyes welled with tears as she beheld the platinum beast standing like a guardian amidst the flames and ashes, observing the delicate trust the Brachiosaurus placed in it. A thought struck her like lightning. "I finally understand," she murmured, her voice trembling with shock and revelation. "I finally comprehend the Misrani." She recognized that they, too, possessed souls. The radiant life blossoming amidst the apocalypse before her was the most compelling testament. The actions of the colossal creature completely upended her perception of dinosaurs as beings driven solely by instinct. In that desolate expanse, Shahuai felt the warmth of the creature pressed against its cold scales, sensing the subtle tremors and dependence of the Brachiosaurus. In its cold, slitted eyes, there seemed to flicker a rare, ineffable emotion. Rather than issuing a menacing growl, it tilted its head slightly, producing a peculiar, deep, and soothing rumble from deep within its throat. This sound differed from the roars of battle and the taunting growls directed at Owen. It was a unique cadence learned inadvertently while observing herbivorous dinosaurs comforting their young by the small lake. This resonant sound pierced through the volcanic eruptions, enveloping the panicked giant with a primal, soul-soothing power. The low, comforting rumble continued, akin to the heartbeat of Mother Earth. Amidst the flames of destruction and the mournful cries of countless lives extinguished, a top predator, in its own distinctive manner, created a small, paradoxical haven for a desperate life. The platinum giant and the dark brown beast nestled together, forming a striking yet warm totem amid the apocalypse. Chapter 13. They are like me. Congratulations on achieving the milestone. The child hides behind me. Volcanic ash fell like gray snow, gently settling on the scarred land of Nubla Island. The once boiling rivers of lava had solidified into grotesque black veins, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur mingled with charred vegetation. Yet, life proved to be resilient. Upon this charred canvas, tender green shoots eagerly broke through, unfurling in the still warm earth, defiantly proclaiming the dawn of revival. The enormous head of Shahuai gently nudged the Brachiosaurus beside it. The gentle giant emitted a low, comforting hum, lowering its head to nibble on the freshly sprouted fronds. Despite enduring a cataclysmic eruption, the island's vegetation had miraculously endured, sufficient to sustain these prehistoric giants that remained. Confirming that its companion is unharmed, the shimmering scales of the creature, intertwined in hues of platinum and dark gold, glint with a cold, hard sheen under the faint light. Its colossal form turns toward the ocean, striding with a heavy yet resolute gait into the cool, gentle waves. The water envelopes its robust limbs and broad back, lifting its immense 28-meter-long frame entirely. It moves. The thick tail lashes out abruptly, akin to a colossal turbine igniting. The tranquil surface of the sea is instantly torn apart, erupting into a vast, white wake. The creature transforms into a blurred, platinum-hued arrow, cleaving through the azure waves, propelling itself forward with unmatched speed. A hapless school of fish, fortuitously passing by, has no time to express their terror before being violently thrust asunder by the sudden torrent and that incomprehensible velocity, spinning chaotically in the turbulent waters. In the depths, the creature revels in the fluidity of its body, feeling the resistance and propulsion of the currents as they glide over its scales, savoring the exhilarating speed and power that accompany a top predator. The Spinosaurus, in its aquatic domain, reigns supreme, seizing the moment of exhilaration. The creature subtly shifts its thoughts and activates a newly acquired extraction point. A stream of information, perceptible only to it, floods into its mind. Akin to a data flow. Congratulations, you have acquired the Phoenix, unburnt. Unburnt. No temperature can inflict harm upon you, be it magma or flame. When subjected to fire or magma damage, you will recover hunger and health. Imagining the sound of its own footsteps emerging gracefully from flames, it feels an exhilarating thrill. Unburnt. The creature's thoughts spring to life at once. This ability evokes memories of a regrettable past when, during an intensely hot day, it endeavored to tame a phoenix. After futilely spraying it with a flamethrower until the fuel ran dry, it was ultimately dispatched by a nearby stone golem, camouflaged as a rock, while the entire fire dragon had to step in to successfully tame the phoenix. What a blunder. Shaking its head, the creature seems to cast aside this embarrassing memory. The situation is different now. Armed with this ability, what flaming mountains or magma pools could possibly deter its journey? It dismisses further contemplation and continues to swing its tail, resembling a prehistoric or on its path. The profound ocean floor is its hunting ground. A few sizable whales, unfortunate enough to cross its path, become targets. The creature's hunting is swift and lethal. Its massive head lunges forward like lightning, its terrifying bite force shattering bones, dark crimson mist swirling through the water. It skillfully stuffs the energy-rich blubber and flesh into its enormous backpack, crafted from resilient beast hide, replenishing its nearly depleted reserves. This hunt also yields additional rewards, 5 precious upgrade points. Without hesitation, the creature invests them all into its oxygen attribute. As the attribute panel updates, LV50, oxygen, 1450. It distinctly feels each breath becoming longer and deeper, the efficiency of water flowing over its gill slits seemingly enhanced, and its coordination and explosive power in the water significantly elevated. Greater oxygen means prolonged stealth and even more terrifying bursts of speed. The knowledge it has gained is put into practice with remarkable efficacy, as it adjusted its state. The entity known as Sha Hui was enveloped by the faint yet indelible scent lingering in the seawater. This aroma was not solely that of familiar faces like Owen and Claire, but also intermingled with the noxious odors of gunpowder, sweat, and blood from the mercenaries who had once besieged it. It prowled through the depths of the ocean, a silent specter, with only the subtle disturbances in the water betraying its existence. After a day and night of ceaseless navigation, it finally reached its destination near a manor nestled on the edge of a dense forest. Sha Hui ascended the shore with utmost stealth, its massive form casting profound shadows among the trees. It activated its ability to become invisible. The air around it warped instantaneously, light bending and refracting in an uncanny manner, rendering its colossal 28-meter frame akin to a chameleon blending into the backdrop, its contours becoming indistinct, a mere flicker of light and mirage of heat waves. It stilled all sounds, embodying the patience of the most cunning hunter, lurking in the dense woods surrounding the estate. Its cold, golden vertical pupils piercing through the layers of foliage, keenly surveying every nook of the manor. The scents here grew alarmingly intricate and potent. The unmistakable aromas of Owen, Claire, and the trembling little girl, Maisie, were discernible. Yet what made its muscles tighten beneath the scales were the lingering, pungent scents of the hybrids and mercenaries, along with a different, dangerous odor that mingled chemical agents with blood, indicative of a formidable predator. No. Sha Hui's nostrils flared as it scrutinized every breath of air. A minuscule, unfamiliar scent tinged with laboratory disinfectant and unique biological pheromones infiltrated its senses. Where had this come from? It felt a surge of irritation. Why was the stench of hybrids omnipresent? Just as it pondered this, terrified screams and violent clashes erupted from within the manor. Sha Hui's gaze snapped upward, penetrating through obstacles to accurately lock onto the chaotic scene inside. Owen was tightly shielding a quaking little girl, Maisie, as they were cornered by a menacing creature, an imposing, muscular beast with black skin and a yellow stripe extending from its neck, the savage velociraptor. The creature's massive jaws dripped with a foul saliva, and its cold, multifaceted eyes glinted with cruel intent. Without a moment's hesitation, a ferocious rage ignited within Sha Hui's very blood. A roar erupted, powerful enough to rend the heavens and shake the earth, resonating from the depths of the forest. Like thunder on a clear day, it instantly drowned out all chaos within the manor. The sound waves materialized into a tangible shock, causing the manor's glass to hum and the leaves to tremble and fall. This declarative roar immediately seized the full attention of the savage velociraptor. It swiftly turned, its crimson eyes locking onto the source of the sound. Meanwhile, within the manor, Claire and the others beheld the sudden emergence of Sha Hui, now visible, its platinum form towering like a mountain. It was here. Claire's heart raced, her mind unable to comprehend how this spiked-back dinosaur had crossed mountains and seas to appear here. A perilous, yet potentially singular glimmer of hope flashed through her thoughts. Acting almost on instinct, she swiftly seized the infrared emission gun from the ground. Trembling as she steadied the vivid red, the embodiment of the highest priority target, upon the broad chest covered in thick, armored scales of the monstrous beast. The coercive command buried deep within her genes instantaneously overshadowed the autonomous consciousness of the ferocious raptor, its eyes fixated intently on the glaring red point. Entirely losing interest in Owen and Macy, who stood mere feet away. With a roar imbued with both fury and obedience, it forsook its easily attainable prey, propelling itself with a violent push against the ground, emitting a shrill scream that sliced through the air, transforming into a pale bolt of death as it lunged toward the creature known as Sha Hui. Confronted with the reckless charge of this genetically altered monstrosity, Sha Hui's cold, golden vertical pupils reflected nothing but indifference. It even showed a lack of inclination to adopt a complex attacking stance. At the moment the ferocious raptor soared into the air, its claws poised to graze Sha Hui's head, the giant's claw, resembling a colossal battering ram, swung with a casual yet astonishing speed from the side, wielding the power to shatter mountains and the suffocating force of wind. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, sending chills through the air. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The ferocious raptor, charging with unbridled aggression, was abruptly halted in midair as if struck by a home run. Its massive form grotesquely contorted before being cleaved in two. Shattered innards, bone fragments, and a mist of blood erupted like a fountain, staining the ground before Sha Hui in a blinding crimson. The severed halves, propelled by immense inertia, crashed down onto the distant ruins and grassy terrain, twitching momentarily before falling utterly still. A swift kill, an overwhelming display of power. The estate fell into a profound silence. Everyone was left aghast by this bloody and shocking spectacle. However, the acrid chemical scent that pervaded the air served as a grim reminder to Sha Hui that the crisis was far from over. From the direction of the laboratory came the dull sounds of explosions and the hissing of gas leaks. Claire's face turned pale as she gazed at the dinosaurs trapped in the gas-filled cage, their terrified cries piercing her heart, plunging her into a torturous dilemma. Should she allow them to perish, sparing them from being bought and exploited by others? Or should she let them succumb to this fate, helplessly witnessing their slow demise? Her hand gripping the controller trembled violently, her inner turmoil raging. They are living beings, just like me. A youthful yet resolute voice broke through. Macy, unbeknownst to anyone. She had wriggled free from Owen's grasp, bravely rushing to the console and unhesitatingly pressing the emergency release switch for the basement. In the chaotic surge of fleeing dinosaurs, the barriers lifted, and creatures of all sizes and shapes surged forth like a deluge, driven by the instinct of survival and the terror of their near escape. They burst through the confines, crashing against the walls, shrieking as they plunged into the dense forest outside, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Owen observed this unfolding scene, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He slowly stepped out from his hiding place, watching familiar raptor silhouettes fade into the fringes of the jungle, his heart a whirlwind of mixed feelings. He stepped forward, instinctively extending his hand, yearning to caress the few comrades who had once fought alongside him. Yet, they merely cast a wary glance in his direction before swiftly following the main force. At that moment, heavy footsteps resounded like the drums of war, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The massive form of Sha Hui, akin to a moving fortress, gradually emerged from the shadows of the manor. The setting sun bathed its platinum scales in a fiery golden hue, while the colossal shadow it cast nearly enveloped Owen entirely. The still fresh blood of the ferocious velociraptor upon its body exuded a potent metallic scent as its cold, golden slit eyes gazed down upon the diminutive human with an air of superiority. Owen raised his gaze, observing the colossal beast that had just saved them with thunderous might, yet radiated an aura of unknown peril. His heart brimmed with an indescribable blend of emotions, gratitude, reverence, confusion, and perhaps an inexplicable sense of kinship. He inhaled deeply, summoning the courage of a lifetime, and cautiously extended his hand, as if wishing to touch Shaha's heavily scaled forelimb, much like he had with Bruno. However, before his fingertips could graze the cold armor of scales, Shahu's enormous head dipped slightly, releasing a powerful gust of warm air, laden with the scent of blood and the briny tang of the sea. This dragon's breath surged forth like a miniature hurricane, instantly destabilizing the unwary Owen, who stumbled backward in surprise, nearly collapsing to the ground. I merely came to seek vengeance. What are you pondering? Once assured that no immediate threats from bastards or mercenaries remained, Shahu, resembling a moving mountain, ceased to linger. It released a deep, resonant exhalation, akin to thunder rumbling within the clouds, reverberating throughout the space as if passing judgment on the chaos that had unfolded. In an instant, Shahu's colossal form pivoted sharply, executing the maneuver with remarkable swiftness and strength, like a mountain suddenly altering its course. Accompanying this turn, its tail, as robust as a giant pillar, swept across the ground, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. The whirlwind, akin to a hurricane, howled past, displacing everything in its path. The rising dust resembled a blinding sandstorm, obscuring the surrounding landscape from view. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy, deliberate footsteps reverberated rhythmically, each step echoing in the hearts of onlookers, quickening their pulses. The sound grew increasingly near, and with each impact of its massive claws upon the earth, a dull thud resonated, akin to a minor earthquake, causing the remaining glass within the manor to vibrate ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. The stones upon the ground seemed to dance under the influence of this immense force, as if celebrating the presence of such a terrifying entity. Its strides were resolute and powerful, devoid of hesitation, as it made its way straight into the depths of the dense thicket. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a golden glow upon its platinum-hued massive silhouette, yet this brilliance did little to obscure the terrifying aura it emanated. Its form gradually blurred amidst the twilight and rising dust, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the dense forest, leaving behind a disarrayed estate and those who remained, trembling in fear. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, blood, and terror, lingering long after the chaos. The distant tremors of the earth continued to resonate in the ears of the onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 14. Ease the night enveloped the vast battlefield like thick ink, a heavy shroud that stilled the air, which now stagnated with a rust-like sweetness. Each breath felt like swallowing viscous plasma. The very ground seemed to wail, tainted by countless lives, transformed into a nauseating, unfathomable crimson mire, reflecting an eerie sheen beneath the faint starlight. At the heart of this infernal tableau stood a colossal spiked dinosaur, resembling an entity emerged from the deepest nightmares. Its jagged bone spikes, akin to a hellish thicket, were ominously spread across its massive back and sturdy limbs, each tip adorned with dark, congealed blood, dripping remnants of life. Thick, still warm blood soaked into its armor-like skin, coursing through the grooves of its scales, converging at its feet into small, viscous streams. With each heavy, echoing breath, it exhaled a palpable scent of death. Its enormous, reptilian slit pupils burned with a primal thirst for blood in the darkness, resembling two ghostly flames from the abyss. Greedily surveying the slaughterhouse it had wrought with its own hands, it was the tyrant of the night, a hurricane of death. With steps heavy enough to shake the earth and roars that rent the air, its massive form trampled over severed limbs and dismembered arms. Each sweeping motion of its colossal tail stirred a storm of blood, while every swipe of its claws elicited a chilling symphony of bone and flesh tearing apart. The screams of humanity and the lamentations of beasts appeared feeble and fleeting in the face of such overwhelming violence, like snowflakes engulfed by molten lava, extinguished in an instant. No creature could survive in the wake of its rampage. Only the splattered warm fluids and shattered remnants marked its path forward. Then its immense eyes, ablaze with the fire of destruction, locked onto its target, Dr. Wu. Its massive head plunged down, its gaping maw, filled with dagger-like fangs, opened wide like an abyssal chasm, exuding a palpable sense of impending doom and death, lunging toward her. The shadow instantaneously consumed all light from her field of vision. A shrill, piercing scream, brimming with sheer terror, shattered the silence of reality. Dr. Wu's body felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, jolting her upright from her bed. Cold sweat drenched her nightgown, the clammy sensation clinging to her skin. Her heart raced frantically within her chest, nearly breaking through her ribs, each thump delivering suffocating agony. She gasped for breath, her lungs ablaze, while her hands clutched the sheets beneath her, knuckles whitening from the strain, as if that were the sole tether to pull her back from an endless descent. Cold sweat trickled down her pale cheeks, landing on the trembling back of her hand. After what felt like an eternity, the overwhelming sensation of dread gradually receded like a tide, leaving behind a chilling, hollow aftertaste that clung to her like a persistent shadow. She moved from the bed with the stiffness and sluggishness of a marionette, her feet touching the frigid floor, bringing a fleeting sense of fragile reality that could not dispel the icy grip deep within her soul. Staggering into the living room, the darkness seemed to hold remnants of a blood-soaked battlefield in her mind. Mechanically, she grasped a water jug, poured half a glass, and curled up on the sofa. Her vacant gaze fixated on the gently rippling surface of the water, reflecting the faint light from outside, reminiscent of a viscous pool of blood from a haunting dream. In the silence, only her own unsteady, tremulous breaths disrupted the stillness. Ever since the Platinum Throne project had crumbled on that fateful night, filled with smoke and screams, such nightmares had followed her relentlessly, reconstructing and amplifying the visceral horror that gnawed at her nerves. Meanwhile, in a tranquil valley embraced by ancient forests on the other side of the world, a brook babbled softly, dancing over pebbles and glimmering with the silver light of dawn. By the banks, a massive Spinosaurus, akin to a moving hill, crouched low, its colossal head nearly touching the water's surface. Its eyes, deeper than the brook itself, had shed all ferocity, leaving only childlike innocence and focus as it gazed intently at the silvery shadows darting beneath the water. Patiently, it remained still, its gigantic frame resembling a moss-covered rock, just as a plump trout leisurely swam past its snout. Snap! A crisp, decisive sound broke the tranquility. Not a violent bite, but rather the creature's enormous forepaw, clad in hardened scales, delicately struck with astonishing speed and precision from the side. Water splashed as the disoriented fish traced an elegant arc, landing steadily on the grass by the shore, its tail persistently thrashing against the moist earth. Indeed, the Spinosaurus was meant to feast on fish, and it let out a low hum of satisfaction, a sound both deep and oddly relaxed. Lowering its head, it grasped the still flopping fish, sharp teeth effortlessly slicing through the succulent flesh, sweet juices flooding its mouth. The tough, gamey meat of the previously consumed sauropod legs and the pungent ribs of the ceratopsian paled in comparison to this fresh delicacy. As it chewed, the creature blissfully squinted its eyes, as if savoring the finest flavors of the world. In its mind, an invisible counter joyfully ticked away. Fish meat 161, fish meat 178. After a hearty meal, it lifted its head, lazily shaking off the droplets clinging to its snout. Its gaze swept across the forest bordering the creek, where a stout ankylosaurus, burdened with a massive tail club, ambled leisurely, nibbling on ferns. A mischievous thought unexpectedly surfaced. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in the eyes of Shahui, as his massive silhouette oddly twisted and faded into the air, merging seamlessly with the ink-wash background. He activated his invisibility. Like a weightless shadow, he stealthily maneuvered behind the ankylosaurus. With great care, his sturdy claws evaded the brittle twigs on the ground, plucking a few smooth pebbles from the moist earth. Then, he held his breath and gently flicked the stones, which landed with a soft thud upon the ankylosaurus's heavily armored nape. The enormous creature paused momentarily, raising its head in confusion, leisurely twisting its neck, its small eyes scanning the dense underbrush and open space behind it, finding nothing amiss. With a puzzled snort, it returned to its grazing. Shahui silently grinned, though hidden from view, and seized a few more stones, employing the same trick once again. Thud, thud, thud. This time, the ankylosaurus turned its head with noticeably greater haste, displaying evident impatience. The strong muscles of its neck tensed, and its tail club lifted slightly, surveying the surroundings yet again. Still barren, agitated, it stomped its feet and exhaled a huff, clearly vexed by the inexplicable disturbance. Emboldened by mischief, Shahui gathered more stones. However, just as he prepared to throw for the third time, the ankylosaurus unexpectedly executed a swift 180-degree turn, a burst of energy entirely at odds with its cumbersome form. The massive tail club swept through the space where it had just been standing. Shahui's invisibility persisted, yet his movements froze in that instant. He maintained the comical posture of throwing stones, his enormous head tilted slightly, an expression of "oh, have I been discovered?" etched across his face, though he was confident he remained unseen. The ankylosaurus's small eyes widened, its nostrils flaring, seemingly detecting an unusual presence. It fixated intently on the very air where Shahui stood, and after just a second of scrutiny, a short, terrified roar erupted. In the next moment, this stout tank surged forth with astonishing speed, its hooves pounding as it crashed through the low shrubs, thundering deep into the forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye among the dense shadows of the trees, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints and trampled ferns. How easily startled, Hui mused as he deactivated his invisibility, his large form reappearing by the stream. Feeling somewhat bored, he flicked his tail and muttered as he watched the Ankylosaurus's retreating figure. The prank concluded, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Hui ambled over to a natural canopy formed by enormous ferns, where sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting mottled patches of light. Comfortably, he laid down, resting his heavy head upon his crossed forearms, emitting a deep, contented rumble akin to a low wind instrument, preparing to take a brief slumber. Before long, a few vividly colored, audacious forest birds fluttered over. They appeared utterly unafraid of the gigantic creature, alighting gracefully near Hui's massive snout, tilting their little heads, and curiously peering at his tightly shut jaws with their bead-like eyes. Among them, the boldest of the little creatures even leapt onto his scaly nose, gently pecking at the edges of his tightly shut lips with its small yet sturdy beak. Hui half opened one of his enormous eyes, filled with confusion as he wondered, what do these tiny beings desire? He slightly moved his head, causing the birds to nimbly hop away, yet they did not fly far. Persistently bouncing around his mouth and emitting delicate chirps, their message unmistakable, open up. Although he was at a loss, Hui sensed that these little beings bore no ill intent. With a hint of curiosity and indulgence, he obediently and slowly opened his massive jaws, capable of swallowing a calf, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth akin to short swords. A miraculous scene unfolded. The little birds fearlessly ventured inside. They deftly navigated between the enormous teeth, using their slender beaks to precisely extract tiny morsels of flesh and fish scales lodged in the gaps. The sensation of their beaks brushing against his gums and teeth elicited a peculiar, subtle tickling itch and a refreshing feeling. Hui was utterly astounded, his colossal body remaining still, fearful of disturbing these tiny cleaners. He had expected discomfort or irritation, but surprisingly, this delicate pecking sensation was not unpleasant. Instead, it brought an indescribable comfort and relaxation, akin to an exquisitely meticulous massage that dispelled the last remnants of post-feast heaviness. He once again closed his eyes in bliss, emitting a deeper and softer purr from his throat, fully immersed in this unexpected delightful service bestowed by nature. The breeze in the forest caressed him, carrying the fresh scents of grass and streams, intertwining with the gentle pecking sounds to compose a primal and harmonious symphony of life. At that moment, an enticing aroma drifted into his nostrils like a gentle spring, the savory scent of roasted meat, rich and profound, reminiscent of a divine delicacy. His taste buds were instantly ignited by this aroma, and saliva flooded his mouth. He discreetly activated his invisibility skill, moving like a specter, cautiously approaching the small wooden cabin where Owen resided. Each step was light and careful, fearful of making any sound that might attract Owen's attention. At last, he reached the edge of the cabin, peering through a gap in the window to behold the delicious roast meat sizzling within. The golden brown meat crackled over the fire, emanating an irresistible fragrance. His eyes fixated on the roast, his desire intensifying. Seizing the opportunity while Owen and the others were distracted, he struck with lightning speed, devouring a large portion of the roast in one gulp. The exquisite flavor exploded in his mouth, and his taste buds reveled in this delightful experience, unable to resist. However, he lingered only briefly, fully aware that he could not be discovered. After savoring this fleeting culinary feast, he swiftly turned and dashed away like a gust of wind, vanishing into the depths of the forest. For one such as he, a formidable ecological sovereign, engaging in petty thievery seemed rather unbecoming. However, he remained indifferent, after all. Even dinosaurs require sustenance. This was merely one of the few forms of entertainment he indulged in within this world. As for your inquiry about why I have not been discovered until now, there lies an intriguing tale. Each time, Gwyer would casually inscribe a name on the ground, followed by the phrase visited here. Consequently, Owen would presume that those around him were deliberately teasing him. Just imagine. When Owen stumbled upon an unfamiliar name along with the inscription, he must have found it rather peculiar. Moreover, this occurrence was not a singular event, leading him to naturally conclude that someone was playing a prank on him. As for Hui, she cleverly evaded detection each time. She would either write these words when Owen was distracted or select more concealed spots to inscribe them, making it difficult for Owen to notice. Thus, Gwyer continued to mock Owen in this manner, while Owen remained oblivious to the true instigator, Hui. However, Hui was not one to merely take advantage. After each clandestine feast, she would diligently venture into the surrounding woods, select a tree that caught her eye, and forcefully break off a branch to toss it at Owen's doorstep. Over time, Owen discovered that a significant portion of the timber in his modest cabin had been sourced from Shah Huey's escapades. Yet this time, Shah Huey's plan for pilfering seemed less successful than usual. Just as she prepared to make her escape, a small head suddenly poked out from inside the house. Upon closer inspection, it was Maisie. This charming little girl had been adopted by Owen and Claire. Maisie, with her sparkling eyes, intently observed Shah Hui as she watched her retreating figure, seemingly pondering something. Suddenly, a mischievous smile blossomed on her face, as if she had conjured an exceptionally delightful idea. Chapter 15. Into the sea. Shah Huey's enormous form crushed through the underbrush lining the shore, producing an excruciatingly grating sound as branches snapped and leaves cascaded down like rain. He turned his head, the rough texture of his scaly armor scraping against the gnarled trunk of an old tree, emitting a jarring metallic noise. He lifted his heavy head, his gaze piercing through the sparse canopy to the overcast sky. The air was thick with humidity, clinging to his skin as though it could be wrung out. Rain was imminent. Shah Hui shook his massive head in agitation, the iconic row of towering spines along his neck swaying, tracing a perilous arc in the dim light. The scent of the forest grew increasingly convoluted, becoming more intolerable. The newcomers, with their exaggerated crests, were particularly bothersome, their odor reminiscent of decaying vegetation in a muddy swamp. With a sudden shake, he dislodged several dry leaves clinging to his spines, as if attempting to rid himself of the invisible filth. A clear objective flashed in Shah Huey's simple mind. Water. Flowing water. He needed that familiar stream. With determined strides, each footfall caused the earth beneath him to groan under the weight, as though it could scarcely bear the burden. A colossal foot trampled over the desiccated twigs, fallen leaves, and nascent vines of the ground, leaving behind a chaotic series of deep impressions. The forest parted before him, only to close behind him. Ahead, the scent of water grew increasingly distinct, infused with the coolness of earth and stone, rushing towards him through the gaps in the trees. At last, a shimmering stream appeared at the edge of his vision, winding like a silver serpent through the verdant woodland. Without a moment's hesitation, the mighty creature crashed through the last few obstructive bushes, stepping directly into the frigid waters. The current instantly enveloped his robust limbs, delivering a jolt of piercing coolness that seemed to temporarily suppress the dull ache at his shoulder blades. The stream was no longer a hindrance, but transformed into a life-giving lubricant, gently yet powerfully cradling his form. A barely perceptible pale blue luminescence, akin to gossamer, quietly enveloped the surface of his scaled skin. This ethereal glow seeped into the crevices of his armor, imparting an unusual sense of relaxation, as if his heavy muscle fibers were infused with a lightness akin to the breeze. The sensation of being embraced by the water activated, flooding his entire being with a familiar buoyancy, causing the weight of his massive form to dissipate like mist beneath the sun. His great body became unprecedentedly agile. The water no longer resisted him. Instead, it became an extension of his being, willingly supporting and propelling him forward. He gently swayed his tail, and with a mere flick of his formidable fin, he propelled himself like a silvery arrow, silently and swiftly gliding into the depths of the stream. The scenery along the bank blurred into a mosaic of colors, rapidly receding behind him. As he flowed downstream, the stream gradually widened, the current becoming more robust and steady, ultimately merging into a broader river. He maintained a posture with most of his body submerged, revealing only his nostrils and a pair of amber vertical pupils above the surface, resembling two serene, ancient lanterns slowly moving forward. The river's aroma was more complex, mingling the sweet scent of algae with the earthy smell of river mud, interspersed with unfamiliar fragrances. On the bank, a few smaller avian dinosaurs stretched their necks, cautiously sipping from the river. Further away, a group of young triceratops frolicked clumsily in the shallows under the watchful eyes of adult giants, splashing water everywhere, their tender calls echoing across the river's surface. Shah Hui's indifferent pupils scanned this vibrant scene, his heart untouched by emotion. To him, these moments were merely a backdrop repeated countless times on this land. Ever since the enormous metallic birds had torn through the sky, casting down a multitude of lights, this world had grown increasingly congested. Strange roars and the sense of conflict filled the air day and night. He flicked his tail, his massive body carving a smooth V-shaped wake through the river, silently distancing himself from the clamor of the banks. The river's current urged Shah Hui onward, its power surging, propelling him swiftly. The landscapes on both shores underwent a silent transformation. The towering ancient trees and dense ferns gradually thinned, shrinking, ultimately replaced by massive, sharply defined boulders of remarkably regular shapes. The surfaces of these rocks are smooth, reflecting blinding light, stacked in dizzying heights. From some square openings emanates an otherworldly glow. The air is thick with an overwhelming scent. A melange of bizarre substances burning together, mingling with a stench reminiscent of decay, yet distinctly different, alongside the dense, foul odor emitted by the multitude of bipedal creatures congregating nearby. The concept of a city flickers in Shahui's mind. A vague notion captured from fragmented memories of other dinosaurs. A colossal nesting area of bipeds, rife with incomprehensible dangers and cacophony. An instinctive alarm blares within him, as if an invisible thorn pierces his nerves. Without hesitation, his massive form plunges downwards. The water surges violently, releasing a series of large bubbles before returning to its flowing state. He is completely engulfed in the murky depths of the river, leaving behind a rapidly expanding whirlpool on the surface, soon smoothed over by the relentless current. The dark, cool waters envelop him. Above, the polluted water is so opaque that only distorted flickers of light, cast by the city's shores, can be faintly discerned. The underwater realm is relatively quiet, save for the low, mournful gurgle of the water and the friction as it glides past his body. Shahui silently glides a few meters above the riverbed. Like a shadow emerging from the ancient abyss, he adjusts his course, closely hugging the deepest channel of the riverbed, avoiding the shallows that might betray his presence. As he delves deeper into this tranquil abyss, a voice pierces through the murky waters, stubbornly infiltrating Shahui's exceptionally acute auditory senses. It is a sporadic, suppressed sobbing, a male biped's voice, thick with anguish and despair. Shahui's motion momentarily falters, the sweeping of his enormous tail fin in the water diminishes. He maintains his depth, but slightly tilts his head towards the source of the sound. The voice comes from above, from that bridge. It is intermittent, laced with fragments of incoherent words. They're all gone, just me. What is the point anymore? The voice is hoarse, fractured, as if each syllable is painfully squeezed from a torn lung. A month has passed. My wife is gone, my father is gone. My mother has followed him. It's just me and my son, he is only 5, but I can't. I really can't hold on anymore. Though the river is murky, Shahui's exceptional senses can still outline the silhouette, a male biped, hunched over, sprawled at the edge of a hard vine, his body shaking and trembling with sobs, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The aura of despair is so potent it nearly taints the water. Within Shahui's modest, simplistic core of thought, a singular, crude notion churns, born of pure confusion and a hint of offended irritation. Roar? Is this it? His massive head subtly tilts underwater, and within his amber vertical pupils lies no sympathy, only sheer bewilderment. The fleeting thought flitted by like a stone cast into a deep pool, failing to leave a complete ripple in his consciousness. He swayed his tail, preparing to continue his journey. What did this tragic drama of bipedal creatures have to do with him? He longed to escape this polluted water, tainted by artificial nests, and return to the vast waters that belonged to him. Yet, just as he was about to propel himself away, a dull thud echoed, a heavy object plunging into the water, akin to a boulder crashing into the nearby river. A colossal splash and shockwave instantaneously radiated outward, disturbing the water around him. The sudden wave nudged his body slightly. Instinctively, he raised his head, his amber vertical pupils narrowing in the dim depths, precisely locking onto the struggling figure sinking in the murky water, none other than the weeping male bipedal creature, Cole. The frigid river water pierced through Cole's thin garments like countless steel needles, brutally penetrating his skin, muscles, and marrow. The immense impact rendered his vision dark, as his ears filled with the oppressive roar and the violent howl of the rushing water. The river, reeking of rust and mud, forcefully surged into his mouth and nostrils, causing his lungs to ache painfully, igniting a fiery torment within. His body sank uncontrollably, heavy clothing dragging him down like the grip of a water ghost. It was over. This thought descended like a chilling iron weight. Despairing darkness swiftly engulfed his awareness, so heavy that he nearly surrendered to the struggle. His limbs felt leaden, longing to succumb to the icy embrace of the river, just as consciousness threatened to slip entirely into that lightless abyss. A tender yet piercing voice rang out like thunder amidst the chaos in his mind. "Daddy, when are you coming home? Little Jay saved the biggest strawberry for you." It was his son, Little Jay. Those bright, trusting eyes, brimming with innocence and joy, pierced through the fog of death, vividly manifesting before him. No, he could not die. A primal, ferocious surge of life erupted within his near-death body, akin to a dormant volcano awakening. The instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed all despair and fatigue, seizing every nerve. His limbs seemed to break free from invisible shackles, unleashing an astonishing strength. He kicked fiercely, his arms flailing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape this icy tomb. Striving upward, his lungs burned with pain, each stroke draining his remaining strength, yet a singular thought consumed him. Air. To live. For little Jay. The murky river was churned into a boiling mire by his frantic movements. In the tumultuous struggle, just as he was on the brink of exhaustion, dragged once more toward the abyss, he forcefully raised his head one last time, aiming to breach the surface, if only to inhale a breath of air. The murky river parted momentarily beneath his actions. In that fleeting half-second of clarity, a colossal face loomed large, filling Cole's entire field of vision. The rough, platinum scales shimmered with an otherworldly, chilling luminescence at the dim depths of the water. A long, formidable snout, lined with minute, sharp teeth, bore the unmistakable lines of a predatory beast. Most haunting were the enormous, cold, and pure amber-hued vertical pupils, resembling two lanterns emanating from the abyss of hell. Devoid of any warmth of life, only the primal gaze of a hunter. Within the depths of those pupils, his own face, distorted and minuscule as an insect from sheer terror, was reflected clearly. A dinosaur, a colossal, aquatic dinosaur. An indescribable horror, transcending the limits of human comprehension, surged through Cole's every nerve like a billion volts of electricity. His mind went blank, all thought, despair, and sorrow were utterly crushed and evaporated in that moment by this primal fear, rooted deep within his very genes. A sound erupted from his throat, a sharp, inhuman gasp, distorted by the river, so brief that it barely formed a complete syllable. His entire body stiffened like stone, only to erupt into a frenzied struggle far beyond any previous desperation. This was not a struggle for survival, but a pure instinctive spasm, dominated by the deepest fear. He flailed, using his arms and legs in a frantic attempt to distance himself from that terrifying visage mere inches away, as if it were the very gateway to hell. His movements were devoid of coherence, reduced to raw, heart-wrenching terror. The cold amber vertical pupils, akin to two solidified ancient ambers, pierced through the murky waters, observing indifferently the frantic struggle unfolding before them. The creature known as Cole, a bipedal beast, writhed and convulsed in the water, resembling an insect ensnared by an invisible web, making futile last efforts to escape. That fear, emanating from the deepest recesses of his soul, struck like a tangible shockwave, mingling with the turbulent currents, thrumming against the rough scales of the beast. Confusion, like bubbles quietly rising from the riverbed, briefly churned within the straightforward thoughts of the predator. The behavioral pattern of this male biped was utterly contradictory. Just moments ago, he had been weeping on the shore, willingly plunging into the water seeking relief. Yet the next moment, upon merely glimpsing his presence, he erupted with such intense desire for survival and fear. This drastic transformation was devoid of logic. A growl? An impatient syllable rolled within the depths of the predator's consciousness, heavy as the undercurrents beneath the riverbed. His massive head subtly shifted at an imperceptible angle in the water. The chaos and vulnerability of the biped were laid bare at this moment. This senseless struggle, stirring the water and wasting energy, served no purpose whatsoever. It posed no threat to him, and could not genuinely alter the outcome of his drowning. The inefficient, emotional actions of this feeble creature, in the eyes of the predator adhering to the principles of strength and efficiency, were merely a waste of energy. He lost the last vestige of interest in observing. The enormous, scaled visage displayed no change in expression, only absolute indifference. With a powerful sweep, the robust tail lashed through the water. The tail fin, adorned with hard scales, resembled a colossal paddle, unleashing a powerful thrust in an instant. The water was abruptly compressed, forming a brief, yet vigorous whirlpool. With the aid of this force, the massive body of the creature glided through the depths like a leviathan of the abyss, swiftly and silently maneuvering around the futilely thrashing figure of the human. Its chosen path deftly evaded the erratic flailing of Cole's arms, and the torrent of water stirred by its immense form only intensified Cole's desperate struggles for a fleeting moment. There was no turning back. The creature maintained its deep-diving posture, continuing downstream along the riverbed's deepest and swiftest channel. The murky waters swiftly closed behind it, erasing any trace of its passage and isolating the bipedal creature, still ensnared in a desperate struggle for survival. Cole's hopeless thrashing and silent cries fell like stones cast into the depths, leaving no ripples in the wake of its departure. The city's vast and unsightly silhouette, along with the bridge spanning the river, was finally left far behind by the rushing waters. The creature sensed a subtle transformation in the river's embrace. The lingering, foul stench of the bipedal creature's lair gradually dissipated, replaced by a broader, more primal essence, the salty tang carried by winds sweeping across the boundless water. The vitality of countless minuscule lives metabolizing in the sunlight and currents, and the breath of unknown realms beyond. Ahead, the river opened up dramatically. The banks that constrained it vanished, and the murky waters seemed to break free from their final shackles, surging forward with an eagerness fueled by pent-up power, rushing toward an expanse of boundless blue shimmering like scattered silver. The sea, it swung its enormous tail, accelerating once more. The ability to remain agile in the water enhanced its fluid movement, invigorating its being. No longer content with deep diving, its powerful limbs synchronized with the tail's strokes, as its massive form was seemingly lifted by an invisible hand, slowly ascending. With a tremendous splash, a colossal head, covered in platinum scales and crowned with towering spines, erupted from the ocean's surface like a legendary sea monster. The murky river water cascaded from its rugged skull and sharp spines, sparkling momentarily under the sun. Following this was its broad back, akin to a moving hill, and that iconic, massive tail. The briny, vigorous sea breeze rushed toward it unabated, caressing its wet scales and imparting an unprecedented sense of freshness and power. The sunlight poured down without reservation, warming its cold armor. Its vast chest heaved deeply as it inhaled the liberating and potent air, releasing a deep, resonant roar that pierced through the sea breeze. The sound was rich and sonorous, akin to an ancient horn, reverberating across the open sea, heralding the return of a primordial predator. The creature lifted its head, its amber vertical pupils scanning this new, boundless domain with the precision of the finest instrument. Gazing into the distance, the horizon blurred into a seamless expanse of blue at the edge of its sight. In the immediate vicinity, waves relentlessly crash against the rocks, frothing white foam rising in their wake. Further afield, the profound blue sea conceals immeasurable power beneath its surface. A few winged seabirds emit sharp cries, appearing as mere specks circling in the distant sky. The sea breeze brushes against his towering spines, producing a faint lament. He sways his tail, and his massive body begins to glide through the vast expanse of azure. The pace is not swift. Imbued with a sense of tentative exploration and observation, akin to a newcomer in a grand domain. The ocean is starkly different from rivers. It is more expansive, deeper, and buoyancy is greatly enhanced. Supported by the water, his colossal form feels more weightless than it does in rivers, allowing for effortless movement. The invigorating force of the sea seems to animate him further. The pale blue halo around him glows more vividly, flowing seamlessly between his scales, propelling him forward with a fluidity reminiscent of drifting clouds. At times, he submerges beneath the surface, feeling the gentle nudges of currents from various directions. At other moments, he surfaces, allowing sunlight to dispel the coldness of the deep. As he leisurely navigates, a peculiar light suddenly illuminates the underwater expanse ahead. A vast congregation of luminescent jellyfish, akin to glowing, ethereal lanterns, silently drifts in the deep blue waters. Their translucent domes pulsate gently, and their elongated tentacles sway with the currents, emitting a mesmerizing bluish-green luminescence that casts the surrounding waters in a starry glow. His immense form halts a short distance from the jellyfish swarm. He suspends in the water, his massive head tilting slightly, amber vertical pupils fixed intently on this slowly undulating forest of light. The glow is soft and mysterious, entirely distinct from any terrestrial or riverine scene he has ever encountered. A pure curiosity unfurls within him, akin to ripples spreading from a stone cast into a deep pond, stirring subtle waves in his simple yet powerful consciousness. He floats quietly, as if submerged in a fantastical dream. In this moment, time seems to lose its significance. Only the jellyfish silently pulsate, their tentacles undulating, and the ethereal light dances. Chapter 16. The scoundrel's dispute. Ever since he entered the sea, his immense platinum-hued body has become a complete drifter, aimlessly wandering the vast ocean. The frigid waters wash over his rough scales, while sunlight penetrates the surface, casting shifting patterns upon his massive back. Coupled with the unbridled, naturally robust constitution of the ARK-style Spinosaurus, his stamina appears boundless, showing little sign of depletion. This has rendered him a social leviathan within the ocean, all day long brandishing his iconic massive tail, stirring the currents, and mingling with other equally fierce denizens of the deep. The starkly contrasting orcas join in the fray, crashing through schools of fish, emitting deep, resonant rumbles that penetrate the water. He has even managed to thoroughly best the once dominant song, leaving profound claw marks from his powerful grip that may still linger on the thick hide of the Songlong. Since then, each time Teacher Tsong's colossal figure caught sight of that glimmering platinum outline in the deep blue expanse, feeling the familiar, provocative vibrations of the water flow, he would unhesitatingly twist his body, stirring up the murky silt, and swiftly plunge into the darker abyss, vanishing from view. Thus, within the vast realms of the ocean, he spent 4 entire years as a premier social dragon, day after day, year after year. The briny sea breeze was his breath, and the endless waves were the streets upon which he roamed. Gradually, he ascended to land, for the time had come to unfold the narrative. In the depths of a modern laboratory, illuminated by cold, stark light, and filled with intricate instruments and flickering indicators, the air was thick with the mingled scents of disinfectant and culture medium. Dr. Wu, clad in a sterile white lab coat, bore deep lines of concern etched into his face, surrounded by several equally equipped and anxious assistants, all of whom were holding their breath as they gathered around a specially designed reinforced glass incubation chamber. Inside, the temperature and humidity were meticulously regulated, and white mist condensed and dripped down the chamber walls. Their gazes were fixed upon a massive dinosaur egg within, which trembled violently, its surface adorned with large, pulsating vascular patterns. This was the moment when the latest generation of hybrid dinosaurs was poised to break free from its shell. Inside the egg, a life force, a fusion of the tyrannical power of the Tyrannosaurus rex and the chilling genetic codes of the fearsome Shao, struggled fiercely against its bonds. Crack! A sharp, resonant sound pierced the silence of the laboratory. The apex of the eggshell was breached by a claw enveloped in slippery membranes, and fragments fell away. Soon after, a fearsome head burst forth, tearing through the remnants of the egg membrane. The shape of the head unmistakably resembled that of a Spinosaurus, elongated and lined with sharp teeth, yet more robust and ferocious, exuding a raw, tyrannical power akin to that of the T-Rex. The newly emerged monster writhed, its slick body fully exposed to the frigid glare of the lights. Its physique was astonishingly muscular, each muscle bulging out amidst the slime, indeed reminiscent of the explosive power of a Tyrannosaurus. However, the sight on its back was even more chilling, a row of towering, jagged spines extended from the nape down to the tail, each spine edged with sharp, shark-like barbs glinting with a metallic sheen. More bizarrely, the end of its stout tail did not terminate in a typical vertebra, but rather expanded into a structure with sharp, horn-like sheaths, within which lay a bony spike reminiscent of a scorpion's venomous stinger, exuding a lethal threat. Though it had just hatched, still drenched in viscous egg white and bodily fluids, this colossal beast already exhibited a disquieting majesty. Its scales were not the usual dark hues, but rather an extraordinarily vivid, blood-soaked crimson that reflected an eerie sheen under the surgical lights. Dr. Wu's gaze remained fixed on the monitor, transfixed by that piercing red, as he swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he uttered its designation, blood-spiked dragon. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the well-equipped yet oppressive atmosphere of the Genetic Corporation-S Reception Center, DR, Ellie Sattler approached Dr. Alan Grant, carrying a specially designed insect container that emitted a faint buzzing and scratching sound. Inside the container resided an unusually large locust, its chitinous shell gleaming with an oily sheen. Upon seeing Ellie, a complex expression momentarily crossed Alan's weathered face, reflecting a heartfelt joy at their reunion after the harrowing events of Jurassic Park, mingled with a tinge of sorrow for unfulfilled sentiments buried deep within. He was pleased to know she had resiliently built a family and embraced a new life, yet that underlying regret felt like an old wound being prodded. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the matter at hand, their voices lowered to a near whisper, nearly drowned out by the hum of the central air conditioning in the expansive corridor. Alan cautiously accepted the container, observing the agitated giant insect through the reinforced glass, his brow furrowed. Ellie quickly retrieved datagraphs on her tablet, her fingertip gliding across the screen, indicating several highlighted genetic sequences. Following a hurried yet subdued discussion, combining Ellie's tangible evidence and Alan's profound understanding of paleobiological genetics, they arrived at a chilling conclusion. This was no mere natural mutation. It was undoubtedly linked to the Genetic Corporation. More critically, within the genetic samples extracted from the mutated locust's chitinous shell, unmistakable fragments of ancient plant genes, long believed to have been extinguished by the end of the Cretaceous period, were detected. The ambitions of the Genetic Corporation were glaringly evident. They sought to harness these modified locusts to monopolize and control the global food supply. As Alan listened to LES analysis, his gaze fixed on the glaring genetic comparison results on the screen, his countenance turned ashen. Ellie spoke earnestly, her eyes resolute. Ultimately, Alan inhaled deeply. The hesitation in his gaze replaced by determination, and he nodded firmly. Coincidentally, Ellie received an invitation to tour the genetic corporation. Their group, including Alan in disguise, boarded the company's discreetly luxurious electric shuttle, traversing through the heavily secured gates and meticulously manicured grounds. The interior was suffused with the scent of leather and a fresh air system. Along the way, a young assistant clad in a crisp uniform, radiating professional enthusiasm. Perhaps eager to showcase the company's prowess or merely displaying youthful bravado, pointed out through the window a dense jungle area enclosed by towering electric fences, exclaiming, "Do you see? The mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex has made its home with us. Just yesterday, we observed a gigantic, fearless dragon swimming in those waters." His tone carried a hint of pride, and then, lowering his voice conspiratorially, he added, "But really, those are nothing. What's truly groundbreaking is our latest creation, the blood-spiked dragon. Now that is a revolutionary masterpiece." As the assistant uttered the words genetic engineering of the International Corporation, Alan and Ellie were both captivated by the spectacle outside the window. The momentary stiffness etched upon their faces and the unmistakable sharp vigilance reflected in their eyes pierced through the tranquil surface like an ice pick breaking the calm of a lake. Although fleeting, this exchange was keenly registered by both. Ellie's fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her garment, while Alan pressed his lips together, his jawline taut with tension. After a series of formalized tours, traversing through a futuristic yet chillingly sterile exhibition hall and laboratory corridors, Ellie and Alan finally found themselves in a relatively secluded corner of a break area, where they met their old friend, another scientist burdened with concern. Their old acquaintance spoke little, his gaze swiftly scanning the pervasive surveillance cameras flickering with tiny red lights. Under the guise of handing over a coffee cup, he discreetly and swiftly slipped an inconspicuous black metal bracelet into Alan's pocket. His lips barely moved, and his voice dropped to a whisper, "Wear it. Emergency contact. Be cautious of recordings." He urgently conveyed several keywords, each laden with tension and urgency. He believed this brief encounter was seamlessly executed, akin to whispers in the shadows. However, high above the break area, in a well-appointed office encased in one-way glass, Dodgen leisurely surveyed the miniature scene below while holding a wine glass. His hawk-like gaze caught the seemingly clandestine exchange in that corner, observing the scientist's furtive actions and the instant alertness of Ellie and Alan. The inherently suspicious Dodgen allowed a cold smirk to curve his lips. In an instant, he deduced that the presence of these two individuals was far from a mere visit of curiosity. A sense of danger swiftly extinguished the leisure in his eyes, replaced by a chilling scrutiny. After witnessing this silent tableau, Dodgen set down his wine glass, adjusted the cuffs of his expensive suit, and walked with a deliberate, imposing stride towards the cutting-edge biological laboratory situated at the core of the building. Inside the laboratory, an array of large culture tanks, flickering screens, and intricate tubing filled the space, the air thick with disinfectant and an indescribable, peculiar scent reminiscent of biological matter. The head of this facility was none other than Dr. Henry Wu, whose hair had turned gray and whose visage appeared even more haggard and aged than during their time on Nublo Island. Perhaps burdened by too many tragedies, perhaps haunted by the blood-soaked nightmares of the past, or perhaps simply aged, Dr. Wu now exhibited an unsettling restlessness, his eyes filled with an inescapable anxiety and dread. When Dodgen's tall figure appeared at the laboratory door, Dr. Wu abruptly rose, his voice tinged with a near-desperate urgency. "Mr. Dodgen, we must act immediately, before this leads to an irreversible catastrophe. Destroy all locusts, all samples, completely terminate this project." His fingers nervously tapped against the cold metallic edge of the console. In response, Dodgen's expression remained impassive, as if he had merely heard an inconsequential suggestion. He leisurely stepped inside, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the pristine floor. He cast a glance around at the writhing nymphs and adult specimens of locusts in the culture medium, his gaze devoid of any reverence for life, replaced instead by a cold appraisal and calculation. "Destruction? Dr. Wu, you are too emotional." His voice was steady and ruthless, akin to a chilling current. "What happens to the world outside, what humanity consumes, is of no concern to us." He approached Dr. Wu, towering above the once genius scientist, a frigid smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I am solely concerned with two words: profit." He gestured toward the densely packed locusts in the incubator. "These little creatures are the golden key to unlocking an endless treasury of wealth. As for the velociraptor and that little girl, Maisie, they are already within our grasp. With that, he disregarded the pallet, trembling Dr. Wu, as though the latter were merely a wisp of air. Turning on his heel and striding out of the laboratory with an undeniable authority, the heavy automatic door sliding shut behind him in silence. Once the heavy laboratory door closed, an icy stillness enveloped the space anew, leaving only the low hum of machinery and the soft bubbling of rising air in the incubator. Dr. Wu felt as though all strength had been drained from him, slumping back onto the cold metal chair with a faint metallic creak. His wrinkled hands pressed tightly against his face, knuckles whitening from the force. He sat there, motionless, save for his shoulders which trembled subtly, betraying the tumult raging within. Countless fragments of nightmares surged uncontrollably into his mind. The blood-soaked, muddy expanse of Nubra Island, the deafening roars and screams, and that soul-freezing figure moving amidst the smoke and blood. The once elegant, noble platinum spiked-back dinosaur, now drenched in the warmth of fresh blood, transforming into a hellish beast. Entirely crimson, the blood-stained spikes, the cold, unfeeling yellow vertical pupils, the claws that tore through steel and flesh as easily as paper. This scene imprinted itself like the deepest of brands, causing him to bolt upright in bed countless times during the night, drenched in cold sweat, heart racing as though that blood-colored giant loomed by his bedside, gazing at him. In the silent laboratory, only Dr. Wu's stifled breaths remained. He lowered his hands, his bloodshot eyes hollowly fixed on the incubation chamber that had birthed the blood-spiked dinosaur. His lips moved soundlessly for a moment before they finally formed an almost inaudible sigh, laden with boundless fear and regret. Dissipating into the frigid air, we must learn to respect nature. And now, in the dim light, that colossal platinum figure traversed the snow-covered mountains. Its limbs, as stout as ancient tree trunks, wrapped in thick muscle and scales, sank heavily into the soft snow with each step, producing a muted plop and leaving behind enormous, clear footprints resembling meteorite craters. The icy air stimulated its massive nostrils, exhaling a cloud of vapor that quickly crystallized into frost. What a wretched place, it muttered irritably. Shaking its head, snowflakes cascading from its spines. Not even a shadow of a creature to fill my belly. I'm starving. Its low growl echoed through the desolate, silent snow-capped peaks. Suddenly, amidst the vast and dim expanse of the sky, a series of faint, metallic sounds emerged, reminiscent of thin sheets of metal being violently torn apart. The sound pierced through the thin air, carrying an unsettling sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine. The beast, Shahui, abruptly halted, his colossal head rising instantly. The bony plates of his neck taut, as his icy yellow slit pupils scanned the leaden clouds and the rolling snow-capped peaks with vigilance. What was that ominous noise? A low growl, laced with confusion and alertness, escaped his throat, as his enormous ears slightly pivoted, attuned to the slightest tremors in the air. Yet, as far as his gaze could reach, all that met his eyes was the howling wind swirling up snowflakes, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent, as if the bizarre sounds were merely the cruel jest of the biting wind. Chapter 17. Filial piety. The frigid air clawed at Claire's cheeks, and the parachute cords whistled ominously in the gale. Below, the dense jungle loomed, as rich and dark as a verdant velvet carpet, rushing towards her. Emergency parachuting. She could only pray fervently, beseeching not to land in an open space, nor to crash directly onto the predator's dinner table. Bang! A violent impact plunged her into darkness, her insides feeling as if they had been jostled. Fortunately, it was not the ground, but the resilient branches of the treetops. She dangled like an abandoned doll, awkwardly suspended several meters above the ground. The dizziness had yet to subside when heavy, deliberate footsteps approached, crushing the brittle twigs and leaves underfoot. Her heart froze in an instant. Through the gaps in the foliage, a colossal, grotesque silhouette emerged, the scythe dragon. Its signature claws, resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe, hung limply at its sides, each step exuding an oppressive aura that stifled the air. However, Claire quickly discerned a crucial detail. Its small eyes, clouded and vacant, wandered aimlessly, failing to lock onto her, the fruit dangling from the tree. The phrase poor eyesight flickered through her mind, igniting a glimmer of hope. Adrenaline surged through her veins as her instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she summoned every ounce of strength to unfasten the intricate parachute buckles. As the cords loosened, she plummeted straight down, fortuitously landing atop a thick bed of ferns. After rolling a few times, without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled into a murky puddle ahead, which exuded a foul stench of decay. The cold, muddy water instantly soaked her flight suit, chilling her to the bone. Yet, like a stone, she sank to the bottom of the shallow pit, leaving only her nostrils barely breaking the surface as she held her breath, remaining utterly still. The scythed dragon ambled beneath the tree, its immense head swaying side to side, emitting a perplexed low growl. It seemed to sense that something was amiss, yet its poor vision could not pierce through the water's reflective surface or the floating decaying leaves. Failing to discern the still silhouette within the puddle, it irritably raised its head, unleashing a deafening roar directed at Claire's previous position, sending a gust of fetid air that dislodged leaves from the trees. Then, seemingly losing interest, its enormous form clumsily turned aside, where an innocent little deer was grazing on tender grass. Hey, my peanuts? This absurd thought flickered momentarily in Claire's mind, only to be swiftly engulfed by overwhelming terror. The scythed dragon's colossal claws struck without warning, slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh. A brief, mournful cry abruptly ceased, and the fawn, as if struck by a colossal fly, instantly transformed into a blurred mass of flesh and blood. The scythed lizard lowered its head to sniff, seemingly dissatisfied, shaking the blood from its claws before leisurely striding deeper into the jungle. Claire, submerged in the waterhole, nearly suffocated. It was not until the silhouette of the scythed lizard had completely vanished that she abruptly emerged from the muddy water, coughing violently, gasping for breath, her body trembling from the icy grip of fear and the foul stench of the mire. Time dragged on painfully. As Owen and Watts painstakingly traversed the area guided by the signal, a heavy scent of blood permeated the air. They beheld the gruesome remnants of the fawn, and nearby, the remnants of a parachute dangling from a tree, causing their hearts to sink. Claire, Owen whispered urgently, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Heavy footsteps, resembling distant thunder, echoed from another direction. A more immense and imposing figure emerged from the thicket, the Tyrannosaurus rex. Its massive head hung low, nostrils flaring, greedily inhaling the sweet scent of blood, its yellow-brown eyes fixated on the carcass of the fawn. Yet, it seemed that the apex predators of the jungle always appeared in pairs. Almost simultaneously, another set of deeper, more resonant footsteps approached, trees being forcefully parted. The elongated and formidable silhouette of the Giganotosaurus materialized, equally drawn by the scent of blood. The two pairs of reptilian slitted pupils met in the air. An instant tension akin to a powder keg filled the atmosphere. When two dragons meet, conflict is inevitable. A deep roar rumbled like rolling thunder, heralding the onset of their clash. They charged at one another like moving mountains, their colossal heads colliding with a forceful impact, fangs interlocking, producing a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. However, this apex confrontation concluded with alarming swiftness. The Giganotosaurus, leveraging its longer neck and astonishing bite force, accurately sank its teeth into the forelimb of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The sound of splintering bone was unmistakable. The Tyrannosaurus emitted a pained roar, its massive body recoiling as the instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. It abandoned both prey and territory, limping away into the dense forest, while the Giganotosaurus triumphantly roared at its retreating form before lowering its head to feast upon the flattened fawn. As night descended, Claire, covered in mud and utterly exhausted, finally discovered a semi-abandoned observation tower. A faint emergency light flickered at the tower's pinnacle, like a beacon in the darkness. She had to ascend. There, she might find a vantage point and perhaps some means of communication. Cautiously, she pushed open the iron door and climbed the creaking stairs. Just as she reached the final step, preparing to enter the observation room, a putrid gust of wind, reeking of decaying flesh, rushed upon her from behind. She whirled around, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. A Dilophosaurus stood at the stairway's entrance, its vividly colored frill flaring in anger, hissing a menacing threat as viscous venom dripped from its jaws. As it leaned forward, its hind legs coiled with tension, it appeared poised to pounce. In a critical moment, a shadow darted from the periphery like a bolt of lightning. It was Owen. He skillfully maneuvered to the side of the Baryonyx, his powerful arms gripping the creature's slender neck like a vice. Taken by surprise, the Baryonyx emitted a strange croaking sound as it thrashed wildly, attempting to claw at Watts. Unfazed, Watts swiftly produced a high-voltage stun baton and forcefully pressed it against the vulnerable side of the Baryonyx's neck. Zzz. The sharp crackle of electricity accompanied the creature's violent convulsions and its sudden, silenced roar. Its body weakened, collapsing to the ground, utterly unconscious. "Looks like we made it just in time," Owen panted, releasing his grip and glancing at the still-shaken Claire. He quickly followed suit, rushing forward. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the island, In the clandestine laboratory of Biosyn, Dodgson's expression darkened. He had learned that Dr. Ellie Sattler and Dr. Alan Grant had joined forces with Owen and were making their way towards the control center, evidently intent on thwarting his plans. He glared at the restless giant mutated locusts behind the glass wall of the isolation chamber, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Burn them. Immediately. He roared at his subordinates, insisting that no evidence be left behind. Flames erupted from the flamethrowers, instantly engulfing the isolation chamber. However, the cruel smile on Dodgson's face quickly froze. The locusts not only failed to be reduced to ashes, but became even more ferocious under the onslaught of the flames. Their exoskeletons glowed with an eerie red hue in the intense heat, emitting a high-pitched buzzing sound, akin to burning projectiles, as they violently slammed against the reinforced glass and metal barriers. Cracks spread across the glass. No, this cannot be. Dodgson retreated in horror. Boom. The isolation wall was brutally breached. The flaming, fist-sized mutated locusts surged forth like a torrent of hellfire. Wherever they passed, equipment ignited, circuits shorted, and flames cascaded like raindrops from above, igniting everything in the laboratory. Dodgson's subordinates screamed as they were engulfed by the flames, and the entire facility was instantly consumed by fire. This devastating swarm broke through the roof, transforming into a moving, burning cloud of death that spread towards the vast jungle, leaving Dodgson's desperate roar in its wake. Within the control center, the atmosphere was as taut as a drawn bowstring. Owen and his companions successfully regrouped. Ellie deftly operated the complex console, sweat dampening her temples. We must activate the aerial deterrent system now, or we will not be able to escape from here. Ellie's voice conveyed an undeniable urgency. Outside, a colossal shadow loomed once more. The massive head of the southern titanosaur appeared outside the shattered window, its cold, vertical pupils surveying the diminutive humans within the control center. Clearly drawn by the lights and voices within, an intense indoor defense battle erupted. The sounds of gunfire, dinosaur roars, shattering glass, and twisting metal coalesced into a chaotic symphony. The group maneuvered through the terrain with their limited weaponry, facing peril at every turn. Claire picked up a stun baton, targeting the eyes of the southern titanosaur, barely managing to force it back. A few individuals promptly made their way to the control room, where the ever-patient Black awaited. He explained that due to insufficient power supply, it was imperative to shut down unnecessary equipment to concentrate energy on activating the aerial deterrent system. Claire and Ellie set about addressing the power issue, while Owen and his companions went to retrieve Blue's offspring. Watts prepared the aircraft, and Malcolm, alongside Black, coordinated operations through surveillance. However, complications arose for Ellie and Claire as the power unexpectedly rebooted. In a fit of anger, they smashed the circuitry, successfully initiating the aerial deterrent system. The group rushed forth, hoping to escape the turmoil of the night. Yet, fate seemed to mock them. Just as they burst through the doors, heavy footsteps echoed ominously from both sides. On the left, the southern Titanosaurus, recently repelled by the electric fence and now seething with rage, approached, its forelimb wounds still oozing blood. On the right, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, its forelimb wounded and eyes filled with ferocity, advanced menacingly. The two colossal predators faced off once more, their deep roars reverberating through the night. As if on the brink of engaging in another ferocious clash, the group felt their hearts leap to their throats, trapped between two advancing walls of flesh with no escape in sight. In that suffocating moment, an unprecedented, primal roar erupted from the depths of the wilderness, tearing through the night sky. This sound was imbued with raw brutality and overwhelming authority, instantly drowning out the growls of the southern Titanosaurus and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, causing the very air to tremble. In the distance, several individuals grimaced, clutching their ears in agony. A shadow more immense than both the southern Titanosaurus and the Tyrannosaurus Rex combined emerged with earth-shaking steps from the dark jungle. The moonlight barely illuminated its silhouette, revealing a length exceeding 31 meters. Its body was enveloped in blood-red scales resembling congealed blood, shimmering with an otherworldly gleam under the moonlight. Its form bore a striking resemblance to the nightmarish Tyrannosaurus Rex, exuding a sense of grotesque enhancement. Yet, its head belonged to that of a Spinosaurus, characterized by an elongated snout lined with jagged, glistening teeth. Even more chilling was the row of enormous, serrated bone plates along its spine, adorned with vicious barbs. At the end of its tail, rather than a conventional club or whip, was a massive, scorpion-like stinger, glimmering with a ghostly green luminescence. A few viscous droplets of similarly glowing venom dripped slowly from the stinger's tip, corroding the ground beneath it with a faint hissing sound. Oh heavens! Ellie gasped in shock. Bloodspike Rex. Alan's voice trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen. It's biosin. They mentioned it during the cable car project presentation. Codename S01, the latest and most dangerous asset. A genetic monstrosity fused with the traits of the Tyrannosaurus rex, Spinosaurus, venomous lizards, and even more. They truly created it. Fear washed over each individual like icy water. The creature before them epitomized the ultimate nightmare of genetic technology gone awry. The emergence of Bloodspike Rex instantaneously altered the dynamics of the confrontation. The southern Titanosaurus and the Tyrannosaurus rex, once bitter adversaries, momentarily set aside their enmity in the face of a greater, more perilous threat. Their gaze, along with the cold vertical pupils of the bloodthorn dragon, fixated upon one another. There was no hesitation, no probing. Three colossal prehistoric beasts collided like cataclysmic storms. This was a pure clash of might and ferocity. The scythe dragon, previously forgotten, emerged from the shadows to join the fray, wielding its deadly claws in an attempt to slice the bloodthorn dragon's flank. The Tyrannosaurus, with its injured leg, fought desperately to bite at the bloodthorn dragon's hind limbs, while the southern giant beast dragon, leveraging its size and bite force, aimed for a critical strike. However, the bloodthorn dragon exhibited overwhelming power and savagery. Its skin was astonishingly tough, with the scythe dragon's massive claws leaving only faint white marks upon it. With a sudden, fierce toss of its spiked head, the bloodthorn dragon shattered the already wounded forelimb of the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus fell, howling in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the southern giant beast dragon clamped its jaws around the bloodthorn dragon's neck. But the spikes on the bloodthorn dragon's back instantly pierced the southern giant beast dragon's mouth and face. The excruciating pain forced it to release its grip. The lethal scorpion-like tail of the bloodthorn dragon struck like lightning, accurately penetrating the neck of the scythe dragon, which was attempting to flank it. Venom was injected in an instant. The scythe dragon's massive body convulsed violently before crashing to the ground. The remaining southern giant beast dragon, under the bloodthorn dragon's furious counterattack, lasted less than a minute. With a jaw that fused the power of the brutal dragon, the bloodthorn dragon clamped down on the southern giant beast dragon's cervical vertebrae. Accompanied by a chilling crack of bones, its head drooped at a grotesque angle, and its massive body collapsed like a landslide. In mere moments, the three powerful prehistoric beasts fell one after another. The bloodthorn dragon stood amidst the three colossal corpses, unleashing a deafening victory roar that proclaimed its undisputed dominance. It lowered its head, seemingly ready to partake in its spoils, its cold vertical gaze turning toward the nearly paralyzed Owen and the others. Despair coiled around each heart like a chilling vine. Just as hope seemed lost, a deeper, more primal tremor, as if resonating from the very depths of the earth, emerged. It was not the sound of footsteps, but the pulsation of the earth itself. The bloodthorn dragon's roar abruptly ceased as it turned sharply, its elongated head warily surveying the direction of the vibrations emanating from the deepest part of the jungle. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps, heavier and slower than the bloodthorn dragon's own, yet imbued with an indescribable sense of colossal power. With each step, it felt as if a massive hammer struck the heart of the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Trees shivered in response. In the distance, Owen and the others felt a tingling in their feet, nearly losing their balance. A larger silhouette, one that seemed poised to pierce the night sky, slowly emerged from the darkness. For the first time, the moonlight illuminated it clearly. Its entire body was cloaked in a weighty shell, reminiscent of ancient ivory mixed with chalk, exuding a pure and majestic platinum glow under the moonlight. Its size was suffocatingly immense at a staggering 35 meters, towering like a mountain. Its robust limbs resembled colossal pillars supporting the heavens, each step leaving a massive footprint half a meter deep in the solid ground. Its cranial structure is remarkably primitive, heavy, and imbued with a sense of power. Within its immense eye sockets burned golden vertical pupils, reminiscent of molten gold. An indescribable aura of ancient majesty and purity envelopes it, starkly contrasting with the twisted, artificial brutality of the blood-thorn dragon. The name Sha Hui seems to naturally materialize in the minds of all witnesses. It stands there like a titan emerging from the depths of ancient mythology, unleashing a roar that reverberates throughout the universe. This roar not only carries unparalleled strength, but also seems to resonate with a primal repulsion and fury toward the grotesque creation. The sound waves strike with tangible force. Even from a distance, Owen and the others feel their eardrums throb painfully and their insides churn, forcing them to clutch their ears in anguish. Sha Hui's molten gold pupils sweep across the battlefield. The corpses of 3 colossal beasts and the twisted monstrosity of the blood-thorn dragon, exuding an ominous crimson glow. A deep-seated disgust and anger, rooted in the essence of life itself, ignites in Sha Hui's eyes. Upon the first glimpse, it instinctively recognizes that this creature bears a connection to itself. With a roar, Sha Hui declares the onset of battle, its massive form erupting with astonishing speed. Akin to a moving mountain, charging straight toward the blood-thorn dragon with the intent to crush all in its path. The blood-thorn dragon senses an unprecedented threat. Emitting a sharper, more piercing shriek, it resorts to its previous tactics, its deadly scorpion tail lashing through the air, infused with a ghostly green venom. Aimed at the relatively soft underbelly of Sha Hui, it seeks to inject its poison, hoping to weaken this formidable adversary. Yet, Sha Hui's reaction is astonishingly swift. Its seemingly cumbersome body displays remarkable agility, executing a rapid sidestep as the poison needle grazes its heavy side armor, leaving only faint white marks. Harnessing its momentum, Sha Hui unleashes a colossal, bone-armored paw like a battering ram. A thunderous crash resounds, enough to halt hearts. The blow lands solidly against the blood-thorn dragon's flank. The dragon's proud, gene-spliced resilient skin and muscle crumple before the sheer, crushing force of Sha Hui, as if made of mere paper. The distinct sound of bones fracturing echoes as the blood-thorn dragon's massive form is violently shoved several meters sideways, plowing a deep furrow into the earth. A ghastly wound, gaping and raw, appears along its crimson side, exposing bone beneath. The blood-thorn dragon emits a roar of agony and rage. What follows is a clash of pure strength and primal ferocity. The blood-thorn dragon retaliates fiercely, biting, clawing, and lashing its tail, attempting to compensate for its lack of power with venom and speed. Yet, Sha Hui stands like an immovable rock, its shell impervious, its strength boundless. Its combat style primitive yet efficient. It disregards the sparks ignited by the dragon's claws against its armor, skillfully deflecting lethal tail strikes while delivering devastating blows that continually inflict horrific wounds upon the blood-thorn dragon. The dragon's crimson scales are torn away in large patches, revealing writhing flesh and stark, white bones beneath, while Sha Hui seizes the opportunity to bite off the tip of the venomous needle. The battle raged on for an agonizingly long and brutal few minutes. Ultimately, the formidable Sha Hui pressed its massive paw firmly against the head of the blood-thorn dragon, while the other paw was raised high, gathering all its strength, akin to a hammer of divine retribution, and brought down with tremendous force. Crack! The elongated head, infused with the traits of a thorn dragon, along with its contorted neck, was utterly shattered. The colossal body, painted in a crimson hue that embodied the arrogance of genetic technology, finally ceased its struggles, collapsing into a mire of blood, a blend of its own and other beasts' lifeblood. With a heavy step, Sha Hui planted its hind foot on the still-warm carcass of the blood-thorn dragon, standing tall and proud beneath the starry night sky, unleashing a soul-stirring roar that proclaimed victory and heralded the true Dominion's return to this land. This roar echoed through the mountains, lingering in the air. In the distance, a rescue helicopter hovered at a safe altitude. Inside the cabin, Dr. Alan Grant held his high-powered binoculars without faltering, witnessing the breathtaking and paradigm-shifting battle of titanic beasts, particularly the unmatched, ancient power and majesty of Sha Hui. As Sha Hui stood atop the blood-thorn dragon's corpse and emitted that triumphant roar, Alan's hands trembled slightly. His gaze transformed from fear or shock to one of near-obsessive fervor, glowing with an intensity as if he had glimpsed a sacred relic he had pursued his entire life. "Alan, are you all right?" Alyssa, sensing his unusual demeanor, inquired with concern, still shaken by the recent battle. Alan slowly lowered the binoculars, turning his head, his expression no longer that of a composed scholar, but rather radiating a childlike purity, immense surprise, and awe. His voice, tinged with excitement and slightly hoarse, yet crystal clear, brimmed with the ecstasy of discovering a profound truth. "Alyssa, I have found him." He inhaled deeply, his gaze once again directed towards the moonlit, godlike platinum giant outside the window. "I have found the true dinosaur." Soon after, Dr. Wu successfully resolved the issue of the mutated locusts. Chapter 18. How to Reform a Rogue in This World. I, Sha Hui, stared at the semi-transparent system panel before me, the words "alien world" glaring like 4 cold iron lumps, striking harshly at my heart, which had just reveled in triumph in the Jurassic world. Teleportation? A 3-second countdown? Wait, I am not prepared. I didn't even realize this panel had acquired a world function. Did you update this secretly? Give me some time. What the hell? Wait. Give me some time. Did you hear me? My roar echoed in the still air, receiving no response. 3, 2, 1. The scene before me was violently torn apart, spinning, as if thrown into a chaotic whirlpool. The dizziness had not yet fully subsided when the sensation beneath my feet had already changed. No longer was it the moist ferns and soft humus, but rather a hard, cold texture imbued with a sense of lifelessness. I shook my massive head, attempting to dispel the disorientation caused by the teleportation and refocus my vision. The familiar panel remains, now distinctly displaying two options: Jurassic World, dimmed, Alien World, illuminated. A world selection? Before my traversal, I engaged in survival games, not interstellar travel simulators. My gaze fixated on the faded Jurassic World option. Clinging to a final shred of hope, I forcefully tapped it with my mind. A line of small yet exceptionally clear text appeared mercilessly. You cannot leave temporarily. You must complete a storyline. Complete a storyline? Bewildered, I turned my neck, my enormous head covered in platinum-hued, hard scales surveying this alien terrain. Desolation. The word instantly seized my consciousness. As far as the eye could see, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the land. Not the glossy black of coal, but a deeper shade, akin to the cosmos abyss, devouring all light, pure and despairing. The earth seemed drenched in ink from eons past, solidified into an expansive, rigid shell. In the distance, a few solitary peaks pierced the monotonous plain, equally black, jagged, and steep, resembling the silent skeletons of ancient behemoths, pointing towards the equally leaden, oppressive sky. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and an indescribable dryness, as if rocks had been ground into powder. Wind. Non-existent. Here, only a suffocating, frozen, immense silence prevailed. My colossal form, 35 meters long and 19 meters tall, stood on this lifeless black soil, appearing simultaneously insignificant and conspicuous. I was the sole moving, living blemish in this frozen tableau. Had the engineers not arrived yet? The cursed Alien World label on the panel seared my nerves like a red-hot brand. I suddenly recalled the film's opening, the desolate, silent planetary scene. Damn it! My heart felt as though gripped by a frigid claw, plummeting suddenly. I released my massive claws, my heavy body thudding against the black earth, each step stirring a small cloud of black dust. I dashed towards a relatively towering black hill nearby, my robust tail trailing behind, stirring the stagnant air. Upon reaching the hilltop, my view abruptly expanded. Still black, boundless black, like a colossal, cold shroud enveloping the entire planet. Only in the far distance did a vague, silvery streak barely disrupt this despairing monotony. It must have been a vast waterfall, cascading from great heights. Yet not a sound pierced the profound silence, rendering it surreal. Below the waterfall, a body of water faintly reflected the dim light of the sky. However, this scant hint of water did not breathe life into the scene. Rather, it accentuated the desolate essence of this world. The timeline of Prometheus? The engineer drinking the black liquid, his body disintegrating as he fell into the waterfall of ancient Earth? My heart, suspended, did not merely sink, but shattered into dust. A cold, undeniable, suffocating conclusion exploded in my mind. I was trapped in the true ancient Earth, before the arrival of the engineers, where life had yet to be born. No, this can't possibly be real. A tremendous roar erupted from my robust neck, the sound waves futilely colliding in the still air, failing to stir even a ripple, and were instantly consumed by the vast silence. An indescribable sense of frustration and fury surged to the forefront of my mind, leaving me utterly devoid of any room for action. In a frenzy, I clicked on the dimly lit Jurassic World on the panel, each click infused with a desperate intensity. The panel remained unyielding. A line of cold text hung ominously. You cannot leave for now. You must complete a storyline. But there is no storyline, no characters, no conflict. Only I, a spiked-back dinosaur from the gaming realm, and this lifeless expanse of black earth, frozen for eons, awaiting sowing. No, I abruptly lifted my massive head, adorned with platinum scales, toward the leaden gray sky, which seemed perpetually frozen, and let out a heart-wrenching roar filled with unwillingness and dread. The dragon's roar sounded so thin and absurd amidst the absolute silence, like a stone cast into an abyss, lacking even an echo. It spread out in vain, ultimately devoured by the boundless stillness, leaving only an empty resonance in my chest. The aftertaste of the roar rolled dryly in my throat, eventually transforming into a heavy, sulfur-tinged gasp. My wild emotions receded like the tide, revealing the cold, hard rocks of reality. There is no escape, so I must endure. Endure until that wretched storyline begins. until the first engineer foolishly drinks the black liquid and disassembles himself. I inhaled deeply the dusty, parched air, forcing myself to regain composure. The massive spikes on my back rose and fell with my breath. First, allocate points, then draw skills. At least allocating points would provide a semblance of control. My consciousness sank into the panel. Upgrade points, 50. Neither more nor less. What to invest in? Health. In this cursed place, survival is everything. With focused intent, I decisively allocated all 50 points to health. A familiar warmth surged through my body instantly, as if invisible hands were stretching and reinforcing my muscle fibers. My bone density quietly increasing, and the vibrant life force within me emitted a low hum. Level 100 health, 7550 stamina, 550 oxygen, 1450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 560 movement speed, 100 dizziness value, 650. My size seemed to swell once more. My perception of the environment sharpening. The cold, hard sensation of the black earth beneath my feet became more pronounced, my length soaring to 40 meters. With my foot's height reaching 24 meters. With points allocated, it was time to draw a lottery. Draw points. 1. Instinctively, I sought some water to splash on my face. As if that might wash away the negativity. My enormous head turned left and right, scanning the wasteland that consisted solely of black soil and black rocks. Devoid of even a drop of dew. On the platinum-scaled visage of the dragon, muscles twitched, forming an exceedingly anthropomorphic expression of confusion and speechlessness. Whatever. If my face is dark, so be it. In a place like this, how much darker could it possibly get? With a concentrated thought, I clicked to extract. A faint glow flickered across the panel, reminiscent of a malfunctioning bulb. A new line of text materialized. Congratulations on acquiring the Argentine giant eagle, corpse whip heel. Launch an additional attack on the target's corpse. Siphoning residual life force to restore your health. Is it not utterly dead yet? Then let us lend it another hand. Corpse whip heel. I stared at the description. My massive dragon jaws slightly agape, revealing menacing fangs, while a short, absurd sound escaped my throat, a mere grunt of confusion. Corpse? Heel. I slowly rotated my enormous head, my gaze encompassing the vast, frozen, and silent expanse of black earth. My eyes swept over the jagged black hills, the distant, soundless silver waterfall, and the leaden, lifeless sky. Beyond the heavy sound of my own breathing and the dull echo of my heartbeat resounding in my chest, there was no sound to be found. Aside from the black dust stirred beneath my feet, no object moved. A corpse? I am the only living creature on this planet capable of drawing breath. An overwhelming sense of absurdity, mixed with the despair of just beginning a 5-year sentence, surged forth. I could not help but part my jaws, emitting a series of low, hoarse sounds filled with self-mockery and indignation, akin to a deflating bellows. Are they suggesting I should kill myself only to rise again and whip my own corpse to restore my health? Is the system playing a cruel joke on me? Or does this skill imply that my mental state will deteriorate to such an extent that self-harm would be necessary for survival over the next 5 years? As I laughed, a more pressing, tangible panic seized me. Food. What in the world am I supposed to eat? In the Jurassic, there were protein bars walking all around. Here, not even a blade of grass. My stomach felt as though it had been gripped by a frigid hand, emitting a silent lament. My colossal form demands a vast amount of energy to sustain itself. 3,000 points of food value in this desolate wasteland is nothing short of a death sentence. Am I to starve to death right from the outset in this accursed place? That would be utterly humiliating. An intense survival instinct surged through my veins like molten lava, and my mind raced with unprecedented urgency, frantically seeking any potential means of sustenance. Abilities panel. My gaze darted across the rows of ability icons on the panel. Temperature regulation? Useless. Rage? Blood fury. Am I to strike at the air? Moisture? There is water, but I am not a perpetual motion machine. Invisibility? Who would I hide from? Fury? Can charisma be consumed? My gaze finally fixated on one specific icon. Not burnt. No high temperature can inflict harm upon you, be it magma or flame. And when subjected to fire or magma damage, your hunger and health values will be restored. Restore hunger values. My immense head, draped in platinum scales, abruptly turned toward the distance. At the far end of this desolate black plain, beneath the jagged silhouettes of the black mountains, several glaring, flowing crimson streaks appeared, resembling hot blood oozing from the earth as if it had been torn asunder, slowly and persistently winding along. Magma. An indescribable torrent of emotions, a chaotic blend of revulsion, absurdity, and the euphoric thrill of survival, suddenly overwhelmed me. Eat magma. My stomach instinctively convulsed, as if protesting against this ludicrous notion. Yet the searing hunger was palpably real, and the instinct to survive eclipsed my physiological aversion. I, a 40-meter-long ARK Spinosaurus, had been cast by the system into the primordial earth before the dawn of life. The only source of sustenance was the seething, devastating blood magma beneath my feet. Ha ha ha! A deep, resonant laughter rolled from my throat once more, this time infused with a madness of reckless abandon and a bitter acceptance of fate. Fine, system, you are remarkable. Eating magma, is it? I shall partake. My colossal feet advanced, heavily thudding on the cold, obsidian-like ground, as I moved toward that flowing crimson inferno. Each step felt like a march into the heart of an absurd theater. My silhouette stretched long across the desolate black earth, casting a vast and lonely shadow. 5 years. Long enough for the seas to turn to mulberry fields. On this planet of solidified soil, aged for eons, time seemed to lose its significance. Yet it inscribed its marks in a slow, cumbersome, and inescapable manner. I became the sole measure of time on this silent planet, its only witness, and its solitary diner. The initial days were pure torment. Approaching that flowing crimson expanse, waves of searing heat assaulted me, warping the air and blurring my vision. The acrid scent of sulfur was so potent it nearly ignited my olfactory senses. I stood at the edge of the magma lake, its dark golden, viscous liquid flowing slowly, occasionally bubbling up to burst, exuding a temperature capable of annihilating everything. My stomach writhed in a dual assault of fear and hunger. Eat this substance. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over fear. I closed my eyes, and my massive head lunged downward, the hard-scaled snout crashing fiercely into that viscous, searing red gold. Sizzle. The scorching sensation instantly enveloped my entire head. The excruciating pain I had anticipated did not arrive, as my non-burning ability activated silently. The heat persisted, yet it felt as though I were shielded by a thick layer of insulation, transforming into an intense, continuous warmth that enveloped me. However, the destructive energy within this warmth made my nerves scream instinctively. I opened my mouth, my hard teeth clenching. The viscous, scalding liquid, imbued with a potent scent of sulfur and metallic tang, surged down my throat. It felt as though I had swallowed a burning, immensely heavy sludge. An indescribable heat, as if it would incinerate my very insides, coursed down my esophagus, violently impacting my stomach. My colossal frame stiffened abruptly, limbs tensing uncontrollably, while my tail thrashed heavily against the scorching ground, producing a dull thud. Roar. A painful howl erupted uncontrollably from my throat, reverberating through the searing air. My stomach churned tumultuously, a fierce wave of nausea rising. Yet I held on tightly, my massive head rearing back, the muscles in my neck spasming from the intense urge to vomit. I cannot expel it. To do so would render my efforts futile. On the hunger value panel, the stubbornly declining number, after that recent morsel, has risen ever so slightly, but undeniably. This minute resurgence, akin to a glimmer of light in the darkness, instantaneously eclipsed the intense physical discomfort. It worked. I can truly endure. From this moment forth, the periphery of this magma lake has become my steadfast dining establishment. Day in and day out, year after year, time flows inexorably amidst the slow ebb and solidification of the magma lake. At the lake's edge, the crimson-hued lava continually cools, blackens, and solidifies, forming concentric rings of new, interlocking black rock, reminiscent of the annual growth rings of the earth. And I have become the patron pushing the growth of these rings. My method of feeding has also evolved over time, perhaps into a form of elegance, or rather numbness. No longer do I need to shut my eyes and plunge recklessly. I have learned to cautiously stir the surface with my massive claws in relatively tranquil areas, coaxing the slightly cooled, syrupy, semi-solid magma to the surface. Then, I lower my head, carefully sipping it as though consuming a boiling, lethal broth. The sensation of heat remains. The acrid stench of sulfur persists, yet the intense nausea and discomfort, through years of conditioning, have become bearable. Indeed, my body has begun to instinctively crave the peculiar satisfaction derived from the energy replenishment that follows the searing warmth engulfing my belly. My scales have also transformed. Having been immersed for years in the high-temperature, mineral-rich vapor of the magma, the originally pure platinum scales have begun to acquire deep, understated crimson patterns along their edges, reminiscent of the cooling lava itself. Especially near the magma, these dark red patterns emit a faint glow, resembling flowing strands of molten rock, contrasting with the golden lake surface below. 5 years have passed. Loneliness is the sole background sound. I have traversed every inch of blackened land visible to my eyes. My immense claws have flattened the jagged rocks, leaving deep imprints in the iron-hard black earth, resembling parched riverbeds. Those footprints are soon covered by the black dust swept in by the wind, yet new tracks stretch forth. I measure this desolate world. From the silent foot of the waterfall to the somber black volcanic cones. I roar at the rugged peaks, my voice crashing against the cold rocks, shattering into meaningless echoes that ultimately dissipate into the still air. I attempt to converse with the flowing magma, emitting low murmurs at its bubbling surface. More often than not, silence prevails. My colossal form reclines on the relatively cool black basalt platform, distant from the magma, my long tail trailing behind, and my patterned head resting upon my robust forelimbs, my dark golden vertical pupils gazing vacantly at the eternally leaden, unchanging sky. The concept of time has become blurred. Only the residual warmth of the magma burning within my belly and the slow descent of the hunger value gauge remind me of my existence. The system panel has become my sole spiritual refuge. Countless times I have clicked it open, gazing intently at the dim options of the Jurassic world, repeatedly encountering the cold notification, "You cannot leave at this time. You must complete a storyline." Engineers, when the hell will you arrive? When does the storyline truly commence? This anxiety, forgotten in the corners of time, entwines around my heart like a vine, tightening day by day. The icon of the skill whip of the dead lies in the corner, a silent mockery. In moments of utter boredom, I have indeed attempted to strike the hard black rocky ground beneath me with my massive claws, as if to lash at this lifeless planet. The sound of shattering stones echoed as my claws vibrated with a numbing sensation, yet the life bar on the panel remained unmoving. I let out an exasperated roar into the air, which caused dust to rain down from above. Yet, change is not entirely absent. The earth itself breathes, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. I witnessed a relatively low hill in the distance, its summit suddenly splitting open after a deep, rumbling noise from below, pouring forth a golden light amidst billowing smoke. New lava flowed like a wound in the earth, slowly tearing through the black surface and cascading down to join the magma lake I frequently visited, adding new ingredients to my feast. In the area closer to the waterfall, perhaps due to slightly more abundant moisture, after I inadvertently pressed my claws, sticky with thick magma, heavily against the relatively damp black mud, I returned much later to find, in the midst of absolute darkness, a tiny, humble patch of something with a hint of gray-green, resembling the nascent form of moss. It clung tenaciously to the muddy edge of my claw print, drawing upon the meager moisture and perhaps the scant nutrients that trickled from the crevices of my claws. I halted, lowering my massive head, my dark golden slit pupils fixated on that faint glimmer of green. An indescribable emotion surged within me, not joy, but more like witnessing the first true sign of life, born naturally on this planet, apart from my uninvited presence. I carefully circumvented it, even moderating my breath. This insignificant green point became my sole, silent companion throughout my 5-year journey of solitude. Occasionally, I would lie on a distant high ground, watching it from afar, checking if it still thrived. It seemed to grow at an agonizingly slow pace, barely expanding over months, its color remaining dull, yet its existence was undeniable. 5 years. My body had long since acclimatized to the nurturing warmth of the magma. Dark red patterns, like brands, covered most of the edges of my scales. My size appeared to have plateaued at 40 meters due to the singularity of my nutrition, yet the muscle lines, tempered by the magma, had become more sinewy and powerful, exuding a sense of destructive strength. My gaze had shifted from initial rage and confusion to a depth of tranquility and indifference, honed by time and solitude. Indifference towards my surroundings, towards pain, and even towards my own existence. Until that day, the leaden sky thickened for the first time, murky and oppressive. It was not the onset of night, but a weighty, unsettling cloud of leaden vapor coalescing and rolling low in the atmosphere. The air became heavy, no longer merely dry and scorching, but thick with a sticky, damp weight, the scent of sulfur mingling with another foreign, intensely acrid aroma. I reclined upon the basalt platform I often frequented, my immense head lifted, and my dark golden vertical pupils vigilantly scrutinized the peculiar sky above. An instinctive alertness to the unknown changes seized me. Is it here? The engineers? Or the first drop of murky liquid, cold and reeking of potent acidity, fell upon the scales of my snout adorned with dark red patterns. A faint yet distinctly audible hissing sound of corrosion erupted. A wisp of nearly invisible white smoke rose from my scales, accompanied by a subtle yet sharp sensation of burning. It was not water, it was acid rain. Following closely, the second and third drops, dense and murky, bearing an intensely corrosive aroma, began to envelop this ancient land, silent for countless millennia, like a gray curtain descending from the heavens. The raindrops struck against my thick, dark red-patterned scales, producing a chorus of sizzling sounds, conjuring wisps of faint purple mist that carried a sharp, acrid scent. I lifted my colossal head as the cold, corrosive rain cascaded over my face, trickling through the crevices of my scales. My dark golden pupils pierced through the increasingly dense gray curtain of rain, gazing at the still leaden sky, which seemed to be brewing some monumental change. Acid rain, a prelude sown by the engineers, or merely a component of this planet's self-renewal. 5 years of frozen time seemed, at that moment, to be pried open by this corrosive deluge, creating a minute fissure, a long-forgotten amalgamation of vigilance, anticipation, and profound weariness slowly rose within the core of my colossal form. Is it about to commence? I stood silently amidst the gray-purple curtain of rain, my lava-patterned scales washed by the acid rain, giving rise to a continuous veil of purple mist, my massive body resembling a silent mountain of platinum, awaiting the decree of fate. Chapter 19. Ancestry. The air abruptly thickened. The whimpering of the wind seemed to be choked by an invisible hand, vanishing in an instant. A profound stillness, akin to the low-frequency vibrations of visceral movements from deep within the earth, replaced the lament of the wind and snow. Penetrating through the jagged black rocks and the cold moss that cloaked them, burrowing deep into the vast skeleton of the entity, it abruptly raised its head, covered in dark bone plating, its amber vertical pupils suddenly constricting, locking onto the narrow expanse of sky, cleaved by gray-white leaden clouds and jagged peaks. It has arrived. That entity did not pierce through the clouds. Rather, it was as if the clouds themselves were being forcibly torn apart by an irresistible force, compressed and scattering in all directions. A colossal, silent silhouette, glistening with a cold metallic sheen, slowly and undeniably occupied that portion of the sky. It was immense. The shadow it cast instantaneously engulfed the entire valley, along with the rushing waterfalls and the unfathomable depths below, as if noon had been forcibly dragged into twilight. The surface of the spacecraft flowed with an unnatural matte finish, reflecting not a glimmer of daylight, its sharply defined edges cutting through the somber backdrop, emanating a pure, bone-chilling sense of oppression. Without the roar of engines, there was only a continuous, low hum, barely perceptible, vibrating within Sha Hui's chest, as if his heart would leap from its heavy rhythm. The enormous form of Sha Hui tightened slightly, his robust tail carving a mark upon the cold rock. 5 years, perhaps even longer? On this desolate, frigid planet, filled with primordial tundra and lowly ferns, he resembled a forgotten fossil, awaiting the singular coordinates leading to the unknown. No longer hesitating, his powerful hind limbs erupted with force, each step causing the thinly iced black rock to emit a dull cracking sound. He advanced upstream, towards the waterfall, racing towards the altar chosen by the engineers, shrouded in mist. When Sha Hui's weighty footsteps came to rest on the relatively flat rock platform, entirely engulfed in the shadow of a colossal spaceship, a silent fissure slid open at the vessel's underside. It was not a door, but rather a smooth metallic panel that dissolved away. A soft yet frigid beam of light cascaded down, illuminating the swirling vapor and the damp black stones below. Within the beam, several figures descended slowly. They were tall, nearly 3 meters in height, their entire bodies cloaked in a pale exoskeleton resembling biological armor or seamless metal, glistening with an ivory sheen under the ship's cold illumination. Their limbs were elongated and proportionate, surpassing the limits achievable by natural evolution. Their smooth heads bore no distinct facial features, only deep, shadowy grooves in the area where a face should be, akin to the patterns of solidified lava. Barefoot, they tread upon the icy rock without a sound, their movements exuding a non-human, almost rigid elegance. The engineers. Their arrival was devoid of sound, breath, or any sensory presence, existing purely as a visual phenomenon, accompanied by the chilling aura emanating from the icy beam of light, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Sha Hui. This colossal creature from the genetic laboratory, adorned with formidable bone spines, stood before the pale giants. He halted, lowering his massive head slightly, a gesture of non-aggression from the predator. A rumble rolled within his throat, simmering for a moment before releasing a deep, resonant sound. This was not the roar of a dinosaur, but rather a deliberate modulation of all aggression, resonating from the depths of his chest, attempting to convey a peace signal understandable by ancient beings. The sound, though faint amidst the roar of the waterfall and the low-frequency hum of the spaceship, distinctly spread through the air. The leading engineer tilted its head slightly, that featureless face with deep grooves turning towards Sha Hui's direction. There were no words, no expressions. Not even a definitive nod. Yet that invisible gaze settled upon Sha Hui, penetrating and scrutinizing. As if in an instant it dissected every muscle fiber and skeletal structure beneath his scales, even probing the fervent anticipation residing deep within his soul. This gaze lingered for but a brief moment before shifting away. The silent exchange had concluded. They had received their answer, or rather, confirmed that this extraterrestrial giant posed no threat at that moment. The ritual was about to commence. The engineers cast not a single glance at Sha Hui, as if he were merely a peculiar backdrop of rock. They turned their attention towards the waterfall, moving in perfect unison, imbued with a solemnity and precision akin to a sacred rite. One engineer stepped forward, approaching the edge of the waterfall, where a protruding black boulder, smoothed by the relentless flow of water, awaited. Just a few meters below his feet, the torrent cascaded with a deafening roar, the resulting spray chillingly splattering against his pale exoskeleton. Another engineer followed closely, cradling a vessel resembling an ancient chalice, crafted from the same material. Inside this vessel resided a viscous substance, dark as ink. It was not a liquid, but rather a solidified fragment of midnight, seemingly devouring the surrounding light in the dimness, with an occasional eerie, oily sheen flickering across its surface. The engineer holding the dark liquid offered the chalice to his companion standing at the brink of the waterfall. Accepting it, the latter lowered his smooth head slightly, gazing into the abyss of the chalice for but a fleeting moment. Without hesitation, without the invocation of any ritual, and devoid of any emotional ripple across his faceless visage, he raised the chalice and, with a motion almost mechanical in its fluidity, consumed the dark liquid in one swift gulp. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. In the next moment, a transformation erupted. The engineer who had ingested the black liquid stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an invisible current. The chalice slipped from his grasp, crashing against the slick rock and emanating a hollow metallic clang as it rolled aside. Almost immediately, his flawless, pallid form began to convulse violently, uncontrollably twisting as if something within him was frantically disassembling, reconfiguring, and then disintegrating. The rigid biological exoskeleton emitted a grating sound of fracturing, crumbling from within. Muscle fibers snapped like ropes plunged into corrosive acid, dissolving instantaneously. His skeletal structure lost its support, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The entire process unfolded with astonishing speed, accompanied by a nauseating stickiness. His towering figure, akin to a melting wax statue, slid from the edge of the waterfall, plummeting towards the depths below. Upon contact with the frigid surface of the water, his final outline erupted, transforming into a rapidly dispersing, murky mass illuminated by an otherworldly shimmer. It was neither blood nor mere flesh. It was a myriad of organic materials fragmented to the point of being nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The foundational genetic code of his existence, DNA, bursting forth like countless tiny stars in the icy depths, scattering violently. They dissolved and diffused, carrying with them an elemental, frenzied essence of life, swiftly merging into the ceaseless flow of the waterfall, swept away towards the unknown currents downstream, plunging into the desolate heart of this planet's land. An indescribable, potent aroma, mingling decay with rebirth, instantly overpowered the freshness of the mist, pervading the cold air. Sha Hui's enormous amber vertical pupils fixated intently on the murky substance swiftly diluting and spreading in the pool, as well as the unsettling essence wafting through the air. As a top predator, he possessed the most primal perception of the cycles of life and death. Before me lies a scene that is neither the brutality of battle nor the decline of nature. Is this a form of sacrifice? A deliberate, complete disintegration, transforming oneself into the most primordial seed of life, scattering it across the barren earth? An ineffable tremor, mingled with instinctual revulsion and a curiosity that transcends the limits of species' understanding, churns within the dinosaur's vast brain. What is that black liquid? A key? A poison? Or perhaps the primordial essence of creation? His colossal form stirred. Heavy footsteps crushed the slick rocks beneath him, producing a sound reminiscent of grinding stone. He did not cast his gaze upon the pool of water, nor did he regard the fallen chalice. His focus was singular, fixated on the engineer who had just presented the chalice of black liquid, now standing silently at a distance. The engineer's hand still retained the posture of offering the chalice. As the ominous twilight approached, shadows enveloped the engineer. He neither retreated nor assumed any defensive stance. His smooth, featureless head turned once more toward the encroaching darkness, deep ravines and his visage resembling two bottomless abysses. There was no hostility, no inquiries, only a frigid, all-seeing silence. It was as if he had long anticipated the approach of this great beast, foreseeing its desires. The engineer slowly and silently raised an arm, covered in pale armor. His movements were precise, almost mechanical. His palm opened, revealing, at some unknown moment, an equally dark, viscous substance, another portion of black liquid. It lay quietly in his pale palm. Like a mute invitation, a perilous enigma from the ancient past. The beast lowered its head, amber vertical pupils reflecting the ominous darkness. It did not reach for the liquid, nor did it attempt to consume it, as the previous engineer had. The image of disintegration and dissolution lingered vividly in its biological instincts. Suddenly, it turned its head sharply. Its maw lined with jagged teeth aimed at the part of its forelimb covered in resilient scales and thick skin. Without a moment's hesitation, its sharp teeth sank in with ferocity. The sound of tearing skin and muscle was unmistakable. Warm, dark red blood, thick with the scent of iron, erupted from the gaping wound, cascading down like several small streams. The creature swiftly extended its bleeding forelimb toward the engineer's outstretched palm, hovering above the black liquid. Scalding dinosaur blood flowed into that cold, silent darkness, akin to molten lava. In an instant, a transformation occurred. The once tar-like black liquid, upon contact with the dinosaur's blood, seemed to be infused with some frenzied life force. It writhed violently. It was not a mere dissolution or amalgamation, but rather a mass of ancient, conscious worms awakened. The black surface surged, bulged, and contracted wildly, forming countless sharp protrusions and depressions, its shape shifting unpredictably in the blink of an eye. Within, myriad minute, invisible lives appeared to struggle, bite, and reorganize in a chaotic frenzy. The viscous substance became increasingly animated, its edges stretching out into tendrils resembling living appendages, quivering in the air and exuding an unsettling, intensely vibrant aura of life. The entire mass of black liquid throbbed violently in the engineer's pale palm, akin to a dark heart that had been forcibly awakened, emitting a silent yet soul-shaking cry of existence. The engineer, who held this terrifying entity, remained stoically silent. His faceless head bowed slightly, as if observing the creation, now thoroughly unleashed by the blood of an alien world. There was no surprise, no attempt to intervene, nor any explanation. He simply cradled it, as if holding a predetermined answer that had long been foreseen. Then he moved, with an almost reverent simplicity, his arm raised in a gesture of profound significance, his wrist flicked. The writhing, ominous black liquid was cast forth without hesitation. The viscous substance traced a brief arc in the air, reminiscent of the most tainted raindrops, precisely landing in the roaring torrent of the waterfall below. The icy, primal waters instantly engulfed it. The substance barely stirred the surface, like a dark seed silently merging into the ancient veins of this planet's waters, disappearing without a trace. The task was complete. All engineers, including the one who had just released the black liquid, turned in unison. They did not cast another glance at the fading twilight, nor at the rushing waterfall and the deep pool. In the same silence that had accompanied their arrival, they stepped into the beam of light cast by their spacecraft. As the light retracted, the smooth deck of the ship closed silently, sealing itself as if it had never opened. The enormous, silent saucer-shaped craft emitted a deeper, more resonant rumble, akin to a sound echoing from the depths of the earth, and began to ascend slowly. It stirred the clouds, its vast shadow gradually retreating from the valley, returning the biting cold winds and the roar of the waterfall to this desolate land. Soon, it shrank to a cold metallic point of light, ultimately vanishing behind the dense, gray clouds, leaving no trace. Only the twilight remained, the arc of the distant world. Alone upon the cold, slick rocks, the air still tinged with the metallic chill of the spacecraft, the eerie sweetness of the black liquid, and the potent scent of his own spilled blood. Everything had transpired too swiftly, too inexplicably. He gazed at the torrent below, which had just consumed the seeds of sacrifice from two engineers, one given willingly, the other a creation. A powerful, almost suffocating urgency seized him. It was time to depart. This cold, desolate world, recently sown with the seeds of unknown life, was not a place for him to linger. As his thoughts raced, the air before the colossal head of the twilight shimmered slightly. A translucent rectangular panel radiating a soft blue light materialized instantaneously, hovering before him. The interface of the panel was stark and frigid, set against the profound backdrop of the starry cosmos. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his mind to select the option labeled World at the top. The azure screen flickered to life, revealing a desolate list, Only two solitary options remained. Reminiscent of the first time he had found himself in this forsaken place 5 years ago. Jurassic World locked. Alien World locked. 5 long years spent in the solitude of this savage land, enduring the biting cold and scarcity, all in anticipation of this moment, the opportunity for escape. Now that the engineer had arrived and the ritual was complete, the door, one leading to the familiar realm teeming with abundant prey and warm jungles, should be ajar. A colossal heart thundered within his robust chest, pulsing with the exhilaration of survival against all odds. Without hesitation, he concentrated his consciousness and decisively pointed towards the option representing his homeland, Jurassic World. The instant his thoughts grazed the cursor, a faint electric sensation seemed to ripple through his entire being. However, the anticipated distortion of space and the opening of the passage did not manifest. Beneath the Jurassic World option, an almost imperceptibly small line of gray text emerged, dim and ghostly. Complete a storyline to unlock subsequent permissions. Though the words were minuscule, they struck like a hammer forged from ice, delivering a devastating blow to the depths of his consciousness. A thunderous roar erupted, tearing through the frigid air. No longer the subdued, peaceful tone he had previously adopted, but a terrifying roar emanating from the deepest veins of his dinosaur lineage, infused with utter shock, despair, and an overwhelming rage. The tremendous sound wave acted like a tangible shockwave, causing shards of ice to tumble from the surrounding rock walls, and the very ground beneath him quivered slightly. His formidable head, adorned with jagged bone spines, shot upwards, as his amber-slit pupils constricted into 2 trembling lines amidst the tumult of emotions, while the surrounding scara rapidly turned bloodshot. On the visage of this apex predator, covered in hardened keratin and bony plates, every muscle fiber twisted and spasmed, vividly portraying an ineffable sense of disbelief and absurdity. Experience a storyline? One storyline. On this primordial planet, where only moss, biting winds, and seeds of the unknown had just been sown? Must I endure this for billions of years? This thought struck him like the most malevolent curse, a frigid despair echoing violently in his rage-filled mind. Billions of years? Geological changes? The passage of time? Awaiting this planet to evolve from a barren tundra into forests and grasslands. Waiting for the primordial life just sown by the engineer to struggle onto land, evolve vertebrates, diversify into species, and perhaps eventually develop into a civilization of wisdom, or witness the engineer's return to fulfill that cursed storyline. A chilling despair, more piercing than the Antarctic winds, seized his colossal form. He violently swung his head, his powerful tail thrashing wildly, shattering a nearby black rock as tall as a man into fragments. The gravel flew in all directions, mirroring the tumultuous state of his nearly shattered heart. The immense wound on his forelimb continued to bleed, droplets falling onto the frigid rocks, spreading a small patch of glaring dark red, mingling with the lingering brackish sweetness of the black water in the air, creating a nauseating atmosphere of an apocalyptic world. The ecstasy of traversing this realm plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, the drastic contrast nearly suffocating him. His primal instinct was survival, a desperate urge to escape from this dire predicament. Despairing magma churned within his chest, cooling, ultimately replaced by a nearly ruthless will to survive. Hibernate. Like a bolt of lightning slicing through the darkness of his thoughts, this term, rooted deep within his genetic memory and instilled through the laboratory's repository of survival knowledge, suddenly ignited. Like seeds buried deep underground or ancient microorganisms frozen in permafrost, it instinctively lowered their metabolism, entering a prolonged slumber akin to death, minimizing the erosion of time on their bodies. Only in such a state could he hope to endure the seemingly endless passage of time measured in geological epochs. The objective became crystal clear: the land of extreme cold, the coldest, most stable place on this planet, the Antarctic, where eternal slumber was closest. He abruptly lifted his head, the amber vertical pupils still tinged with traces of madness, now replaced by an almost frozen resolve. His massive nostrils flared, keenly capturing the faintest currents of air. The cold, dry breath from the distant south, like an invisible thread, pierced through the mist of the waterfall and the brackish sweetness of the black water, distinctly pointing in one direction: south. Without a moment's hesitation, his powerful hind limbs unleashed their strength, his heavy form crushing the slick rocks beneath him, leaving behind bloodied footprints. He set forth, heading southward, towards that realm of eternal icy desolation, embarking on a journey destined to be long and solitary. Time lost its measure in the boundless wilderness. Days turned into nights. Stars danced through the skies. His colossal silhouette became the only moving island on this ancient plain. The initial fury and resentment gradually gave way to a profound, marrow-deep fatigue and chill amidst the monotonous rhythm of his steps and the endless desolation surrounding him. He traversed the vast black rock beds, which under the feeble sunlight took on a morbid gray-green hue. Occasionally, he glimpsed clusters of tenacious, fern-like plants, their diminutive and resilient leaves, serrated at the edges, trembling in the biting wind. There were no towering trees. As far as the eye could see, there lay stretches of low, lifeless green, extending endlessly to the leaden horizon. The cold wind was an eternal accompaniment, howling past his spiny back and flanks, stealing away precious warmth. He learned to seek fleeting shelter beneath the leeward ridges, curling his massive body to minimize heat loss. He crossed frozen rivers, his enormous paws treading upon the thin ice, newly formed in early winter. Each step accompanied by the heart-stopping sound of cracking. Beneath the ice lay dark green, tumultuous waters, exuding a bone-chilling cold. He had to be exceedingly cautious, selecting the firmest ice and moving swiftly across. At times, the ice layer would completely fracture, forcing him to wade into frigid waters up to his knees. The instantaneous chill pierced through him like countless steel needles embedding themselves in his very marrow, causing his substantial frame to tremble uncontrollably. Upon reaching the shore, the drenched scales and skin would swiftly form a thin layer of ice, compelling him to rely on the warmth generated by running and the quivering of his muscles. He traversed perilous mountains, their heights increasing, the air growing increasingly rarefied, and the temperature plummeting sharply. The exposed black basalt peaks loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast, piercing through the gray-white clouds. The fierce mountain winds, laden with snowflakes and ice crystals, assaulted his exposed skin and bone plates like abrasive sandpaper. The snow thickened with each step, sinking him deeper, requiring immense effort to extricate his legs. When the snowstorm engulfed the landscape, the world became a chaotic haze of gray-white, visibility dwindling to mere meters. He could only depend on his innate perception of air currents and geomagnetic fields, as well as the increasingly distinct, magnet-like chill emanating from the south, to discern his direction, staggering forward amidst the howling blizzard. Food had become exceedingly scarce. The living creatures he encountered on the desolate plains dwindled in both number and size. Only a few exceptionally hardy, rodent-like mammals remained, or the occasional sluggish crustaceans found in the cracks of the ice. Each hunt demanded tremendous energy, while the meager sustenance obtained was but a drop in the bucket. The gnawing hunger consumed him like a relentless parasite, devouring his insides day and night. He was compelled to enter a state of semi-starvation, minimizing his movements to the utmost, pushing his metabolism to its limits, as if rehearsing for a deep slumber. His body visibly withered, once robust muscles now emaciated. His gaunt frame starkly outlined beneath his thick skin. The resilient scales lost their former luster, becoming dull and coarse. A year had passed. The passage of time had blurred in his consciousness, leaving only profound memories of cold and hunger, while the ever-changing, increasingly harsh terrain beneath his feet silently narrated the tale of time. Finally, as he scaled the last immense moraine, cloaked in millennia-old glaciers, the vista before him opened up astonishingly. An expanse of boundless, suffocating whiteness engulfed the entire world. The sky hung leaden and low, as if within reach. The earth lay as a frozen, white tide, assembled from millions of tons of ice and snow, pressed into undulating, silent plains and towering, formidable icebergs shimmering with a ghostly blue light. There were no plants, no animals, not even a whisper of sound beyond the wind. The extreme cold transformed from a stinging sensation brought by the breeze into a pervasive, weighty entity, akin to a frigid hand tightening around his throat. Each breath accompanied by a searing pain that felt as if the very air he inhaled was laced with shards of ice, threatening to freeze his innards. Antarctica. The destination had been reached. His colossal form stood at the edge of this white desert, his amber vertical pupils reflecting the desolate, frozen world. Exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave, penetrating to his very bones, seeping into his soul. Yet beneath this profound fatigue simmered a flicker of icy tranquility. Here it was. In this realm, there exists neither time nor change, only the eternal freeze. This is the solitary bastion he could muster against the absurdity of eons. He trudged forward with heavy steps into the depths of the ice field. His enormous paws struck the ancient glacial surface, producing a dull thud that resonated with unsettling clarity in this silent land of death. He searched, sensing the thickness and stability of the ice beneath his feet. His sense of smell, though numbed by the biting cold, straining to capture the faintest, most ancient scent of stability emanating from the depths of the ice. Eventually, He halted at the leeward side of a colossal ice cliff. Here, the ice was exceptionally thick, revealing a profound and pristine azure. As if time itself had solidified into this form, the cliff formed a natural barrier, shielding him from the fiercest polar storms. This was the spot. The massive form of Sha Hui gradually lowered itself, curling into the sheltered nook created by the ice formation. The frigid air immediately seeped through his scaly underbelly, greedily siphoning away the last remnants of warmth from within. He adjusted his posture, coiling his spiny tail around his side, while his colossal head rested upon his forelimbs, his amber eyes casting one final glance at the leaden sky and the silent expanse of white earth. Then, he began to exert control, as if sealing heavy gates. The powerful heart, the engine sustaining his vast form, was the first to be forced into a decelerated rhythm. The intervals between each heartbeat were deliberately lengthened, transforming the once thunderous thump into a faint, sparse echo, akin to a distant pendulum, poised to halt. Thud, thud, thud. The torrent of blood, the searing river of life, began to slow significantly, irreversibly. The warm flow became a chilling stream, ultimately transforming into droplets nearly stagnant within the glacier's depths. The rushing blood within the thick vessels became akin to a river on the verge of freezing in the depths of winter, its flow slower and more viscous. The heated current turned into a frigid stream, eventually reducing to nearly motionless droplets in the glacier's heart. The supply of oxygen and nutrients carried by the blood dwindled drastically, as all non-essential bodily functions were systematically shut down. Core body temperature, the foundation sustaining all vital activities, began its inexorable decline. 39°C, 38°C, 37°C, 36°C. This descent was not devoid of agony. Muscles stiffened and tightened in the low temperatures, as if bound by invisible icy cords. Joints emitted faint, crackling sounds reminiscent of frost breaking. The internal organs, cooling gradually, relayed a profound sense of dread and resistance, born from the instinct for survival. Yet, Sha Hui's consciousness remained tranquil, like a frozen lake's surface, suppressing all turmoil. He concentrated all remaining life energy and mental will into the deepest core of his brain, akin to safeguarding a flickering ember in a frozen wasteland. Body temperature continued to plummet. 35°C, 34°C, 33°C, 32°C. Consciousness began to blur. The external world, the leaden sky, the ethereal blue ice walls, the silent snowfield, seemed to fade like a dilapidated oil painting, rapidly darkening, blurring, distorting, until ultimately submerging into an infinite, warm darkness. The perception of time vanished entirely. The chilling sensation gradually recedes, replaced by an uncanny, all-encompassing numbness. It feels as though the soul is slowly detaching from this colossal, soon-to-be frozen shell. The last flicker of consciousness extinguishes as the temperature descends to 30°C, 29°C, 28°C. The bare minimum of metabolic activity, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, persists within the encased body, maintaining life at a geological pace spanning eons. The moisture within the body crystallizes slowly in the extreme cold, solidifying and merging with the surrounding ancient ice. The skin, covered in thick scales and bony plates, visibly congeals into a layer of crystalline ice. This ice layer thickens, resembling the purest crystal sarcophagus, perfectly enveloping the immense form. The ice extends along his bony spines, enveloping his drooping head, ultimately entombing him entirely within this azure, primordial frost. Merging seamlessly with the Antarctic ice cap, in the sheltered alcove of a massive ice cliff, only a faintly rising silhouette remains. Shrouded in deep snow and a transparent ice shell, a sinister and silent outline, akin to an ice sculpture belonging to a prehistoric behemoth, forgotten at the end of time. The howling polar winds ceaselessly sweep across the ice cliff, stirring up fine snowflakes, as if draping this slumbering giant with a flowing white veil. The leaden gray sky hangs low, eternally unchanging. Millions of tons of snow and ice silently accumulate, compressing and emitting deep, rumbling groans akin to tectonic movements. Time here has utterly lost its significance. The interminable weight of hundreds of millions of years finds its commencement in the moment the ice layer closes, ushering in a cold, vast prologue capable of extinguishing stars. Chapter 20. The ancient ancestors. The silence, preserved for eons in ice, has been disturbed. Clumsy human footprints shatter the ancient dust at the entrance of the pyramid. The air is piercingly cold, mingled with the metallic scent of rock and an indescribable, heavy odor of decay. Towering columns rise into the boundless darkness above, their surfaces etched with wild lines alien to earthly civilization, twisting and entangling like a frozen nightmare. Charles's flashlight beam dances across the frigid stone wall, resembling a startled moth. The light briefly illuminates an abruptly standing sarcophagus when they collectively push open the lid. It emits a harsh, grating sound, akin to the sigh of a dying giant. Inside, rather than a mummy, lie several grotesque weapons, gleaming with a cold, dark metallic luster. No one recognizes them. They merely feel the oppressive weight on their shoulders, haphazardly strapping them on, like a group of children who have stumbled into a giant's armory. Deep within the pyramid, a massive door stands silently. It starkly contrasts with its rugged surroundings. The door itself is composed of an indistinguishable dark material. Its surface warm and smooth as jade, yet frigid as death. Countless intricate symbols, swirling star maps, interwoven geometric patterns, and layered circles. Even ancient calendrical symbols long forgotten on Earth are densely etched across the door's face. The wisdom known to humanity appears here as mere scattered fragments. Good heavens! Murmurs a bespectacled expert, his fingers trembling as they brush over the cold, engraved lines. Time has lost its measure in this place. A cadre of experts took turns, their foreheads glistening with fine beads of sweat, which quickly congealed in the eternal chill of the pyramid. The instruments emitted a faint hum, their beams scanning the enigmatic inscriptions. Each attempt was accompanied by the profound, metallic clanking of gears, as if the very heart of the pyramid were slowly pulsing. Finally, in the instant when a particular symbol was deciphered and pinpointed, the heavy, despair-inducing door slid inward silently. A wave of cold, far more piercing and pure than that within the pyramid, surged forth like a tangible white python, instantly engulfing all who stood at the threshold. Charles shivered, his teeth chattering, as the beam of his flashlight futilely sliced through the encroaching frost. As the mist began to dissipate, the light solidified, illuminating an immense, crystalline expanse of ice. Encased within was an unimaginable entity. It lay prostrate, yet towered majestically. Its body was adorned with platinum-scaled armor that shimmered with a near-divine cold radiance. Even after eons of entombment and the faintest illumination, spines rose along its powerful back, resembling frozen white lightning, each one bearing a menacing curve that seemed capable of rending space itself. Its head hung low, tightly shut eyelids veiling colossal eyes, the contours of its formidable maw appearing both cruel and regal, as if even time itself could be shattered by its bite. "Oh God!" someone gasped, the voice choking in their throat, reduced to mere breath. The others, awakening from their stupor, trembled as they retrieved their instruments. The laser rangefinder's light danced across the massive form of the beast, scanning its enormity. The digits on the instrument's screen spiraled wildly before settling. A profound silence enveloped the group. The creature measured 40 meters in length and 24 meters in height, its voice dry and rasping like sandpaper scraping against flesh. Suddenly, the device emitted a sharp alert. A green waveform, indicative of life signs, flickered weakly yet persistently on the cold screen. The individual holding the instrument paled to a shade even more ghostly than the surrounding ice. Charles trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from elation. He staggered forward, nearly collapsing against the icy wall, his fingers nervously tracing the smooth, frigid surface, leaving behind a few blurred, damp marks. "Do you see it? Do you see it?" His voice, quaking with excitement, echoed with a manic resonance. "History. We shall be inscribed in history. The name of Charles Wayland will forever be intertwined with it. My name." His fervent declaration reverberated hollowly within the vast, icy chamber. In a corner, another expert crouched low, cautiously scraping at a deep, dark stain within the ice. Remnants of blood that had flowed from the beast's wound eons ago. The portable analyzer emitted a subtle hum, whirring into action. Suddenly, the device erupted with a series of rapid, alarm-like beeps. At that moment, the expert's face drained of color, his lips trembling, and his eyes fixated on the final analytical results displayed on the screen, as if he had glimpsed the very gates of hell. A nearby colleague, sensing the anomaly, leaned in to take a look, and his body stiffened in shock. On the screen, a line of cold text appeared like an ominous verdict. Gene sequence comparison. Target sample, codename, Shahuang. Similarity to Homo sapiens reference sequence, 99,002. A chill surged from the spine, radiating outwards to the crown of the head, colder than the depths of an ice cave. On the opposite side of the pyramid, the heavy stone door of the sacrificial chamber began to slide shut without warning. A massive shadow swiftly engulfed the light of the exit. "No!" the female scientist screamed, instinctively thrusting a sturdy alloy probe into the narrowing gap of the door. The shrill sound of twisting metal erupted. That alloy rod, capable of supporting several tons. Bent and broke under the unimaginable weight of the closing stone door, like soft clay. Fragments scattered. The stone door thunderously closed, sealing perfectly, leaving only the echo of despair reverberating in the silence. Almost simultaneously with the door's closure, those objects in the center of the sacrificial chamber, which they had previously overlooked, began emitting a harrowing, viscous tearing sound. The top of the sacks split open, revealing slick, gelatinous tissue within. Several egg-like entities, the size of footballs and encased in thick chitinous shells, were slowly pushed forth by some unseen force, exposed to the frigid air. What is that? Someone trembled as they raised a flashlight. The beam swept across the nearest egg. Within the translucent shell, a curled, fetal shadow, complete with a long tail, writhed distinctly. Its outline obscured in slime. Its movements exuded a nauseating vitality. Something was stirring inside. The voice trembled with fear. Before the words could leave their lips, the top of the egg suddenly flipped outward, akin to a malevolent flower blooming in an instant. Several lightning-fast gray shadows shot forth from the ruptured egg, splattering with viscous fluid, lunging straight for the faces of those nearest. The chamber was instantly filled with screams, retches, and desperate thrashing. Death began to gestate. Charles and his companions fled like headless flies through the labyrinthine corridors of the pyramid, the weight of ancient weapons clanging upon their backs, each collision striking at their fraying nerves. From the depths of the pyramid came blood-curdling screams and a hissing sound, slick and inhuman. An exit. Find the exit quickly, Charles bellowed, his voice distorted by fear. Around a corner, a few ghostly green lights flickered silently in the shadows ahead. Fear froze their steps. An almost imperceptible shadow burst forth from the darkness, accompanied by a piercing shriek as the air was torn apart. The head of the foremost team member flew skyward without warning, hot blood spraying forth like a fountain upon the cold stone wall. The headless body staggered forward a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground. Run! A piercing scream shattered the silence, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. Yet, death lingered ominously, an invisible blade glinting in the darkness. Each flash of cold light was accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones and abrupt, agonized cries. The stench of blood was suffocating. Amidst the slaughter, a thunderous rumble echoed from deep within the pyramid, as if an ancient beast stirred from its slumber. The ground trembled beneath their feet, tilting ominously. The stone walls on either side emitted a grating noise, as massive stones began to shift, settle, and rise. The very structure of the pyramid was seemingly coming to life, undergoing a cataclysmic reorganization. Those who had just huddled together in flight were suddenly separated by the moving boulders, the shifting floor, and the crashing stone gates, their desperate cries rapidly muffled within different cages of death. The gruesome feast of slaughter had only just begun. Lex, the survivor known as Black Girl by her companions, leaned against the cold, rough stone wall, gasping for breath. Sweat mingled with blood and dust, tracing grim lines across her face. In her hand, she clutched a bloodied warrior's dagger, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. Beside her stood the equally disheveled Sebastian, an archaeologist well-versed in ancient scripts. The recent encounter felt like a haunting nightmare. A warrior's wrist blade had nearly pierced the fibers of her jacket, the icy touch of death brushing against her heart. In that moment, a jet-black tail, tipped with sharp bone spikes, descended silently from the shadows above, piercing the warrior's skull with deadly precision. Viscous, corrosive green blood splattered across her face. Immediately following, another warrior adorned with a more intricate crown unleashed a deafening roar, a blend of fury and sorrow. Its shoulder cannon charged instantly, releasing its wrist blade as a vengeful whirlwind aimed at the creature that had just slain its comrade. As the two alien beasts clashed violently in the narrow passage, their claws and bone blades sparked, acidic blood splattering and corroding the rock, emitting hissing white smoke. Seizing the moment, Lex yanked the stunned Sebastian and dashed into a newly formed crack, created by the shifting structure, without looking back. They fled with wild abandon, their lungs ablaze. The roars of the warrior and the piercing shrieks of the alien echoed behind them like relentless parasites. In a dim corner piled high with enormous, enigmatic metal canisters, the two collapsed, exhausted, leaning against the cold metal as they gasped for air. What on earth was that? Sebastian's voice trembled uncontrollably. Lex shook her head, wiping the blood from her face, her flashlight instinctively sweeping across the surrounding walls. The stone surface was riddled with rough etchings. She nudged Sebastian, urging him to look closer. Look at those symbols. Sebastian, fighting his fear, leaned in closer to the stone wall, his trembling fingers tracing the lines. He began to decipher and interpret them. his expression growing increasingly grave. This passage depicts a harrowing cycle as the protagonist struggles to speak, her voice dry and strained. A creature has been deliberately cultivated as prey. She pauses, pointing to another set of patterns, where an unmistakable silhouette of a predator looms, brandishing a spear with an imposing stance. This hunter takes pride in slaying such prey as part of a rite of passage. Lex's breath catches in her throat, a chilling chain of logic snapping into place in her mind. The food is the xenomorph, and the hunter is the predator. Within the narrative of those symbols, humanity appears merely as a breeding ground for sustenance and bait. A wave of coldness, more biting than the chill of the pyramid, rises from the depths of her heart. The enemy of my enemy. Lex's voice is unnaturally calm, laced with a resolute defiance. Sebastian, help me. Find those metal cans. We must return their belongings. Death descends like a merciless harvester. As Sebastian attempts to decipher another mechanism, he is suddenly dragged away by a xenomorph leaping from the ventilation shaft, leaving behind a brief, harrowing scream and a spatter of blood on the walls. Other scattered comrades, too, are consumed by darkness in their desperate flight or resistance. Ultimately, only Lex remains. She bears the weight of a predator's shoulder cannon, trudging through the labyrinthine passages, each step upon the blood of her fallen companions. At the corridor's end, a towering figure stands silently in the shadows, scars on its shoulder armor visible in the dim light. It is the surviving predator. It slowly turns, the compound eyes beneath its mask glimmering with a cold, merciless light, the cannon's muzzle subtly adjusting to lock onto her. Lex's heart races, nearly bursting from her chest. There is no hesitation, no room for negotiation. She abruptly halts, and amidst the humming charge of the cannon, she kneels without a moment's pause. The motion is decisive and swift. Simultaneously, she quickly unfastens the heavy shoulder cannon from her back, summoning all her strength to slide it toward the towering figure. The cold metal component grates against the stone floor, emitting a jarring sound as it comes to rest at the feet of the predator. The predator's movement falters momentarily, the cannon's humming ceasing. Its compound eyes, peering through the fearsome mask, scrutinize the kneeling human woman, her hands empty. Time seems to freeze. At that moment, death strikes once more. A xenomorph, monstrous in size, silently descends from the ventilation shaft behind Lex. It opens its inner jaws, dripping corrosive saliva as it lunges at Lex's exposed neck. Out of the corner of her eye, Lex catches sight of the lethal green shadow. The instinct for survival overtakes all else. She rolls sideways, almost flat against the ground, while her right hand darts to seize a sharp metal piece that has fallen from the shoulder cannon. A spearhead. The xenomorph misses its target, its heavy body crashing down where she had knelt moments before, debris flying. It hisses, its massive head swiveling toward the rolling Lex, its inner jaws coiling to strike again. Lex finds herself with no escape. Fear and fury transform in an instant into a desperate surge of strength. She emitted a beastly roar, advancing rather than retreating, propelled by her momentum as she lunged forward with ferocity. Grasping the cold spearhead with both hands, she summoned every ounce of strength, thrusting it forcefully into the soft throat of the alien beneath. With a sickening sound, thick, foul-smelling yellow-green acidic blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from the alien, which violently thrashed its head, flinging Lexus, along with the embedded spearhead, away. Thud! Lexus collided heavily against the stone wall, darkness engulfing her vision as her insides shifted. The spearhead remained lodged in the alien's neck, while the acidic blood aggressively corroded the wound, emitting a horrifying sizzling sound accompanied by billowing white smoke. The alien writhed in agony, convulsing. At that moment, more screams echoed from all directions. At the end of the corridor, in the ventilation ducts, countless pairs of eyes glimmered with cold, menacing light. They were summoned by the Guardian's cries and the scent of blood. Scarface stirred. He raised his hand abruptly, the shoulder cannon charging to its limit, emitting a blinding, incandescent glow. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling plasma beams lashed out like the whip of death, instantly tearing through the darkness. The beams struck several aliens that had just emerged from the shadows, obliterating them into fragments. Acidic blood poured like a torrential rain, corroding the rocky ground and rising in clouds of acrid white smoke. Dismembered remains were sent flying in all directions. Yet, the injured Guardian alien proved to be remarkably cunning. At the very moment Scarface opened fire, it endured the excruciating pain and swiftly retreated into the adjacent ventilation duct. The lethal plasma beams merely singed the edges of the duct's rock. Suddenly, an indescribable, soul-piercing roar erupted from the depths of the pyramid. The sound was infused with boundless rage, hunger, and a suffocating cold resolve. It was the alien queen. All the aliens in the corridors, as if receiving a supreme command, instantly ceased their assaults. They disregarded the nearby prey, Lexus, and the formidable foe, Scarface, retreating into the dark passageways and vents like a black tide, their hissing fading rapidly into the depths of the pyramid. They were summoned back by the queen. A profound silence enveloped the aftermath, leaving only the sound of acidic blood corroding the rock and the heavy breaths of the two. Scarface's compound eyes turned towards Lexus, who leaned against the wall, nearly exhausted, then glanced down at the shoulder cannon component she had pushed back. Wordlessly, he bent down, retrieving the heavy component and deftly reattaching it to the base of his shoulder armor. The component fit seamlessly, producing a crisp mechanical click. He moved his shoulder slightly, adjusting the cannon's muzzle as its glow reignited. He strode over to Lexus, extending his massive, clawed hand, covered in armor plating. Lexus gazed at that inhuman hand, then raised her eyes to the fierce mask. There was no choice. Taking a deep breath, she endured the excruciating pain coursing through her body and grasped the cold hand. A surge of immense strength lifted her effortlessly. No words were needed. The scarred figure turned, and the scanner on his shoulder illuminated, directing towards a clear target, the source of the queen's roar, the sacrificial chamber, or what once was. The hellish sight before Lex sent tumultuous waves through her stomach. The once vacant stone chamber was now saturated with a thick, viscous organic matter reminiscent of grotesque entrails, glistening with a wet sheen under the feeble light. The walls, the floor, and even the lofty ceiling were ensconced in this repulsive substance. Enormous, semi-transparent egg sacs clung to the organic walls like tumors, pulsing gently. The air was thick with a potent stench of decay and a nauseatingly sweet rot. Countless strands of mucus hung from the ceiling, resembling the web of some colossal arachnid. This place had utterly transformed into a living, monstrous alien womb. The compound eyes beneath the scarred mask scanned the blasphemous scene without hesitation. A miniature computer on his arm flickered rapidly with complex symbols, emitting a frantic buzzing sound. He forcefully pressed a device on his wrist against the sticky organic floor. The device activated instantly. A blinding red light erupted from his wrist, projecting a countdown hologram clearly into the murky air. 000300, 00259, 00258. Self-destruction initiated. The countdown began its relentless march. Run! Lex screamed, her voice quivering with fear. The two shot forward like arrows released from a bow, sprinting towards the passage that led to the surface lift platform. Behind them, the entire pyramid seemed to erupt in fury, violent tremors emanating from its core, more ferocious than any previous structural upheaval. Massive stones began to crumble, the ground beneath them heaving violently, cracking open. The enraged roar of the alien queen pierced through layers of rock, echoing like the death knell pursuing them. The passage to the lift platform lay ahead. It was a vast platform composed of rough metal plates, resembling the bottom of a deep well. Get on, Lex shouted, lunging towards the control pillar at the edge of the platform. The scarred figure followed closely, his heavy footsteps reverberating through the platform. Lex, with her bloodied hands, struck forcefully at a recessed handprint on the pillar, the activation mechanism deduced by Sebastian earlier. With a creak and a rumble, the massive lift platform jolted violently, ascending with a shrill metallic screech. The speed was not swift, but it was sufficiently stable. The platform, carrying the two, rapidly distanced itself from the abyss below, filled with mucus and the stench of death. Just as the platform rose a few meters and the passage below was about to be flung open, a swift, ghostly green shadow lunged from the corridor. It was the cunning elite alien. Its sharp claws barely managed to grasp a protruding metal support at the edge of the lift platform. With a hiss, it emitted a piercing shriek, its body suspended in midair, clinging only with its forelimbs. Its massive head raised, the inner fangs poised to strike. Its ferocious gaze locked onto the two above on the platform. Lex's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The reaction of the scarred figure was swift to the extreme. He directed the cannon's muzzle downwards, as a blinding brilliance coalesced at its tip, targeting the alien creature clinging to the edge. However, just as the plasma beam was about to erupt, a tremendous roar resounded. Deep within the core of the pyramid, destructive energy was unleashed. An indescribably immense explosion illuminated the depths below, akin to a supernova erupting from the heart of the earth. The dazzling light instantaneously engulfed everything beneath it. Following this, a cataclysmic shockwave surged forth like an invisible multitude of hammers, expanding wildly upwards and outwards at the speed of light, crushing all in its path. The massive guiding rails beneath the platform twisted like noodles under the force of the shockwave, shattering. The entire platform violently shot upwards for a moment, then, deprived of support, swung erratically in the chaotic aftermath of the explosion, completely weightless and tumbling. The alien creature that had been clinging to the edge did not have time to utter a cry. It was consumed by the pure flames of annihilation and shockwave that surged up from below, vaporized and disintegrated as if thrown into a steel furnace, leaving not a trace behind. Amid the uncontrollable tumbling and ascent of the platform, it resembled a leaf caught in a furious tempest. Lex grasped the cold railing of the platform with all her might, her fingers nearly fracturing, while her insides felt as though they were being displaced by the violent rolling. The scarred figure, however, remained steadfast, as if nailed to the violently shaking platform by his immense strength and sense of balance. The light and heat of destruction surged from the abyss below, searing their backs. The pyramid disintegrated beneath them, massive stones plummeting like meteors, only to be pulverized by the explosive shockwave. Time became an illusion. Perhaps only mere seconds passed, or perhaps an eternity. A chilling, bone-piercing wind, laced with snowflakes, suddenly rushed in. Light, true light, from the surface. The uncontrollable platform finally broke through the ice layer that covered the ground with a deafening crash, bursting forth from the pyramid's confines like a cannonball, crashing violently onto the icy expanse. The tremendous inertia caused it to slide for dozens of meters, carving a deep trench into the hard ice before finally coming to a halt. The frigid air rushed into their lungs, imbued with the taste of freedom. Lex collapsed onto the cold metallic platform, greedily gasping for breath, each inhalation mingling with icy fragments and the scent of blood. The blinding sunlight rendered her vision a blur. The scarred figure was the first to rise, his towering frame casting a long shadow in the sunlight. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Before them sprawled the vast, boundless Antarctic ice cap, the biting cold wind whipping up snowflakes. In the distance, the temporary research camp established by Wyland Industries lay in ruins, engulfed in flames and twisted metal debris. The pyramid's self-destruction was complete. The enormous explosion buried deep underground had irrevocably altered the landscape, the place from which they had emerged, along with several square kilometers of surrounding ice, formed an immense pit, exuding steam and dark smoke. Its walls a chaotic mix of melting ice water and shattered rock along with remnants of the pyramid. At the depths of the pit, faintly visible, flowed dark red lava that had yet to extinguish. The silence of survival after the catastrophe was filled with the sound of the wind. Scarblade turned, his compound eyes gazing upon the nearly incapacitated Laxus, sprawled on the platform. He approached her in silence, his towering figure casting a shadow against the blinding sunlight. Laxus struggled to sit up, yet Scarblade uttered no words. He extended his left hand, covered in chitinous plates, and sharp claw tips emerged. Without looking at Laxus, he leaned down, using his claw tip to collect a small amount of still viscous, yellow-green acidic blood from the remnants of a facehugger that had shattered in the explosion's shockwave. The acidic blood emitted faint wisps of white smoke from his cold claws. Laxus observed his actions, her pupils constricting slightly, her body instinctively tensing, yet she did not flinch. It seemed she comprehended the gravity of the moment. The claw tip, tainted with alien blood, slowly approached Laxus' right cheek, imbued with an indescribable, almost ceremonial solemnity. The icy claw tip made contact with her warm skin, searing pain, like a scalding branding iron. The potent acidic blood, even diminished amidst the wreckage, retained its terrifying corrosiveness. Laxus gasped, gritting her teeth, her body trembling from the excruciating pain. Yet she refrained from uttering a cry. She met Scarblade's cold, compound eyes with unwavering resolve. The claw tip traversed her cheek, steady and forceful, accompanied by the subtle sizzling of her flesh and the acrid smoke, a complex and ancient totem, 3 interwoven lines with sharp angles, akin to hunting talons or flames of fire, was seared into her cheekbone by that venomous blood. It was a mark of iron and blood, a warrior's acknowledgement, a silent vow transcending the chasms of species. In the instant the branding was complete, Scarblade withdrew his hand. Laxus felt the area of her cheek, now searingly painful, grow numb and solidify. She raised her hand, her fingertips trembling as they gently brushed against the scalding new scar. An extraordinary sensation of heat seemed to flow from the brand into her veins, imbued with some ancient and primal power. Just as the branding was completed, a thunderous roar erupted. The still warm edge of the explosion crater beneath them buckled, as if a slumbering leviathan had breached the sea. Countless massive ice blocks were hurled into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing down like hail. An unimaginable colossal claw, covered in platinum scales glimmering under the light, suddenly emerged from the shattered ice and swirling black smoke. The gigantic claw struck heavily against the unmelted icy rocks at the crater's edge, its 5 talons, akin to siege spikes, embedding deeply into the solid ice. Under its terrifying force, the ice continued to fracture and collapse like brittle cookies. Following this, a head so immense that it could freeze the very soul began to rise slowly from the abyss of ice and fire. Platinum spines jutted upwards like a crown, each reflecting light and piercing through the suffocating black smoke. The gigantic eyelids gradually opened, revealing a pair of molten gold, vertically slit eyes. In the depths of its pupils lies a cold fury, capable of incinerating stars, awakened after eons of slumber, casting a detached gaze upon this minuscule world. The ominous light. Its colossal head turned toward the 2 insignificant beings on the platform. The lava-like vertical slits of its eyes, akin to 2 fallen suns, fixated upon the freshly branded, still smoldering mark upon Lexus's face. At that moment, the frigid winds of the ice field seemed to be frozen by the ancient beast's majesty. Simultaneously, a series of muffled explosions erupted nearby, as if something was violently striking a solid object. Accompanying these thunderous sounds, a head as dark as ink surged forth from the shadows, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. This head was extraordinarily massive, several times larger than that of an ordinary human, its surface encased in a thick layer of black exoskeleton, appearing impenetrable. The eyes upon this head glimmered with a sinister red light, exuding an aura of ferocity and cruelty. Undoubtedly, this sudden apparition was the alien queen. Its grotesque visage instilled a chilling dread, as if it were the very embodiment of death and destruction. Chapter 21. A deceptive fate. The Arctic winds, like billions of invisible ice blades, endlessly sliced through this forsaken white wasteland. Heavy leaden clouds loomed on the horizon, miserly filtering a feeble glimmer of light, dyeing the boundless ice cap in a spectral shade of blue. Snowflakes, as fine as needles, were whipped into a frenzy by the gale, swirling and emitting a sharp, monotonous whine that filled every inch of the bone-chilling space. In this frigid purgatory, where even time seemed to be frozen, only a few distorted black silhouettes struggled against the snowstorm, casting fleeting shadows. This was the stage for the inevitable conclusion between hunter and prey. The colossal form of the alien queen loomed in and out of sight amidst the blizzard, resembling a mobile and terrifying peak constructed of pure malice and biomechanical design. It was cloaked in a glossy black chitinous shell, and with each heavy movement, its stout limbs, ending in razor-sharp claws, sank deeply into the millennium-old frozen ground, producing a nauseating crunch. In the brief moments when the storm subsided, that iconic, nightmarish inner mandible suddenly unfurled, emitting a series of piercing shrieks capable of penetrating the soul, mingled with the hissing sounds of venom splattering, frantically directed toward the platinum figure of Sha Hui not far away. That scream was infused with an indescribable rage and a hint of madness, belonging to a top-tier predator. Sha Hui, a colossal beast from an unfathomable ancient era, stood resolutely upon the ice, a sculpture wrought from living platinum and molten rock. The queen's piercing wail, imbued with a mental assault potent enough to shatter any modern creature, struck against its ancient, scaly head like a drop of water in an ocean, failing to even divert its gaze. Its immense, dimly lit, and unperturbed vertical pupils merely cast a detached glance over the queen's frantically thrashing limbs. Within the depths of those eyes lay a sediment of silence that spanned countless eons, coupled with an almost contemptuous disregard, akin to gazing down upon mere ants. The queen was but another cacophonous interlude amidst the protracted icy epics. The monstrous entity showed no leniency. At this moment, a similarly jarring noise once again rent the air, within the indifferent depths of its yellowed vertical gaze. A flicker of primal fury, long dormant and stirred from the very core of its bloodline, emerged, like a slumbering volcano roused abruptly. It had not softened its approach before, and it would not do so now. Without warning, that colossal, platinum-hued figure moved, not tentatively, nor circuitously, but with sheer, overwhelming force. Its massive form tore through the stagnant air, conjuring tumultuous waves of snow, moving so swiftly that it left only a blinding platinum afterimage upon the retinas of the scarred and the dark-skinned. The velocity surpassed the limits of biological reflex, so rapid that the queen's mandibles, still spewing corrosive venom, could not close in time. In the next instant, it felt as though time itself had been struck and suspended. A dull, heart-stopping impact reverberated through the air. The jaws of the monstrous entity, lined with razor-sharp teeth and reminiscent of a primordial lava gorge, snapped shut with thunderous force, precisely gripping the midsection of the alien queen's vast body. The terrifying bite force, potent enough to rend warship armor, erupted in an instant, as the proud, chitinous exoskeleton encasing the queen's torso emitted a chilling, desperate cacophony of shattering sound, akin to countless massive panes of glass fracturing simultaneously under immense pressure. The queen's repugnant, dark green viscous blood erupted from the gaps between the entity's teeth like a burst high-pressure water pipe, reeking of acrid intensity, hissing as it seared the ice below, rising in billowing clouds of white vapor. The queen's gut-wrenching shriek abruptly shifted, transforming into a sharp wail that pierced through the snowstorm. Imbued with excruciating pain and the terror of impending death, echoing across the entire ice expanse. Yet, the entity, this ancient beast awakened from slumber, paid no heed to the dying lament. Its robust neck, cloaked in platinum scales, snapped back violently, akin to wielding an impossibly heavy battering ram. Lifting the massive insectal body it had ensnared firmly in its jaws, and then, with the force of a cataclysm, hurled it down against the ancient, unyielding ice beneath. Boom. The initial impact sent tremors through the ice field, as spiderweb-like fissures radiated wildly from the point of collision, plunging several meters deep and shattering the ice layer, sending crystalline shards soaring skyward like a white fountain. The queen's hardened head shell deformed instantaneously under the overwhelming force, collapsing, as green slime mixed with shattered tissue splattered everywhere. The entity's head rose once more, with a rhythm so chillingly precise, and it brought down its hammer-like jaws again with ferocity. Boom. This time, the sound was even more muffled, more despairing. The queen's writhing, colossal form, caught between the tremendous force and the ice, had its exoskeleton and limbs below the waist utterly obliterated, as if crushed beneath the weight of a 1,000-ton water press. Fragmented chitinous shell shards, broken limbs, adhesive muscle tissue, and dark green viscera intermingle, radiating outwards in a chaotic splatter upon the pristine white ice, only to be instantaneously frozen by the biting cold, crafting a gruesome and sanguinary abstract masterpiece. Its iconic elongated tail now reduced to a mere remnant, feebly convulses. Boom. With the third strike, the sound has thickened and become viscous. The upper half of the queen, now utterly shapeless, has morphed into a mass of dark green flesh and shattered bones, subtly writhing beneath the colossal platinum skull. The soul-chilling wails have long ceased, leaving only the muffled echoes from deep within the ice and the howling winds that rush to reclaim the space. The heavy resonances of the collision reverberate like the distant echoes of ancient war drums across the icy expanse, ultimately engulfed by the relentless storm. Shahui slowly releases its immense jaws, allowing the amorphous mass of blood and flesh to tumble down, crashing into the chaotic dark green pit it has created. A few drops of viscous dark green blood trickle down its platinum jaw, landing on the ice with a faint hissing sound before freezing. Its colossal head turns towards the edge of the pit, fixating upon the two diminutive figures, scarred warriors and the human female, Hei Mei, who stand awestruck, rendered momentarily devoid of thought by the gruesome spectacle. The storm itself seems to hold its breath in that fleeting moment. Then, Shahui lifts its head, encrusted with the alien ichor, resembling molten platinum. The muscles in its neck bulge, and its chest, covered in ancient scales, expands like a massive bellows, inhaling the frigid, stinging air of the polar expanse. Roar! The sound detonates. It is not merely a noise, but a tangible shockwave. A visible circle of violently distorted air ripples outward from Shahui, exploding in a fierce, circular sweep. The thick blanket of snow on the ground is instantaneously flattened and upheaved, forming a furious white wave that surges wildly in all directions. The dense flurry of snowflakes in the air is brutally cleared away by this cataclysmic sonic boom, revealing the oppressive leaden sky above for a brief moment. The entire world seems to be suspended in time. Even the eternally howling Arctic winds are abruptly choked, trapped in an instant of profound silence by the roar that embodies ancient majesty and absolute power. At the edge of the pit, the scarred warrior, his face concealed by a grotesque mask, reveals no discernible expression. Yet, as the sound wave crashes upon him, his robust frame instinctively tightens and leans back, resembling a resilient reed in a tempest, barely anchored in place by the warrior instinct ingrained in his very being. The data streams on the side of his mask flicker wildly, analyzing the extraordinary shockwave. Beside him, Hei Mei is caught directly in the tangible sound wave, stumbling and collapsing heavily onto the icy ground, the biting cold piercing through her clothing, nearly rendering her unconscious, leaving only a sharp, persistent buzzing in her ears and her mind a blank slate. As the echoes of the roar lingered and silence descended, the scarred one stirred. A battle-hardened elite hunter. The instinct for combat engraved deep within his very genes overpowered any potential astonishment. The fearsome plasma cannon, mounted on his shoulder, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, had already completed its charging lock the moment the roar erupted. In that instant, the cannon's muzzle blazed with a blinding, ominous blue-white light. There were no warnings, no tests. Only the purest efficiency of slaughter. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 searing blue-white plasma orbs, within the span of 2 seconds, tore through the residual shockwave of sound, tracing a path of scorching intensity, like a volley of arrows from the Grim Reaper, striking with unparalleled precision against the vast, platinum-hued body of the shadow. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions reverberated in a cacophony. Each impact erupted in blinding brilliance and shockwaves so hot they warped the very air. The furious energy was unleashed in an instant, vaporizing the millennia-old layers of snow and ice that blanketed the Shadow's surface, revealing the shimmering metallic scales beneath. Each plasma round contained a terrifying heat and kinetic energy potent enough to melt through tank armor. The ancient scaled body of the Shadow trembled violently under the relentless barrage, swaying as if struck by an invisible giant's hammer. The tremendous force compelled its heavy limbs to slide back across the smooth ice, carving deep furrows into the surface. The struck areas of scales turned pitch black almost instantaneously, the edges glowing a molten red, as wisps of white smoke mingled with the acrid stench of charred flesh wafted into the air. However, as the flurry of 10 strikes concluded, the smoke and scalding vapor briefly enveloped the scene, only to be swiftly dispersed by the biting wind. The Shadow remained standing, its imposing platinum form marred by 10 shocking, charred indentations, scales shattered and curling, oozing a viscous orange-red liquid, but it was far from gravely wounded. Its robust limbs, like colossal pillars, remained firmly anchored to the ice, having withstood enough firepower to annihilate an army, and yet it had only retreated a few steps. Yet, a more terrifying transformation was brewing within. The agony of its grievous wounds, intertwined with the furious wrath ignited by the assaults of these diminutive beings, acted like a potent catalyst, awakening the ancient ferocity lying dormant within its bloodline. Its once dull, indifferent vertical pupils now blazed like twin infernos, erupting with a blinding, molten yellow radiance. This brilliance pierced through the lingering smoke and descending snowflakes, resembling 2 searchlights from the abyss, locking onto the scarred one at the edge of the icy pit. Roar! A cry filled with pain and rage erupted, shorter yet more ferocious than before. With this roar, it felt as though countless volcanoes awoke simultaneously within its massive body, unleashing their fury. Hiss! An unsettling sound pierced the air. Beneath its originally smooth surface, glistening with a metallic sheen, the platinum scales suddenly bulged with an array of thick, serpent-like blood vessels, pulsating violently. These protruding vessels, no longer the expected dark red or bluish hues, instead shimmered with a molten orange reminiscent of flowing lava, exuding a searing, viscous warmth. The vessel walls throbbed under extreme internal heat and pressure, each pulse releasing torrents of scalding white vapor that surged forth from the gaps in the scales, as though the formidable beast's body might rupture under such terrifying internal pressure. This was no mere illusion. The data stream on the scarred mask surged alarmingly, and a piercing alarm blared in his consciousness. The core temperature was escalating exponentially. The air around him twisted grotesquely under the oppressive heat radiation, visible ripples of thermal waves expanding outward in concentric circles. At the edges of the chasms carved by its passage, the thick, ancient ice began to emit faint hissing sounds, melting at an observable pace, collapsing, while murky water rapidly pooled into small puddles. Wild fury has been activated. Rage has been activated. The primal power derived from its bloodline has been fully unleashed. Pain was muted, limits of strength shattered, leaving only the purest desire for destruction. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the ancient, core molten lava power within surged to life, another long-dormant instinct was awakened by the soaring body temperature. Temperature regulation. Like the opening of floodgates, unimaginable, metal-melting heat no longer confined itself to the blood vessels, but was fervently directed to the surface by its formidable will, radiating violently into the surrounding space. Boom! An invisible, scorching realm expanded instantaneously around it. The air groaned under the unbearable weight, swelling and distorting violently. The melted ice water beneath its feet was soon brought to a boil, erupting into vast clouds of white steam. Further afield, the ice fields, once blanketed in thick snow, appeared to undergo an invisible, carpet-like inferno. The snow rapidly melted under the terrifying thermal radiation, water trickling forth, only to rapidly freeze into a thin, smooth layer of new ice upon contact with the distant cold surfaces. Water flowed freely, steam enveloping the scene. Amidst this purgatorial tableau of ice and flame, the colossal form of the beast, adorned with bulging, lava-like veins, resonated with a profound hum, reminiscent of ancient tides, echoing from within its vast frame. A wave-like, deep azure glow coursed over the intertwined platinum and orange scales, a shimmering, ethereal light that was not blinding but possessed a strange, cold grandeur reminiscent of the deep sea. Moisture has been triggered. The ancient bloodline of the ARK's Spinosaurus awakens amidst the embrace of water. The raging lava power remains undiminished, instead becoming more restrained and refined under the harmonizing and amplifying influence of this aqueous glow, akin to tempered steel. The searing realm of extreme heat appears to have slightly contracted, yet the core temperature has ascended to a more terrifying degree. The pulsating veins of lava throb with greater vigor, and with each beat, the layer enveloping the blazing platinum scales ripples violently, evoking a denser and more scalding wave of white vapor. Ice wails, water boils, and steam dances like a white dragon in a frenzy. At this moment, the ominous glow transforms into a colossal beast, reminiscent of ancient myths, commanding both lava and the depths of the ocean. It is enshrouded in destructive steam, its platinum body pulsating with lava-like blood vessels, all while draped in flowing azure light. The intertwining of fiery orange and deep blue on its surface exudes an overwhelming, primordial pressure that suffocates. The winds and snows have long retreated, with even sound consumed by this terrifying energy field. In the vision, only the godlike figure remains, along with the target locked in its molten gaze. Within the dim, yellowed view filled with fury and the intent to kill, the world is brutally cleaved in two. The pallor of the ice field and the haze of steam fade into colorlessness, leaving only the glaring mark of the prey, akin to a bloodied brand. The human figure, lying prostrate in the snow, is marked as harmless, emanating a gentle green halo representing an ally. In stark contrast, the iron-blooded warrior, who had just desecrated his own body with searing fire, is marked in the most glaring and urgent crimson, a symbol of imminent annihilation. The crimson light of destruction. Roar. Another roar shatters the ice river, no longer a proclamation, but a clarion call to attack. The massive form of the creature, entwined with steam and the radiance of lava, transforms into a cataclysmic torrent of platinum and orange, instantaneously tearing apart the already minimal distance between the two figures. Its enormous forelimb rises high. The colossal claw, covered in thick scales and blazing, lava-like blood, rends the distorted, scorching air, bearing down with the might to crush all. The speed of this strike surpasses any preceding moment. The air compresses to an extreme, forming a visible white shockwave cone before the claw, followed by a deafening sonic boom that shatters eardrums. Bang! Scar, the battle-hardened novice hunter, proves his mettle. The instant the molten gaze of the creature unleashed its destructive light, every nerve in his body tightened to its utmost limit. In the fraction of a second that the beast's immense form activated, muscles coiling in preparation, his powerful legs unleashed their full strength, attempting to evade to the side and rear. His response was swift, his movements precise. Yet, in the face of absolute speed and force, any technique seems utterly feeble. The claw, tearing through the air, accompanied by the shockwave, descends as if teleporting. Scar exerted every ounce of effort to sidestep, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to his head. Yet his entire left shoulder and arm lay completely exposed beneath the shadow of that titanic claw. With a sickening crunch, a horrific sound erupted, blending the metallic distortion of breaking steel with the shattering of bones. The armor-clad left shoulder was effortlessly torn apart, crumpled, and crushed as if made of paper. Beneath the overwhelming and uncontrollable force, the flesh and bone were instantly pulverized into a grotesque amalgamation of metallic shards, shattered armor, fractured bone splinters, and splattered blue blood. The immense impact did not cease, driving mercilessly into the torso of the scarred figure through its mangled arm. A muffled groan, laden with excruciating pain and shock, escaped from beneath the mask. The robust body of the scarred warrior was propelled backward as if struck head-on by a speeding train, uncontrollably soaring through the air. Blue blood splattered like ink, rapidly crystallizing into minute ice shards in the frigid atmosphere. He crashed heavily onto the ice several dozen meters away, rolling over multiple times before finally coming to a halt, leaving behind a glaring, elongated streak of blue and red. His left arm, along with a portion of his shoulder, had entirely vanished, revealing a gruesome wound, a horrifying gaping cavity of mangled flesh and shattered bones, from which blue blood gushed forth like a spring, quickly freezing upon contact with the ice. Struggling to prop himself up with his remaining right arm, each exertion tugged painfully at the grievous wound, unleashing heart-wrenching agony. His breath grew heavy and erratic beneath the mask, while life readings flickered frantically at the edges of his vision. With a triumphant claw, the monstrous form leaned slightly forward, its molten gaze fixated on the crimson target writhing in agony upon the ice. Without a moment's hesitation, its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth and resembling the mouth of an abyss, opened wide, exhaling a searing breath imbued with the acrid stench of blood and sulfur, aimed directly at the scarred warrior's head. Should that maw close, the iron-blooded warrior would surely become yet another insignificant stain upon the frozen expanse. In that critical moment, just as the lethal fangs were about to converge upon the scarred warrior's skull, a faint sound pierced the air, nearly drowned out by the howling wind and the beast's own roar. A rudimentary wooden spear, its tip embedded with a rough obsidian point and propelled by a desperate resolve, shot forth from the side. The spearhead struck precisely against a massive scale near the creature's hind leg. Yet this culmination of the thrower's strength failed to leave even a faint mark on the gleaming platinum scales, which shimmered with a metallic sheen and were adorned with lava-like patterns. The spear's shaft buckled upon impact, snapping and splintering into fragments that scattered in all directions, while the rough obsidian tip feebly bounced away, landing on the ice with a sharp clink. The damage? Negligible, nearly non-existent. However, the effect of this strike transcended mere physical harm. The shattered spear acted like a bucket of icy water, not dousing the creature's searing scales, but rather plunging deep into the furnace of its mind, consumed by a frenzied will to kill. The beast's maw, poised to close, abruptly halted. Its thunderous roar became lodged in its throat, transforming into a brief, incredulous growl filled with astonishment and disbelief. Its massive cranium, in an almost rigid manner, abruptly pivoted towards the trajectory of the hurled spear. Within its line of sight stood the dark-skinned girl, the very human female who had recently emanated a gentle green glow, symbolizing her offspring. At this moment, she was struggling to rise from the snow, half kneeling, maintaining the posture of her spear throw, one hand still extended in the aftermath of her action. Her chest heaved violently, her complexion pale as snow from the biting cold and overwhelming fear, yet her eyes, unwavering and resolute, met the molten, wrathful gaze of the colossal vertical pupil, filled with fury and wild inquiry. It was she, the ally marked in green, the entity it had instinctively deemed harmless. How could it be her? The torrent of power and murderous intent brought forth by the frenzy began to recede abruptly, as if it had collided with an invisible dam. The pulsations of its lava-like veins slowed dramatically, and the flowing azure luminescence upon its surface dimmed in tandem. The runes of frenzy and rage flickered violently in the depths of its consciousness, akin to a malfunctioning sign, before finally extinguishing completely. Strength ebbed from its limbs like a receding tide, replaced by an unprecedented, chilling absurdity and the agonizing sting of betrayal. A pain far more intense than the searing heat of cannon fire. Its enormous yellow vertical pupil fixated on the girl's pallid face. The tumult of emotions within its gaze reaching a crescendo of complexity, fury. Slightly tilting its massive head, it seemed to grapple with the painfully biting reality. Sharper than the icy winds of the tundra. An attack by its own offspring? Indeed, sharpened blades aimed at the very parents? So it was. The green mark was not a shield, but a means of paralysis. The so-called child, wielding a keen edge, had always directed its weapon toward itself. The fury of being deceived erupted like a dormant volcano awakened, yet this time, it burned with a frigid black flame. The target was no longer the bloodied, ironclad cripple, but the treacherous child in close proximity, draped in green. A roar erupted from its throat, shattering the heavens. This roar was no mere outpouring of might. It brimmed with the fury of violated trust, a cold intent to kill, and a resolute determination to cleanse its domain. Its enormous form transitioned from utter stillness to explosive motion, forsaking the nearby, now harmless scar, as its colossal hind limbs forcefully stomped through the melting icy mire, causing a fountain of blood and muck to erupt. Its body, adorned with remnants of platinum and orange radiance, transformed into a vengeful flash of white lightning, surging forth with the might to obliterate all, hurtling towards the girl who had just cast her spear mere meters away. The immense shadow enveloped the girl entirely, akin to a collapsing mountain. Its gaping maw, lined with menacing teeth, resembled a chasm leading to the underworld under the dim light, reeking of blood and sulfur. Descending upon her, the girl's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. The tempest of blood and scorching sulfur that erupted as the colossal figure lunged forward nearly toppled her. The shadow of death descended like a frigid iron curtain, pinning her firmly in place. The instinct for survival surged through her body like a jolt of electricity, overwhelming all rational thought. Just as the glinting fangs were about to graze her hair, Black Girl instinctively plunged downward with an almost primal force, her body gliding against the cold, slick ice as if it were boneless, sliding fiercely toward the enormous belly of the creature draped in heavy platinum scales. With a swift motion, she pressed herself against the icy, slick scales, narrowly skimming beneath the ancient pillars of its forelimbs. The biting cold and slimy texture sent shivers down her spine. She could vividly feel the gust of wind generated by the beast's descent sweeping over her head, catch the nauseating scent of blood and sulfur, and even sense the rush of air as its fangs snapped shut, brushing against her back. Life and death teetered on a knife's edge. The force of Sha Hui's furious strike embodied an absolute will to eliminate her, its power and speed far surpassing anything that had come before. Black Girl's extraordinary slide caught it entirely by surprise. The massive body, propelled by inertia, crashed down where she had just stood. With a resounding crash, the ice groaned under the immense weight, and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Ice shards mixed with mud shot skyward. Sha Hui's limbs slid violently across the smooth ice, adjusting in an effort to regain balance after the ferocious miss. The platinum scales screeched against the ice, producing an ear-piercing, teeth-grinding metallic sound. In that critical moment of delicate imbalance, just a few meters away, Black Girl had just emerged from her perilous slide beneath Sha Hui's belly, still trembling with fear, scarcely able to straighten herself. Her face, smeared with icy mud, bore eyes fixed intently on the creature's scaled flank as it adjusted its stance. Though fear still flickered in her gaze, it was overshadowed by a reckless determination and desperation. Her right hand, stained with snow, mud, and the strange blue blood, moved as if pulled by an invisible thread, darting with a speed that left an afterimage into the pocket of her thick winter gear. When her hand emerged once more, it clutched a pitch-black metal remote, flickering with several faint red indicator lights. Without hesitation, without a cry, and without a final glance at Sha Hui, her thumb, imbued with a martyr-like resolve, pressed down hard on the largest crimson button at the center of the remote. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, stretching infinitely. The sensation of the button being pressed resonated clearly through her fingertips. All the faint red lights on the remote abruptly extinguished, followed by a blinding green light that began to flash furiously. Almost simultaneously, a piercing red light erupted from the depths of the ice. Already softened by the creature's terrifying body heat and repeatedly trampled, illuminating the darkness below, the radiant light instantly expanded and spread, resembling the malevolent eye of a demon awakening beneath the ice. A thunderous roar erupted, deep and profound, as if the very heart of the earth had shattered from within. The thick ice cap, spanning a radius of several meters around the spot where the light had emerged, was violently fractured as though struck by an invisible hammer from below. In an instant, it heaved upwards, cracking apart into countless massive ice shards, each with sharp edges. A white mist of ice mixed with scorching shockwaves erupted violently in all directions, akin to a tsunami. In the face of this cataclysmic force emanating from below, the colossal figure of Sha Hui appeared as fragile as a leaf caught in a tempest. It had no time to emit a complete roar before its recently stabilized form was hurled from the fragmented ice surface, soaring into the air. In its lava-like yellow vertical pupils, the furious wrath was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming, inconceivable astonishment and a chilling despair, illuminated by the blinding light of the explosion. Frigid, piercing, it enveloped its entire being in an instant. The sensation of weightlessness lasted less than half a second, and in the next moment, a liquid colder than the Arctic winds surged from all directions, mercilessly engulfing it. The immense water pressure bore down upon its massive form, causing every joint to emit a lamenting groan under the unbearable strain. Sha Hui plunged into the unfathomable depths of the icy lake. Above, colossal floating ice masses violently collided and pressed against one another, resembling a shattered celestial dome that swiftly closed in, sealing the vast ice cavern created by the explosion, leaving only murky bubbles and swirling currents. Dim light filtered through the thick ice and murky waters, transforming into a blurred, swaying, and deathly still azure. The bone-chilling cold pierced through its heavy platinum scales like countless icy needles, ruthlessly penetrating flesh and marrow. Its immense yellow vertical pupils suddenly opened wide in the shadowy depths of the water, constricting due to the drastic changes and extreme cold. In its field of vision, only the rapidly converging, unreachable icy vault above and the endless, all-consuming darkness and deep blue surrounded it. The icy lake water flooded into its nostrils, bearing the scent of silt and decay. What? Does it truly regard me as a boss to be defeated? Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment of filial piety. Chapter 22, Flames. Allocate all 20 points earned from slaying the xenomorph queen into melee attack, without reservation. Sha Hui's consciousness roared in the frigid lake waters, as if igniting the pent-up frustration and wrath through this furious outcry. As his intentions solidified, the familiar cold notification from the system resonated in his mind. Melee attack, 560-960. An unprecedented surge of power, nearly tearing apart muscle and bone, surged into his limbs and core, causing the muscle fibers beneath his platinum scales to swell and reorganize, emitting a faint yet haunting creak. He felt his claws, teeth, and even his entire skeletal structure refining into a purer instrument of destruction. The exhilaration brought forth by this overwhelming force was fleeting, replaced by a more fervent desire for vengeance. Utilizing the extraction points, without hesitation, Sha Hui issued the command once more. Ding! A crisp and melodious yet enigmatic alert echoed through the air. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the flame ability of the Arc Fire Dragon. A surge of elation coursed through Sha Hui, nearly compelling him to release a triumphant roar. He thrust his formidable head, encased in thick platinum armor, above the water's surface. As the frigid air enveloped his damp maw, target, the lateral side of the ice sheet, his massive jaw opened like the gates of a furnace, and from the depths of his throat, what brewed was no longer the chill of the icy lake, but a terrifying inferno capable of melting steel. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of searing white flames, entwined with an orange-red core, erupted from his mouth like a volcanic eruption that had been suppressed for millennia. No longer mere steam, but pure, annihilating fire. The air was scorched and twisted, emitting a mournful wail, and upon contact with the flames, the ice did not melt, but vaporized instantly. The ancient, solid ice crumbled like butter, collapsing under the extreme heat, emitting a piercing hissing sound as boiling steam mingled with crystalline ice particles, ascending into a swirling mushroom cloud. In mere moments, a deep pit sufficient for his colossal form to land upon, its edges still flowing with molten water, was forcibly carved out. Sha Hui hesitated not for an instant. With powerful hind limbs he propelled himself, his platinum claws embedding deeply into the softened ice wall, his massive body climbing forth with an aura of destruction. The landing point was merely the beginning. He raised his head once more, locking onto the thicker core of ice above at an angle. Clear the path. An even more robust breath of flame erupted like the wrath of a mighty dragon, relentlessly battering the ice sheet. Ice shards, steam, and instantaneously vaporized water swirled together, forming a continuously ascending tunnel of destruction. The flames seemed inexhaustible, fueled by the primal instinct of the Arc Fire Dragon's bloodline, transforming his pent-up rage from being ensnared and frozen beneath the lake into the most direct and violent of tools for excavation. The platinum scales shimmered in the fiery glow, reflecting a molten golden hue, reminiscent of a deity of destruction emerging from the Earth's core. Above the ice sheet, the engines of the Iron Blood ship emitted a deep, steady hum. Several Iron Blood warriors cautiously lifted the gravely injured Scar, preparing to carry him into the vessel. The Elder of Iron Blood stood at the hatch, his watchful gaze scanning the icy expanse beneath his mask. Hei Mei followed closely behind, her face a mixture of relief from mission completion and trepidation of the unknown. Just at the moment Scar's body was about to be ushered into the ship, a thunderous crack, akin to the splitting of tectonic plates, erupted from the depths of the ice city beneath their feet. This sound surpassed thunder, infused with the despairing wail of shattering ice and collapsing structures, instantly tearing through the desolation of the Antarctic air, striking each participant's heart with a fierce blow. The Elder of Iron Blood and Hei Mei were as if struck by an invisible hammer, abruptly turning their heads in alarm. The Elder's mask-mounted scanner swiftly locked onto the source of the sound, emitting an urgent red alarm. Hei Mei's pupils constricted to pinpricks in the face of overwhelming fear. Before the spaceship, a scene of chaos unfolded as the ice layer, fragile as glass, erupted violently just meters away. A terrifying claw, covered in shimmering platinum scales and measuring several meters in length, emerged like the arm of a demon from the abyss, tearing through the ice with a ferocious might, sending massive chunks of ice and swirling frost into the air. The claw's tip, sharp as an alloy spear, plunged deep into the ice, leaving behind 5 grotesque fissures. In the wake of this destruction, a colossal shadow ascended from the breach, accompanied by the thunderous crash of the collapsing ice. It was the creature that should have been entombed beneath the frozen lake, severely wounded by traps, the platinum behemoth, the shining fury, the ARK-spiked dragon. Its massive form was fully exposed beneath the frigid Antarctic sky. The platinum scales glimmered with a cold, ruthless sheen amidst the exploding ice dust and the brilliance of the spaceship's engines, while the ancient, grotesque patterns etched upon its armor seemed to come alive, pulsating with an aura of annihilation. Its thick neck bore iconic spines, each one jutting upward like deathly spears aimed at the heavens. It shook its enormous head, sending a spray of icy water mixed with melting snow cascading from the crevices of its scales. Its burning, molten gold vertical eyes locked onto the diminutive figure before the spaceship, particularly the traitorous black sister who had betrayed her kin to assist in laying the trap. With a roar filled with unending humiliation and a thirst for slaughter, the dragon's bellow resonated like a tangible sonic cannon, causing the entire ice surface to tremble, heralding the arrival of vengeance. In an instant, the Iron-Blood Elder reacted with lightning speed. Nearly the moment the Shining Fury made its entrance, the shoulder cannon had already auto-locked, unleashing 3 deadly plasma beams that tore through the air, striking precisely at the behemoth's immense chest and abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted against the Shining Fury's exterior. Flames and shockwaves enveloped it. However, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. As the flames dissipated, only a few charred scorch marks and fine cracks remained on the platinum scales. Most of the savage energy impact had been deflected, absorbed, and dispersed by that seemingly ornate, yet utterly indestructible armor. The behemoth's massive form was merely pushed back slightly by the force, regaining its stance with unwavering resolve. The fiery intensity in its vertical eyes, instead of extinguishing, was wholly ignited by the assault. Frenzy activated. Rage activated. A dual state of ferocity surged upon it. The Shining Fury felt a torrid flow of destructive desire pulsing from its heart to every limb. Its muscles swelled like a balloon, veins bulging beneath the scales, while the edges of its vision were tinged with a terrifying crimson. The strings of rationality snapped completely, leaving only the most primal, unadulterated intent to kill, burn, annihilate everything before it, especially that traitor. Roar. He ceased to pay heed to the relentless bombardment from the shoulder-mounted cannon, the paltry damage, overshadowed by his formidable melee prowess of 960 and the effects of dual frenzy, felt akin to mere scratches. His colossal frame launched forth with astonishing speed that belied its size, akin to an uncontrollable heavy war machine, hurtling towards the edge of the ice city in a rudimentary structure fashioned from ice blocks and ancient timber, the very place where the dark-skinned girl had sought refuge. His maw, wide agape, no longer unleashed torrents of flame, but instead concentrated into a lethal stream of dragon's breath, its temperature soaring even higher. Whoosh! The searing white pillar of fire penetrated the building's interior with pinpoint accuracy. The wooden framework instantaneously carbonized, igniting explosively. The icy walls sublimated under the intense heat. The entire edifice transformed into a massive torch, engulfed in a fierce blaze within mere seconds. Flames soared skyward, and the waves of heat distorted the air. He stood amidst this inferno of his own making, the flames licking at his platinum form, yet inflicting no harm. On the contrary, his ability, unburned, activated. The inferno's searing heat became a nourishing energy, flowing ceaselessly into his being. Wisps of white vapor emanated from the fissures in his scaled armor, and the charred marks quickly faded under the elevated temperatures. The subtle injuries from the cannon and the accumulated fatigue and hunger from the traps were swiftly mended and replenished in this fiery baptism. He emerged like a phoenix reborn from the flames, emitting a deep, contented roar. Power resonated within the fire, and life was revived amidst the blaze. Coward, hiding within your iron shell. His vertical pupils, piercing through the flames, locked onto the ship that was accelerating, endeavoring to flee. His fury escalated anew. Attempting to escape, he suddenly lowered his head, his massive forepaw resembling a colossal drill, ruthlessly plunging into the ice beneath him. The claws pierced through the ice layer, embedding deeply into the permafrost below. Rise for me. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the terrifying strength derived from his 960 melee attack erupted in full force. His forelimbs, as robust as temple columns, bulged with muscle, the platinum scales screeching under the immense strain. Using his own body as a fulcrum, he commenced a frenzied heave. Rumble creak. A grating sound reminiscent of the entire continental shelf groaning filled the air. From his point of insertion, a massive and grotesque fissure rapidly spread forth, expanding at an astonishing rate. The ice, under unimaginable force, fractured like brittle cookies. The area of the broken ice far exceeded that of the ship itself. With its support suddenly gone, the ship plunged downward. The engines emitted a wailing cry of overload, but it was too late. Crash! The colossal ironclad vessel, along with the massive slab of broken ice beneath it, plummeted into the dark, frigid waters below like a child's toy cast into a basin by a giant, triggering a towering wave akin to a tsunami. Subsequently, the larger expanse of ice above, now unsupported, collapsed like a crumbling mountain, carrying with it a terrifying weight of millions of tons, crashing down. Countless enormous ice blocks rained down upon the sinking ship like a meteor shower, the tremendous impact accelerating its descent into the abyss of darkness. At the edge of the fractured ice cliff, Sha Hui stood resolutely, his vertical pupils reflecting the sight of the spaceship being struck by the ice, accelerating into its watery grave without a hint of hesitation. Descend to accompany the burial. With a powerful leap, his colossal platinum form plummeted like a falling white meteor, trailing the trajectory of the ship, and plunged into the frigid, oppressive depths of the Antarctic Sea. Darkness enveloped him. The icy cold and the terrifying pressure capable of crushing tanks surged in from all directions. Yet, Sha Hui remained unfazed. His extraordinarily resilient physique and inherent adaptability granted him remarkable fortitude beneath the waves. Oxygen. His gaze pierced through the murky waters like a deep-sea spotlight. Locking onto the ironclad vessel, which was undergoing relentless deformation and sinking under the impact of the ice, he descended with increasing speed. The currents were rudely parted by his platinum body. Closer, ever closer. At last, a massive platinum claw, reminiscent of the tentacle of a deep-sea leviathan, seized the relatively fragile side armor of the ship with tremendous force. The claw's tip scraped against the metal, producing blinding sparks that flickered momentarily in the abyss. I've got you. Without any pause, his other enormous claw clamped down fiercely. He adjusted his stance, channeling all his strength, especially the sheer destructive power represented by his near 960 melee attack, into the tip of his most robust and sharpest right foreclaw. Let me break through. Thud, 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 thud. The muffled, terrifying sound of impact resonated through the deep sea like the tolling of death's bell. With each strike, the ship's metallic exterior was forcibly torn apart, yielding to anguished groans as it caved inward. The water pressure of the deep sea became an accomplice, rendering the already damaged structure even more fragile. The sturdy alien alloy, under the relentless assault of pure violence, finally emitted a mournful cry of overburdened strain. Crack. Puffed. A hole the size of a basin was brutally breached by Sha Hui. The icy, piercing pressure of the seawater, like a rampaging dragon finding its outlet, hissed and surged into the vessel's interior. But this was merely the beginning. Sha Hui's fury demanded complete annihilation for its appeasement. He released his grip, his massive form gliding fluidly through the depths, circling around the sinking ship like a shark. The sharp tips of his claws gleamed ominously once more. Uft, uft, uft. He savagely carved near the engine exhaust, at the root of the wings, and even at the observation windows atop the vessel. Each strike sent a flurry of metallic fragments and an influx of seawater cascading inward. More holes continuously appeared on the ship's exterior, forming a deadly hive. The seawater surged in from all sides, accelerating the ship's descent, as the internal structure emitted spine-chilling sounds of distortion under the pressure differential and the force of the currents. Sha Hui coldly observed the formation of this deep-sea grave. As for the souls within, there was no hope for survival. Even if some iron-blooded warriors managed to escape before the complete disintegration of the ship, the horrific water pressure thousands of meters below would instantly reduce them to the most primal of pulps. There was no room for struggle. As the blood-red twilight, cloaked in shards of ice and frost, once again breached the surface of the sea, he let out a resonant roar that reverberated across the land, imbued with a fury and resentment that knew no bounds. The cry echoed across the vast, icy expanse, lingering in the air. He tossed his head, sending icy seawater splashing in all directions. Damn! The indignation still lingered. His consciousness seethed with rage, while his colossal tail lashed against the water's surface, creating towering waves. Here I am, the illustrious ARK-Spinosaurus, traversing desolate islands and scorched earth, even pilfering dragon eggs from the Valley of Dragons. Yet I find myself ensnared in this wretched ice hole by a band of tin cans and traitors. It is the first time I have felt such suffocation. The humiliation gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent, far from being alleviated by the destruction of a spacecraft or the drowning of a few foes. Suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt once more, he began to summon the interface. He needed confirmation, a tangible harvest. Even if it were merely a string of cold numbers. A semi-transparent, luminescent interface materialized in his vision. Level, LV 120 health points, 7550 stamina, 550 oxygen, 1450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 960 movement speed, 100 dizziness value, 650 temperature regulation, with a mere thought. The surrounding lake water rippled subtly, the core temperature shifting imperceptibly. Fury. The muscle beneath his scales retained the memory of every critical blow received. Wetness. The water caressed his platinum scales, a surge of strength rising like the tide. Blood rage 50100. A pale red mist coalesced into a near-tangible form, flowing across his surface, emanating an aura of malevolence. Each layer bore the imprint of lost souls and served as a ladder of power. Invisibility, awaiting activation. When focused, the air around him seemed to momentarily distort, akin to a shimmering heat wave, before settling once more. Fury, a slight stinging sensation spread beneath his scales, heralding the imminent unlocking of his power, as blood surged through his body. Immunity to fire. No high temperature could harm him, be it magma or flame. When afflicted by such, he would recover hunger and health points. Corpse revitalization. Inflict additional damage on a target's corpse to restore his own health points. Flame. Breathing fire from his mouth, he recalled the experience of evading pursuit after stealing dragon eggs in the Valley of Dragons. Chapter 23. The server Shahui gazed intently at the screen, his curiosity piqued by the words search server, and he found himself pondering the sudden appearance of this feature. When had it emerged? After a moment's hesitation, his fingertip hovered above the display, ultimately succumbing to that relentless curiosity as he gently pressed down. Searching for server, a cold prompt materialized, and to Shahui's astonishment, his heartbeat quickened in sync with the flashing cursor, as if it yearned to break free from his chest. Time stretched, each second feeling infinitely prolonged. At last, the screen refreshed, revealing two starkly contrasting options: Middle-earth and the world of a song of ice and fire. What the hell? Shahui's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" When had this been loaded? A torrent of questions flooded his mind, overwhelming him. Was it a programming glitch? A hidden Easter egg? Or perhaps a hacker's prank? Was this even safe? Countless thoughts erupted within him, leaving him momentarily frozen, his finger suspended above the cold screen. However, the insatiable curiosity, clawing at him from the depths of his soul, ultimately prevailed. He took a deep breath, as if to summon enough courage, and with a resolute spirit, he decisively pressed down on the world of a song of ice and fire. The countdown mercilessly ticked away. 3, 2, 1. Teleport. An irresistible, terrifying force suddenly engulfed him. Shahui felt as though he was swallowed by a blinding white light, his body hurled into a centrifuge, every cell protesting in agony. The next moment, the sensation of weightlessness vanished, and his feet, or rather, dragon claws, came into contact with something hard and cold. As his vision cleared, the world before him took his breath away. Cold. A biting chill pierced through his platinum scales, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. The howling wind whipped around him, accompanied by heavy snowflakes, striking his massive form like icy whips, resounding with dull thuds. He involuntarily shuddered violently, his scales bristling in response to the extreme cold. He hastily propelled his 4 robust dragon legs, trudging forward with heavy, labored steps, each stride sinking deep into the thick snow. With each lift of his foot, a massive claw print, several meters deep, was etched into the snow, yet the relentless wind and snow quickly obliterated these marks, as if this colossal creature had never lingered here. Shahui cautiously turned his massive head, his golden slit-like pupils scanning the desolate white hell like searchlights. The deeper he ventured, the more stagnant the air became, the chill intensifying, as if even his breath could freeze into crystals in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. A faint yet teeth-gritting sound suddenly shattered the silence. Shahui halted abruptly, lowering his massive head, his gaze locking onto the source of the sound. Before him, the ground, thickly coated in ice, suddenly cracked and heaved. And then, countless grotesque creatures, twisted in form and exuding an eerie blue aura, burst forth from the ice. Their skin resembled frozen wax, eyes ablaze with a chilling blue flame, and in their hands, they grasped weapons of shimmering ice crystals. Could this be the fabled others? The massive nostrils of Shahui exhaled 2 plumes of dense, white frost. A realization dawning upon him as a low growl echoed through the storm. He had indeed stumbled into the legendary land of eternal winter. As this thought took root, several of the swiftest others, akin to hyenas sensing prey, emitted silent howls and lunged at him with an agility beyond reason. Their ice spears aimed directly at his formidable form. A mocking grin curled at the corners of Shahui's mouth, his enormous dragon eyes flashing with disdain. He could hardly be bothered to adjust his stance, casually swatting at them as one might shoo away an annoying fly with his massive, platinum-scaled claw. With a thunderous boom that reverberated through the air, it seemed as if the very atmosphere had been shattered by his strike. The hapless others, caught at the forefront of his assault, could not even utter a cry before being obliterated, akin to ragdolls crushed by a battering ram. Instantly reduced to a shower of ethereal blue ice shards, mingled with frozen black entrails, scattering violently and crashing to the ground dozens of meters away, silenced forever. Shahui flicked his claw, preparing to delve further into this eerie realm when his peripheral vision caught a flicker on the translucent attribute panel at the edge of his sight. Upgrade points 1. A sudden surge of astonishment shattered his vigilance. His dragon eyes widened in disbelief, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. These others were, in fact, mobile experience packages. Ecstasy ignited his thirst for battle. His scrutinizing gaze was swiftly supplanted by greed and exhilaration. Without hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous roar, his colossal form crashing into the throng of gathered others like an uncontrollable white mountain. The massacre commenced. With every swipe of his fearsome claws, a tempest of blood and carnage ensued, shattering and tearing through the others in waves. Occasionally, an ice spear would strike against his steel-like scales, leaving only faint white marks. Even more astonishing, with each others he vanquished, a faint, peculiarly icy energy surged into him through his claws. Mending his trivial losses, this was one of his core skills, corpse whip healing. By slaying a target, he could siphon a portion of their vitality to replenish his own. In this frozen purgatory, he was an unyielding, tireless machine of slaughter. The others' ice weapons could hardly inflict any real harm upon him, while every one of his attacks was a cataclysmic force. The icy blue fragments and frozen black blood became the only embellishments upon this snowy expanse. Time flew swiftly amidst this frenzied monster slaying. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. When Shahui finally paused, his movements akin to a colossal bulldozer, and surveyed his surroundings, all that remained in his field of vision was a ravaged, trampled wasteland of snow, punctuated by scattered, slowly dissipating azure ice shards. The once surging army of others had been decisively annihilated by his relentless onslaught. He exhaled a long, sulfurous plume of white smoke with a sense of satisfaction. Summoning his status panel, a number gleamed upon it, igniting his heart with joy. Upgrade points 220. Roaring. The mighty Shahui lifted his colossal head and unleashed a thunderous, provocative, and grateful roar into the profound darkness of the Everwinter lands, expressing his gratitude for the generous rewards from the illustrious Night King. Abundant experience, come again next time. The roar reverberated across the vast, icy plains. Almost simultaneously, a golden virtual badge with comical celebratory effects popped up in his field of vision. Congratulations to player Shahui for achieving the accolade. Feast and gather. Defeat a multitude of enemies and extract their full value within a single scene. Shahui grinned widely, revealing his fearsome teeth, thoroughly pleased with this honor. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the status panel and directed the 220 points with unyielding decisiveness into health and melee attack. Buzz. The numbers on the panel began to fluctuate wildly. Health 7,550, 19,550. A surge of indescribable warmth and strength coursed through him, causing his form to swell dramatically. His already formidable length of 40 meters erupted to an astonishing 60 meters. His height soared from 24 meters to 35 meters. In this moment, he truly resembled a moving platinum mountain, the mere act of breathing stirring up a miniature snowstorm. Melee attack, 960, 3160. His muscle fibers grew sturdier and more resilient, claws and fangs gleaming with an even more chilling radiance, as a force capable of rending the earth surged through his limbs. He instinctively utilized his extraction points. With a thought, he received. Congratulations. You have acquired the ARK-lightning dragon ability, Lightning Breath. A new energy, tinged with a potent static charge, coalesced deep within his throat. Taking shape, satisfied, he flexed his now even larger neck, producing a deep, resonant sound of cracking joints. Having drained the experience from this area, he felt no attachment. Without a backward glance at the snow-covered expanse he had ravaged for 5 days, Sha Hui strode forth with the determination of a mountain. Steadfastly heading southward towards the abyssal Great Wall, his chosen destination, intent on making a significant impact. The colossal shadow of the abyssal Great Wall, stretching across the horizon, was clearly visible even at the fringes of the Everwinter lands, resembling an unhealable black scar upon the earth. This served as an excellent guide for him. Sha Hui followed this monumental barrier of ice and stone eastward, aiming directly for the coastline. To avert unnecessary troubles, he prudently activated his invisibility skill. His massive form blurred and twisted, seemingly merging with the swirling snow and shifting light, leaving behind only heavy, obscured footprints on the snow, gradually blanketed by the tempest. In this invisible state, he moved like a silent specter along the Great Wall. 6 days later, the salty, icy winds from the sea rushed to meet him. He stood atop a towering cliff by the sea, gazing down at the dark, tumultuous waters below. The waves crashed against the icy precipice, producing a deafening roar. Filled with fervor, he felt a rush of boldness, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaned forward, his massive form plunging like a platinum meteorite, exuding unmatched momentum as he thundered down towards the frigid sea. A colossal splash erupted, reminiscent of a miniature tsunami. Yet, in the instant that the cold, briny water enveloped his body, a disconcerting thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Oh no! Overwhelmed by frustration, he nearly choked on the water. He abruptly halted his descent, his mighty tail thrashing the surface, creating even larger waves. All he could think of was where the Dragonstone Island was. How could he not know the way? He felt utterly foolish, his colossal visage emblazoned with the words, "I am an idiot." Sighing, he released a plume of bubbles. Quickly adjusting his mindset, his massive body began to awkwardly maneuver through the depths of the ocean. After all, he was a dragon, destined for immortality. If he couldn't find it in 5 years, then perhaps 10, or even 100. He might as well enjoy a leisurely exploration of the seabed. Thus, the lost platinum dragon embarked on a long and aimless journey in search of the elusive island across the narrow seas, the summer waters, and even further realms. As time flowed by, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye for a dragon. During this period, he was not entirely devoid of discoveries. To his astonishment, he found that the legendary freehold of Valeria, the land prophesied to meet its end in apocalyptic ruin, still stood resolutely in the southeast of the world. An apocalypse? There was not a trace of it. This instilled in him a subtle skepticism towards history. However, having already spent 5 years adrift in the sea, the thought of not locating Dragonstone Island to stir up some excitement felt like a disservice to his extraordinary voyage. His resolve remained unwavering. At last, on a sunlit day in the 5th year, a familiar silhouette of an island adorned with black dragon crystals, volcanic glass, emerged from the depths of the sea. The distinctive, claw-like peaks reaching skyward and the sulfur-laden air signified Dragonstone Island. At last, he had found you. He was so exhilarated that he nearly flipped over in the water, his colossal tail splashing waves into the air. Silently, he ascended the shore, shedding the heavy moisture from his body, his immense form glimmering like platinum under the sun. He surveyed his surroundings and ultimately settled in a vast cave deep within the island, shielded from the wind and offering a sweeping view of the coastline. Ah, splendid. A broad vista and a favorable location. He snorted in satisfaction, releasing a few sparks. For the moment, it seemed the story had yet to unfold. The island was remarkably tranquil, save for the occasional fishermen and a small contingent of soldiers. He coiled his great body, resting his chin upon his intertwined claws. As his eyelids grew heavy, time to sleep, to conserve his energy. On this island, who could possibly challenge me? Who dares to confront me? With an air of disdainful confidence and a hint of laziness, the formidable figure of Sha Hui gradually relaxed, his breathing becoming long and heavy as he entered a profound slumber. Since mastering the art of sleeping at will in the alien world, entering a state of hibernation had become as effortless for him as flipping a light switch. Time flowed quietly on Dragonstone Island. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps months, or even years, Sha Hui was roused from a shallow sleep by a series of unfamiliar, fiercely challenging dragon roars. Lazily, he lifted one eyelid, peering through a crack in the rocky cave. Before him stood a colossal dragon, equally massive yet adorned with scales as dark as ink, exuding a menacing aura of greed. This creature was assertively roaring from a nearby cliff, its gaze provocatively directed towards Sha Hui's lair. Ah, a new neighbor? The glutton? The name flashed across Sha Hui's mind, and a flicker of impatience glimmered in his immense dragon eyes. As anticipated, the black dragon could not contain its combative nature, suddenly launching itself into the air, diving towards Sha Hui's dwelling, flames gathering in its maw, clearly intending to intimidate the native giant. Annoying dragon, Sha Hui muttered. Yet his massive frame sprang up with surprising swiftness, defying its size. Just as the glutton was about to unleash its fiery breath, Sha Hui's enormous tail, gleaming with platinum scales, swung out like a battering ram, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, sending tremors through the very ground. The glutton was struck as if by a colossal vessel, its vast body losing balance, howling in distress as it was sent sprawling, crashing into a distant grove, kicking up a cloud of dust. As it regained its senses, dazed and terrified, it glanced back at the platinum dragon's lair, its eyes filled with deep fear and reverence, retreating hastily to its own den. Sha Hui, disinterested in the spectacle, flicked his tail with satisfaction and reclined once more, resting his colossal head on his front paws. Tranquility restored. The rhythmic sounds of his slumber soon resumed. Life returned to its serene state. Occasionally, Sha Hui would awaken, reminiscing about the generosity of the top brother from the land of eternal winter, and would excitedly set off northward, intending to procure more supplies. Alas, it seemed the Night King had grown wary of his previous plundering. Each time Sha Hui approached, sensing his unique and potent aura, the army of the undead and the Night King himself would flee faster than rabbits, retreating deep into the furthest recesses of the land of eternal winter, leaving no trace behind. What a disappointment! Sha Hui, frustrated, stomped out a few large pits in the icy expanse. Had he truly visited only 7 or 8 times? Was it necessary to hide upon seeing him? So petty. Despite his complaints, he could only sulkily return to the warmth of Dragonstone Island, resuming his hibernation. Until that fateful day, immersed in delightful, profound sleep, dreaming of conquering the 7 kingdoms, he was suddenly jolted awake by a cacophony of sharp, furious, and even slightly frantic dragon roars, echoing in his ears like thunder. And it was not just one voice. The familiar roar of the glutton, tinged with terror, was accompanied by other unfamiliar, yet equally menacing dragon roars. The cacophony was unbearable. Sha Hui was jolted from his reverie by the sudden clamor, his head pounding with pain. As an immense fury ignited within him, he abruptly lifted his head, too lazy to even open his eyes, his massive chest expanding like a bellows. Directed towards the source of the noise, he summoned a force capable of shaking mountains and unleashed a thunderous roar. This roar transcended mere noise. It manifested as a tangible, terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye. The air was violently compressed, transforming into concentric rings of white shock waves, violently radiating outwards like a tsunami from his epicenter towards the direction of the glutton's roar. Snap, crack, boom, wherever the sound wave passed. Trees the thickness of bowls were forcibly snapped like fragile matchsticks, torn apart. Debris from the ground was lifted, shooting out like bullets. Even the distant rocky cliffs became instantly veined with spiderweb-like cracks. The entire Dragonstone Island seemed to tremble in response to this deafening roar. Suddenly, the world fell silent. The glutton's cries ceased abruptly, replaced by the frantic sound of wings beating against the air, along with the clattering commotion of it scrambling back to its lair. Not daring to look back, only then did Sha Hui slowly open his immense golden slit pupils, his eyes ablaze with the fury of being awakened. What could possibly frighten that black creature so? How dare it disturb my slumber? His insatiable curiosity, mingled with the irritation of being roused, was thoroughly piqued. He took heavy steps, akin to mountains shifting, each stride causing the ground to tremble slightly as he moved towards the direction of the sound waves. Soon, he climbed to a vantage point, and his vision cleared. In the distance, 3 colossal dragons of various hues were circling and roaring. One was interwoven with emerald green and bronze, another gleamed with golden radiance, and the last appeared younger, with a lighter hue. However, Sha Hui's gaze was instantly captured by the figures atop them. Each rider possessed distinctive, silver-golden hair that flowed like molten silver in the sunlight. Targaryen. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Sha Hui's enormous dragon eyes. Could it be? I haven't even been asleep for long. Why are the dragon folk arriving on dragons? At the very moment Sha Hui recognized their identity, The dragon riders in the sky were evidently taken aback by the sudden appearance of the colossal platinum dragon, far exceeding their comprehension of size and radiating an aura of terror. After recovering from their shock, the lead rider's eyes glinted with determination, unhesitatingly issuing an attack command to his mount. Dracaris! 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 The three dragons simultaneously opened their massive jaws, unleashing torrents of flame, emerald green, golden, and pale blue, each equally fierce and tumultuous, cascading down toward Sha Hui's enormous platinum form. In an instant, the hillside where he stood was transformed into a hellish inferno. Flames soared to the heavens, thick smoke billowed, and the rocks emitted a terrifying crackling sound under the searing heat. Yet, at the heart of this inferno stood the formidable Sha Hui, who did not even bat an eyelash. His colossal form remained steadfast amidst the dragon flames capable of melting gold and iron, his platinum scales gleaming with an even more resplendent and sacred radiance. As if basking in a warm divine light, his heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. If I, with this sturdy frame, could be vanquished by your mere flickering flames, I might as well pluck this worthless talent of mine and feed it to the dogs. The relentless inferno continued to spew for a full half-minute, until the three colossal dragons began to show signs of fatigue, their fiery breath waning. The riders watched anxiously as that area, now glowing red and shrouded in smoke, became a focal point of their concern. As the sea breeze wafted through, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the immense figure, as if forged from platinum, still standing resolutely. Not a single scar marred his body, nor even a trace of charred remnants could be found. Under the sunlight, he sparkled brilliantly, as if the terrifying dragon flames had merely bestowed upon him a trivial sunbath. Roar! The dragons in the sky, along with their riders, simultaneously emitted incredulous roars. Sha Hui's immense golden vertical pupils swept across the sky with a cold gaze. And deep within his throat, a long-dormant energy, crackling with wild electricity, was suddenly ignited. He opened his cavernous maw, seemingly capable of devouring mountains, as blinding blue and white lightning danced wildly between his fangs. Ziz! Boom! A bolt of lightning, as formidable as a spear hurled by a deity, erupted with a thunderous roar that tore through the air, carrying an aura of annihilation, and shot forth towards the three panicked dragons. However, perhaps due to just awakening and lacking precision, or perhaps underestimating the agility of the opposing dragons, or maybe due to his new ability not being fully mastered, that fearsome bolt of lightning grazed the edge of the golden dragon's tail wing, dangerously veering off into the empty horizon, ultimately vanishing over the vast ocean, leaving behind a lingering scent of ozone and char blast. A wave of embarrassment and indignation swept across Sha Hui's massive dragon face, and he stomped his foot in frustration, shattering a large expanse of rock. So they can fly, can they? Just wait for me. A profound sense of defeat surged within him, coupled with the humiliation of being outmaneuvered. He glared menacingly at the silver-haired riders in the sky, still shaken, along with their equally startled dragons, issuing a low, threatening roar. Then, filled with ire, he resolutely turned and stormed away. His enormous platinum tail carved a deep trench in the ground as he marched away, unperturbed, towards his comfortable and secure cavernous lair, fuming in exasperation. Cursed be it. Time to sleep. Chapter 24. The dragon and the maiden. The dust of time seemed to crystallize upon Sha Hui's platinum scales. His lair was nestled deep within the perilous mountains of Dragonstone Island, a place seldom trodden by human feet, with the entrance ensnared by rampant black thorns and ancient ferns. Layered in a protective embrace, deep within the cavern, the sulphurous hot springs surged forth, enveloping the subterranean depths in a dense, unyielding mist. This searing, acrid vapor distorts the light and blurs the very concept of time. The colossal figure of Shahu, measuring an imposing 60 meters in length, sprawls across the cave's entrance, forming an insurmountable barrier of silver. Its towering spines, resembling colossal pillars that uphold the heavens, rise and fall gently with its languid breaths. Between the spines, blood-like veins flow with a molten heat, flickering in the dimness of the cave like the heartbeat of a slumbering earth. For show, time has long since lost its precise significance. If one were to reckon from the perspective of the otherworldly realm, its slumber spans an unfathomable expanse of eons, perhaps even hundreds of millions of years. On Dragonstone Island, its existence is but a vague legend, a tale whispered by old fishermen on stormy nights of a wingless mountain dragon. Rarely does it venture from its warm bed of sulfur and rock. Only when the very depths of the island's veins stir with an unsettling tremor, or when a primal yearning for vastness, born of ancient lineage, compels it, does it move its colossal limbs, leaving deep footprints upon the island as it surveys its domain, before retreating once more into eternal darkness and silence. Yet, this night is different. A faint, persistent tremor penetrates the heavy rock layers, the swirling mist, and even the depths of its slumbering consciousness. It is neither the quaking of the earth nor the roar of a tempest. It is a sound, melodious and haunting, imbued with the rhythm of the tides and an ineffable vitality. Shahu, with eyelids covered in a mineralized exoskeleton, slowly parts them, revealing murky, molten gold vertical pupils that flicker to life in the darkness, filled with eons of weariness and a hint of disturbed confusion. The meaning of this sound eludes it, the syllables drifting like dust in the wind. Yet, the melody itself resembles a stone cast into a still pond, creating subtle ripples across the tranquil lake of its heart, which has remained silent for countless epochs. It is beautiful. This thought, simple yet profound, is enough to stir the will of the great beast. A low, rumbling murmur emanates from its throat, akin to the deep rumble of the earth, and its immense body begins to stir. Its limbs, cloaked in heavy, platinum-hued scales, rise slowly. Each step sends tremors through the cavern, causing the sulphurous springs to roil uneasily. Its massive head emerges from the cave, the lava-like veins along its spine glowing brighter, dispersing some of the mist. It tilts its ear to listen, the song weaving like an invisible thread, guiding it toward the island's edge and the crashing waves of the shore. Beneath the night sky, the beach of Dragonstone Island is bathed in silvery moonlight. A silver-haired girl sits alone upon the rocks, her delicate silhouette nearly merging with the cool night. The sea breeze caresses her hair, woven like moonlight, as ancient, mournful ballads flow from her lips, Valyrian songs passed down through the generations of House Targaryen, imbued with remembrance of the departed, reverence for the sea, and whispers of dragons. The dusky glow silently infiltrated the shallow waters near the shore, the frigid sea enveloping its colossal form, leaving only the ridge-like spines and those molten gold eyes floating upon the surface. It listened intently. The girl's voice was pure and melancholic, imbued with a power that pierced the soul. As her song ascended into an elongated modulation, a deep, resonant response involuntarily emanated from the depths of its throat. This was not a roar of aggression, but an ancient, profound dragon's chant, resonating with a strange harmony, as if the very earth were answering the ethereal cadence of the tide. Suddenly, the melody ceased. The girl, startled, turned back, the moonlight illuminating the panic on her youthful face. Her gaze darted towards the source of the sound, her pupils dilating as a shadow, larger than the mightiest battleship, slowly emerged from the depths. Its platinum scales glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight, towering spines resembling mountains that tore through the sea's surface. While those molten gold eyes regarded her with a quiet intensity, the girl let out a sharp gasp, swiftly turning to flee the beach, vanishing behind the jagged rocks. The creature watched the direction of her departure, its molten vertical pupils betraying no emotion, save for a fleeting, almost imperceptible sense of loss from the interrupted listening. It turned its massive head towards its sulphurous lair. Eons of slumber had bestowed upon it the greatest patience and indifference. It slowly sank back into the sea, leaving behind a vast whirlpool, and then, with heavy steps, returned to the eternal warmth and darkness. Fragments of memories from a grotesque world flickered through its consciousness, the sharp shrieks, the friction of silicon-based shells contrasting starkly with the earlier pure human voice, inducing a peculiar fatigue. However, on the second night, when the sea breeze once again carried that familiar melody, it hesitated not for a moment. It raised its head, molten pupils glimmering in the darkness, listening intently for a brief while. Once assured, it rose once more, making its way towards the beach. The silver-haired girl remained there, as the creature's unique, deep dragon's chant resonated alongside her song. She did not flee. Instead, she turned to face the colossal beast as it fully emerged from the water, stepping onto the shore. Its massive flippers left deep impressions in the wet sand, which were quickly filled by the encroaching sea. With a breath that mingled the scents of sulfur and ocean, it lowered its great head before the girl. The warm, sulfur-laden exhalation brushed against her cheek and silver hair, stirring her garments. The girl's heart raced within her chest. Yet a curiosity that transcended fear and an inexplicable sense of kinship seized her. She gazed at the immense head, larger than a castle tower, observing the ancient, cold, yet strangely luminous platinum scales glimmering in the moonlight. Hesitantly, trembling, she extended her hand. Perhaps it was the weight of billions of years that had dulled the once absolute ruthlessness of the creature as a top predator. Perhaps it was the pure song that had stirred its long-dormant heartstrings. Or perhaps it was the memories of a grotesque world, marked only by destruction and plunder, that had kindled within it a nascent, almost tender acceptance towards this diminutive, fragile, yet vibrant life before it. It remained still, gazing quietly at the small hand, as if observing a feather drifting downwards. The girl's icy fingers finally brushed against the scales on the side of Shahui's snout. Firm, frigid, and smooth, with a metallic texture that seemed to harbor warmth from the depths of the earth. A peculiar connection was silently forged in that moment of contact. A barely audible, almost sighing murmur emanated from Shahui's throat. It was unaware that this simple touch was akin to casting a seed into the river of time, destined to take root and flourish, ultimately prompting several startled Targaryen youths to cry out in desperation, "Ancestors, save us." Had it the foresight, it might have hesitated. Yet history knows no what-ifs. Time flows like the relentless tides of Dragonstone. The silver-haired maiden who once sang upon the rocks has now become a frail, old woman. The rise and fall of House Targaryen danced before her eyes, as bloodlines thrived and dragons soared, yet her attachment to the coastal dragon remained unchanged. Once more, she sat in her familiar spot, her voice now aged and raspy, singing that ancient ballad. Shahui arrived as expected. Its colossal form still resembled a mountain forged of silver, the passage of time only deepening its silence. It lurked quietly beneath the waves, listening intently. As the song faded, the old woman did not turn, her gaze fixed upon the shimmering sea under the moonlight, her voice tinged with weariness and longing. "Ancient friend, if I should no longer be here, will you safeguard my family? Those children of mine who share my blood." Silence enveloped the beach, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the waves. Shahui's massive head slowly emerged from the water, devoid of sound. Yet its molten gold eyes locked onto the old woman with profound depth. Then, it gently tilted its neck, dislodging a sharp-edged, platinum-scaled plate from its shoulder. The size of a tower shield. With a muffled scraping sound, it was forcibly removed. The inner surface glimmered faintly, like cooling lava, in hues of orange and red. It placed the heavy scale gently upon the rocks beside the old woman, producing a soft sound. This was its response, a weighty promise from an ancient beast, as solid as a mountain. The next day, the clouds hung low, and a fine rain fell. A funeral was held for the Targaryen matron, known as the Dragon Singer. On Dragonstone, the ceremony took place at the family graveyard by the sea. Shahui concealed itself in the shadows of the distant woods, resembling the mountains themselves. Its molten gold vertical pupils pierced through the rain curtain, fixed upon the coffin adorned with the Targaryen three-headed dragon emblem. Beside the coffin stood her children and grandchildren, along with several tamed adult dragons, which crouched low, emitting anxious growls. According to tradition, the strongest dragon should unleash its fire to return the deceased to flames and ashes. A proud family member, perhaps one of her sons, a dragon rider, commanded the colossal dragon under his control to prepare for the fiery tribute. At the moment when the colossal dragon opened its immense maw, and an orange-red radiance began to coalesce deep within its throat, a roar erupted, resonating far deeper and more sonorous than any dragon present, as if it emanated from the very core of the earth. The sound wave bore a tangible shockwave, causing leaves to cascade down and rainwater to spiral upwards, even startling the dragon tamers into retreat, emitting fearful whinnies. The crowd turned in astonishment. The shadows of the dense forest were torn apart by an invisible force. A colossal being, unlike any ever witnessed, slowly emerged. It bore no wings, yet its spiny back towered like a mountain, coursing with the glow of molten blood. And its entire body was cloaked in a platinum-scaled armor that shimmered with a cold metallic luster even amidst the rain. Each heavy step sent tremors through the earth, heralding its ancient and terrifying power. The scent of sulfur wafted from its breath, overpowering the dampness of the rain. Panic seized the crowd, as screams and shoving erupted. Silence. A clear yet exceptionally resolute voice of a young boy rang out. A lad with silver hair and violet eyes stepped forward, clutching tightly the sharp-edged, platinum-colored scale bestowed upon him by an old woman the night before, which stood as tall as he himself. His fearless gaze met the molten golden eyes of the creature. "It is here, the silver wall spoken of by my mother. Let it come." Miraculously, under his admonition and the imposing presence of the extraordinary scale, the crowd quieted in reverence and fear, parting to create a path. The creature, Shahui, marched with heavy steps, disregarding the terrified gazes and the lowly postures of the dragon tamers, and approached the coffin directly. Its immense shadow enveloped all, lowering its head. Its molten vertical pupils fixated on the familiar family crest emblazoned upon the coffin, as though it could penetrate the thick wood and behold the singer that had accompanied it for decades. It opened its vast maw, and a pungent sulfurous odor instantly overshadowed everything. Deep within its throat, instead of the typical fiery orange-red of ordinary dragons, a deeper, more profound light, closer to the essence of lava, began to frantically converge and compress, nearing a state of incandescent brilliance. In the next moment, boom! A pure, concentrated pillar of white-hot fire, akin to that ejected from the core of the sun, erupted with a thunderous explosion. This flame was not the usual orange-red of dragon fire, but a devastating platinum hue, with temperatures soaring high enough to instantaneously evaporate the surrounding curtain of rain, contorting the air violently. The flames enveloped the coffin with precision, sparing not a single soul among the mourners. The terrifying heat compelled everyone to instinctively retreat, their skin stinging, and even the nearby dragon tamers emitted fearful cries, lowering themselves further. The unique cremation ritual of House Targaryen reached unprecedented solemnity and awe as the ancient behemoth from another world unleashed its almost miraculous dragon fire. As the flames extinguished, only ashes and a scorched earth remained. Shaohai had fulfilled its promise. It slowly closed its vast maw, the remnants of a lava-like glow lingering deep within its throat. It turned, preparing to once again vanish into the woods, returning to its eternal slumber. Wait, please wait. The boy, clutching the scale, pushed through the crowd, heedless of the searing warmth of the ground beneath him, and called out loudly towards the colossal silhouette of Shaohai. He raised high the enormous platinum-scaled relic, rain drenching his silver hair, yet his violet eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. I am Aegon Targaryen. I am the child of my mother, Rilla. The colossal creature, known as Sunfire, halted in its tracks. Its massive form slowly turned, molten gold vertical pupils resembling two miniature suns, focusing on the diminutive yet resolute figure of the youth. Its gaze swept over the scale in his hand, the silver hair reminiscent of the singer's, and those iconic violet eyes of House Targaryen. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Fragments of memories spanning eons floated within Sunfire's consciousness, the desolation of alien worlds, the touch of the singing maiden, the pleas of the old woman, culminating in the visage of the boy who called himself Aegon Targaryen. A deep, resonant rumble emanated from the depths of its throat, akin to a distant echo from the earth itself. It gazed upon the boy one last time, as if to imprint his image upon its very soul. Then, it resumed its journey, heavy footsteps echoing as its immense silhouette gradually vanished into the damp rainforests of Dragonstone, leaving behind colossal footprints and the lingering scent of sulfur in the air. It remembered the name, remembered the face, a promise embodied in a scale, a boy named Aegon Targaryen. The weighty footsteps were ultimately swallowed by the dense foliage, Sunfire's form merging into eternal shadows. The rain continued to fall upon Dragonstone, washing away the traces left by the great beast on the shore, cleansing the charred earth of the graveyard. The searing heat of sulfur intermingled with the briny scent of the sea, creating an eerie yet solemn atmosphere. Aegon Targaryen remained steadfast, raindrops cascading down his youthful cheeks, mingling with tears of exhilaration. He clutched the cold, heavy, sharp-edged platinum scale tightly, as if holding an ancient promise, a weighty protection. He could feel the faint warmth lingering within the scale, akin to the smoldering embers deep within a dormant volcano. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their awestruck gazes shifting from the direction where Sunfire had vanished to the young man who stood defiantly with the dragon scale raised. The courage he had displayed moments before, along with the significance of the scale, cast profound ripples through the hearts of all present. A venerable family knight approached Prince Aegon, his voice imbued with unprecedented reverence. That is the silver wall. Aegon's voice rang out clear and resolute, interrupting the knight. It is called Sunfire. It is a friend of my mother. It promised her. He raised the scale once more, its platinum glimmer radiant even in the rainy gloom. It was a token, a vow. It remembers me. The crowd gasped in hushed awe and murmurs, having witnessed the terrifying power of the extraordinary dragon and the scale that symbolized a promise. None dared to question the boy's words any longer. That wingless, mountain-like ancient being was now inextricably linked to House Targaryen in a manner unforeseen by any. Aegon cast one final glance towards the direction of the dense forest where Sunfire had disappeared, his expression complex. There exists a profound sorrow for the departed mother, a staggering awe in the face of the colossal beast, and a weighty sense of responsibility intermingled with a hint of clandestine excitement. He entrusted the delicate scales to his attendant, commanding the creation of a pedestal crafted from the sturdiest dragon glass and Valyrian steel, to be enshrined atop the coastal tower frequented by his mother in her lifetime. Returned to the castle, the voice of the youth resonated with undeniable authority in that moment. He seemed to have matured significantly. The dragon, known as Sunfire, returned to its sulfur-laden lair. The warmth of the geothermal heat enveloped its massive form, dispelling the damp chill of the sea breeze. It lay down, its heavy head resting upon its forelimbs, and its molten gold vertical pupils gradually closed. All external clamor, the shifting of power, the soaring of dragons, held no relevance to it. It fulfilled its promise to the singer, remembering the boy named Aegon Targaryen. That sufficed. Deep within the lair, only the gentle murmur of the hot springs and the lengthy, slow breaths of the great beast disturbed the silence. Time once again lost its meaning in this forgotten corner. The platinum scales shimmered in the sulfuric steam, the lava-like veins upon its spines flickering with each breath. Reminiscent of a heartbeat submerged deep within the ocean, it sank into the depths of consciousness, where the pure song of the singer, the pleading gaze of the old woman, and the purple eyes of the boy Aegon, brandishing the scales, intertwined. It fell into slumber, bearing a promise and an unknowing foreshadowing of the countless times it would be roused from this deep sleep by the call of ancestors, "Save me." Beneath Dragonstone, the silver wall returned to eternal silence, waiting, perhaps also guarding. Chapter 25. Ancestors, save me. The passage of time inscribed new marks upon the rugged volcanic rock of Dragonstone. Sunfire's thunderous exhalation, along with Aegon Targaryen wielding the platinum dragon scale, confronting the colossal beast, stirred ripples in the tranquil lake of history that persisted long after. The scale, as large as a tower shield, its edges sharp and seemingly radiant with the glow of solidified lava, was meticulously embedded within a sturdy pedestal of obsidian and Valyrian steel, enshrined atop the tower that Queen Riella cherished most in her lifetime. It transcended mere token. It became a symbol, a living totem connecting the Targaryen lineage to the ancient, fearsome powers lurking within the depths of the island. Reverently, the people referred to it as the scale shield of the silver wall, while informally, they referred to the great beast as the ancestor. Aegon Targaryen, the young prince, found his standing within the family subtly transformed due to his mother's unique bond with the silver wall and his bravery on that fateful day. No longer was he an inconspicuous figure among the numerous princes and princesses. The scale shield endowed him with an intangible yet immensely significant prestige. Those who sought an audience with him gazed upon him not only with reverence for the Targaryen bloodline, but also with a newfound trepidation towards the slumbering entity that resided within the mountain's cave. However, Dragonstone was not a monolith. The game of power, akin to the hidden reefs beneath the surface of the sea, never ceased. The passing of Queen Riella was akin to removing a crucial pillar that maintained equilibrium. Her eldest son, Prince Viserys, though nominally the heir, possessed a gentle disposition that rendered him unable to command respect. Ambitious Prime Minister Otto Hightower, his smile akin to poison honey, harbors a glimmering desire for regent power in his eyes. He perceives the connection between Aegon and the Wall of Silver as a formidable variable, a potential destabilizing factor that could entirely upend his meticulously constructed schemes. An ancient beast that recognizes only scales and that wretched child? In the secrecy of his chamber, Otto whispers to his confidant, the flickering candlelight casting a sinister shadow upon his visage. This force is too uncontrollable, too primal. It does not belong to the power chessboard of Westeros. It is an aberration. He shall not permit a mere child, favored by a beast, to rise above the intricately woven web of political intrigue crafted by House Hightower. Thus, disrupting this connection, or rendering that scaled shield ineffective, became his clandestine objective. He commenced whispering in Viserys' ear, insinuating that Aegon might covet the Iron Throne by harnessing the power of the colossal creature, attempting to sow seeds of distrust between the brothers. Meanwhile, the seas surrounding Dragonstone are far from tranquil. The formidable Velaryon family, maritime dominators adorned with the seahorse sigil, have long been led by Lord Corlys, who views Dragonstone and its draconic resources as vital components of the Valyrian legacy. While Lena was alive, there remained a semblance of goodwill. Now, witnessing Aegon's rising renown due to his ancestor, a discontented expression crept upon Corlys' weathered face, sculpted by the sea winds. His vast fleet began to appear frequently in the waters near Dragonstone under the guise of patrol, the seahorse banners fluttering with a silent menace. He sought a more reliable ally or an opportunity to display strength and redefine maritime dominion. Pressure tightened around young Aegon like a constricting noose. He often ascended alone to the tower dedicated to the scaled shield, his fingers gliding over its cold, unyielding surface, which seemed to harbor the warmth of the Earth's core. His mother's song lingered in the sea breeze, while the immense vertical pupils of his ancestor, reminiscent of molten gold, etched with eons of indifference and a hint of ineffable tolerance, were indelibly imprinted in his mind. He felt an acute sense of solitude, the weight of promises resting heavily upon his shoulders. He could not falter. This was not solely for his mother, but for all those who depended on this sanctuary. To the scaled shield, and towards the cavern, he whispered, "Are you truly still there?" Silence enveloped the depths of the lair, save for the howling sea wind. The slumber of the Ancient One was deeper than ever before, having fulfilled his promise to the singer and remembered the silver-haired, violet-eyed boy. Its vast consciousness had fully descended into the chaotic sea of time and memory. The sulphurous hot springs continued to bubble beneath, the rising mist obscuring the contours of the cavern. Dust and tiny mineral crystals gradually accumulated upon its platinum scales, as if to merge with the mountain itself. The lava-like veins of blood upon its spiny back pulsed with an increasingly prolonged interval, the glow dimming, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Yet, a distant and persistent vibration began to rub against its slumbering consciousness like obstinate granules of sand. Initially exceedingly faint, akin to the low murmur of deep-sea creatures, easily overlooked by its colossal form and dense perception. But this vibration did not arise from the familiar pulsations of the Earth's depths. It bore a chaotic and destructive rhythm. Was it the muffled sound of an explosion? The thunderous crash of a colossal being collapsing? Is it the sharp, terrified cries of countless minuscule lives? The tremors grow more intense and frequent. A thunderous roar, piercing and powerful, emanating from some colossal flying creature, most likely an enraged or threatened Targaryen dragon, suddenly shatters the cave's silence, akin to a dagger thrust into the consciousness of the dying dusk. Following this, a cacophony of chaotic sounds ensues, the clash of metal, the shouts of humanity, the crackling flames, and the anguished groans of a massive wooden structure twisting and breaking under immense force, reminiscent of the Valyrian warship's keel. These sounds converge into a surging torrent of noise, imbued with the essence of destruction, violently eroding the tranquil dam built over eons by the dusk. Beneath the mineralized eyelids, molten gold vertical pupils quiver with sudden intensity. An ancient rage, roused from its eternal slumber, awakens within its colossal form like subterranean lava. The enormous head rises with excruciating slowness, stirring the sulphurous mists that have settled in the cave, producing a sound akin to a whimper. Heavy dust and mineral debris cascade down from its mountainous back and head. The long dormant veins of lava along its spines erupt with unprecedented brilliance. Streams of crimson, orange, and incandescent light surge forth, illuminating the dark cave as if it were a hellish furnace. A terrifying wave of heat radiates outward, causing the cave walls to groan under the burden, while sulfur springs boil violently, sending forth towering columns of steam. A deep, rumbling roar, resonating beyond the limits of human perception, yet powerful enough to make the earth tremble, erupts from its throat. This is not a declaration of awakening, but a chaotic screech, instinctively born from the depths of existence, mingled with overwhelming fury and endless confusion, dragged forcefully from the most profound dream. The very mountain of Dragonstone seems to shudder with this unconscious roar. Its immense body begins to stir, the weighty platinum-scaled limbs rising, each step causing the cavern to quake, with debris cascading like rain. Its molten gold vertical pupils, illuminated by the radiant glow of its spiny back, brim with a pure, catastrophic rage unseen for eons. Who dares disturb the slumber of the silver wall? Following the source of the most jarring and tumultuous noise, it strides forth with the weight of a moving mountain, propelled by a storm of sulphurous flames and boundless ancient wrath, toward the light of the cave's entrance and the world outside, rife with betrayal, siege, and despair. Outside, the beaches and castle of Dragonstone are in chaos. The Valyrian fleet, seizing the cover of an unexpected storm, launches a fierce assault, as fire arrows from massive crossbows ignite the coastal buildings and moored vessels. Loyal dragon riders of the Targaryens take to the skies, retaliating with dragons' flames intertwining with the bolts in the brooding heavens. On the ground, the treacherous rebels, secretly supported by Otto Hightower, revealed their fangs, erupting into fierce street battles with the guard troops. The clamor of shouts and killings, the thunder of explosions, the furious roars of dragons, and the anguished wails of the dying intertwined in a cacophony. The young Aegon Targaryen, wielding a longsword, fought valiantly in a burning courtyard of the castle, fiercely protected by several loyal guards. His silver hair was stained black with ash, his splendid robes tattered, and blood smeared across his face. Yet, within his violet eyes burned an indomitable flame, though it could not conceal the profound fatigue and despair of isolation. The rebels, numerous and evidently well-trained, had a clear objective: to capture or kill the prince and seize the scaled shield that symbolized protection. For Lord Hightower. Seize that boy? A rebel leader sneered as he lunged forward with his sword. One guard fell after another. Aegon's sword grew heavier, his arms ached. Just as he delivered a deadly strike and staggered backward, nearly overwhelmed by the onslaught of enemies, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the very core of the earth had exploded, drowning out the tumult of the battlefield. The entire castle, no, the whole of Dragonstone Island, trembled violently. Both sides, whether the sailors of House Valerion, the rebellious soldiers, or the Targaryen guards, even the dragons locked in combat above, instinctively halted their actions, gazing in horror towards the source of the sound, deep within the island, at the mountain regarded as a forbidden place. Before their eyes, the cave entrance, shrouded by thorns and ferns, appeared to be violently torn open by an unseen giant hand. Tons of rock, mixed with searing sulfur steam, erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Amidst the devastating plume of smoke and ash, a colossal shadow emerged, instilling terror in the souls of all witnesses. Towering like a mountain, its spiny back flowing with blinding streams of molten blood, it pierced through the haze, its fangs resembling the gates of hell opening under the dim, celestial light. Following that was the massive head and body, covered in heavy platinum scales, moving like a fortress. The suffocating stench of sulfur swept over the battlefield like a tangible tsunami, overpowering the scent of blood and gunpowder, causing many to cough violently and weep uncontrollably. It was here, the Silver Wall, the ancient behemoth glimpsed only in legends and at the funeral of Queen Riella. Its molten gold pupils burned with a more intense and pure fury than the lava veins along its spiny back, like two furious suns descending upon the earth, surveying the minuscule, chaotic battlefield below as if it were a mere anthill. Wherever its gaze fell, the air seemed to ignite and warp. The battlefield plunged into a deathly silence. Only the crackle of flames and heavy breaths could be heard. In the next moment, a boy's voice, tinged with desperation yet filled with the hope of survival, pierced through the dreadful silence, resonating clearly across the battlefield and reaching the ears of the recently awakened, furious ancient beast. Ancestors, save me. It was Aegon Targaryen. He stood amidst the burning ruins, drenched in blood, expending his last ounce of strength to emit a soul-wrenching cry towards the terrifying presence that obscured half the sky. Oh, ancestors, save me. The heart-rending plea struck like a searing iron brand upon the core of consciousness, newly awakened from eons of slumber, now engulfed in fury. Aegon Targaryen, the silver-haired, violet-eyed youth, scion of the bloodline of the songstress Lyra, had sworn to protect that which was dear to him. The molten gold slit pupils instantly locked onto the source of the sound, a small, bloodied figure, encircled by foes in the smoldering courtyard ruins. The familiar purple glimmer in the boy's eyes mirrored that of his mother's desperate gaze in her final moments, momentarily cooling the chaotic rage within him, injecting a clear purpose into his being. However, a defined target did not equate to a quelling of wrath. On the contrary, this resolve to protect found an outlet for the ancient ferocity dwelling within, compelling the destruction of all threats to that cherished goal. A roar erupted, no longer a chaotic shriek, but a clarion call heralding annihilation. The sound wave transformed from mere shockwave to a tangible sonic boom, imbued with the searing heat of sulfur and ominous pressure. The nearby burning structures crumbled as if struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing in ruin. The soldiers besieging Aegon were struck head-on by this terrifying sound wave, hurled backward like straw figures caught in a tempest, their bones fracturing audibly, falling silent upon impact. The battlefield fell into a sudden stillness, leaving only the crackle of flames and the distant wailing of the sea. On board the flagship tidal wave of the Valyrian fleet, the resolute visage of Count Corlys, chiseled by the sea winds, betrayed the first signs of crack. He clutched the ship's railing, knuckles widening, gazing at the looming terror emerging from the depths of the island, akin to a moving mountain. The platinum scales shimmered with a cold and sacred light of destruction, illuminated by the flames and the beast's own molten spines. His once mighty fleet appeared diminutive, like a child's toy boat in a bathtub, before such a colossal creature. Turn the ship. All ballistae. Aim at that monster. Fire. Corlys' voice trembled slightly, yet the pride of House Valerion compelled him to stand firm. He must ascertain whether the sovereign of the seas could withstand this ancient deity from the land. Dozens of heavy crossbow bolts, wrapped in oil-soaked burlap and ablaze, tore through the air like an angry rain of fire, shrieking towards the immovable giant on the beach. Clang, clang, thud, whoosh. Most bolts struck the thick, mineral-laden platinum scales of the beast, merely sparking and leaving shallow white marks before bouncing off or snapping. Only a few fortunate, or unfortunate, bolts found their mark at the relatively vulnerable joints or neck, embedding deeply as flames licked at the flesh beneath the scales. Yet, this meager injury was akin to a mere mosquito bite against the earth-like vitality of the beast. Yet the piercing pain brought by the embedded crossbow bolts and the faint sensation of searing flames ignited its ferocity as the apex predator. Its eyelids, covered in mineralized thick armor, narrowed slightly, and the fury blazing in its molten gold vertical pupils transformed instantaneously into a chilling, bone-deep intent to kill. It disregarded the rebels fleeing below like ants, slowly turning its massive head towards the sea, locking onto the largest of them all, the wooden behemoth, Tidebreaker, which continued to launch provocative fire arrows. A suffocating stench of sulfur amassed and compressed within its gaping maw, where the glow emanating from the depths was not the usual orange red of a dragon, but a blinding white akin to the core of a molten furnace. Impossible to gaze upon. The surrounding air warped violently due to the terrifying heat, light consumed, as if a miniature black hole formed before it. A low hum of energy gathering resonated throughout the space. In the next instant, boom! A column of incandescent fire, composed purely of destructive energy, tore through the air like a spear of judgment cast by a divine being, striking precisely at the bow of Tidebreaker. There was no explosive roar, only the sickening hissing sound of matter vaporizing under extreme temperatures in an instant. The sturdy oak bow, the bronze ram encasing the ship's head, the heavy anchor, and the dozens of sailors on the bow deck who could not escape were instantaneously transformed into splattering, bright red molten matter and rising azure smoke upon contact with the incandescent dragon flame. The seawater on either side of the dragon's fiery path evaporated in an instant under the horrifying heat, creating two fleeting walls of water, which were soon filled by the surging ocean, producing a deafening roar. In but a single strike, Tidebreaker's proud bow, along with a portion of the foredeck, vanished, as if bitten away by an invisible giant maw. Rushing ocean waters surged into the massive wound, and this flagship of House Valerian began to tilt and sink at a visibly alarming rate. No, Count Corlys let out a desperate howl, witnessing the symbol of his family's glory descend into ruin in mere moments. Fear, like the frigid sea, instantly drowned all his ambitions and pride. The beast's gaze seemed to pierce through the chaotic surface of the sea, landing squarely upon him. In that gaze, there was no hatred, only a pure indifference, as if it looked down upon mere insects, ready to crush any obstacles. Retreat. The entire fleet. Withdraw immediately. Leave the sea. Quickly. Corlys' voice trembled with sheer terror, devoid of any hesitation. What maritime hegemony, what resources of Dragonstone, held any value in the face of survival? The surviving Valerian warships, like a startled school of fish, desperately adjusted their sails, recklessly fleeing into the deep sea, leaving behind the tragic sight of Tidebreaker slowly sinking amidst flames and seawater. Along with the molten wreckage and charred bodies floating on the surface, the threat at sea was shattered in a single blow. The beast slowly turned its head, the molten gold pupils refocusing on the burning courtyard of the castle. Having dealt with the loudest source of noise, it was now time to cleanse the ground of these insects daring to assault its protected target. It strode forward, each step causing the earth to tremble, leaving deep imprints of molten lava upon the soil ignited by the lingering warmth of dragon flames. It paid no heed to the screaming, fleeing soldiers of the insurgent forces. Its colossal head bowed, purposefully advancing towards the area where Egan was located. In swift succession, its tail, akin to a battering ram, swept through the air with a terrifying roar, seemingly casual, yet striking with unparalleled precision. The ground shook with a thunderous boom. The insurgent leader, along with a dozen loyalists who chose to defy fate, and the remnants of the wall they had taken refuge behind, vanished in an instant. All that remained was a fan-shaped crater, several meters deep, its walls compressed and vitrified by an overwhelming force. Smoke mingled with a mist of blood, rising into the sky before being swiftly doused by the rain, leaving only a morass of flesh and shattered armor fragments upon the ground. An absolute, crushing force. The remaining insurgent soldiers witnessed this scene, akin to divine retribution, and their last vestiges of resistance crumbled utterly. They cast aside their weapons, crying out as they fell to their knees, or, like headless flies, dashed into the burning structures, desperate to escape the looming specter of the platinum-hued death. It slightly turned its head, bringing its immense skull closer to Egan, the warm breath scented with sulfur brushing against the boy once more. This time, Egan did not panic. He inhaled deeply, as if resolutely deciding upon something. He extended his hand, not to caress, but to firmly grasp the edge of a massive, cold, metallic smooth scale on the side of the beast's snout. "I need you." Egan's voice, though faint amidst the creature's breaths, rang out with clarity. "Dragonstone Island needs you. My family needs you. Please, do not depart." The molten gold vertical pupil of the beast gazed into the boy's eyes, seeing the familiar plea and determination that echoed his mother Layla's own. It remained silent. Disturbed from its eternal slumber, it instinctively yearned to return to its sulfur-laden warm cavern, to sink back into the depths of time. Yet, the singer's promise, this scarred yet resolute boy before it, and the recent vile assault on his bloodline tugged at its will. It neither nodded nor uttered any affirmative sound. Slowly, with excruciating slowness, under the astonished gazes of Egan and all surviving witnesses, this colossal, wingless ancient beast bent its massive body, reminiscent of a moving fortress covered in platinum scales, in a manner almost graceful despite its size. Its gargantuan forelimbs curled, neck lowered, bringing its height to a level barely accessible for a human to climb. Its towering spines, flowing with a molten glow, silently proclaimed its existence and power beneath the somber sky. This silent gesture carried more weight than any roar. Egan's heart raced, the overwhelming joy dispelling his fatigue and pain. He understood. With great effort, suppressing his excitement, he climbed to the wide neck-shoulder junction of the beast, akin to a vast plaza, with the assistance of the few loyal guards remaining. Their gazes filled with awe as they looked upon the creature, as if beholding a deity. Here, there are no saddles, only the cold, unyielding scales of a colossal beast that rise and fall with its breath. Egan clutched firmly at the base of a protruding spine, steadying himself. At the moment the young boy found his footing upon the neck of the ancient creature, the surviving guards of Dragonstone, the trembling civilians, and the quaking traitor captives all bore witness to this extraordinary sight. The silver-haired prince, drenched in blood, stood tall upon the platinum beast that symbolized absolute power and ancient protection. Rain washed away the grime from his face, yet could not extinguish the rekindled fire in his eyes or the weight of the responsibility entrusted to him. Vermithrax sensed Egan's grip. Its molten gold pupils swept across the ravaged castle and the distant sails of the Valerian fleet fleeing in disarray upon the sea, emitting a low, indecipherable rumble from deep within its throat. Rather than retreating to its lair, it took heavy steps, bearing its diminutive rider like a king surveying his realm, beginning to walk slowly yet resolutely along the coastline of Dragonstone. With each step, the earth trembled, announcing the end of the old order and the dawn of a new era backed by the silver wall. Upon its spine back, the lava-like veins pulsed rhythmically with each stride. In a moment unnoticed by all, the brilliance of the light shifted subtly, from a furious crimson and incandescent white to a profound, earth-like golden hue, an embodiment of the will to protect, spreading silently atop the highest tower of Dragonstone. The silver-scaled shield embedded in the obsidian and Valyrian steel base seemed to sense something amidst the dreary rain, its internal orange-red glow flickering momentarily. Prime Minister Otto Hightower stood by the window of the Red Keep, listening to the vague yet harrowing reports from Dragonstone brought by the ravens, unconsciously deforming the delicate golden goblet in his grasp. He gazed toward the direction of Dragonstone. The customary gentle smile vanished from his face, leaving behind a chilling, watery coldness and a barely perceptible fear. He whispered the name of the silver wall, savoring it like the most bitter poison. He understood that his meticulously crafted scheme had been entirely upended by the awakening of an ancient beast that was meant to remain forever dormant. That creature, along with the silver-haired boy with violet eyes upon its back, would become an insurmountable mountain of terror on his path to power. The sea breeze from Dragonstone, laden with the scent of sulfur and ash, swept toward the continent of Westeros. A new legend was spreading with unprecedented swiftness throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Egan, the youngest prince of House Targaryen, had awakened and tamed the ancient mountain dragon, Vermithrax, which dwelled deep within Dragonstone, a platinum beast without wings, yet more fearsome than any dragon. Its flames could instantaneously vaporize warships, its body could withstand crossbow bolts unscathed, and with a single sweep of its tail, it could obliterate an army. Safeguarding the bloodline of Queen Riella, the name of the ancestors was no longer a jest, but had become a symbol of absolute power and ancient covenant, an awe-inspiring, even terrifying legend. At this moment, The legendary entity carries forth the chosen youth, traversing through the damp rain curtains of dragonstone. The dragon's molten gold vertical pupils are half closed, as if it might succumb to slumber once more at any moment. Yet, Aegon knows that should he, or his cherished homeland, encounter peril again, this silent wall of silver will descend with the force of a tempest. After relentless battles quelled the insurrections, the dragon has once more entered a deep slumber. Chapter 26. The Mountain of Death. Dragon in the sulphurous lair of the dragon. Time has lost its meaning, resembling the slow, viscous, and almost stagnant flow of lava deep within the earth. The turmoil of dynastic changes, the cacophony of war, and the soaring dragons are all isolated from the outside world by layers of heavy rock and the ancient, sedimented will of silence. The silver-haired boy, Aegon Targaryen, who once stood defiantly upon its neck, has long since shed his youth in the dragon's prolonged slumber, emerging as an ambitious conqueror who commands the dragon Balerion, instilling terror across the Seven Kingdoms. He departed from Dragonstone, accompanied by his sister, his dragons, and his ambitions, embarking on a quest to forge the Iron Throne with fire and blood. Dragonstone, as the ancestral seat and lair of House Targaryen, although garrisoned and home to several young dragons or adults that did not accompany the expedition, seems to have seen the core symbol of its defenses, the slumbering wall of silver deep within the island, forgotten by the world, existing only in vague legends and songs. It has become a vast, silent backdrop to the conqueror's legacy. However, the flames of conquest ignited the Seven Kingdoms, also kindling deep-seated hatred and resentment. Those lords who lost their homes, loved ones, and power beneath Aegon's Dragonfire never relinquished the thought of retaliation. They recognized the folly of confronting the Dragon Legion head-on. Thus a bold and sinister plan took shape in the shadows, to strike at the heart of House Targaryen's stronghold, Dragonstone, while Aegon's forces were entrenched in the continent's depths. They aimed to dismantle their foundations, slaughter their kin, and plunder or eliminate the dragons that remained, delivering Aegon the most devastating and humiliating blow. Remnants from the Stormlands, the Reach, and even the free cities across the narrow sea, clandestinely united to assemble a formidable coalition fleet. Countless ships, ranging from cumbersome transports to agile warships, flew diverse yet equally vengeful banners, akin to a swarm of sharks scenting blood. Under the cover of night and thick fog, they silently encircled Dragonstone. The clash erupted in the darkest hour before dawn. Resounding war drums thundered as countless fiery arrows rained down upon the island's harbor and coastal watchtowers like meteoric fire. Landing craft surged towards the beach in swarms, the air filled with battle cries, the clashing of swords, the wails of the dying, and the furious roars of awakened dragons. The defending dragons attempted to resist, but were outnumbered, instantly shattering the ancient tranquility of Dragonstone, transforming it into a maelstrom steeped in the essence of death, sweeping across the entire coastline. This maelstrom penetrated the earth's crust, surging into the deepest realms of dreams. Deep within the lair, the colossal form, akin to a solidified mountain range, stirred not from the rhythmic pulse of nature, but in response to the cacophony filled with destruction, slaughter, and despair. Beneath the heavy, mineral-laden eyelids, the molten gold vertical pupil quivered violently. A primal fury, awakened from an eternal slumber, intertwined with a forgotten guardian pact, surged forth like ignited magma, roaring back to life in its bloodline that had lain dormant for eons. Boom, boom. It was not the sound of footsteps, but rather the unconscious release of energy as its immense consciousness awakened, causing the island's crust to resonate. The entire Dragonstone island trembled violently. Rocks crumbled, debris cascaded down, and sulfurous springs erupted with ferocity. A roar, indescribable by words, detonated from the depths of the mountain. This was not aimed at a specific target. It was a pure release of energy, a chaotic and terrifying proclamation of an ancient will, long dormant, being forcibly dragged into a bloody reality. The sound wave transformed from mere vibrations in the air into a visible, sulfurous explosion of scorching heat and destructive pressure. This sonic explosion spread outward like an invisible tsunami, radiating from the lair in a frenzied, circular motion. The first to be struck were those soldiers of the enemy who had already landed and were assaulting the castle and dragon lair with fervor. They were as if struck head-on by an invisible battering ram, with the nearest ones contorting grotesquely, armor denting, innards rupturing, disintegrating into gruesome, bloody remnants. Those slightly farther away were hurled like leaves caught in a tempest, screaming as they were flung against rocks, walls, or the blades of their comrades. Bones snapping and sinews tearing. The entire landing area was instantly cleared of a considerable expanse under the onslaught of this horrific roar. Severed limbs, broken weapons littered the ground, and blood rapidly stained the beach crimson. Following this, the tangible sound wave surged into the sea. Boom. The ocean's surface buckled as if a massive stone had been cast into a mirror, forming a vast, temporary bowl-shaped depression. Immediately, turbulent seawater surged back with the force of a mountain collapsing, unleashing towering, murky waves. The warships anchored close to shore, poised to lower more landing craft, were tossed into the air like toys by this sudden, unnatural tempest, their hulls emitting agonizing creaks, masts splintering, and sailors were flung into the roiling sea like dumplings. Several smaller warships were even shattered or capsized by the monstrous waves. Wherever the sound waves reached, the air wailed in agony. All who still lived, whether attackers or defenders, felt their eardrums throb painfully, dizziness overwhelming them, their hearts racing as if to leap from their chests. Fear, like the icy waters, swiftly drowned all fervor and courage. They gazed in terror towards the depths of the island, where smoke and dust billowed, resembling the opening of the gates of hell. The smoke was violently torn apart by an even more formidable force. Towering like a mountain, the spiked back, flowing with blinding lava-like blood, was the first to pierce the shroud of smoke. In the dim light before dawn, the radiance of the molten veins shone like a lighthouse of the underworld, heralding the arrival of death itself. Immediately following, a colossal head and body, enveloped in thick, cold, and devastatingly metallic platinum scales, emerged like a moving fortress, exuding an overwhelming pressure that dimmed the very heavens. A suffocating storm of sulfur swiftly engulfed the battlefield, overshadowing the stench of blood and smoke. The alabaster wall, a surviving sentinel of Dragonstone Island, collapsed to the ground, voicelessly screaming, a sound infused with the euphoric relief of survival and boundless reverence. The attacking soldiers, gazing upon the entity that shrouded the dawn, resembling a world-ending behemoth from myth, witnessed the landing site metamorphose into a hellish battleground. And the monstrous waves and capsized warships stirred by sonic blasts, their resolve shattered completely. Yet, the slaughter had merely commenced. Its molten gold-slitted eyes scanned the ravaged beach and the surviving soldiers, fleeing in terror like ants. There was no fury in its gaze, only an icy indifference executing a cleansing program. It advanced, each step causing the island to tremble, leaving behind imprints of molten earth from its searing footsteps. Its colossal flippers, akin to the hammers of deities, descended and lifted with casual brutality, each motion accompanied by the shattering of bones and the abrupt cessation of screams. Its stout tail, as formidable as a siege tower, swept across, transforming dozens of soldiers attempting to form a line of resistance, along with their shields and spears, into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. The invading forces, in the face of absolute power, could not muster even a semblance of resistance. Mercilessly reaped and crushed like chaff. The beach was thoroughly stained crimson, the thick stench of blood mingling with sulfur, creating a nauseating perfume of death. Having cleared the beach of its vermin, the molten gold eyes of the behemoth turned towards the still massive, yet chaos-stricken, allied fleet upon the sea. Without a hint of hesitation, its enormous form charged into the frigid waters with an astonishing speed unfitting of its size. Towering waves erupted skyward. Its spiny back, glowing with the radiance of molten rock, rose like a moving mountain of death above the surface, cleaving through the waves and hurtling towards the nearest large warship at a terrifying pace. The sailors aboard the vessel stared in horror as the platinum ridge rapidly enlarged in their sight, desperately attempting to turn the ship. Too late. The impact was thunderous, like a hot knife slicing through solidified grease. The behemoth, its head and shoulders encased in thick platinum scales and resembling a colossal ram's horn, collided violently and unimpeded with the warship's robust oak side. The sturdy hull crumpled like paper, torn and shattered, caving inward, with splinters mingled with human remains. Scattering through the air, the sea surged wildly into the gaping breach, and the massive warship emitted a groan of impending capsizing, swiftly sinking. The surface of the water was left with a vast whirlpool and countless struggling, screaming victims. This was merely the beginning. The behemoth's immense body moved through the depths with the agility of an ancient sea monster. Each stroke of its massive flippers generated a terrifying thrust, propelling it as a platinum streak of death, rampaging across the surface of the sea. It collided with its head, crushed with its armored body, and swept with its gigantic tail, reminiscent of a colossal scythe. Each encounter heralded the utter annihilation of a warship, the sound of splintering wood, the groans of shattered keel, The cries of despair and the thunderous roar of encroaching seawater coalesced into a symphony dedicated to death. Upon the surface of the sea, the remnants of warships, tattered sails, floating corpses, and vast pools of blood painted a hellish tableau. The once proud numbers of the united fleet became mere lambs for slaughter in the face of overwhelming power and speed. In the rear, several flagship vessels, sensing impending doom, frantically hoisted their sails and desperately attempted to flee this maritime graveyard. The monstrous entity ceased its pursuit, its colossal form slowly rising. Towering spines piercing the surface of the water, its molten gold vertical pupils coldly fixating on the fleeing silhouettes of the sails. It opened its massive maw, revealing not the ordinary orange-red interior, but an eerie, more perilous luminescence, a chaotic dance of blue-white electric serpents intertwined with deep, devastating incandescent flames, wildly converging and compressing. The surrounding air crackled with static electricity, and the seawater at its lips boiled violently. A cataclysmic energy from another realm brewed to its zenith within its throat. Boom! An indescribable breath erupted forth. It was neither pure flame nor pure lightning. Rather, it was a torrential flow of blinding white, woven perfectly from tempestuous thunder and obliterating white fire. Like the whip of divine retribution, it rent the very heavens. Where the torrent passed, the air was ionized. Emitting a piercing shriek, the seawater was instantly vaporized, leaving behind two deep, unbridgeable chasms of steam. This horrific breath accurately swept across the farthest fleeing flagships. There was no explosion, only the terrifying sight of matter being instantaneously disintegrated and obliterated by extreme heat and violent electrical energy. The heavy oak hulls of the warships turned to ash upon contact. The bronze figureheads, the steel ballistae, the terrified sailors, all vanished silently within that incandescent flow, as if erased from existence by an unseen hand. Only deep, unfathomable trenches remained on the surface, exuding the acrid scent of charred material and ozone, along with the bizarre glass-like substance formed from molten edges rapidly cooled. Silence. A deathly stillness. Upon the sea surface floated only fragments, scarlet waters, and the platinum beast, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, towering upon the exposed rocks. Its immense form dripped with seawater and the blood of enemies, glittering with an icy, sacred, yet ruthlessly cruel sheen under the rising sun. The towering spine still bore veins resembling flowing lava, like cooling magma. It slightly raised its head, molten gold pupils surveying the sea it had wrought, a crimson expanse littered with countless remnants and corpses, alongside the warship wreckage slowly sinking into the depths. In its gaze resided only the vastness of eternity and a pure will of existence that transcended life and death. This scene is indelibly etched into the very souls of the surviving guards of Dragonstone, perched upon the distant cliff, as well as the enemy sailors who trembled in fear, clinging to the shattered planks of their wrecked vessels, having narrowly escaped the wrath of dragon fire and monstrous claws. Terror and awe engulfed them like a chilling tide. One surviving guard of the white gold whispered, his voice quivering from profound shock. Another voice, that of the dragon of the mountain of death, followed with boundless reverence. The white gold dragon of death. Ultimately, this title echoed like a brand, simultaneously proclaimed by all who witnessed the massacre, reverberating with the tremors of survival and a submission to absolute power. This title would spread like wildfire through the Seven Kingdoms, becoming a harrowing emblem of the twilight of terror, recounted in countless ballads, dramas, and historical records, immortalized as one of the bloodiest and most shocking chapters in the annals of Westeros. As the conqueror Aegon Targaryen returned to Dragonstone, riding the weary yet majestic Black Death, Balerion, bearing news of his triumph over the Riverlands, the scene before him caused even this iron-willed dragon king to momentarily rein in his steed, his pupils contracting in shock. There was no anticipated welcoming ceremony, no familiar silhouette of the harbor. Instead, he was confronted with a crimson sea, countless shipwrecks, shattered dragon bones, torn sails, and charred timber floated like detritus upon the eerily dark red waters. A multitude of bloated, pallid corpses bobbed with the waves, while seabirds circled overhead, cawing and pecking at the remains. The pungent stench of blood and charred flesh permeated the air, even detectable from the heights of the sky, inducing nausea. The coastline of Dragonstone appeared as if redrawn by blood and fire. The sands were dark red, and the rocks were adorned with suspicious fragments of flesh and broken armor. At the center of this infernal sea, upon a massive black reef, repeatedly washed and dried by blood into a deep brown hue, lay the ancient behemoth. The twilight of terror, which in his memories symbolized the ultimate sanctuary of his family. Its colossal platinum body, against the backdrop of the blood-soaked sea, appeared even colder and more menacing, like a statue forged from the purest will of destruction. The waves gently lapped against its form, cleansing the blood from the crevices of its scales. The molten-like veins along its towering spine still flowed slowly, emanating a faint yet persistent glow and warmth. With its eyes closed and head resting upon the reef, it seemed to have succumbed once more to slumber, indifferent to the blood-red inferno it had wrought. Teeming with countless lost souls, Aegon descended upon a relatively clean stretch of the rear beach. He dismounted from his dragon and walked heavily toward the scarlet coastline. Treading upon the blood-soaked gravel, he surveyed the grotesque wreckage and floating bodies, feeling the dense air thick with the essence of death. At last, his gaze fixed upon the silent behemoth upon the reef. There was no exhilaration, no cheers, only a profound, soul-stirring shock and an indescribable reverence. He understood. At the moment of his departure, during the most vulnerable hour of Dragonstone, it was this slumbering ancient guardian that fulfilled its promise to his mother, Layla, in the most primal, violent, and absolute manner, safeguarding the very foundation of House Targaryen. It required no language, no banners. Its mere existence represented an insurmountable wall of platinum. Its wrath transformed into a crimson tide that consumed all. The voice of ancestor Aegon resonated somberly in the sea breeze as he gazed upon the colossal beast, seemingly fused with the rocks, which they referred to as the platinum dead mountain dragon. The creature, Shaowi, remained unresponsive, quietly resting, with only the faint pulsing of its lava blood upon its spiny back attesting to its ancient and immense vitality. It appeared to have completed its task, returning once more to its eternal silence. Aegon stood upon the blood-stained shore, contemplating the crimson sea, the behemoth on the rocks, and the horizon beyond. He understood that henceforth, Dragonstone would not merely be renowned for its dragons and Valyrian steel. This sanguine expanse and the platinum shadow upon the rocks would become the most fearsome and unassailable cornerstone of Targaryen dominion. The name of the platinum dead mountain dragon would echo throughout the Seven Kingdoms, becoming synonymous with legend and dread, just as Aegon the Conqueror had. The winds of Dragonstone, imbued with the heavy scent of blood and a hint of sulfur, caressed the Conqueror's silver hair. A new era, tempered by the baptism of blood and fire, emerged more resolute and awe-inspiring. Yet, that silent wall of platinum stood steadfast, honoring its vow and protecting this blood-stained homeland. It merely slumbered, not vanished. When threats re-emerge, the crimson tide would surely surge once more. Chapter 27. The blood packed the dust of time once again settled thickly upon the platinum, mountain-like spine deep within the sulphurous steaming caverns. Shaowi's consciousness sank into a realm of warm chaos, pulsating in harmony with the subterranean hot springs. Indifferent to the clamor of dynasties rising and falling, to the cycles of life and death, Dragonstone remained the cornerstone of House Targaryen, now graced by the spiraling shadows of new dragons, yet none of this pertained to it. It had merely fulfilled its promise, safeguarding this land, and then succumbed to slumber. However, on this day, an ineffable tremor, arising from the depths of its bloodline, pierced through its heavy shell of slumber like an icy needle. It was not the clamor of war, nor the wails of death, but rather a rupture of connection. A life force it had once remembered and protected flickered out like a candle in the wind. Shaowi, covered with mineralized thick armor, slowly opened a narrow slit in its eyelid. The molten gold of its vertical pupils ignited in the dim cavern, imbued with a hint of disturbed confusion. Deeper still lay the vastness of eons. Its immense form remained still, quietly sensing the shift in atmosphere. The ambience of Dragonstone had transformed. A heavy sorrow permeated the air, a solemn and reverent silence, where even the howling of the sea breeze seemed subdued. Aegon Targaryen, the boy who once stood upon its neck, his gaze as resolute as a newly hatched dragon. The conqueror who commanded the Black Death Dragon Vagor, subduing the Seven Kingdoms with Dragonfire and establishing the grand legacy of the Iron Throne, has passed away. An extraordinary emotion, foreign to its icy bloodline, swirled quietly in the depths of its consciousness like bubbles rising from a sulfur spring. Was it the sensation of conclusion after fulfilling a covenant, or an almost instinctual recognition of that fleeting, insignificant life it once shared a moment with? It could not discern, nor did it require such clarity. Its colossal form began to stir. Heavy limbs, clad in platinum scales, lifted, each step causing the cave to tremble, dust and small stones cascading from its mountainous back. The spines, resembling cooled lava, flickered back to life with a faint yet steady glow after a long slumber. It set forth, imbued with the ancient essence of eons and an undeniable will emerging from its eternal lair. This time, there were no alarms, no chaos. As the immense silhouette that obscured the sun appeared upon the path leading to the castle's sepulchre, the guards did not panic. They knelt silently, filled with the deepest reverence. The common folk ceased their weeping, holding their breath as they beheld the legendary platinum dragon of death approaching step by step. The path was silently cleared, leaving only the sound of heavy footsteps resonating in the stillness, each stride echoing in the hearts of those present. The funeral site was solemn and dignified. A cold iron coffin, adorned with the Targaryen three-headed dragon emblem, rested upon a raised platform. Surrounding it were nobles, knights, family members clad in mourning attire, and several subdued dragons that emitted mournful cries. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood, sorrow, and a profound heaviness. The arrival of the ancient beast shattered this oppressive silence, ushering in a deeper solemnity. Its massive body moved like a fortress, disregarding the mingled expressions of horror and awe. Advancing straight toward the coffin, its molten gold vertical pupils gazed upon the familiar emblem on the cold iron, as if piercing through the metal to behold the silver-haired figure who had once sworn allegiance before it, ultimately achieving greatness. Without hesitation or ceremonial proclamation, it lowered its head slightly, bringing its immense skull closer to the coffin. A potent scent of sulfur swiftly overpowered the sandalwood, carrying an overwhelming and primal weight. It opened its gaping maw, revealing not the usual fiery orange red of a dragon's throat, but a brilliant, purer light akin to the molten core of the earth. A thunderous roar erupted as a column of platinum fire, distilled to its most destructive intensity, burst forth. The flames enveloped the cold iron coffin with precision. Yet not a single wave of heat escaped to harm the surrounding crowd. The terrifying temperature caused the iron to glow crimson, emitting hissing sounds as the very air warped and twisted. The coffin melted and vaporized silently in the searing heat, along with the conqueror within, returning to the purest flames and ashes. The Targaryen family's cremation ritual, under the breath of this ancient behemoth, reached an unprecedented purity and finality, akin to a divine miracle. The flames extinguished, leaving behind a scorched, radiant ground and a handful of metallic-tinged ashes spiraling in the gentle breeze. The ceremony was meant to conclude. The crowd awaited the colossal beast to, as in times past, fulfill its duty and silently retreat to its eternal slumber. However, the beast, known as the Shining Terror, remained motionless. Its enormous head slowly lifted, molten gold-like vertical pupils resembling two frigid suns, sweeping across the stunned faces of the assembly. Ultimately, that gaze, as tangible as reality itself, settled upon the figure standing at the forefront, a young man clad in black mourning attire, with silver hair and violet eyes, Viserys Targaryen, son of Aegon, the new heir to the throne. The immense form of the Shining Terror shifted slightly, stirring a low murmur in the air. It advanced with heavy steps, disregarding the terrified gasps of onlookers, and approached Viserys directly. Its vast shadow enveloped the young prince entirely. Viserys' heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. He had inherited his father's silver hair and his mother's violet eyes, yet at this moment, his gaze lacked Aegon's commanding presence and Riella's gentleness, replaced instead by a pure reverence and a scarcely discernible fear in the face of this primordial creature. He stood firm, refusing to retreat, straightened his spine, and met that molten gaze. The Shining Terror's massive head gradually lowered until its cold, hard snout nearly touched Viserys' forehead. Its pillar-like forelimb raised a sharp claw, capable of rending steel with ease. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that claw precisely and gently, with an almost ritualistic grace, sliced a fine line in the center of Viserys' smooth forehead, drawing forth a bead of blood. The action was as swift as lightning, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Next, the Shining Terror used the same claw to inflict a similar wound at the junction of its heavily armored neck and shoulder, a relatively softer area. A thick, viscous blood, faintly scented with sulfur and shimmering with an unusual platinum sheen, began to seep out like molten metal beads. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the Shining Terror controlled that droplet, containing the essence of its ancient life, allowing it to fall with precision. That platinum blood, as if imbued with life, landed perfectly within the small wound on Viserys' forehead. With a soft hiss, akin to hot iron meeting water, Viserys' body jolted as a powerful surge of warmth flooded from his forehead, enveloping him entirely. He experienced an intense burning sensation, followed by an indescribable feeling as if his very flesh and bones were being remade. Even more startling, the freshly inflicted wound, along with the one on the Shining Terror's neck, healed at a visible pace. Viserys' forehead bore only a faint, nearly imperceptible blush of pink, while the beast's scales instantly restored to their original state, as if never marred. The ceremony was complete. The molten gold of Shah's vertical pupils gazed deeply into Viserys for the final time, as if imprinting this young man, who bore a drop of its blood and carried the future of House Targaryen into its eternal memory. In that gaze, the previous cold indifference was replaced by an inexplicable acknowledgement, or perhaps a heavier burden of responsibility. There was no roar, no farewell. Its colossal form slowly turned, taking heavy steps, departing along the path it had come, leaving behind a profound silence. The enormous webbed feet struck the cobbled road with a dull echo, each step resonating like a beat in the drum of history. Sunlight filtered through its towering spines, casting elongated shadows upon the ground, resembling ancient totems. It returned to the depths of the cave, steeped in sulfur and eternal darkness. The great silhouette gradually lowered itself, its dust-covered scales merging once more with the mountain rock. The glow of the lava veins upon its back dimmed, eventually succumbing to silence. Outside the cave, the sea winds of Dragonstone continued to howl. Yet, everyone sensed that something had irrevocably changed. The era of Conqueror Aegon had drawn to a close, and the reign of the new king, Viserys, had begun. Upon his brow rested an almost imperceptible mark, a silent coronation from the ancient beast, the dragon of the Mountain of Death. A symbol of a pact and guardianship that was heavier, more mysterious, and more awe-inspiring than any crown. Henceforth, Viserys Targaryen would not merely be seen as the heir to the Iron Throne. He was now a being bound by blood to the dragon of the Mountain of Death. This drop of blood was both a guardian and a shackle, entwining his fate ever more closely with the eternal sleeping giant deep within Dragonstone. Shahua's heavy footsteps traversed the ancient mountain path leading to the lair, each step eliciting a muted groan from the weathered volcanic rock. Behind it, the tumult of voices from the castle graveyard, a cacophony of sorrow, reverence, and the unique restlessness before the new king's ascendance, ebbed away like a receding tide, torn apart by the sea breeze. Its molten gold pupils fixated ahead, towards the dark mouth cloaked in sulphurous steam, reminiscent of a warm womb awaiting its return. It fulfilled its covenant, bidding farewell to the silver-haired boy who once stood upon its neck and ultimately conquered the Seven Kingdoms. It made a new choice, infusing a drop of blood imbued with the imprint of its ancient life into the new bloodline of Viserys. A peculiar, almost weary sensation washed over its immense will, akin to the retreat of the tide, not a physical fatigue, but a transient disdain for the clamor and connections of existence. It yearned for that eternal, thoughtless slumber. However, just as its colossal head was about to delve into the reassuring darkness and sulfuric scent of the cave, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear voice pierced through its relaxed perception like a silver needle through heavy drapery. Viserys, Viserys, how do you feel? It was the voice of a young woman, laced with unmistakable panic and concern. Immediately following this, it was Viserys himself who responded in a tone that trembled with a suppressed anguish, yet bore an unusual fervor. I am fine. Rhaenyra is simply overheated. As if there were a fire burning within her, yet she is strong. Rhaenyra Targaryen, daughter of Viserys, granddaughter of Aegon, the one who once sang for it by the sea. The continuation of the bloodline of Lena. In the depths of the consciousness of the ancient beast, that pure fragment of song seemed to be gently stirred by the mention of her name. Yet it did not linger nor look back. The enormous form, akin to a moving mountain, completely vanished into the shadows of the cave. The pungent scent of sulfur enveloped it instantaneously, dispelling all noises and odors of the outside world. Within the cavern, only the hissing sound of geothermal steam and its own heavy, resonant breaths echoed against the rocky walls. It moved to the familiar depths of the cave, its massive flippers sweeping away the accumulated dust and fine mineral crystals from the ground. Its colossal body, exuding an air of relinquished burdens, slowly descended to rest. The heavy, platinum scales brushed against the warm stone floor, producing a faint sound of friction. Its great head rested upon its crossed forelimbs, the eyelids, covered with mineralized armor, gently closed, shutting out the last vestiges of external light. The cavern fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft lament of the hot springs. The luminous patterns upon its spines, reminiscent of cooling lava veins, which had retained a faint glow after the blood rite, now swiftly dimmed and extinguished, ultimately being swallowed by the darkness as the consciousness of the ancient beast descended completely. The final breath that signified life also vanished. Dust and sulfur crystals began to slowly and steadily reclaim the platinum form, akin to a fossilized mountain. It was slumbering, an eternal, weighty, and time-secluding sleep. This was its most familiar sanctuary. Meanwhile, within the council chamber of Dragonstone Castle, the atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Viserys sat upon the seat once occupied by his father, his complexion still bearing an unusual flush. The nearly imperceptible pale pink mark at the center of his forehead seemingly radiating a subtle warmth in the candlelight. His daughter Rhaenyra stood closely beside him, her violet eyes filled with concern and scrutiny, her gaze occasionally drifting toward that mark. Below them stood the most pivotal figures of the realm, the wise and loyal hand of the king, Otto Hightower, whose face was an unmoving mask, yet whose eyes surged with tumultuous emotions, the captain of the Kingsguard, Harold Westerling, whose resolute countenance betrayed the lingering tremors of shock, and several other esteemed lords, all holding their breath in anticipation of the new king's words. You all have seen it. Viserys' voice was somewhat hoarse as he raised a hand, his fingertips lightly brushing his forehead, as if he could still feel the searing pain of that drop of molten blood merging with him, along with the overwhelming surge of power that followed. The platinum ancestral dragon of death, the mighty beast, has acknowledged me. Your Majesty. Otto Hightower was the first to speak. His voice deep and cautious, each word weighed with care. This is an unprecedented miracle. That ancient creature has never shown such intimacy toward any dragon king. A drop of blood. He paused momentarily, seemingly in search of the most precise term. It transcended the covenant of guardianship. It resembled more of a brand. A connection of bloodlines. A brand? Rhaenyra could not restrain herself from interjecting, her brow furrowed. Father, are you truly unwell? The sensation of that drop of blood lingered in her mind. She recalled the violent tremors of Viserys' body, the horrifying image of molten gold coursing beneath his skin. I am well, Rhaenyra. Viserys inhaled deeply, striving to quell the surging warmth within him, which left him both exhilarated and somewhat unsettled. In fact, I have never felt so powerful. It was as though the strength of a dragon was awakening within his veins. He clenched his fist, the knuckles producing a faint crack. This was not an illusion. He could distinctly feel the power nestled within his muscles, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. From whence does this power originate? From the very essence of the dying sun? Harold Valerion inquired solemnly, the captain of the Kingsguard more concerned with the substance of it. What could it bestow upon you? Invulnerability? The ability to breathe fire like a dragon? Or, as the legends suggest, a will that can influence it? Viserys fell silent. He could not provide an answer. The sensations brought forth by that drop of blood were profound and nebulous. They did not directly endow him with any tangible ability. It felt more like a resonance, a faint connection to the very ley lines of Dragonstone, or perhaps to some ancient and colossal existence. And that searing heat, as if a core of eternal dragon fire lay dormant within him. I do not know, Harold, Viserys admitted candidly. I only know that it has acknowledged me. It has deepened the bond with our family through its blood. This drop of blood signifies guardianship. It signifies power, perhaps. He paused, his gaze becoming profound. Also a responsibility that we must bear with a strength worthy of it. Otto Hightower regarded the young king intently, keenly sensing the heavy burden in Viserys' words. The gift from the ancient behemoth was no mere trinket. It was a double-edged sword, elevating Viserys to unprecedented heights while placing him in an exceedingly delicate and perilous position. Any weakness, any error, could be perceived as a desecration of the power represented by that drop of blood. The mountain of the dead dragons has once again succumbed to slumber. Otto spoke slowly, his voice regaining its customary steadiness. Yet its will, through the mark upon your Majesty's brow, has already proclaimed itself to the realm. Westeros will understand that the dominion of House Targaryen is not solely founded upon dragons, but also rests upon an unshakable foundation from the ancients. He turned to the assembly, his tone imbued with a sense of declaration. From this day forth, the name of Blood Dragon Viserys shall resound throughout the 7 kingdoms. The scar upon your Majesty's brow is the crown bestowed by the Wall of Platinum, a sacred emblem of the union between the Targaryen bloodline and the ancient powers of Dragonstone. This is the blessing of the heavens upon our king. Blessings upon the Targaryens. Following a brief silence in the council chamber, a chorus of restrained excitement and reverence arose. Blessings upon our king. Blessings upon the Targaryens. Viserys felt the faint warmth upon his brow, listening to the voices of his subjects. He comprehended that from this moment forth, his reign, his life, and indeed the future of House Targaryen were irrevocably intertwined with the slumbering behemoth deep within Dragonstone, bound in a manner that transcended mere bloodline. He was not a conqueror like Aegon, yet he would ascend as the blood dragon, Varys, the dragon king crowned by the ancient mountain dragon through a pact of blood. Meanwhile, in the depths of that sulphurous cavern, the consciousness of the behemoth had long since descended into boundless chaos. The titles imposed upon Varys, blood dragon, heir of the platinum wall, held no relevance to it. It merely performed the ritual of a fleeting slumber, leaving behind a droplet of blood, a remembrance of a new soul. Then, it returned entirely to eternal silence, awaiting the day when the call connected to that droplet would once more pierce the heavy rock layers, echoing with despair or oath, prompting it to reopen its molten gold vertical eye. Ancestors, save me. This call might resound again in a new form, and when it did, it would no longer be mere jest, but the true clarion to awaken the platinum mountain dragon of death. Chapter 28. The might of the blood dragon deep within Dragonstone. The warmth of sulfur enveloped the platinum giant once more submerged in the abyss of time. The consciousness of the behemoth had long dissipated into the vast chaos, and the tumult of power struggles, as well as the ripples incited by its own blood, were of no concern to it. It merely fulfilled the continuation of a covenant, leaving behind a mark, then returned entirely to its most familiar state of existence, breathing in synchrony with the ley lines in its slumber. However, beneath the shadow of Dragonstone Castle, the currents of power surged tumultuously due to that droplet of blood. In the study of Prime Minister Otto Hightower, the heavy oak door was firmly shut, isolating the room from the outside clamor. The candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows upon his shrewd, yet somewhat acerbic visage. Before him stood his eldest son, Jason Hightower, a young man who inherited his father's ambition but lacked his profound cunning. Father. They now refer to him as the Blood Dragon. Jason's tone bore a subtle trace of disdain mingled with greater anxiety. Is it solely due to that nearly invisible scar on his forehead? Or perhaps just a single drop of blood from that beast? It is utterly absurd. Even the servants in the castle are whispering that His Majesty Varys has attained the true legacy of the Platinum Wall, possessing the power of the Mountain Dragon. Otto did not respond immediately. His fingertips lightly drummed upon the smooth surface of the table, his gaze fixed on a confidential report spread before him. It detailed Varys's remarkable reaction speed during a near calamity at the funeral, where a clumsy servant nearly ignited a fire by toppling a candelabrum, as well as the astonishing strength he exhibited by single-handedly stabilizing a heavy stone flower pot. The servant, paralyzed with fear, claimed that in that moment, the king's eyes seemed to flicker with a molten gold glimmer under the candlelight. Absurd? Otto finally spoke, his voice low and icy, reminiscent of a serpent gliding over stone. Jason, never underestimate the power of symbolism, especially when that symbolism is intertwined with unfathomable strength. The monstrous creature, known as the Dreadfire, possesses the ability to incinerate warships with its dragon flames, rendering even the mightiest crossbows futile. With a mere flick of its tail, it can obliterate an entire army. This is a truth witnessed by the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms, validated by countless rivers of blood. Now, a single drop of its blood has merged with the king's essence. He rises and strides to the window, gazing into the depths of the island. Shrouded in sulphurous steam, his eyes deep with contemplation. This drop of blood is a living miracle. It serves as the ultimate endorsement of House Targaryen's legitimacy. It catapults Viserys from the role of a mere city defender to that of a chosen king. The people shall believe he wields superhuman strength, blessed and guided by the ancient behemoth. This belief is sharper than the finest sword and more searing than dragon fire. Jason's complexion shifted. What about us, Hightower? Otto turned, the candlelight casting a sharp glint in his eyes. We must exercise utmost caution. We must remain concealed. Any doubt cast upon Viserys, any attempt to undermine his authority, will now be perceived as a provocation against that slumbering giant. Do you wish to test the consequences of awakening the Platinum Wall once more? Witness that sea of crimson. A shiver coursed through Jason as he recalled the horrific legends of that bloody massacre. Remember, Jason, Otto's voice lowered, laden with an unmistakable warning. Viserys Targaryen is now the Blood Dragon. This is not merely a title. It is the sword of Damocles hanging over all potential adversaries. The hilt gripped by the claws of that creature deep within Dragonstone. Before him, sheath all your irreverence and disdain, at least until we possess absolute certainty. The final words were barely audible, yet they bore the weight of cold calculation. Days later, a modest family funeral unfolded on Dragonstone to mourn an aged, deceased relative. The atmosphere lacked the solemnity of Aegon's funeral, yet it gathered a considerable number of family members and nobles of Dragonstone. Viserys, clad in simple garb, stood at the forefront of the crowd. The mark upon his brow had completely faded, leaving only the faintest trace. However, upon his arrival, an invisible pressure permeated the air. As people bowed, their respect deepened, their voices instinctively lowered, and when their gazes fell upon him, it was not merely the formality owed to a king, but an additional layer of indescribable reverence, an awe inspired by the name of the blood dragon and a fear of the slumbering beast behind him. During the ceremony, a young dragon, belonging to a novice rider, stirred restlessly, its dark scales glistening ominously, perhaps influenced by the oppressive atmosphere of mourning or its inherent nature. It suddenly emitted a provocative growl, its neck scales bristling, even exhaling a small plume of smoky fire in Viserys' direction. Dark smoke. Silence. The young rider, pale with fright, desperately tugged at the reins. Just as the embers fell and the crowd gasped in surprise, Viserys did not turn around. He merely inclined his face slightly, his brow instinctively furrowing, as his gaze, tangible as a blade, swept over the agitated black dragon. No roar, no movement, merely a glance. With a sudden, piercing cry, the once arrogant black dragon was struck as though by an invisible hammer. It emitted a brief, fearful wail, its massive form immediately bowing low. Its proud head pressed firmly against the ground, scales that had stood erect now flattened in submission, and its tail tucked tightly between its hind legs, trembling in fear. In its wild, fiery eyes, there remained only the purest essence of terror and submission before a superior predator. The young rider was momentarily stunned, struggling to maintain his grip on the reins. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present witnessed this extraordinary scene. Merely a glance, a single gaze had tamed a defiant adult dragon. Viserys himself was momentarily taken aback, acutely aware of the strange warmth surging from his brow and a primal, instinctive suppression of the dragon's bloodline that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. This was not merely the power of the bloodstone at work. It was as if his own lineage, having merged with that drop of platinum blood, had undergone a profound evolution, wielding an elevated dominion over dragons. He slowly turned his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the trembling black dragon that dared not lift its head, before nonchalantly returning to the funeral rites, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, this moment was indelibly etched into the hearts of all witnesses. A silent shock rippled through the crowd, fermenting into whispers that could no longer be contained. The dragon fears him. The blood dragon is indeed the blood dragon. It embodies the will of the Platinum Wall. It resides within the king's bloodline. The gods bear witness. Otto Hightower, standing at the periphery of the crowd, absorbed the entirety of this spectacle. His face betrayed no emotion. Yet the nails of his hands, clasped behind his back, dug deep into his palms. The trepidation and coldness within him ran deeper than the waters of Dragonstone. Viserys did not need to summon the Bloodstone. He himself had begun to manifest the terrifying power bestowed by that drop of blood. This power was not merely directed at humans, but at dragons as well. It utterly disrupted his estimations of the power balance. Meanwhile, deep within the forgotten sulfur caves, the massive form of the Bloodstone lay shrouded in steam, resembling an ancient mountain, obscured yet ever-present. Dust continued to silently cloak its platinum scales. It remained oblivious to the tumult stirred by its single drop of blood, to the renown of the blood dragon, or to Viserys' glance that commanded the dragon's submission. It was simply asleep. Yet, all who knew the legends of the Platinum Death Mountain Dragon, whether in reverence, fear, or with ulterior motives, were acutely aware that colossal beast had not departed. It was merely in slumber. Its will, its power, its presence, through that drop of blood now infused within the new king's lineage, enveloped Dragonstone and the entire Targaryen dynasty in an unprecedented manner. Viserys Targaryen sits upon the Iron Throne, and the name of the Blood Dragon serves as the invisible chain that binds the throne to the eternal slumbering shadow deep within Dragonstone. As long as the chains remain, and as long as that drop of blood continues to flow, the shadow of the deathly mountain of platinum dragons shall eternally loom over the skies of Westeros, becoming the most profound and terrifying cornerstone of the Targaryen reign. The next awakening may not be heralded by the desperate cries of ancestral salvation, but rather by the unquenchable tidal waves of the blood dragoness fury. Now, continuing the tale of blood dragon Viserys and the legend of that drop of platinum blood, here unfolds an elaboration of the queen's childbirth. Time quietly slipped away on the rugged volcanic rocks of Dragonstone, the years vanishing in an instant. The queen of King Viserys Targaryen, the blood dragon king, finally bore him a healthy daughter. When the infant, with her sparse silver hair and violet eyes, was presented before him, a rare warmth illuminated the weary yet regal visage of Viserys. He personally bestowed upon her the name, Rhaenyra Targaryen, a name imbued with deep reverence for her grandmother, Queen Rhaella, the dragon singer who once shared a wondrous bond with the Silver Wall. Yet beneath the joy lay a heavy shadow. The queen would endure 5 more pregnancies, each accompanied by the hushed prayers of the realm, only to culminate in tragedy, stillbirths, and heartbreaking miscarriages. Each loss struck Viserys' heart like a hammer, reverberating the anxieties surrounding the kingdom's heir. A male heir was imperative, an ironclad law of Westeros and a steadfast foundation of the Targaryen dynasty. The queen's body grew increasingly frail under the weight of these blows, and a sense of despair enveloped the Red Keep. This time, when the queen was once more confirmed pregnant, Viserys grasped her cold hand tightly. His eyes, reflecting a glimmer of molten gold inherited from the setting sun, burning with an unprecedented resolve, tinged with a hint of near paranoia. This time was different. His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable conviction. "Trust me, this time we shall succeed. I have devised a means to ensure your safety and that of our child." The queen gazed into the peculiar light in his eyes, feeling the searing warmth emanating from his palm, an unusual change brought forth by that drop of platinum blood. Though her heart brimmed with doubt, she was also touched by his determination, igniting a flicker of elusive hope within her. Meanwhile, within the council chamber of the Red Keep, tension crackled in the air. Viserys' brother, the roguish Prince Daemon Targaryen, lounged nonchalantly in a chair, facing a barrage of accusations from the lords, particularly from the Chancellor, Otto Hightower. The uproar stemmed from his repeated abuse of royal immunity, mercilessly dispatching several commoners from Flea Bottom whom he deemed unsavory, employing brutal methods. "Prince Daemon, how many times must this happen? Your actions are a blatant violation of the law, tarnishing the honor of House Targaryen." An elderly lord fumed, his beard trembling with indignation. "Honor?" Daemon scoffed, toying with the Valyrian steel dagger known as Dark Sister, his gaze dripping with disdain. "Do the vermin of Flea Bottom deserve to speak of honor? I am ridding King's Landing of pests. What, Lord Hightower, do your gold cloaks fail to cleanse even a handful of filth, necessitating a prince to intervene?" Otto Hightower's expression darkened ominously as he prepared to chastise the unruly prince with more severe language, seeking to diminish Daemon's influence in the court. At that moment, the heavy doors of the council chamber were abruptly thrust open. Viserys Targaryen entered without announcement or forewarning. His towering figure appeared in the doorway, and instantly, the tumult within the hall was silenced as if severed by a razor. The air seemed to solidify. The ministers, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, suddenly fell silent, bowing their heads. Even the unruly Daemon instinctively reined in his nonchalant demeanor, straightening his posture. A flicker of barely perceptible apprehension crossing his gaze, not towards his elder brother, but towards the invisible mark that had long since faded from his brow, yet seemed to exist eternally, and the terrifying shadow of the slumbering dragon deep within Dragonstone, which could be awakened at any moment by the wrath of the Blood Dragon. Otto Hightower promptly swallowed his carefully prepared sharp retorts, his face quickly adopting a mask of reverence as he slightly inclined his body. "Your Majesty." The entire chamber was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, leaving only the steady sound of Viserys' footsteps. He did not cast a glance at Daemon or the other ministers, but walked straight to the throne and seated himself. His voice was calm and unwavering, yet carried an unsettling weight. "The Queen will give birth tomorrow. The kingdom is about to welcome a new heir. Today's council meeting is hereby adjourned." Succinct and indisputable. No one dared to inquire whether it would be a prince or a princess, nor did anyone dare to mention Daemon's misdeeds again. In the face of the Blood Dragon's intangible pressure and the momentous news of the impending heir, all disputes seemed trivial. "Yes, Your Majesty," the ministers responded in unison, swiftly and quietly exiting the chamber. Daemon observed his brother's tranquil visage, which seemed to harbor molten lava beneath the surface, smirking slightly before lazily rising and sauntering away. He understood that today was certainly not an opportune moment to provoke Viserys. The following day, Viserys announced in the arena that the queen was to give birth that very day. Shortly thereafter, a pale-faced attendant rushed towards the stands. "Your Majesty, something is amiss. The queen, her position is incorrect. The maesters are at a loss. The situation is dire." He sprang to his feet, an alarming brightness igniting in his molten gold eyes, the warmth from his Valyrian blood surging within him. Fear and resolve intertwined across his face. "Summon all the royal physicians. Bring the finest instruments and medicines, and prepare the most comfortable litter. Immediately. At once." Viserys' voice, like ice, carried a hint of undeniable madness to the depths of Dragonstone. He commanded with unwavering certainty. to the lair of the blood of the dragon. Quickly, the orders reverberated like thunder. The entire Red Keep was suddenly engulfed in an atmosphere of tense and eerie urgency. No one questioned the king's frenzied decision. There was only absolute obedience to the will of the blood dragon and profound concern for the queen's fate. The physicians, pale-faced and hurried, bore their medical kits and instruments. Robust attendants lifted the meticulously prepared litter, and the guards solemnly cleared the way. Viserys personally escorted the queen, whose pallid complexion and feeble breath betrayed the agony and jostling she endured. The group surged out of the Red Keep like a whirlwind, boarding the vessel that had been prepared for their swift departure to Dragonstone. As they arrived, racing towards the island's heart, shrouded in sulphurous steam, the sky was already dimming towards dusk. A pungent scent of sulfur assaulted their senses, the air thick and stifling. The cave's entrance loomed before them, a gaping maw of darkness as if a colossal beast lay in wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Viserys signaled for the litter to halt, instructing the royal physician and attendants to remain outside. He inhaled deeply. The mingled scent of sulfur and geothermal heat seemed to temper the fervor coursing through his veins, instilling within him a peculiar sense of confidence. Alone, he ventured into the eternal darkness and warmth of the cave. Inside, the shadows were not absolute. Faint geothermal glimmers and the movement of sulfur vapors sketched indistinct outlines. Deep within, a colossal, platinum-hued figure lay quietly, draped in a thick layer of dust, as if it were fused with the very rock. The voice of his ancestor echoed within the cavern, imbued with a barely perceptible tremor and profound earnestness. I require your assistance. For the bloodline of Rila, for the future of House Targaryen. The moment his words lingered in the air, a subtle tremor surged from the depths of the massive form, akin to the awakening of the earth. The heavy, mineral-coated eyelids slowly parted, revealing a narrow slit. In the dimness, molten gold-slitted pupils ignited, akin to two ancient, ethereal lamps, casting a calm gaze upon the intruder. Reflected in those ancient eyes were Viserys' anxious features, alongside the muffled, agonized moans of the queen and the helpless whispers of the physicians from outside. The consciousness of the Ancient One stirred from eons of slumber, perceiving the human boy marked by its blood, recognizing in his eyes the same resolute determination his father, Aegon, had possessed to ensure the continuation of their lineage. It also sensed the fragile life outside, teetering on the brink of existence, accompanied by an overwhelming despair that yearned for a miracle. In an instant, understanding dawned upon it. No roar erupted, nor were there unnecessary movements. It did not even need to rise. An invisible wave of wool emanated from its vast form. Thermal regulation. The already warm and humid air within the cavern underwent an exquisitely subtle transformation. The pervasive scent of sulfur seemed to be harmonized by some unseen force, becoming nurturing and vibrant. The temperature shifted from searing heat to a steady warmth, perfectly conducive to life, soothing tension and pain, an optimal environment akin to the womb of a mother. A strangely comforting warmth enveloped the cave, as if the gentlest of hands caressed every corner. Outside, the queen, tormented by excruciating pain and on the verge of unconsciousness, suddenly felt an indescribable warmth enveloping her. The heart-wrenching agony softened under this warmth, and her tightly wound muscles and nerves miraculously began to ease. Even the restless life within her, agitated by an improper position, seemed to sense the ancient, life-affirming solace that enveloped the atmosphere, becoming somewhat tranquil. The temperature has shifted. The most seasoned chief physician was the first to perceive the anomaly. He gazed in astonishment at the thermometer in his hand, incredulously sensing the alteration in the surrounding air. How could this be? It's simply perfect. Quickly, bring the queen inside. Gently now. In the ideally orchestrated environment crafted by the radiant twilight, and with the full support of the physicians seizing this miraculous opportunity, a delivery that had been deemed nearly fatal took an astonishing turn. Sweat drenched the queen's hair. Her nails dug deeply into the arm of her husband, Viserys, who remained steadfastly by her side. Yet, beneath the continuous and gentle warmth, imbued with a semblance of life's magic, she summoned her final strength. At last, a resounding wail of a newborn pierced the silence of the sulphurous cavern. "It's a boy, Your Majesty, a healthy prince." The chief physician's voice trembled with excitement as he presented the swaddled infant to Viserys. Viserys beheld his son, vibrant and wailing in his arms, and gazed upon the queen's pale yet relieved visage. An overwhelming joy and a sense of profound relief almost caused him to falter. He abruptly lifted his gaze, looking deep into the cavern where the molten gold vertical pupils still regarded them with calmness, gratitude, awe, and a deeper, fateful connection surged within him. Cradling his son, he approached the great head of the radiant twilight, bowing deeply in an ancient gesture of respect reserved for the most esteemed ancestors of House Targaryen. "Thank you, ancestors." His voice was low and sincere. "Your kindness shall forever be remembered by House Targaryen." Looking down at the infant, his expression resolute, he declared the child would be named Balon, wishing for him to inherit courage and strength. The vertical pupils of the radiant twilight seemed to shift slightly, their gaze lingering momentarily on the fragile new life. Then, they slowly, silently closed again. The molten light dimmed, and the temperature within the cavern quietly returned to its previous state, the peculiar, assisting warmth of life receding like a tide. Its task was complete. Viserys understood this silent dismissal. He bowed deeply once more, then carefully cradled Balon, signaling to the physicians and attendants to gently lift the exhausted yet safe queen onto a soft litter. With a sense of ecstatic relief and boundless reverence, akin to pilgrims, they silently withdrew from the ancient cavern that had witnessed this miracle of birth. Deep within the cave, only eternal darkness, the murmuring of hot springs, and the white gold mountains sinking back into a dreamless slumber remained. Dust began to slowly cover the scales that had briefly shone with a flicker of will. Dragonstone welcomed its new prince, Balon Targaryen. His birth, stemming from the despair of an improper position, concluded beneath the mysterious and formidable power of the island's oldest guardian. This is destined to become yet another legend shrouded in the sacred and the strange, adding vibrant strokes to the reign of the blood dragon, Viserys, and the enigmatic bond between the Targaryen family and the dragons of the fabled White Mountain. From the very moment of his birth, Balon's life was inextricably entwined with the slumbering majesty of the Platinum Mountain Range. Chapter 29. The dying blood dragon. The eternal slumber deep within Dragonstone was shattered, not by war or disaster, but by the miraculous arrival of life. The otherworldly ability of heat regulation, bestowed by the shadow of death, crafted an extraordinary birthing environment for the queen and her breechborn son, Balon. As Viserys cradled his newborn son, filled with reverence and gratitude, he paid the family's most solemn respects to the great platinum shadow, while the sulphurous caverns seemed to radiate with a divine glow. Yet, fate's cruelty towards the Targaryen family surpassed all imagination. This miraculous joy, delicate as a fragile crystal chalice, was shattered in an instant. Shortly after the queen returned to the Red Keep in King's Landing with her newborn heir, a sudden and unforeseen inferno engulfed her chambers. When Viserys, driven by madness, rushed into the ruins of the fire, he beheld only two charred bodies entwined in a final embrace, his beloved queen and their newly born son, the embodiment of boundless hope. There were no heart-wrenching cries. Viserys stood there silently, like a statue. The acrid scent of charred flesh and wooden ash filled the air. Within the depths of his molten gold eyes, the searing warmth of his platinum blood seemed to instantly cool and solidify, transforming into an unyielding frost. He understood better than anyone that this was no accident. The viper lay coiled within his resplendent palace, lurking beside his seemingly tender pillow. From that day forth, the blood dragon Viserys underwent a transformation. He became taciturn, his emotions fluctuating unpredictably. Those once potent molten eyes, imbued with the strength of the shadow's blood, were often veiled in a chilling frost, surveying others with a penetrating, icy gaze. In the court, none dared to meet his eyes, for the invisible pressure was laced with a bone-chilling ferocity. In the vacancy left by the queen's absence, his daughter Rhaenyra's astute and ambitious confidant, Alicent Hightower, the daughter of Hand Otto, sniffed out the bloodshed like a hyena and swiftly filled the void, becoming the new queen through a facade of gentleness and calculated appeasement. Viserys was well aware of her intentions, yet he was engulfed in the anguish of losing his wife and child, his heart and spirit utterly drained. Unable to fully reckon with the hidden hand of treachery, suspecting Otto but lacking solid evidence, and wary of the forces behind him, he transformed his profound sorrow and anxiety for the future into a singular hope for his remaining healthy offspring. Defying all opposition to formally declare his eldest daughter, Rhaenyra Targaryen, as the heir to the throne. This act ignited the first spark, laying the groundwork for the storms to come. As time flowed, a decade slipped away in the blink of an eye. In the somber yet ambitious heart of young Aemon Targaryen, an opportunity presented itself like carrion to a vulture upon the death of Lady Lena Velaryon, the former mistress of the dragon Vhagar, on Driftmark. In a daring gamble, he miraculously tamed this most colossal and ferocious she-dragon of Westeros. As he returned to King's Landing, Riding Vagr with the ecstasy of a conqueror, he lost an eye in a fierce clash with the sons of Rhaenyra. This confrontation ignited a tempest within the castle, pitting the factions supporting Rhaenyra, known as the Blacks, against those backing Alicent and her progeny, the Greens, in unrelenting discord. It was only when Viserys, stooped and frail, entered the eye of the storm that tensions momentarily ceased. A decade of insidious poisoning, orchestrated by Alicent with the aid of the royal physician to accelerate Viserys' decline and consolidate her power, had ravaged his health. Once a majestic blood dragon, he now moved with faltering steps, his frame emaciated, as if a mere gust could topple him. Yet, when his molten gold eyes, clouded by pain and toxins, swept across the assembly, a profound silence enveloped the room, as if every voice had been choked. No one had forgotten the bloody purge a decade prior, targeting those associated with the Queen's demise. That was the most visceral manifestation of the blood dragon's wrath. As long as he drew breath, he possessed the capacity to extinguish any life there, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. The blood of the Valyrian lineage bestowed upon him a vitality that transcended the mortal coil, yet it also subjected him to agonies beyond comprehension, sharpening the final, destructive edge of his will. In the thick of that stifling silence, Viserys, with a hoarse and weary voice, sought to quell the conflict, demanding mutual apologies from both parties. This seemingly feeble resolution was, in truth, a reflection of his exhaustion and a reluctant desire to cease the internal strife within his family. However, the embittered Queen Alicent, driven by emotion, committed an act of utter folly. She seized the king's dagger, forged from dragonbone and Valyrian steel, a symbol of the conqueror Aegon, and lunged at Rhaenyra. In that critical moment, Rhaenyra's eyes glinted with a cold calculation. Rather than evade, she deftly adjusted her stance, allowing Alicent's dagger to slice through her own arm, instantly staining her sleeve with crimson. "Oh!" Rhaenyra gasped, staggering backward. This scene, akin to a bucket of icy water poured over him, ignited a fierce rage within Viserys' murky gaze. His look directed at Alicent was steeped in profound disappointment and frigid disdain. The facade of affection that had lingered by his side for 10 years shattered beneath that thrust, revealing the venomous heart concealed behind her exquisite visage. Standing nearby, Aemond, who had just lost an eye and bore a blood-soaked bandage upon his face, spoke with a tone uncharacteristically cold for his age. "This trade is quite advantageous, mother. I may have sacrificed an eye, yet I have gained a dragon." His words, akin to the sudden clash of cold water into boiling oil, instantly ignited the suppressed fury of Rhaenyra's faction, plunging Viserys into an abyss of despair. This son had been utterly distorted by power and dragons. Years passed, yet the storm showed no signs of abating. Rhaenyra's husband, Laenor Velaryon, heir to Driftmark, met with an inexplicable demise. Shortly thereafter, Rhaenyra clandestinely wed her uncle Daemon Targaryen, who harbored special affections for her, thus solidifying the core strength of the Black faction. 6 years later, on Dragonstone, Daemon unearthed 3 precious dragon eggs from the nest of Syrax, Rhaenyra's steed. He presented the eggs to the guardian of the nest in exchange for a sealed letter. After a hasty glance at its contents, Daemon's expression shifted, and he quickly concealed the letter before returning to the castle. "What did the letter say?" Rhaenyra inquired eagerly. In a hushed tone, Daemon's eyes shimmered with excitement and resolve. "There has been a shift in King's Landing. Otto and Alicent are accelerating their plans, attempting to overturn the matter of succession entirely. They intend to convene a so-called council to adjudicate the heirs, aiming to strip you of your birthright and install Aegon, Alicent's eldest son." Rhaenyra's gaze turned as cold as steel. "They dare. They not only dare, but they are preparing to do so in the coming days." Daemon clenched his fists. "We must return to King's Landing at once. We must appear before everyone before they concoct their so-called ruling." "Agreed," Rhaenyra decisively replied. "But we cannot go empty-handed or unprepared. Daemon, arrange for ships immediately. We depart at once." She paused, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes as she regarded her second son, Lucerys Velaryon, affectionately known as Luke. "Luke, once we leave Dragonstone for King's Landing, you must go to a specific place." "Where, mother?" Luke inquired. "To the depths of the island, to the cave where our ancestors rest." Rhaenyra's voice bore an undeniable gravity. "Awaken it. Tell it that the blood of the dragon calls for it. The true heir of Targaryen needs it. King's Landing needs it." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Luke's violet eyes, quickly transforming into determination. "I understand, mother." Daemon and Rhaenyra hastened towards King's Landing. Days later, within the Grand Hall of the Red Keep, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie stillness before a tempest. The so-called council to determine the heirs was convened under the auspices of Queen Alicent and Prime Minister Otto Hightower. Members and supporters of the Green faction were nearly all present, while the Blacks appeared isolated. Alicent sat in the main seat, adorned with a restrained smile that betrayed her ambition. Otto spoke eloquently, employing meticulously prepared legal texts and antiquated customs of male preference inheritance, attempting to pave the way for Rhaenyra's deposition and Aegon's ascension. Many previously undecided nobles, influenced by the Green faction's might and Otto's rhetoric, seemed inclined to accept this outcome. Just as Otto was poised to deliver his conclusion, and Alicent prepared to announce the pivotal ruling, a resounding crash echoed through the hall. The enormous oak doors, reinforced with iron bars, were forcefully flung open by an overwhelming force from outside. No, it was not a mere forceful entry, but rather an overwhelming push. A figure, bent like a candle flickering in the wind, adorned with a golden mask that concealed a visage ravaged by toxic decay, entered with the assistance of 2 loyal Kingsguard, who evidently had not succumbed entirely to the Green Party's influence. Step by arduous step, he advanced, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. It was Viserys Targaryen. The council chamber was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The smile on Alicent's face froze, replaced by a pallor of disbelief and terror. Otto's eloquence abruptly halted, as if a hand had clasped around his throat. How could he still be alive? How could he stand? The poison Alicent had administered was potent enough to fell 10 bulls. That damned blood of Valyrian descent. Viserys paid no heed to the horrified gazes fixed upon him, nor to Alicent's piercing glare that seemed to harbor daggers. Each step was a monumental struggle, as though he were expending his last vestiges of strength, yet he embodied a regal dignity reminiscent of a dying sun. He made his way to the far end of the hall, toward the Iron Throne, forged from countless swords and emblematic of conquest and authority. With the assistance of the Kingsguard, he ascended to the throne with agonizing slowness, the cold steel biting into his frail body, yet he maintained an upright posture. His molten gold eyes, revealed beneath the mask, swept over the frozen assembly of lords below, ultimately settling on the ashen faces of Alicent and Otto. His voice, hoarse like a broken bellows, resonated throughout the chamber as he declared, "Read my will." The summoned scribe, Ser Harwin, trembled as he approached, unfurling a document secretly signed by Viserys in a moment of clarity, entrusted to the most loyal of Kingsguard for safekeeping. His voice quaked with trepidation, yet he recited clearly, "Hereby, I declare my daughter Rhaenyra Targaryen as the sole legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, with indisputable rights to her progeny. Furthermore, Driftmark and all its waters, territories, and privileges shall be inherited by Rhaenyra's second son, Lucerys Velaryon." Lucerys Velaryon, Vaemond Velaryon, a cousin of Laenor, who coveted the inheritance of Driftmark, could no longer contain himself, leaping forth like a cat with its tail stepped on, and shouted, "Your Grace, have you lost your mind? Driftmark belongs to House Velaryon. How can it be given to a bastard? Her children are all illegitimate. They are the spawn of strong." Silence. Viserys erupted from the Iron Throne, the force of his movement causing his golden mask to shift slightly, revealing the decaying flesh beneath. A terrifying fury, fueled by that drop of Valyrian blood within him, erupted forth. His molten eyes locked onto Vaemond, as if they could consume him whole. He even contemplated descending from the throne to rend this madman asunder with his remaining strength. At that critical moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. Enough. With a flash, a gleaming blade was drawn. Daemon Targaryen materialized beside Vaemond like a spectral apparition. Before the chilling resonance of the Dark Sisters' dragon song could dissipate, Vaemond's head, adorned with a visage of astonishment and disbelief, was propelled skyward, drenched in a cascade of warm blood. The headless corpse crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. A cacophony of screams erupted. Yet, a far greater terror was imminent. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. The entire Red Keep quaked violently. The walls groaned, and dust rained down from the vaulted ceiling. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated. The thick stone wall of the council chamber, robust enough to withstand a battering ram, exploded inward as if struck by the fist of a deity. Debris flew like cannonballs. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, under the gaze of all present. Their souls scattered in fear, an unimaginable colossal head, adorned with heavy platinum-scaled armor, slowly emerged from the gaping breach. Its molten gold vertical pupils, akin to 2 frigid suns, radiated an ancient desolation and scrutiny, surveying the minuscule, terrified humans within the hall like mere ants. It was the dragon of death, Vagr. An utter silence enveloped the room, more profound than before. Even the act of breathing seemed to cease. Vagar's gaze swept across the ravaged council chamber, lingering on the familiar hunched figure of Aegon Viserys, ablaze with fury upon the Iron Throne, before finally settling upon the headless corpse at Daemon's feet, devoid of any emotion. Then, with great care, its immense, fortress-like forepaw reached forward. Within that claw, capable of effortlessly crushing castle towers, stood a figure, Lucerys Valerion, Joffrey. Amidst the multitude of horrified gazes, Joffrey nimbly leapt from Vagar's colossal claw, landing deftly. He hastened to his mother Rhaenyra's side, his gaze resolute. Vagar gradually retracted its massive claw, withdrawing its vast head from the breach. Yet, it did not depart. It lay down slowly upon the vast expanse of rubble formed by the collapsed wall. Like a guardian beast of its nest, or a judge overseeing all, the towering spines, flowing with the light of molten lava, were starkly visible beneath the skies of King's Landing, emanating a silent, yet soul-freezing aura of terror. This time, it would not return to Dragonstone to slumber. It remained here, at the vortex of power, at the source of the impending storm. It yearned to witness firsthand the fate of these descendants of the bloodline of the Singer Lyanna. These diminutive lives it had once protected, bestowed with its essence, even aided into existence. It must ensure that they would not be foolish enough to incinerate one another. Their entire lineage, along with the promise it had safeguarded, right beneath its watchful gaze. Chapter 30, Blood Dragon Death. Silence. Time seemed to freeze entirely under the molten gaze of Vagar. Within the chamber of the Red Keep, fragments of stone and dust lingered in the air, while the pool of blood beside the headless corpse of Vaemond Valerion gradually expanded. The pungent scent of blood mingled with the sulphurous and earthy air seeping in from outside, creating a nauseating, apocalyptic atmosphere. Everyone's minds were blank, overshadowed by the most primal fear. The once formidable stone wall, capable of withstanding the charge of heavy cavalry, had been effortlessly torn apart, resembling a mere child's toy, silently bearing witness to the incomprehensible, overwhelming power of the dragon of the Mountain of the Dead. It required no fiery breath. Its mere existence was sufficient to crush any will to resist. Lucerys Valerion, under the gaze of countless terrified and dazed eyes, gracefully leapt down from the colossal claw of the moving fortress that was Vagar. Upon landing, he exhibited no stumble, his violet eyes reflecting a steadiness beyond his years, coupled with a barely perceptible excitement. Ignoring the blood-soaked ground and the fallen debris beneath him, he swiftly traversed the petrified crowd, reaching his mother, Rhaenyra, and softly yet clearly called out to her, "Mother." Rhaenyra tightly grasped her son's hand, feeling the tremor in his palm, yet more importantly, a steadfast resolve. She lifted her gaze, peering past the gaping hole, towards the immense shadow sprawled across the desolate expanse outside. The towering, lava-blooded spines loomed under the dim sky of King's Landing, resembling a burning mountain of death. Her heart raced with a euphoric exhilaration of survival, the thrill of wielding ultimate power, and an uncontrollable shudder deep within her soul at the sight of this ancient entity. The ancestors had truly come for her. Vagar slowly withdrew its head from the breach in the wall. The immense shadow shifted away from the chamber, yet the weighty, almost tangible pressure remained undiminished. It loomed outside, like a living statue of a god, silently surveying the Red Keep and the entirety of King's Landing. It roared not, nor made any unnecessary movements. It simply lay in stillness, its spiny back pulsating with a molten glow, each flicker of light resonating with the heartbeat of everyone within the hall. This silent oppression proved far more suffocating than any roar. "Your Majesty." Prime Minister Otto Hightower's throat constricted painfully as he struggled to regain his voice, only to find his vocal cords rusted, rasping ineffectually. He turned his gaze towards Viserys upon the Iron Throne, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear and a desperate plea for hope. He understood that all was lost. The emergence of this monstrous beast had utterly shattered their meticulously crafted heir determination and obliterated all advantages of the Greens. In the face of absolute power, all schemes appeared laughably futile. Viserys, though hunched, maintained an upright posture upon the cold Iron Throne. The golden mask concealed his decayed visage but could not obscure the molten eyes, burning with the last flickers of life that pierced through the mask's openings. He observed Vagar's retreat, watched as Lucerys returned unharmed to Rhaenyra's side, and noted the once arrogant members of the Greens, now rendered mute and trembling below. An indescribable complexity of emotions surged within him. Was it solace? The ancestors had ultimately responded to the call, safeguarding the lineage of Layla, Rhaenyra, and little Joffrey. Or was it sorrow? The fissures within House Targaryen had grown so profound as to necessitate the awakening of this ancient harbinger of ruin for intimidation. Perhaps it was a weary anticipation of impending liberation? Summoning every ounce of strength, he raised his withered hand, its skin resembling desiccated bark, and pointed towards the scribe. Ser Harwin. The action was stiff and deliberate, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Continue reading, he commanded. His voice rasped like sandpaper, each word extracting immense vitality. Ser Harwin trembled, nearly losing his grip on the scroll of testament. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, though his tone quivered. It resonated clearly in the hushed hall. Those who dare question Rhaenyra Targaryen and her heir's rightful claim, or plot to fracture the kingdom, shall be deemed traitors. They shall face the flames of Dragonfire. The words flames of Dragonfire struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every member of the Green faction. Their gazes involuntarily drifting towards the colossal platinum shadow lying amidst the ruins outside, envisioning the incandescent destruction descending upon them, their faces drained of color. Cold sweat beating on their brows. Viserys' molten golden eyes, akin to dying embers, cast a final sweeping glance. His gaze lingered for a moment on Queen Alicent, her pallid complexion betraying a mixture of resentment and dread, and then flitted past Prince Aegon, who stood with a conflicted expression, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, before ultimately resting upon his most trusted brother, Daemon Targaryen, who had just slain Vaemond. Daemon was also watching him, his typically irreverent demeanor replaced by an almost devout fervor and sanguine exhilaration. Blood from the Dark Sister dripped from his hand. Yet he extended his tongue to taste the droplets that had splattered upon his lips, gazing intently at Viserys, then casting a fevered glance towards the ominous glow outside, as if silently proclaiming, "Behold, brother, this is power. This is what a Targaryen should embody." Viserys comprehended the madness reflected in Daemon's eyes. The last flicker of hope for familial harmony extinguished within him. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he weakly yet distinctly articulated his final decree. "This ends here. All of you withdraw." Upon uttering these words, he felt as though every bone had been extracted from his body, sinking into the cold, unyielding Iron Throne. Beneath the golden mask, a faint, hurried breath escaped, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. The platinum blood that had sustained him for a decade, resisting countless toxins, was rapidly dimming within him. No one dared to linger. The members of the Green faction fled like startled birds, heads bowed, shoving one another in haste. Retreating with the utmost speed and the lightest of steps from this hellish council chamber, fearful of disturbing the silent specter of death outside. Even Alicent, supported by her maid, departed in a daze, casting a venomous glare at Rhaenyra before hastily leaving, not daring to linger for a moment longer. Members of the Black Party, filled with a sense of survival and immense reverence, assisted the weakened Rhaenyra, whose arm was still oozing blood, as they slowly exited the council chamber under Daemon's signal. Daemon brought up the rear, turning to cast a profound glance at his brother, slumped upon the Iron Throne, and then at the colossal platinum figure outside the walls. A cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth before he turned away. The vast chamber was instantly transformed into an expanse of desolation, shrouded in silence. Only the frail, hunched form upon the Iron Throne remained, along with the lingering scent of blood and sulfur. Outside the walls, the ruins occupied by the immense silhouette of the dragon loomed like an eternal sculpture. Its molten gold vertical pupils were half closed, seemingly indifferent to the dissipating tumult within the hall. The great head turned slightly, its gaze sweeping over Viserys, who lay gasping on the Iron Throne. The human boy marked by its blood was on the brink of extinguishing his life as flame. It glanced toward the direction in which Rhaenyra and her companion had departed. It had no intention of leaving. Its massive form reclined upon the unfamiliar ground of King's Landing, the heavy platinum scales glinting with a cold, sacred sheen in the fading sunlight. The towering spines pulsed with a lava-like flow, reminiscent of an ever-burning river deep within the earth. It slowly closed its eyes, as if sinking back into slumber. Yet, all were aware that it remained awake. Its consciousness enveloped the entire Red Keep, casting a shadow over King's Landing. It observed Viserys' final struggles and demise. It watched Rhaenyra seize control of the situation, stabilized by its power. It scrutinized those with ulterior motives, stirring beneath its shadow. Trembling in fear, it beheld the family civil war, dubbed the Dance of the Dragons, unfold beneath its silent watch. Pondering how it would transpire and what brutal conclusion it would meet, King's Landing trembled in terror. News spread like a plague. The platinum dragon of death had descended upon the Red Keep. It had torn through the walls, brought forth an heir, and safeguarded the last will of the blood dragons. King Viserys' life hung by a thread, and the fate of the Iron Throne, under the gaze of the molten gold pupils, had already lost its suspense. Rhaenyra Targaryen stood atop the towers of the Red Keep, gazing at the colossal shadow lying over the ruins, the evening breeze caressing her silver hair. Her arms still throbbed with pain, yet her heart brimmed with an unprecedented strength and resolve. Her ancestors were there, like the most steadfast support. Meanwhile, deep within the consciousness of the dragon, that ancient will, having endured for millennia, stirred slightly. It sought not power, nor conquest. It was merely a promise, a vow to the songstress, Lyra. It aimed to ensure that those descendants, bearing her bloodline, would not be foolish enough to incinerate one another, their entire family, and the land it protected, right before its eyes. In the eye of the storm, a strange calm settled, heralded by the arrival of the Platinum Wall. Beneath this tranquility lies a turbulent undercurrent more ferocious than ever before, heralding the imminent eruption of monstrous waves. The stillness of dusk is but a fleeting calm within the eye of the storm, a countdown to the final reckoning. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, under the silent gaze of the molten gold eyes of the dusk, all life has finally been extinguished. Only the frail, withered form slumped upon the Iron Throne remains, alongside the suffocating scent of blood, sulfur, and dust that pervades the air. Outside the gaping hole, the last rays of the setting sun cast a dark golden sheen upon the colossal platinum beast lying amidst the ruins, its lava-like veins slowly coursing, reminiscent of cooling magma, exuding a relentless and suffocating pressure. The last echoes of the blood dragon, Viserion Targaryen, lay sprawled upon the cold blade of the throne. Each subtle breath emerged with a rasping wheeze, akin to a soul being forcibly extracted from a decaying shell. The golden mask tilted askew, revealing beneath it the ghastly, festering skin, yet those eyes, though clouded and murky, still fiercely burned with the last flicker of molten brilliance, a final glow bestowed by the platinum blood of dusk. He struggled to turn his gaze toward the immense figure looming beyond the wall's aperture, his vision blurred, consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet he distinctly felt the ancient presence watching him. There was no fear, no plea, only a profound weariness akin to liberation, coupled with an ineffable sense of entrustment. An ancestral thought traversed his dying mind. I have entrusted you with the bloodline of Rhaella. As if responding to this silent farewell, the massive head of dusk moved ever so slightly. Its molten eyes pierced through the breach, settling upon the frail, diminutive figure upon the Iron Throne. The human boy marked by its blood was on the brink of extinguishing his life as flame. It sensed the platinum blood, once intertwined with the boy's lineage, growing restless within its vessel, like a fledgling yearning to return to its nest. At that moment, act now, a shrill scream, suppressing madness and desperation, erupted from the shadows at the side door of the chamber. 3 figures darted forth like wraiths. They were no ordinary soldiers, but the Shadow's teeth, secretly nurtured by Otto Hightower, living to assassinate and destroy. The foremost figure wielded not a mere weapon, but a spear entirely black, glimmering with an eerie chill, meticulously crafted from dragon glass, obsidian. The spearhead pointed directly at the heart of the helpless Viserion. Their objective was clear: to complete the final and most crucial assassination while the blood dragon lingered in its twilight, seemingly at rest. Once Viserion was dead, chaos would ignite in full force. The Greens still had a chance to turn the tide. As for that beast, Otto wagered on its unresponsiveness. Or perhaps it simply did not care for a dying man. The dragon glass spear cleaved through the air, imbued with lethal coldness, and in an instant, it was upon Viserion's chest. Viserion's murky eyes barely registered a flicker of shock, yet roar. A deep rumble, transcending the limits of auditory perception, resonated through the very foundation of the Red Fortress, akin to an invisible giant hammer crashing down upon the ruins. This was not mere anger, but a primal release of energy, a warning imbued with destructive might, instinctively emitted by a slumbering beast disturbed from its repose. Time seemed to stretch unnaturally. The creature, known as Shahui, had not yet fully opened its eyes. Its massive tail, adorned with platinum scales and resembling a colossal siege hammer, surged forth with an unimaginable velocity, accompanied by a terrifying shriek that rent the very fabric of space itself, springing from its prone position in a sweeping arc. Boom! Crack! Splat! The 2 foremost shadows' fangs, along with their weapons, were obliterated upon contact with the colossal tail, akin to tomatoes crushed under immense water pressure. Their screams silenced before they could even escape their lips, transforming into 2 grotesque bursts of sanguine confetti. Bones, entrails, shattered shards of weaponry mingled with crimson liquid. erupting in a radial spray upon the battered walls and floor of the council chamber, leaving behind a gruesome fan-shaped carpet of flesh and blood. Only the assassin leader, wielding a dragon crystal spear, managed to evade a direct hit due to a fortunate shift in position and a remarkably swift reaction. However, the terrifying sonic boom and the violent gusts of air produced by the sweep struck him like an invisible hand. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. The dragon crystal spear slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground several meters from the throne of Viserion. He collided heavily with a distant stone pillar, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible as he slumped down, consciousness fading into oblivion. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After completing its devastating sweep, Sha Hui withdrew its blood-soaked and flesh-laden tail, letting it thud heavily back to the ground. Its molten gold vertical pupils finally opened fully, coldly surveying the two new pools of mangled flesh and the incapacitated assassin beneath the pillar. There was no fluctuation of emotion in its gaze, only a detached indifference towards the bothersome insects that needed to be eliminated. Throughout this entire ordeal, its immense form had not shifted an inch from its resting place. Viserion witnessed everything unfold. His gaunt face bore no expression, save for the last flicker of light deep within his molten gold eyes, wavering like a candle in the wind. He glanced at the dragon crystal spear lying nearby, then laboriously turned his gaze towards the enormous platinum shadow beyond the entrance. Thank you. The silent thought dissipated completely. With the last remnants of his strength exhausted, his head slumped weakly against the cold, unyielding backrest of the sword throne. Beneath the golden mask, the final faint breath ceased entirely. Blood Dragon Viserion Targaryen had passed away. In the very instant his life's flame extinguished, a faint yet pure platinum light, akin to a firefly, began to drift gently from the long-vanished mark on Viserion's forehead. It disregarded the distance of space, as if summoned by a primal force. Floating gracefully and resolutely towards the breach in the wall, toward the ancient beast lying amidst the ruins. The radiant glow emanated from the last essence of life contained within the drop of platinum blood that had once merged with him. This light, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, silently vanished into the colossal form of the creature, cloaked in heavy scales. The molten gold slit of its eye flickered momentarily, as if a minor depletion had been replenished, or perhaps it merely received a final echo from the departed contract holder. Above, in the high tower of the Red Keep, Rhaenyra, keenly observing the commotion below, witnessed the moment her father's head fell. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed her. Father! Her piercing cries shattered the dusk of King's Landing. Almost simultaneously with Rhaenyra's lament, Daemon Targaryen, like a shark detecting blood, erupted with a fierce brilliance in his eyes. He drew Dark Sister with fervor, raising it high above his head, and with all his might, he bellowed towards the Red Keep and the entirety of King's Landing. The king is dead. Long live the queen. Long live Queen Rhaenyra. This proclamation ignited a powder keg. Boom. Within and around the Red Keep, all loyal to Rhaenyra surged with fervor. Long-repressed roars erupted, the clash of weapons unsheathed, and the furious roars of dragons responding to their master's emotions. Both Syrax, Rhaenyra's, and Carax's, Daemon's, intertwined in a cacophony. The tumult rose to the heavens, momentarily overshadowing the dreadful pressure exerted by the creature outside. Long live the queen. Long live Queen Rhaenyra. Meanwhile, the members and supporters of the Green Party appeared ashen, trembling under the dual pressure of the new Queen's declaration and the looming shadow of the beast outside, desperately seeking refuge or an escape route. The creature lay quietly amidst the ruins, its immense head slightly raised, molten gold slit eyes resembling two cold moons, surveying the chaos and clamor unleashed by the shift in power below. It heard Daemon's declaration, Rhaenyra's weeping, and the thunderous cheers of Long live the Queen. Its gaze ultimately settled upon the silver-haired new Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen, who, despite tears streaming down her face, exhibited an unwavering resolve. Its colossal form remained tranquil as a mountain. Yet an invisible wave of will quietly spread forth, akin to a stabilizing force cast upon a tumultuous battlefield. It did not roar or move. It simply declared its presence through its eternal, oppressive existence. It was here. It was watching. It protected the bloodline of Rhaela, the newly crowned Rhaenyra. Any who dared to incite rebellion against the queen before it would be crushed, along with their ambitions and lives, into the crimson depths of hell. The chaos within the Red Keep, under the clamoring cries of Long live the Queen and the silent gaze of the white platinum mountains beyond, unnaturally subsided with remarkable speed. The loyal soldiers swiftly seized critical positions, while the green faction melted away like dew beneath the sun. The era of the blood dragon had drawn to a close. The overture of the Dance of Dragons commenced under the cold gaze of the molten gold, slit-eyed dragon of the dead mountain of platinum. The ancient guardian from another realm, known as the harbinger of destruction, would no longer remain in the shadows. Instead, it would emerge as the most terrifying and unpredictable arbiter and participant in this blood-soaked ballet, which would determine the fate of Westeros. It was determined to ensure that this dance would not incinerate everything it had vowed to protect. Chapter 31. Luring the tiger from its mountain, the molten gold eyes of the harbinger, akin to two icy fragments of amber, solidified over millennia. Fixated intently on the desolate expanse below, resembling a vast graveyard, King's Landing. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred ruins, the staleness of blood, and a pervasive dust of finality that penetrated to the very marrow. How many days had passed? Or perhaps weeks? The concept of time had lost all significance in this realm of despair. Its colossal consciousness enveloped the city like an invisible net, sweeping repeatedly over every corner of King's Landing, every shattered wall, and every diminutive figure cowering amidst the rubble. It sought the familiar silver hair and violet eyes, the faintest trace of the bloodline that originated from the singer, Lyra. Nothing. There was nothing. The once boisterous power center, the Red Keep. The towers that had once danced with dragon shadows, the palaces that pulsed with Targaryen will, now lay in utter disarray and silence. The usurper's army had long since retreated, laden with plundered wealth and symbolic victories, leaving behind a city completely hollowed out and broken at its core. Occasionally, a few figures could be seen scavenging through the ruins like carrion vultures, searching for the last remnants of sustenance. More absurdly, during this time, a handful of oblivious souls, perhaps having heard of the molten gold dragon's quest for a silver-haired individual, managed to procure some inferior dye and transform their hair into a glaring, lackluster imitation of silver. With audacity, they ventured to the hills outside the harbinger's lair, flailing their arms and shouting hoarsely, "Look here, great beast! I am a Targaryen. I carry the blood of the dragon. Noble one, I am the true dragon. Choose me. I can lead you." The harbinger could scarcely be bothered to unleash its breath. Its massive, platinum-scaled forepaw merely flicked dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. The cacophony abruptly ceased, leaving behind only a smear of indistinct flesh and a few strands of dyed hair, scattered by the wind. Its gaze bore no trace of emotion, only a profound coldness sullied by the farcical display. Such clumsy antics, repeated once and twice, drained the last vestiges of its patience and extinguished the flickering, impractical hopes that lingered within. Damn it! A suffocating rage, mingled with a sense of humiliation never before experienced in eons, surged within its vast consciousness. What a pitiful brood the Targaryens were, always courting their own demise, fighting for power, engaging in fratricide, and incapable of even hatching an egg? Worthless, utterly worthless. What had it safeguarded? What had it intimidated? It even went to confront several inexplicable entities that emerged, accusing it of disrupting the so-called divine order of the world. Those slippery fellows darted away, leading it to uncharted territories far from Westeros. When it returned, burdened with the fatigue of battle, though its adversaries had fared no better, and consumed by a seething rage at having been toyed with, it was met with utter devastation. It felt like a fool, a great fool shackled by promises and responsibilities, only to witness the very ones it was meant to protect annihilate their own kin. The colossal head of the beast slowly turned southward, towards Dragonstone. In its molten golden eyes, the last flicker of attachment to the ruins extinguished, leaving only an abyss of desolation and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. No longer hesitating, its immense form rose with a thunderous roar, each step causing the hills to tremble, leaving deep, scar-like imprints upon the earth. It cast one last glance at King's Landing, then took heavy, resolute strides towards the sea, towards its initial and final sanctuary, Dragonstone. Deep within Dragonstone, the familiar sulphurous caverns awaited. The creature, bearing the scent of blood, dust, and sea salt from King's Landing, thundered down to its ancient resting place. The warm, rocky ground embraced it, enveloped by the rising sulfur vapors. It was too weary to shake off the grime clinging to its scales, instead burying its massive head deep within its intertwined forelimbs. This slumber was laden with unprecedented frustration and disillusionment. It shut down nearly all perceptions, consciousness sinking into a realm even darker and more silent than before. It no longer wished to know what transpired in the outside world, nor did it desire to hear any news about Westeros. The Iron Throne and the bloodline of the Dragon King could all go to hell. It simply wished to sleep, just sleep, awaiting to see whether that wretched child named Daenerys would truly emerge from the flames as foretold in the tales. This thought, tinged with self-mockery and a faint glimmer of defiance, became the final anchor of its consciousness before it succumbed to the void. Then, the boundless darkness completely enveloped it. Time, in this forgotten corner, lost all measure. Dust slowly and resolutely blanketed its platinum scales, coalescing into a thick shell akin to rock. Sulfur crystals grew in the fissures of its molten back, glimmering with a faint light. Water droplets from the stalactites above left shallow indentations on its mountainous spine, only to be filled again by new layers of dust. A century? Perhaps even longer. The sea winds of Dragonstone still howled. The waves continued to crash against the black rocks, yet within the depths of the island, this cavern seemed utterly frozen in time. The creature's consciousness drifted in absolute silence. No dreams, no memories, only a void. The faint thought of Daenerys had long since been eroded by the passage of time, until, at last, a voice emerged. A remarkably subtle yet piercing sound penetrated the thick layers of rock, the billowing sulfur, and the consciousness barriers constructed over eons. It was a song, melodious and ethereal, imbued with the unique clarity of a young girl and a hint of barely perceptible sorrow. The melody flowed gracefully, akin to a stream under the moonlight, resonating with the distinct cadence of the ancient Valyrian tongue, gently echoing in the silent cavern. The core of consciousness, as tranquil as a mountain, trembled abruptly. This song, this melody, unleashed a torrent of memory fragments long buried by time, akin to stones cast into a deep pool, surging forth with sudden vigor. There sat on the rocks a girl, her silver hair tousled by the sea breeze, Layla Targaryen, the dragon singer who had accompanied it for decades, dispelling the alien memories of a bygone world with her voice. So strikingly similar. No, almost indistinguishable. The purity within that voice, the vitality woven into the melody, the clarity that pierced the soul, resonated as if echoing across the vast river of time. The immense eyelid, encased in dense layers of mineralization and platinum scales, slowly, ever so slowly, opened a narrow fissure after countless centuries of closure. The molten gold slit pupil struggled to shift within its dust-laden socket, and deep within those depths, the accumulated ages of dust and desolation were forcibly rent apart by this sudden song. Chapter 32. The Pact of a Century Ago. Congratulations on achieving the feat of a godlike opponent with pig-like allies. This accomplishment stirred a complex array of emotions within Shahu. He squinted at the flickering achievement notification on the screen, contemplating how best to utilize this extraction point. After considerable reflection, Shahu decisively resolved to employ this extraction point immediately. With his command, a flash of light danced across the screen, followed by a new notification. Congratulations, you have acquired the language proficiency skill from the Unthinking Productions. Upon seeing this skill, Shahu's expression shifted subtly. He recalled past experiences and couldn't help but grumble. You didn't give it to me when I had company. But now that I'm all alone, you bestow it upon me. Yet, despite his complaints, Shahu resolved to experiment with this newly acquired ability. Taking a deep breath and focusing, he began practicing the use of this linguistic skill. After several attempts, he finally managed to speak fluently, although his speech remained somewhat clumsy. For one who had long struggled to articulate himself, this was a significant advancement. He smiled with satisfaction and chose to continue sleeping, allowing his body and mind to recuperate fully. He was prepared to play the charlatan as soon as Daenerys arrived. As time passed imperceptibly, the sea breeze of Dragonstone, laden with the scent of sulfur, incessantly battered the black volcanic rocks. In the island's deepest recess, within a cave forgotten by the world, platinum scales flickered with a faint glow in the darkness. The ancient behemoth, known as Shah Hui, from a distant realm, buried its head deep within its forepaws, slumbering through countless springs and autumns. Its dreams were chaotic and fragmented, occasionally flashing with shards of memories from the eternal winter lands where it hunted the others. Witnessing the shattering of those ethereal blue crystal monsters beneath its claws, along with the pulsating numbers on its attribute panel. Yet, more often than not, it dreamt of a melody, a girl seated upon the rocks, her silver hair flowing like moonlight, singing ancient tunes in Valyrian. A deep dragon's roar rumbled from the depths of Shah Hui's throat, causing the sulfur crystals upon the cave's ceiling to tremble and cascade down. It loathed dreaming, particularly of the songstress who had long since departed this world. Suddenly, a faint tremor pierced through the heavy rock layers. Shah Hui's eyelids, draped in mineralized armor, snapped open, its molten gold slit pupils igniting in the darkness. It was not an earthquake, but rather the sound of footsteps, human footsteps, outside its lair. Absurd. Since the extinction of House Targaryen and the desolation of Dragonstone, no soul had dared approach this place for centuries. Shah Hui's nostrils flared, expelling twin jets of sulfurous steam. Its colossal form remained motionless, yet its consciousness extended like an invisible web toward the cave entrance. This is it, the fabled lair of the Platinum Wall. A youthful voice, brimming with uncontainable excitement, proclaimed that the last living dragon resided within. Have you lost your mind, Marlos? That is merely a legend. Another voice interjected, more cautious, asserting that even if a dragon truly existed, they ought to keep their distance. Shah Hui's pupils constricted slightly. Humans. Once again, humans. It contemplated rising to scare off these oblivious ants with a mighty roar, yet an inexplicable weariness overcame it, quelling that thought. Ever since witnessing the self-destruction of House Targaryen during the Civil War, it had lost all interest in humanity. No, look at these traces. The first voice drew closer. These claw marks. By the gods, they are larger than a warship. The footsteps approached, accompanied by the flickering glow of torches. Shah Hui felt a surge of irritation and slowly closed its eyelids, preparing to disregard this disturbance. Until the song, a clear, pure voice, reminiscent of a mountain stream, suddenly echoed within the cavern. That melody, that timbre, nearly identical to the one sung by Rhaella Targaryen centuries ago. Shah Hui's eyelids flew open, its immense head lifting, dust and sulfur crystals cascading from its mountainous spine. In the flickering firelight at the cave's entrance stood a girl with silver hair and violet eyes, softly humming an ancient Valyrian lullaby. In an instant, Shah Hui was momentarily entranced, believing time had reversed and Rhaella had been reborn. Yet, it soon realized that this girl was even younger, her features more refined, adorned in garments it had never before encountered. Miss Daenerys, step back. An elder man cried out in terror, reaching to pull the girl away. But the one called Daenerys remained motionless. She widened her violet eyes, gazing intently into the molten gold orbs of darkness, her song unwavering and growing ever clearer. Shah Hui felt something long dormant within it awaken. It slowly shifted its massive form, the platinum scales scraping against the rocks, producing a deep, resonating rumble that reverberated throughout the cavern. As it fully revealed its 60-meter-long body, two men collapsed in terror, their torches falling to the ground and illuminating the terrifying silhouette that loomed like a moving mountain. Yet, the silver-haired maiden stood resolute, her song growing even more unwavering. Your voice, shining dawn, resonates like the roar of the earth's core, shaking the cavern walls. Who are you? The girl inhaled deeply, her violet eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glow. I am Daenerys, the Stormborn, a descendant of House Targaryen. Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained clear. I have come in search of the guardian of my family's legend, the Platinum Wall. Shining Dawn's pupils abruptly constricted. Targaryen? Descendant? Its consciousness instantly transported back several centuries to the family it had vowed to protect, those silver-haired, violet-eyed beings who bore the blood of Rhaella. Prove it to me. Shining Dawn growled, urgency seeping into its voice, unbeknownst to itself. Daenerys hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a delicate silver chain from around her neck, upon which hung a sharp-edged platinum scale, the very token that Shining Dawn had bestowed upon Rhaella, which later became a cherished heirloom of the Targaryen dynasty. Shining Dawn's breath grew heavy, the sulphurous heat washing over Daenerys's face, stirring her silver hair. It recognized the scale. It was the very token it had personally plucked from its own body to give to her before Rhaella's demise. The blood of Rhaella. Shining Dawn's voice deepened, molten gold eyes flickering with a complex emotion. I thought they had all perished. Daenerys bravely stepped forward. Not all, my lord. I am still alive. She paused. And I need your assistance. Westeros is descending into chaos. Usurpers rule the Seven Kingdoms, and the true blood of the dragon is being hunted to extinction. I wish to reclaim my family's throne. Shining Dawn let out a breath that resembled a derisive snort. The throne? Its colossal head turned toward the cave entrance, as if it could pierce through the stone walls to see the distant king's landing. I once guarded your throne, watching your ancestors sit upon that ridiculous iron chair. And then what? They turned upon one another, one by one they perished, until the last dragon was reduced to mere bones. Daenerys's complexion paled, yet she did not falter. It is different. I am not them. I will not repeat their mistakes. Her voice suddenly rose, imbued with a conviction beyond her years. I know my family's history, the tragedy of the Dance of Dragons. But I swear, if you aid me, I shall establish a dynasty unlike any other. Shining Dawn silently regarded the slender, silver-haired maiden, momentarily transported back to the day Rhaella sang upon the rocks. The same stubbornness, the same determination burning in her violet eyes. The difference lay in the fact that Riella had never yearned for power, whereas this girl before it burned with the fire of ambition. Why should I believe you? Shining Dawn finally inquired. Just because you bear that scale? Just because you sang a song once sung by Riella? Daenerys bit her lip, and, in a surprising turn of events that even Shakther could not anticipate, she sprinted forward. Amidst the terrified screams of her companions, she charged directly towards Shakther's colossal foreclaw, extending her small hand to touch the cold, hard platinum scales. For you had vowed to protect the bloodline of Layla to her ancestors. Daenerys' voice, though soft, was resolute, and I am the last of the Targaryens. A peculiar tremor radiated from the point of contact, a sensation Shakther had not experienced in centuries. Indeed, her ability to touch it without being instinctively torn apart was a testament in itself. Moreover, the resonance of blood, a unique essence possessed solely by the Targaryens, filled the air. Shakther released a long breath. The sulfurous heat compelled Daenerys to close her eyes. What is your name, child? It inquired, the hostility in its voice having dissipated. Daenerys, the girl replied, opening her eyes, but people call me Dany. Shakther echoed her name, its molten gold slit pupils narrowing slightly. Do you comprehend what awakening me entails? Daenerys nodded firmly. It means I will inherit the covenant between my ancestors and you, and that you will aid me in reclaiming the Iron Throne. Shakther emitted a low, rumbling laugh. No, little girl. It signifies that you must shoulder a burden far heavier than the throne itself. The enormous head bowed until it was level with Daenerys. My power is not a plaything, nor a tool to satiate mortal ambitions. If you desire my assistance, you must prove yourself worthy of Layla's bloodline and deserving of my guardianship. Daenerys took a deep breath. How must I prove myself? A flicker of interest, absent for centuries, sparkled in Shakther's eyes. First, tell me, little girl, are you afraid of fire? Afraid of fire? Daenerys echoed, her silver brows knitting together. Behind her, Ser Jorah Mormont struggled to rise, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, though he knew it would be futile against such a behemoth. Shakther's nostrils exhaled 2 jets of sulfurous heat, its molten gold eyes fixated on the girl who claimed to be of Targaryen descent. Dragon fire can melt stone, little girl. If ancient Valyrian blood truly courses through your veins, you should be able to endure it. Daenerys felt her throat tighten. She had heard of the Targaryens' resistance to flames, but had never tested it for herself. Do you intend to burn me alive? Her voice was soft, yet she did not waver. Shakther tilted its massive head slightly, the platinum scales glinting coldly in the dim light of the cave. I am offering you a chance to prove yourself. A true dragon will not be harmed by its own fire. Ser Jorah rushed forward. No, Lady Daenerys, this is a trap. Dragons are treacherous creatures. Silence, knight. Shakther did not even glance at the middle-aged man, merely flicking its tail tip to send Jorah crashing against the cave wall, eliciting a muffled grunt. I am conversing with your mistress. Daenerys inhaled deeply, suddenly recalling her brother Viserys' oft-repeated adage, a true dragon fears not the flames. She had never genuinely believed that cruel brother of hers, yet at this moment, those words imbued her with an inexplicable courage. I accept your trial, she proclaimed, lifting her gaze to meet the enormous, dragon-like eyes before her. But there is one condition. The beast, Drogon, emitted a sound akin to a cold chuckle, a low growl reverberating in the cavern. A condition? Little girl, you stand in my lair, facing a dragon older than your ancestors. Do you dare to make demands? If you incinerate me, Daenerys' voice grew ever more resolute. No one will ever awaken those dragon eggs. A chilling silence enveloped the cave, and Drogon's pupils narrowed into thin slits. Dragon eggs? Daenerys carefully unfastened a silk pouch from her waist and opened it with great caution. 3 stones, adorned with strange, scaled patterns, glimmered dully in the faint light. One deep green like a summer forest, another creamy white as ivory, and the last as black as midnight. They were gifts at my wedding, she revealed, from the shadowlands of Ashai. It is said they are petrified dragon eggs. Drogon's breath became heavy, the sulfurous warmth stirring Daenerys' silver hair. Lowering its massive head closer to the stones, its molten gaze scrutinized them. Indeed, they are true dragon eggs, it finally affirmed. But they have slumbered for far too long. Without the nurturing flames of a dragon, they shall never hatch. Thus, you comprehend my condition, Daenerys stated. If I pass your trial, you must assist me in awakening them. Drogon fell silent for a moment before erupting into a low, rumbling laughter, sending sulfur crystals cascading from the cavern's ceiling. An amusing little creature. Very well, I shall grant you this. If you can withstand my flames and survive, I shall help you hatch these eggs. Ser Jorah struggled to rise. My lady, do not, stand down, Jorah, Daenerys commanded, her eyes never leaving Drogon. This is my choice. She advanced until she stood before Drogon's colossal head, close enough to feel the scorching breath wash over her face. Gently, she placed the dragon eggs upon a nearby stone, then opened her arms wide, as if to embrace her fate. I am ready. Drogon hesitated, gazing at the slender, silver-haired girl, observing the determination in her violet eyes. In a fleeting moment, it was as though he beheld a reflection of Lyanna, singing upon the rocks centuries ago, her same stubbornness, her same fearlessness. One final chance, little girl, he growled. Once I commence, I shall not cease. Daenerys nodded softly, her silver braid swaying gently in the sulfur-laden breeze. Drogon drew in a deep breath, its chest expanding like a great bellows. It opened its massive jaws, and deep within its throat, a strange, incandescent glow ignited. Not the ordinary orange-red flame of a typical dragon, but a platinum fire infused with ancient power. No. Ser Jorah's shout echoed as Drogon unleashed the first torrent of flames. A radiant stream of light cascaded like a spear cast by the gods, instantly engulfing Daenerys's petite figure. Jorah, overwhelmed with despair, shut his eyes, unable to witness the brutality of the scene. Yet, the anticipated scream did not resound. As Jorah trembled and reopened his eyes, he beheld an unforgettable sight. Daenerys stood at the center of a pillar of platinum flames, her silver hair billowing, her violet eyes wide with astonishment, and her expression one of near ecstasy. The flames danced around her, caressing her skin without inflicting harm, as if they were sentient beings entwined with her, kissing her fingertips. Oh, gods! Jorah fell to his knees, at that moment truly believing that this girl was indeed of true dragon blood. The great beast, Drogon, ceased its fiery breath, its molten eyes flickering with astonishment. It had encountered many who claimed to be true Targaryens, yet Daenerys was the first to emerge unscathed from its ancient flames. As the fire gradually dissipated, Daenerys remained untouched, her garments free of even the slightest singe. She gazed down at her palms, then lifted her eyes to Drogon, tears glistening within them, infused with a nascent strength. I can feel it, she whispered. The flames are speaking to me. Drogon slowly lowered its massive head until its enormous snout nearly touched Daenerys' forehead. Unburnt, true blood of dragons, it declared. Daenerys extended her hand once more, touching Drogon's platinum scales. This time, an extraordinary resonance flowed between them, as if an invisible bond connected their souls. Will you assist me in hatching those dragon eggs? She inquired. Drogon's gaze shifted towards the 3 stone-like eggs. Yes, but not here. Its colossal form began to move, shaking the entire cavern. The dragon eggs must be placed in a specific location, under particular celestial alignments, to awaken the dormant life within. Specific location? Daenerys asked, her curiosity piqued. Drogon turned towards the cave's entrance, its platinum scales scraping against the rocky walls as countless stones tumbled down. The ancient altar of Dragonstone, the very site where the Targaryens first hatched dragons. Follow me. As it squeezed through the cave's mouth, the long-lost sunlight illuminated its mountain-like scales, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Daenerys carefully cradled the 3 dragon eggs, trailing behind the ancient beast, while Ser Jorah stumbled after her, his face still etched with disbelief. Upon emerging from the cave and standing upon the cliffs of Dragonstone, Daenerys inhaled sharply. From her elevated vantage point, the entire island resembled a colossal coiled dragon, and the direction indicated by Drogon led to a headland that resembled a dragon's maw. There, Drogon pointed its tail towards a distant, semicircular black stone platform, the hatching altar built by the Valyrians. When the stars align, dragon fire can awaken the most tenacious of lives there. Daenerys regarded the time-worn structure, a sense of inexplicable belonging swelling within her. When shall we commence? Tonight, Drogon replied, when the star of ice and fire converges in the heavens. Suddenly, it turned to face Daenerys, but before that, the girl, I need to know one thing. What? Why do you desire those dragons? The pupils of the creature narrowed into slits. Is it for vengeance? For power? Or something else? Daenerys fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the tumultuous waters of the narrow sea. At first, it was to reclaim what my brother believed belonged to us. But now, as she caressed the dragon eggs in her arms, I understand. The dragons are not mere instruments, nor weapons. They embody living history, the legacy of Valyria. I wish to see them reborn, not solely for the throne, but because they deserve to soar through the skies once more. The creature gazed intently at the silver-haired girl, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Finally, it nodded slightly. A commendable answer, Daenerys Targaryen. Rhaegar would be proud of you. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the star of ice and fire began to emerge in the night sky, following the creature's guidance. Daenerys placed the 3 dragon eggs into the recess of the altar, arranging them in a triangular formation. Ser Jorah stood at a distance, watching apprehensively, reluctant to approach the impending dragon flames. The creature's massive form coiled around the altar, its platinum scales shimmering with a cold brilliance under the starlight. "Are you ready, little girl? This will be your first step as the mother of dragons." Daenerys stood at the edge of the altar, her silver hair dancing in the strengthening sea breeze. "I am ready." The creature inhaled deeply, its chest swelling like a great furnace. It opened its vast maw, and incandescent light began to coalesce deep within its throat. "Wait," Daenerys suddenly exclaimed, "where should I stand?" A flicker of amusement, absent for centuries, glinted in the creature's eyes. "Stand among them, mother of dragons. True hatching requires the baptism of blood and fire." Without hesitation, Daenerys stepped onto the altar, positioning herself at the center of the 3 dragon eggs. She spread her arms wide, resembling a queen poised for coronation. The creature no longer hesitated and unleashed a torrent of platinum flames capable of melting steel. The fire engulfed Daenerys and the dragon eggs, the searing light coursing through the ancient runes of the altar, awakening the Valyrian magic that had slumbered for a millennium. Daenerys felt her blood boiling, yet strangely, there was no pain, only an overwhelming surge of power coursing within her. She heard a voice whispering within the flames, not that of the creature, but of something far older, more primal. The voice spoke in a language she could not comprehend, yet it resonated deeply within her soul. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced through the roar of the flames. Then came a second sound, followed by a third, when the creature finally ceased its fiery breath. The sight that unfolded before Ser Jorah brought him to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Daenerys stood at the center of the altar, entirely unscathed and naked, her silver hair cascading like moonlight. And at her feet, 3 small dragons of varying colors struggled to emerge from their shattered shells, emitting cries that were tender yet filled with power. The deep green dragon was the first to crawl towards Daenerys, its slimy little head nuzzling against her ankle. The ivory-colored one stumbled a few steps before tumbling down, emitting a plaintive whimper. The black dragon cautiously surveyed its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze upon the massive Drogon, letting out a defiant hiss. Daenerys knelt, tears tracing down her cheeks. She gently caressed the head of each small dragon, feeling the warmth and vitality emanating from beneath their scales. "Drogon," she pointed to the black one, regal, then to the green, Viserion. Finally, she acknowledged the ivory-colored one. Drogon observed this scene, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his molten gold eyes. He slowly lowered his head, approaching the newborn dragons and their mother. "Welcome to this world, little ones." His deep voice resonated in the night sky. "You have a remarkable mother." Daenerys looked up at the ancient beast, her violet eyes filled with gratitude and a deeper sentiment. "And we have you, great Drogon. Without you, none of this would have come to pass." Drogon gently exhaled a warm breath, brushing over Daenerys and the 3 little dragons. "Remember this night, Daenerys Targaryen. Dragons are not tools of conquest. They are living flames. A burden of responsibility. Can you vow to treat them kindly, to teach them, and not repeat the mistakes of your ancestors?" Daenerys rose, unabashed by her nakedness, standing resolute before the ancient creature that dwarfed her by hundreds of times. "I swear by the name of Targaryen, they shall be my children, my responsibility. I will forge a different dynasty, a realm where dragons and men coexist." Drogon gazed at her for a long moment, finally nodding slightly. Then, Daenerys of the Stormborn, the last mother of dragons, I, Drogon, the great wall of platinum, shall once again guard the bloodline of Targaryen. But remember, his voice suddenly turned grave. Dragon fire can create as well as destroy. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Daenerys solemnly nodded, the 3 little dragons frolicking at her feet, chirping joyfully. Under the interplay of ice and fire, a new era dawned. The mother of dragons with her children, alongside the ancient guardian awakened from slumber, would together rewrite the history of Westeros. At last, Ser Jorah mustered the courage to approach, shedding his cloak to drape it over Daenerys. "My queen," he choked. "You did it. The true dragons have returned." Daenerys gazed towards the distant shores of Westeros, her homeland, the land she was destined to conquer. Yet, in that moment, she felt no hatred, no thirst for revenge, only a profound sense of responsibility and reverence for new life. "Yes, Jorah," she whispered, "the true dragons have returned. But this time, we shall soar in a different manner." Beside her, Drogon's mountain-like platinum form shimmered under the starlight, his molten gold eyes reflecting the image of the silver-haired girl and her 3 little dragons. In this fleeting moment of tranquility, A bond transcending bloodlines is forming between the ancient guardian and the young mother of dragons, one that will alter the trajectory of the Seven Kingdoms' destiny. Chapter 33. The joy of being a prophet. The night breeze of Dragonstone carries the scent of sea salt and sulfur, caressing the ancient dragon crystal altar perched upon the cliffs. 3 newly hatched dragons, Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, frolic at Daenerys' feet, playfully nipping at each other's still soft wing membranes, emitting tender and vibrant cries. Ser Jorah Mormont stands a short distance away, his gaze shifting between the mother of dragons and the mountain-like platinum beast, a blend of reverence and concern etched upon his face. Draped in Jorah's cloak, Daenerys' silver hair flows beneath the starlight. She crouches down, allowing the milky Viserion to clumsily climb up her arm, its warm little head nuzzling against her cheek. An unprecedented, profound warmth surges within her, far more genuine than her longing to reclaim the Iron Throne. This is the miracle of life, the revival of the ancient Valyrian bloodline. They are truly beautiful, are they not? She whispers, her violet eyes glimmering with starlight as she gazes at the ancient beast perched at the altar's edge. The colossal creature's massive form appears like a platinum mountain in the night, its molten gold eyes half closed, as if in contemplation, or perhaps listening to whispers carried by the wind. Whispers only it can perceive. The beast does not respond immediately. Its enormous head shifts slightly, molten gold pupils focusing on the endless darkness of the northern sea. There, at the farthest edge of the continent of Westeros, a cold and ancient malice quietly burgeons, akin to the stirring currents beneath a sleeping glacier. This awareness transcends mortal comprehension, an alarm imprinted deep within its soul from when it hunted White Walkers in the lands of eternal winter. Beautiful? The beast's voice rumbles like distant thunder from the earth's core, shattering the night's serenity. They are nascent flames, Daenerys Targaryen. Fire can warm, yet it can also consume all. Its gaze slowly returns to the 3 little dragons and their mother, imbued with a weight that Daenerys cannot fully comprehend. And the world you perceive now is merely the fleeting calm before the storm. The gentle smile on Daenerys' face fades. She rises, and Viserion obediently rests upon her shoulder. Are you referring to the usurper Robert? Or those lords who covet the Iron Throne? She inquires, her tone imbued with youthful fervor. No matter how powerful they are, as long as I have dragons, and you, Robert Baratheon? The beast scoffs, exhaling a plume of sulfurous heat that startles Drogon and Regal into stillness, their eyes turning warily towards it. A drunken usurper? He is but a speck of dust in the river of history. No, little girl. The threat I speak of is far more terrifying than the power struggles of the Seven Kingdoms. It is the cold from the world's edge, the embodiment of death, the winter that ends all life. Daenerys furrows her brow. The cold from the world's edge? Are you speaking of the White Walkers? She had encountered this name in ancient texts and through terrifying tales passed down by mercenaries. Yet it had always been regarded as a mere legend intended to lull children to sleep, as ephemeral as the forest's children and the Green Prophet. The others? A flicker of reminiscence glimmered in the vertical pupils of the Night King, as if piercing through centuries to return to that pale hell, eternally shrouded in ice and snow, where creations wrought from ice and death indeed existed. Moreover, they were returning. Its colossal head turned northward, the tone grave. I once hunted them in the land of eternal winter, as one would repay. Yet back then, they were merely scattered wanderers, minions driven by the Night King. Now, the chill I sensed was far more profound, more concentrated. It was as though the ice cap of the entire world was awakening, gathering the forces of annihilation. Ser Jorah could not refrain from interjecting. My lord, forgive my audacity, but the others are merely tales told by the wildlings of the north to frighten children. No one has truly seen them descend for centuries. Foolishness. The Night King abruptly turned, molten gold eyes locking onto Jorah, an invisible pressure causing the seasoned knight to stagger back, nearly gasping for breath. The lifespan of mortals is akin to that of a mayfly. Your historical records are but a few droplets in the river of time. Their absence from your sight does not imply their non-existence. When I hunted them upon that icy plain, your ancestors were still wielding stone spears. Its massive form leaned forward slightly, casting shadows over Jorah and Daenerys. Its tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Listen, mortals. Those entities, they are not living beings. They are death incarnate. Wherever they tread, all freezes and life withers. Their weapons can shatter steel, and their touch can freeze souls. Those lives extinguished by them shall rise again, becoming part of their pale army, eternally. A chill crept up Daenerys' spine, not from the night wind, but from the horrific imagery conjured by the Night King's words. She instinctively clutched the shoulders of Viserion. Are you suggesting they will descend? Invade the seven kingdoms? Not will, but are. The Night King's voice was resolute, the tide of cold already surging. It is merely temporarily held at bay by the wall, fortified by magic and oaths. Yet magic wanes, and oaths may be forgotten. When the wall crumbles, it will herald the death that sweeps across Westeros. By then, the swords of mortals, their castles, and intrigues will be as fragile as sandcastles before an endless army of the dead. Its massive head turned towards Daenerys, molten pupils gazing deeply into her. This is the true winter that approaches, little girl. More terrifying than the profound meaning contained within your Stark family's motto. This is the immense shadow I sensed after centuries of slumber, one that threatens this world, and the ultimate reason I chose to respond to your call. To once again safeguard the bloodline of Lyanna. Daenerys' complexion turned pale. The newly reborn dragon, the recently ignited hope of reclaiming her homeland, was now confronted with the possibility of the world's end ahead. What can we do? What do you wish me to do? The gaze of the shadowed light swept over the three innocent little dragons. Dragonfire is one of the rare powers capable of truly vanquishing the White Walkers and purifying the dead. Valyrian steel and dragonglass, obsidian, can also inflict harm upon them. Yet, the most vital element is the unity of all possible forces. To confront the chilling death of winter, the flames of the living are essential, as is the iron will. And more importantly, the guidance of true dragons. Its tail pointed towards the depths of the island, directing attention towards the sharp ridges of dragonstone, which resembled dragon claws. Beneath dragonstone lies a wealth of dragonglass veins, the finest material for forging weapons to combat the White Walkers. This was also one of the reasons the Targaryen family chose this location. They sought not only dragons, but also to safeguard this natural barrier against the undead. Are you implying that the Targaryens have always known of the White Walkers' existence? Daenerys asked, astonished. Yes, but not all, the shadowed light replied, with a hint of mockery. Power and desire have blinded most. Only a few enlightened souls, such as Blood Dragon Viserys later on, truly recognized the threat beyond the wall. Unfortunately, they were mired in the quagmire of internal strife, squandering the strength of the dragon lineage, which ultimately led to the decline of their bloodline and the extinction of dragons. Ironically, while they annihilated one another, the threat from the north quietly grew stronger. Daenerys fell silent, recalling her family's bloody history, the tumultuous civil war of the Blood Dragon, the fratricidal conflict, the dragons battling in the skies, ultimately leading to their mutual downfall. In the face of true disaster, those squabbles seemed so foolish and short-sighted. So, you assist me in hatching dragons, not to help me reclaim the Iron Throne? She raised her head, locking her gaze with the giant eyes of the shadowed light. Her violet irises gleaming with complex emotions. The Iron Throne? The shadowed light let out a deep, rumbling laugh. It is merely a cold chair. I assist you because you are the unburnt, the true mother of dragons, a beacon of hope to awaken the fire against the winter. The sovereignty of the Seven Kingdoms is but a stepping stone to the ultimate battleground. If you wish to ascend, you must comprehend that the one who sits upon that chair shall bear the fate of all living beings in Westeros, confronting the inevitable long night. This is the mission that Blood Dragon Viserys failed to accomplish, and it is the platinum duty that you, Daenerys Targaryen, born of the storm, must embrace. Its immense head lifted, gazing into the profound night sky, its molten golden slits seemingly piercing through the clouds, beholding the boundless and gathering cold wave from the north. Dragonstone is your starting point, Daenerys. Extract the dragonglass here. Awaken the slumbering Valyrian knowledge, train your dragons, and cultivate yourself. You will need an army, allies, steel, and fire. But remember, the ultimate objective is not the Red Keep of King's Landing, but the eternal frozen hell that lies beyond the wall. When you are prepared to confront that true winter, I shall stand by your side, guarding you, as I guard Rila. For the ultimate significance of the Platinum Wall is to protect the living against the dead. Daenerys stood upon the high cliff, the night wind lifting her silver hair and cloak. Beneath her feet, the three small dragons seemed to sense their mother's tumultuous emotions, ceasing their playful antics, raising their heads, and emitting a low, resonant hiss. She gazed towards the north, beyond the unknown dark sea, lay her homeland, the desolate realm where the fabled others lurked. The colossal weight of responsibility bore down upon her shoulders, far heavier than the quest to reclaim the throne. Yet, simultaneously, an unprecedented resolve ignited within her heart. No longer merely an exiled princess seeking vengeance for her family, she had transformed into the mother of dragons, the unburnt. Recognized by the ancient guardians as a beacon of hope against the long night, she extended her hand, gently caressing the cold, unyielding platinum scales of Drogon as he drew near. I understand, Drogon. Her voice rang clear and resolute, carried by the night wind. I shall claim the Iron Throne, for it symbolizes the unification of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, my blade's true target, my dragonfire's true aim, shall be directed at the genuine foe, the deathly chill emanating from the lands of eternal winter. I, Daenerys Targaryen, hereby vow to uphold the sacred mission and fight for the world of the living. In the molten gold vertical pupils of Drogon, the slender yet resolute figure of the young woman reflected, along with the fierce determination blazing in her eyes, reminiscent of the first flicker of dragonfire. He inclined his massive head slightly, a deep, contented rumble resonating from his throat. After a protracted wait, he had at last found a Targaryen worthy of such a charge. Under the timeless starry sky of Dragonstone, amidst the intertwining cries of newly hatched dragons and the low growls of ancient beasts, the call to resist the long night had already been sounded. The silhouette of the Platinum Wall would once again serve as the most formidable barrier, safeguarding life and warding off death. Deep within the bowels of Dragonstone, darkness loomed like congealed ink, with only scattered shards of dragon glass emitting a faint, cold, azure glow. The air was thick, saturated with dust, the acrid scent of aged sulfur, and a more profound, unsettling odor of decay. Daenerys clutched a torch, its flickering light dancing upon her pale visage, illuminating her furrowed brow and vigilant violet eyes. She cautiously navigated the rubble of collapsed stone, while Viserion perched on her shoulder, emitting a nervous whimper, his tiny claws clutching her garment tightly. "Mind your step, my queen," Sir Jorah Mormont urged, keeping close by her side, one hand holding the torch, the other resting firmly upon the hilt of his sword. This seasoned knight had faced countless battlefields, yet the atmosphere here sent chills down his spine, as if each step tread upon the realm of the dead. Leading the way was the imposing figure of Drogon, the solitary anchor of reassurance. His massive body, adorned with platinum scales, nearly filled the narrow passage, each footfall reverberating with a dull echo, dislodging fine dust. His colossal head hung low, molten gold eyes piercing the darkness, meticulously scanning the rock walls and ground, while his formidable presence swept over the forgotten domain like an invisible tide. "The dragon glass here is richer than I had imagined." Drogon's deep voice resonated in the confined space, imbued with a peculiar resonance. "Given the direction of these rock veins, the purity is remarkably high. The Valyrian ancestors undoubtedly chose this place as a dragon's lair for no mere coincidence. The dragon crystal not only inflicts harm upon the White Walkers, but also exerts a suppressive energy upon the undead beings themselves." Following the gaze of the shadowy figure, Daenerys beheld the rocky wall ahead, where extensive deposits of black minerals resembled a frozen night sky, speckled with scintillating azure lights flickering deep within, revealing a vein of dragon crystal of exceptionally high purity. "Is this the material capable of slaying the White Walkers?" She extended her hand, her fingertips grazing the cold, smooth surface, as an indescribable chill coursed through her, as if it possessed the power to freeze one's very soul. "Indeed, yet it requires appropriate forging." The shadowy figure halted its steps, its immense snout drawing closer to an exposed vein, carefully inhaling, as the sulphurous warmth exhaled upon the frigid dragon crystal, forming ephemeral clouds of white mist. However, its voice abruptly ceased. The molten gold slit pupils contracted sharply, akin to a serpent fixating on its prey. A more potent, nauseating aura of decay wafted forth from a narrow crevice formed by a collapse ahead. "Something approaches." The shadowy figure's voice dipped even lower, carrying a frigid certainty. Its colossal form subtly shifted, shielding Daenerys and Jorah behind it, like a moving fortress. An invisible, oppressive force instantaneously enveloped the surroundings, rendering the very air thick and viscous. "What is it?" Jorah swiftly unsheathed his sword, its tip aimed at the darkened gap, his voice taut with tension. "The stench of the deceased," Daenerys murmured, as Viserion perched upon her shoulder emitted a sharp, warning shriek. The other two young dragons, Drogon and Rhaegal, also stirred restlessly from their makeshift pouch, their throats emitting low, threatening growls, their emerald and amber slitted eyes fixated ahead. From the crevice came the grating sounds of bones scraping and dragging. Shortly thereafter, several distorted figures stumbled forth from the shadows. They were once human. Tattered, decaying garments clung to their desiccated, blackened limbs, and their exposed skin bore the ashen hue of corpses, mottled with mildew and cracks. Their eyes were hollow and devoid of life, with only two pale, ghostly lights flickering within their sunken sockets. Their movements were stiff and grotesque, joints emitting crackling sounds, mouths soundlessly opening and closing to reveal fragmented, blackened teeth. The overwhelming stench of decay assaulted the senses. 7 gods above, Yura gasped, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. The scene before him surpassed all his previous conceptions of horror. Ghouls, fall back. The shadowy figure roared, its warning resonating like tangible sound waves against the rocky walls. Its enormous forepaw suddenly lifted, the weighty platinum-scaled foot crashing down like a meteor. Boom! Debris flew. The first 2 ghouls, caught unawares, were instantly reduced to 2 pools of filth, mingled with shattered bones and rotting flesh, under the force capable of shaking mountains. Thick black blood and fragmented entrails sprayed radially against the surrounding rock walls and ground. Yet, the ghouls behind seemed utterly undeterred. They trod upon the remains of their companions, relentlessly and silently advancing. Their numbers far exceeded imagination. From the narrow passage's rear, more pale lights and dragging figures surged forth from the darkness. Their goals were unmistakably clear, the vibrant and life-affirming Daenerys and Yura. There was too much at stake. Yura swung his sword at an approaching wight, the sharp Valyrian steel blade severing its desiccated arm, yet the dismembered limb continued to claw at his leg. The strength of the wights was astonishing, and they felt no pain. Mother! Drogon was the first to lose restraint, violently tearing himself from Daenerys' satchel, though still small in stature. The pride of the dragon lineage and the instinct to protect his master rendered him fearless. He opened his tender mouth, unleashing a thin, sulphurous orange flame. The fire struck one of the wights in the chest, igniting its decaying garments and withered flesh in an instant. The wight writhed silently in the flames, emitting a crackling sound as it burned, yet it did not fall. Instead, it lunged forward, engulfed in fire. The dragon fire could ignite them, but it seemed incapable of utterly annihilating them at once. Yura, be cautious, Daenerys exclaimed. A wight had circled around the blind spot of Drogon's defense, its withered claws reaching for Yura's vulnerable back. In that critical moment, roar, a deafening roar, imbued with supreme authority, reverberated through the narrow passageway. It was Drogon. This roar was no longer a mere warning, but a pure, devastating shockwave. A visible white ripple of force violently expanded from him. The air was fiercely compressed, creating a tangible sonic wave. Thud, 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 as if struck by an invisible hammer. The front line of wights, regardless of whether they were aflame, twisted and exploded in an instant. Withered limbs, shattered bones, and putrid entrails scattered like crushed fruit. The wights at a distance were violently hurled away by the terrifying sound wave, crashing against the rock walls with a sickening crunch of shattering bones, collapsing on the ground. Their pale, ghostly eyes flickering erratically, their movements becoming sluggish. The passage was instantly cleared of a multitude. Only the filthy remnants and the suffocating stench of death and sulfur lingered in the air. Yura, shaken and disoriented, gazed upon the hellish scene before him, his palm dripping with cold sweat as he gripped his sword. Drogon descended back to the ground, issuing a threatening hiss at the temporarily incapacitated wights, releasing a few small flames. Drogon slowly retracted his foreclaws, his molten vertical pupils coldly surveying those still struggling or momentarily paralyzed. His gaze ultimately settled upon the darkness deeper within the passage, where the lingering presence of the deceased still surged forth. Just the lowest of the wights. His voice, deep and somber, carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, drawn in by the darkness and the essence of the dead, the corrupted remains of miners. The true army of wights, driven by the others, was far more terrifying than this. Drogon recalled how he had initially sought to appear more formidable, spending 3 days and nights in the land of eternal winter to find these few, forever since being blacklisted by the Night King. The others within a 3-mile radius fled at the sight of him. It was only after he had cloaked himself in invisibility and remained hidden for half a day that he managed to acquire them. Daenerys struggled to suppress her urge to vomit, her complexion as pale as parchment. This was her first intimate encounter with death itself. She gazed at the crushed filth beneath the feet of the shadowy figure, then turned her attention to the remnants still writhing beneath the cliff, their eyes flickering with a malevolent white light. A chilling fear and an overwhelming sense of responsibility gripped her simultaneously. "Are they not afraid of dragonfire?" she asked, her voice trembling. The lowly corpses possessed no intelligence, only a hatred for the living and an absolute obedience to the others of their kind. Fire can harm and incinerate them, yet unless they are reduced to ashes, they will persist, the shadowy figure explained. Its tail pointing toward the charred remains still attempting to rise. Furthermore, their numbers are their most terrifying weapon. When they surge forth like a tide of white, even the strongest individual will be overwhelmed. Its massive head turned toward Daenerys, molten gold pupils reflecting her pale face and the lingering shock in her eyes. "Do you understand now, Daenerys? This is merely a trivial encounter. The true long night is approaching. The army of the dead beyond the wall will be 1,000-fold greater. They know no fatigue, fear no death, and their numbers are inexhaustible. Mortal armies will be swept away like autumn leaves before them. The shadow's gaze swept over the corpses ignited by Drogo and shattered by its sonic blast, finally resting upon Yura, who held the Valyrian steel sword that had just severed a ghoul's arm. The blade, stained with thick black blood, emitted a faint chill. Valyrian steel and dragon glass are the only true weapons within mortal grasp that can end them. It carelessly dug into a loose rock, revealing beneath it sharp-edged fragments of dragon glass shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Dig, Daenerys Targaryen. Arm your followers with the dragon glass found here. This is not merely about reclaiming an iron throne. It is to grant the living a glimmer of hope when the true winter descends. Daenerys inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear and nausea that swelled within her. She crouched down, disregarding the filth on the ground, and reached for the dragon glass shard unearthed by the shadow. The frigid touch pierced her hand, its edges remarkably sharp, the blue glow flickering in her palm, as if imbued with the power to combat death. She raised her eyes to the shadow, her purple gaze gradually replaced by a steely determination. I understand, Lord Shadow. She clenched the icy dragon glass tightly, as if grasping the weight of her destiny. The dragon glass from Dragonstone shall become our foremost weapon against the long night. Yura silently sheathed his sword, beginning to excavate the exposed dragon glass veins in the cliff with the scabbard. Drogo seemed to comprehend as well, ceasing to expel useless flames, and began to paw through the debris on the ground, assisting in the search for scattered dragon glass shards. Rhaegar and Viserion also quieted, vigilantly watching the depths of the passage. The shadow's massive form shifted once more, akin to a moving fortress, providing shelter for the excavation efforts. Yet its molten gaze remained fixed upon the dark end of the passage, as if it could penetrate the rock layers and glimpse the boundless pale shadows gathering further north. This is merely the beginning, Daenerys. Its somber voice resonated within the death-laden cavern, imbued with a sense of fateful gravity. The true war lies ahead. Prepare yourself, Mother of Dragons. The horn of winter has already sounded. Chapter 34. Dragon Crystal Deep within Dragonstone. The entrance to the dragon crystal mine resembled the gullet of a colossal beast, exhaling a noxious blend of sulfur and the stench of decay. The heavy footfalls echoed like a drumbeat, as Drogon, the magnificent, platinum-hued creature, emerged first from the cave, its thick scales glistening under the midday sun like flowing lava. Following closely was Daenerys, her complexion still somewhat pallid, yet her violet eyes blazed with an icy fire, tightly gripping a shard of the sharp-edged, ethereal blue dragon crystal. Ser Jorah stood protectively by her side, sword sheathed but eyes vigilant as an eagle. The three young dragons, Rhaegal, Viserion, and Drogon, flapped their still immature wings, circling low and emitting anxious hisses. In the clearing outside the mine, the unsullied Commander Grey Worm and his formidable lieutenant, the hero, led a formation of unsullied soldiers, poised with their spears at the ready. Upon witnessing Drogon's mountainous form and the appearance of the queen with the ominous, glowing stone in her grasp, they immediately knelt in unison. Great Khaleesi, Grey Worm spoke in the heavily accented common tongue, his voice rigid yet filled with reverence. There are the dead within the mine. Daenerys interrupted him, her voice cold and laced with undeniable authority. She raised the dragon crystal shard, its ethereal blue glow strikingly vivid in the sunlight. The true dead. The minions of the White Walkers, Whites. Whites, the hero exclaimed, color draining from his face. Though the Unsullied maintained their stoic expressions, the knuckles of their tightly gripping fingers had turned white. Tales of the army of death spread across the narrow sea, a nightmare more fearsome than any enemy on the battlefield. Indeed, Daenerys' gaze swept over her army, ultimately resting on Grey Worm. Grey Worm, I require an absolutely reliable team, with wills as strong as steel. Immediately seal off all exits of this mine. No one approaches without my command. Hero, you are in charge of your men. Commence the excavation of the dragon crystal veins near the entrance at once. Be swift. Yes, Khaleesi. Without hesitation, Grey Worm rose and began issuing sharp commands to the Unsullied. The hero quickly followed suit, directing another group of soldiers towards the exposed black rock face near the mine's entrance. Drogon paid no heed to the movements of the army. Its massive form turned towards the depths of the cavern, molten gold eyes acting as searchlights piercing through the layers of rock, fixated on the dark entrance that still exuded an ominous chill. A deep, restrained roar emanated from its throat, filled with intense disdain and forewarning. The three young dragons sensed its agitation, ceasing their circling to land upon nearby rocks. hissing threateningly at the cave's mouth. Will they emerge? Daenerys approached Drogon, her voice a whisper, clutching the dragon crystal shard ever tighter. For the time being, no. The voice of the shadow of death resonated like thunder from the depths of the earth. My roar, infused with spiritual force, temporarily dispelled the accumulated aura of death, severely wounding the core of those lowly undead. Yet, the source remains unbroken. As long as the power of death continues to gather, new undead will be drawn in and corrupted. Deep within this mine, there must be a connection to a more significant source of corruption, perhaps an ancient battlefield or a dormant nexus in the Earth's crust. Its massive head turned towards Daenerys, its gaze fixating on the dragon crystal in her hand. Can you feel it? The power within that stone? Daenerys looked down at the dragon crystal in her palm. The chilling cold persisted, yet when she focused her mind, she sensed a peculiar pulsation. A frigid energy faintly linked to the earth beneath her feet and the distant threat from the north. She nodded. The dragon crystal is a creation of ice and magic, inherently resistant to the undead. Any mortal who comes into direct contact with it will find their soul eroded by its deathly chill, rendering them numb, despairing. Ultimately reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, the shadow of death growled. Ser Jorah instinctively took a step back, glancing at the dark bloodstains on his sword. But you urge me to take it, Daenerys remarked, puzzled. Because you are different, unburnt one, the shadow of death replied, its pupils narrowing slightly. Your soul has been tempered by dragon fire, as resilient as Valyrian steel. The chill of the dragon crystal cannot freeze your will. Instead, it can serve as a conduit for your perception of the undead. More importantly, suddenly, the shadow of death opened its massive maw. A surge of intense heat pouring forth, not dragon fire, but pure, searing breath. The target was the fragment of the dragon crystal in Daenerys' hand. My lady, Jorah exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Daenerys remained unmoved, trusting the shadow of death. The scorching white vapor enveloped the ethereal blue fragment of the dragon crystal. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The once ice-cold black stone, under the searing heat, revealed a vibrant blue glow from within, springing to life as if awakened from a deep slumber. The light pulsed, even emitting faint cracking sounds akin to ice shattering. The crystal fragment showed no signs of melting in the heat. Rather, it became more translucent, its edges appearing sharper. After a few moments, the shadow of death ceased its breath. The dragon crystal fragment in Daenerys' hand remained cold, but the penetrating chill had significantly diminished. In its place was a subtle, gentle coolness. The ethereal blue light was steady and pure, no longer bearing the unsettling malevolence. Behold, the shadow of death indicated to her. The untreated dragon crystal is but a tendril of death. However, through the tempering of true dragon breath, the ice magic it harbors will be tamed, transforming it into a pure weapon against the undead. Its sharpness is sufficient to slice through the ice armor of the White Walkers, and the magical energy it possesses can utterly destroy the core of the undead, reducing them to genuine dust. Daenerys gazed at the dragon crystal in her hand, now seemingly reborn, feeling its gentle coolness and the power within it to combat death. Her heart opened to clarity. So, only dragon fire can forge the dragon crystal into a true weapon? Not merely a weapon. The tail of the shadow's edge pointed toward the innocents laboring fervently at the mouth of the mine. It was also an amulet, a source of purification. When mixed with steel, the refined dragon crystal powder could inflict harm upon the White Walkers. Adorning oneself with a talisman forged from this powder could fend off the mental encroachment of the undead and the chill of despair. Runes etched with dragon crystal powder could conjure a fleeting barrier against malevolent spirits. This, indeed, was the true treasure of Dragonstone Island, infinitely more precious than any gold or silver. The ancestors of Valyria established their haven here, not solely for the dragons, but to safeguard this natural bulwark against the dead and a repository of armaments. At that moment, the hero tasked with excavation approached, cradling a dragon crystal or as large as a basin, shimmering with an intense azure glow, his face alight with excitement and reverence. Khaleesi, behold this. Its quality is exceptional. Daenerys accepted the weighty ore, its touch cool, yet devoid of the initial, bone-chilling malevolence that had accompanied the earlier shard. She glanced at the shadow's edge, who inclined his head slightly. Refine it, Daenerys. With your dragon fire. You are the unburnt, and the mother of dragons. Your flames possess the capacity to refine the dragon crystal, bestowing upon it true power. This is both your duty and your right. Daenerys inhaled deeply. She set down the large ore and, with both hands, lifted the original shard that had already been refined by the shadow's edge, emanating a gentle, ethereal glow. She closed her eyes, focusing her mind, feeling the nascent power within her, dancing in harmony with the flames. The Viserion upon her shoulder seemed to sense her intent, issuing a youthful yet potent roar. A surge of orange-red flames, far more concentrated and fervent than those emitted by Drogon, erupted from Daenerys' mouth. It was not the destructive, incandescent torrent of the Shadow's edge, but rather a molten embrace of fire, enveloping the dragon crystal shard in a precise cocoon. Within the flames, the azure crystal radiated brilliantly, as though infused with life. It greedily absorbed the essence of dragon fire, intertwining hues of azure and orange-red, pulsating like a living entity. Moments later, the flames extinguished. The dragon crystal shard in Daenerys' hand had been transformed. It now gleamed with a crystalline clarity. Its azure glow pure and profound, with edges so sharp they seemed capable of slicing through light, exuding an aura of the sacred and the solemn. It was a triumph. Yora, Grey Worm, and all the innocents witnessing this spectacle beheld it with incredulous astonishment and fervent adoration. Their queen could not only command dragons, but also wield fire, endowing them with artifacts to combat death. Grey Worm. Daenerys' voice, imbued with undeniable authority, resonated in the sunlight. Immediately organize a team. Establish a dragon crystal workshop. The heroes will be responsible for excavation and/or processing. Select the most skilled and resolute innocents to learn the arts of refining and forging dragon crystal weapons and amulets. This is our key to confronting the Long Night. Expedite the process. Yes, Khaleesi. Grey Worm and the heroes replied in unison, their voices infused with an unprecedented sense of purpose. Daenerys turned to the Shadow's edge, raising the dragon crystal she had refined herself, its azure light illuminating her resolute visage. You speak truly, Lord Shadow's edge. The Iron Throne stands as a banner of unity. Yet it is the dragon glass that serves as both the sword and shield against the encroaching winter. Dragonstone shall no longer be a refuge for exiles. It will become our fortress where hope is forged and preparations for the long night are made. Within the molten glow of the setting sun, the silhouette of a maiden stands proudly, her hand grasping the ethereal blue dragon glass that symbolizes the fight against the light of death. The great creature slowly raises its massive head, gazing toward the north, the realm dominated by ice and death. A deep, resonant dragon's roar emanates from its throat, not a cry of rage, but a proclamation, a challenge, piercing the heavens and echoing along the shores of Dragonstone. The eerie glimmer of dragon glass flickers in the workshop under the rhythmic hammering, while the flames of a true dragon rise within the fortress. The bastion against death stands resolutely on Dragonstone, its shadow of the Platinum Wall forever looming over the path of the undead army's southward march. The curtain of war has ignited in the flames that temper the dragon glass. The waves of the narrow sea shimmer in a gentle, deep blue beneath the midday sun, akin to a spread of satin. A colossal fleet cleaves through the waters, advancing toward the frigid north. The prow of the ship slices through the surface, leaving behind a long trail of white. Banners flutter in the wind. The three-headed red dragon of House Targaryen, the spike helmet of the Unsullied, and the newly joined direwolf of the north. Daenerys Targaryen stands at the rail of the flagship, the Black Death, her silver hair tousled by the briny sea breeze. Her gaze is not fixed on the unknown battlefield to the north, but rather lingers, almost obsessively, on the deep blue waters beyond the ship's railing. There, in immense shadow, both awe-inspiring and terrifying, moves slowly alongside the fleet. Covered in heavy platinum scales, its back resembles a moving mountain, crowned with towering spines that flow with a molten, sanguine light, steadily rising to the surface. Occasionally, a gigantic dragon head, adorned with mineralized armor, lifts slightly, its molten eyes scanning the fleet, exhaling plumes of sulfurous mist before submerging again, leaving only the terrifying platinum spine visible, a silent testament to its existence and power. For months, the dragon glass workshops on Dragonstone have labored day and night. The tempered blue glow dances across weapons and amulets, as the Unsullied silently and efficiently arm themselves with these instruments against the dead. 3 young dragons soar above the fleet, their sizes having grown considerably, with Drogon's roar now echoing with burgeoning might. Yet Daenerys is acutely aware that, in comparison to the impending threat, all these preparations seem minuscule. A question, one that has haunted her and belongs to all of Westeros, lingers in her mind. At last, during this northward journey, in the tranquil moment shared between the fleet and the silent Platinum Wall, Daenerys takes a deep breath and voices the question that has plagued her and the annals of Westerosi history for centuries. Ancestors. Her voice emerges clear and solemn amidst the tumult of wind and waves. Why? Throughout the long history of Westeros, from the children of the forest to the Undulls, from our forebears to we Targaryens, do the chronicles, songs, and murals record only you, a wingless mountain dragon? Should not your existence be considered a collective? Beneath the surface of the sea, a colossal shadow appeared to linger for a moment. The water surged as the immense head, enshrouded in a thick layer of mineralization, slowly emerged, accompanied by a cacophony of splashing. The frigid seawater cascaded down its platinum-scaled armor, while its molten gold vertical pupils calmly turned towards Daenerys. As if piercing through the very fabric of time, its voice resonated, deep and sonorous like the muffled thunder of the ocean's depths. Imbued with an ancient vastness and an undeniable certainty. In this world, beneath the sky and land you know, there has always been, and will always be, only I. A mountain dragon. This succinct declaration harbored an astonishing solitude and singularity. Daenerys's violet eyes widened in astonishment. She had envisioned myriad answers, a hidden lineage, an extinct race. Yet, she had never anticipated such an absolute uniqueness. This beast, as ancient as mountains and as formidable as deities, was indeed the sole example of its kind in existence. The shock of this realization was far more profound than witnessing it tear down city walls or unleash dragon fire. Silence enveloped the space between the ship and the dragon. Save for the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull, Daenerys wrestled with the weight of this unparalleled revelation, as another, more pressing question surfaced in her mind. She gazed into the molten gold eyes of the dragon, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Then, Ancestor, how well do you understand the enemy we are about to face? The Night King? The Night King? The dragon's nostrils flared slightly, releasing a plume of sulfurous vapor, as if recalling the bone-chilling aura of death that emanated from the land of eternal winter. Its gaze momentarily drifted into reminiscence, and within the depths of its molten gold pupils, a flicker of azure light and shattered pale figures danced across the icy plains. Understanding is hardly the term, it replied with an air of casual indifference, as if discussing a long-forgotten, inconsequential neighbor, someone with whom it had exchanged glances while procuring supplies in the land of eternal winter, or rather, I had unilaterally procured supplies. The dragon's massive head swayed slightly, as if recalling something amusing. At that time, I had been rather efficient in hunting the others, perhaps too effective. It may have been the commotion or the significant depletion of his forces that ultimately alerted the master seated upon that frozen throne. A low, short, almost derisive rumble emanated from its throat, leading to an amusing turn of events. Its minions, those others who knew not fear and were prone to attack any living creature, suddenly became exceedingly polite. Within a radius of 3 miles, the tip of the dragon's tail gently swayed beneath the water, creating ripples. Upon sensing my presence or catching a distant glimpse of my shimmering scales, they would instantly flee. They fled with such speed that ice shards soared high, as if one misstep would lead to their utter demise. That scene was akin to pouring ice into boiling water, instantly clearing the space. Efficiency plummeted, making it considerably more challenging for me to gain experience later on. The dragon paused, its molten gold eyes darting towards Daenerys, seemingly to ascertain whether she comprehended this peculiar term. Gaining experience from another world. Suddenly, it added with a tone laced with both mockery and disdain. Thus, in a certain sense, this Night King can be regarded as my top brother from the days when I first established my dominion in the land of eternal winter. Albeit his tribute was not in gold coins, but in an unceasing stream of experience packages. Daenerys found herself momentarily bewildered by this rather down-to-earth metaphor. A top brother? Experience packages? This was a stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere she had envisioned, where ancient behemoths discussed world-threatening foes. However, she quickly discerned the almost palpable contempt woven into Shah Huey's words. Furrowing her brow, her violet eyes brimmed with confusion. But Ancestor, did you not solemnly warn me before that the Night King is the greatest enemy of the living, the embodiment of death that brings forth an endless night? His threat, a short, derisive snort interrupted Daenerys' words. Shah Huey's colossal head suddenly lifted, sending massive splashes of water cascading. The indifference that had previously marked his molten gold vertical pupils was instantly replaced by a cold disdain as he gazed down upon Daenerys aboard the ship. Akin to a dragon surveying mere ants below, his voice surged with a sharpness that could tear through the sea breeze. Laced with arrogance, I give him face by calling him the Night King. That is merely in recognition of the fact that he once managed to oversee certain matters. With a tremendous crash, his massive forepaw struck the surface of the sea, creating a thunderous roar that conjured waves soaring several meters high, causing the great warship to sway violently. The soldiers and sailors aboard gasped, clinging tightly to the ship's railing. "I do not give him face." Shah Hui's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an overwhelming ferocity and absolute confidence that echoed across the fleet. Even the three small dragons soaring in the distance were startled into uneasy cries. "He is only worthy of being called Little Knight." His immense head turned towards the north, the direction where ice and death resided, his molten gold pupils seemingly piercing through endless space, locking firmly onto a presence beyond the wall, atop the frozen throne. A terrifying pressure emanating from an ancient apex predator spread like a palpable force, freezing even the sea breeze in its wake. "Do you believe?" Shah Hui's voice lowered, yet held a chilling power more fearsome than a roar, each word striking the deck like ice picks, "that even if I stood before him now, pointing at his icy nose and berating him as a worthless fool, he would dare to cower in his frozen lair, trembling without even a mumble of protest?" Arrogance, domineering, absolute disdain. This proclamation was so utterly unreasonable, so subversive to perception. Daenerys and all who heard this roar, be they unsullied, northern soldiers or sailors, felt a chill ascend from their feet to the crown of their heads. They were well aware of the terrifying legends surrounding the Night King, the horror of the army of the dead. Yet, at this moment, listening to the ancient platinum behemoth's unwavering declaration, filled with sheer confidence, an absurd yet undeniable thought began to take root. Perhaps what he said was true. Could it be that the so-called Night King, the embodiment of death that heralded the long night, was truly only worthy of being called Little Knight in the presence of this ancient platinum wall that had single-handedly instilled fear into the hearts of White Walkers in the land of eternal winter? The sea breeze swept over the deck, carrying a biting chill that could not disperse the shock and silence brought forth by the proclamation of the shining dawn. Daenerys gazed at the colossal beast that had once again submerged into the depths, leaving behind a shimmering golden ridge reminiscent of a mountain's spine. Her awe reached unprecedented heights. She understood that the warning of the shining dawn was not born of fear, but rather an elevated sense of responsibility. It scorned the Night King, yet felt compelled to protect the living against the impending tide of death that threatened to engulf the world. The name of the Little Knight would forever be etched in the souls of all who had heard that brazen declaration, serving as an indomitable source of strength from the ancient guardians in the fight against the long night. The fleet continued to sail through the waves, the platinum back of the beast carving an eternal trail across the deep blue sea, heading straight for the frozen battlefield. Chapter 35, Long Time No See. Brother Number 1. The heavy footsteps, akin to a great hammer striking the earth, echoed across the frozen ground, each step causing the icy surface to tremble. Snow flying in all directions. The shining dawn, with its thick platinum-scaled claws, finally set foot on the solid frozen coastline. It shook its mountainous body violently, and the frigid seawater clinging to the crevices of its scales cascaded down like a waterfall, splattering onto the frozen earth and instantly solidifying into ice. A roar, filled with relief and extreme impatience, shattered the still air at the edge of the Everwinter, causing the snow atop the distant pines to tumble down. At last, it had reached land. After swimming for months, it was utterly miserable. This complaint was not unfounded. Had it not been for the need to await Daenerys and her painfully slow fleet, it would have long since plunged into the depths of the Everwinter, wreaking havoc in that frozen hell, accumulating blood fury to the brim, and turning the Night King's ancestral home upside down. Waiting for ships? Such an indignity to this ancient apex predator's efficiency. Its immense molten gold eyes surveyed the continent, shrouded in eternal ice and snow, emanating an aura of death and malice. The cold wind sliced like a blade, whipping ice crystals against its platinum scales, producing a faint tinkling sound. At that moment, a thought, nearly forgotten in the dust of time, surfaced like a bubble beneath the ice. System? The shining dawn tentatively called out within its consciousness. Buzz, a translucent attribute panel, visible only to it, instantaneously unfolded in its vision. LV 340 health, 19550 stamina, 550 oxygen, 1450 food, 3000 carrying capacity, 400 melee damage, 3160 movement speed, 100 stun value, 650 abilities, thermal regulation. A subtle ripple coursed through the lake water surrounding it as its core temperature quietly adjusted. Do you wish to become a male mother? Fury. The muscles beneath its scales remembered the critical points of every severe injury. A dangerous trump card. Moisture. The gentle flow of water enveloped its platinum scales, a sense of power surging like the tides. You are aware of what transpires when the ARK-spine dragon encounters water. Blood Fury 80100. A pale red mist nearly solidifies, flowing languidly across his exterior, emanating an oppressive aura of ferocity. Each layer bears the imprint of lost souls and serves as a staircase of power. Shark-toothed dragon. I am the Blood Fury at level 100. Which dragon dares to slay me? Invisibility, awaiting activation. When his focus intensifies, the air surrounding him seems to momentarily warp and distort, akin to a rising heat haze, before settling back. Now you can commit misdeeds right in front of boiling sheep. Fury, a slight sting spreads beneath his scales, heralding the imminent opening of the gates to power. As his body begins to engorge with vitality, it could make you look even more dashing. Unburnable, no extreme heat can inflict harm upon you, be it magma or flame. Moreover, when harmed by fire or lava, your hunger and health will be restored. Imagine yourself gracefully stepping out of the flames. An utterly magnificent sight. Corpse Whip. Inflict additional damage on a target's corpse to restore your own health. Is it not fully dead yet? Let me assist it further. Flame. Breathe forth fire from your maw. Do you recall your escapade at Dragon Valley? Pilfering a dragon egg only to be pursued by a dragon. Lightning. Emit lightning from your mouth. Most have met their demise at the hands of lightning dragons and venomous dragons, have they not? Speech. You are now capable of speech. As per usual. The massive nostrils of the Blood Fury exhale 2 jets of sulfurous hot air, instantly condensing into white mist in the frigid wind. Observing the staggering melee damage of 3,160 and level 80 Blood Fury, a profound sense of confidence wells within him. With such stature and such stats, the land of eternal winter is merely a high-level experience dungeon. He does not linger, as his colossal head turns towards Daenerys, who is organizing the landing. Issuing a deep roar that resonates along the entire coastline. Follow me. He then strides forward with steps akin to a moving fortress, each footfall cracking the frozen earth, resolutely advancing towards the interior, towards the daunting wall that stretches across the heavens. His platinum-hued massive form on the vast snowy expanse resembles a mobile mountain, exuding an aura of devastation. Under the silent yet monumental pressure of the Blood Fury, Daenerys reveals an unprecedented, almost cold decisiveness. Faced with the Night Watch's bewildered, fearful, and even hostile gazes, she hesitates not for a moment. The spear of the Unsullied, illuminated by the eerie blue glow of the dragon crystal tip, radiates a chilling aura of death. The 3 dragons, Drogo, Regal, Viserion, now of considerable size, emit threatening roars, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion instantaneously. The wall has been reclaimed by the Targaryen family. For the world of the living, resistors are deemed traitors. Daenerys' voice carries clearly in the cold wind, imbued with the undeniable authority of a queen. In the face of absolute power and the looming threat of doom, the ancient vows of the Night Watch seem so feeble. The transfer of power is swiftly completed amidst an oppressive silence and efficient advancement. The ancient castle has been occupied by the Black Party army and the Innocents, with dragon crystal weapons distributed to key positions. Shah Hui stands upon the vast, deliberately cleared expanse at the foot of the Great Wall, resembling a guardian statue cast in platinum. It does not even attempt to approach that so-called magnificent structure. After all, how could this colossal entity, measuring 60 meters in length and 35 meters in height, ascend? By the time it reached the summit, the wall would likely have crumbled beneath its weight. Instead, it simply lies quietly, its heavy platinum scales reflecting the harsh daylight of the tundra with a metallic sheen, while the lava-like blood veins pulsate along its towering spines, emanating a steady, comforting warmth. Its molten gold vertical pupils are half closed, as if in a state of tranquil meditation, yet an invisible, earth-like pressure envelopes the entire area, serving as an unwavering bastion for all living beings. When Shah Hui's massive paw, cloaked in platinum scales, finally makes contact with the eternally cursed frost of the land of eternal winter, a chill far more piercing and malicious than mere physical cold sweeps through the air. A hum resonates, as if an unseen hand abruptly siphoned the warmth from the very space around it. The atmosphere groans under the unbearable burden, as visible ice crystals coalesce in an instant. The biting wind transforms into countless poisoned ice needles, penetrating with a deathly chill that freezes the very soul, tearing and rending everything in its path. Centered around Shah Hui, the snow within a radius of several hundred meters instantaneously transforms into a blue-black ice harder than steel, the icy layer rapidly expanding outward with terrifying speed. The sky darkens ominously, as if even the light itself has been frozen and consumed by this extreme cold. This is the will of the Night King. It is the embodiment of the realm of death's perception and rejection of the most formidable existence among the living. It serves as the ultimate warning from the land of eternal winter to its invaders. A soft, almost imperceptible scoff of absolute disdain escapes from Shah Hui's throat. Such trivial theatrics? It cannot even be bothered to muster the immense vitality within to resist. With a mere thought, the ability to regulate body temperature is instantly activated. A hum resonates as an invisible, exquisitely crafted energy field radiates from Shah Hui's massive form with remarkable precision. A miraculous scene unfolds, the terrifying cold wave, capable of freezing steel and extinguishing all life, encounters an invisible, warm barrier upon reaching a certain radius of Shah Hui's exterior. The ice crystals dissolve instantly. The biting wind becomes docile, and the frozen air begins to flow anew. Within a 10-meter radius around Shah Hui, the temperature stabilizes in a perfect range, ideal for life. Warm as spring, the hard blue-black ice quietly melts at its claws, revealing the deep black frozen earth beneath, with even wisps of barely perceptible warmth rising from beneath it, creating a striking contrast against the lifeless chill of the land of eternal winter. Its massive head tilts slightly upward, molten gold pupils surveying the pale hell shrouded in endless ice and the breath of death ahead, its gaze filled with detached indifference and a mocking amusement. As if assessing a lamb awaiting slaughter. Have you discovered me? The deep, resonant voice rolled over the icy expanse like a muffled thunder, imbued with a languid disdain that emanated from absolute power. Before me, you are but a mere traveler of experience. In a precautionary move, primarily out of concern for the fragile human allies behind me who might freeze into icicles, the entity slightly expanded the range of its thermal regulation, enveloping an area near the Great Wall in a warm domain. Having accomplished this, it once again lowered its massive form, resting its colossal head upon its interlaced forepaws, molten gold eyes half closed, as if genuinely succumbing to slumber. It was awaiting its revered elder brother, the so-called Night King, to personally deliver the trove of experience accumulated over countless years. Time in this realm of eternal winter seemed to flow like viscous, frozen blood, slow and burdensome. Each moment, each second, was accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature. Initially, it was a bone-chilling cold, followed by a frigidness that froze marrow, eventually evolving into an absolute temperature so low it threatened to encase the very soul in ice, a malevolent harbinger of death. The air transformed from a mere gas into a lethal torrent composed of countless poisoned ice crystal particles, frantically slicing and eroding everything in its path. The warm domain of thermal regulation, propped open by the entity, resembled a solitary vessel amidst a tempestuous sea, its boundaries forcefully compressed by an invisible will of death. With eerie blue ice crystals beginning to form at the edges, the cacophony of unsettling sounds, horrific, mingled with the grinding of bones, the splintering of ice, and the wretched cries of malice, surged toward me like a plague from all directions. Initially sporadic, akin to the undercurrents beneath the ice, it quickly coalesced into a pervasive symphony of death. The sounds emanated from beneath my feet, from behind snowdrifts, from every pale expanse within sight. Suddenly, crack, crack, crack. The frozen snowfield surrounding the entity erupted like boiling water, shattering violently. Countless twisted forms, exuding an eerie blue aura of death, broke through the ice. Their skin resembled frozen wax, clad in crystalline armor, hollow eye sockets aflame with cold blue fire, wielding ice crystal spears and bone swords. Their numbers surged like a tide of white corpses poured forth from the frozen rivers of hell, instantly filling every corner of my vision. The pungent stench of decay mingled with the biting cold, forming a nauseating miasma. Roar! Faced with this oncoming wave of death, the entity showed not a hint of hesitation. A primal battle cry, resonating from the bloodline of ancient predators, erupted like thunderclaps across the plain. The tangible shockwave of sound instantly cleared a swath of the eerie beings within several meters before it, as if plowed by an invisible giant plow. Immediately thereafter, the massive form, adorned with platinum scales, stirred. Boom, boom, boom. Each heavy paw raised and slammed down was akin to a colossal battering ram striking the fragile ice surface. Every sweep of its limbs stirred a tempest of blood and carnage. Groups of eerie beings were crushed into ice shards and frozen black sludge beneath its terrifying melee damage of 3,160. Ice crystal weapons that struck against its thick scales left only shallow white marks before shattering instantly. Its colossal form surged forth like an uncontrollable platinum mountain, rampaging through the pale tide of corpses. leaving in its wake deep-set lava footprints. Ice pits melted by its searing exterior and instantly frozen, and a scarlet carpet woven from shattered ice crystals and frozen flesh. Yet, the number of the whites was overwhelming, endless, unyielding. Like an unrelenting white tide, one wave subsided only for another to rise, madly surging toward the shining dawn, attempting to drown it beneath a sheer volume. Loose arrows. From the rear, Daenerys's cold and resolute command pierced through the cacophony of death. She stood atop the wall, her silver hair dancing wildly in the frigid wind, her violet eyes ablaze with fire. In an instant, a torrent of fiery arrows darkened the dim sky of the eternal winter. Thousands of flaming projectiles, akin to meteors falling in reverse. Propelled with the precision of the unsullied and bolstered by the breath of three mighty dragons, Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, smashed into the dense throng of whites surrounding the shining dawn. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions reverberated. Flames blossomed like a brilliant yet lethal flower of death, erupting amidst the pale tide of corpses. The ice crystal armor of the whites melted under the searing heat, their frozen bodies igniting, crackling with bursts and the sizzling sounds of burning fat. Thick smoke mingled with the acrid stench soared into the sky. The heavens were illuminated by this ceaseless rain of fire, casting a stark and brutal contrast against the frozen hell below. The flames alleviated some of the pressure on the shining dawn. However, more whites, like moths to a flame, disregarded their burning comrades and continued to surge unwaveringly toward that platinum core. With a disdainful flick of its massive head, the shining dawn flung several whites from its spiny back, impatience flickering in its molten vertical pupils. The numbers were too great. Efficiency was lacking. It required a more thorough cleansing. In an instant, its focus sharpened. Thermal regulation, reverse direction. Target, core temperature. Power, maximum overload. A terrifying wave of heat erupted explosively from the shining dawn. Its platinum-scaled exterior transformed instantly from a cold metallic sheen to a blinding crimson, akin to a glowing branding iron. The air around it warped violently, crackling with static electricity. At 100 degrees, the ice beneath its feet melted instantly, steam billowing upward. At 200 degrees, the air became searingly hot. The ice crystal armor of the advancing whites began to dissolve rapidly. At 300 degrees, within a 10-meter radius of the shining dawn, the accumulated snow vaporized instantly. The waxy skin of the whites began to smoke and char. At 400 degrees, still not enough. With a ferocious glint in its eyes, the shining dawn lowered its massive head, its sharp fangs descending with resolute ferocity, biting down on a relatively weak point where its heavily scaled forelimb met its armored body. Crack! Puffed! Scalding, shimmering dragon blood erupted forth. Yet, before the blood could touch the ground, it was instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat of its surface. Rage activated. Frenzy activated. Double amplification. The tumultuous energy surged forth like a torrent unleashed by a broken dam, instantly obliterating the last vestige of restraint within. The molten gold vertical pupil erupted with a blinding, sun-like radiance. A visible wave of viscous, blood-tinged energy, blood rage level 80, erupted violently from its surface, resembling a burning crimson cloak. With a resounding boom, the entity surged forth, its speed multiplied several times over. Its colossal form transformed into a platinum-hued hurricane of destruction. Imbued with the searing heat that incinerates all and the frenzied force that rends everything apart, it boldly plunged into the heart of the relentless sea of the otherworldly spirits. Where it passed, there was no mere shattering. Everything was utterly annihilated. The otherworldly spirits scarcely had time to utter a sound before they were vaporized under the oppressive heat and overwhelming power. Leaving behind a wide path of destruction paved with molten glass-like substances, the high-temperature melted ice and rock. It surged to the very center of the corpse tide, standing atop an ice platform, relatively open and surrounded by countless high-ranking otherworldly spirits. Suddenly, it came to a halt, as if a moving mountain had anchored itself. Its massive head rose high, the bloodshot yellow pupil gazing down upon the ocean of the deceased below, resembling a white ant swarm. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing not just flames or lightning, but a blinding, destructive chaos of incandescent core dragon fire from the depths of the earth, intertwining violently with the furious, leaping blue-white serpents of electricity, compressing and merging. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, no longer a linear column of fire or lightning, but a cataclysmic fan of destruction that spanned a vast 180-degree arc. The incandescent flow of flames surged forth like the core of a melting star. vaporizing the otherworldly spirits in an instant, while the ice was effortlessly melted away. The frenzied blue-white lightning, like countless furious electric serpents, darted madly through the flames, exploding and reducing those otherworldly spirits attempting to evade the inferno to charred remains. The high temperature and electric energy intertwined flawlessly, creating an absolute domain of death. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated continuously. The entire ice field trembled. The fan-shaped area thousands of meters in front of it transformed instantly into a hellish sea of white-hot and deep blue flames. The snow was completely evaporated, and the frozen ground melted into a churning lake of magma. Tens of thousands of otherworldly spirits were reduced to ashes under this devastating breath. The blinding radiance illuminated the entirety of the eternal winter, forcing even those on the Great Wall to shield their eyes. It stood majestically at the center of this inferno it had wrought, enveloped in the swirling white-hot flames and dancing lightning. Its platinum scales shimmered with a sacred yet destructive luster, as the not-burned ability operated fervently. The flames capable of incinerating all licked at its body, yet were absorbed and transformed as if they were a nurturing rain. Its vitality surged, seemingly unbounded by the limit of 19,550. As an overwhelming life force coursed through its being, the sensation of hunger vanished, replaced by a feeling of power so intense it felt as though it would explode. With a satisfied low growl resonating from its throat, the molten gold vertical pupil glowed like two burning suns amidst the sea of flames. It even languidly flicked its tail, sending forth a cascade of molten fire. Yet, amid the inferno that incinerated all and the bizarre spectacle of it devouring the flames to restore itself, the immense and fiercely glowing yellow eyes of the Night King abruptly fixed upon the edge of the fiery abyss, atop an untouched ice cliff. There stood a figure, tall, gaunt, as if sculpted from ancient ice. Cloaked in ethereal blue crystalline armor, it emanated a chilling aura more profound than the surrounding absolute zero. In its grasp was a slender spear, seemingly forged from solidified azure aurora, its tip shrouded in the deathly breath that froze souls. Its visage was concealed behind a crown-like crystalline formation, revealing only two deep, cold, lifeless orbs of blue light, akin to two frozen stars, penetrating the turbulent flames and wafting smoke, silently and resolutely gazing at the Night King. The Night King, at last, it had revealed itself. Silently, yet exuding a terror that could freeze all. Simultaneously, at the battlefield's edge, barely sheltered by the thermal regulation field of the Night King, Daenerys issued the command for a full assault. Countless unsullied, Northmen, and free folk surged forth like a torrent unleashed, wielding dragonglass weapons and unleashing earth-shattering war cries against the temporarily disoriented army of White Walkers, struck by the Night King's breath. For the living, for the Queen, kill! Steel clashed against ice. Dragonglass pierced decaying bodies. Flames raged. Blood erupted instantaneously, only to freeze rapidly in the extreme cold, staining the earth with a grotesque and tragic dark red crystalline carpet. Life and death, fire and ice, clashed in the most primal and brutal confrontation upon this cursed land. And all of this unfolded against the backdrop of the blazing sea of fire, along with the colossal platinum figure, akin to an apocalyptic deity, silently confronting the frozen god of death. The celestial inferno roared and surged around the Night King, tearing apart the eternal darkness and deathly silence of the land of eternal winter. It stood like a god of destruction emerging from the sun's core, towering in the center of the inferno, its unburnable ability operating with ferocious intensity, greedily consuming the flames that annihilated all, transforming them into a torrent of vitality and strength. Surging and roaring within its massive platinum form, life overflowed, hunger non-existent, and the crimson wave of blood fury simmered and twisted under the high temperature, resembling a burning blood-red cloak. The molten vertical pupils had transformed into two blazing orbs of yellow light, radiating absolute disdain with a hint of newfound ferocity, piercing through the swirling flames and smoke, locking onto the summit of the untouched ice cliff. That figure, silent yet colder than the ancient ice beneath, more dazzling than the tumultuous sea of flames, was the Night King. The ethereal blue crystalline armor enveloped its gaunt and towering frame, seemingly coalesced from the deepest despair of the land of eternal winter. Two profound, cold, lifeless orbs of blue light, akin to two frozen stars aged for eons, projected from beneath the shadow of the crystalline crown, piercing through space to collide with the Night King's burning yellow gaze. No roar, no declaration of war. Only an absolute silence, a chilling stillness infused with malevolence that seemed to freeze the very soul. In this moment of silent confrontation, the Night King stirred. Its arm, clutching a slender spear of crystallized ice, rose with an excruciating slowness reminiscent of glacial thaw, the spear tip aimed at the heavens. There was no thunderous display. Yet the entire realm of eternal winter appeared to be commanded by that single gesture. Boom! Centered upon the ice cliff where the Night King stood. A visible shockwave, a swirling mix of ethereal blue crystals and stark white frost, erupted with a resounding roar. Where the shockwave passed, the very fabric of space groaned under the weight of its power. The air was instantaneously transformed into solid blue ice crystals, sharp as countless shards of crystal. Propelled outward at supersonic speeds, the ground was furrowed into terrifying chasms several meters deep, the remnants of the others, frozen earth, and rock instantly reduced to powder. An ice storm, an absolute zero impact embodying the essence of death. Its target, the blazing heart of the inferno. Roar. Confronted by this deathly shockwave that froze all, the blazing heart emitted a thunderous roar, not of fear, but of exhilaration. The blood rage surged to 80 layers, boiling instantaneously. A viscous wave of pale crimson energy erupted, forming a chaotic shield of power around its surface. Simultaneously, the temperature regulation surged to its maximum capacity. Buzz! The platinum scales erupted in a blindingly brilliant white light, more dazzling than the flames themselves. The terrifying heat distorted the very space around it. The shockwave of the ice storm collided violently with the blazing heart. Hiss! Like a red-hot iron plunged into millennia-old ice, the jarring, teeth-grinding sounds of vaporization and freezing echoed simultaneously. The raging flames surrounding the blazing heart were extinguished by more than half in an instant. A thick layer of ethereal blue ice, several meters deep, visibly crystallized upon its surface, infused with the Night King's principle of death, relentlessly eroding inward, seeking to freeze the colossal core of life within the blazing heart. Ice and fire, life and death. Two diametrically opposed forces engaged in a fierce struggle upon the blazing heart. The ice layer, rapidly vaporizing under the intense heat, sent clouds of mist soaring upward, only to be instantaneously frozen by an even more terrifying cold front. The immense form of the blazing heart was propelled backward by this horrific force, carving deep, steaming furrows into the frozen ground. Enough strength. The blazing heart growled, its giant yellow eyes igniting with an even fiercer glint. The thick ice layer enveloping its body. Under the extreme output of temperature regulation and the frenzied clash of blood rage energy, shattered explosively. Countless sharp, ethereal blue crystals scattered like cannonballs. Yet, at the very moment the ice layer exploded, the Night King vanished. In the next heartbeat, a chilling beam of ice-cold light, seemingly capable of freezing time itself, appeared without warning at the side of the blazing heart's massive head. The speed was beyond the grasp of sight. The Night King had struck personally. The spear of crystallized aurora, embodying the will to end all, silently yet swiftly lunged toward the molten gold vertical pupil of the blazing heart. Too fast. A thrust imbued with the essence of death. The colossal head of Shahuai suddenly tilted. The heavily mineralized eyelids closed at the critical moment. A thunderous clang resonated, akin to the tolling of a great bell or the terrifying crack of an ice mountain. The crystalline tip of an ice spear violently struck Shahuai's closed eyelids. The chilling, deathly frost clashed violently against the absolute defense of the platinum scales. The bone-chilling cold instantly spread from the point of contact. The resilient eyelid scales of Shahuai, capable of withstanding the dragon crystal crossbow, were pierced, leaving a minuscule white spot adorned with spiderweb-like fractures. A frigid, soul-freezing breath of death attempted to seep through that fissure. Seeking demise, the excruciating pain and the frigid threat of death ignited the ferocity within Shahuai. In its frenzy state, its golden eyes erupted with a destructive radiance. Ignoring the ice spear still lodged in its eyelid, its massive head charged forward like a battering ram. The heavily scaled forehead collided with the Night King's ice-covered chest with overwhelming force. The Night King appeared unprepared for Shahuai's savage, nearly self-destructive assault. A flicker of light flashed in its azure eyes as the ice spear was swiftly retracted for defense. Boom! Like two moving icebergs colliding. The thunderous sound silenced the entire battlefield. The violent ripple of power visibly spread, turning everything within a radius of hundreds of meters, be it whites or burning remnants, into dust. The Night King's seemingly light body was violently propelled away by this pure, unadulterated physical force. Like a severed crystal kite, It traced a blue arc through the air before crashing heavily onto a massive ice mound hundreds of meters away. The hard ice mound was instantly shattered, collapsing significantly. Shaohai was not unscathed either. The force of the collision reverberated through its massive head, causing it to buzz, while the pain and deep-seated chill from the fissure in its eyelids surged through it. Yet, it remained unfazed. The instinct to whip the corpse and restore health drove it onward. The corpses of whites perished in the wake of its clash with the Night King, piled high around it. Roar! Shaohuai's enormous claws stomped the ground fiercely. Whip the corpse and restore health activated. An invisible wave of energy swept across the battlefield. Splatter! 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 Centered around Shaohuai, all fallen white corpses within a radius of 100 meters, whether intact or shattered, were instantly crushed and torn apart once more by an unseen colossal force. They were transformed into a finer mixture of ice crystals and black blood. Streams of cold, viscous energy, imbued with pure life essence, surged into Shaohuai like rivers returning to the sea. The tiny fissure in its eyelid, created by the ice spear, began to mend at a visibly rapid pace under the influx of life energy. The encroaching deathly frost was instantly dispelled and annihilated by the surging vitality. The depleted stamina was replenished in an instant. The crimson glow of blood rage became denser and more ferocious. Little knight, this mere tickle is insufficient. Come again. Shaohuai's colossal head swung, releasing a roar filled with provocation and ferocity towards the direction where the Night King had fallen. Its massive form, cloaked in platinum scales, slightly bowed, while the molten blood light on its spine surged wildly, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. Amidst the ruins of the icy hills, an ethereal blue glow gradually illuminated the scene. The Night King rose from the shattered ice, his crystalline armor unscathed, though the brilliance of the auroral ice spear in his grasp seemed to dim ever so slightly. His emotionless azure eyes, for the first time, gravely fixed upon the figure of the Deathlight. A deeper, more terrifying chill began to coalesce around him, the surrounding air emitting a mournful cry. Burdened and on the brink of total freezing, the roar of the platinum behemoth echoed across the icy expanse, its molten gaze locking onto the frozen monarch. The spectral glow of the ice spear in the Night King's hand swirled, the essence of death crystallizing into tangible frost. At the heart of the ultimate battlefield, the boundary between ice and fire had been shattered, leaving only the silent screams of annihilation. The searing flames and molten rock were encased in ice, as if the ancient glaciers themselves were being consumed in flames. They fought until dawn broke and darkness fell once more, until one day, in the land of eternal winter, the thunderous echoes of battle ceased. From that moment forth, none would know where the platinum dragon of the Mountain of Death had departed, nor the fate of the King of the Dead. Chapter 36. Dragon Tamer. The consciousness of Deathlight plunged into a viscous sea of ink, the dust of countless millennia nearly enveloping him, until a torrent of experience points, vast enough to instill dread, forcefully swept him from his dreamless slumber. LV 340 LV 347. Upgrade points 700. Extraction points 1. The frigid system notification struck like ice water into boiling oil, instantly awakening Deathlight's dormant awareness. The molten vertical pupils beneath his heavy, mineral-laden eyelids flickered violently. Not yet fully focused, the colossal figure of 700 gleamed like the most tantalizing treasure, igniting a primal instinct deep within his soul. Over 700 upgrade points. Chaotic thoughts were swiftly replaced by euphoric greed and meticulous calculation. The last time he felt such wealth was while grinding for experience packs from the Night King, the top player in the land of eternal winter. Gazing at the myriad of options on the attribute panel, a voice, wise yet foreign, thundered in his mind. Greatness is power. Greatness is strength. The wisdom of the mighty. Enlightenment. Join the glorious evolution. A fervent cry erupted from the depths of his soul. Grant me full vitality. His thoughts surged towards the life attribute. Buzz. 19550. 89550. An indescribable torrent, originating from the essence of life, instantaneously engulfed every cell of Deathlight. Like a parched riverbed, long dried for eons, being suddenly filled with a cataclysmic flood, his bones erupted in a cacophony of growth, thickening. Muscle fibers bulged like mountains, reorganizing. The platinum scales enveloping his body expanded rapidly with a piercing friction, becoming denser. The veins coursing with molten blood upon his spines grew thicker and brighter, pulsating like the arteries of the earth. Crack, crack, boom. The deep sea trembled. His massive form swelled under the infusion of energy, as if being inflated. The length surged from 60 meters to an astounding 80 meters. The The height of the spines elevated dramatically from 35 meters to 52 meters, as if a majestic platinum mountain had risen from the ocean floor. In its wake came a terrifying increase in weight, displacing the surrounding seawater and creating a vast, albeit fleeting, cavity, which was swiftly filled again by the surging tides, producing a deep, resonant roar. A howl of exhilaration erupted from Shahui, unable to restrain his exuberance as he threw his head back in a primal scream. The sound wave exploded like a deep-sea bomb, incapacitating several unfortunate giant deep-sea fish nearby, who had no time to react before their eyes burst and their innards were shattered, flipping over in a stupor. Once the ecstasy of evolution had subsided, Shahui's attention was drawn to a small yet glaring time display that had mysteriously appeared beside his attribute panel, 810 years. Time remaining until the onset of the narrative, 200 years. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. In the next instant, the stillness of the deep sea was shattered by a violent surge of mental energy. I curse you. May you suffer. I bless you. A torrent of venomous curses, so potent they would make even the most vulgar sailor blush, surged forth from another world. A chaotic amalgamation of dragon tongue and universal language, erupting like tangible shockwaves within Shahui's consciousness. This was not due to the simplicity of the system panel, which lacked even an AI, resembling nothing more than a rudimentary databoard, but rather the infernal time leap. Was it not enough that you first hurled me back billions of years, leaving me to languish in Beijing for eons before awakening? Then you thrust me thousands of years into the past, and now you dare to cast me hundreds of years back? Are you toying with me? After venting my frustrations for a full quarter of an hour at the unresponsive, still cold panel displaying 810 years, Shahui finally paused. Panting heavily, though dragons do not require breath. His immense molten gold vertical pupils brimmed with a sense of desolation and frustration. Damn it, enough. Shahui decided to abandon all restraint, adhering to his old routine. Sleep. He would slumber until the story commenced. Habitually, he sought to sink into the depths of his consciousness, returning to that familiar state of thoughtlessness. However, sleep eluded him. An indescribable restlessness and discomfort enveloped him. It felt as though he had been abruptly thrust from the warmth of his cozy bed into an icy cellar, having lingered too long in the sulfurous springs of Dragonstone and the comforts of Westeros. The frigid waters of this northern realm of the dragon trainer world left his very scales feeling awry. Could this daunt me? Shahui's massive nostrils exhaled 2 streams of disdainful warmth. Temperature regulation activated. With a flicker of intent, he precisely controlled his surroundings. A wave of warmth surged forth, radiating from his colossal platinum form, effectively isolating and heating the surrounding icy seawater. Soon, a warm, spring-like deep-sea hot spring, several hundred meters in diameter, took shape. The comfortable warmth enveloped every scale of Shahui, causing the previous irritations to dissipate into thin air. A satisfied rumble transformed into a series of enormous bubbles in the depths of the sea. The colossal head of the Shahui found a comfortable position resting upon the rocky seabed, its eyelids, cloaked in a thick mineralized armor, slowly closed. Let it sleep for an eternity. As Shahui descended into a profound slumber, the vast domain of its temperature regulation remained active, akin to a constant geothermal spring, continually radiating warmth. The balmy seawater accelerated evaporation, giving rise to a ceaseless, dense mist that ascended from the ocean's surface, enveloping the area where Shahui floated. The immense, mountainous form of Shahui was not entirely motionless in this warm aquatic realm. Gentle currents, tides, and deep-sea undercurrents nudged this slumbering island to drift slowly across the expansive northern seas. At times, it was pushed toward the frigid polar fringes, where the vapor surrounding it crystallized into fine ice shards in the biting cold winds, resembling the snow-laden mists that shroud sacred mountains. At other moments, it was swept by warm currents toward the temperate waters near land, where the mist transformed into a humid, ethereal veil. As day turned to night and winter yielded to summer, decades and centuries passed, rendering time inconsequential in this maritime expanse. The abode of fish, the warm island became a paradise for marine life. Schools of fish thrived in the temperate waters, while algae flourished in the sun-kissed upper layers of the sea. Majestic manta rays, languid sea turtles, and even inquisitive small whales regarded this drifting warm isle as a sanctuary and a bountiful feeding ground. Shahui's barnacle-encrusted back, adorned with seaweed, evolved into underwater peaks and coral formations, the homeland of birds. When the mist-laden isle approached land or icy expanses, the rising warm, humid air collided with the cold upper atmosphere, giving rise to dense and persistent clouds. Migratory birds, such as seabirds, albatrosses, and even some lost terrestrial birds, discovered this eternal warm fog amidst the cold seas. They embraced it as a verdant oasis for respite, a harbor to evade storms, and even a nesting site. Bird droppings and feathers adorned the summit of Shahuai's spiny back, though sparingly, reminiscent of the unique flora of an island. Viking fishermen and sailors, from afar, beheld this perennial, vast, and ever-shifting fog bank with reverence, dubbing it the drifting mist isle. They inscribed it upon crude maritime charts, perceiving it as a mysterious natural wonder, rumored to harbor sea monsters or ancient deities of the ocean. Shahuai was entirely oblivious to this, immersed in the deepest slumber it had known for eons. Its consciousness drifted into a warm, comforting chaos, until a roar, a terrifying bellow filled with ferocity, greed, and destruction shattered the tranquility. Like a colossal hammer striking the very fabric of the sky, plunging into the depths of Shahuai's awareness. Following this was another sound, an eerie dragon's cry, imbued with fear, anger, and the velocity of a breaking wave. It was not aimed at him, yet it was alarmingly close. Noise pollution, a severe disturbance to the quality of sleep. Who the hell dares to disturb my peace? Shahuai's mineralized eyelids abruptly parted, revealing a narrow slit. Its molten vertical pupil ignited in the deep ocean darkness, suffused with the raging fury of a disturbed dream. Instantly, its immense psychic energy swept across the ocean's surface. The mist still hung thickly, like a wall. Young Hiccup rode atop the sleek, ebony back of Toothless, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Behind them loomed the colossal figure of the Red Death, exuding a stench of sulfur and death, its enormous maw opening wide enough to engulf a ship. A dragon's flame of annihilation brewing deep within its throat. Death was but a breath away. In this moment of peril, Hiccup's keen gaze caught sight of a dense fog ahead, looming like a great white wall across the sea, the fabled Misty Isle. Toothless, look over there, Hiccup shouted, his voice trembling with a mix of excitement and fear. The fog. We must dive in. It can help us. Toothless' emerald eyes brimmed with unease. Sensing the eerie essence of the fog, warm, immense, and suffocating, as if a monstrous ancient beast more terrifying than the Red Death lay dormant within. Yet, the command of his master and the deadly threat trailing them left him with no alternative. Easy, buddy. You can do this. Hiccup leaned forward, clutching Toothless' neck tightly, offering his final encouragement. With a rush, the Black Knight Fury surged forth like a bolt of lightning, plunging into that obscured and warm white realm without hesitation. The Red Death followed closely, its wrath stripping away its last vestiges of caution, its massive form crashing into the fog with reckless abandon. Instantly, the mist consumed their figures. Hiccup and Toothless navigated through the near-zero visibility of the fog, relying solely on their unwavering trust in one another and Toothless' remarkable sonar abilities, narrowly evading the blind flames and frenzied collisions unleashed by the Red Death. The creature roared with fury, trapped within its white cage, its fiery breath illuminating only small patches of swirling vapor, further igniting its agitation. Suddenly, the relentless Red Death came to an abrupt halt, its massive, grotesque head turned towards the depths of the mist, its colossal nostrils flaring wildly, the violent intent in its yellowed eyes replaced by a more primal blend of greed, confusion, and a barely perceptible hint of trepidation. It seemed to have caught a scent, something more enticing than the Night Fury, yet instinctively sensed as perilous. Abandoning its close pursuit of the Night Fury, the beast's immense form shifted with a heavy sound through the air, veering towards the core of the fog, releasing a tentative but threatening roar. Now is our chance. Hiccup's eyes sparkled with hope. Toothless, go. Without a moment's hesitation, Toothless unleashed his maximum speed, bursting forth like a shadow from the edge of the fog. Hiccup, the chieftain of Burke, stoic, who had been anxiously watching the edge of the mist, saw his son emerge and soared forward, scooping his shaken son from the dragon's back in a tight embrace. By the gods, thank goodness you're safe. However, before the father and son could settle their tumultuous emotions, two earth-shattering roars erupted from the depths of the fog, distinct yet equally thunderous, like two dormant volcanoes erupting simultaneously. The first roar, fierce and avaricious, filled with a madness that threatened to obliterate all, was the Red Death. The second, deep and resonant, bore a rage awakened as if by ants, seemingly emanating from the primordial chaos of ancient times, like the roar of the earth's very core. In an instant, it drowned out the voice of the Red Death. The entire coastline of Bork Island fell into a profound silence. All the Vikings, all the dragons, were paralyzed by the terrifying pressure embedded within that second roar, their souls trembling in fear. The ecstasy etched on Stuck's face instantly froze, transforming into boundless horror. Boom, boom, crackle. The thick fog surged violently, roiling like boiling milk. Blazing flames and frenzied blue-white lightning flickered madly within, intertwining. One could vaguely discern the outlines of two colossal beasts colliding fiercely amidst the mist, rolling in a tumultuous dance. Each impact sent towering waves crashing upon the sea. The deafening roar echoed as if the gods themselves were beating war drums above the clouds. What is that? Fish Leg trembled with fear, pointing at the massive spiked silhouette that flickered through the fog. No one could answer. Everyone stood dumbfounded, captivated by the mythical struggle unfolding in the mist. Suddenly, a roar like no other, a terrifying blend of searing heat and thunderous wrath, tore through the fog. An indescribable, blazing white dragon breath, akin to a spear of divine judgment cast down by the gods, surged forth from the depths of the mist, entwined with countless frenzied blue-white electric serpents. The brilliance illuminated the entire sea, momentarily dispersing the fog in a small radius. That radiance seemed as though it could pierce a hole through the heavens. The light flickered and vanished. The world fell silent in an instant. The terrifying roars, the earth-shattering collisions, the flickering thunder and fire, all sounds ceased. Only the gentle lapping of waves against the shore remained, accompanied by the heavy breaths of all present. The fog that enveloped the sea, seemingly bereft of its core support, began to slowly drift away and dissipate. The Vikings of Bork Island and their dragons held their breath, fixated on the receding mist. Stuck gripped his battle axe tightly, while Little Hiccup nervously clung to Toothless' neck. As the fog thinned, on the surface of the sea floated an enormous, grotesquely twisted head covered in dark red scales. Eerily still, the once mighty head of the Red Death, which had instilled boundless fear, now resembled discarded refuse, its yellowed eyes devoid of all luster. The severed neck still bearing the horrific wound, carbonized by extreme heat and torn by furious lightning, smoothed to a chilling degree. There was no body, no signs of struggle. It was as though the nightmare dragon king that had dominated the seas had merely been decapitated by some unfathomable entity with a casual flick. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the coastline of Bork Island. As the fog completely dissipated, the sea lay barren. Apart from the floating head of the Red Death, there was nothing else. It was as if the cataclysmic battle and the world-ending dragon breath had all been but a disturbingly vivid nightmare. The enigmatic Misty Isle, along with its unfathomable and more terrifying presence, vanished silently into the depths of the vast ocean, just as it had appeared, leaving behind merely the remnants of a nightmarish demise and a terrifying legend about the deity of Misty, all that has been recounted through generations by all Vikings, yet remains forever unverified. Chapter 37. The coastline of Bork Island lay frozen in a deathly silence. The floating crimson head of the Red Reaper loomed like a colossal and grotesque exclamation mark, bringing an abrupt end to the clamor of all Viking warriors and the restlessness of the dragon horde. It lay quietly in the frigid waters, its severed neck carbonized by extreme heat, and the horrifying wounds, torn apart by ferocious lightning, were starkly visible, exuding a noxious blend of charred flesh and sulfur. The waves lapped gently against its dark red scales, yet could not wash away the solidified death and the deep-seated dread that pervaded the air. Stuck's hand remained tightly clasped around his battle axe, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The seasoned chieftain of Bork Island bore scars crisscrossing his face, which, at this moment, seemed to have lost their former ferocity, replaced instead by a profound sense of bewilderment and reverence in the face of an unknown colossal force. He surveyed his surroundings. His kinfolk, whether valiant warriors or strong women, bore expressions etched with the same shock and terror. The once jubilant dragon horde, celebrating the escape of young Hiccup, now lay low to the ground, their bodies pressed against the earth, emitting suppressed whimpers filled with fear. The air was thick with the acrid stench of dragon dung and the visceral scent of blood, but more potent was the intangible aura of terror, as if it still enveloped this maritime expanse. The voice of his father, Stoic, rasped, shattering the stifling silence. He stood beside Stoic, with Toothless pressed closely against his leg. The dragon's emerald eyes fixated on the Red Reaper's head, pupils constricted to pinpricks, its body trembling slightly. However, Hiccup's gaze transcended the massive wreckage, directed towards the vacant sea that lay exposed after the mist had dissipated. The divine retribution from the fog. Gobber, the one-eyed blacksmith, spoke in a hoarse voice, his solitary eye filled with awe as he regarded the ocean, the forging hammer having long since fallen from his grasp. It was the spirit of Misty Isle. It has put an end to the tyranny of the Red Reaper. His words rippled through the crowd like stones cast into a tranquil lake, stirring suppressed discussions and deeper fears among them. The legend of Misty Isle had long been a staple among Viking sailors, the ever-present elusive mist regarded as the domain of deep-sea leviathans or ancient sea gods. Now, this legend had erupted into reality in the most shocking and sanguinary manner. Stoic inhaled deeply. The icy sea breeze infused with the heavy scent of blood filling his lungs, momentarily clearing his muddled thoughts. Gobber was right. His voice was deep and commanding, quelling the unrest among the crowd. Whatever it may be, it has ended our nightmare, the Red Reaper. It has saved Hiccup. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder, his gaze complex as it settled upon the head. Now, bring it ashore. This is a miracle. It is also a warning. The chieftain's command jolted Bok Island from its paralyzing fear. Asa planted sheer terror. Under Gobber's command, the stoutest ropes were affixed to the enormous horns of the Red Death's skull. Dozens of the mightiest Viking warriors, alongside several glens, exerted their strength in unison. Akin to ants dragging a colossal elephant. Amidst the thunderous chants, they laboriously hauled this terrifying trophy, emblematic of the end of nightmares, up to the highest cliff of Burke Island, known as Dragon's Voice Cliff. In the days that followed, Burke Island was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of fervor intertwined with reverence. Atop Dragon's Voice Cliff, a rugged and solemn stone altar rose with astonishing swiftness. The altar's core was none other than the meticulously cleansed, yet still radiating an intangible aura of dread, Red Death's skull. Its enormous eye sockets were inlaid with polished obsidian, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. The Vikings, utilizing the most precious dyes they could procure, deep-sea indigo, ochre from the mines, and the verdant green of the forests, decorated the rocks surrounding the altar with their imagined deity of Misty Isle, a vague, colossal silhouette akin to a mountain, adorned with spines that towered into the clouds and glowed like flowing lava, along with a pair of giant eyes burning with golden flames amidst the thick fog. Enveloping the altar, massive whale oil torches burned day and night, their smoke mingling with the scent of sulfur, a flavor Gobber had deliberately added. Believing the gods favored it, wafting into the air, Stoic stood at the window of the newly constructed Chief's Hall, observing the bustling crowd and the curling smoke above Dragon's Voice Cliff, his brow furrowed. Before him lay a rudimentary sea chart of Burke Island, marked with the approximate area where Misty Isle had once appeared and scattered records of its drifting trajectory. Just then, his son, Hiccup, entered, a hint of fatigue on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Toothless had mentioned that within the mist, he sensed not anger but rather a kind of irritable awakening, a profoundly immense presence. Stoic turned to gaze at his son and the ever-loyal Toothless at his feet. The Night Fury's perception of the deity of Misty Isle was, aside from Hiccup's survival, the only valuable information they had. Irritable. Stoic pondered this term. Gobber believed that such an immense presence was the dwelling place of a deity, yet they could not entrust Burke Island's future to nebulous prayers. They must uncover its essence, or at the very least, comprehend what it was. Why had it appeared, and why had it vanished? Where would it next manifest? Was it benevolent towards them? Or, he halted, his gaze once again drawn to the fearsome skull atop Dragon's Voice Cliff. I understand, father, Hiccup said, clenching his fists. Toothless speed and agility are unparalleled. We can use him for reconnaissance, to chart a more accurate map of Misty Isle's activities. Perhaps we could even discover a pattern in its appearances? No, my child. That is far too perilous. Stoic immediately countered. Last time, it was the Red Death that drew its attention. If you encounter it alone, Toothless is clever. We will be exceedingly cautious. Just observe from a distance. Hiccup fervently argued. Father, we cannot live in fear and speculation forever. We must understand it. This is the only way to safeguard Burke Island. He then looked at Toothless, who lifted his head and let out a low yet resolute growl. I believe in him, just as he believes in me. Gazing into the stubborn light in his son's eyes, reminiscent of his late wife, Stoic remained silent for an extended period before finally nodding gravely. He took along Fishleg and Astrid, accompanied by their dragon, ensuring mutual vigilance. Remember, absolutely, under no circumstances approach. If there is any anomaly, return immediately. Yes, father. Meanwhile, in the vast and frigid depths of the Northern Sea, the colossal consciousness of Shahuai was slowly rising from a profound slumber, much like an underwater volcano stirring after a prolonged dormancy, preparing for its next eruption. A cascade of chilling data streams coursed through Shahuai's awareness, akin to deep-sea currents. His immense form slightly adjusted its posture in the warm waters, the platinum scales. Cloaked in thick seaweed and barnacles, scraping against the rocky seabed, producing a muted sound. The molten gold vertical pupil struggled to pry open a narrow slit beneath its mineral eyelids, murky and burdened with the weariness of eons. Damn it, disturbed again. A resentful thought churned within the chaotic sea of consciousness, accompanied by a heavy sense of lethargy. He instinctively yearned to plunge back into the dreamless abyss, yet the faint, persistent fluctuations of faith energy on his attribute panel, along with the slow progress of his mental restoration, stirred an almost imperceptible ripple through his vast mind. Like a slumbering leviathan sensing tiny organisms crawling upon its surface, though trivial, the presence was indeed real. Shahuai's consciousness, as expansive as a starry ocean, began to scan the source of this feeble energy with extreme slowness and passivity. Countless blurred and fragmented thoughts, akin to dust, were ensnared. Odd prayers. Gober, great god of Misty Isle, we thank you for bestowing victory upon us. Please continue to protect Bok Island from dragon calamities. May the scent of sulfur please you. The thought fragment accompanied by the scent of burning whale oil and sulfur. Fearful whispers. A warrior, it was terrifying. The Red Reaper just vanished. Whatever lurks in that mist must not return. The thought fragment accompanied by shivers and accelerated heartbeats. Fanatical worship. A young woman, the breath of destruction, golden-eyed lava spikes. You are the true Dragon King. The thought fragment accompanied by rough sketches depicting the outline of the platinum-hued behemoth. Anxious inquiries. Stuik, what is it? Where is it? Is it a blessing or a curse for Bok Island? The thought fragment accompanied by nautical maps and images of the dragon language cliff altar. Curiosity and determination. Hiccup toothless. We must find a clue. It saved us. Perhaps it does not wish to harm us. The thought fragment accompanied by a perspective of the cold sea from above and the sensation of night fury wings beating against the currents. These disordered, faint, and emotion-laden fragments of thought stirred barely noticeable ripples in Shahuai's vast sea of consciousness, akin to pebbles cast into the deep ocean. His enormous nostrils exhaled 2 warm bubbles, tinged with a hint of irritation from being disturbed. A swarm of noisy insects buzzed through Shahuai's awareness, muttering, "Faith? What a nuisance." His colossal form shifted slightly, attempting to find a more comfortable position, seeking to drown out those bothersome mental noises. As he prepared to once again shut down his perception and return to the realm of dreams, a sudden, more vivid and piercing wave of mental energy surged forth, piercing through his awareness like a needle. This disturbance did not emanate from Bok Island, but rather from the distant, frigid depths of the northern sea. It was imbued with a chilling, insatiable, and distorted malice. This presence was not aimed at Shahuai. It resembled more an unconscious, pervasive mental contamination. Warning: high-intensity source of mental pollution detected. Nature: twisted dragonkin will, amplifying primal ferocity and destructive urges. Intensity: continuously increasing. Range: persistently spreading. Low-level interference risk to deep slumber detected. The alert on the status panel blazed crimson. Shahuai, with his molten gold vertical pupils concealed beneath heavy eyelids, abruptly opened them wider. A hint of displeasure over being disturbed from core slumber, coupled with a glimmer of provoked ferocity, flickered across his murky gaze. Though this minor mental pollution felt as gentle as a breeze brushing against a mountain ridge, its disruptive nature had crossed the threshold of the dragon's tolerance. His immense mental power, akin to an invisible net of the deep sea, instantly locked onto the source of this mental contamination, focusing his intent. The domain of temperature regulation retracted slightly, the energy converging towards his core, ready to unleash a formidable response upon the audacious source of noise. However, just as the power was about to erupt, Shahuai halted his actions. A more intriguing, and perhaps convenient, thought emerged. He gradually reined in the imminent explosion of energy, turning his massive, seaweed-covered head toward the direction of Bok Island, a glint of shrewd calculation flashing in his molten gold pupils. A low, sinister thought reverberated through the deep sea, echoing with a wicked sense of amusement. Are you not in search of the divine? Do you not seek understanding? Just so happens I am in need of a few errand-running cleaners. Left. Evade. Storm. Surhai. Ascend. The voice of the small hiccup was nearly torn away by the howling sea winds. He clung tightly to the smooth black back of Toothless, the dragon saddle straps digging into his leather armor. Below him surged the dark green sea, frothing with white foam, and above loomed a leaden sky, the heavy clouds pressing down ominously. They were 3 days' journey from Bok Island. Following the charts provided by Stoic and the vague coordinates recounted by the old Viking sailors regarding the elusive Misty Island, Hiccup, fish legs. And Astrid were undertaking a perilous reconnaissance mission. Fish legs, riding atop his rotund, gluttonous glum, appeared ghostly pale, gripping the dragon's neck tightly, emitting pig-like shrieks with each jolt. Astrid commanded the fierce, deadly natter with vigilance, patrolling the higher altitudes. I say, Hiccup, Fishleg's voice trembled, tinged with a whimper. Shouldn't we turn back? This dreadful weather. And what if the god of Misty Island finds us bothersome? Silence, Fishlegs. Astrid's voice resonated from above, calm and resolute. The chief's orders are to gather as much information as possible. Besides, Toothless has yet to sense anything unusual, right, Hiccup? Hiccup remained silent, fully engrossed in his communication with Toothless. The sonar perception of Night Fury radiated like invisible ripples, reflecting the underwater terrain, schools of fish, and hidden reefs. Yet, there remained no clues regarding the mysterious thick fog. Toothless exhibited signs of agitation, its emerald eyes scanning the somber surface of the sea, instinctively sensing an underlying unease. Easy there, buddy. Hiccup gently stroked Toothless' neck, perhaps sensing that the dragon was reluctant to venture out today. Suddenly, Toothless. What is that? Night Fury emitted a sharp alarm shriek. Its massive membranous wings adjusted their angle, and its body dove northeast like an arrow released from a bow. Concurrently, its unique sonar perception transmitted a series of exceedingly peculiar signals to Hiccup. This was not fog, but rather a colossal, unfathomable object moving slowly beneath the depths of the sea. It emitted a faint yet persistent heat source, reminiscent of a deep-sea volcanic vent, and around this object, the water bore an extraordinarily subtle, unsettling psychic imprint that made Toothless' scales stand on end. This imprint was not malevolent, but rather a cold, lofty mark, akin to the invisible claw marks left by a colossal beast at the edge of its territory. Have we found it? No, it's not fog, it's underwater. Hiccup's heart raced. Astrid, Fishlegs, follow me. Northeast. There is something down there. It's enormous. The three-headed dragon swiftly adjusted its course toward Toothless' indicated position. Soon, they soared above that stretch of ocean. The surface appeared unremarkable, still turbulent as ever. Yet, Toothless' perception could not be mistaken. How do we dive down? Fishlegs stared at the unfathomably deep, murky green water, his face paling. We're not sea dragons. Just as the trio found themselves in despair, an unprecedented event unfolded. With a thunderous crash, the water beneath them surged upwards as if some gargantuan entity was about to breach the surface. Watch out, Astrid screamed, guiding the wind to propel them higher. However, the heaving water was not the emergence of a behemoth, but rather a boiling eruption of dense, sulfurous white mist that surged forth. This mist ascended rapidly, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. Warm, humid, visibility plummeted to nearly zero. Fog. It's the fog from Mist Island. Fishlegs was terrified. No, this time it's rising from the sea. Hiccup gripped the reins tightly, while Toothless adeptly navigated the swirling currents through the dense fog using its sonar. Alarm bells rang in Hiccup's mind. This fog was entirely different from the one encountered with the Red Death. The previous fog had been a natural barrier. This one seemed to be an active release. At that moment, a deep, resonant thought, echoing as if directly within their minds, permeated the fog like the call of a deep-sea whale, clearly imprinting itself upon the consciousness of the three and their dragon. The thought was frigid, grand, imbued with an undeniable authority and tinged with a palpable irritation. As if disturbed from a deep slumber, the incessant buzzing of insects was intolerable. There was a clamor in the northern abyss, a call to cleanse the chaos. Accompanying this notion, an extraordinarily vivid and distinctly marked mental coordinate materialized in the minds of Hiccup, Astrid, Fishlegs, Toothless, and Stormfly, akin to a forceful imprint. This coordinate pointed towards the distant northern deep sea, a cold, desolate trench exuding an unsettling aura. The thought vanished as abruptly as it had manifested. The thick fog began to dissipate swiftly, as if drawn away by an invisible maw. Within moments, the sea returned to its tumultuous state, sunlight, albeit feeble, filtered through once more, as if the bizarre scene had never transpired. Only the faint scent of sulfur lingering in the air and the chilling imprint of that coordinate, along with the impatient command embedded in the minds of the three humans and three dragons, bore witness to the soul-shattering encounter. It spoke. Fishlegs collapsed on his Stormfly's back, drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just emerged from the depths of the water. No, it wasn't he speaking, Astrid interjected. Her complexion pale, yet her gaze sharp as an eagle's. It was a thought, directly transmitted into our minds. Hiccup gasped heavily, clutching Toothless, who was equally shaken. His heart raced, Yet an unprecedented sense of awe and a peculiar sense of purpose overshadowed his fear. It knows we seek it. It has bestowed upon us a task. He gazed towards the north, into the colder, more enigmatic waters, his eyes shimmering with a complex mixture of emotions. Clean up the noisy garbage? What sort of refuse could disturb such a being? Astrid's voice quivered slightly. I don't know. Hiccup inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. But we must return. Immediately. We must inform my father. We must tell everyone. At Burke, in the chief's hall, the heavy oak doors stood resolutely closed, isolating the inhabitants from the reverent clamor outside. The atmosphere within the hall was as oppressive as frozen ice. Stoic, Gobber, Hiccup, Astrid, and Fishlegs were gathered around a rough-hewn long table. The flames danced in the hearth, yet could not dispel the chill that gripped their hearts. This is what transpired. Hiccup's voice was somewhat hoarse as he recounted in detail the events at sea, the sudden eruption of dense mist from the depths, the chilling thought that imprinted itself in their minds, the derogatory term of insects, and the directive to cleanse the garbage in the northern deep sea. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall. Gobber's pipe clattered to the ground, scattering ash across the floor. Stoic's expression darkened ominously, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the table, producing a dull thudding sound. It referred to you as insects? Gobber's voice trembled with disbelief, yet deep within his gaze flickered a fervent excitement. As if touched by a divine entity, despite the unflattering designation. It mentioned there is noisy garbage in the northern deep sea that requires our attention, Astrid reiterated. Her brow furrowed. What kind of refuse could provoke such a being? And why does it not attend to it itself? She posed the most fundamental question. Stoic slammed his hand onto the table, the resounding noise startling everyone present. It was born of disdain, of apathy. His voice, laced with suppressed fury and profound helplessness, echoed the sentiment that we would not personally venture to clear the cobwebs in the corners. In its eyes, we of Burke Island, all of us, including the Red Death, were merely insects. Creatures it could effortlessly crush or utilize as mere tools. This realization struck like a cold deluge, sending a shiver of chilling dread through the assembly. The awe and excitement sparked by the divine manifestation were swiftly supplanted by a more tangible humiliation and fear, as we were deemed insignificant by this formidable being. What shall we do, father? Hiccup raised his head, his violet eyes brimming with struggle and a hint of defiance. Should we refuse? Disregard its commands? Refusal? Stoic uttered a bitter, sardonic laugh, glancing at the head of the Red Death atop Dragon's Edge. Hiccup, we lack the privilege of refusal. What it commands now is merely an order. Should we disregard it again, the mist could unleash a breath capable of erasing Burke Island from existence. He rose, his towering figure casting a long, heavy shadow in the firelight. Prepare yourselves. We are not here to tidy up the refuse, but to investigate. Employ every means to discern what lies in the depths of the northern sea. Unravel the nature of this so-called refuse. Understand the true intent of this god of the mists. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately resting on Hiccup and Toothless, imbued with unprecedented gravity. Hiccup, Toothless' speed and perception are our only reliance. But remember, this time it is not an adventure. It is survival. We must comprehend the enigma presented to us by an existence we cannot confront. The future of Burke Island may hinge on your ability to solve this riddle. The task was imbued with a new, weighty significance. No longer was it a quest to trace the footsteps of a deity, but rather to grasp the will of the divine, to probe a terrifying threat capable of disturbing the gods, and to seek a glimmer of hope for Burke Island amidst the cracks. Hiccup beheld the profound concern in his father's eyes, the solemn expressions of his companions, and turned once more to gaze upon the unknown darkness of the northern sea. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Toothless seemed to sense his resolve, gently nudging his leg with his head, emitting a low, resonant growl filled with fierce determination. The northern deep sea, the frost-fathomed deeps. Here lay a realm where life was forbidden. Sunlight could not penetrate the depths of thousands of meters of ocean, where eternal darkness and frigid cold reigned supreme. The immense water pressure was sufficient to compress steel into thin sheets. Only some bizarrely shaped, pallid creatures of the deep, emitting a cold luminescence, drifted silently. A specially reinforced vessel, resembling a colossal shuttle and clad in the hides of sea beasts, the Abyss Explorer descended ghost-like into the depths. Relying on the faint illumination provided by several large, glowing jellyfish, an endemic deep-sea creature of the waters near Burke Island, that adorned its hull. The confined and oppressive space within the vessel was permeated by a stifling aroma, a blend of leather, grease, and sweat. Small Gurgle, Ash Tree, Fishlegs, Gobber, and 3 seasoned deep-sea hunters crowded together, their faces appearing pale and tense under the eerie blue glow. Toothless was secured in a specially designed pressurized water chamber at the stern, maintaining a mental connection with Small Gurgle through a bespoke bone sound tube. The Night Fury's exceptional sonar perception served as their sole eye in the pitch darkness. At a depth of 1,500 fathoms, approximately 2,700 meters, a weathered sailor reported data in a dry voice, his gaze fixed on a rudimentary pressure gauge made from manatee bladders and fish swim bladders embedded in the ship's wall. "The temperature is plummeting, nearing freezing," another sailor murmured, his teeth chattering. "Maintain course according to the oracle coordinates," Gobber intoned with a fervent near-prayer. Clutching a crude talisman crafted from shards of red dragon teeth and dragon crystal powder, Small Gurgle, eyes closed, focused intently on receiving sonar information transmitted by Toothless through their mental link. The frigid, silent abyssal trench occasionally revealed the silhouettes of massive blind eels or colossal deep-sea spider crabs skirting the edges of the sonar. Everything seemed normal, save for the increasingly oppressive and disquieting atmosphere. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang through the mental connection, filled with unbridled terror. The sonar images instantly warped and blurred. Small Gurgle abruptly opened his eyes, his face ashen. "Toothless, what is it?" Before he could comprehend the situation, the entire Abyss Explorer jolted violently. As if colliding with an unseen wall, the hull emitted a gut-wrenching groan. The bioluminescent jellyfish embedded in the ship's walls dimmed instantaneously, as if drained of energy by an invisible force. Fish legs collided with the wall, stars dancing before his eyes. Deep-sea turbulence. Ashtree grasped onto a fixture, exclaiming in alarm. "No, it's not that." Gobber's complexion was pale, his eyes fixed intently on the dragon crystal talisman in his grasp. At that moment, the talisman radiated an unprecedented, bone-chilling azure light, quaking violently. Just then, the sonar image briefly clarified. Small Gurgle's consciousness beheld a scene that froze his very soul. Below the port side of the Abyss Explorer, a colossal creature clung to the sheer cliff of the trench. It was not a solid entity, but rather a writhing mass. An ever-shifting amalgamation of pure azure frost and countless tiny ice crystals, forming a vast nest. At the heart of this nest, a pulsating core, reminiscent of a frozen heart, emitted an aura of profound coldness. Countless translucent tendrils composed of frost extended from the nest, resembling an immense, icy neural network, deeply penetrating the surrounding seabed and the frigid waters. A wave of icy, viscous, and maddening psychic energy erupted from the azure nest, piercing through the heavy skin of the submarine, violently invading the minds of all aboard. Roar. Concept. Hunger devouring the dragon's will. Fishlegs collapsed to the ground. Clutching his head and emitting a cry of agony, his eyes filled with chaos and primal bloodlust, Astrid let out a muffled groan, biting her lip fiercely until blood seeped out, as she summoned her formidable willpower to resist the maddening whispers that sought to distort her mind. Even the seasoned sailor's eyes turned crimson, emitting beast-like growls as they instinctively reached for the harpoons at their sides. The dragon crystal amulet in Gobber's hand surged with a brilliant blue light, forming a faint protective barrier around him, though his complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. "It is it." Stoic, fighting against the tumultuous insanity and excruciating headache in his mind, roared through the mental link to Toothless. "Toothless. Attack. Strike at the core. With plasma blasts. Hurry." The Night Fury's fear was instantly overshadowed by its master's command and the instinct for survival. It opened its mouth wide, a blinding blue-white light igniting deep within its throat. A beam of plasma energy, condensed to its utmost, tore through the darkness like thunder, striking fiercely at the pulsating cerulean core on the cliffside. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the depths of the ocean, silent, yet stirring a tumultuous undercurrent and shockwave. The Abyss Explorer was hurled like a leaf caught in a tempest. The hull groaned under the unbearable strain. The explosion briefly illuminated the area. The sonar image became instantly clear. Toothless plasma cannon had hit the core with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, the cerulean heart did not shatter. It merely quivered violently, revealing some minute fractures on its surface. An even more ferocious and vengeful cold mental shockwave rebounded like a tsunami. Ugh! Toothless emitted a pained wail from the water chamber. The mental connection became exceedingly unstable in an instant. Stoic felt as though he had been struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The others aboard were immediately engulfed by this more potent mental onslaught. Fishlegs succumbed to madness, howling as he lunged at a nearby sailor. Astrid's gaze went vacant, her dagger pointed threateningly at Gobber. Retreat. Ascend at full speed. Gobber roared with the last vestiges of his sanity, simultaneously smashing the dragon crystal amulet onto the center of the cabin. The amulet shattered instantly, unleashing a final surge of potent cerulean energy, temporarily dispelling some of the mental contamination. The pilot, amidst the chaos, desperately yanked the control stick, the Abyss Explorer's propellers spinning wildly as it struggled to escape the undercurrent, fleeing towards the faint glimmer of light above. In the final moments of their escape, Stoic, enduring excruciating pain, looked once more through the blurred mental connection at the cerulean layer. He beheld deep within the layer, around the injured core, countless tiny ice crystals being drawn from the seawater, converging swiftly to mend the fractures. Even more chilling was the sight at the bottom of the layer, where the sonar vaguely outlined several massive, frozen, grotesque shapes, dragons, completely encased in ice, drained of their vitality, reduced to mere sustenance for the lair. One silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Frost Ripper, an elder deadly natter that had vanished in the northern seas decades ago. The terrifying notion of manufacturing and controlling dragons, akin to a final brand, was etched deeply into Hiccup's soul, accompanied by intense headaches and a churning nausea. The deep-sea explorer emerged from the depths, laden with madness, chaos, and grievous injuries, like a startled bird, struggling to break the surface. Bathed in the dim light of survival after calamity, the silhouette of Burke Island appeared in the distance, yet a heavy weight lingered in every heart. They returned not with answers, but with a nightmare more terrifying and imminent than the god of Misty Island, a twisted existence capable of distorting the will of dragons and devouring their power, growing relentlessly like a malignant tumor in the deep sea. The name Frostweaver was fearfully assigned to that eerie azure lair amidst the silence of their return. The atmosphere at Dragon Language Cliff on Burke Island was more tense than ever. The whale oil torches on the altar crackled as they burned, illuminating Stoic's ashen face and Gobber's pale countenance. Hiccup, weakly leaning against Toothless, mustered his strength to recount the horrors of the Frostweaver, the chilling azure lair, its pulsating core, the dreadful mental corruption, its ability to absorb and heal, and the sight of frozen dragon remains. Particularly how it extracted ice crystals from seawater to repair its core while distorting the will of dragons. It resembled a malignant sore in the deep sea, absorbing the ocean's power to heal itself, while simultaneously infecting and enslaving the dragon kin. Hiccup's voice was hoarse and filled with dread. Toothless's plasma cannon could only inflict minor damage, and the Frostweaver was rapidly recovering. Moreover, Hiccup sensed its hunger. It was expanding. The distortion of the dragon kin's will echoed in Stoic's voice like the chill of ice. Was this what the god of Misty Island referred to as bothersome trash? Did it disrupt the natural state of dragons? Or was the mental corruption of this entity so bothersome that even that existence found it vexing? Regardless of the reason, Gobber abruptly rose, a resolute flame burning in his remaining eye. It must be destroyed. Otherwise, once it controlled more dragons and grew strong enough to leave the depths of Burke Island, the entire archipelago and all dragon kin would face eternal ruin. It was 100 times more terrifying than the Red Death. Destroy? How could they destroy it? An elder cried out in despair. Even the nightmarish attacks were ineffective. They couldn't even approach it. Perhaps Astrid suddenly spoke, casting her gaze toward the head of the Red Death on the altar and then toward the sea. Perhaps only that entity could utterly obliterate such a thing? All eyes instantly focused. Indeed, that being capable of vanquishing the Red Death, known as the god of Misty Island. Since it commanded Burke Island to eliminate the trash, did that imply it possessed the power to completely eradicate the Frostweaver? Was it utilizing Burke Island as a means to scout before acting itself? A flicker of hope, like a candle flickering in the wind, ignited in the abyss of despair. Yet, it was soon met with a deeper sense of helplessness. How could they contact the divine? How could they beseech the deity for intervention? The last time, the deity had actively issued commands. What about now? Return to the waters where the Misty Island had appeared. Stoic commanded with unwavering determination, raising his voice to the utmost. With utmost reverence, or perhaps the utmost humility, he called to the sea. He reported to it, informing it that the trash had been found, yet they could not eliminate it. Requesting its aid. This was nearly the sole choice for Bok Island, entrusting their fate to the capricious mercy of a deity. Yet this time, regardless of how the vessels of Bok Island roamed the waters, nor how the Vikings cried out in desperation, praying fervently and igniting immense pyres of sulfur to attract attention, the sea remained unyieldingly silent. The once mysterious shroud of mist had not reappeared. The deity of the fog had seemingly forgotten this insignificant swarm of mortals. Or perhaps it simply bore no concern for the clearance of refuse, swatting away the buzzing flies at its ear. Time slipped away in despair. The shadow of the Frost Weaver loomed like an encroaching glacier, enveloping the hearts of all. Bok Island intensified its patrols, issuing stern orders that all dragons must steer clear of the northern seas. Yet fear could not halt the advance of disaster. Merely a month later, grim tidings arrived. A small Viking fleet heading toward the northern isles for trade, along with 2 escort Glenkos, was ambushed on its return journey, resulting in utter annihilation. The few who managed to escape, their minds shattered, incoherently described a dense, icy blue mist, shimmering with countless frenzied, blood-red dragon eyes. The familiar Glenkos appeared as puppets, manipulated by invisible threads, their gazes vacant and wild, spewing dragon fire at them. In the end, one saw in the depths of the fog a colossal, twisted tentacle of frost dragging a Glenko into the abyss. The Frost Weaver had struck. It was no longer content to lurk in the deep. It began to actively assault. Wielding the dragons it had twisted to instill terror, harvesting both life and fear. It was expanding. It was testing the boundaries. Bok Island was perilously close to ruin. Atop Dragon Tongue Cliff, Stook gazed upon his panicked kin and the restless dragons, his eyes bloodshot as he beheld the increasingly ominous skies over the northern horizon. He slowly approached the altar's edge, staring at the grotesque red skull of the death deity, then turned to the silent sea, suddenly drawing forth his battle axe. "Warriors of Bok Island," he roared, his voice overpowering the surrounding panic. "We have no path of retreat. The deity does not heed the prayers of cowards. Relying on mountains is futile, and the sea will dry. The only salvation for Bok Island lies in our own battle axes and the dragons by our side. Rally all warriors, all dragons. Bring forth our dragon crystal weapons. Bring fire oil. Bring forth the courage of our Viking blood. Our objective, the Frost Abyss. Let us strike before that monster devours us whole. Destroy it, or perish together." The battle cry, a final lamentation, reverberated through Bok Island. The Vikings' innate ferocity was ignited by desperation. Rather than await death, they chose to fight valiantly. The entire island erupted like a powder keg, bursting forth a last tragic brilliance amidst despair. The mighty Dragon Knight forces assembled in a solemn atmosphere, charging toward that deathly lair in the deep sea, embarking on a doomed yet unhesitant assault. The deep sea, the eternal realm of darkness. The colossal form of Shah Hui stirred slightly in the warm waters, beneath the weighty layers of seaweed and barnacles. The molten gold vertical pupil gradually opened wider. This time, it was not a disturbance, but rather an enticing aroma of a delicacy brought to its very lips that roused it from slumber. Oh, a flicker of languid interest stirred within the consciousness of the slaughtering twilight, akin to a slumbering tiger sensing the scent of blood. Was it the disciples of the Night King, or perhaps a novel experience package? Its immense mental power swiftly swept towards the marked coordinates of the Frost Abyss. In its mental vision, the scene of the trench became vividly clear. The enormous azure lair pulsated like a malignant tumor of the deep, with the central fissure mostly mended, emanating a more potent malice. Countless icy tendrils writhed frantically, engaging in a fierce battle with a swarm of small insects and several dragons partially under its control. The Vikings' rudimentary submersible, even smaller and more fragile than the previous Abyss Explorer, darted around the lair like enraged bees, hurling flaming oil canisters and harpoons affixed with dragon crystal shards. The flickering flames briefly illuminated the depths, searing the icy tendrils with a sizzling sound, only to be swiftly extinguished by the bone-chilling currents. The dragon crystal shards inflicted some damage upon the tendrils, but it was but a drop in the ocean. Several enslaved Glenkos and a lethargic deadly Nad, like marionettes, frantically attacked the Viking ships and the uncontrolled dragons belonging to Bork Island under the direction of the icy tendrils. Floating in the waters were the remnants of shattered vessels, the corpses of Viking warriors, and the torn bodies of dragons, their blood staining the sea in a bizarre shade of dark crimson. Toothless and Hiccup darted through the battlefield, the most dazzling yet perilous entities present. Utilizing speed and plasma cannons, Toothless relentlessly bombarded the extending tendrils and the enslaved dragons attempting to approach, narrowly rescuing vessels on the brink of sinking. Hiccup, meanwhile, hoarsely directed the efforts, striving to concentrate their power against the core of the lair, but was repeatedly thwarted by the frenzied tendrils and enslaved dragons. Stoic stood on a larger command ship, brandishing his battle axe like a god of war, yet his eyes were filled with bloodshot despair. Astrid's wings were scratched by the icy air, her movements becoming sluggish. Fishlegs and Meatlug were entirely focused on fleeing. How tragic, thought slaughtering Twilight, its thoughts undisturbed, though that course seemed rather nourishing. It observed the attributes panel indicating a substantial experience gained from consuming the core of this pollution source and felt a slight increase in blood rage from passively absorbing the dissipating taint. A lazy mindset of spectating while picking up a snack began to prevail. Its colossal form shifted into a more comfortable position in the warm waters. The molten golden pupil gazing with keen interest at the brutal yet futile struggle below, much like a human watching the war between ants and beetles. However, just as it prepared to continue its observation, waiting for the insects to be thoroughly crushed before descending to collect the ready-made core experience package, a sudden change erupted on the battlefield. The frost weaver seemed utterly incensed by Bork Island's tenacious resistance. The entire azure layer abruptly contracted and then violently expanded. The pulsating core unleashed an unprecedented blinding azure radiance. A surge of cold, piercing energy, 100 times more intense than before, shrieked through the air like a tangible essence, resembling countless poisoned icicles ruthlessly striking at the heart of the battlefield, targeting the most active figures, Hiccup and Toothless. Beware! The thought of Stoic roared in anguish. Captured by the fierce bond between father and son, filled with despair, Toothless was the primary target. He let out an ear-piercing wail of utmost sorrow. His emerald eyes were instantly engulfed by a chaotic crimson. He abruptly changed direction. The plasma light deep within his throat no longer aimed at the tendrils, but instead focused on Hiccup and a nearby Viking ship laden with warriors. Everything was utterly distorted. The formidable power of the Night Fury had, at this moment, transformed into a blade of destruction against its own allies. Hiccup's face drained of color, his eyes brimming with disbelief, sorrow, and despair. Toothless. No. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of catastrophe, a booming presence, vast beyond imagination and cold enough to freeze time itself, descended upon the deep-sea battlefield like a slumbering sea of stars awakening. This was not directed at the frost wraith, but rather embodied a furious impatience provoked by the incessant noise. It pierced through the seemingly formidable mental barrier of the frost wraith, akin to an invisible giant hand striking fiercely upon the erupting azure core. Crack! A sound so crisp it resonated through the soul. The pulsating core of the frost wraith, exuding a horrific mental contamination, was akin to glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly adorned with a web of cracks. The piercing mental shriek was abruptly silenced, as if a duck had its neck grasped. The entire azure icy layer froze momentarily. All the thrashing tendrils stiffened instantly. Even the subjugated dragons, like marionettes with severed strings, halted in their movements. The battlefield was engulfed in a peculiar stillness. Everyone was stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. Following this, a grander and more impatient thought imprinted itself upon the consciousness of every living creature on the battlefield. Clearly relayed to the observing Stoic, enough noise garbage clear the area. The entire frost abyss trembled violently. It was as if some unimaginable giant entity was awakening, stirring. Chapter 38. Rooting out the weeds, a dense fog, like a solidified shroud of death, heavily enveloped this forsaken icy sea. Stoic, the platinum behemoth towering like a mountain, languidly floated along the biting currents. His massive form, cloaked in hard platinum scales, flickered in the dim waters, exuding a pressure that rendered the surrounding seas eerily silent, causing even the most ferocious deep-sea predators to steer clear. Suddenly, a deafening roar, akin to the heart of an ancient glacier shattering, tore through the tranquility. Stoic's enormous, molten gold-hued vertical eye focused intently. The ice before him collapsed with a thunderous crash, not shattered by impact, but uplifted and torn apart by some colossal entity. The first sight that strikes the eye is a pair of colossal, curved, jet-black fangs, as if forged from the abyss itself, adorned with ancient patterns that even the coldest ice of millennia cannot conceal. Following this, a monstrous head, even more immense and ancient than the very essence of the dread creature known as Shahu, emerges from the depths, generating towering waves. The draconic intellect of the bewildered beast instantly recognizes this legendary nightmare of the deep sea. Yet, this is no ordinary entity. Its scales, dark as the night, the time-frozen aura upon its fangs, and the overwhelming vitality that distorts space itself, all signify the presence of the primordial enigma, a terrifying being that has transcended the shackles of life, nearly coeval with the very heavens. It ought to dwell within the realm of legend, not in this icy expanse. This is the author's self-created setting. The target of this ancient enigma is remarkably clear. Its enormous, chaotic eye, seemingly containing the infinite cosmos, does not even cast a glance at Shahu, but instead locks onto another colossal beast on the distant ice surface, exuding an aura of extreme cold, an entity of deep azure. Woven from ice crystals and shadows, known as the frost-woven shadow. Boom. The speed of the dark behemoth defies logic, as its massive form surges forth from the water, unleashing a torrent that instantly freezes into a wall of ice. Those ancient fangs, capable of piercing mountains, ruthlessly and precisely penetrate the icy shield the frost-woven shadow attempts to conjure, as well as its enormous body. Ice shards and deep azure blood intermingle in a violent eruption. The frost-woven shadow emits a haunting wail, a resonance of a soul frozen in despair. The ancient enigma slowly opens its cavernous maw, devoid of a roar. Instead, a chilling aura, visibly more fearsome than absolute zero, seeps forth as if it were a living entity, solidifying the air itself into a tangible weight. In the next moment, a breath of frost capable of freezing souls bursts forth, not as a ray, but as an enveloping wave of cold. The immense frost-woven shadow, along with the entire expanse of ice upon which it stands, is instantly encased in a colossal, twisted iceberg radiating an aura of despair. The ancient enigma appears utterly indifferent to this overwhelming display. It merely tosses its head, larger than a battleship, with casual ease. Crack. Boom. The iceberg, which sealed the legendary ice beast within, along with the frost-woven shadow, shatters like fragile glass under the force of titanic tremors, dispersing into a myriad of crystalline fragments and ethereal azure energies, remnants belonging to a legendary creature, slowly dissipating in the frigid air. A flicker of disinterest crosses the molten gold vertical slit of Shah's eye. At level 1040, he finds such a display of combat utterly uninspiring, especially since he did not partake in its resolution. Adjusting his massive form slightly, he prepares to continue drifting along with the currents, embracing the rare tranquility. Whoosh! A piercing sound cleaves through the thick fog. A gigantic crossbow bolt, comparable to a giant tree and shimmering with a cold metallic glint, hurtles through the air, accompanied by a shrill screech, crashing forcefully against Shah's broad back, covered in platinum scales. Clang! A sound resounding like a great bell reverberates through the atmosphere. The arrowhead of the crossbow twisted and shattered in an instant, the immense kinetic energy causing the towering form of Shah Hui to sway slightly, leaving not even a scratch. Merely a nearly imperceptible white that on his mirror-like platinum scales, which were already quite pale. Shah Hui languidly turned his head, his molten gold pupils reflecting the outlines of the fleet emerging from the thick fog. Dozens of menacing warships, clad in iron armor, broke through the icy mist, their bows adorned with massive griffin figureheads glinting with a cold light. High above, flags fluttered wildly, emblazoned with the ferocious visages of 3 griffin heads, signifying their identity, the Kalite family. On board the warships, shadowy figures moved, their thunderous battle cries mingling with the howling sea winds. Evil dragon, face your demise. For the glory of the Kalite family, purify these cursed waters. Annihilate it. Shah Hui tilted his massive head, a profoundly human-like confusion flickering across his draconic visage. Evil dragon? Me? His deep, thunderous voice echoed in his consciousness. Is my reputation truly that dreadful? I recall only having tricked a few children into resolving my noise issues. As he beheld the approaching warships, their crossbows reloading and magical lights beginning to flicker, Shah Hui's momentary sense of grievance was swiftly replaced by impatience. His colossal form surged upright from its semi-floating state, conjuring towering waves. The blood-red mist of fury, nearly tangible, writhed violently across his surface, exuding an oppressive aura of malevolence. This is tedious. I shall cease this play. Shah Hui's thoughts turned icy. His massive maw, lined with sharp teeth, opened abruptly. There was no preparation, no roar. Only the prelude to annihilation. Deep within his throat, blinding lightning and tumultuous flames intertwined like 2 serpents in a frenzied dance, compressing. The core of energy instantaneously transformed into a searing white brilliance. Boom! A fan-shaped torrent of incandescent destruction surged forth, wide enough to engulf several ships. This was not mere fire or lightning, but a fusion of an extraordinarily high level of annihilative breath. Wherever the light reached, seawater vaporized instantaneously, steel twisted and melted, and wood was reduced to ashes. The foremost warships were obliterated in less than 1/10 of a second, as if they were wax figures under the blazing sun. This cleansing speed is still insufficient. Shah Hui observed the ships at the edge of the fan-shaped breath, which had narrowly escaped complete engulfment, frantically turning in panic. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his molten gold pupils. I have an idea. Thermal regulation activated. With a slight shift of thought, He no longer adjusted the lake water but instead directed it upon himself and the surrounding sea, now filled with warships and debris. The core temperature beneath his platinum scales began to rise at a terrifying rate, radiating this searing heat outward. A resonant, teeth-grinding hum filled the air, the sound of heat accumulating at an alarming pace. A dense white steam billowed from the surface of the sea, yet the temperature of this vapor was escalating exponentially. 50 degrees, 100 degrees, 150 degrees, 200 degrees. In less than 10 seconds, the sea surrounding the center of the ominous glow transformed into what resembled an immense steamer, or rather, a pressure cooker. The temperature surged to a terrifying 200 degrees Celsius. The scalding seawater boiled violently, and steam morphed into a lethal weapon. Ah, it burns. I'm burning alive. Help. The air is on fire. The ship's hull is glowing red. The screams of agony echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. Dense, searing steam infiltrated every crevice, igniting the wooden structure of the warship, while the metal deck became unbearably hot. Sailors, warriors, and mages on the deck had their skin seared, blistered, and carbonized in an instant. Their lungs inhaled the scalding vapor, as their blood seemed to boil within their veins. A nauseating, pungent aroma of charred flesh permeated the air. In an instant, the atmosphere was saturated with the scent of the familiar dead. The ominous glow surveyed the hellish scene with cold indifference, confirming that no one remained alive. The blood-red mist thickened slightly. His massive form showed no sign of remorse. Cut the grass and remove the roots. The spring breeze will bring new life. This ancient human proverb flitted through his mind. His colossal tail stirred the boiling sea, propelling his immense body along the path taken by the Callet fleet. Slicing through the waves with astonishing speed incongruent with his size, moving at a speed of 100, even faster in water when moist. The target, the stronghold of the Callet family. The frigid seawater was cleaved by his vast bulk, with his platinum scales leaving a blurred trail of light in the dark depths. The power of moisture enveloped him, as the water transformed from an impediment into an invisible force propelling him forward, allowing this 80-meter behemoth to exhibit unexpected agility and speed within the water. The currents became chaotic in his wake, leaving behind a turbulent, murky trace tinged with rust and the acrid scent of burnt blood, remnants of the Callet fleet. The ominous glow's mind was devoid of complex thoughts. Annoyance. Noise. Like a swarm of flies buzzing around decaying flesh, they incessantly shouted for the dragon, prodding him with pitiful crossbows that couldn't even scratch his scales. What frustrated him most was the memory of himself as merely a master of deception, luring a few naive souls to help him manage the cacophony. Watching them scurry about in chaos had been amusing. How had his reputation sunk to the point of requiring purification? This sense of grievance had yet to dissipate when the concoction of familiar scents compounded his irritation. Cut the grass and remove the roots. The phrase rolled through his mind, dredged up from some unfortunate human's memory, simple, brutal, and reflective of his current mood. Following the scent of the ships and the current's direction, he could not be mistaken. The journey was not long for him, as the color of the water shifted from deep indigo to a lighter hue, infused with the earthy aroma of land, mud, and decaying seaweed. The ominous glow knew he had arrived. He was too lethargic to fully surface. Only the hardened, scaled parts of his head, eyes, and nostrils broke the surface. His molten gold vertical pupils resembled two suns sinking into the sea, coldly surveying the coastline before him. What a splendid scene it was. Perched upon the mountainside, the colossal stone fortress looms, its towering spires resembling fingers defiantly pointing towards the heavens. Fluttering above is a massive banner depicting a three-headed griffin, identical to those he had recently incinerated. Beneath the fortress, an expansive port has been constructed along the natural bay, teeming with ships that outnumbered the fleet that had just besieged him by tenfold. The area is ablaze with light and filled with the clamor of voices, creating an atmosphere of hubris and grandeur, even amidst the night. At the pinnacle of the fortress, the main tower shines exceptionally bright. Several individuals, adorned in opulent attire yet ashen-faced, crowd before a vast crystal window, pointing towards a terrifying silhouette on the water's surface, far larger than the mightiest warship, and shouting in desperation. The magical communication crystal flickers wildly, and the urgent tolling of alarm bells resonates, though their sound is laced with a tone of despair. Oh, the nest. A hint of indifference accompanies Shah Hui's thoughts as he contemplates the ant-hill. He possesses no interest in the futile cries of those diminutive beings calling for defense, warning of the dragon's approach, or activating their shields. It is all too noisy. His immense form begins to rise, the ocean cascading like a waterfall from his mountainous back and sides. The platinum scales glimmer under the glow of the port's magical torches, reflecting a cold and sacred light, contrasting eerily with the faint crimson mist of blood rage that emanates from his body, suffused with an aura of dread. The crossbows atop the fortress walls begin to rotate, their arrows infused with magical light aimed directly at him. A few tenuous, evidently hastily erected magical shields flicker to life atop the tower, their colors pitifully dim. Too slow. Shahui can barely muster the effort to fully open his jaws. His massive jaw merely parts slightly, targeting the most illuminated and boisterous stronghold. Buzz. There is no earth-shattering roar to herald his assault. Instead, the air is instantaneously sucked away, compressed to an extreme, creating a heart-stopping, muted hum. Within the depths of his throat, more concentrated and ferocious than before, the lightning and fire collapse and merge. A core of blinding white light igniting and expanding in an instant. This is not a fan-shaped breath, but a meticulously condensed column of searing white light. Like a spear of judgment cast by a deity. Boom! The speed of the light beam transcends sound. When that devastating radiance collides violently with the base of the main tower, the thunderous explosion tears through the night sky like a delayed death knell. The hastily activated magical shield fails to endure even a millisecond, vanishing silently like a soap bubble. The thick, granite walls, fortified with protective magic, do not shatter or melt upon contact with the light beam. They vaporize. Sublime. The beam effortlessly pierces the strongest foundation of the fortress, then surges upwards and outwards, expanding wildly. The searing light consumes all. The tower, the walls, the terrified figures within, the lavish decorations, the amassed wealth. Everything is disintegrated into its most primal particles by this pure destructive energy, which possesses a melee damage of 3,160. Explosion. Not a singular event, but a chain reaction of catastrophic detonations. The beam of light pierced through the fortress, its momentum unabated as it struck the mountainside, triggering deeper and more terrifying explosions. The earth wailed, the entire mountain trembling violently, fracturing. Enormous boulders were hurled like cannonballs in every direction, crashing into the harbor and the vessels that had just set sail in a desperate attempt to escape. The shockwave, akin to the invisible fist of a colossal deity, radiated outward in perfect circles from the epicenter of the explosion. Ships anchored in the harbor, regardless of their size or material, were effortlessly torn apart, overturned, and sent soaring into the air, only to crash down violently upon the boiling sea or the burning docks. Sturdy stone edifices crumbled like sandcastles, raising clouds of dust that blotted out the sun, which were then ignited instantaneously by the intense heat, giving rise to towering flames. The malevolent glow hovered over the surface of the sea not far from the harbor, its cold vertical pupils reflecting the canvas of devastation. The ferocious winds carried scorching debris and splinters that pelted against his platinum scales, producing crackling sounds reminiscent of raindrops. The crimson mist of his fury surged more violently under the illumination of the flames, with subtle hints of scarlet deepening slowly, yet resolutely. Unscathed by the encroaching heat and flames, even the fire licking at his scales brought a trivial warmth, replenishing his almost untouched vitality and hunger. The harbor was utterly obliterated. The fortunate vessels and structures that had survived the initial explosion and shockwave were now engulfed in raging infernos. The screams had long been drowned out by the roars of explosions and the collapse of buildings. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood, stone, metal, and an even stronger aroma of familiarity. His gaze shifted towards the area behind the fortress, where lights were sparse, yet the expanse was vast. This was the core settlement of the Kallet family, comprising their manor, workshops, training grounds, and warehouses, housing the majority of their kin and vassals. Trouble. A hint of impatience flickered in his mind. His massive head turned, and his mouth opened once more. This time, it was not a concentrated beam of light. With a resounding roar, a torrent of furious, golden-red flames erupted from his maw, like a celestial river bursting its banks. No longer was it the blinding light of destruction, but a breath of fire that was broader in scope and more enduring. The intensity of these flames ignited the air instantly, forming a moving cloud of devastation that spanned hundreds of meters. Wherever the fire cloud passed, be it the solid stone manors, the mountains of stored goods, or the panicked throngs fleeing for their lives, everything was ignited in an instant, transforming into torches of despair. The flames licked at all combustible materials, crackling loudly and illuminating the night sky as if it were a hellish day. Occasionally, stray arrows or magical projectiles, crackling with electricity, shot forth from the fiery abyss. striking against his scales without leaving a trace. He couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. His massive tail lazily swayed, propelling him to glide slowly over the sea's surface, like a dispassionate overseer, using the flames of destruction to cleanse every inch of land belonging to the Callet family. As the last flicker of flame from the settlement ascended skyward, merging with the fiery glow of the castle ruins, illuminating the bay as brightly as the heart of a furnace, the being known as Sha Hui came to a halt. His molten gold pupils surveyed the desolate expanse, now reduced to charred earth, where only the remnants of walls and raging flames remained. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the stars and the moon, leaving only the roar of the flames and the muffled sounds of collapsing structures in the air, devoid of any trace of life. How serene it had become. Within Sha Hui's mind, there was no turmoil, only a liberating sense of having eradicated all bothersome flies. His massive form slowly descended, submerging once more into the scalding, murky waters of the sea. The moist power enveloped him anew, dispelling the lingering smoke and the scent of blood. He shook his head, as if to rid himself of the last vestige of irritation brought by this tedious task. The platinum-colored behemoth turned away, no longer casting a glance at the burning plain, and swam towards the cold, fog-laden depths of the sea. His colossal body stirred the heated waters, leaving behind a trail that gradually cooled. The layer of pale red mist of blood and fury upon his surface calmed, as if sated, its color deepening slightly, silently recording the events of this night. A stroll for the ancient dragon, deemed a divine punishment by the beings of the land. No one knew precisely what transpired thereafter. From the coastal mainland, those fortunate enough to escape the calamity, still trembling with fear, recounted fragmented and terrifying tales. The once mighty Callet family, renowned for their coastal fortress and thriving port, had vanished overnight, not destroyed, but literally erased from existence. Witnesses claimed to have seen a torrent of blinding white light descending from the heavens, followed by a cataclysm of explosions and scalding shockwaves. By dawn, all that remained was a smooth, charred plain, still emitting wisps of smoke, as if it had been plowed by a divine hand. These harrowing accounts, as if separated by an invisible barrier, rarely reached the vast ocean, rife with peril and shrouded in ignorance. Only a select few powerful sorcerers, after exhausting precious materials for their divinations, twisted in countenance, uttered chilling words. Divine punishment from the ancient abyss had befallen the Callet family. And the architect of it all, the 80-meter-long, blood-soaked, the blood of others, platinum beast, had long returned to his familiar, fog-enshrouded waters, his enormous head resting upon a small island, his molten eyes half closed, as if he had merely crushed a few bothersome insects. Continuing to ponder whether his reputation, already lacking, was more adversely affected by the boy's mother or the deceiving youth. The pale red mist of blood and fury that enveloped him flowed like breath, silently narrating yet another triviality attributed to divine punishment, belonging to the ancient dragon. Chapter 39. Return to S. Sha Hui's immense form drifted languidly in the frigid sea, resembling a drifting island of platinum. The gentle currents cradled him, the moist power allowing the water to glide over his scales in a particularly comforting manner, nearly inducing his colossal consciousness into a state of languid stillness. The unique tranquility of the deep sea enveloped him, punctuated only by the subtle sounds of water flowing and the distant, indescribable low-frequency hum produced by peculiar creatures. In this near-slumbering comfort, a thought detonated in his chaotic mind like a deep-water bomb. Of course, the enormous head of Sha Hui suddenly lifted, stirring a tumultuous undercurrent, clouding the surroundings in murk. How could he forget about his extraction point? The previous irritation brought by the Callet family had nearly made him overlook this pivotal opportunity for new amusement. How to extract? The molten gold vertical pupils of Sha Hui flickered with contemplative light in the dimness. Wasn't it the case that he had awakened to it last time? What about this time? His massive head tilted slightly as he gazed down into the unfathomable darkness of the sea. Shall I try this? An absurd yet seemingly ritualistic notion emerged. He bent his colossal neck, gradually submerging his head, larger than a small warship, into the icy waters below. The platinum-scaled armor made contact with the bone-chilling sea. Then, he executed a gesture that was utterly incongruous with his terrifying size and LV-1040 status. He awkwardly and cautiously rubbed his massive cheek, covered in thick scales, against the water-soaked surface. That action resembled more of a colossal beast attempting to dislodge a speck of dust with a battering ram, exuding a comical sense of incongruity. Open. Sha Hui's intent, laced with a sense of reckless abandon, commanded, open. Just as this slightly embarrassing card extraction ritual reached its completion, An indescribable torrent of pure information surged forth, seemingly transcending some dimensional barrier, directly flooding into his vast consciousness. There was no radiance, no phenomena, only a profound sense of absolute control emanating from the depths of his soul. This feeling instantly drowned out all prior languor and ennui, replaced by a near-boiling ecstasy. This sensation was more intense than when he first exhaled flames, clearer than when he transcended life levels. A stream of cold, precise information, yet brimming with infinite possibilities, vividly unfolded in his mind. Congratulations on obtaining UN Fox Stage 2. Stage 2. When health points drop to 0, Stage 2 activates, enhancing all attributes by 500, simultaneously restoring health to 100, with a significant transformation in appearance. Author's personal setting. Sha Hui's colossal form suddenly froze in the water, even the stirring undercurrents pausing for an instant. His molten gold pupils contracted to the utmost. 0 health points? Triggered? 500 attribute enhancement. Full health restoration. Transformation. This was, quite simply, an ultimate trump card, a desperate gamble that could resurrect him from the brink of death and transform him into a super scion dragon. The euphoria surged like an underwater volcanic eruption, overwhelming his thoughts. He instinctively sensed within himself the presence of an exceedingly subtle switch, lurking at the very core of his existence. This switch was cold and silent, yet it harbored a ferocious power capable of stirring the heart of a dragon. Unlike the relentless aura of blood rage or the painful throbbing of fury, it resembled a safe resting in the abyss of consciousness, with death itself as the key. Ha ha ha. The essence of Sha Hui laughed silently in the depths of the ocean, creating ripples of mental disturbance that startled several unfortunate lanternfish, leaving them belly up and dazed. How amusing. With this newfound secret, he pondered the exhilarating possibilities that lay ahead. His enormous eyes twirled with thoughts of recklessly provoking the ancient monsters slumbering in the magma of the deep sea. However, he quickly quelled this dangerous notion. Enough is enough. While being charming is delightful, being reduced to 0 could be quite painful. Yet, possessing this trump card, Sha Hui felt a newfound audacity coursing through his dragon life. He flicked his immense tail with pride, stirring up a greater vortex, the platinum scales shimmering in the dim light of the deep sea. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the familiar air of Berk Island, laden with the salty tang of the sea and the scent of fish, allowed Hiccup to release the tension that had gripped him for nearly a month. The ground beneath him no longer swayed. It was solid, familiar rock. In the distance, the smoke from the Viking longhouses curled lazily into the air, accompanied by the faint echoes of boisterous shouts. He was finally home. Hiccup exhaled deeply, feeling every bone in his body sigh in relief. His companion, Toothless, emitted a deep, rumbling sound of relief and affectionately nudged Hiccup's shoulder with his enormous black head. I never want to return to that cursed place again. Astrid's voice nearly erupted with frustration as she tugged at her slightly tangled golden hair, her exquisite face etched with fatigue and lingering fear. Her beloved dragon, Stormfly, trailed behind her, the once vibrant scales now dulled. Fishlegs adjusted his thick crystal glasses, his face pale as freshly caught cod, tightly clutching his rotund dragon, Meatlug. His voice trembled with anxiety as he spoke. Astrid is right. But how do we explain our actions to that deity on Misty Isle? It seems we have provoked its wrath. He recalled the island shrouded in dense fog, the immense eyes that pierced through the mist as if they could see into one's soul, and the terrifying pressure that had transformed the very environment of the island, causing his legs to weaken once more. Hiccup placed a reassuring hand on Fishleg's shoulder, attempting to calm his overly anxious friend, though his own palms were slightly damp with perspiration. Stay calm, Fishlegs. If that deity from Misty Isle truly bore us ill will, do you think we would still be standing on the soil of Berk, breathing in this air? He pointed towards the tranquil expanse of water behind him, where we had long since sunk with our ship, feeding the fish in an unknown trench. It seemed as though he had merely invited us outside. Hiccup's tone carried a hint of complexity. The power exhibited by that entity far surpassed his comprehension, even exceeding that of the Dragon King. There was no direct assault. Yet the pervasive sense of oppression and the effortless ability to alter the environment made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. It appeared that there was no genuine intent to kill, but rather a warning to the intruders, or perhaps a simple annoyance at their presence. Father! Hiccup exclaimed upon seeing Stoic the Vast, the chief of Berk, striding towards him with purpose. Stoic's copper-hued eyes scanned the returning group, and upon catching sight of his son, tired yet unscathed, a flicker of relief crossed his face, quickly replaced by solemnity. Hiccup recounted their bizarre experience on Misty Isle, omitting the terrifying aspects of the divine being's potential form. Instead, he focused on the island's eerie fog, the extraordinarily powerful creatures, and the eventual expulsion from the isle by an irresistible natural force, detailing how he narrowly escaped under the frost WRM's shadow. Stoic listened intently, his thick red brows knitting tighter with each revelation. Finally, he let out a heavy grunt. The mysterious power of an unknown island suggests this sea is more perilous and intricate than we imagined. You are safe, so go and rest. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Hiccup trudged back to his longhouse. Toothless adeptly followed him inside, his massive form squeezing through the doorframe that seemed somewhat constrictive for him. He first approached the bed, lined with thick animal pelts, and emitted a low, rumbling purr. Then, with a swift motion, he expelled a small, highly compressed sphere of blue-violet plasma that landed precisely in the center of the bed. Instantly, a wisp of smoke rose from the pelts, accompanied by the peculiar aroma of scorched protein and a wave of comforting warmth. This was Toothless' unique method of warming the bed. Thanks, buddy. Hiccup chuckled at the charred, steaming crater on the bed, affectionately rubbing Toothless' smooth head. He was too weary to change his clothes, merely kicking off his boots and collapsing heavily onto the now preheated bedding. The warmth enveloped him, tinged with a hint of char and the distinctive scent of Toothless, a blend of sea breeze and ozone. Almost the moment his head touched the pelts, his heavy eyelids could no longer hold up against the weight of sleep. Nearby, Toothless found a comfortable corner to curl into, wrapping his massive wings around himself, emitting a contented, low rumble. Before long, the longhouse resonated with a duet. Hiccup's steady, albeit fatigued, breathing and Toothless' rhythmic, deep snores resembling a wind instrument. The night on Burke seemed to finally return to its former tranquility. However, the good mood brought by the newfound advantage did not linger long. The exhilaration of having a new trump card gradually settled amid the deep sea's coldness and solitude. He continued to drift aimlessly, his colossal form stirring the ocean currents like a vast, platinum leaf. In the depths of the sea, he sought a tranquil haven, perhaps a grand trench or a cavern within the oceanic mountains, to indulge in a restful slumber and digest the day's bounty. However, fate, or perhaps the author's whimsical malice, seemed intent on denying him peace. As he navigated through a region of intricate topography, teeming with enormous coral reefs and unfathomable fissures, his keen senses detected an unusual commotion. It was not a large predator, but rather a chaotic, cacophonous surge of energy fluctuations, abundant in number. The enormous head of the creature turned slightly, its molten gold vertical pupils igniting with a faint glow in the dimness, akin to a searchlight in the abyss. Silently, he reduced his swimming speed, his massive body blending almost seamlessly into the current, resembling a vast shadow as he glided toward the periphery of the tumultuous zone, concealing himself behind a large, pockmarked reef. Before him lay a sight that made his molten pupils narrow slightly. It was a group of sea shockers. They possessed the distinctive dual-headed structure. One head, resembling that of a lizard, was positioned at the front, responsible for biting and discharging plasma. The other, smaller and eel-like, was situated at the rear, tasked with sensing and assisting in attacks. Their deep purple scales shimmered ominously under the faint light, and their sturdy tails stirred the water, producing a dull thrum. They were formidable predators, averaging nearly 10 meters in length, making them a powerful presence in the deep sea. Yet, what captivated him was not their appearance or strength, but rather their behavioral pattern. This group of sea shockers was neither hunting nor guarding anything. They resembled a band of drunken ruffians, careening aimlessly through the reef area. Did they spot a passing great white shark? Several sea shockers would immediately rush toward it, their two heads emitting piercing shrieks, thrashing their tails against the shark's dorsal fin and disturbing it with plasma until the unfortunate creature fled in terror. After which they would erupt into a cacophony of nonsensical, cawing laughter, as if they had executed some grand prank. A languid king crab attempting to traverse a patch of sand? Instantly, a sea shocker would dart forward, flipping the crab over, then watching with keen interest as it flailed its claws futilely in the sand, only to kick it aside once boredom set in. They even engaged in playful antics with one another, a playful bump here, a tail slap there, followed by mutual shrieking and the discharge of inconsequential sparks of electricity. Before they resumed their raucous chase and frolic, the scene felt eerily familiar. A strange resonance stirred within him. This chaotic, disorderly, mischievous escapade was reminiscent of the very antics he had relished during his reign in the Jurassic seas, an era marked by dominance and notoriety. Back then, he wielded his size and strength to navigate the ocean with similar bravado. Upon witnessing a school of fish scatter, a sea turtle upturned, or encountering other formidable predators. So long as they do not travel in formidable packs, he would delight in teasing them, perhaps unleashing a sudden burst of flame or electricity, and then revel in their frantic yet helpless reactions, joyfully rolling in the water. A profound sense of camaraderie, akin to reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land, mingled with a nostalgic yearning for lost youth, surged within Shaohui's heart. Observing the exuberant and mischievous Jinhai demons, he felt the stirring of a long-silent spirit within his massive form, awakening once more. With a gentle flick of his colossal tail, he propelled his grand, platinum-hued body, gliding forth from behind the concealed rocks like a leviathan of the deep. He made no effort to assert dominance. Yet the innate aura of intimidation stemming from his life level of LV-1040, coupled with his formidable size, swiftly quelled the once turbulent waters. The Jinhai demons, caught in their playful antics, froze in their tracks, their myriad eyes, large and small, including those atop their two heads, turning in unison toward the suddenly materialized platinum behemoth. The molten gold vertical pupils regarded them with a calm that instilled a profound, instinctual terror in these denizens of the deep. The electric glow that enveloped them dimmed, and they emitted low, anxious rumbles from their throats, instinctively huddling closer together. Shaohui lowered his immense head, approaching the one that appeared to be the leader, or perhaps merely the boldest, of the Jinhai demons. He slowly parted his vast jaws, his voice resonating like the rumbling engines of a colossal vessel, transmitting through the water to penetrate the consciousness of each Jinhai demon. Your play has a peculiar rhythm, reminiscent of a distant past filled with joy, is it not? The leader of the Jinhai demons recoiled slightly, its deep purple scales appearing to pale. Its two throats emitted an indecipherable hiss, tinged with fear and confusion. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shaohui's molten gold pupils as he continued in his sonorous tone. Do not be alarmed. I merely find your antics somewhat intriguing. With a gentle sweep of his enormous tail across a patch of coral, the once sturdy structures shattered like mere tofu, though it felt too gentle. Gentle? The Jinhai demon's small eyes brimmed with bewilderment. They had frightened off sharks and wreaked havoc upon crabs. And yet this was deemed gentle? Shaohui's colossal forelimbs gestured languidly in the water, directing attention to a vibrant deep-sea dragon that had just peered curiously from a crevice in the rocks. The creature was modest in size, perhaps 5 or 6 meters long, appearing timid and cautious. Do you see that little dragon? Shaohui's voice bore a hint of a malevolent mentor's persuasion. If you pursue it in your current manner, it will undoubtedly flee, will it not? How utterly unamusing. The Jinhai demons stared vacantly at the deep-sea dragon, then back at Shaohui. The magnificent silhouette of the creature tilted slightly, its formidable body casting an imposing shadow. Its tail, adorned with hard platinum scales, struck the surface of the water adjacent to the rocky enclave where the deep-sea dragon was concealed, moving with an apparent slowness that belied its lightning-fast speed. The impact sent forth a resounding boom. Though it did not directly strike the rock, the terrifying pressure generated by its tail acted as an invisible hammer. The water in that vicinity was instantly compressed before violently exploding, creating a tumultuous and visible shockwave that rippled through the sea. The immense force fractured the rock, sending the surrounding water into a frenzy, stirring up mud and debris. The unfortunate deep-sea dragon, caught off guard by this sudden and terrifying onslaught, was rendered utterly terrified. Its spirit nearly shattered. It could not discern the source of the attack, only feeling an irresistible force hurling it away, leaving it dizzy and disoriented, as if its very organs had been displaced. Instinctively, it emitted a shrill cry of terror, frantically flapping its wings, though ineffective in the water, like an arrow released from a bow. Fleeing in desperation from this dread-filled realm, trailing a long stream of bubbles in its wake, the creature gradually retracted its tail, its molten gold pupils surveying the awestruck sea spirits around it, a hint of satisfaction in its voice. Did you see that? First, instill fear. Let it know that staying put is perilous. Then we shall pursue. Its thoughts conveyed a sense of delight in the unfolding chaos. After a brief silence, the group of sea spirits erupted with fervor. The eyes atop their two heads ignited with an unprecedented, zealous brilliance. The fear that had gripped them was wholly supplanted by an exhilarating discovery. So this was how one could play? This was 100 times more thrilling than their previous antics. The creature's actions had ignited a tempestuous desire for destruction and mischief within the very essence of these deep-sea spirits. Thus, in the days that followed, this previously chaotic underwater expanse transformed into a veritable haven of villainy. The once trivial mischief of the sea spirits, under the tutelage of this masterful trickster, blossomed into a rampant expression of unfettered freedom, elevating their mischievous antics to an almost outrageous degree. They grew unsatisfied with mere harassment, learning from their mentor's intimidating maneuvers. Several sea spirits would suddenly unleash high-pressure plasma against a patch of water or rock, or strike with their tails to generate shockwave rings. The tremendous noise and chaotic energy fluctuations would send all timid creatures within hundreds of meters into a panic, fleeing in terror. And then, the true revelry commenced. A band of corrupted sea spirits, led astray by their mischievous mentor, would chase after the unfortunate souls fleeing in abject fear, their calls echoing like sharks sensing blood. Two heads crying out in excited cacophony as they pursued their hapless prey with relentless fervor. They were not in haste to deliver a fatal blow. They simply reveled in the chase. With currents of electricity disturbing the waters, with tails lashing and bodies colliding, the hunter watched as its prey, engulfed in profound terror, scrambled chaotically, crashing into reefs or being scattered by its companions, emitting a deafening, delightfully malicious cacophony of shrill cries. The orchestrator of this spectacle, Shahui, floated leisurely in a more spacious area of the depths, akin to a king relishing a theatrical performance. His colossal, platinum-hued form emitted a faint glow amidst the gloom. While his molten gold vertical pupils observed with keen interest this farcical drama he had meticulously crafted. Occasionally, when a particular Jinhai demon performed exceptionally well, such as scaring a hammerhead shark into collapsing a small coral mound, he would telepathically convey a brief commendation or an amused remark, eliciting excited collisions of the demon's two heads, sparks of electricity crackling in the water. To Sha Hui's surprise, these Jinhai demons proved to be unexpectedly to his taste. Their pure, primitive sense of mischief and surplus energy rekindled a long-lost, uncomplicated joy within him, a state free from the machinations of scheming, unburdened by concerns of reputation, which was already tarnished, and purely entertained by the sheer force and antics of playfulness. Within his vast body, the long-dormant spirit of a mischievous entity from the S1 era awakened, joyously leaping amidst the shadows of the deep sea and the peculiar cries of the Jinhai demons. Thus, even more outrageous events began to unfold. On that day, with half-closed eyes, Sha Hui observed several Jinhai demons in the distance as they pursued a wretched school of glowfin, sending the fish scattering like fireworks in a panicked frenzy. Suddenly, a more chaotic and urgent disturbance in the water, accompanied by frantic cries, erupted from behind. Indolently, he turned his massive head to investigate. There, he beheld 4 or 5 Jinhai demons, in a nearly frenzied state, croaking excitedly, their two heads stretching out eagerly as they desperately chased after something. The turbulent currents and erratic sparks they generated carved a chaotic path through the deep sea. What they were pursuing were 2 creatures significantly larger than the Jinhai demons themselves, their bodies clad in thick, dark green scales, with massive horns reminiscent of a triceratops adorning their heads. 2 reef crushers, renowned for their immense strength, formidable defenses, and relatively gentle, or perhaps lethargic, nature. These herbivorous giants of the deep were now in a state of sheer panic, desperately paddling to escape. Their enormous bodies unleashed astonishing speed for them, as their colossal horns blazed a trail, smashing through obstructing corals and small reefs, stirring up a murky tumult behind them. Their dark green eyes were filled with abject terror, as if being pursued by demons from the abyss. Meanwhile, the Jinhai demons? They were so electrified with excitement that they felt on the verge of explosion. As it pursued its quarry, it simultaneously lashed out with its tail against the sea reef dragon's formidable, rock-like armored hide, producing a series of dull thuds. Both heads, in a fervent frenzy, unleashed torrents of plasma orbs. Although the majority were deflected by the dragon's thick scales, the sizzling electricity and cacophonous noise evidently instilled a profound psychological terror in these 2 otherwise lethargic giants. Run, everyone. Don't stop. Keep running. To the left. Charge that rock. Haha. The chaotic thoughts of the sea demon, comprehended by Sha Hui, were filled with pure delight in tormenting the colossal creatures. The 2 sea reef dragons, disoriented and panicked, flailed their enormous tails, stirring up murky sediment. In a frantic turn, one of them inadvertently became ensnared in a particularly dense cluster of coral, letting out a deep, bovine-like bellow in its struggle to break free. Ironically, its escape route led directly towards Sha Hui's hovering form. In its widening, terrified eyes, it soon beheld a figure of immense proportions, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression, one that dwarfed its own size. The dragon's fear surged to a crescendo. It couldn't even spare a thought for its ensnared companion, with a monstrous beast ahead and pursuers behind. Its not-so-advanced brain swiftly concluded that the little demons zapping its rear must surely be minions of this terrifying platinum behemoth. They were accomplices. They aimed to drive it to the presence of their master. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, it abandoned its last shred of reason. It summoned every ounce of strength to wrench its horn free from the coral cluster, shattering fragments in the process. In a moment that nearly caused Xiaohui to lose his composure, it made a decision. Rather than charge at Xiaohui or attempt to circumvent him, it executed a sudden, extreme turn exceeding 90 degrees. With a thunderous crash, the massive body forcefully redirected at high speed, the resulting centrifugal force causing it to lose balance instantly. This titan, weighing several tons, hurtled like an uncontrollable mountain of flesh, crashing into a nearby massive rock adorned with sea anemones. The impact shook the rock, causing the anemones to retract in fright. The sea reef dragon itself was thrown into disarray, its vision spinning with stars, as its immense form slumped to the bottom of the rock, temporarily incapacitated. Comically, several vibrantly colored, trembling sea anemones perched atop its colossal horn. Xiaohui observed the foolish giant that had knocked itself unconscious, while glancing at the distant sea demons, who, exhilarated by the self-detonation of their prey, playfully whipped each other with their tails and cackled in delight, alongside another sea reef dragon that, having freed itself, now surveyed its surroundings in confusion before opting to vacate this tumultuous locale. A sense of absurdity, yet oddly familiar joy welled within him. With a slight shake of his immense head, a deep voice resonated through the currents, tinged with a blend of resignation and amusement. What a delightful bunch of characters. His enormous tail swayed gently, stirring a soft current that propelled his platinum-hued form gracefully towards the reef dragon, which lay dazed beneath the rocky outcrop. The few sea guardians, upon witnessing this, cawed excitedly and followed suit, resembling a group of eager subordinates awaiting their leader's command. Xiaohui gazed upon the unconscious behemoth before him, its robust scales and colossal frame suggesting an opportunity to experiment with his newfound abilities. Alternatively, it could serve as a lesson for his newly acquired companions, demonstrating the true essence of the ultimate technique, the art of profit from the fleeting. The molten gold of his vertical pupils flickered with malevolent intent. The depths of the ocean appeared to grow more animated with his presence and that of the sea guardians. Meanwhile, the tumultuous waters stirred by the guardians and the panicked flight of marine creatures seemed to attract the attention of something darker lurking deeper below. A profound shadow quietly ascended from the abyss. Chapter 40. Side story. The night over Sona Island was thick, akin to impenetrable ink. Absent were the moonlight and starlight, save for the faint, eerie orange glow occasionally emitted by the distant volcano, refracted through heavy clouds, barely outlining the grotesque silhouettes of towering trees and jagged rocks. The briny sea breeze carried the distinctive scent of decaying vegetation from the primordial forest, howling through the trees with an eerie wail, as if countless ancient spirits whispered in the night. This land was steeped in the primal laws of savagery and power. At this moment, on the edge of the darkness-enshrouded thicket, a contest of unequal forces had reached its conclusion. Xiaohui, a gargantuan ARK-spine dragon, gripped firmly with claws as robust as ancient tree roots, held fast to the slender but powerful neck of another spiny dragon. The one beneath him, renowned in this territory for her pride and combat prowess, was a female spiny dragon, privately revered by other dragons as Miss Spiny. Her elongated, sleek body writhed violently in the darkness, her resilient scales heaving with rage and oxygen deprivation. Those golden vertical pupils, which sparkled defiantly even in the depths of night, now fixed upon the menacing visage above her, marked by thick bony plates and jagged protrusions, radiating a palpable sense of oppression. Xiaohui's size dwarfed her significantly, and the iconic, massive, sharp bony plates extending from his spine to the tip of his tail loomed like a menacing mountain of blades, reflecting a cold, hard glow in the dim light, exuding an unspoken dominance. His heavy breaths, laden with warmth and humidity, cascaded over Miss Spiny's sensitive snout and the scales along her neck. Miss Spiny, the god of war, Xiaohui's voice rumbled deep and murky, akin to two boulders grinding in a valley, each syllable imbued with undeniable weight and a disquieting sense of control. You wouldn't want this matter to be known by the other dragons, would you? His claws tightened slightly, not to inflict real harm, but to convey an absolute, irrefutable grip. The chilling sensation penetrated her scales, reaching the very nerve endings of Miss Spiny. This statement struck like a poisonous thorn, piercing directly into the core of her most sensitive pride. She struggled violently, her powerful hind legs striking the damp earth, stirring up a flurry of decaying leaves and mud. Yet, the oppressive force of the malevolent light loomed like a mountain. The terrifying power derived from the bloodline of the Ark, capable of effortlessly quelling any resistance from her kind. Her struggles were in vain, only intensifying the humiliation stemming from the stark disparity in strength. An indescribable mixture of delicate fury, pure rage, the shame of violation, and the feeling of helplessness before absolute power surged into her eyes, causing her golden slit pupils to seem as if they were ablaze, only to be swallowed by deeper darkness in the next moment. She understood that any further futile resistance would only lead to deeper humiliation or more grievous harm. Her tense body gradually relaxed, not in submission, but in a desperate retreat, an agonizing endurance compelled by the necessity to bow before overwhelming strength. She could only turn her head aside, avoiding the aggressive gaze of the malevolent light, her throat emitting a suppressed, almost whimpering growl, ultimately fading into silence. She closed her eyes, as if to isolate this humiliating scene from her sight. Yet the slight quiver of her eyelashes and the tightness of her lips betrayed the turmoil raging within her. She could only endure in silence. The thick darkness became the sole curtain, enveloping the secrets of all that transpired in the woods. The night breeze continued to wail, masking all subtle sounds. Time flowed slowly in the suffocating silence and the struggle of power, each second elongated into a torment. The malevolent light could distinctly sense every minute tremor of the body beneath its claws, every suppressed breath, a peculiar sensation of control laced with conquest. In contrast, Miss Thorne's world was filled with humiliation, anger, and endless darkness. She clenched her teeth, locking away all her roars and resistance deep within her throat. Yielding to the cold, uniquely scented scales pressing against her. The primal laws of the jungle were vividly displayed at this moment. Power is everything. It was unclear how long it had been when the inky night began to shed its deepest shadows. The eastern skyline was tinged with a faint, nearly imperceptible gray-white, heralding the end of the long night. Sonar Island awoke. The chirping of birds began to sporadically resonate in the woods, imbued with the tentative spirit of survival. Damp mist rose from the ground, swirling in the dim morning light, draping this wild land in a veil of hazy coolness. The massive form of the malevolent light shifted slightly. It slowly released its grip on Miss Thorne, its heavy limbs unfolding, bones emitting a dull crackle. The night of control seemed to leave it unburdened, its deep brown scales shimmering with a languid, satisfied sheen in the morning light. It strode steadily towards a giant ancient tree, split by lightning not far away. The center of the broken trunk had long since decayed, forming a natural vessel. Bowing its head, it carefully grasped a piece of dry, cotton-like heartwood fiber with its hard, keratinous beak. Then, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it kicked up a sharp-edged flint, which collided with a nearby rock of similar hardness. Crack! A piercing spark of Mars suddenly erupted, precisely splattering onto the dry fibers. Wisps of blue smoke began to rise, and soon, a small orange flame stubbornly leapt up, greedily licking at more fibers. Shahui patiently picked up several slender twigs, gently placing them atop the nascent flame. The fire, nourished, gradually grew stronger, emitting a crackling sound that dispelled the morning's chill and dampness. Before long, a rudimentary torch took shape, a tree stump, about the thickness of an arm, relatively straight, with one end carefully sharpened, and the other firmly embedded in the burning fibers and twigs. A bright flame danced at the top, radiating a warm glow and a faintly fragrant scent of burning resin. This flickering light appeared particularly striking in the hazy dawn, illuminating Shah Hui's face, which was marked by bone plates and scars, exuding an aura of fierce ferocity. He adeptly gripped the burning stump in the middle, steadily bringing the flaming end to his immense maw. His deep-set amber vertical pupils, seemingly containing endless wildness and the weight of ages, gazed serenely at the dancing flames. Then, he inhaled deeply. The sound resonated long and profound, akin to a colossal bellows drawing in air laden with sparks and smoke deep into his throat. Thick smoke instantly filled his mouth and nose, with a few mischievous tendrils escaping from his enormous nostrils. He tilted his head slightly, allowing the smoke to swirl within his mouth for a moment, savoring the burning heat and the unique earthy aroma as it slid down his throat, before slowly exhaling through his nostrils, forming a long, curling plume of grayish-white smoke that gently ascended into the cool air, dissipating. This process carried an odd sense of ritual, a near philosophical contemplation, as if he were reminiscing about the long night just past, or affirming his indelible existence upon this land. His posture embodied a primal and rugged satisfaction, a post-coital calmness akin to that of a smoke after mastering the situation. Just then, a faint rustling sound emerged beside him. Shahui turned his head slightly. Morning light filtered through the mist, softly cascading upon Miss Thorne. The night's humiliation and torment seemed to have left indelible marks upon her, yet in the dawn's glow, she exuded a peculiar, fragile atmosphere tinged with a sense of dependency. The originally sharp lines of her form appeared softened. Her powerful limbs were drawn close to her side. Her massive head bowed slightly, and the scales, adorned with olive green and deep brown stripes, glistened with a gentle sheen in the morning light. No longer radiating the aggressive edge they had the previous night. Most striking were her eyes. Those once ablaze with indomitable fury, her golden vertical pupils, now bore a complex expression, as though the flames of anger were veiled by a haze of exhaustion, residual shame, and a strangely resigned, almost bashful demeanor. She cautiously shifted her body, the smooth scales brushing against the damp earth, ultimately settling at a subtle distance, gently, almost affectionately, leaning against Shahui's massive, solid, heat-emitting form. Her movements were delicate, imbued with a sense of tentative exploration and hesitation, as if she sought a flicker of warmth, or perhaps aimed to affirm a newly forged, albeit reluctant connection. She did not meet Shahui's gaze, instead softly pressing her lips against the bony ridge of his shoulder, emitting a barely audible nasal hum, a sound that conveyed neither sorrow nor anything else, but rather resembled a weary sigh and a silent proclamation. Shahui felt the warmth and gentle touch beside him. His amber vertical pupils shifted slightly, gazing down at Miss G nestled against him. The morning light traced the graceful contours of her neck and back, the once unruly spines now submissively aligning. He held a smoldering log between his teeth, inhaling deeply once more. Enveloped in swirling smoke, his gaze remained inscrutable. Was it pride stemming from conquest? A playful appreciation of this subtle transformation? Or merely the enjoyment of this moment, steeped in the primal essence of tranquility? His face, shrouded in thick, hardened skin, revealed no overt expressions, save for a deep, resonant rumble from his throat, echoing like an ancient response, slowly reverberating through the quiet morning forest. At the tip of the torch, flames danced, dispelling the last remnants of chill, illuminating the stark yet oddly harmonious silhouettes of the two colossal beasts in the gentle dawn light. A new day commenced on Sona Island, and the stories from the depths of the jungle, along with the smoke drifting from the burning log, seemed destined to be quietly absorbed and buried by the primal laws of this untamed land, leaving only the complex, ineffable imprints rewritten by power within the hearts of those involved. Chapter 41. The rogue Shahui's molten gold vertical pupils, glimmering with a touch of playful mirth, scrutinized the massive sea reef dragon that had knocked itself unconscious against the rocks, now adorned with trembling sea anemones. Its thick, dark green scales glistened dully under the faint light of the deep sea, while broken coral clung to its formidable horns, rendering it both pitiable and ludicrous. Oh, such a physique, such weight. Shahui mused within his vast consciousness, pondering the missed opportunity if he didn't test out this new plaything. A whimsical plan began to take shape in his mind. Listen up. Shahui's deep voice, rumbling like distant thunder, resonated through the water, directly infiltrating the excited consciousness of the surrounding Jinhai demons. The few double-headed rascals immediately froze, both heads turning in unison towards Shahui, their small eyes sparkling with fervent anticipation of their leader's command. Observe closely, he commanded, his immense forelimb, claws, slicing through the water towards the unconscious sea reef dragon. This is how one exploits an opportunity. This is the essence of resourcefulness. His colossal form sank slightly, and his massive tail, covered in platinum scales, slowly rose, aiming at the thickest, apparently most fortified area of the dragon's back. Unlike the earlier intimidation of the deep-sea dragon, he refrained from using force to create shockwaves. Instead, he delicately, almost surgically, tapped the hardest tip of his tail, akin to a siege weapon, upon the dragon's protective shell. The movements were as gentle as poking a ripe berry. Buzz, an exceedingly subtle, yet terrifyingly high-frequency wave of vibration, surged from the tip of Shahui's tail, instantly transmuting into the body of the reef dragon. This tremor was not intended for destruction, but rather for stimulation. The skill, Whip Corpse, Heal Back, was activated. Target, the unconscious reef dragon. Though it had not yet fully departed from life, the skill appeared indifferent to such details. At the moment Shahui's tail grazed the dragon's scales, an imperceptible current of warmth, teeming with vitality, flowed upstream from the point of contact, silently merging into Shahui's massive form. The lengthy numerical representation of his level 1040 life points, 189550, flickered ever so slightly at its end, scarcely noticeable. Yet, the sensation was paramount. Sha Hui's consciousness emitted a distinctly anthropomorphic gasp of disdain. How could one describe this texture? It was both tough and fibrous, tinged with a taste reminiscent of seaweed's earthy scent and perhaps the gritty essence of rock dust. It was undeniably more challenging to consume than the oldest draconic meat from the Dragon Valley. That negligible hint of vitality restoration, accompanied by the taste, or rather, the sensation of energy absorption, was far from delightful. With a flick of his tail, Sha Hui disdainfully attempted to rid himself of that dreadful flavor. Gah, boss? Is it tasty? Hiss. What does it taste like? A few sea-settling demons tilted their heads, their small eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. They had merely observed their leader gently tapping the colossal creature with his tail, and the expression, if one could discern any from a dragon's visage, appeared somewhat nuanced, unpalatable. Sha Hui's consciousness conveyed this unceremoniously, laden with deep disdain. Old, tough, flavorless, like chewing on stones. Such fare was only fit for us to stretch our limbs. Serving as a mere punching bag, the little eyes of the sea-settling demons blinked as they seemed to struggle to comprehend what old, tough, and chewing stones meant. However, the term punching bag seemed to resonate with them, as they had just enjoyed a playful time. Let us go. Sha Hui's enormous head swung, disinterested in casting another glance at the unfortunate reef dragon, seeking a new locale for fresh amusement. No more gnawing on stones. His colossal form stirred the waters, propelling the platinum-hued shadows toward broader, more diverse marine realms. The sea-settling demons immediately squawked in excitement, trailing behind like a pack of exuberant hounds finally unleashed by their master. They appeared to have completely forgotten the fatigue from earlier in their pursuit of the reef dragon, their energy renewed to extraordinary levels. On Boak Island, night had fallen deeply. The duet of Snaggletooth and Toothless snores reverberated through the longhouse, imbued with the tranquility that follows exhaustion. However, on the opposite end of the island, within the humble abode of Yujiao Sea, the atmosphere was far from serene. No, don't chase me. Ga ga ga. Hiss hiss. What is that? Made of such large, shining platinum? No, it's looking this way. Yujiasi abruptly sat up from his bed, cluttered with an array of dragon skeletons and peculiar plants, some of which emitted a faint glow. His thick crystal spectacles were askew, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and his heart raced as if it were attempting to burst from his chest. Gasping for breath, he scanned the familiar surroundings, illuminated by the dim moonlight streaming through the window. The room was recognizable, the skeletal frames familiar, his beloved meatball curled up in a corner of the haystack, emitting a steady, grinding snore akin to a stone mill in motion. It was a dream, no, the nightmare. Yujiasi trembled as he adjusted his glasses and wiped the sweat from his brow, clutching his knees in trepidation. Since his return from Mist Isle, this nightmare had haunted him like a specter. In his dreams, he was submerged in a bizarre underwater realm, shadows of monstrous proportions radiating terror, accompanied by piercing sounds of cackles and hisses that felt mocking. Most harrowing of all was the immense, suffocating platinum silhouette that emerged from the abyssal darkness at the dream's conclusion. Merely meeting the gaze of those molten gold vertical pupils sent tremors of dread and insignificance through his very soul. The deity of Mist Isle must be angry with me. Yujiasi's voice quivered, burying his face in his knees. Is it warning us? Why does its visage haunt my dreams? His vivid imagination, or perhaps his paranoia, began to whirl chaotically, piecing together fragments of his nightmare with experiences from Mist Isle, leading him to increasingly believe that the platinum behemoth was a manifestation of that mysterious entity, tormenting him across distant seas. With a whimper, Yujiasi cautiously descended from his bed, seeking solace beside his gentle dragon, tightly embracing the warm, rough scales of his meatball companion. Stirred awake, the creature blinked sleepily, emitting a confused gurgle, and extended its massive tongue to lick Yujiasi's face, leaving a trail of warm drool as if attempting to comfort the distressed human in the midst of the night. In the deep sea, the playground of Shahuei was proving to be an effortless source of amusement, especially with a group of endlessly energetic, highly adept sea guardians under his command. At this moment, Shahuei floated above a relatively calm sandy seabed, lazily observing his industrious subordinates as they surrounded a lush kelp forest. Instead of recklessly charging in, they employed the advanced techniques taught by their leader. The dragons dispersed, unleashing high-pressure plasma spheres at the edges of the kelp forest. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blue-violet electric arcs danced chaotically through the water, accompanied by piercing explosions that stirred the area into turmoil, sending smaller creatures tumbling helplessly. The results were immediate. A multitude of vibrant, round-headed, scaly fish, previously concealed within the depths of the kelp, erupted like a disturbed hive. Terrified, they clustered together, a flowing mass of colorful neon, desperately fleeing towards the sole escape route unblocked by the sea guardians, the direction of Shahui's floating form. Quack, quack, quack. They're coming. Roar. Look at us, boss. The Jinhai monsters, exhilarated, emitted sparks from their two heads, cawing excitedly like deep-sea shepherd dogs, herding a massive, colorful school of fish towards the direction of the dying light. Observing the overwhelming surge of fish flashing with chaotic brilliance, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the molten gold vertical pupils of Shahui. His colossal form remained utterly still, merely parting his enormous maw, lined with sharp teeth, instead of a blinding beam of destructive light or a torrent of raging flames. A powerful and precise suction erupted suddenly from the depths of his throat. The seawater ahead instantly coalesced into a rapidly swirling vortex. The panicked round-headed, colorful scaled fish, rushing toward him as a safe escape, had no time to react, as if seized by an invisible giant hand, helplessly drawn into the terrifying pull, spiraling into the unfathomable depths of Shahui's cavernous mouth. Gulp! Shahui's vast throat quivered slightly, akin to savoring a delightful liquid confection. Thousands of round-headed, colorful scaled fish vanished in an instant, leaving behind a chaotic froth of bubbles and a scattering of vibrant scales in the water. A contemplative murmur emanated from Shahui's mind. This is quite delightful. Fresh, sweet, crisp. Much better than the dull taste of that clumsy stone from earlier. Though the faint crimson mist of his blood remained unchanged, the immense body registered a slight increase in the values representing his food reserves. More importantly, this method of allowing his subordinates to do the work while he reaped the rewards of the hunt, or rather, a snack, greatly satisfied his wicked sense of humor and laziness. Caw-caw. The boss is magnificent. Hiss hiss. Is it delicious, boss? The Jinhai monsters, witnessing Shahui's satisfaction, albeit unaware of how the fish had vanished, became even more exhilarated, colliding their two heads in excitement. Circling around Shahui in a display of triumph. Not bad. Shahui lazily transmitted his thoughts, continuing. Over there, that luminescent jellyfish swarm looks quite tender. Caw. Understood. Roar. Watch us. The Jinhai monsters, invigorated as if on a caffeine high, swiftly changed direction, cawing and crackling with excitement, charging towards the distant, slowly drifting mass of jellyfish radiating a dreamy blue-purple glow. A new round of deep-sea jellyfish revelry was about to unfold. Shahui watched his energetic, troublemaking subordinates, and a rare glimmer of pure, almost benevolent relaxation surfaced in his molten gold pupils. The ease of having a group of eager little minions bring him snacks without any mental exertion, merely requiring him to open his mouth or exert a bit of suction, brought him immense pleasure. His massive form languidly stretched in the dim ocean waters, platinum scales gently undulating with the currents, relishing this unique deep-sea tranquility composed of chaos and mischief. As for the troubles brought by the title of the god of Misty Isle, and the rumors of divine punishment on the mainland, at this moment, all concerns were cast aside into the abyss. What could be more exhilarating than being a leader, accompanied by a band of loyal subordinates, traversing the depths of the ocean? The magnificent creature, Shahui, contentedly narrowed its molten gold vertical pupils, its colossal tail swaying gently with an unconscious grace, creating a cascade of bubbles that slowly ascended. Oh, the jellyfish possessed a texture reminiscent of mucus. Perhaps next time, they should select a different target. Shahui luxuriated in the sensation of the round-headed, colorful scaled fish transforming into a warm current within its stomach. Indeed, this was the essence of life. As the leader, one ought to relish the fruits of authority while subordinates toil diligently. Hiss, hiss, leader, leader, look at this. Quack, quack, quack. A treasure, absolutely a treasure. Several sea guardians, akin to eager acolytes, stirred the water as they excitedly dragged a massive, grayish object towards Shahui. This peculiar item, with its rough and jagged shell encrusted with barnacles and seaweed, resembled a colossal, flattened stone mill, its edges defiantly waving stout, armored appendages. It was a deep-sea giant clam, notorious for its formidable shell, as hard as refined gold, and often buried in sand, much to the vexation of all carnivorous deep-sea creatures. Clearly, these sea guardians had inherited Shahui's penchant for tackling the most formidable of challenges, or perhaps they were simply lacking in foresight. They exerted immense effort to pry the slumbering giant clam from its sandy bed, currently attempting to unseal this tough delicacy before their leader, eager to earn praise and rewards. Clang. Thud. Zzzzzt. The muffled sounds of impact and sparks erupted as they struck the clam's thick shell, yet not a single mark was left behind. The clam, seemingly disturbed, waved its appendages in anger, while its tightly sealed shell remained immovable, silently mocking their futile efforts. Shahui's massive head slowly descended, its molten gold pupils reflecting a sense of absurdity as it regarded this gray, unyielding offering. Do you truly believe this is edible? Shahui's deep voice reverberated through the water, imbued with palpable exasperation. Gah. Hard. Chewy. Hiss. Leader has a good bite. It must be possible. The little eyes of the sea guardians sparkled with blind adoration for their omnipotent leader. With an internal roll of its eyes, Shahui conceded its impressive biting prowess, capable of reducing metal to fragments as easily as one would chew on a biscuit. However, this had attempted to envision the texture mingled with mud, barnacle debris, and the aged, fibrous clam meat. Ugh. Fools. Shahui scolded telepathically, its enormous tail generating a gentle yet irresistible current, effortlessly pushing aside the sea guardians still grappling with the giant clam. Is this meant for a dragon? This is fit for grinding against rocks. It reeks of brine and rust. Dispose of it. Disheartened by their leader's disdain, the sea guardians slumped, their dual heads drooping as they begrudgingly prepared to drag the immovable giant clam back to a sandy pit for burial. The clam's appendages seemed to sway with a sense of smugness. Shahui observed his dim-witted yet fiercely loyal subordinates, a glimmer of wicked amusement flickering in his molten gold vertical pupils. His massive frame leaned slightly forward, bringing his colossal head close to the leader of the Jinhai Yao. A lizard-like creature, desiring a delightful feast? Use your brains, he rumbled, his voice deep and enticing. Do you see those shimmering objects hanging on the cliff over there? The lizard head of the Jinhai Yao turned in the direction of Shahui's mental guidance. Upon the steep black sea cliff clung clusters of organisms emanating a soft blue-green luminescence. They were not large, resembling plump crystal grapes strung together, swaying gently with the current, radiating a pure and alluring wave of life energy. Deep-sea luminescent berries, a delicacy cherished by certain gentle giants of the deep, rich in pure life energy with a sweet and crisp flavor. However, these berries typically thrived in perilous waters beneath that cliff, in an unfathomable chasm exuding an ominous aura, the cliff face riddled with razor-sharp crystalline shards, and the currents tumultuous and chaotic. Ga? That one. The lizard head's small eyes brimmed with desire, but another eel-like head cautiously turned toward the dark chasm below, emitting a restless hiss. Yes, that one. Shahui's thoughts whispered seductively, sweet, juicy, and bursting with energy, far superior to the stones you gathered earlier. He deliberately paused, his massive tail lightly tapping the profound darkness below. However, he continued, the finest treasures often come with a touch of trouble. It all depends on your courage and capability. Ga, we have it. Roar. Look at our leader. The term cowardice was utterly absent from the vocabulary of Shahui's thoroughly misguided Jinhai Yao. Under the dual stimulation of their leader's endorsement of the delectable and the desire to prove their worth, fear was swiftly cast aside. A fusion Jinhai Yao, as if invigorated by a potent stimulant, shrieked excitedly with both heads alight, their bodies crackling with electric sparks, charging recklessly toward the perilous cliff, shimmering with enticing blue-green light. Shahui floated leisurely in place, his massive tail swaying gently, his molten gold pupils gleaming with delight at the spectacle. Oh, being a leader requires not only the ability to feast, but also the skill to provide his subordinates with challenging amusements, such as what makes life truly flavorful. On Boak Island, as dawn broke with a soft haze, Shao Gij was roused by an unusual aroma, a potent blend of burnt food and ozone. Groggily opening his eyes, he caught sight of Toothless, rear end raised, preparing to unleash another plasma bolt upon the beast hide by his bedside, which still bore the charred edges from yesterday's misadventure. Toothless. No. Shao Gij's cry coincided with the sound of a small plasma bolt being fired. Puff. Zizzle. A plume of green smoke mingled with an even more pronounced scent of charred food, and ozone began to rise. Toothless gazed contentedly at his masterpiece, having been reheated for a second time, emitting a satisfied gurgle from his throat. He affectionately nudged the little hiccup with his large head. The message unmistakable. Come rise and enjoy the warmth of the cozy bed. Little Hiccup looked helplessly at the freshly created small indentation still steaming on the bed, alongside the old, charred one. Resigned, he climbed out, yawning while skillfully avoiding those two zones of warmth. Say, my friend, Little Hiccup said, rubbing Toothless' smooth head. Could we perhaps choose a different spot for the next reheating? Perhaps the stone at the door? Toothless tilted his head, his large green eyes filled with innocence and confusion. The stone at the door? It's cold and hard. How could it compare to the cozy warmth of the master's bed? He simply did not comprehend. With a sigh, Little Hiccup abandoned the conversation. Just as he finished putting on his boots, the door was flung open with a bang. Little Hiccup, help! Fishlegs burst in, his hair a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, thick crystal glasses askew on his nose, his pallor akin to someone just pulled from icy waters. He clutched his dragon encyclopedia tightly, tumbling in with a frantic urgency, followed by a concerned and worried Astrid. Another nightmare? Little Hiccup observed Fishlegs' disheveled state, his heart sinking. Ever since their return, Fishlegs had not enjoyed a single peaceful night. It's not a nightmare. It's a revelation. A warning. Fishlegs' voice rose in pitch as he frantically flipped through the thick, potentially lethal encyclopedia, landing on a page with an abstract. Distorted drawing he had sketched in trembling handwriting. It vaguely depicted a colossal, blurred platinum silhouette against a chaotic deep-sea backdrop, accompanied by shadowy figures with two heads, claws bared. Look, look, Fishlegs exclaimed, pointing at the abstract artwork, his finger trembling like a leaf in the wind. The deity of Mist's Isle. It has not forgotten us. It is in the deep sea, and it has a terrifying entourage of two-headed deep-sea demons. They are hunting. They are reveling. They even disdain stones. No, they scorn even stones. Fishlegs' imagination had spiraled out of control, morphing yesterday's disdain from the giant clam into the wrath of a deity. Little Hiccup and Astrid exchanged glances. Astrid rubbed her forehead. Fishlegs, calm down. It was just a dream. It wasn't a dream. Fishlegs insisted, animatedly waving the encyclopedia. It felt too real. The icy water, the immense pressure, and those raspy whispers of demons. They scorn stones. This means their tastes are exceedingly picky. Is their next move to forage on Burke Island? What do we have on Burke Island? Sheep. Plenty of sheep. And us. The more Fishlegs pondered, the more terrifying the scenario became, nearly curling into a ball. Oh no, we will be considered reserve food. The kind they disdain as inedible. Toothless seemed to be influenced by Fishlegs' excitement, emitting a low growl from his throat, ears perked in alertness, gazing toward the door as if some deep-sea behemoth were truly coming to seize their reserve food. Little Hiccup gazed at his friend, who was ensnared in a web of delusions, and at the suspicious Toothless beside him, feeling overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Fishlegs' shoulder, striving to make his voice sound steady and credible. Listen, Fishlegs. First, if that entity truly wished to devour us, we would have perished on Misty Isle. Second, dismissing rocks sounds more akin to some uniquely discerning deep-sea creature. Third, Hiccup emphasized, Burke is with us. Toothless, Windstrider, Meatball, and the entire dragon-riding community of Burke. This is not a buffet where any deep-sea monster can just waltz in. However, Fishlegs still sought to argue. No buts. Astrid decisively interrupted, swiftly snatching the nearly crumpled guidebook from Fishlegs' grip. What you need is sunlight, fresh air, and Gobber's morning training. I assure you, by the time Gobber has drilled you to the point of forgetting what nightmares are, you won't ponder such trivialities. Without further ado, she pulled the still trembling Fishlegs along. Commanding, let's go. To the training grounds now? No. Astrid. My guidebook. My research. It was a divine revelation. Fishlegs' lamentations gradually faded into the distance. Hiccup observed his friend being dragged away and then turned to the still wary Toothless, letting out a resigned sigh. He patted Toothless gently. Come on, buddy. Let's head to the training grounds as well. We ought to demonstrate to Fishlegs what it truly means to be a dragon rider protecting one's home. He needed to devise a way to extricate Fishlegs from his fanciful notions of a deep-sea, platinum-feeding monstrosity. The shimmering, molten twilight reflected in the vertical pupils of the sea serpents, who keenly followed the deep purple streaks of lightning. The sea serpents exhibited remarkable skill and audacity. Confronted with the tumultuous gravitational currents of the rift, they capitalized on their two-headed advantage. The lizard head propelled high-pressure plasma to generate thrust and stabilize their position, while the eel head astutely sensed shifts in the water flow, seeking a relatively stable path. When faced with razor-sharp crystalline shards, they either nimbly twisted their bodies to evade, or boldly charged through, their thick-scaled sides scraping against the edges, producing a piercing sound and leaving behind white streaks. "GA, we're almost there. Hiss. Watch out on the left." The lead sea serpent, particularly fierce in demeanor, even coiled its tail around a rock. accurately smashing it down upon a venomous thorny sea snake attempting to ambush from a crevice, leaving it dazed and disoriented, before triumphantly cawing. At last, they arrived before the shimmering rock face, glowing with an enticing blue-green luminescence. Clusters of glowberries hung amidst the crystalline formations, radiating pure life energy, tantalizingly within reach. Gaga gaga. Pick them. Hurry. Roar. Bring some back for the chief. The sea serpents were ecstatic, both heads extending eagerly to grasp the glistening berries. The lizard head carefully bit through the stems, while the eel head caught the falling clusters. Their coordination was impeccable, and swiftly, each sea serpent had several hefty, blue-glowing glowberries clenched in their jaws. They returned triumphantly. The Jinhai demons, filled with excitement, adjusted their course, eager to present their hard-won delicacies to their leader. However, joy swiftly turned to despair. As they turned, exposing their relatively soft abdomens to the dark chasm below, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several pale, powerful tentacles, akin to lurking venomous serpents, sprang forth from the shadows at the chasm's edge with astonishing speed. Their velocity left only fleeting traces in the water, targeting not only the luminous berries held in the demons' mouths, but also the demons themselves. The abyssal predator, the phantom sucker jelly, lay in ambush at the chasm's brink, its nearly transparent body seamlessly blending into the surroundings. The terrifying suction cups and barbs at the ends of its long tentacles were designed specifically for ensnaring prey drawn in by the alluring glow of the berries. What? The Jinhai demons gasped in shock. Enemy attack. They were taken aback, unable to retaliate with their plasma due to their mouths being occupied with berries, and instead desperately twisted their bodies to evade. But the tentacles came too swiftly and cunningly. Snap, snap, snap. Several tentacles expertly ensnared the tails and bodies of two Jinhai demons. The powerful suction cups adhered instantly, and the barbs pierced through their scales. Other tentacles lashed out like agile whips, brutally striking the clusters of luminous berries the demons clutched. Pop, pop. Numerous precious berries were crushed under the assault, their crystalline flesh and juice bursting in the water. Simultaneously, the two ensnared Jinhai demons were violently dragged down into the abyss of the chasm. Help us, leader, they cried. My berries. The remaining demons, filled with rage and fear, could not lament the loss of their fruit. The lizard-headed one immediately unleashed a plasma counterattack. Yet, the electricity barely affected the phantom jelly's nearly transparent body, merely igniting a few weak sparks, as they watched their comrades being pulled into the unfathomable depths. Destined to become the jellyfish's meal, a low, chilling growl resonated, seemingly freezing the surrounding waters in an instant. The ominous figure of the Shahui, who had been observing from the rear, finally moved. Without any grandiose display, he merely parted his jagged maw slightly. The target was not the phantom jellies, but rather the profound chasm below. With a hum that echoed like the awakening of a monstrous force, an indescribable, terrifying suction began to manifest, as if a portal to a black hole had opened in the depths of the ocean. At the center of Shahui's gaping mouth, an enormous vortex formed instantaneously. The seawater swirled violently, producing a thunderous roar akin to an ancient beast swallowing its prey. This suction force far exceeded that which had previously consumed the colorful scaled fish. The debris, sediment, and even the sturdy crystalline fragments at the chasm's edge were violently stripped away and swept up. The pale tentacles of the phantom jellies, extending from the chasm, appeared to be caught in an invisible vice, snapping taut in response to the overwhelming force. Immediately thereafter, the colossal, translucent jellyfish, which were the masters of the tentacles lurking at the edge of the chasm, were forcibly extracted from their hiding place in a state of extreme terror. Along with the two entwined Zichayao, gurgling and swirling, several ghostly jellyfish, comparable in size to small whales, along with the Xiao they ensnared, and a multitude of rubble and silt, were helplessly drawn towards the unfathomable maw of the Shahui, as if caught in the whirl of a toilet. The immense throat of Shahui quivered slightly. Gulp! The world fell silent. The terrifying vortex of suction vanished in an instant, leaving only the slowly descending sediment and a few drifting, fragmented jellyfish tentacles in the water. The two rescued Zichayao floated disoriented, still instinctively clutching the few remaining luminescent berries that had not been crushed by the jellyfish tentacles. The remaining Zichayao, with both heads agape and eyes wide with shock, were utterly petrified. What had just transpired? Those fearsome ghostly jellyfish, so numerous and enormous, had vanished, swallowed whole by the boss. Shahui slowly closed its mouth, its massive tail gently swaying, molten gold vertical pupils sweeping over the stunned group of subordinates, as well as the two Liao, still holding berries, visibly shaken. Shahui's thoughts were tranquil, as if it had merely sipped a glass of cool water, smooth and slightly briny, with a fair amount of energy. However, the impurities were bothersome. The sand grating against its teeth. It disdainfully shook its head, as if truly affected by the grit. The Zhao. Shahui's gaze fell upon the clusters of luminescent blue-green berries. Pristine and intact. Where are they? Its deep voice reverberated. At this, the two Zhao, clutching the berries, awoke from their stupor, hastening forward with a flurry, cautiously presenting the berry clusters, as if offering rare treasures, to the grand head of Shahui. With a swift flick of its immense tongue, Shahui easily engulfed the clusters of fruit. The crisp, crackling sound echoed within its mouth. The sweet, icy juice, brimming with pure life energy, erupted instantaneously, washing over the taste buds and providing an exquisitely refreshing delight, far more palatable than the slippery jellyfish. This is delightful. Shahui transmitted its satisfaction, the tip of its colossal tail gently patting the two Xiao, who had successfully presented their offering, promising potential. Upon receiving their leader's praise, the two Xiao straightened their heads in pride, their small eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance of glory. They even forgot the fear they had felt moments before. The remaining Xiao, envious to the point of reddening their eyes, cawed and vowed to procure even more and better fruits for their leader next time. Shahui luxuriated in the refreshing sensations brought by the luminescent berries and the slight, inconsequential energy boost, primarily due to the delightful flavor. Observing this group of subordinates, invigorated by a mere compliment, a subtle smile flickered in the molten gold of its vertical pupils. As the head of the gang, it seems rather enjoyable, does it not? At the very least, there are snacks graciously provided by Long. His colossal form gradually unfurls in the dim ocean depths. The faint crimson blood mist adorning his surface softened by the bluish-green glow of the luminescent berries. And what of the nightmare concerning the deep-sea platinum-feeding stone monster? What is that? Is it edible? Is it tastier than the luminescent berries? Shahui professes ignorance and is ready to send his subordinates to procure more. Chapter 42. The title has been consumed by me. Shahui contentedly squints his molten gold vertical pupils, savoring the lingering sweetness of the luminescent berries as it unfurls on his tongue. Indeed, as the leader, there ought to be a certain grandeur, with subordinates toiling to gather fruits while the chief reaps the rewards, all the while indulging in a few oblivious jellyfish as a post-meal dessert, though the taste leaves much to be desired. Gaga. The leader is formidable. Hiss. The fruits are delectable. Let us have more. The sea-guarding demons whirl excitedly around Shahui's massive form, their two heads fervently radiating admiration and flattering intentions. The recent spectacle of the leader devouring a ghostly jellyfish ignited their inherent admiration for strength. At this moment, they gazed at Shahui as if he were a walking deity, albeit one currently preoccupied with dislodging non-existent sand from between his teeth. With a languid sweep of his colossal tail, he stirred a gentle current. Why the rush? Good things should be savored over time. His molten gold gaze swept across the shadowy underwater realm, sensing subtle changes in the water flow, as if there were a hint of warmth. Adjusting his immense body slightly, he began to swim towards the area where the temperature seemed to rise anomalously. The sea-guarding demons immediately clustered around their leader like loyal hounds, chattering excitedly as they scanned their surroundings, ever ready to tear apart any unwelcome nuisances. Bok Island, training grounds. Galbo's signature booming voice echoed through the morning air, carrying a metallic rasp. Unite waste and horse. Imagine that what you embrace is not the training post, but your most despised foe. Yes, just like that. Fish foot. You are grappling with an enemy, not your beloved meatball. Apply some strength. Visualize it as the snotty brute that snatched your last piece of pickled herring. Fishfoot's face flushed crimson as he exerted every ounce of his strength to lift the stout training post. Beside him, the meatball huffed and puffed, assisting its master clumsily, their movements a comical spectacle. The snotty brute beside them snickered, while his beloved ferocious beast yawned, releasing a few sparks. Little Gurgle and Yassi stood side by side, observing the commotion at the training grounds. Little Gurgle held a slightly charred piece of bread, nibbling on it while whispering to Yassi, "Does Galbo's method truly divert Fishfoot's attention?" He watched as Fishfoot, gritting his teeth, seemed intent on strangling the post as if it were the deep-sea, platinum-feeding stone monster, his skepticism evident. Yassi crossed her arms, her golden hair fluttering gently in the morning breeze, a hint of exasperation gracing her smile. At least he is currently too occupied to dwell on his nightmares and bestiary. is he not? She gestured towards another corner of the training ground. There, Toothless gracefully hovered several feet above the ground, his enormous green eyes reflecting a curious superiority as he observed the humans and dragons in the training arena. A low rumble emanated from his throat, as if he were appraising the scene. When he witnessed Fishlegs stumble and fall once more, tripped by a wooden post, and the frantic attempt of Meatball to assist him, Toothless emitted an almost imperceptible, human-like chuckle, quickly covering his mouth with his wing, feigning interest in the scenery. Hiccup couldn't help but laugh as well. At least Toothless seemed to be enjoying himself. Just as he contemplated speaking, his gaze was drawn to a shadowy figure lurking in the bushes at the edge of the training ground. It was Fishleg's thick dragon encyclopedia. Clearly, in the chaos of being dragged to the training area by Astrid, he had dropped the book in the grass. At that moment, a mischievous sea breeze swept through, rustling the pages of the hefty tome until it settled on a page featuring an extremely abstract, distorted platinum silhouette, accompanied by a background of clawing, two-headed shadows sketched by Fishlegs himself. Toothless appeared to notice the fluttering pages, his immense green eyes curiously shifting towards the illustration. When he discerned the vague platinum outline, his rumbling ceased abruptly. He tilted his head, his large eyes narrowing slightly, as if straining to comprehend something. A few seconds later, he let out a brief, puzzled huh? And his massive tail flicked slightly before he quickly redirected his gaze, pretending to watch the training ground, though the tips of his ears, now slightly raised, betrayed his inner turmoil. Hiccup keenly caught this subtle reaction from Toothless, his heart inexplicably racing. Did Toothless recognize that silhouette, or was he merely startled by Fishleg's abstract artistry? In the deep sea, within the geothermal zone, the closer one approached the regions sensed by the shadow, the more pronounced the rise in water temperature became. The once bone-chilling waters gradually transformed into a warm embrace, even exuding a hint of searing heat. The surrounding light also shifted, no longer merely dark, but now suffused with a dark red glow emanating from below. A dull, rumbling roar, reminiscent of the Earth's depths, accompanied by the hissing of violently heated water, grew increasingly distinct. At last, a magnificent yet treacherous sight unfolded before the shadow and his companions. Below lay an unfathomable ocean trench, its edges and floor riddled with enormous, gaping volcanic craters resembling ghastly wounds. Dark red magma, akin to viscous blood, oozed slowly from the fissures, bubbling and emitting terrifying heat. The moment the seawater met the magma, it erupted into billowing white bubbles and dense black smoke, producing a piercing hiss. Countless streams of water, heated to extremes, surged upwards, forming twisted, rolling columns of thermal liquid fountains, akin to massive torches ablaze in the underwater forest. Unique, heat-resistant tube worms and crustaceans clung to the edges of the fountains, drawing energy from this extreme environment. Here lay the furnace of the deep sea, a realm of life forbidden. Gah? So hot. Hiss. Danger. The Zhenhai demons instinctively felt a profound fear, their two heads recoiling slightly, the electric glow emanating from their bodies dimming. Although they were malevolent creatures of the deep, the sheer, destructive force of nature instilled in them an ancestral dread. In contrast, Shahui floated at a safe distance, intrigued, his molten golden vertical pupils reflecting the churning magma and surging hot springs below. The searing heat felt to him like a gentle spring breeze, his immunity to flames granting him a peculiar sense of comfort, as the value representing sustenance within him seemed to rise gradually in this environment. What is there to fear? Shahui's deep voice carried a note of languid mockery. This warmth is far more pleasant than the chill above. He even stretched his immense form in a leisurely manner, allowing the warm, to him, seawater to flow over his platinum scales. At that moment, his senses detected something unusual. It did not emanate from the volcano's mouth, but rather from the shadows near the hydrothermal vent. With a low, viscous, slithering sound, several enormous tentacles, deep purple with dark red patterns, emerged silently from the shadows behind the vent's rocky wall, akin to a lurking giant python. These tentacles were extraordinarily robust, their surfaces covered in slick suckers and sharp, chitinous barbs, exuding a menacing aura under the dim red glow of the magma. Soon thereafter, a colossal and terrifying silhouette slowly revealed itself from the shadows. It was an indescribable behemoth of the deep sea, resembling an enlarged, wrinkled, and warty purple-black egg, measuring over 30 meters in diameter. At the apex of this giant egg, there was no discernible head, only a ghastly, gaping maw that opened and closed rhythmically, filled with rows upon rows of serrated, razor-like teeth. Surrounding this terrifying egg were 12 of the previously mentioned massive tentacles, each extending 40 to 50 meters in length, writhing like awakened serpents in the scalding waters, stirring chaotic currents. The deep-sea lava giant squid. This apex predator of the molten sea thrived by devouring the creatures near the hydrothermal vents and the occasional unfortunate intruder. At this moment, the giant squid evidently regarded the suspended Shahuai and his diminutive companions, the Jinhai demons, as a convenient buffet. Its enormous maw opened and closed even more rapidly, producing a grating sound that sent chills down the spine, while the 12 terrifying tentacles, akin to sharks sensing blood, suddenly stiffened and lunged toward Shahuai and his little minions with a speed that tore through the water. Run! The Jinhai demons erupted into chaos, their two heads emitting shrill cries of sheer terror. Their electric glow flickered wildly as they instinctively sought to scatter and escape. Yet, the speed and reach of the giant squid's tentacles were overwhelming. The oppressive aura and the deathly scent emanating from the maw rendered them paralyzed, almost incapable of movement. As the foremost Jinhai Yao was on the verge of being ensnared by the tentacles adorned with suction cups and barbs, dragging it towards the deathly maw filled with whirling, razor-sharp teeth, there was not a ripple of disturbance in the molten gold of its vertical pupils. It paid no heed to the few terrified subordinates, its gaze instead lingering with keen interest upon the churning magma below. Just as the stoutest tentacle of the colossal squid was about to make contact with one of the Jinhai Yao, the enormous tail of the creature, covered in shimmering platinum scales, moved with a seemingly languid grace but at a speed that surpassed the limits of visual perception, casually sweeping aside the approaching tentacle as if shooing away a fly. There was no thunderous clash. Instead, a muffled sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter echoed, sending shivers down the spine. The tentacle, thicker than the stoutest oak and resilient enough to sever steel warships, was severed in an instant upon contact with the tail of the creature, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, leaving a smooth, mirror-like fracture. Dark purple, viscous blood gushed forth from the severed end like a fountain, instantly staining the surrounding seawater a deep black. With a sudden rigidity, the immense body of the deep-sea magma squid convulsed, followed by a prolonged, anguished roar that resonated like a foghorn. Its remaining 11 tentacles thrashed violently, stirring the waters into a boiling tempest. The gaping maw opened to its fullest extent, revealing layers of frenzied, rotating teeth, exuding an overwhelming ferocity and the rage born from excruciating pain. It was utterly infuriated. This seemingly massive prey had dealt it a grievous blow in an instant. The remaining 11 tentacles abandoned their previous targets, akin to 11 enraged venomous dragons, surging from all directions with the intent to rend the creature that dared to wound it into a pulp. Their speed was so swift that they left trails in the water. The colossal suckers opened wide, barbs glinting menacingly, vowing to reduce this audacious beast to mere mush. Faced with such a deadly assault capable of instilling fear in any deep-sea giant, the response of the creature was merely to tilt its massive head slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing its molten golden pupils. The noise was unbearable. Its will was as frigid as the dark currents of the deep sea. It did not even alter its stance significantly. With a casual raising of its enormous forelimb, covered in platinum scales, it pressed lightly against the seething, dark red magma and the billowing clouds of scalding black smoke emanating from the underwater volcano. This was not a physical compression, but rather a guidance of intent, a release of energy. The body temperature regulation was activated to its utmost limit. Target, the localized magma below. A wave of invisible, terrifying intent surged forth in an instant. The previously flowing, intensely heated magma area experienced a core temperature that soared as if a billion suns had been cast into it, rising to an unfathomable extent. The still volcano seemed to erupt instantaneously. The magma in that region no longer flowed. Instead, it erupted violently, akin to an enraged crimson behemoth, surging upwards in a fierce explosion. This was not the gradual release of a natural eruption, but a cataclysmic explosion born from extreme compression. A terrifying torrent, over 100 meters in diameter and composed entirely of blindingly white lava, erupted from the ocean trench like a spear of destruction thrust forth by the earth itself. With searing temperatures capable of incinerating all in its path, it created a colossal vacuum channel as it ascended, vaporizing the seawater above in an instant. At that moment, a deep-sea lava giant squid, with its 11 thrashing tentacles, was positioned directly above this cataclysmic eruption. Time seemed to freeze. The squid, its massive body adorned with wrinkles and warts of a deep purple hue, and its gaping maw lined with spinning, razor-like teeth, was engulfed in the searing, blinding torrent of magma in a heartbeat. There was no struggle, no cries of anguish, only light. A consuming, annihilating, incandescent light. This brilliance lasted but a fleeting moment. As the blinding radiance dissipated and the erupting column of lava gradually retreated under the immense water pressure, remerging with the molten sea below, the area lay utterly barren. The once mighty, fearsome deep-sea lava squid, along with its spewed foul blood and the surrounding seawater, rocks, and even unfortunate heat-resistant creatures, had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only the seawater in that area, rapidly heated to an extreme and then cooled, continued to churn violently, emitting billowing white steam and a sharp hissing sound. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and the peculiar burnt odor of something that had been instantaneously vaporized. Silence reigned. An absolute silence enveloped this sea of lava. The heat-resistant creatures that had previously thrived near the hydrothermal vents had long since retreated into the crevices of the rocks, trembling in fear. The group of sea guardians beside Shahui were frozen, their two heads seemingly petrified, their small eyes bulging, mouths agape yet soundless. The sheer terror and the incomprehensible vision of destruction they had just witnessed had utterly robbed them of their ability to think. They had even forgotten to breathe. Their gills stagnant. Shahui slowly retracted his forelimbs, his massive tail gently swaying, stirring a warm current of water. His molten gold vertical pupils surveyed the hissing, steaming sea, then glanced at his stunned companions, releasing a vague, ambiguous hum from his immense consciousness. Alas, it seemed the moment had passed. His thoughts carried a hint of disdain, lamenting that he could not even savor the taste of ash. Was he regretting not having sampled the squid-esque flavor, or merely irritated by the commotion? His colossal head turned toward the dazed sea guardians, and in a deep voice that shattered the silence, he inquired, "What are you standing there for?" Huh. As if awakening from a dream, the Jinhai monsters emitted an ambiguous tremor, the sound echoing with a sense of survival from calamity. Did they not notice the additional delicacies? The enormous tail of Shahui casually gestured toward the seething, smoke-emitting waters below. There, at the edge of the scalding cauldron, artificially heated by Shahui, floated numerous tentacle fragments of squid, some even charred by the terrifying heat. Alongside them, other unfortunate creatures had also succumbed to the flames. "Can we eat this?" one pondered, while another exclaimed, "It smells delightful." The little noses of the Jinhai monsters twitched excitedly, their earlier fright momentarily quelled by the tantalizing aroma of sulfur and grilled squid wafting from the pot. Especially after the fright of the colossal squid, their need for sustenance was pressing. Driven by hunger and their leader's command, fear was momentarily subdued. A few bolder Jinhai monsters cautiously approached, tentatively clawing a slightly charred piece of squid tentacle and gingerly placing it into their reptilian mouths. The sound of crunching echoed, followed by a brief pause. Suddenly, their two heads erupted with gleaming surprise. "Delicious. Fragrant," they proclaimed in unison. "This is far better than eating it raw." It was as if they had discovered a new world. Who knew food could be so transformed? The hot water conjured by their leader, still too hot for them. They could only eat the cooler edges, had turned out to be remarkably delectable. Instantly, their fear of Shahui was supplanted by a fervent admiration and excitement over the culinary revelation. The Jinhai monsters rushed toward the edge of the cauldron, squawking with delight, using their tails, claws, and even cautiously nudging with their heads to scavenge the roasted morsels, indulging heartily. The scene grew chaotic, as several Jinhai monsters even resorted to striking each other with their tails in the fray, sparks flying. Shahui observed his minions, who had so swiftly transitioned from fright to gluttony, his molten gold slit pupils reflecting a moment of bemusement. He slowly sank his massive form, seeking a large, flat rock away from the volcanic core, where the temperature remained comfortably warm for him. He lazily sprawled out, his platinum scales glimmering in the dim red glow of the magma beneath, casting a warm sheen. The faint crimson mist of his blood seemed softened by the surrounding warmth. Resting his colossal head upon the rock, his molten eyes half closed, he watched his minions scramble for food at the cauldron's edge. Listening to their raucous clamor and the sound of crunching, he felt the soothing warmth emanating from the stone beneath him, a sense of drowsiness enveloping him. A satisfied sigh escaped Shahui's thoughts. This was what a deep-sea vacation entailed. As for the bespectacled youth trembling on Bok Island due to a nightmare, and his abstract deity illustrated in the tome, Shahui mused, what was that? Did it carry the scent of grilled squid? All he desired now was a peaceful nap. Chapter 43. The title eludes me. Shahui reclined upon a warm, sun-kissed rock, his molten gold slit pupils half closed, resembling two suns sinking into the abyssal depths. Below, the dark crimson glow of molten lava filtered through the crystalline, yet scalding seawater, bestowing his platinum scales with a languid, gilded edge. The sea guardians continued their raucous clamor at the edge of the bubbling cauldron, thrashing each other with their tails over the last few charred, aromatic morsels of squid tentacles, while electric sparks crackled in the steaming waters, adding a touch of festive exuberance. Fools, Xiaowei muttered within his vast consciousness, the tip of his tail unconsciously tracing circles in the water. He had just dozed off, only to be roused by this gluttonous band of subordinates, leaving him somewhat irked. He lifted his immense head, his molten gold slit pupils sweeping across the sea of lava he had ignited. The temperature was perfect, akin to soaking in a warm spring, causing even his scales to unfurl in relaxation. At that moment, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably distinct wave of thought rippled through his colossal mind, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. Woof! Boss, wake up! Xiaowei turned his massive head toward the source of the thought. There hovered a sea guardian, slightly larger than its companions, adorned with deep purple scales and striking white patterns, cautiously floating nearby. Its lizard-like head was slightly bowed, while its eel-like head darted left and right, its small eyes devoid of their usual exuberance, replaced instead with a hint of grievance and eagerness to please. White pattern, Xiaowei casually dubbed it. This creature was among the more intelligent of the sea guardians, or perhaps the most driven by the instinct for survival. It had been the most cunning in snatching squid tentacles earlier. What is it? Xiaohui's deep voice, still groggy from slumber, reverberated through the currents. ZZZ boss. There's something amusing. White Pattern's thoughts were disjointed, tinged with urgency, as its lizard head gestured towards a direction above. Following its indication, Xiaohui's molten gold pupils gazed upward. In the relatively normal light of the deep sea, far from the searing lava ocean, a vast expanse of giant mushroom-like, semi-transparent, milky white creatures floated serenely. Each was colossal, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, with innumerable elongated tentacles trailing down, emitting a soft bioluminescence, gracefully swaying with the currents, resembling an inverted underwater forest. Abyssal phantasm jelly, beautiful ethereal, usually harmless, merely passively filtering plankton from the seawater. However, in certain circumstances, Xiaohui's gaze fell upon the periphery of the jellyfish swarm. A few of his subordinates stealthily lurked behind the rocks, their two heads stretched long, eyes sparkling with mischief. Among them, one particularly robust individual, whom Xiaowei recalled as Iron Head, due to its frequent headbutting of rocks, was poised, its lizard head aimed at the edge of the largest abyssal phantasm jelly's vast umbrella. Electric blue-purple energy coiling within its throat. Zap! A not overly powerful, yet remarkably precise ball of high-voltage plasma struck the most vulnerable part of that enormous jellyfish's umbrella with the force of a playful slingshot. Puff! The moment it was struck, the affected area contracted inward, spasming. The enormous bioluminescent jellyfish, akin to a soap bubble that had been sharply prodded, suddenly sprang upward. Its once graceful, undulating luminous tentacles stiffened abruptly, becoming rigid. Almost immediately, an indescribable, viscous substance, exuding a peculiar sweet and briny aroma, erupted like a flood from the orifice beneath its bell, stimulated by the electric shock. Splash! This torrent of jellyfish fluid, propelled by immense force, accurately drenched the unsuspecting Iron Head from head to toe. Gah! What? Iron Head found his face plastered with the cold, sticky liquid, as both his lizard and eel heads emitted terrified and disgusted shrieks. He desperately thrashed his two heads, attempting to shake off the slippery, gooey substance, but the more he flailed, the more it adhered, nearly obscuring his eyes. And that was not the end of it. The colossal prankster jellyfish appeared to have triggered a chain reaction. The liquid it expelled seemed to carry some sort of pheromone or stress signal. The surrounding vast congregation of bioluminescent jellyfish seemed to receive an alarm simultaneously. Countless immense bells began to contract and expand violently. Uft, 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 like a multitude of enormous slime cannons firing in unison. An uncountable number of viscous, translucent streams, emitting a sweet and briny scent, shot forth from the entire jellyfish swarm's bells. The targeted area was indiscriminately enveloped in a vast expanse of the sea. The spectacle was as magnificent as a collective eruption from the depths of the ocean. Gag, gag, gag. Help! Hiss, hiss, hiss. So sticky. So foul. Roar, roar, roar. Iron Head, you fool. All the lurking creatures nearby, including the white striped town sea demon, were instantly caught in the chaos. They were doused head to toe by this sudden deluge of slime. The thick liquid coated their deep purple scales, ensnared their fins, and even clogged the nostrils and portions of the eyes of their two heads. They squawked in panic, struggling and writhing like a flock of crows that had plunged into a barrel of glue. creating an utterly chaotic and comical scene. The instigator, Iron Head, fared the worst. Nearly ensconced in a translucent cocoon of slime, with only his two mouths futilely opening and closing, emitting mournful whimpers. The massive body of the Twilight Giant remained utterly still. As the jets of slime approached within mere meters of him, they were instantly evaporated by an invisible, searing breath, leaving only wisps of barely detectable white smoke. His molten gold vertical pupils quietly observed this deep-sea farce orchestrated by his own little brother, initially enveloped in silence. Then, a deep, suppressed chuckle erupted, rolling like a deep-sea mine within the chest of the Twilight Giant, creating gentle ripples in the surrounding waters. His immense head quivered slightly, and his molten gold vertical pupils shone with unabashed schadenfreude and pure joy. How foolish. So refreshingly naive. So foolish that even this ancient dragon, who had existed for an eternity, could not help but laugh aloud. As I observed the group of brash subordinates, usually so full of bravado, they now floundered like flies ensnared in a sticky substance, hurling curses at one another through sheer will. Particularly amusing was the self-inflicted plight of the iron-headed mummy, Shahui, who found this predicament far more entertaining than swallowing a colossal squid whole. With great effort, Baiwen managed to pry open a small portion of the viscous goo, revealing one eye of an eel's head, and sent a pitiful plea for help to Shahui. With his enormous tail leisurely tracing circles in the water, Shahui's deep voice, laced with mirth and mischief, responded, "What is there to rescue? Isn't this rather amusing? You've created your own gelatinous bath, revel in it." He even adjusted his posture, seeking a more comfortable angle, his molten gold vertical pupils gleaming with delight as he continued to relish this performance of survival in deep-sea slime. Reveling in the sheer enjoyment of the spectacle. On Bok Island, in the blacksmith shop, the rhythmic clang of a hammer resounded. Gao Bo, with his remaining muscular arms, swung a massive hammer down upon a glowing red iron block, sending sparks flying. As he pounded away, he spat words at the nearby, coughing Snotlout, who was struggling to assist with the bellows. "Thus I say, that fellow, Fishfoot, has clearly lost his mind due to the mists of Misty Isle. What nonsense about a platinum-eating monster, and a two-headed demon servant? Uft. If such a creature existed, it would disdain our stones just as much." Snotlout wiped the sweat and cold dust from his brow, forcing a smile. "Gao Bo, while your reasoning holds merit, you've seen Fishfoot in training, treating the wooden posts as if they were that very monster." He recalled the fierce determination on Fishfoot's face, as if battling a personal vendetta, and felt a headache coming on. He simply has no outlet for his strength. Gao Bo dipped his hammer into the water with a hiss, releasing a plume of steam. "Practice more. Exhaust that energy, and come nightfall, you'll sleep soundly, free from nightmares. More effective than any herbal remedy." He picked up a newly forged, uniquely shaped iron hook. "Look at this. A defensive hook designed for the meatball. Should any beast dare approach, a swift hook to the nose should suffice. Let us see how it can disdain stones then." Snotlout eyed the gleaming, menacing hook adorned with vicious barbs, his lips twitching. "For the meatball? Can that dim-witted dragon even wield it? Let us hope it doesn't end up hooking itself." Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang. Yastri entered, a frown creasing her brow, clutching Fishfoot's precious illustrated tome, her expression peculiar. "Snotlout, Gao Bo, look at this." She laid the book open upon the soot-streaked workbench. Flipping to the page where Fishfoot had illustrated the platinum giant and the two-headed demon, pointing to several newly added crooked lines of symbols scrawled in ink, or perhaps something else, clearly made with clawed digits. The symbols were strikingly abstract, resembling a chaotic swirl, akin to some deep-sea vortex, alongside a hastily drawn sketch of grilled squid tentacles. "Did Toothless draw this?" Snotlout exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He recognized the paw prints of Toothless, abstract yet imbued with the unique fluidity characteristic of the Night Fury. "When I retrieved it before morning training, it was still absent." Astrid pointed to the illustrated guide, affirming that it must have been during training that Toothless stealthily crept in to draw. She gazed at the abstract coils and grilled squid tentacles, pondering what it sought to convey. Was it the depths of the ocean and sustenance? Hiccup leaned in closer, squinting with his remaining eye for an extended duration, then waved his hand dismissively. What else could it be? Toothless is hungry. A whirlpool signifies the great fish of the sea, and the grilled squid tentacles indicate its desire for a midnight snack. I remarked to Hiccup, "Have you once again withheld your companion's fish jerky?" Hiccup scrutinized the abstract coils, feeling that Toothless' message was far more intricate than it appeared. The trajectory of the coils evoked a familiar unease within him, reminiscent of some experience deep within the mists of Misty Isle. Turning to Toothless, who lay in the shadow at the blacksmith's door, feigning slumber yet with ears perked up. He asked, "What does this drawing signify?" Toothless, enormous green eyes cracked open slightly, emitting an almost inaudible gurgle. Its tail tip unconsciously sweeping the ground before it quickly buried its head into its wings, pretending not to hear. It had no intention of revealing to its master that it too had dreamt a brief dream the previous night, filled with viscous, slippery sensations and an odd sweet salty taste, accompanied by a low, muffled chuckle that sent shivers through its scales. How peculiar, it thought, and wished to keep it to itself. In the depths of the sea, amidst the molten rocks, Shimmering Shadow observed the spectacle with great satisfaction. The sea serpents, after much mutual tugging, quite literally, and frenzied writhing, managed to shake off most of the slime that clung to them, collapsing onto the sandy beds, panting heavily, their deep purple scales now dull and grimy. Ironhead fared the worst, ensnared like a translucent cocoon, reliant on its companions to gradually peel it free with their claws. Had enough fun? Shimmering Shadow's deep voice resonated with lingering amusement. Gah, exhausted. Hiss, never again, the sea serpents feebly replied, their small eyes brimming with the fatigue of survival and profound resentment towards the jellyfish. Useless, Shimmering Shadow's colossal head lifted slightly, molten golden pupils sweeping across the disarrayed seafloor. Let's find another spot to bathe. With a disdainful flick of its tail, it seemed to rid itself of the lingering sweet salty scent in the air or water. Its massive form glided slowly away from the warm, molten rocky region, heading towards the broader, clearer waters of the deep sea plain. The sea serpents hastily dragged their weary bodies to follow, rolling and crawling, fearful of being left behind by their leader. Not long into their journey, a peculiar sight captured Shimmering Shadow's attention. On the flat, sandy seafloor ahead lay numerous large, regularly shaped metal fragments. Some were broken ship planks, encased in rusted iron, others, twisted bronze cannons, and even a half-submerged colossal figurehead, intricately carved with a blurred, three-headed griffin emblem. These remnants were half buried in the sand, cloaked in thick seaweed and barnacles. Clearly aged, this was a graveyard of shipwrecks. Observing the shape of the ship's bow, an unmistakable familiarity washed over him. A glimmer of realization flickered in his molten gold-slit pupils. It seemed to be the remnants of the Callet family's fleet, long submerged and now carried here by ocean currents. He held no interest in this detritus of rusted metal, just as he intended to bypass it. His gaze was drawn to an elliptical metallic object, faintly reflecting the dim light of the deep sea, nestled among the wreckage. The object was approximately the size of half a town's demon, its surface cloaked in dark green corrosion, yet the originally smooth metallic shell was still discernible. Half buried in the sand, one end appeared to feature a circular glass viewport, but it was shrouded in darkness. A diving bell? Or perhaps some form of deep-sea detection apparatus. His curiosity waned, yet he was intrigued by the sparkling objects embedded in the metallic shell. They emitted a faint yet exceptionally pure glow in the murky depths. He leaned closer, his massive head hovering above the relic. His molten gold-slit pupils scrutinized the object. They appeared to be several pieces of aquamarine, roughly the size of pigeon eggs, irregularly cut, but possessing an extraordinary clarity, emanating a soft blue luminescence in the abyss. While he had no interest in the gems themselves, being inedible, their radiant allure reminded him of the luminescent berries he had consumed earlier. Perhaps they would serve as a decorative addition to his lair, certainly more visually appealing than the drab rocks surrounding him. He extended the tip of his enormous tail nonchalantly, preparing to extract the gem-encrusted metallic mass from the sand. At that moment, however, the dormant metallic object, beneath the circular glass viewport, inexplicably flared to life, igniting 2 points of crimson light. It was as if a slumbering demon had abruptly opened its eyes. Almost immediately, a faint yet piercing alarm resonated through the water, akin to the dying buzz of an insect, shattering the silence of the deep sea. The sound was jarring and intrusive in the stillness. His movements halted abruptly. The molten gold-slit pupils fixated on the 2 crimson glimmers, his expression turning icy. Almost simultaneously with the alarm-esque blare, startled exclamations erupted. What in the world? An enemy attack? The town's demons, still reeling from their recent nightmare, reacted like cats with their tails stepped on, if such creatures existed in the abyss, instantly bristling with alarm. The scales atop their heads stood erect. They had scarcely comprehended the unfolding situation. They only heard the shrill alarm and beheld their leader's tail pointed at the glowing anomaly. Ironhead, recently liberated and in a state of heightened alertness, responded with excessive fervor. His head, still muddled from the slime, Instantly associated the 2 points of crimson light with the demon's eye from his nightmare and the disdainful gaze of his leader. Overwhelmed by fear, he instinctively unleashed his most potent plasma ball towards the radiant metallic mass. The blue-violet electric discharge collided violently with the rusted shell, erupting in a dazzling explosion of sparks. The already decayed metallic exterior was instantly blasted open, creating a gaping hole, exposing the intricate, albeit rusted, gears and pipelines within. The 2 crimson glimmers flickered violently for a brief moment, akin to a dying struggle, before extinguishing entirely. The shrill alarm ceased abruptly, and the world once again fell into silence. Only the debris of metal fragments and stirred silt slowly descended. The denizens of the deep, still shaken, exchanged glances. Ironhead, gah? Did I do that? Its lizard-like head inspected its still smoldering mouth, then gazed at the wreckage of twisted metal. Eelhead scanned the surroundings warily, as if anticipating a more formidable foe. The massive tail of the creature, Shao, began to retract slowly, its molten gold vertical pupils fixated on the shattered metallic mass, within which several pure aquamarine gems glimmered softly amidst the silt. It glanced at Ironhead, who, having been startled into action, now wore an expression of bewilderment and trepidation. Shahu's deep voice hesitated momentarily, seemingly in search of the right words, and then spoke smoothly. With a gentle flick of its immense tail, it deftly scooped up the few aquamarine gems that had tumbled from the damaged shell. The gems felt icy to the touch, their pristine quality radiating a captivating blue aura under the dim light of the deep sea. Indeed, they were far more splendid than the surrounding rocks. Shahu carelessly tossed the gems towards the still-dazed Ironhead. Gah, is this for me? Ironhead fumbled to catch the stones emitting a blue glow, its 2 heads equally perplexed. For you, Shahu communicated indifferently. Next time you dismantle something, remember to keep what is useful. Its colossal body resumed its motion, stirring the waters as it ventured deeper into the tranquil abyss. The platinum scales left behind a faint luminescent trail. Ironhead cradled the gems, which were of no practical use to it, yet were bestowed as a gift from its leader. The 2 heads exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of confusion, an unprecedented sense of immense pride and bewilderment washed over it. Gah, gah, gah. A gift from the boss. Roar. Sparkling treasures, it exclaimed excitedly, carefully tucking the gleaming stones into the thickest folds of its scales, standing tall, as if it had become the epitome of victory among dragons. The other denizens of the deep gazed at it with envy, then looked back at the retreating figure of Shao, hastily scurrying to catch up. White stripes trailed at the end, while Eelhead turned back thoughtfully to glance at the remnants of the sunken ship and the shattered metal mass. A flicker of human-like curiosity crossed its small eyes. Had it not heard of something similar before? Perhaps in the ramblings of that loquacious little human, Fishfoot, from Boak Island, who had sketched an ancient detection device referred to as the Abyssal Eye. But who cared? The boss had deemed it smooth. It shook its head and quickened its pace to rejoin the group. Listening to the excited clamor of its subordinates behind, Shahu remained tranquil, its molten gold pupils reflecting serenity. Its vast form glided through the darkness of the deep sea, seeking the next serene corner suitable for a nap. The faint red hue of its blood mist appeared even lighter under the glow of the blue gems. A retreat into the depths of the ocean, occasionally punctuated by minor incidents, is rather delightful. At least it is far from dull. The immense head of the creature, known as Shahui, gently sways, releasing a stream of bubbles that ascend languidly. Chapter 44. A fellow villager hurries away today. The ocean's surface is as tranquil as an enormous, polished sapphire, with sunlight cascading down like flecks of gold. Occasionally, a few seabirds swoop by, emitting crisp calls, creating an atmosphere of serenity. Yet, beneath this exquisite calm lies an entirely different scene. In the deep sea, near a vast expanse of coral and sea anemones, Shahui, a platinum-hued behemoth measuring 80 meters in length, adorned with spiny protrusions, engages in a bizarre, almost enchanting manner. It grinds its massive form against the rugged rocks, the hard scales of its flanks and spine scraping against the rough surface, producing a cacophony of sounds, the harsh grating of scales against stone, and the stirring of the water around it. Enthralled in this act, lost in the moment, its molten gold vertical pupils are half closed, while its colossal tail sways unconsciously, creating a flurry of rolling bubbles. The expression on its face resembles not that of honing its armor, but rather indulging in an exquisite itch. Were a fellow villager from some distant azure planet to witness this spectacle, their pupils would undoubtedly dilate in shock, followed by tears of overwhelming emotion, exclaiming that transcendent, timeless phrase, rich with complex feelings. You are truly magnificent. You are absolutely stunning. Today, Sha Hui's spirits are exceptionally high, exuberantly so. This elation is not solely attributed to the perfect angle of the rocks, capable of reaching those elusive itches. More significantly, the slow accumulation of its blood rage, akin to a breath of life, has reached an astonishing peak after a bath in the molten sea, a theatrical display among jellyfish, and a minor escapade involving dismantling an eye of the abyss. To its surprise, it has built up to an impressive 100,100. The faint crimson mist enveloping its platinum scales is now so dense it seems almost tangible, flowing languidly across its surface, radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and an unparalleled sense of power. Every inch of its muscles brims with explosive energy, as if the slightest movement could rend the depths of the ocean asunder. What further enhances its joy is the moment the blood rage reaches its zenith. The previously inconspicuous system panel emits a chime, revealing a new, shimmering dark golden icon, challenge. Focusing its thoughts, a grim interface unfolds, showcasing numerous vague shadowy icons, each labeled with a series of tantalizing question marks, seemingly mocking the limits of its understanding. The molten gold pupils of Sha Hui lock onto these question marks, causing its enormous heart, if it indeed possesses one, to quicken in a fit of excitement. The allure of the unknown, the formidable unknown. This ignites a greater restlessness in its heart than the glimmering jewels and sweet luminescent berries ever could. What does it matter? In the vast expanse of his consciousness, a swelling confidence intertwined with reckless impulses surged forth. The overwhelming sense of power brought forth by blood fury led him to believe he could shatter the very core of the earth. What could possibly instill fear in him? A master of these broken worlds? A jest? He was even too indifferent to sense the terrifying auras that might lurk behind the question marks. With an inexplicable confidence, as if today's luck favored him in choosing from an array of trivialities, his immense will directed itself towards one of the flickering question marks. You shall be my choice. In the instant his thought descended, a blindingly pure white light erupted without any forewarning, akin to the explosion of a supernova, instantly engulfing his colossal form. The brilliance was so intense that it temporarily robbed him of the vision granted by his molten gold vertical pupils. The warm ocean waters, the clamorous voices of his subordinates, the roughness of the rocky shores, all sensations were stripped away in that fleeting moment. He felt an exceedingly brief yet intensely violent distortion of space, as though his entire being had been hurled into a rapidly spinning vortex, nearly flinging his consciousness into oblivion. The next moment, the white light dissipated and the distortion ceased abruptly. The sensation beneath his feet was no longer the soft sands of the sea or the smooth stones of the shore, but rather a hard, searing, gritty blackened ground. An extremely dry, scorching air, laden with the acrid scents of sulfur and ozone, if it could indeed be called air, rushed into his nostrils, causing his scales to constrict slightly. As his vision returned, Sha Hui's massive head jerked upward, and his molten gold pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Before him unfurled a scene reminiscent of a hellish landscape. A dark crimson sky, seemingly perpetually flowing, loomed low as if to crush the earth beneath it. Towering, twisted volcanoes resembled the earth's festering wounds, continuously belching forth clouds of suffocating black smoke and searing volcanic ash. Molten lava, like sinuous veins, coursed through the vast cracks in the ground, emitting unsettling gurgling sounds. Everywhere he looked, shattered boulders, charred remnants of bizarre trees, and the bleached bones of enormous creatures accumulated into mounds of despair. Volcanoes, lava, ruins, and wait, a fire-breathing dragon? Suddenly, a line of small text appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Like a specter, jarringly contrasting with the surrounding chaos. It felt as though it did not belong to this realm yet emerged at this precise moment. Upon closer inspection, the text read, LV 1500 Fire-Breathing Dragon. Sha Hui's gaze fixated on the sky, where a colossal, menacing figure, so familiar it sent chills through his scales, unfurled its tattered yet powerful wings, circling low like a sovereign surveying its dominion. The sleek yet fearsome cranium, adorned with menacing bony protrusions. The amber vertical pupils glimmering with a cold, brutal light. The robust physique, cloaked in dark red scales and bulging muscles. The iconic wings, edged like razor-sharp blades. The powerful limbs, ending in terrifying claws. And the tail, perpetually ablaze with the infernal fire of the netherworld. Such a form, such an aura, such an emblematic environment. The colossal consciousness of Sha Hui instantaneously synthesized all this information, in a name that sent shivers down his spine. If he had skin, erupted with a thunderous impact. Ark Island. Scorched Earth map. Boss Arena. Goodness. The shock within Shahuai surged like a tsunami, the inflated confidence brought on by blood fury, instantly doused by over half. Here I am, in this obscure corner of the world of how to train your dragon. How can I possibly encounter a fellow denizen of the Ark here? Especially in such a cursed place. Just as his mind was reeling in disbelief, the fire-breathing dragon circling above, with its cold, brutal amber vertical pupils, had precisely locked onto this unwelcome intruder. No warning, no probing. Only the purest, most direct instinct for slaughter. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the dragon's maw, as if capable of tearing through the very soul. Its massive wings folded abruptly, and its colossal body, liberated from the shackles of gravity, transformed into a dark red flash, tearing through the air at an almost vertical angle, diving towards Shahuai on the ground. The speed was so immense that it left only a distorted afterimage in the air. Nevertheless, Shahuai, a seasoned veteran at level 1040, though his heart raced with trepidation, instinctively reacted with the reflexes honed from countless battles. Dodge. His immense body erupted with agility that belied its size, rolling swiftly to the side. The platinum scales scraped violently against the scorched earth, sending clouds of dust and debris flying. Sizzle. A piercing, teeth-grinding tearing sound erupted, despite Shahuai's reaction being nearly instantaneous. The dragon's diving speed and timing were astutely precise. Its colossal claws, akin to the scythe of death, grazed perilously close to his side, slicing through with terrifying precision. A substantial patch of palm-sized scales, glistening with a platinum sheen and fringed with sinewy flesh, along with some of his own flesh beneath, was brutally torn away by the dragon's razor-sharp talons. Excruciating pain surged instantaneously. Shahuai let out a muffled groan, the rolling motion distorted by the agony. His massive form crashing heavily against a pile of charred boulders, scattering debris in every direction. He quickly regained his footing, his molten vertical pupils now laced with blood, fixated intently on the sky. The fire-breathing dragon, having landed a hit, did not immediately pursue. Its immense dark red body gracefully circled in the air, effortlessly dissipating the force of its dive, hovering steadily at a low altitude not far away. It raised the claw that had just torn through Shahuai's scales, its amber vertical pupils cold and almost mocking, examining the scales still stained with remnants of platinum blood. It tilted its grotesque head, as if admiring a curious trophy. Then, it raised its eyelids, casting a glance filled with utter disdain and profound provocation at the slightly gasping Shahui below, who was racked with pain and fury. Subsequently, the claw that clutched the shimmering scales gradually relaxed its grip. With a soft rustle, the platinum scales that once belonged to Shahui, still warm and stained with blood, fell like cheap glass beads, cascading onto the charred earth below, now covered in dust. Silent, yet more insulting than any roar. Upon witnessing this scene, Shahui's pupils abruptly narrowed to the most perilous pinprick. The fleeting astonishment of encountering a fellow villager from Ark, and the shock of meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, were instantly supplanted by the most primal and ferocious icy intent to kill. You seek death. Shahui emitted a deep growl from the depths of his throat, a sound akin to ancient ice grinding together. The crimson mist of blood rage surged forth, engulfing his colossal form like a burning flame. Roar. The dragon in the sky seemed to revel in the prey's fury, responding with an even more violent roar, filled with the spirit of battle. A declaration of war. No retreat. Just as Shahui's roar subsided, before he could even adjust his stance to counterattack, the dragon surged forth once more. It offered no respite. The dark red figure transformed into a lightning bolt that tore through space. This time, it was not a dive, but a near-ground, ultra-low swoop. The speed was such that Shahui could scarcely perceive it. So swift, he barely had time to raise his forelimbs for defense. Bang! A sound resonated like a meteor strike. The dragon's colossal claw, ablaze with the fires of hell, struck with the terrifying force to shatter mountains and split stones, forcefully crashing down upon Shahui's hastily raised forelimbs, its momentum unyielding as it slammed against the side of his massive head. The terrifying power surged like a tidal wave. Shahui felt a deafening thud reverberate through his skull, as if struck by an invisible colossal hammer, his immense body staggering backward uncontrollably, his vision darkening, his ears filled with a buzzing din. Before he could regain his balance, whoosh, the dragon's immense wings, edged like bone blades, sliced through the air with a shrill scream, swinging like a battle axe, accurately striking Shahui's massive jaws as he attempted to retaliate. Crack! Sha Hui's jaw suffered a heavy blow, the motion of biting abruptly interrupted, with several sharp teeth feeling loose. The tremendous force sent his head tilting to one side, leaving him wide open, taking advantage of the recoil from the wing strike. The dragon gracefully leapt back, creating some distance, while its massive maw suddenly gaped wide. Boom! A thick, deep crimson flame, exuding extreme heat, erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, it completely engulfed the staggering Sha Hui, who was left vulnerable and wide open. The searing flames licked at the platinum scales, producing a series of crackling explosions, while the surrounding air warped from the heat. Yet, the immolation was activated. The terrifying dragon breath, capable of melting steel and vaporizing rock, encountered an invisible barrier upon contacting the surface of the infernal radiance. Most of its destructive energy was directly absorbed and transformed. A strange spectacle unfolded. The wounds on the infernal radiance, previously torn by dragon claws, did not worsen under the hellish flames. Instead, they healed at a visibly rapid pace. Beneath the torn scales, new, more resilient armor swiftly emerged, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen. Even the expended stamina was rapidly replenishing. The combination of immolation and blood fury provided a remarkable recovery boost. As the flames dissipated, the infernal radiance stood unscathed, appearing invigorated by the healing of its injuries. A flicker of surprise passed through its molten gold vertical pupils, soon replaced by a surge of fierce rage and a tinge of humiliation. The fire-breathing dragon in the sky, its amber vertical pupils narrowing slightly, clearly did not anticipate that its breath would yield such an effect. It immediately ceased its futile attempts to incinerate, elevating its massive form once more. It altered its strategy. No longer engaging in close combat, it began to utilize its ethereal speed and aerial advantage to launch high-speed guerrilla attacks. Whoosh. Bang. Diving, claw strike, immediately retreating, whoosh. Flash. Grazing, wing strike, without pause, whoosh. Boom. Feigned attack, provoking a reaction, executing a rear assault. Its speed escalated, the intervals between attacks diminished, its movements fluid as a dance. Yet each step concealed lethal intent. Like the most seasoned of hunters, it circled around the colossal infernal radiance, advancing, harrying, and slicing. Despite possessing a formidable level of LV-1040 and the terrifying power of blood fury, the infernal radiance could not touch a single scale of its opponent. It resembled a great elephant besieged by countless venomous bees. Each heavy swipe of its claws, each frenzied lash of its tail, merely tore through the air in vain, shattering the ground and stirring clouds of dust and debris. Its rhythm of attack was completely disrupted, plunging it into utter passivity. The fire-breathing dragon had evidently deciphered its strengths and weaknesses in a remarkably short time, recognizing its immense power yet relative lack of agility, as well as its dependence on the special ability, immolation. The dragon's assaults no longer sought a single fatal blow. Instead, it exploited speed and agility to continuously inflict a series of deepening wounds upon the infernal radiance. Flash. A claw mark tore through the base of its back spines. Bang. A wing strike shattered the scales on its shoulder. Whoosh. A peculiar ground slide left 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes on its hind leg. The blood mist of blood fury surged wildly, attempting to mend these injuries, yet the pace of new wounds accumulating surpassed that of healing. On the platinum body of the infernal radiance, more and more wounds appeared, golden blood oozing forth, staining the charred earth beneath its feet into a murky dark gold. His breaths grew increasingly labored, and his movements, hindered by pain and fatigue, began to slow. Anger and humiliation scorched his consciousness like poisonous fire. Yet they could not alter the dire course of battle. This dragon, more cunning, agile, and lethal than the one he recalled from the Ark Island, was relentless. Just as he lunged once more, his massive form leaning forward due to inertia, the dragon in the sky flashed a glimmer of brilliance in its amber-slit pupils. An opportunity. It emitted a piercing, shrill cry, its enormous wings beating with fervor, propelling its massive body towards the dark red heavens at unprecedented speed, instantly becoming a mere speck. Then, at that height, it abruptly folded its wings. Like a diver, it aligned its body into a straight line, head downward, minimizing air resistance. In the next moment, gravity took hold of everything. The dark red meteor, in a cataclysmic display, disregarded the shrieking air and the barriers of space. Hurtling down with all its weight, speed, and the terrifying kinetic energy bestowed by hellfire, unrelentingly crashing towards the paralyzed Xiaohui, who could not evade in time. Xiaohui barely managed to raise his head. In his molten gold slit pupils, he reflected the dark red meteor, magnified infinitely, ablaze with destructive flames. No, he unleashed a roar of defiance, the blood fury, igniting to its zenith, attempting a final struggle. But it was too late. Boom! A sound erupted that was beyond description, as if a true meteor had struck the earth. From the point of impact, a visible shockwave. A maelstrom of magma, shattered stones, dust, and destructive energy emanated in perfect circular fury, instantly leveling and pulverizing everything within hundreds of meters. Boulders, ruins, and skeletal hills alike. The earth wailed under the unbearable weight, fissures spreading like a spider's web at astonishing speed, with the deepest cracks even spewing forth crimson magma. At the core of the impact lay a vast, unfathomable blackened pit. At the bottom of the pit, Salhoi's immense platinum body lay twisted and nearly broken. His chest, if one could still call it that, bore two horrific, translucent, gaping wounds. The edges of his scales and bones exhibited a terrifying state of melting and tearing. Golden blood and shattered internal organs gushing from the wounds, rapidly pooling beneath him into an ever-expanding puddle of blood. His colossal head drooped weakly to one side. The molten gold pupils devoid of all brilliance, dim and scattered, with only faint, intermittent spasms hinting at the lingering spark of life within this battered frame. The blood mist of blood fury attempted to surge toward the wounds, but the catastrophic injuries were far too severe. The speed of healing could not keep pace with the ebbing vitality. The dragon in the sky descended slowly upon the edge of the vast chasm. One of its foreclaws was unnaturally bent, evidently paying the price for its recent suicidal collision. The dark crimson scales were significantly damaged, oozing droplets of blood. Yet, it stood resolutely, its amber vertical pupils coldly surveying the immense body at the pit's bottom, a form on the verge of losing all vitality. After a moment of careful observation, it confirmed that the life force of the platinum beast below had dwindled to a flicker, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, and the once boiling energy pulsations had utterly ceased. It was dead. A low, guttural sound emanated from its throat, a blend of exhaustion and disdain. As it shook its aching foreclaw and turned to leave the ravaged battlefield, intending to return to its magma-encircled lair to rest and digest the spoils of its hunt. However, just as it turned and took its first step, an extremely faint yet eerily clear sound echoed from the depths of the chasm behind it. This was no mere sound of falling debris. It was the grotesque noise of flesh, bone, and scale being forcefully contorted, compressed, and torn apart by an incomprehensible force, followed by a horrifying cacophony of frantic proliferation and reconstruction. The colossal dragon's body froze abruptly, and it whirled around in disbelief, its cold amber eyes wide with incredulity as they fixed upon the pit's bottom. Chapter 45. The bloodied corpse of the dragon. The scene at the pit's depths transcended any known realm of biological mutation. It was a sacrilegious and purely violent reformation of life itself. The second phase had commenced. Yet, this process was not a gentle evolution, but rather a shocking and gruesome metamorphosis occurring upon the remnants of the vanquished creature. The first to undergo transformation were the scales adorning its surface. Those once smooth and mirrored platinum scales appeared to be forcibly pried apart by an invisible, frenzied force from within. They emitted a nauseating crackling sound as their edges abruptly curled upward, no longer lying smoothly across its body, but instead growing back in a grotesque, outwardly twisted manner. Each newly formed scale became thicker, with razor-sharp edges that gleamed with a dark, blood-like metallic luster, as if enveloping the beast in a living armor festooned with reverse blades. The excruciating agony of the reverse growth rendered even the disoriented remnants of the vanquished creature convulsing violently. Next came the transformation of its iconic, towering spines that resembled mountain peaks. The structure was burdened by overwhelming pressure, unleashing a cacophony of cracking and reformation that sent chills down the spine. The largest of the primary spines split violently, their bony structures proliferating, twisting, and deforming as if they were alive. No longer were they sharp spikes reaching for the sky. Instead, they extended outward, unfurling and enveloping the similarly frenzied flesh and sinew, ultimately forming an enormous pair of grotesquely contorted blood wings. These wings bore no soft elegance of feathers, but were instead grotesque instruments of slaughter, forcibly stitched together from countless broken bone spines, twisted blood vessels, and resilient membranes. The membranous wings manifested a translucent, dark crimson hue, interspersed with blood vessels, their edges jagged and serrated like a bone blade. Even in their nascent form, they exuded a potent aroma of blood and chaos. The transformation had not ceased. The scales on his body, recently completed in their reverse growth, seemed to possess a life of their own, beginning to further twist and unfurl, akin to countless tiny, sharp blades writhing across his surface, perpetually adjusting to the most menacing angles, rendering his entire physique a colossal, animated thicket of metallic thorns adorned with reverse edges. The most bizarre transformation occurred within his cranium. At the center of his forehead, a patch of scaled armor unnaturally bulged, forming a rapidly expanding dome. The underlying bones emitted ominous cracking sounds as the bulge grew larger and sharper, distorting the surrounding scales. Finally, with a heart-stopping rending sound, a pair of twisted, grotesque, and wholly asymmetrical horns abruptly pierced through the scaled armor and skin, drenched in viscous plasma and tissue fluid, emerging with feral vigor. These horns defied all principles of aesthetics and symmetry. One was thick as the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, spiraling menacingly toward the heavens, its surface rough with protrusions and sharp bifurcations. The other, considerably smaller, yet more acute and straight, resembled a bloodied spear, exuding an essence of utter annihilation. One large, one small, both twisted and grotesque, yet emanating an unsettling primal pressure. What once was a clear dragon's roar transformed into a heavy, labored wheeze, emerging from a throat now grotesquely deformed, filled with interlocking fangs, resembling the sound of a ruptured bellows. The creature, once known as Shahui, suddenly opened its eyes. No longer were they molten golden slits. Within the eye sockets swirled two fathomless pools of boiling blood. Within them churned the most primal savagery, a desire for destruction, and infinite agony, the last vestiges of rationality utterly devoured and crushed, leaving only the purest, most frenzied instinct for slaughter. He surged upward from the charred pool, nearly saturated with his own blood. Each movement of his newly birthed limbs, adorned with reverse scales and bone spurs, was accompanied by the horrific sounds of muscle fibers tearing and forcibly healing, alongside the jarring noise of scales scraping against one another. The freshly formed, menacing blood wings flapped awkwardly yet violently behind him. Initially, their flapping was gentle and tentative, stirring up gusts imbued with the sense of sulfur and blood. But soon, the motions escalated to a frenzy. The blood wings battered the air with a ferocity akin to tattered canvas being ripped apart by a tempest. Each flap seemingly consuming vast reserves of energy, yet yielding astonishing lift. He leaped forth, no longer relying on brute strength and size for his jumps, but propelled by the chaotic and unstable flight granted by his new blood wings. His posture was askew and contorted, resembling an infant newly learning to walk, yet filled with rage, charging with a resolute, unrelenting madness directly toward the edge of the crater, where the fire-breathing dragon stood, stunned and alert, swift, to the utmost extremes. A relentless, frenzied charge, devoid of finesse and balance, driven solely by explosive energy and raw physical strength. The cold amber slit pupils of the fire-breathing dragon contracted violently. It had barely returned to its senses from the horrifying spectacle of its adversary's resurrection, leaving no time for a flawless evasion or counterattack. Instinctively, it raised its forelimbs in a futile attempt to block, yet the target of the monstrous creature was not its limbs at all. The grotesque head, covered in reverse scales and bone spines, jerked to the side, fully opening its now cavernous maw, revealing a multitude of newly formed, razor-sharp teeth, exuding an aura of annihilation, accurately and fiercely clamping down on the dragon's relatively vulnerable neck. A sickening crunch echoed as the sound of shattered scales mingled with the muffled roar of muscle and vessels being violently torn apart. The newly formed, terrifyingly powerful teeth of the creature, enhanced by a combination of phases and blood rage, sliced through the dragon's hard, dark red scales as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, deeply embedding themselves into its neck muscles. Blood erupted in a tumultuous spray. A heart-wrenching roar escaped the fire-breathing dragon, filled with agony and fury. The excruciating pain radiating from its neck and the formidable biting force posed a lethal threat. In a frenzied struggle, it lashed out with its tail, ablaze with hellfire, and clawed desperately at the creature's back and thighs, attempting to force it to release its grip. Yet, at that moment, the creature seemed entirely impervious to pain. The dragon's frantic attempts merely left deeper white marks and sparks on its reverse-scaled armor, further inciting its primal desire for destruction. It clamped down fiercely on the dragon's neck, its massive head thrashing side to side in a death roll akin to that of a crocodile, seeking to rend flesh and bone asunder. The fire-breathing dragon staggered under the relentless tugging, its colossal form swaying, the hellfire burning furiously, yet having little effect on the creature, which bore the trait of being unburnable. In that instant, the creature executed an even more insane maneuver. No longer content with merely tearing at its prey, its grotesque blood wings began to flap with a self-destructive fervor, unleashing unimaginable power. Dragging the dragon along, its four powerful limbs, adorned with newly sprouted bone spines, suddenly pushed off the ground with a resounding crash, creating a massive crater. The two titanic beings wrestled and rolled in a brutal and chaotic manner, violently ascending towards the dark red sky. However, the creature's flight was exceedingly unstable. It was not flying for the sake of soaring, but rather to plummet. Upon reaching a modest altitude, it abruptly twisted its massive body, covered in bone spines and reverse scales, forcing the clamped dragon beneath it, and then removed all lift. Like two entwined meteors, they descended with a wild abandon, more reckless than the previously diving fire-breathing dragon, plummeting towards the fissured and magma-laden earth below, resolutely crashing down. For the first time, a genuine flicker of fear glimmered in the amber vertical pupils of the fire-breathing dragon. It flapped its wings desperately, striving to stabilize its form. Yet its neck was firmly gripped, and the immense force of the fall, coupled with the uncontrollable frenzy of the other, rendered all its efforts futile. Boom! A sound more terrifying and thunderous than the previous impact erupted. The ground crumbled and shattered like fragile eggshells once again. At the epicenter of this collision, a colossal rift was torn open, and crimson magma surged forth from below like blood in a frenzy. Smoke and steam mingled with the magma, soaring skyward and obscuring the sun. In the heart of the impact crater, the two titanic beasts remained locked in a fierce embrace. Shahui was the first to recover from the dizzying impact, or rather, he required no recovery at all. His ferocious will drove this newly reborn body. He relinquished his grip on the fire-breathing dragon's neck, and before the creature could regain its senses from this cataclysmic collision, a torrential onslaught of attacks descended upon it. No longer employing any semblance of technique, it was the most primal, savage, and brutal form of slaughter. He lifted one of his forepaws, the scales upon it resembling myriad miniature scythes, and with a tearing ferocity, he raked towards the dragon's chest and abdomen. With a resounding rip, a large patch of dark red scales, laced with flickering flames, was brutally torn away along with the flesh beneath. Golden blood erupted like a waterfall. The fire-breathing dragon emitted a pained wail, attempting to retaliate with its burning tail, only to be violently swatted aside by Shahui's other paw. The clash of bone spurs and fiery scales producing a cacophony of screeches and explosions. Shahui disregarded defense entirely, his other paw following swiftly to tear away another swath of scales. His massive head collided forcefully with the dragon's face, the twisted asymmetry of his horns brutally striking the dragon's jaw, nearly dislocating it. Grasp, tear, ram, bite. Each attack was unembellished yet imbued with destructive power. Each one guaranteed to strip from the dragon's body another patch of scales, another chunk of flesh. Blood quickly saturated the scorched earth at the bottom of the crater, mingling with another stream of blood and the surging magma, producing a hissing sound and emitting a nauseating burnt odor. The fire-breathing dragon had completely fallen into a passive state. Its once proud speed and agility were rendered utterly ineffective in such close quarters, frenzied melee combat. Its fiery breath was suppressed by unburnt, and its claws and bites had limited effect against Shahui's armored scales, while each of Shahui's assaults inflicted tangible and horrifying damage upon it. It could only rely on its extensive combat experience to desperately shield its vital areas, using its wings and tail to block, seeking even the faintest opportunity for counterattack or escape. Yet the wounds upon its body multiplied, its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and within those amber-hued vertical pupils, the once frigid savagery was supplanted by a glimmer of despair. At that moment, the malevolent light abruptly ceased its tempestuous assault. It leapt backward, its powerful hind limbs pressing against the battle-scarred chest of the fire-breathing dragon, propelling itself upward with tremendous force. The grotesque blood wings flapped wildly once more, sending it hurtling towards the heavens in a diagonal yet furious ascent. The fire-breathing dragon struggled to rise and pursue, or at least to create some distance. But the injuries it sustained and the disorientation from the impacts slowed its response. The malevolent light reached a sufficient altitude in the sky. It ceased its attempts to maintain equilibrium and began to spin at an astonishing speed, adopting a bizarre posture, like an enormous flesh and blood top adorned with wicked edges. As it spun, the reverse-growing scales that slightly lifted across its body seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, spreading outward with increasing clarity. Between the scales, the flesh was no longer visible. Instead, a surreal, highly compressed, viscous crimson energy radiated forth, bursting forth in a frenzied overflow. Its massive form instantaneously became a colossal source of energy, suspended in the air, emanating a foreboding crimson light. This radiance even temporarily eclipsed the fiery red of the magma below and the gloom of the sky above. As the fire-breathing dragon struggled to rise, casting its gaze upward, it beheld the increasingly bright and terrifying crimson sphere of light. Its amber pupils abruptly constricted to the size of a pinprick, overwhelmed by a profound sense of impending doom. Akin to icy water poured over its head, it let out a terrified roar, desperate to flee. But alas, it was too late. The crimson top in the sky abruptly halted its spinning. All the surging crimson energy within the outwardly flaring scales found an outlet in that fleeting moment. Erupting towards the position of the fire-breathing dragon, indicated by the twisted horns of the malevolent light. No longer was it a breath or a ray. It manifested as a blood-red column of light, nearly 10 meters in diameter, composed purely of highly condensed destructive energy, like a spear of annihilation hurled by a deity. It tore through space, distorted light, and carried the essence of obliteration, traversing the distance in an instant. Boom! The column of light struck precisely and forcefully at the center of the fire-breathing dragon's back, which had just lifted off the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. There was no explosion, only the devastating effect of immense energy impact. ARK! The fire-breathing dragon emitted the most heart-wrenching and despairing wail it had ever known. Its incredibly hard, dark red scales, upon contact with the blood-red column, melted away as if they were ice under the sun, vaporizing instantly. Below, its flesh and bones were being disintegrated and annihilated at an astonishing speed. A vast, translucent hollow spread across its back, visibly expanding. One could even glimpse its writhing and struggling innards through that hollow, along with the lava-tinged ground below. The blood-red column persisted for several dozen seconds before gradually dissipating. In the sky, the sinister radiance appeared to have depleted all its strength, and the blood-red glow rapidly dimmed. The outwardly curling scales gradually closed, and the colossal form emitted thick white smoke as it tilted and plummeted toward the ground, crashing heavily upon the charred rocks far from the fire-breathing dragon, plunging into silence. At the edge of the impact crater, the dragon's massive body stood rigidly in place. A horrifying wound, nearly 10 meters in diameter, marred its back, the edges exhibiting complete carbonization and obliteration, with no blood seeping out, as everything had been instantaneously vaporized by that devastating energy. Through the terrifying void, one could glimpse its shattered heart tenuously connected by a few blood vessels, still twitching weakly, while its other organs lay in a state of utter disarray. Its tail, once ablaze with hellfire, was now extinguished. The amber vertical pupils reflected a rapidly fading brilliance, leaving only an abyss of agony and incredulity. It attempted to move, but its immense body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, merely swaying slightly. Ultimately, it emitted an exceedingly faint, sigh-like wail, and as its forelegs gave way, it collapsed like a mountain crumbling, sending up clouds of dust and debris. The massive form twitched a few times before succumbing to stillness. Only the enormous, gaping wound on its back, still emitting a faint glow and acrid odor, silently conveyed the horror of the preceding strike. The scorched earth lay enveloped in a deathly silence, interrupted only by the bubbling of flowing magma and the heavy, labored breaths of the grotesque creature sprawled upon the rocks, shrouded in white smoke, teetering on the brink of life and death. Chapter 46. Sistering. We cannot proceed in this manner. The sinister wings, stained with blood and ash, slowly folded, the blade-like edges contorting and emitting a jarring sound reminiscent of coarse metal grinding. The sharply defined spines resembled a living mountain, re-establishing their menacing silhouette. The dark, muted scales seemed animated, sliding along the robust muscle fibers, returning to their rightful place with a crisp clicking sound. The pair of asymmetrical, twisted horns atop its head crackled with energy as they shrank and vanished, ultimately transforming into a more formidable and ferocious form, as if embodying the essence of all slaughter. It suddenly opened its molten gold vertical eyes, and a tempest of residual energy flickered within. The once mighty fire-breathing dragon had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater as if divinely struck into the earth by the fist of a god. The surrounding earth had crystallized, emitting a pungent green smoke. At the edge of the pit lay a charred, shattered dragon's head, displayed like a trophy, awaiting its inspection in the silence. A line of faint golden text materialized in the air, seemingly composed of light, the characters bearing a stiff congratulatory tone. Congratulations on your acquisition. Yet, before the inscription could fully manifest, it began to convulse violently, akin to being smeared by an invisible hand, and ultimately disintegrated into luminous particles that vanished. In the next instant, a pure white light erupted, more radiant than the midday sun by 1,000-fold. In a fleeting moment, Sha Hui was transported back millions of years, reminiscing about a delightful escapade with a mischievous companion who had suddenly detonated a flare. Damn, my 24K titanium alloy dragon eye, he howled, clutching his enormous claws over his eyes, writhing in pain as he stomped his feet, the ground trembling beneath him. As the blinding light gradually subsided, he squinted through tear-streaked eyes at the figure before him. A woman, her form composed entirely of blue data strands, stood there, her essence flickering like a breath, vaguely outlining a slender humanoid silhouette. She approached with silent grace, the only sound of faint electronic static, rendering the eerily quiet surroundings even more unsettling. Instinctively, Sha Hui recoiled, his tentative retreat evolving into a clumsy flight until his back collided with an invisible wall of data. In the next instant, a chilling arm of data materialized, pinning him in place. Gazing at Li Mei's visage woven from light and shadow, he instinctively wrapped his dragon body tightly and cried out, "Sistering, this cannot be. Interspecies relations hold no future. If you truly must, go torment the neighboring Titan python. They are quite resilient. I am too old to withstand this." Li Mei's data stream brows knitted into a tangle of garbled characters, her tone laced with exasperation and disdain. "I have no interest in you. An ancient relic who has remained single for billions of years." Suddenly, her voice deepened, and the data around her surged with urgency, as if her emotions were in upheaval. "I require your assistance, or rather, this precarious planet needs you." Upon hearing that she did not intend to compromise his dragonly purity, Sha Hui straightened his posture, shedding his previous timidity. His massive claws thudded against his armored chest, resounding with vigor, sparks flying. "Is that all? You should have said so earlier. Leave it to me. There is nothing that my brother Hui cannot resolve. Whether it soars in the sky, swims in the water, or scurries on land, who wouldn't he offer me some respect?" Without waiting for her response, he launched into a torrent of words, animatedly recounting tales of territorial disputes with Jurassic dinosaurs, pursuing aliens in the alien world, and the civil war among dragon knights in the ice and fire continent, all while boasting of his prowess as a dragon tamer. He grew increasingly animated, his massive form twisting with excitement. "I'm telling you, with my band of defeated subordinates, we could host a martial arts tournament. Just 1,000-level fire-breathing dragon standing as a backdrop. I'd have it shout to the audience. All present are worthless. Not a single worthy opponent among them." In the midst of his spirited monologue, he was oblivious to the violent ripples emanating from Li Mei's data stream, akin to a circuit short-circuiting. Suddenly, a surge of energy, more powerful than the previous blinding light, erupted, engulfing him entirely. Not again. The familiar sensation of weightlessness and dizziness washed over him, followed by an enveloping chill. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself submerged in a dark abyss, icy water seeping through the gaps in his scales, the bone-chilling cold penetrating deep within. What is going on? Did Sister Ing misplace the portal? Where's the customer service? He shook his still dizzy head, stirring up a cloud of silt. The water quality felt distinctly different from that in his homeland, and his entire body felt uncomfortable, akin to wearing a pair of overly tight pants. Habitually, he lifted a hand and scratched his arm with his clawed fingertips. At the instant this motion was completed, that peculiar discomfort suddenly dissipated. Realization dawned on Sha Hui, and he slapped his sturdy thigh with a paw. No wonder something felt amiss. "I forgot to scratch my hand first. I mustn't forsake this old habit." The opening ceremony must be performed in full. As if responding to his whimsical thought, a semi-transparent system interface abruptly materialized before him, the vivid blue text strikingly prominent. "Distributing identity to you. Matching appropriate identity. Match successful. Ocean Titan." Below this, a line of smaller text flashed briefly. "Complimentary elderly device visual experience package 1. Model JTG. Supports dual SIM underwater, waterproof 2." The system panel unceremoniously granted him 460 upgrade points, a surge of unyielding power coursing through him, barely elevating his level to align with the average Titan of this world. Grateful for Ing Jia's generous gift, albeit delivered somewhat brusquely, Sha Hui grinned, revealing his gleaming white fangs, and unhesitatingly allocated all points into his vitality attribute. Vitality, 195. 500 260, 000. His body began to swell dramatically, Bones cracked and elongated, muscles bulged and expanded, the thick scales rubbed against one another, producing a sound akin to thunder. In mere seconds, he transformed from a height of 80 meters into an underwater behemoth measuring 85 meters, stirring the tumultuous currents of the seabed with the slightest movement, causing the surrounding water pressure to fluctuate. At that moment, the semi-transparent system panel reappeared, displaying a scene of a completely devastated human city. A man clad only in a white undershirt had just awakened from slumber, rubbing his eyes, instinctively scratching his arm, and gazing around in bewilderment at the city overrun with moss and vines. Oh, are there survivors in this cursed place? Quite resilient. Shah Hui's interest piqued, his enormous golden vertical pupils focusing intently on the screen. However, the man in the image displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he cheerfully waved at the air, his tone as relaxed as if he were live-streaming. Happy gaming, healthy living, everyone. I'm a shrimp. At this moment, a colossal question mark seemed to materialize above Shah Hui's head. Chapter 47. Hockey Shrimp, you rascal. Suspended in the dim underwater boss challenge space. The frigid seawater flowed slowly over his spiked back, his massive golden vertical pupils fixated on the floating virtual panel before him. The flickering light on the panel vividly reflected a figure he knew all too well. He observed every movement. Even the small act of nose-picking did not escape his notice. Goodness, I've hidden in this desolate abyss, and I can still see you, you lively creature. Shah Hui clicked his tongue, his sharp claws unconsciously creating ripples in the water beside him. Hockey Shrimp, you rascal, it's been billions of years, and you still haven't changed a bit. In the panel, the character known as Shrimp was meandering about, clad only in a pair of faded white undergarments, which stood out starkly against his sun-kissed skin. He would occasionally squat down to poke at the luminescent mushrooms on the ground, and then rise to measure himself against the towering ancient trees, casually plucking wild fruits to stuff into his pockets, resembling a primitive man newly arrived in the city. As he passed by a rusted, abandoned machine, he curiously tapped it a couple of times, and, receiving no response, gave it a kick, soon realizing there were no treasures to be found, and reluctantly continued on his way. The observer, Shah Hui, shook his head in disbelief, remarking that with such a method of exploration, merely surviving beyond the novice village would be a miracle. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Shrimp's eyes light up as he fixated on a nearby dodo bird. The little creature, with its fluffy pink feathers, cocked its head to peck at berries, while a silver-gray reconnaissance robot squatted nearby, its camera rotating 360 degrees to scan the surroundings. Shrimp rubbed his hands together and tentatively threw a stone at the dodo bird. The robot remained unresponsive, mechanically adjusting its scanning angle. Confident of his safety, Shrimp, brimming with enthusiasm, lunged at the poor dodo bird, subjecting it to a merciless onslaught, plucking feathers and fiddling with its wings, even pressing its head against the ground in a display reminiscent of a local bully. After billions of years, he still displayed such a lack of compassion. While Shah Hui murmured his discontent, his gaze remained fixed on the panel. Shrimp, triumphantly brandishing a few feathers, sauntered along until he inadvertently reached the edge of the desert. The moment he stepped out of the oasis, a shadow suddenly swept across the sky. A 3-meter wingspan decayed pterosaur swooped down with a piercing shriek, its claws aiming straight for the nape of Shrimp's neck. Could it be? When did the toothless pterosaur learn to attack? Terrified, Shrimp fled barefoot across the desert, his white undergarments starkly visible against the yellow sands, akin to a flag waving in the wind. Unfortunately, the decayed pterosaur was swifter. Before the screech faded, its claws had brutally pierced his shoulder, lifting him off the ground. In the next instant, blood sprayed forth, and the panel shifted to a dim, deathly perspective. A fitting conclusion. Just as Shah Hui spoke, the panel flickered back to life. Shrimp jolted awake, instinctively scratching his arm and emitting a languid sound, reborn on the other side of the derelict city. Clearly undeterred by his previous lessons, he stood up, dusted himself off, and resumed his reckless quest for exploration. After meandering a short distance, Shrimp suddenly clutched his throat, his eyes bulging with thirst. Following the sound of water, he stumbled upon a clear little pool. Just as he bent down to drink, the nearby reeds suddenly rustled violently. An imperial crocodile, nearly 10 meters long, sprang forth like an arrow, its massive jaws lunging for his head. Though silent, its fierce gaze seemed to convey a message. Young one, this fountain of life is not a fortune for you to claim. The colossal crocodile clamped down on Shrimp's waist, its immense body rolling violently, churning up murky waters. Amidst the chaos of death, the sound of cracking bones was unmistakable, and within moments, the scene faded to darkness once again. With a soft grunt, Shrimp was reborn yet again, this time landing squarely in the heart of the desert. Uncertain if it was due to the multitude of rebirths that had sharpened his instincts, this time, Xiaomi had learned to be prudent. He crouched behind a sand dune, observing for a considerable duration, and seized the opportunity amidst a fierce battle between carnivorous dinosaurs, collecting a plethora of spoils, even managing to swipe some unfinished roasted meat. Once he had gathered sufficient supplies, he surprisingly commenced the construction of a humble abode in the desert, laying a foundation of thatch and stacking stones to form a crooked wall that resembled a pigsty on the verge of collapse. Brothers, did you see that? I am invincible. Starting off as unbeatable, how marvelous! Xiaomi boasted to the air, prancing around his makeshift castle, reveling in the security of walls and shelter. No sooner had he spoken than his attention was drawn to a passing star-tailed beast. In a fit of excitement, he brandished his slingshot, eager to tame the creature. Yet, as he approached, the half-ton beast abruptly turned, its robust tail sweeping through the air with a resounding crack, striking Xiaomi squarely on the head. To make matters worse, the scent of blood attracted a wandering Tyrannosaurus rex, which crushed the stone wall and Xiaomi's thatched hut into mere rubble. Then, the familiar sound of the rebirth notification echoed once more as Xiaomi found himself in a deep-sea cavern. Holding a glow stick of unknown origin, he surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing in confusion. What on earth is this? Apart from, there's nothing here, and I can't reach any of it. Brothers, as per tradition, let us explore the map. With a grand gesture, he leapt into the depths of the cavern below, observing the figure on the panel plunging into the water without hesitation. The colossal dragon, Shahu, displayed a complex expression, pondering internally. After traversing billions of years and conquering the stars, I still witness this old acquaintance's reckless demise in such a place. What a peculiar fate. As his thoughts lingered, Xiaomi resurfaced, only for the entrance of the cavern to erupt with a massive splash. A dragon several meters long opened its gaping maw, its dagger-like teeth glinting ominously, nearly grazing Xiaomi's head. The next moment, accompanied by a muffled scream, the dragon's jaws snapped shut, sending water cascading, and the screen once again faded to the familiar gray. Shahu silently observed the dissipating image, pondering for a long time before stroking his chin with a claw. Still so audacious. Yet the survival rate remains stagnant after billions of years. He flicked his tail, creating ripples in the water, contemplating the extraordinary phenomenon of rebirth. In the dim depths of the ocean's challenge space, the cold seawater flowed gently, and the virtual panel's glow gradually dimmed, seemingly mourning Xiaomi's fleeting journey once more. Meanwhile, Shahu shook his colossal head, a hint of resigned amusement flickering in his golden vertical pupils. It appeared that this oversight spanning billions of years would continue on. Chapter 48. I remember you, child brothers. I have finally crafted the bow. What need have I for a slingshot? Even a dog would scoff at it. Xiaomi brandished the slingshot, his face contorted in disdain, his tone dripping with contempt. Yet, after a brief interval, he turned back, crouching to retrieve the slingshot, gently patting it, muttering to himself, "Ah, never mind. I shall keep it. Who knows, it may prove useful one day. In this cursed place, who knows when it will ever be of use." At that moment, a man clad only in white underwear crouched behind a rock, intently observing a fierce battle between a Therizinosaurus and a Spinosaurus not far away. The roars of the dragons reverberated through the air, stirring up clouds of dust as each side engaged in a relentless struggle. The man lowered his voice and murmured to the air, "Brothers, let us not be hasty. Once they finish their duel, we shall seize the opportunity and see if we can reap some rewards." Before long, the battle concluded, with the Spinosaurus lying motionless on the ground. The remaining Therizinosaurus abruptly turned its head, its blood-red eyes locking onto the man, charging towards him like an arrow released from a bow. The man's face turned pale with fear as he desperately ran, calling out, "Please, don't chase me. I'm merely passing by to witness the spectacle. I mean no harm." In his panic, he spotted a massive boulder and leaped onto it with all his might, landing securely on top. Just as he intended to flee again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the Therizinosaurus, due to its size, could not ascend. With a glimmer of inspiration, he thought, "Ah, this creature cannot reach me, yet I can strike it. Perhaps I could even tame it, which would be a tremendous gain." Upon closer inspection, he was elated to discover it was a level 70 beast, rendering him nearly invincible at the outset. He quickly drew out his tranquilizer arrows and aimed at the Therizinosaurus. As the arrows struck true, the creature's daze level gradually increased. However, when it dropped to half, it seemed to sense danger and turned to flee. The man hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and resolved to pursue it. Yet, he had barely chased after it when the Therizinosaurus suddenly spun around and charged back with ferocity. The man reacted swiftly, darting back to the safety of the rock like a nimble monkey. This precarious maneuver filled him with a sense of pride, and he taunted the Therizinosaurus, "Come on. If you're capable, then come up here and bite me. Strike me if you dare." However, in a moment of overconfidence, he slipped and fell directly into the creature's striking range. The Therizinosaurus seized the opportunity without hesitation, biting down hard, leaving the man grievously wounded, blood staining the rock beneath him. "You wretched beast," he cursed through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he continued to fight the Therizinosaurus. After a long and arduous half-day, the man finally succeeded in taming the Therizinosaurus. Standing proudly atop its back with arms crossed, he proclaimed to the heavens, "Now, I am the invincible overlord of this world." Having witnessed this remarkable sequence of events, Shahui decided to return to the realm of dragon trainers. However, upon his return, he found the surroundings to be unsettlingly different. The once familiar environment had transformed completely, teeming with lush greenery and vibrant life. Lush plants grew unchecked, and colorful flowers vied for attention, starkly contrasting with the previous deep-sea setting. Confused, Shahui muttered to himself, "How strange. I was just in the deep sea. How did I suddenly end up in this place? What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, in another part of the deep sea, several sea guardians gathered, their expressions forlorn. One sea guardian sighed wistfully, "I miss our leader so much. Ever since we parted that day, I haven't seen him again." As the last words faded, another Jinhai demon suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, a dragon has fallen into the water and cannot take flight." Without delay, it hurriedly tapped several nearby Jinhai demons, urging, "Quickly, we must rescue the dragon." The group swiftly swam toward the creature, working in unison to push it onto the icy surface. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was none other than Night Fury. They dared not linger, carefully escorting Night Fury back to the dragon's secret realm. Upon entering, they were delighted to find Hiccup was also present. Meanwhile, Shatter, bewildered, swam aimlessly through the vast ocean, filled with confusion. How could it be that, after leaving for just a short while, his companions had vanished? Just as he grappled with his perplexity, he suddenly spotted a multitude of dragon-catching ships appearing on the surface. The vessels were densely packed, advancing aggressively in a specific direction. Curiosity piqued, Shatter resolved to follow and discern their intent. Trapped aboard one of the ships, Fishlegs felt a profound discomfort, as if an unseen gaze were fixated upon him. The prickling sensation on his back rendered him restless, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Thus, Shatter stealthily trailed the dragon-catching ships until he reached the dragon's secret realm. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, memories thought long buried surged forth like a tidal wave. He could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, how long have I been away? How has the story progressed to How to Train Your Dragon 2? Before him, the dragon hunters launched an unexpected and ferocious assault on the dragon's secret realm. The air was filled with a cacophony of battle cries and dragon roars, flames illuminating the night sky. Armed with an array of weapons, the hunters charged toward the dragon's lair. Little did they anticipate that Fishlegs and the others would suddenly emerge from behind, catching them off guard. The hunters faltered, plunged into temporary chaos. In the ensuing tumult, Hiccup, astride Toothless, burst forth from the dragon's nest like a bolt of black lightning. Toothless' eyes gleamed with fierce intensity, flames erupting from his maw, intimidating the foes around them. Following closely, Hiccup's mother rode the alpha dragon, accompanied by a formidable white bewildering beast, both charging majestically from the lair. The alpha dragon roared skyward, its voice resonating across the land, while the white beast radiated an aura of immense power. Faced with such a formidable lineup, Drago remained unfazed, a hint of disdain gracing his features. He brandished his staff, bellowing with all his might as he began summoning his collection of elite Pokémon. In a flash of brilliance, a rare variant of the black, bewildering beast materialized before them, radiating an extraordinary glow. The creature roared defiantly, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding air. At this critical juncture, Shatter felt it was time for his entrance. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a roar imbued with tremendous resonance. This roar hit like a powerful bomb, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The sea began to rise gradually, and Shatter emerged from the ocean step by step, akin to a king making his grand entrance. Although his physique was merely 2/3 the size of the other two colossal beasts, the formidable aura radiating from him commanded the respect of all present. The inhabitants of Bok Island, particularly Hiccup and Fishlegs, were struck by an invisible force upon recognizing the familiar figure of Shining Scourge. Memories of their past encounters flooding their minds. A complex expression flickered in Hiccup's eyes, a blend of astonishment and reverence. Without a moment's hesitation, Shining Scourge charged directly towards the two titans engaged in fierce combat. His claws, adorned with menacing barbs, functioned like precise hunting instruments, firmly grasping the long fangs of the two beasts. With a sudden surge of strength, he unleashed an overwhelming force, attempting to forcibly separate the monstrous adversaries. The two giants struggled desperately, emitting furious roars, yet Shining Scourge's grip remained steadfast, unyielding as iron pincers. Simultaneously, Shining Scourge activated his ability, thermal regulation. The temperature of his body soared, and the surrounding seawater was instantaneously brought to a boil, creating a thick cloud of steam. The intense heat triggered a powerful non-burning effect, transforming Shining Scourge into a seething volcano, poised for eruption. The two titans sensed an unprecedented threat, straining against his grasp until they finally broke free from his mighty claws. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and resentment, astonished that this seemingly smaller beast possessed such formidable strength. The black bewildering beast was the first to strike, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a biting frost breath that surged forth like a frigid torrent. As the icy breath swept through the water, it froze instantaneously, forming sharp ice spikes. Shining Scourge reacted swiftly, pivoting to unleash a searing white breath from his mouth. This breath, imbued with intense heat, seemed capable of melting anything in its path. Upon contact, the icy breath evaporated as if meeting the blazing sun, not only dissolving but rebounding towards the black beast. In a hurried attempt to evade, the bewildering creature sidestepped, yet was still caught in the aftermath, its scales melting under the searing heat, releasing a pungent odor. At that moment, another white bewildering beast joined the fray, also opening its mouth to unleash a similarly formidable icy breath. This sudden assault disrupted Shining Scourge's white breath. The two frosty breaths intertwined, creating a powerful cold current that suppressed Shining Scourge's fiery exhalation. Gradually, his searing breath diminished until it was entirely subdued, forcing him to stagger back under the immense pressure. Witnessing this, both titans unleashed their chilling breaths simultaneously. The combined forces of their icy might coalesced into an indomitable iceberg upon the ocean's surface, towering into the clouds and exuding an aura of frigidness, with the surrounding waters solidifying into thick layers of ice. As the titans ceased their assault, the cold mist began to dissipate, revealing Shining Scourge encased within an icy prison. However, before long, the iceberg began to exhibit a myriad of fine cracks. The fierce winds howled past, causing the fissures to multiply and tighten. Under the influence of the gales, the cracks rapidly widened, emitting a series of ominous cracks. With a resounding roar, the iceberg collapsed entirely, sending countless ice chunks crashing into the sea, creating gigantic splashes. From the ruins of the shattered ice, a colossal form emerged, extending its formidable claws to seize the elongated fangs of the dark beast. Flames of fury blazed in its eyes as it exerted its strength in a frenzy. Accompanied by a distressing creaking sound, it audaciously snapped two of the dark beast's massive fangs. The dark beast emitted a pained roar, blood gushing forth from its mouth like a torrent. Subsequently, the creature bit fiercely into the neck of the dark beast, its formidable jaw strength piercing through the scales, leaving its teeth stained crimson. Nearby, the white beast seized the opportunity, charging forth with its sharp horns aimed directly at the creature. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature swiftly released its grip, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, the white beast's horns grazed its body, stripping away a considerable amount of scales and flesh. Blood instantaneously tinged the surrounding waters, an intense metallic scent permeating the air. The two colossal beasts could not let this chance slip away. They unleashed their most potent icy breath simultaneously towards the creature. The two icy breaths surged forth like gigantic ice dragons, fierce and relentless. In the face of such formidable attacks, the creature refused to be outdone. It opened its massive jaws once more, lightning and flames intertwining wildly within, and then unleashed a searing breath infused with lightning, erupting forth with the force of a thunderous storm. The three powerful assaults collided with tremendous impact, illuminating the surroundings with radiant brilliance and unleashing a torrent of energy. Lightning ravaged the ocean's surface while flames clashed against ice, generating immense shock waves. The surrounding waters surged into towering waves, reaching heights of dozens of meters, causing ships to sway violently as if they might capsize at any moment. At this juncture, the creature recognized that it could no longer remain at a stalemate. Suddenly, it intensified its thermal regulation, raising its body temperature once more. Its form radiated an intensity akin to the sun, evaporating the surrounding waters into a dense mist. The overwhelming heat further amplified the activation of its undying effect, significantly enhancing its power. Bolstered by this formidable energy, the two icy breaths gradually fell to the creature's searing breath, being forcefully pushed back. The rebound of the icy breath collided with that of the white beast, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion surged forth like an invisible force, hurling everything in the vicinity into the air. The dark beast bore the brunt of this explosion, its massive form torn asunder by the force. As the dust settled, only a colossal black carcass remained on the ocean's surface, slowly sinking to the depths. The survival of the white beast was attributed to its position behind the dark beast, absorbing most of the damage. Yet, it too was gravely injured, lying weakly upon the ice, unable to move. At that moment, Drago, in a frenzy, rode recklessly towards Shahuai atop a dragon. His eyes brimmed with madness and defiance as he shouted continuously, "This is impossible. You cannot defeat me." Observing this, Shahuai merely cast a cold glance in his direction before opening his massive jaws and swallowing Drago along with his dragon whole. Drago's cries were abruptly silenced within Shahuai's mouth, as though they had never existed. After dispatching Drago, Shahuai slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards the dragon-hunting fleet. An icy glimmer flickered in his eyes. An energy rapidly coalesced within his maw. In the next moment, a fan-shaped torrent of flames and lightning erupted forth like a surging deluge. The force of this onslaught was astounding, instantly conjuring towering waves upon the sea. The flames swiftly engulfed several vessels, while the lightning wreaked havoc among them, shattering them to pieces. The dragon-hunting fleet plunged into chaos, with crew members leaping into the water to escape. This wave of assault cleaved the ocean as if parting it with a brush, rendering the surface divided in two. Shahuai then redirected his course towards the island. At that moment, Hiccup, riding toothless, swiftly flew before Shahuai. Summoning his courage, he boldly declared, "Great Lord of the Misty Isle, we have met before. We bear no malice towards you." Upon hearing Hiccup's words, Shahuai was reminded of how he had once deceived them into aiding him with his noise problem. Rather than maintaining an aloof demeanor, he spoke, though he still retained an air of grandeur. "I know you, child." Chapter 49. Title devoured by the author. Shahuai's voice resonated deeply like ancient thunder, echoing between the sea and sky, each syllable imbued with an ancient and powerful cadence, perfectly harmonizing with his imposing and fearsome form. His molten golden vertical pupils slightly lowered, their gaze resting upon Hiccup and Toothless. An intangible sense of pressure compelled Hiccup to hold his breath involuntarily, while even the fearless Toothless folded his wings, emitting a cautious yet respectful whimper. "I know you, child," Shahuai reiterated, his tone steady, revealing no hint of joy or anger. "And your companions. Your courage remains steadfast as ever." Taking a deep breath, Hiccup endeavored to suppress the tumult of excitement and anxiety churning within his chest. He slightly bowed and expressed, "Thank you, great being. We are grateful for your assistance in saving the dragon's secret realm, as well as ourselves." Instinctively, he glanced towards the ailing white, bewildering beast on the nearby ice, and then at the burning wreckage of the fleet upon the sea. A sense of survival mingled with lingering trepidation. Shahuai's colossal head slowly turned, surveying the ravaged battlefield. The fractured ice was adorned with ghostly blue crystals, while the remnants of burning ships floated upon the sea, billowing thick black smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder intermingled with dragon breath. His gaze lingered momentarily on the white, bewildering beast, which, sensing the weighty scrutiny, emitted a faint and fearful wail, futilely attempting to move, leaving only shallow scratches upon the ice. "Conflict is not my desire," Shahuai began slowly, his tone laced with a barely perceptible weariness, though it was entirely feigned. "Yet destruction and enslavement should never be the fate of dragons." His solemn tone suggested that the earlier spectacle of him devouring Drago and parting the sea with dragon fire was merely an illusion perceived by the onlookers. At that moment, Valka and the other inhabitants of Berk, along with the surviving dragon riders, cautiously gathered around. Their gazes towards Shining were intricate, a blend of reverence and gratitude intertwined with an unmistakable hint of trepidation. Fishlegs, hiding behind Astrid, tentatively peered out, murmuring softly, "I sensed a pair of eyes upon me." And it turns out this esteemed figure was merely observing. Shining's keen ears picked up this hushed whisper with clarity. He subtly turned his enormous eye, seemingly glancing at Fishlegs by chance, causing the latter to immediately cease speaking, retract his neck as if trying to curl into a ball. which prompted muffled laughter from his companions nearby. Hiccup's mother, Valka, descended gracefully from the clouds atop a dragon not far off, nimbly dismounting and standing alongside Hiccup. Offering a formal gesture to Shining, "Mighty Guardian, the dragon's secret realm owes you an unpayable debt. Had you not appeared in time, we would have surely become prisoners of dragon hunters today." Shining emitted a low, rumbling hum, akin to distant thunder, as a response. He was disinclined to engage in pleasantries with these diminutive beings. His earlier statement was merely to assert his presence and prestige. What truly occupied his mind was the whereabouts of his unreliable companions. Where had the sea serpent wandered off? Moreover, he felt a pang of hunger after the intense skirmish. His gaze unwittingly drifted towards the struggling white, bewildering beast on the ice, a flicker of contemplation passing through his golden slit-pupiled eyes. The white beast seemed to sense something, thrashing even more vigorously, emitting a desperate wail, its massive body writhing upon the ice. Valka, perceptive to Shining's gaze, felt a tightening in her chest and hastily interjected, "Great Guardian, this white bewildering beast is not inherently malevolent. It merely seeks to protect the dragon's secret realm and its kin." Shining interrupted her with a voice that remained calm, yet bore an undeniable authority. "It belongs to these waters, and these waters are presently under my dominion." In the face of absolute power, this unilateral declaration left no room for dispute. His colossal form gradually sank into the sea, resembling a moving mountain as he swam toward the bewildering beast. The water parted before him, forming a broad corridor, as if welcoming their king. He halted before the creature, his massive head inching closer, molten golden eyes locking onto the beast's fearful gaze, their size disparity akin to that of an elephant and an ant. No one could fathom what transpired between them, perhaps a mere exchange of glances, or some silent spiritual communication. The once frightened and thrashing white bewildering beast gradually calmed, the fear in its eyes receding, initially replaced by confusion, then revealing an unusual docility. It even lowered its enormous head slightly, as if to express submission to this stronger entity. Satisfied, Shining nodded and turned to Hiccup and Valka on the ice. "It shall continue to protect you, just as it always has." Before his voice faded, a sudden, resounding crash erupted from the distant sea surface, and several familiar heads adorned with bulbous eyes emerged. Those were the long-lost sea guardians. Upon spotting Shahui, they erupted with joyous cries, swimming over with the speed of playful pups, circling around his massive form, cautiously nudging their heads against his scales, fearful of displeasing their leader with excessive force. "Leader, you've returned. We've searched for you everywhere. Was that ruckus in the sky just now because you were fighting again? Did you win? Did you win? We saw you swallow that villain whole. So impressive." They chattered excitedly in their dragon tongue, filling the atmosphere with lively commotion. Shahui expelled a jet of water through his nostrils, gently pushing aside the most exuberant of the sea guardians. "Quiet down, you're deafening. Where have you been? Why weren't you around during the fight?" One of them quickly gestured with its fins, trying to explain, "We went to rescue a dragon, leader, during the tumult. A black, toothless dragon fell into the sea, and we lifted it back to the ice." Shahui's gaze shifted to Hiccup and Toothless. Realizing that Toothless had been rescued by them, Hiccup bowed gratefully. "So it was your subordinates who saved Toothless. I cannot thank you and your companions enough." Shahui understood that while he was absent, his little followers had inadvertently advanced the narrative. Adopting an air of profound composure, he nodded slightly. It was but a minor effort. At that moment, a series of clear dragon roars pierced the sky, reverberating like thunder across the ice plains, sending a tremor through all who heard. The dragons, having just dealt with the remaining dragon hunters, paused in their actions, spiraling toward the source of the sound. They flew with such swiftness that they resembled streaks of lightning tearing through the heavens, soon arriving before Shahui. Some dragons landed upon the ice, while others hovered just above, all regarding Shahui with complex expressions, an amalgamation of reverence for strength and wariness toward this unfamiliar presence. After all, Shahui's sudden appearance and the display of his might had instilled a sense of apprehension among them. However, Shahui showed little interest in their behavior, having already exceeded his activity limits for the day. He sought a tranquil spot to rest and ponder the mysterious challenges and surprises that awaited him within that vexatious challenge feature. He addressed Hiccup and Valka, stating, "The crisis has passed. You may handle the rest. Keep a watchful eye on your dragons and manage your people. Ensure that the dragon hunters do not find their way here." His tone retained an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Having spoken, he did not wait for a response. His colossal form gradually sank into the sea, creating a series of ripples. The sea guardians promptly followed, like the most loyal of sentinels. The large, bewildered white creature hesitated for a moment, awkwardly shifting its body as if intending to dive underwater as well. Sha Hui sent a mental message, instructing it to remain and continue guarding the secret realm, to attend to its duties. The surface of the sea gradually calmed, leaving only the remnants of burning debris, shattered ice, and a group of bewildered yet grateful individuals alongside their dragon companions. Hiccup gazed at the disappearing glow upon the water, exhaling a sigh of relief, before turning to Toothless and remarking, "He seems quite different from what we encountered on Misty Island, stronger and more enigmatic." Toothless nodded in agreement, emitting a low rumble as he tilted his head, seemingly reminiscing about the ferocious visage of the dragon during their battle, contrasting it with the languid demeanor observed earlier on Misty Island, his little mind clearly struggling to comprehend such a stark disparity. Valka and Stoic approached their son, patting him on the shoulder. "Regardless of everything, he is a friend, not an enemy. That is sufficient." Once again, Burke Island and the Dragoness secret realm had narrowly escaped disaster. Stoic gazed at the dying flames on the sea's surface, his tone imbued with a sense of relief from the calamity they had survived. Deep within the shadowy depths of the ocean, the dragon Shimmer sought refuge in a profound trench where the water pressure was high and the light dim, perfect for rest. The sea serpents attentively gathered around him, some attempting to shoo away the curious little fish, while others endeavored to massage his scales with their fins, though their touches were as gentle as a tickle, proving ineffective. The colossal white beast lay at a distance, quietly lurking, seemingly striving to adjust to its new leader. Shimmer closed his eyes, his consciousness delving into the system interface within his mind. The dark, golden challenge icon prominently hovered in the center, beneath which lined rows of, exuding an air of mystery. He focused intently on the unknown question marks, his molten gold vertical pupils narrowing as he contemplated, reflecting on the recent fierce and exhilarating battle. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. Although he had nearly perished from that creature's suicidal charge, it was undeniably thrilling. The power of Stage 2 exceeded his expectations. An overwhelming desire for pure, unrestrained destruction coupled with astonishing regenerative abilities and attack power. The memory sent a shiver down his spine, yet it was overshadowed by an insatiable yearning. The sensation of surpassing his limits captivated him more than consuming any prey. What surprises might lie behind the other question marks? His inherent restlessness began to stir once more, a compelling urge to explore the unknown challenges. However, this time, he was evidently more cautious. The LV-1500 fire-breathing dragon had imparted a valuable lesson, making him acutely aware that these challenges were no trifling matter. He scrutinized the question marks, hoping to discern even the faintest hint of which might be more favorable. Yet all the question marks on the system interface bore an identical appearance, emanating indistinguishable waves of mystery, rendering differentiation impossible. Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. His gaze swept repeatedly over the question marks, moving from left to right, then back again, ultimately pausing on one that appeared unremarkable and devoid of distinction. This particular question mark neither shone brightly nor dimly, resembling the most inconspicuous member of a lineup, entirely unremarkable. Could this one possibly be safer? Shimmer mused inwardly, as the typical optimistic delusion began to take hold. He hesitated for a moment, recalling the infernal flames and frenzied collisions of the fire-breathing dragon. Lowering his gaze, he observed the tender new scales that had just grown back after being scorched by the dragon's searing heat. Perhaps it was best to let it go. He had just feasted, or rather, emerged from a grueling battle and was in dire need of rest. He urged himself internally to suppress the impulse to continue adventuring. For after all, life is precious. Thus, he resolutely deactivated the system interface and sought a comfortable position at the ocean trench's bottom, preparing to rejuvenate his spirit. Yes, next time, he would certainly choose an opponent that appeared more gentle. He murmured this thought to himself, as if it would soothe his restless heart. In the depths of the trench, enveloped in darkness, his form loomed large. He gradually adjusted his posture, allowing every muscle to relax. Finally, achieving a state of utmost comfort, he slowly closed his eyelids. As his breathing became deep and steady, the surrounding currents stirred with his exhalations, creating ripples that gently spread outward. These ripples were strikingly visible in the dark, resembling the very rhythm of his existence. Beside him, several sea guardians stood like loyal stone sculptures, quietly watching over him. In truth, they had dozed off alongside him. Their figures flickered in the shadows, seemingly merging with the somber environment. Further away, beneath the sandy seabed, a massive white beast lay in quiet repose, almost entirely buried, with only its occasionally moving fins revealing signs of wakefulness. Chapter 50. Shrimp. Is this right? On a pitch-black afternoon at the ocean's depths, only eternal gloom and chill pervaded. In the midst of his slumber, a mechanical voice abruptly resonated within the depths of his consciousness, akin to rusted gears forcibly jamming into a turning axle. Challenge detected. The ocean titan is required to proceed to the deep-sea altar immediately. Shahui did not even lift his eyelids. His enormous body stirred slightly upon the ocean floor, the sound of scales scraping against the rocks producing a lazy rustling. Commence duty? Go to work? What right does this wretched system have to command a dragon that has existed for eons? He buried his head deeper into the sandy gravel, intending to dismiss the annoying noise as mere bubbles in the deep sea. However, the next second, an excruciatingly sharp noise pierced through like a tangible ice pick, brutally stabbing into his mind. Zzz. Buzz. The sound resembled 2 tons of rusted rebar tossed into a high-speed meat grinder, akin to countless steel needles scraping against a chalkboard at supersonic speed. Sharp, jarring, and maliciously tinged with an unnerving intensity, it instantly penetrated his thick skull, obliterating his drowsy state. Roar! Shahui sprang up from the ocean floor, his massive form creating a tumultuous whirlpool in the water. His molten gold vertical pupils instantaneously narrowed to perilous pinpoints, and every platinum scale exploded outward in a furious reaction, emitting sharp cracking sounds, as though he had donned a thorny armor fashioned from blades. The massive tail, startled, struck fiercely against the rocky wall, resulting in a resounding crack as several tons of stone shattered, sending murky sediments swirling into the air. The perfect replication of the 1,000-blade dragon's explosive scales instilled a fearsome awe, causing even the currents to tremble beneath the chilling glint of the scales. Cursed be the one lacking virtue. Within the consciousness of Shahui, a torrent of rage surged, forcibly awakened. If they had the audacity, let Sister Ing come herself to summon me. What is this cacophony, masquerading as heroism? He thrashed his head wildly, attempting to expel the lingering echoes of that infernal sound from his mind. The scales, once erupted, took a full 3 seconds to settle, accompanied by a grating sound that caused one's teeth to ache. Clearly, the system had resorted to its ultimate tactic, a mental pollution alarm for those struggling to rise from slumber. Shahui's frustration made his jaws itch. He longed to drag the system out and polish it 1,000 times with its own reverse scales. Yet, he understood that this task was unavoidable. Reluctantly, he summoned the consciousness that had been forcibly awakened, his mind swirling with vengeful thoughts of turning the challenger into a seafood paste upon their encounter. Fine. I concede your strength. He spat angrily into the sea, his immense willpower thrusting towards the system interface. The familiar pure white light swiftly engulfed his body, covered in reverse scales, along with the remnants of his morning irritability, as he was drawn into the teleportation passage. Meanwhile, at the deep-sea altar of the extinction world, happy gaming, healthy living, everyone, I am the shrimp. Clad in a dazzling silver top-tier diving suit, the shrimp rode triumphantly atop his most prized possession, a purple azure dragon. This dragon shimmered with a pearlescent glow, its tail fin adorned with golden patterns, exuding an aura of undeniable prowess. Behind him, 14 similarly enormous max-level second-generation azure dragons formed a loyal steel fleet, arranged in a loose attack formation, their massive tail fins stirring the water into rippling waves. Their cold vertical pupils fixated intently on the gradually illuminating azure light at the altar's center, the ferocity of a top predator nearly materializing in the air. Brothers, after our arduous efforts, we have conquered the 3 great titans. Forest, desert, icefield, all are now within our grasp. The shrimp's voice, transmitted through his diving suit's communicator, brimmed with excitement and confidence. Today, we shall seize our final objective, the ocean titan. However, I discovered something while reviewing the strategy guide. He shifted his tone. Tinged with regret, this ocean titan cannot be tamed. Upon defeating it, we can only earn its acknowledgement, allowing us to summon it as a fighter against the ultimate boss, the King Titan. Yet, this ability has a time limit and cannot be ridden. What a disappointment. After all the effort, we merely receive a one-time summoning voucher. But what of it? The shrimp quickly rallied his spirits, gesturing grandly towards the legion of azure dragons behind him. Forget it, brothers. Today, you shall witness the might of a modern dragon tamer. 15. Max level. Second-generation azure dragons. Across the entire game, this lineup can only be described in 2 words: invincible. As his words fell, the light at the altar's center surged to its zenith, the azure halo pulsating as if alive. Without hesitation, Xiaomi cast the final sacrificial offering into the radiant light, exclaiming, "Here it comes. Ocean Titan, let me show you who truly reigns in the depths." His grand proclamation was abruptly silenced by a blinding flash of pure white light, 100 times more dazzling than the altar's glow, erupting like a supernova in the deep sea, exploding a mere 100 meters ahead. The intense light instantaneously robbed everyone of their vision, illuminating even the darkest grains of sand on the ocean floor. Following this was a silent yet ferocious circular wave of water pressure, akin to an invisible giant hand striking with ferocity. What is happening? Xiaomi was nearly thrown from the back of the Azure Dragon by the shockwave, desperately clinging to the reins. The purple Azure Dragon let out a roar, and along with the other second-generation Azure Dragons, was toppled backward by the overwhelming water pressure, disrupting their once orderly formation into chaos. As the brilliance rapidly faded, Xiaomi struggled to regain his composure, his heart racing as he looked up, only to be rendered completely still. Less than 100 meters away, a colossal beast of suffocating size was slowly unfurling its massive form. The platinum scales glimmered with a cold, menacing light under the altar's residual glow, their edges sharp as blades, rendering its body akin to a moving fortress of metal thorns. The spines on its back radiated a scorching heat, with countless bubbles rising from their bases, only to be instantaneously obliterated by the intense temperature, emanating unsettling waves of energy. Most terrifying of all were its molten gold vertical pupils, resembling two miniature suns ablaze with magma, fixating intently on him and his legion of Azure Dragons, the fury within them threatening to burst forth. This was far from the traditional ocean titans resembling giant Songlong or Huatzi dragons depicted in the guides. What in the world was this new breed? A bug in the system? Or perhaps the ultimate evolution of the spineback dragon? Xiaomi stood dumbfounded, even forgetting his instinct to narrate into the air. At this moment, the mood of Sha Hui could only be described as utterly dreadful. Awakened abruptly, forcibly transported, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a swarm of elongated, ribbon-like creatures clamoring around him, with a diminutive human gazing at him as if he were a rare pet. The initial shock in the human's eyes swiftly transformed into excitement and curiosity. "Brothers, did you see that? This titan looks extraordinarily unique. It's completely different from what's in the expansion pack." Xiaomi's voice rang out once more, filled with the exhilaration of discovering new lands. But this presence, this form, it was worthy of being a rival to our invincible Azure Dragon army. "Prepare for battle. Roar." Sha Hui's fury was ignited completely. He needed no comprehension of the incessant chatter. The gaze of being treated as a rare exhibit was sufficient. A terrifying roar erupted from his tooth-filled maw, a sound wave so potent it threatened to shatter the ocean floor. Merging with his overwhelming dragon might and surging forth like a tsunami, the seawater was violently compressed, forming a colossal visible shockwave, churning the sediment in its wake. "It's a sonic attack. Quickly disperse." Xiaomi reacted swiftly, immediately issuing commands. The 15 second-generation Azure Dragons, being max-level elites, adeptly evaded in all directions, utilizing their formidable physical prowess and agility in the depths. Yet the roar of the malevolent twilight embodies not merely sound waves, but also the oppressive force of blood rage and the terrifying deterrence inherent in the essence of the dragonkin. These apex predators, who typically reign unchallenged in the depths of the ocean, now experience a tremor that resonates from the very core of their souls, causing their movements to involuntarily stiffen and slow, a phenomenon akin to the debilitating effects of fear in gaming terminology. It is in this fleeting moment of hesitation that the impact occurs. Boom. The combined shockwave of sound and water pressure crashes violently into the throng of Azure Dragons. A few, caught unawares, are struck head-on, emitting anguished cries as their massive forms are pummeled as if by an invisible giant's hammer. Their sturdy scales shatter instantaneously, and blood gushes forth from their mouths, nostrils, and the crevices of their scales, merging with the currents to create vast clouds of crimson mist. Like marionettes severed from their strings, they tumble backward, their formation utterly disintegrated. "Attack! Focus all fire! Bite it!" Shrimp, feeling a pang of anguish, desperately blows the command whistle. The remaining Azure Dragons, snapping back to reality from their shock, have their ferocity fully ignited. They immediately unfurl their gaping maws, revealing dagger-like teeth, and charge towards the malevolent twilight from all directions, attempting to employ a wolf-pack strategy through sheer numerical superiority. Mere ants. A flicker of disdain crossed the molten gold pupils of the malevolent twilight. He did not even shift his position, merely whipping his tail, resembling a colossal spiked mace. With ferocious intent, the bone spines and scales that grew in reverse upon his tail transformed into the most fearsome weapon, sweeping forth with a whistling rush that cleaved through the air. Bang! Crack! Splat! One azure dragon, charging from the side, was struck directly in the head by the tail. The sound of its skull fracturing eliciting a cringe-inducing crack, as half of its head was nearly obliterated. It collapsed, unable to utter a single cry, as golden blood gushed forth. Another dragon, attempting a sneak attack from behind, fared even worse, impaled by the bone spike at the tip of the tail, writhing in midair like a kebab before swiftly succumbing to silence. With a single lash of his tail, 2 fully leveled azure dragons were rendered incapacitated. Shrimp gasped in astonishment. Is this damage for real? It defies all reason. Has he not eaten? The malevolent Twilight scoffed derisively. These attacks were scarcely a tickle to him. His massive form sank slightly, inhaling deeply, as the surrounding seawater was drawn toward him as if by an invisible vortex, surging into his maw, causing his chest to swell visibly. In the next instant, a breath of incandescent heat, infused with the chaotic energy of thunder, erupted from his mouth like the annihilating whip of a deity. Do not question the feasibility of fire underwater, in the world of the Ark. It is entirely plausible. This breath did not strike in a linear fashion, but rather, under the malevolent Twilight's command, transformed into a colossal fan-shaped wave of light, swiftly engulfing nearly 180 degrees of the ocean before him. Quick dodge! Shrimp shrieked in a frantic, hoarse voice. Yet it was all too late. The speed of the breath far surpassed the swimming limits of the azure dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The oceanic expanse swept by the breath seemed to be thrust into a furnace of unimaginable temperatures, as the seawater vaporized instantly, unleashing a frenzy of explosive bubbles rising wildly. Within the confines of the realm, 4 or 5 azure dragons met their demise without even a cry, instantaneously vaporized, carbonized, and decomposed in the extreme heat and thunder, leaving no trace behind. Only the fleeting void and the roiling, boiling sea remained, a testament to the existence of these once-living beings. Xiaomi, positioned at the rear of the formation and aided by the swift speed of his violet azure dragon, narrowly escaped disaster, skirting perilously close to the edge of the breath. Yet, the searing heat still scorched his skin, causing sharp pangs of pain, and his diving suit's surface emitted acrid wisps of smoke. While the violet azure dragon emitted a pained shriek, its scales charred black. Witnessing the near decimation of his azure dragon legion, nearly halved in an instant, Xiaomi's heart bled for these second-generation elites, each a culmination of his time and resources. This was an impossible battle. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The might of this oceanic titan was on an entirely different scale compared to the previous 3. Sha Hui would not afford him the luxury of regret. With a single breath clearing the obstacles ahead, its massive form surged forth, unleashing a terrifying speed incongruent with its size, akin to a platinum-forged death torpedo, hurtling directly into the densest cluster of azure dragons. Crash, grasp, tear, bite, whip. It transformed into a ruthless and efficient killing machine. Each tail swipe bore the force to shatter bones and rupture tendons, each bite effortlessly rending the azure dragon's tough scales apart. Golden dragon blood billowed like a dense fog across the seabed, staining the waters a murky yellow. The azure dragon's counterattacks were nearly ineffective against its reverse scales, and the minor wounds inflicted healed rapidly under the passive effect of blood rage. This was no battle, but rather a one-sided slaughter. A crushing display belonging to the supreme of the deep sea. Xiaomi futilely directed his forces, attempting to reorganize and search for weaknesses, but all was in vain. He could only watch helplessly as his once proud, invincible azure dragon army fell, one after another, into lifeless corpses, sinking into the endless dark abyss. Despair cloaked him like the frigid seawater, gradually submerging his heart. When Sha Hui used its claws to tear asunder the last fleeing azure dragon, cleaving it in two, only Xiaomi and his trembling, battered violet azure dragon remained in the entire deep-sea altar zone. Sha Hui slowly turned, its molten gold vertical pupils locking onto this final target. Its immense form approached like a demonic deity, each tail swipe stirring heavy undercurrents, the invisible pressure nearly suffocating Xiaomi, causing the oxygen mask in his diving suit to tremble slightly. Xiaomi gazed at Sha Hui, which remained nearly unscathed, even the blood rage mist barely diminished. And then at the system prompt indicating the oceanic titan's health had barely decreased by less than 5. A profound sense of powerlessness washed over him. How was he to bring it down to 10? Should he strike with his head? Sha Hui opened its colossal maw. The despairing brilliance of thunder and fire igniting once more, precisely aimed at Xiaomi and his violet azure dragon. Xiaomi closed his eyes and sighed in resignation, realizing that today, the seafood sauce would be his burden to bear. However, the anticipated breath of destruction did not descend. Xiaohui gazed at the diminutive, despairing human, devoid of any means of resistance, and suddenly recalled Li Meiying's words about Earth needing assistance. He also remembered the boastful demeanor of this individual from earlier and inexplicably felt a wave of ennui wash over him. To torment such a feeble being seemed unworthy of his status as the deity of Misty Isle. A flicker of amusement sparkled in his molten gold vertical pupils as he slowly closed his mouth, causing the destructive energy to dissipate in an instant. Then, to Xiaomi's astonishment, the terrifying platinum beast extended a relatively small, yet still larger than Xiaomi himself, claw covered in reverse scales. The massive claw, in a gesture both mocking and profoundly insulting, flicked him and the purple dragon as if swatting a fly. Yet to Xiaomi, it felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. Boom! An irresistible force surged forth. Xiaomi and his purple dragon had no time to react. Akin to two balls propelled with great force, transforming into blurred shadows amidst rolling bubbles and terrified screams, they were instantaneously sent hurtling backward. They sped through the altar's realm, piercing through the invisible teleportation barrier. Swish! The scene before them abruptly changed, and Xiaomi, along with the purple dragon, was unceremoniously ejected from the depths of the challenge space, crashing heavily into the sediment of the normal ocean realm of the extermination world, creating two deep craters. Covered in mud, Xiaomi rose to his feet, glancing at the near-lifeless purple dragon beside him, then at the empty expanse ahead, as if the horrific slaughter had never transpired. At this moment, the system's chilling prompt echoed. Challenge failed. But immediately after, another notification appeared. Detected the Ocean Titan's mercy. Special reward. Titan's acknowledgement 1 has been issued to your inventory. Xiaomi, is this right? He stared blankly at the shimmering Titan's acknowledgement in his inventory. His emotions a tumultuous mix. So, does this mean they succeeded or failed? Meanwhile, Xiaohui, forcibly clocked out from his duties, contentedly observed the now tranquil underwater challenge space, yawning with sparks and arcs of electricity. Task accomplished. The disturbance of the dragon's dreams had been resolved. Chapter 51. Xiaomi, brother, you can't die? What will I do if you perish? Happy gaming, healthy living, everyone, I am Xiaomi. Yesterday, we confronted the Ocean Titan, which we can only deem a successful failure, as our entire squad of 15 fully leveled second-generation dragons met their demise. Reflecting on it now, my heart aches. He rubbed his chest, his tone filled with regret. Fortunately, whether by triggering a hidden plot or some other means, he had obtained the Titan's acknowledgement through its mercy. Initially, he had intended to replicate it via modules and search the code for more, but to no avail. This item could neither be duplicated nor could he find its code number. After much toil, he was left exhausted, realizing that this artifact must be cherished and held dear. Let us speak of matters at hand. Today we shall confront the Titan King. Yet, a new dilemma has arisen. The Icefield Titan possesses the ability to leap, and it does so with remarkable distance. Swiftly arriving on the battlefield, the Desert Titan can soar through the skies, making its journey a mere trifle, but the Forest Titan, alas, moves at an absurdly sluggish pace. One might feel that even an 80-year-old woman without a cane would traverse with greater agility. After enduring several days, the Forest Titan has finally ambled to the battlefield at a leisurely pace. Brothers, we have arrived. The Titan King presents 4 levels of difficulty: easy, medium, hard, and hellish. With remarkable speed, Xiaomi deftly navigated the console, bypassing the first 2 levels without a second glance, and boldly opting for the hard, and then the hellish difficulty. No sooner had he spoken than the Titan King at the hard difficulty materialized in the center of the platform. As its enormous form stretched, a deafening roar reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. Xiaomi was well prepared. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the mechas, mounting one and initiating the summoning procedure in one fluid motion. Amidst the radiant light, the power mech crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, unleashing a torrent of artillery fire, while energy beams wove a dense net, bombarding the Titan King with relentless ferocity. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The outputs from the Iron Giant quickly tore through the beast's defenses, accompanied by the Titan King's anguished cries and the tremors of its fall, as the power mech fulfilled its task, dissipating into particles of light. Mission accomplished. An effortless triumph. Wiping away non-existent sweat, Xiaomi's tone shifted to one of gravity. Yet this was merely a warm-up for the true challenge, the hellish difficulty, now awaited. He hastened to the summoning platform, inhaling deeply to first activate the Titan's recognition. A mysterious halo flickered around him before vanishing. He then commenced the hellish summoning ritual. As the light brightened, he darted off the platform like a startled rabbit, sprinting towards the form mechas. "Power mech, assist me once more," he called out, and the power mech materialized again. As the mecha solidified, just as Xiaomi commanded it to raise its weapon, the summoning platform erupted with energy fluctuations far more potent than before. The hellish Titan King had arrived. It loomed nearly 1.5 times larger than its hard counterpart. Its carapace shimmering with molten dark red metallic hues, surrounded by a miasma of decay and crackling arcs of electricity. The destructive force radiating from its colossal eye sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Xiaomi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A fissure suddenly appeared in the space directly before the Titan King. A head adorned with platinum scales cautiously emerged, emanating an aura of undeniable authority. Then, with a surge of power, its arms, decorated with inverse scales, forced the unstable portal wider, and stepping through, it stood firmly upon the ground. It was none other than the Ocean Titan, the Ruinous Dawn, without so much as a glance at Xiaomi or the power mech. Ruinous Dawn's gaze was immediately fixated on the hellish Titan King. Without a hint of hesitation, a deep, thunderous roar erupted from its throat, overpowering the cacophony of the battlefield. As its figure transformed into a bolt of platinum lightning, charging headlong into the fray. "Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Let us strike together," Xiaomi exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding his voice, as the sharp sound of his command pierced the air. He guided the power mech to the forefront, with the ice field, desert, and forest titans following closely, converging from the sides and rear, in pursuit of the Titan King along Ruinous Dawn's path. The battlefield erupted into chaos. In the face of impending doom, Sha Hui stood resolute, braving the ferocious assault of the King Titan. Its claws cleaved through the air, colliding with the opponent's mighty blows, resulting in a resounding clash that reverberated like thunder, scattering shockwaves in all directions. He absorbed the brunt of the beast's wrath, granting his comrades a precious moment to unleash their attacks. Xiaomi, maneuvering the mech, maximized its weaponry. Projectiles, lasers, and electromagnetic pulses rained down upon the King Titan, igniting a cascade of sparks upon its armored back. The Ice Titan exhaled frigid air, attempting to freeze the opponent's joints, while the Desert Titan circled above, summoning bolts of lightning. Even the sluggish Forest Titan wielded its vine whips, ensnaring the foe's limbs, relentlessly clinging on despite the struggle. Yet, the King Titan's defenses and health were astonishingly formidable. Despite their combined efforts, its health bar dwindled only slightly. In the midst of battle, Xiaomi took a moment to survey the battlefield through binoculars, and his eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "Goodness, your health bar." Through the lenses, he saw Sha Hui's health reduced to a mere sliver, barely clinging to 20%, visibly plummeting. In stark contrast, the King Titan had only lost a fifth of its health. "You cannot fall. What shall I do if you perish?" Xiaomi's voice trembled with desperation, his distraction causing the mech's firepower to falter. His cries bore no fruit. The King Titan unleashed a devastating stomp, sending a shockwave crashing into Sha Hui, instantly depleting his health. Xiaomi's heart sank into despair. The King Titan, sensing the absence of any defenders, let out a triumphant roar that resonated painfully in the ears. Slowly turning its gaze upon Xiaomi and the three titans, its eyes, ablaze with destructive intent, gathered ominous energy, clearly intent on obliterating them all. Just as hope seemed lost, a turbulent energy surged from the spot where Sha Hui had fallen. An ancient and fierce aura enveloped him, a dark crimson whirlwind ascending skyward, tightly wrapping around his fallen form. A roar, filled with pain, rage, and a fierce determination, erupted from the vortex. In an instant, the column of wind dissipated, revealing a transformed Sha Hui. His once sleek platinum scales now stood on end, deepening to a blood-red hue that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. His entire body now adorned with menacing reverse scales. Two formidable horns emerged from his forehead, reminiscent of a demonic crown. Most strikingly, a massive bony plate akin to that of a Spinosaurus split open along his back, intertwining flesh and energy, culminating in a pair of colossal blood wings woven from bone and energy strands, ominous red light flickering across their membranes. Phase 2. Sha Hui had awakened an unprecedented ultimate form. The resurrected blood-winged reverse-scale Titan surged forth with renewed ferocity, charging headlong into battle against the King Titan. The two colossal beings collided with such speed that the eye could scarcely follow. Claws raked, jaws snapped, and energy clashed, sending tremors through the very fabric of space. While the ground beneath them crumbled under the relentless shockwaves, resulting in a primal and frenzied spectacle. Xiaomi stood in stunned disbelief, yearning to assist with the mech. Yet the ferocity and energy field of the titanic struggle were so overwhelming that approaching could spell certain doom. There was no way to intervene. He was in a frenzied state, pacing back and forth, when suddenly he unearthed an old war drum from the mecha compartment, clumsily placing it beside the machine. Following that, he leaped down, wielding the drumsticks with all his might, striking the drum with a resounding thud, 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 thud. The deep reverberation of the drum drowned out the sounds of battle, as the shrimp shouted at the top of his lungs, "Big brother, to the left. Well done. Strike its face. Let it go wild. You are the fiercest of the ARK. Keep it up. Give it your all." At that moment, he resembled the most impassioned cheerleader on the sidelines, the drumbeats and shouts merging with the fierce clash against the colossal beast, creating a bizarre yet exhilarating tableau. And it seemed that the onslaught of the blood-winged demon intensified, spurred by the rhythmic drumming. In the heart of the battlefield, the transformations of the demon were not merely superficial. The reverse scale not only absorbed damage, but also unleashed dark crimson energy sparks with each collision. Actively burrowing into the corrupted armor of the King Titan, the Bloodwings bestowed upon him remarkable agility, enabling him to skim the ground, using the bony blades on his wing membranes to slice at his opponent's joints. At times, he soared high to evade area attacks, only to dive down fiercely to bite the foe's head and spine, even when struck by energy pulses, causing his reverse scale to shatter and bleed. The dark crimson energy swiftly replenished him. The infernal King Titan had completely lost its mind, wildly swinging its arms and creating deep craters, its breath crackling with corrupted lightning sweeping across the ground in pursuit of the fleeting red shadow. The spines on its back occasionally unleashed waves of energy pulses, entering the second phase of its onslaught, and its instincts in battle were terrifyingly precise, always evading lethal strikes at the most critical moments. During one encounter, the demon soared with its blood wings, enticing the King Titan to rise. Then, with a fierce descent, its massive tail, akin to a warhammer, struck brutally against the Titan's chin. The King Titan staggered, swiping its claws in retaliation, and as it seemed poised to land a hit on the demon's side, the demon abruptly folded its wings and spun, bracing its reverse scale against the impact. Clang! The sound was akin to two colossal iron mountains colliding, piercing the ears. The demon was knocked downward but seized the opportunity to claw at the King Titan's arm, tearing ferociously. With a ripping sound, a large chunk of flesh wrapped in corrupted energy was torn away, eliciting a pained roar from the King Titan. "Big brother is amazing." The shrimp watched, blood racing, pounding the drum with even greater fervor. "Tear it apart. Let it know who the real boss is." The other three Titans were not idle either. The Frost Titan's chill layered upon the joints of the King Titan, slowing its movements. The Desert Titan relentlessly unleashed lightning, depleting the foe's shield. The Forest Titan rooted itself in the ground, ensnaring the Titan's legs with countless vines, which, though severed, continually regrew, firmly restraining its movement. Their attacks, while not lethal, were akin to annoying mosquitoes, incessantly causing disruption, providing the demon with numerous opportunities. Seizing every opening, the demon unleashed a barrage of strikes, claws slashing, blood wings slicing, tail whipping, and head butting, targeting the wounds and joints previously inflicted on the King Titan. Eventually, the Titan's health bar began to steadily diminish, dropping by a quarter, then a third. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the battlefield transformed into a charred and frozen wasteland. Sensing the shift, the King Titan suddenly threw back its head and roared, gathering its corrupted energy into an ever-growing black energy sphere, emanating a force that seemed capable of devouring all. Not good. It's about to unleash its ultimate attack. "Big brother, quickly take cover." The shrimp was so frightened that its drumstick nearly fell to the ground. Yet, rather than retreating, the fierce light unfurled its blood-red wings, raised its reversed scales, and desperately absorbed the surrounding turbulent sea energy, chaotic currents, and the tremors of the earth. Even the indomitable spirit resonating within the rhythmic beats was drawn to it. Between the two beings, a tightly clenched red energy sphere swiftly coalesced, though small in size. Its ferocity sent shivers down one's spine. In the next moment, the black energy sphere of the King Titan thundered down like a voracious celestial body intent on devouring all. Almost simultaneously, the fierce light uttered a cry that could shatter the heavens, as the red energy sphere contracted, enveloping itself in a layer of light, transforming into a crimson meteor that not only did not shy away but charged forward. "Brother!" The shrimp cried out in despair, fearing that he was about to face annihilation alongside his adversary. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two forces, time appeared to stand still. The black and red energy spheres converged into a singular point, twisting and consuming everything in its vicinity. Even light seemed unable to escape. Subsequently, a terrifying circular shockwave surged outward. The ice titan was pushed backward, the desert titan plummeted from the sky, the forest titan's vines were severed, and the shrimp, along with the mech, were blown away like leaves, crashing heavily to the ground. Ultimately, that point of energy detonated, unleashing an overwhelming brilliance that rendered one unable to open their eyes. When the light faded, in the crater, the king titan knelt, a gaping wound in its chest. With corrupt energy flowing out like blood, its health plummeting to below 1/5. Meanwhile, the fierce light lay on the other side, with most of its reversed scales shattered. Its blood-red wings tattered and devoid of radiance, its strength waning rapidly, struggling to rise, but collapsing again from exhaustion. The king titan gasped for breath, a fierce glint igniting once more in its eyes. It staggered to its feet, disregarding the other titans, and advanced step by step toward the fierce light, its massive shadow engulfing it entirely. Don't do this." The shrimp crawled out from the debris of the mech, desperately reaching out. Just as the king titan lifted its enormous foot to stomp down on the fierce light's head, an unexpected event transpired. A final, blinding red light erupted from within the fierce light's body. Its shattered reverse scales, from head to tail, began to rise piece by piece, inch by inch, revealing not flesh beneath, but bubbling red energy, swirling and coalescing, emitting a resonant hum akin to an ancient beast awakening. A terrifying sense of oppression enveloped the entire battlefield. The air thick as glue, time seemingly slowed. The king titan's descending foot hesitated momentarily, then, in a frenzied descent, continued downward. But it was too late. The red energy beneath the rising scales found its escape. With the last vestiges of strength, the fierce light raised its head, aiming at the looming king titan, and its mighty jaws opened wide, unleashing a thick, brilliant red energy column that erupted forth. Like the first light of creation or the wrathful punishment of the heavens, it engulfed the king titan's chest and head in an instant. Where the energy column passed, space warped and vanished. The once indestructible form of the colossal beast melted away like snow under the sun, disintegrating into nothingness. The energy column propelled the fragments of the king titan skyward until the energy dissipated. In the heavens, the once formidable lord of the abyss, Titan, has vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. At the edge of the pit, Xiaomi gapes in disbelief, his drumsticks clattering to the ground, his entire being resembling a stone as he stares vacantly at the empty sky. The battlefield is hauntingly silent. Chapter 52. I observe. This child embraces the path of death. The remnants of battle have yet to cool. The acrid scent of blood, the tang of ozone, and the peculiar odor from the melted Titan metal core mingle in the air, tightening the throat. The colossal form of Titan lies prostrate, its once fearsome red eyes now extinguished. The strange amalgamation of metal and stone that constituted its body crumbles away, reduced to fine particles, all absorbed into the humming pillar of victory beneath, gradually undergoing purification. The energy within the pillar flows like water, warm yet not scalding, enveloping a vitality that is indescribable. At the core of this radiant light stands one of the key heroes of the miraculous victory just achieved. The massive spiked back of the creature is marred with wounds, deep claw marks that reach the bone, scorched patches from energy burns, and an involuntary tremor from exhaustion, all testifying to the madness and hardship of the recent battle. Yet now, it undergoes a transformation. The fierce wings that once tore through the air in wild abandon lose their savagery, resembling a weary bird returning to its nest, gradually folding back onto its sturdy, scar-laden spine. The membranes of the wings and the vertebrae interlock seamlessly, their edges blurring and hardening, ultimately merging into a thicker, more intimidating spiked back that resembles a natural armor. Those scales, once raised in anger and resembling countless tiny daggers, lose their hostility, as if caressed by invisible hands, smoothing down one after another, retracting their sharpness and pressing closely against the body, shimmering in the light of the pillar, akin to the sleek fur of a top predator, albeit concealing a ferocity capable of rending steel beneath its surface. The pair of horns atop its head, one large and one small, exuding an air of peculiarity, seem to shed their burdens as they gradually retract into the skull, leaving behind two inconspicuous bumps nestled within the now deceptively gentle contours of its head. Its heavy, blood-flecked breaths gradually steady. The once savage golden vertical pupils, though still wide and bewildered, reflect a retreat from madness, replaced by an overwhelming emptiness born from exhaustion. His mind remains clouded, the remnants of energy surging through him and the aftermath of near-death still lingering. While the external sounds and scenes appear as if viewed through a wavering water curtain, indistinct and blurry. Just then, a raucous voice, entirely at odds with his somber demeanor, accompanied by the rapid patter of footsteps, abruptly intrudes upon his foggy perception. Big brother, are you still alive? Oh woo, it is Xiaomi, this diminutive beast tamer. When compared to Xiaohui, rushes towards him in a tumble, his face a mix of joy and urgency, tinged with lingering panic. He nearly scrambles on all fours to reach the enormous head of Xiaohui, unceremoniously extending his mud and blood-stained hand to pat the still warm tip of Xiaohui's snout, where a shallow scar has recently healed, confirming that this colossal creature still breathes, still possesses warmth, and is very much alive. Xiaomi let out a sigh of relief. Yet, as if recalling some monumental event, his eyes widened suddenly. With a gaze he deemed particularly professional, tinged with scrutiny, he swiftly scanned the body of Xiao, especially fixating on its back. His eyes clung to the newly formed, smooth, and powerful spines, as if in a desperate search for something, waiting for an indication. 1 second. 2 seconds passed without any sign. The joy etched on Xiaomi's face abruptly froze, then crumbled into an exaggerated sigh of disappointment and regret. He thumped his chest and stomped his feet, yelling at his comrades in the distance, who were also gasping for breath by the light beam, celebrating their triumph, perhaps not even hearing him, his voice saturated with sorrow. Brothers, what a pity. Such a shame. This magnificent back. This handsome dragon. How can there be no riding option? Heaven truly envies the talented. What a waste. In his exuberant lament, he remained oblivious to the pair of vacant golden vertical pupils nearby, rapidly regaining focus with alarming speed. The curtain of water that had obscured perception swiftly thinned and shattered. The chaos in his mind was clarified. External sounds began to sharpen, becoming acutely piercing, especially that lament about the inability to ride, which struck like 2 needles, piercing Shahu's freshly awakened ears and his pride, if dragons possess such a thing. Had Shahu's consciousness awakened a moment later, he might have missed it entirely. Yet, by an ironic twist of fate, at that very moment, his awareness fully liberated itself from chaos, becoming crystal clear. Xiaomi's reckless wailing echoed distinctly in his ears. Shahu's immense head turned slowly, exuding an oppressive sense of suffocation. His now sharp, icy golden pupils fixated fiercely on the still lamenting Xiaomi. In an instant, Xiaomi felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, gripped by a primal fear emanating from the apex of the food chain. He stiffened, lifting his head, and found himself staring directly into those utterly devoid of warmth eyes. Big brother, you're awake? Xiaomi managed to force out a smile more grotesque than tears. Shahu did not roar. Instead, a low, dangerous growl rumbled from his throat, as if brewing a tempest. He slightly lowered his body, the once smooth fur, the reverse scale, bristling again, with his powerful hind leg muscles taut. It seemed that this spiny dragon, poised to strike, intended to impart a lesson that would forever etch the understanding that the term riding should not be frivolously applied to certain beings. Then, catastrophe struck. The light beam they inhabited, along with smaller beams emerging from various points on the planet, surged in energy, escalating several levels. Whoosh! An indescribable, pure, and potent light, infused with the essence of creation and purification, erupted without warning, instantly engulfing everything. This light was extraordinarily bright, so much so that it felt as though it carried tangible weight, resembling a liquid sea of luminescence, saturating Shahu's and Xiaomi's vision, even seeming to flood their minds, drowning all thoughts. Holy cow! 2 startled exclamations erupted simultaneously, perfectly synchronized. Shahu's paw, poised to strike, froze midair, while Xiaomi's instinct to cover his head transformed into a comical statue. At this moment, all grievances, lessons, and notions of riding were entirely washed away by the boundless white light. The light, though not blinding, rendered all forms and colors indistinct, leaving only a vast expanse of white. Subsequently, they felt a gentle yet insistent force enveloping their bodies. The sensation of the hard ground beneath their feet vanished, and the exhaustion and pain from their previous struggles seemed to wash away, leaving them feeling as light as if they might drift away. In the next moment, the brilliant light began to fade, retracting to reveal a new vista. Xiaohui and Xiaomi stood in astonishment as they ascended from the planet's surface, rising ever upward. The gaping pit of the corruption base twisted with its corrosive tubes, the colossal remains of the Titan, and the survivors, all cocooned in the radiant beams, shrank rapidly. Resembling miniature models, they soared through the clouds, witnessing the planet's distorted atmosphere being smoothed and purified by an unseen force. Then they ascended further until the planet below revealed a complete, albeit scarred, silhouette. They floated in the desolate expanse of space, observing this planet, once ravaged, now undergoing a miraculous healing. The deep purple-black scars of corruption visibly receded, fading away. The once rampant corrosive tubes, which had voraciously consumed life, dissolved rapidly like snow under the sun, revealing the newly sprouted, moist, dark brown earth beneath. In the desert, green emerged like a tide, swiftly spreading and dyeing the endless yellow sands. The gnarled, withered trunks of trees sprouted tender green buds, growing wildly into dense forests. Dried riverbeds were filled with rushing clear water. Mountains stood taller and greener, while the murky sea receded, transforming into a clear blue. The tumultuous geological activity ceased, and the Earth's wounds were rapidly healed and smoothed over. This planet was undergoing a profound and miraculous rebirth. A voice, filled with emotion and echoing the passage of countless ages, softly resonated around them, as though it were emanating from the universe itself. It was Li Meiying, unseen by them. Yet her intentions and voice traveled clearly through the network of light beams that enveloped the planet. Behold, her voice trembled slightly, imbued with the excitement of hope realized. The seeds of life shall once again return to their homeland. As if in response to her words, countless stars ignited in the depths of space. Initially mere points of light, they quickly grew larger and brighter, trailing long luminous tails, piercing through the thin atmosphere, plummeting towards the newly reborn Earth. It was an ark. Countless arcs. They floated down like dandelion seeds from the heavens, akin to swarming bees, dense and orderly, carrying the hopes of civilization and the sparks of life, streaking across the sky and landing in every corner of the planet. The scene was grand and magnificent, imbued with a sense of sacred ceremony, as if the cosmos itself was sowing a future for this world. Those arcs that touched the ground either plunged directly into the soil, their shells cracking open to give rise to towering trees and climbing vines, merging with nature, or they became the cores of new settlements. Invisible energy domes unfurling to protect the survivors within. Simultaneously, all the people inside the arks, whether newly awakened from cryostasis or those who had endured struggles, were astonished to find that the sky above, crafted from ark technology but lacking authenticity, was beginning to transform. The false dome gradually dissipated, revealing the true, boundless azure sky, adorned with genuine clouds, and caressed by the authentic breeze imbued with the fragrances of earth and grass. The sunlight cascaded down unimpeded, warm and tangible. The elation of surviving catastrophe intertwined with the bewilderment of facing an unknown world, enveloping the hearts of every survivor. On the ground, verdant life spread at an alarming rate, the ecosystem reconstructing and activating with unprecedented vigor. New rivers and lakes emerged, and gentle rains began to fall, washing away the last remnants of ash and decay. A vibrant, hopeful world brimming with infinite possibilities was swiftly taking shape before their eyes. Li Meiying's voice resonated once more, her gaze seemingly traversing endless space to rest upon the peculiar duo of Xia Hui and Xiaomi. Her tone was imbued with heartfelt, unreserved gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, traveler from another realm, the formidable Xia Hui. Your strength and sincerity are the key light piercing through this despairing night. She paused, then added with a gentle smile, and thank you, Xiaomi. Your courage, faith, and unique means of communication have undeniably added color to this victory. Suspended in the cosmos, basking in starlight and the vitality emerging from the planet beneath their feet, they listened to the resonant force of creation around them. A soothing presence akin to a mother's voice. Xia Hui remained silent, his profound dragon-like eyes reflecting the shifting world. A mix of fear from past conflicts and awe at witnessing new life anew. Meanwhile, Xiaomi, his mouth agape, tears and snot flowing freely, perhaps vanishing in the vacuum, trembled with excitement, speechless and only able to gasp for breath. They had borne witness to the conclusion of an era, and more importantly, to the magnificent dawn of a new epoch. The seeds of life had returned, and perhaps their story would turn a new page at this very genesis. The radiant light gradually returned them to the earth, where the planet beneath their feet had assumed a new visage. Xia Hui stood upon the soft, grassy ground, inhaling the fresh air, releasing a deep and intricate sigh. Xiaomi, on the other hand, plopped down, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, foolishly smiling and repeatedly murmuring, it was truly worth it. Just as Sha Hui diverted his gaze from the newly sprouted grass, his tail lightly brushed the ground, stirring a few blades. Turning his head, he caught sight of the still chuckling Xiaomi and, with a voice that was deep yet recently hoarse, leisurely inquired, "Child, do you have a wish?" At the sound of those words, Xiaomi's foolish grin instantly froze, his mouth agape, as if to fit an egg inside. After a moment of stunned silence, he sprang to his feet. "What the hell? You can talk." One moment he had been lost in the thrill of witnessing a miracle, and the next he executed a complete 180-degree turn. Rubbing his hands together as he approached Sha Hui, his eyes sparkling with excitement, he exclaimed, "Big brother, I want to ride you, just once, to experience the grandeur of a mount of your caliber." The golden vertical pupils of Sha Hui narrowed in an instant, and the reverse scales trembled imperceptibly. Before Xiaomi could continue speaking, he abruptly turned his gaze toward the void from whence Li Mei Ying's voice emanated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Please, expedite his transfer to Valguero. Thank you." As soon as the words left his lips, a faint glimmer flickered in the air, as if in response to his request. Before Xiaomi could grasp what Valguero entailed, he felt a gentle yet irresistible force tugging at his feet, prompting him to shout in alarm. Hey, big brother. Wait, I was joking. What is Valguero? I don't want to go." Ignoring Xiaomi's protests, Sha Hui turned and raised his claw toward the empty space. Platinum light converged at the tip of his claw, swiftly tearing open a distorted portal, revealing glimpses of an unfamiliar world beyond. He had no intention of returning to the How to Train Your Dragon realm just yet. He merely wished to wander elsewhere for a while, stepping boldly into the portal. Chapter 53. The Sin of Eternal Torment. As Sha Hui beheld the sudden appearance of the term Beautiful Terror in the world list, he clicked on it without a second thought. Familiar white light enveloped him once more, and when he blinked his heavy eyelids open, he was met with soaring flames all around, the air filled with the wails of the damned, interspersed with the low, guttural whispers of demons. The acrid scent of sulfur making him grimace. Could it be? Sha Hui could hardly contain himself. Previously, I would merely have been thrown into a storyline set billions of years ago, allowing me to sleep soundly upon landing. This time, however, I was thrust directly into hell. There was truth in that observation. Considering the ominous title associated with Beautiful Terror, coupled with the pervasive flames and the clustering of lost souls, where else could this be but hell? Just as he was piecing it together, he felt countless energies frantically burrowing into his being, accompanied by a portion of hell's primal power, as if aligning with his essence to bestow upon him a corresponding authority. Deep within hell, ancient gazes swept toward him. They were aware that yet another ruler was about to be born, yet none intended to interfere. Hell had long since established its hierarchy, and whether this newcomer lived or died would not alter the established order in the slightest. Soon, Sha Hui sin was defined as sin of eternal torment. Unlike the targeted vengeance of sin of wrath, this represented indiscriminate destruction. In Buddhism, it is aptly referred to as ignorance, a darkness so profound that even wisdom cannot illuminate it. Following this, hell forcibly carved out a new domain for him. All the malevolent spirits and demons, as if they had anticipated this moment, instantly settled down, as though he were meant to be their sovereign. Far away in the Vatican, within the library that catalogued the lords of hell, an old book appeared unexpectedly. Passing administrators would comment, "This book has been here for hundreds of years." Unbeknownst to them, it was a record added for the Lord of Eternal Torment, the eighth sin. Meanwhile, Sha Hui stood bewildered. I merely glanced a little longer. How did I become the top authority? He stepped into his dominion, the ground beneath him charred and fractured, with sinuous flames of guilt seething in the crevices. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur mingled with the sweet stench of despair, and countless distorted shadows writhed at the edges of the flames. Newly subjugated malevolent spirits and demons gazing at him with a mix of fear and greed. The twilight of the inferno cast a gaze upon his own claws, where platinum scales enveloped chilling bone spines. The colossal form of the spiked-back dragon loomed, casting an immense shadow, while the neural spines upon his back resembled a ghastly crown that harmoniously intertwined with the flames of the abyss, as if he were destined to inhabit this realm. The terms eternal sin and ignorance echoed in his mind, a surge of obscure knowledge flooding his consciousness, not a mere system notification, but the power and cognition bestowed upon him by the depths of hell. He comprehended at last that he represented not a punishment for a specific transgression, but rather a primal force, the instinct leading all things toward chaos and destruction. an ignorance so profound that even wisdom could not penetrate it, an ultimate and meaningless end. This was the breeding ground for all sins, as well as their final resting place. In that moment of clarity, the ground beneath him suddenly roared. The charred earth spread forth deeper shadows that devoured all light. The flames within the fissures transformed from crimson to a void-like platinum hue. This was the fire of ignorance. Wherever it spread, matter began to blur, to disintegrate, reverting to its most primal chaos. The wailing spirits that encountered this fire were silenced in an instant, their eyes vacant and lost, before they vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their existence. At that moment, a multitude of diverse higher demons emerged from the shadows. They were immensely more powerful than the surrounding lesser spirits, with several nearly exuding the pressure of a lord. They approached slowly, bowing their grotesque heads before him. The foremost demon resembled a colossal humanoid insect, its carapace adorned with twisted faces of agony, its voice grating like stone scraping against stone. "Your Majesty, your dominion has begun to take shape. We are the native demon lords of this region, and by the will of hell, we pledge our fealty to you, the Lord of Eternity." Shahui lowered his head gradually, his molten gold vertical eyes sweeping over his subordinates. He could distinctly sense that a mere thought from him could dictate their fates. The authority of hell coursed through him, as natural as his own breath. "Arise," he commanded. His voice rumbled deeply, bearing the unique rasp of his kind, yet resonating with an undeniable majesty, reminiscent of the echoes heard at the destruction of countless worlds. He strode toward the central peak of his territory, a naturally rising black mountain. As he passed, the platinum flames of ignorance formed a path before him, and all creation behind him fell into a peculiar stillness, not peace, but a temporary suspension of existence, awaiting its final return to nothingness. The demons and spirits, terrified, hastily recoiled, none daring to tread upon that fiery path. Upon reaching the summit, Shahui surveyed his dominion. Here, chaos, suffering, and destruction should reign supreme, yet an unfamiliar essence lingered, an absolute, blind sense of finality. Unlike the territories of other lords, rife with fury and greed, his realm was quieter yet suffocating, akin to an inexorable march toward a heat death, an irrevocable void. It seemed that he had finally returned to the essence of horror, amalgamated from various American horror film tropes. So now, have I become the chief of hell? This identity came upon him so abruptly, bordering on the absurd. Yet the power surging within him and the demons that bowed beneath him were tangible. The will of hell had simply and bluntly accepted him and assigned him his place. Oh, well, at least he need not fall asleep upon arrival. Stepping directly into his role was rather agreeable. Shahui swiftly embraced his reality. After all, having traversed into a non-human entity and slumbered for eons, he had long since acclimatized. His gaze ventured deeper into the abyss of hell, where the presence of other lords lingered, ancient and formidable, each bearing their own imprints of sin. Those gazes swept across him with indifference, scrutiny, and perhaps a hint of wariness. Yet none dared to provoke him. The balance of hell had long been established. Shahui bared his teeth, revealing a sinister grin adorned with pearly fangs. The notion of eternal sin seemed quite fitting for a retreat in this realm. He threw back his head and unleashed a thunderous roar, his voice reverberating through the layers of hell, heralding the arrival of a new sovereign. The flames of ignorance soared skyward, casting a celestial glow upon his platinum-scaled armor, reminiscent of a star on the brink of annihilation. As Shahui's roar gradually diminished amidst the sulfurous winds of hell, the flames around him blazed even brighter, illuminating this nascent domain as a sanctuary both sacred and profane. The sensation of power coursing through his claws was strikingly vivid. With but a thought, the scorched earth beneath him could transform. The wailing souls could dissolve into nothingness, or persist in even more absurd forms. He turned his gaze towards the still kneeling demon lord. The humanoid insect demon, its carapace adorned with tormented visages, lifted its head, its compound eyes reflecting both reverence and cunning. "Your Majesty," it rasped, its voice akin to stones grinding together. "I am Carice, once a sentinel of the gluttonous domain. Now, under the will of hell, we are bound to your service, willing to quell the unrest in this territory and procure further sustenance for you." Shahui narrowed his slit-like pupils, discerning the power nestled within Carice, as well as the chaotic nature concealed beneath its feigned loyalty. "Unrest? Sustenance? Clarify," his voice boomed. Another demon, a shadowy figure brimming with eyes, interjected. "Your emergence was abrupt. Many lesser spirits are unfamiliar with eternity, sensing the encroachment of void and fleeing towards the borders, attempting to breach other lords' territories, potentially drawing unwanted attention. As for sustenance, its voice cracked with greed, souls, sins, and fears. All are provisions that can bolster us and please you. Shall we comprehend it? Hell adhered to its own regulations. Even he, a symbol of ultimate nothingness, must maintain an efficient cycle of destruction. He concentrated, utilizing his authority to perceive the borders, which indeed teemed with distorted forms. Tearing at one another while howling towards other realms of sin, terrified of their homeland being consumed by the platinum flames behind them. He neither punished nor soothed. He merely infused the essence of ignorance, the inevitable return of all to an irrefutable void, into the consciousness of the malevolent spirits like a tide. In an instant, the borders fell silent. The majority of the malevolent entities paused momentarily before dissipating as if erased by an eraser. Those remaining turned to kneel towards the peak where Shahui stood, their forms becoming indistinct, edges glowing with platinum light, embodying the eternal. The demon lords instinctively retreated a step. This absolute void power was starkly different from the desire-driven powers of hell they were accustomed to, more ultimate and far more terrifying. The unrest subsided. Shahui spoke softly now. Concerning sustenance, what must I do? You need only to exist, your majesty. Caries promptly lowered his head, his countenance filled with reverence. Your dominion naturally attracts lost souls. Should a powerful spirit descend, the realms of other lords would face great devastation, and we shall compete to offer our tribute. Shahui silently chuckled, pondering whether this was not merely a hellish form of taxation and resource plundering. At that moment, a faint yet familiar wave penetrated the infernal space, accompanied by a static noise reminiscent of a television, infused with an unnatural aura of dread, a signal from the realm of horror. Shahui abruptly raised his head, his molten gold vertical pupils scanning the blood-red sky of hell. Utilizing his authority, he captured the source of the disturbance. A certain location in the human world was coalescing with modern technology and collective fear, giving rise to a nascent gateway to hell, the aura of which felt strangely familiar. Murder House, he murmured instinctively in English. The demon lords exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the term. Shahui's tail flicked restlessly across the ground, etching a burning platinum groove. He certainly recognized that place, the infamous Murder House from the first season of American Horror Story. It was saturated with death and resentment, a vulnerable point in the fabric of the human dimension. At that moment, something significant was undoubtedly occurring within that house, and the intense emotional fluctuations illuminated the barriers of hell like a beacon. A thought emerged. Although it was a delight to reign in the underworld, having arrived, would it not be a pity to forego a visit to such a classic horror landmark? He glanced down at Caries. Prepare to descend. I shall inspect the human realm. Caries and the other demons froze instantaneously, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is far too perilous. Your immense power may provoke rejection by the dimension of reality, and you could also be detected by other lords or the eyes of heaven. Shahui raised a claw to interrupt, a strand of platinum flame dancing at his fingertips, warping the surrounding space. I do not intend to engage in battle. I merely seek respite. He leaned closer to Caries, his vertical pupils reflecting the terror in Caries's multifaceted eyes. Moreover, who says I must go in my true form? The flame of oblivion can return to nothingness, yet it can also manifest from the void. That strand of flame descended to the ground, writhing and expanding, gradually forming a human shape. As the flames receded, a young man emerged, his black hair and eyes, pale yet strikingly handsome, clad in a tailored black suit. His lips curled in a detached smile that seemed to pierce through the void. This was his avatar, created from the fire of oblivion and a fragment of his consciousness, possessing only a fraction of his true power, yet capable of traversing the human realm. The avatar raised his gaze, his voice cool and steady, a stark contrast to his true self. This way, I should not be overly powerful, correct? He adjusted his tie, his eyes seemingly piercing through the barriers of hell, landing upon the infamous house in Los Angeles. Shahui's massive, spiked dragon head tilted slightly, his amber vertical pupils scanning the striking yet hollow visage of the recently manifested avatar. Though touched by the void, it still felt lacking in soul. Something was amiss. He murmured softly, the strand of platinum flame at his fingertips suddenly quivering as if grasped by an invisible hand, beginning to reshape itself. The flame contracted abruptly, swirling as the human form's outline gradually hunched over, details rapidly emerging in the firelight. An old yet pristine deep gray suit, enveloped by a textured dark long coat. Sparse silver hair meticulously combed, clinging to a forehead etched with deep lines, each wrinkle resembling cracks in parched earth, chronicling the passage of time. His hands were gaunt, with knuckles protruding, as if they had gripped countless years leading to an inevitable end. When the flickering flames had finally extinguished, an elderly figure stood in place. Most astonishing were his eyes, with their pale gray irises nearly translucent, shrouded in an unshakable haze, reminiscent of the ashes that remain after all things have perished. Within them, there was no ripple of emotion, no curiosity, no anger, not even compassion, only a detached indifference that seemed to perceive the ultimate fate of all. As he cast his gaze over the group of demonic leaders, even Christ, who had encountered countless horrors from the depths of hell, felt a tightening in his chest and a stifling sensation in his breath. It was not fear, but rather a suffocating sense of being entirely seen through, as though his very existence had been negated by those eyes. The corners of the old man's mouth drooped, devoid of expression. Yet an inexplicable aura of sorrow intertwined with coldness emanated from him, as if he had witnessed so much destruction that even emotions had become superfluous burdens. He raised a hand, the bony fingertips brushing over the aged spots and protruding veins on the back of his hand. His voice, slow and hoarse, carried the weariness wrought by the passage of time, yet each word was distinctly clear. In the end, time will erode all, guiding everything toward my domain. This description seemed fitting. He gently tapped his old leather shoes on the ground, their polished tips shining brightly against the charred earth of hell, producing not a sound. Then, he lifted his gaze towards the eternally crimson sky, his gray eyes seeming to fixate on a coordinate imbued with the essence of Murder House. Thus his voice, calm as still waters yet imbued with undeniable weight, inquired, "What path leads to that house, which has accumulated too much time and finality?" He slightly hunched his back, hands naturally folded before him, presenting the image of an ordinary elder visiting an old friend. However, the faint, ethereal glow of platinum surrounding him, the residual essence of the fire of ignorance, caused the very space around him to subtly warp and collapse, instilling a sense of caution even in the most ferocious of demons present. Christ promptly lowered his head further, his voice filled with reverence as he gestured towards a nearby area. "The blood there is thicker than elsewhere, shimmering with fragmented chaotic glimmers. It is a fragile point where hell and the mortal realm occasionally intertwine. As you command, my lord, please follow me. The gap is sufficient for your manifestation to pass safely." Chapter 54. The Charlatan, the embodiment of the sinister twilight. The old man leaned upon a somber cane that appeared ordinary but was, in fact, forged from hellish obsidian mixed with the fire of ignorance. As he stepped into the undulating space of the threshold, the murky gray of his eyes slowly scanned the surroundings. The colorful stained glass windows cast peculiar patterns of light, the air thick with the scent of aged wood, and even the cheapest of incense could not mask the underlying stench of decay, mingling with the coldness left behind by countless departed souls, clinging to the skin with an eerie chill. He inhaled deeply, his chest slowly rising and falling, the movement imbued with a sense of ritualistic gravity. "Ah," he mused, his hoarse voice echoing in the stillness, "the essence of the mortal realm. And the marks left by the passage of time indeed hold more significance than the eternal sulfur and wails of hell." Yet, he frowned, his wrinkles deepening into crevices. For beneath the sweetness of decay lay an overwhelming stench, akin to a pot of overcooked stew. His observations were devoid of emotion, as if appraising a mere stone. With a firm strike of his cane upon the ground, the sound, though soft, resonated in the hearts of every concealed spirit. "Come forth and meet me." There was neither threat nor command, just a straightforward statement. Yet an invisible force accompanied the sound of the cane, spreading like a frigid wave in sub-zero temperatures, freezing every hidden corner. Rustling noises emerged from all directions, from the cracks in the walls, beneath the floorboards, and above in the ceiling. A multitude of translucent shadows was compelled to manifest, clad in garments both old and new, bearing the scars of their demise. Dozens of spectral figures crowded the hallway and foyer, whispering like the cold wind. Among them were two youthful spirits, either caught in their own folly or overwhelmed by rage, who, with a howl, transformed into two wisps of white vapor, lunging towards the elder. The old man did not even lift his eyelids. Just as they were about to collide with his deep gray coat, the two specters struck an invisible barrier, constructed from the ultimate void. There was no sound, no light. They simply disintegrated, like snowflakes in a fire, leaving not a trace behind. The entire room fell into an eerie silence. The remaining spirits froze, their whispers abruptly ceasing, drenched in fear akin to icy water. Only then did the elder slowly raise his gaze, his gray irises appearing as though shrouded in dust. Sweeping over the huddled specters, "Young ones, I do not appreciate your welcome. I hope this serves as a lesson in decorum." with a casual flick of his wrist. As if brushing off the dust from his coat, he ambled towards the door, his figure melding into the cool night air of Los Angeles. As he walked along the street, the lamplight elongated his stooped shadow. He relished the sensations his body could still perceive, the solidity of the concrete beneath his feet, the distant sounds of traffic carried by the evening breeze, the occasional waft of culinary aromas teasing his nostrils. Even the dust in the air felt refreshing to one who had slumbered for eons and endured the torments of hell. These fragmented sensations were, to him, oddly delightful. Not long after, a group of hoodlums clad in hooded sweatshirts obstructed his path, their eyes darting about. The leader brandished a small knife, grinning. "Old man, be sensible and hand over your valuables, and we might let you walk home." The elder's pace did not falter. He did not even glance at them, continuing forward as if they were mere gusts of wind standing in his way. But just as he brushed past, the thugs suddenly froze. The ferocity and greed in their eyes vanished, leaving behind a vacant, dazed expression, as though their souls had been siphoned away. They uttered no words, stiffly turning to walk away, as if guided by an unseen string, retreating into the dark alley beside the trash bins. A few minutes later, the alley echoed with a series of sharp gunshots, followed by silence. The elder on the street continued his slow stroll, his gray irises reflecting the neon lights, as if nothing had transpired. In his presence, even brutality must eventually succumb to stillness. Chaos ultimately culminates in a meaningless denouement, merely a trivial interlude in the vast cosmos. He wandered aimlessly until the dawn light began to brighten the eastern sky, only to realize he had circled back to the foreboding house. Pausing, he approached and pressed the doorbell. The chime rang clear in the morning air. After a moment, sounds emanated from within, and the corridor light flickered on. The peephole darkened, revealing someone observing him. Seconds later, the door opened a crack, revealing the new owner of the house, a weary expression mingled with a hint of caution. Gazing at the elderly visitor. Sir?" The voice of Ben had not yet fully awakened, and the day had not yet broken. The elder's gray eyes met Ben's directly. Foregoing any pleasantries, and in a hoarse whisper, he bluntly stated, "Child, I wish to propose a transaction." Before Ben could react, the old man, as if he were the master of the house, leaned on his cane and squeezed through the door, making his way straight to the most comfortable armchair in the living room, where he settled down, resting his cane beside him. Ben stood frozen, instinctively closing the door behind him, and before he could utter a word, footsteps echoed from upstairs. His wife, Vivian, clad in a bathrobe, descended the stairs with a pale complexion, supporting herself on the railing. Their daughter, Violet, followed reluctantly, yet curiously eyeing the unfamiliar old man. "Ben, who is here so early?" Vivian inquired, her brow furrowed, a sense of unease emanating from the old man. The elder's gaze swept over the trio before resting once again on Ben's face. His dry hands folded on his knees. "I wish to propose a transaction," he reiterated, his voice floating through the morning air of the living room. "I want to purchase your house. Name your price." Ben's brow furrowed in confusion, his drowsiness and uncertainty morphing into indignation. "Purchase a house? Sir, I do not know who you are, but we have just moved in and have no intention of selling. Moreover, it is only 5 in the morning. The elder's gray eyes calmly scanned Ben's face, as if perceiving through his facade of composure, revealing his concealed troubles, professional struggles, familial discord, and debt associated with this large house. Just because they had recently moved in did not imply that everything was harmonious, did it, Dr. Harmon? He stated bluntly, directly alluding to Ben's profession. A chill ran down Ben's spine. Vivian took a step forward, increasingly unsettled. "How do you know he is a doctor? Who exactly are you?" The elder did not respond. Instead, he leisurely surveyed the living room, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through walls, as though he could see the ghosts hidden in the shadows. "This house harbors too many memories. Time has accumulated here, leaving behind many unwelcome imprints. They can be quite noisy, especially at night. Not ideal for someone expecting, who requires tranquility," he remarked, his gaze settling on Vivian's still flat abdomen. Vivian's face drained of color, and she instinctively cradled her belly. For she and Ben had never shared their early pregnancy discomfort and anxiety with outsiders. Ben's voice flared with anger. "Please leave at once, or I will call the police." The elder appeared unmoved, continuing, "How much did you pay for this house?" 300,000. For 100,000, including repairs, it's no trivial sum, especially for a psychologist who currently cannot see patients. Ben's face paled completely, his professional struggles laid bare, the tight grip on his finances exposed by the old man's words. "I can offer double," the elder said, his fingers twitching slightly. "Cash, and it can be arranged today. You can leave immediately, Forget this troubling place and find a sunny, quiet locale to start anew. The words double, cash, and today struck Ben and Vivian like a hammer, their weight resonating deeply within them. Violet straightened, her eyes wide with astonishment, realizing this sum could resolve all their family troubles. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop slightly, and a shadow in the corner stirred before quickly stifling itself once more. The hidden spirits could sense the chilling aura emanating from the old man, a presence far older and more terrifying than anything within the house itself. They dared not even breathe, their usual antics having vanished in an instant. Vivian shook her head violently, breaking free from the allure. No, this is too strange. We will not sell. This house has its issues, but we can resolve them. Her voice trembled, betraying either fear or stubbornness. Resolve? The old man echoed softly, the corners of his mouth twisting downward, not in amusement, but in a frigid disdain. Some matters are beyond resolution, Mrs. Harmon. They will only accumulate, ultimately consuming everything. The price I offer is your liberation. He paused, leaning on his cane as he prepared to rise. Think it over. I will keep watch. When you can no longer endure, I shall know. He provided no contact information, nor did he linger in conversation, rising slowly to grasp his cane, moving naturally towards the door as he had upon arrival. Instinctively, they parted to allow him passage, their minds in turmoil, torn between the lure of monetary gain and an indescribable dread. The old man opened the door, and the morning light flooded in. Just as his silhouette began to blend into the brightness, he abruptly turned his head, his gray eyes scanning the room one last time. Tell Larry Harvey. His suffering is not without end, if he is willing to pay the price. The door closed gently behind him, leaving the Harmon family frozen in place. The living room fell into an eerie silence, devoid of the usual supernatural disturbances. They exchanged glances, fear and confusion swirling within them. The old man's words and his offer pressing heavily upon their hearts, adding yet another inexplicable mystery to the haunted dwelling. The door clicked shut behind them, the sound resonating like thunder within the living room. The Harmon family stood motionless, struggling to regain their composure. Morning light streamed through the stained glass, casting distorted patterns on the floor, devoid of warmth, intensifying the chill and strangeness of the house. Did he just mention Larry Harvey? Ben's voice quivered, and he abruptly turned to his wife. Vivian, did you hear that? He knows that charred wreck of a man. Vivian clutched her robe tightly, her face nearly translucent, murmuring, double the cash. How did he know I was pregnant? And those voices he said were noisy. Mom, Dad, Violet suddenly shouted, her voice sharp and tinged with an unmistakable fear. Something is not right. That old man is deeply unsettling. Didn't you notice? The whispers in the corners, the footsteps from upstairs, everything vanished when he entered, and now it's slowly returning. Indeed, there was that familiar sensation of being watched, the small, nerve-wracking sounds ebbing back like a rising tide. But this time, there was an added layer of hesitation and fear. Ben anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. We need to call the police. This is urgent. A stranger barges in at dawn, spouting such nonsense. Yet as he reached for his phone, his fingers hesitated. What would he even say? That an old man offered to buy their haunted house for double the price and new intimate details about their lives? It sounded utterly insane. He said he would keep watch over us. Vivian looked up, her eyes brimming with fear. Ben, I'm so scared. He had glanced at her abdomen, and she felt an involuntary shiver run through her. Ben embraced his wife, wishing to offer her solace, yet his own hands were icy. The weight of financial burdens, peculiar occurrences in their home, his wife's health, coupled with the enigmatic old man, conspired to suffocate him. The allure of double cash danced in his mind like the whispers of a devil, clashing with the fears that loomed within. Let us observe for now. Ben finally managed to utter. Perhaps the old man was merely a peculiar wealthy individual privy to some secrets, or possibly a charlatan. They secured the door and fortified their defenses. As for Larry, he hesitated, contemplating a search for him, hoping to encounter him once more. However, the ensuing days morphed into a tormenting ordeal. The arrival of the ominous twilight was akin to a stone cast into the murky waters of their haunted abode, sending forth ripples that were both strange and distant. The spirits, once so audacious in their mischief, had retreated, not vanished, but hidden deeper in fear. Previously, they would manifest at the slightest provocation, yet now silence reigned, replaced by an oppressive atmosphere, as if they were concealing something. On some late nights, Violet could hear faint, stifled cries, reminiscent of a frightened little girl who had perished. Even the most fearsome specter, the leather-clad ghost Tetrandon, seldom showed itself, and when it did, it appeared frantic, glancing anxiously towards the door as if wary of something lurking outside. This peculiar restraint was more terrifying than the tempestuous calm before a storm, sending shivers down their spines. Their unease was further compounded by Ben's fruitless search for Larry Harvey, the man who had roamed the vicinity, battered and bruised. As though he had vanished into thin air, neighbors remarked they hadn't seen him in ages. Then came a series of uncanny coincidences. Several appointments at Ben's psychological clinic were abruptly canceled for bizarre reasons. Vivian encountered an unprecedented traffic jam en route to her prenatal checkup, only to be informed upon arrival that the doctor was unavailable and would need to reschedule. Even at school, Violet noticed her classmates regarding her with peculiar glances, avoiding her as if she bore some ill omen. An inexplicable misfortune enveloped them, as if the entire world conspired against them, subtly pointing towards the old man who had arrived that fateful morning. Though he had not returned, his gaze lingered like an invisible net, slowly tightening around them. One evening, in her room, Violet called out to the empty corner. "Is it you who is toying with us? Who is that old man? Why are you so afraid of him?" The air was frigid. Moments later, watermarks began to seep through the walls, as if an invisible hand were inscribing words, which ultimately formed a tremulous message. "He is the end." The words quickly faded, as if they had exhausted all their courage. Violet stared at the wall, a chill racing from her feet to the crown of her head. The end. She recalled the old man's gray eyes, devoid of anger, and how effortlessly he had banished two spirits into oblivion. Suddenly, she comprehended that the transaction he had proposed was not a matter of choice, but a forewarning of the dire consequences that awaited should they refuse. She burst from her room, seeking her equally restless parents below, exclaiming, "We must leave. Right now?" Her voice trembled with tears, revealing a fear befitting her age. "That old man does not wish to purchase the house. He is something else entirely. The entities within this house are terrified of him." He spoke the truth. "If we linger here any longer, we shall be consumed." Ben and Vivian, gazing at their daughter's terrified visage, recalled the peculiar occurrences and misfortunes of recent days. And a suffocating dread finally seized them. The allure of double cash incentives paled in comparison to this fear. The stooped figure leaning on a cane seemed to have never departed, lingering in the shadows outside the door, with those penetrating gray eyes that could foresee the outcome, awaiting their response. Meanwhile, the ominous house trembled quietly, anticipating its fate to be scrutinized by an entity more formidable than all its restless spirits combined. On the shores of a lake in suburban Los Angeles, the morning mist had yet to disperse, the water's surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the gray-blue sky. A hunched figure sat upon a folding stool, beside an old tackle box, clutching an ordinary fishing rod, the very embodiment of the elder of eternal torment. He sported a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, purely for show, his gray eyes half closed, fixated on a small bobber upon the water's surface. The scene was tranquil enough to be captured in art, a stark contrast to his terrifying appearance within the haunted house. "Ah, the fish here are indeed elusive," he muttered softly, his hoarse voice tinged with genuine complaint, far more challenging than the vengeful trout of the river Lethe. A few days prior, while meandering through the streets, he had passed by the lake and observed several individuals clad in vests and hats, seated by the water for an entire day, either sighing or rejoicing at the mere catch of a small fish. At the time, he had deemed these mortals foolish, squandering their time on such meaningless pursuits. However, as he watched, an inexplicable itch to join them began to stir within him. Thus, the eighth sin, the Lord of eternal torment, the newly appointed ruler of hell, found himself purchasing a beginner's fishing kit from a roadside vendor, transforming into an earthly angler. He discovered that the anticipation of waiting, hoping, and occasionally catching a fish, or perhaps nothing at all, was rather enjoyable, particularly for one who had lived far too long and sought trivial distractions to pass the time, or perhaps to maintain appearances. The bobber twitched gently. The elder instantly cleared his mind, his withered fingers gripping the rod with the steadiness of stone, his breathing slowed, every ounce of his focus converging on the connection between the rod tip and the water surface. This fluid series of movements had been ingrained in him during his days as a fisherman in the ARK world. "It's here." A subtle smile crept across his lips. With a flick of his wrist, the rod tip arched upward, a nearly invisible strand of platinum light, a faint flicker of unquenchable flame, silently penetrated the water along the fishing line. This did not constitute cheating. It was merely a means to ensure a bountiful catch. After all, even the Lord of eternal torment occasionally yearned to savor the novelty of fresh lake fish. A base was drawn from the depths, its scales glimmering in the morning light. The elder deftly removed the hook and tossed the fish into a nearby bucket, observing it thrash about in the water. A pure, simple satisfaction graced his wrinkled face. He rebaited the hook and cast the line again, his movements so practiced they resembled those of a lifelong fisherman. Thus, he mused, playing the charlatan was indeed amusing. He spoke to the lake as if conversing with an old friend, whether through posturing or uttering ambiguous phrases, and employing a touch of skill to command the scene. This act proved effective in any realm. Recalling the fearful yet greedy expressions of the Harmon family, a deeper smile crept onto his lips. The prestige was established, the air of mystery was palpable, and the sense of oppression was perfectly in place. It was flawless. As he adjusted the position of his fishing rod for a more comfortable stance, he recognized that the seeds had already been sown. The entities within that house would gradually ferment. Their fear and pressure would accumulate. When they could no longer endure it, they would inevitably remember his kindness. At that moment, he refrained from elaborating, merely lifting the rod slightly to sense the movements beneath the water. There was no rush. Fishing, after all, required a profound patience. As the sunlight slowly dispelled the morning, 2 days later at dusk, the setting sun elongated the shadow of the murder house, contorting it as if the house itself were anxiously stretching. The doorbell rang suddenly, piercing the tranquil evening with its sharpness. Ben Harmon nearly leapt to the door, peering through the peephole to find the same stooped figure clad in a deep gray suit, worn leather shoes, and those chilling gray eyes that could send shivers even through the door. He hesitated to open the door, a chill creeping up his spine. Yet, before he could fully process the situation, the lock clicked open, not forced, but seemingly released by an indescribable, spine-tingling force, as if the house itself were frightened and obediently yielding. The old man, supported by a cane, entered as if returning to his own home, making his way directly to the armchair in the living room. The sound of the cane striking the wooden floor echoed, amplifying the tension in the air with every tap. Vivian emerged from the kitchen, while Violet rushed down from upstairs. Upon witnessing the scene, their faces drained of color. The entities within the house fell silent, more so than before, a stillness born of sheer terror, rendering them immobile. The elderly man settled into the chair, leaning his cane against the armrest, his hands folded upon his knees. He did not glance around, his gray eyes fixated on the Harmon family, frozen in place. The temperature in the living room seemed to plummet suddenly, the sunset filtering through the stained glass windows illuminating his wrinkled face in a half-light, enhancing the eeriness of the moment. 2 days have passed, he rasped, devoid of emotion. I believe it is time for you to make a decision. It was not a question but a statement, as if he already knew how they had struggled, how they had feared, how sleepless nights had besieged them, and how they had been driven to the brink of collapse. His gray eyes surveyed them, not seeking an answer, but confirming a result he had long anticipated. The air became thick with tension. Ben opened his mouth, his throat dry, unable to produce a sound. Vivian instinctively shielded her abdomen, a wave of cold gripping her stomach. Violet clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, acutely aware of the ghosts around them retreating into the walls, desperately trying to escape the old man. The elder sat patiently, as if endowed with eternal patience, seemingly indifferent to whether they complied. The outcome had already been laid bare before him. The haunted house now resembled a courtroom, with the judge being a figure from hell, masquerading as a fisherman. Ben felt as though his throat were constricted, wanting to refuse, to protect the house in which they had invested their hopes and dreams. Yet, those gray eyes pierced through him, revealing the frail facade he had desperately tried to uphold. He was unafraid of threats. What truly terrified him was the prospect of something worse unfolding before the old man, for his opinions mattered not at all. Vivian was the first to crumble. The fears of recent days, the exhaustion of her pregnancy, and the unending torment of the house all converged and erupted within her. Her shoulders slumped, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. "We will go, we promise you." Her voice shattered into fragments. The moment those words escaped her lips, all her strength seemed to dissipate, nearly causing her to collapse, only to be swiftly supported by Ben. Violet abruptly lifted her gaze, first to her mother and then to the old man. Her eyes a mixture of relief, anger, and an indescribable sense of helplessness. She understood this was the only way, yet being coerced to forsake their home was still painful. The old man's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely heard that the weather was pleasant today, and he nodded gently, a wise choice. His emaciated hand reached into the inner pocket of his suit, retrieving not a checkbook or cash, but a tattered leather scroll, frayed at the edges and bound with a cord resembling desiccated veins. He placed the scroll upon the coffee table, which seemed to groan under the weight. "The contract," he intoned hoarsely. "The terms are simple. You voluntarily relinquish all claims to this house, vacate immediately, and never return. I will provide double the compensation." Just a signature will suffice. Ben stared at the scroll, his stomach churning. All belongings? He dared not ponder it further. What about the cash? The old man's gray eyes swept toward the shadow in the corner. That shadow stirred, revealing an old, dirt-streaked metal safe that silently slid into view, its lid popping open of its own accord. Inside lay neatly stacked new bills, precisely double the amount. Ben gasped sharply. Vivian closed her eyes. Violet stared intently at the money, as though it were a venomous serpent. Sign or do not sign, the old man's voice remained flat, yet now carried an unmistakable air of finality, asking for the last time. The house seemed to hold its breath, the very walls echoing with soft, muffled sounds akin to many suppressed sobs. Trembling, Ben grasped the pen resting on the table, which appeared as if carved from human bone, its tip tinged with a dark red substance. He glanced at his wife and daughter, both avoiding his gaze. Taking a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength, he signed beneath the scroll. As the pen lifted from the paper, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if something invisible had been extracted, not merely anything, but his connection to this house. The old man appeared satisfied, perhaps even more so, as the corners of his mouth twitched. He extended a finger beneath Ben's signature, and a platinum fire symbol flickered momentarily, imprinting itself upon the scroll. Subsequently, the scroll coiled itself up, secured, and vanished from his grasp. The transaction was concluded. He rose, grasping his cane, and stated, "You have 1 day to vacate. After sunset tomorrow, I do not wish to smell your presence again." He paused, his gray eyes scanning the house one last time, as if appraising a new acquisition. As for these, he muttered to himself, they will learn the new rules. With that, he turned away from the nearly incapacitated Harmon family, leaning on his cane as he made his way towards the door. It opened of its own accord, revealing not the familiar streets, but an expanse of shimmering void. He stepped through and vanished. The door gently closed behind him. The living room fell into a profound silence. The scent of ink wafting from the safe filled the air. The Harmon family sat slumped, as though they had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. In the aftermath of the initial silence, the spirits within the house began to emit increasingly desperate wails, fully aware that their previous chaos was coming to an end. What awaited them was a new master, one capable of rendering them utterly extinguished. The eternal torment seemed to have reached a conclusion. Yet that conclusion led to an abyss of cold, incomprehensible nothingness. The old man stepped into the shimmering void of platinum light, the door behind him closing and sealing the world of the living, and the Harmon family, outside. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the hellscape, a charred domain engulfed in the fires of ignorance. He stood upon the blackened rock, the parchment in his hand still radiating warmth. Without a glance downward, he casually tossed it before him. The scroll did not fall. Instead, it hovered in midair, its fiery symbols igniting with sudden brilliance, flowing like a living entity. Simultaneously, the murder house in Los Angeles trembled violently, not from an earthquake, but from a deeper, dimensional quaking. Every trace left by the Harmon family, their clothes, photographs, the essence of their lives, even their emotions, suddenly turned to ash, disintegrating as if erased by an unseen eraser. The structure of the house creaked ominously, and the patterns on the stained glass windows appeared altered, now imbued with the terrifying sheen of platinum. As for the spirits, Tate Langdon burst forth from the attic, his handsome face contorted in a mixture of rage and fear. He sensed an unstoppable force intruding, determined to alter the established order. "No," he screamed, attempting to unleash his resentment against this power, yet it felt as futile as crashing against a solid wall, his energy completely siphoned away. Nora Montgomery, clad in a blood-stained wedding gown, wept in the nursery, feeling her last ties to the house and the child she yearned for being violently severed, the void encroaching upon her. The other spirits, regardless of their strength, sensed it too. A cold and malevolent will, like a great seal, was mercilessly stamped upon the very core of their domain. They were no longer masters here. They had become mere property, categorized and numbered, thrust into a horrific order beyond their comprehension. In hell, the scroll before the infernal figure dimmed. The ownership of the murder house, along with a complete inventory of its contents and new regulations, had been meticulously arranged according to the laws of the underworld. He uttered a single word: silence. In an instant, all cries and roars within the house ceased abruptly, not obliterated, but forcibly muted. An absolute stillness enveloped the entire structure, an invisible force pressing the spirits back to their places of death, immobilizing them, instilling a paralyzing fear that stifled even their thoughts. They could sense the new master's intent, a blade of nothingness hanging ominously above them, ready to fall at any moment. not inflicting pain but erasing their very existence. The infernal figure, satisfied, perhaps, by the newfound tranquility, turned away, leaning on his cane as he ventured deeper into his realm. With a mere thought, the high-ranking demon, Saurus, emerged from the shadows, his head bowed, the agony etched upon his carapace more contorted than ever. "Your Majesty," he addressed him. 1120, Chester Street, Los Angeles, the house. "It is now mine," the infernal figure stated nonchalantly, as if remarking on the weather. "Occasionally check on it. Ensure the treasures within do not decay on their own, and prevent unrelated entities from intruding. Just maintain its current state." He had no intention of transforming that place into a hellish outpost. He merely thought it was a splendid spot where he could rest after a long day of fishing and reminisce about the pleasures of this transaction. "As you wish, Your Majesty," Chris hastily responded, assuring that your belongings would remain intact. He kept in mind the necessity of guarding that earthly residence, even though he did not understand why his master was so interested in a house filled with weak spirits. However, who was he to question the thoughts of the Lord of eternal suffering? With a wave of his hand, the Lord dismissed Chris. Chris made his way to the edge of a relatively tranquil lake of lava, where a fishing rod fashioned from infernal black rock stood. He settled comfortably, grasping the rod, his gray eyes fixed on the undulating crimson surface of the lake. "Well, the trivial matters are over," he murmured, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze, wondering if he might catch a lava-toothed shark today. As for the recently acquired, eerily silent haunted house and the frightened spirits within, they had long faded from his thoughts. After all, the joy of a fisherman is exquisitely simple, albeit monotonous. The tip of his hellish fishing rod gently dipped into the churning crimson lava, sending ripples across the surface. He rested his withered fingers on the rod, awaiting any sign of movement below. The air surrounding him was distorted by the heat, thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, yet to him, it was the very essence of home. Just as he was engrossed in the hope of catching a lava-toothed shark, a shadow nearby twisted oddly, and the humanoid insect demon Chris emerged, his voice trembling with urgency, yet unwilling to draw too close. "Your Majesty." Without lifting his gaze from the lake, Shy murmured, At 1120 West Chester Street in Los Angeles, an unexpected event has occurred, Chris spoke rapidly. The fishing line twitched slightly, but Shy did not raise the rod, sensing that the fish had yet to bite. He remained silent, allowing Chris to continue. Chris grew increasingly anxious. "As per your instructions, we have been maintaining a perimeter to ensure the house remains intact. However, just now, a powerful external force attempted to breach your silent seal." "Oh." A trace of intrigue entered Shy's voice as he gently lifted the rod tip before lowering it once more. "Who?" "It is a member of a witch gathering," Chris quickly replied. "Their power differs from that of vengeful spirits and demons. It carries the essence of living witchcraft and dark pacts. They seek to enter the house, unsure of their intentions. Yet they undoubtedly sense that the place has a new master, as well as the unnaturally quiet spirits within." "A witch," Shy echoed, seemingly recalling something. "The Salem Coven? Quite interesting." His tone was not one of concern, but rather that of a connoisseur discovering a new species of fish. "Have they entered?" he casually inquired. "Not yet, Your Majesty." Chris exhaled in relief, though a hint of fear remained. "The mark of your unquenchable flame retaliated, scorching the leading witch and preventing their entry. However, they have not departed. It seems they are conducting some form of probing or perhaps casting curses around the house." Before Chris could finish his sentence, Shy suddenly flicked his wrist and yanked the rod sharply. With a tremendous splash, the lava erupted, and a fearsome fish was pulled from the depths. Its mouth full of jagged teeth, covered in black lava scales, and its eyes burning with vengeful fire. It was indeed a lava-toothed shark. It writhed violently, hissing, droplets of molten lava dripping from its jaws. Shahui exerted an invisible force to subdue the fish, deftly removing the hook and tossing it into a nearby basket woven from bones and chains. The basket, larger than it appeared, quickly silenced the struggling fish, as if it were consumed by the void within. Having completed this task, he leisurely picked up his cane and stood, brushing off the hem of his suit, which was, in fact, devoid of dust. The gathering of witches was far more intriguing than a renovation crew. A glimmer akin to a child's delight at a new toy briefly flickered in his gray eyes before vanishing, leaving only emptiness behind. He cast a glance at Chris and commanded, "Lead the way." Chris, as if granted a pardon, felt a chill and promptly bowed, replying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Shadows enveloped the two, rendering them invisible. In the next moment, on the lawn outside the murder house in Los Angeles, shadows seeped forth like ink, revealing the figure of the elder. Chris cowered behind his shadow, hesitant to fully emerge into the realm of the living. The twilight deepened, the light of dusk fading. Leaning on his cane, Shahui surveyed the haunted residence, observing runes inscribed around the house that concealed blood curses and dark magic. A few witches clad in dark gowns stood nearby, murmuring incantations, attempting to dismantle the silence he had imposed. The leader of the witches, her hands bandaged and bearing the marks of platinum burns, sensed his presence. The murmurs ceased, and their wary yet haughty gazes fell upon the seemingly ordinary old man. "Step aside, old man," a young witch reprimanded, her face a mask of arrogance. "This is not your domain. We are engaged in vital magical affairs." Unfazed, Shahui's gaze drifted past them to the injured witch leader, and in a hoarse voice, he bluntly inquired, "Are you interested in purchasing this house?" The witches were momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a response. Shahui tilted his head slightly, his gray eyes growing even more vacant in the dimming light. "Make me an offer." The expressions of arrogance and vigilance on the witches' faces froze, replaced by a blend of absurdity and confusion. "Purchase a house." This old man, who appeared as if a gust of wind could topple him, dared to ask them about buying the haunted dwelling while they were engaged in dark magic. The injured witch, Misty, whose bandaged hand still throbbed from the platinum burn, stepped forward, attempting to pierce through the old man's facade. Yet her supernatural sight met only an unfathomable silence. "Who are you?" Her voice trembled, lacking its previous bravado. "Did you say you want to buy this house?" Leaning on his cane, Shahui regarded her with calm gray eyes, as if discussing an ordinary commodity. "This house is mine now. You seem quite interested, flitting about and testing the waters. So I asked, do you wish to buy?" Another witch, Queenie, known for her fiery temper, could not suppress a dry laugh. "You're mad, old man. Do you even know where this is? Do you know who we are? We are members of the Supreme Witch Council. We are here to investigate anomalous energies and souls being trapped. This is not a game." Anomalous energies? Souls being trapped? The Twilight appeared to ponder these two words, then nodded slightly. It had been somewhat noisy before, but now it was managed well. The place was now tranquil, with clear property rights, making it suitable for development, or perhaps for you to purchase as a gathering spot. The location was decent, albeit with a few less neighbors. He spoke earnestly about the value of the house, entirely dismissing the threat that Queenie had mentioned. The witches felt both powerless and bewildered. They had encountered demons, vengeful spirits, and hostile sorcerers, yet had never faced someone so out of sync with them. His indifference was not a facade. He genuinely regarded them, their magic, and even this house as inconsequential. Misty suppressed her fear, attempting to use magic to ascertain the truth of the old man's words. Yet, as she gathered a bit of energy, the invisible barrier surrounding the old man extinguished her power like a droplet falling onto a hot iron, vanishing without a trace of feedback. Her complexion paled further. "What have you done to the souls here?" she demanded sharply, striving to regain some control. "They are quite tranquil now," the Twilight repeated, as if satisfied with this answer, believing it would not disturb the new owner. "If you choose to buy, they can be included as a gift. If not, I can also clear them away." His tone regarding this clearing was as casual as discussing the raking of fallen leaves. "Clear them away? Eliminate all the ghosts from this century-old haunted house." The witches exchanged glances, their eyes filled with suspicion. Was he mad, or truly formidable? Queenie could no longer contain herself and secretly cast a curse, an invisible force aimed at the old man, hoping to teach him a lesson. However, the spell that could drive an ordinary person insane dissipated the moment it approached within 3 feet of him, as if colliding with a wall of nothingness, leaving no trace of ripples. The Twilight seemed to sense this, casting a faint glance at Queenie. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, causing her to recoil sharply, a wave of pain gripping her chest, as if the energy she had released had rebounded upon her, accompanied by an icy presence that threatened to extinguish her. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath, her face finally revealing genuine fear. In that moment, all the witches understood that this old man was no ordinary being, perhaps not even human. He occupied a realm far beyond their comprehension. The anomalies of this house were likely conjured by him. Misty inhaled deeply, retracting all pride and probing, leaving only caution in the face of unknown danger. "Sir, we must report to the Supreme Witch. The decision regarding the purchase of the house is beyond our authority." Chapter 56. The mark of eternal tribulation. The night in Los Angeles descended like velvet soaked in ink. The twilight had long since vanished, yet his words, "Name your price," echoed in each witch's heart like a chilling wedge. Misty gazed down at her bandaged hand, still throbbing with pain. The burn from the platinum light was not merely a physical torment. It felt as though it was erasing her magic, rendering the wound incapable of healing. As if her vitality was being gradually siphoned away, She attempted to summon the energy of revival, but it flowed into the wound like water into a desert, quietly dissipating, leaving only an emptiness that deepened her exhaustion. What on earth is he? The young Zoe Benson's voice trembled as she leaned closer to Cale Spencer, yet Cale's, as a living corpse, offered only a blank vigilance, providing no comfort. It is a presence we cannot comprehend. As Queenie clutched her heavy chest, her countenance darkened. My ill-fated curse had dissipated without even grazing the hem of his garment, nearly costing me dearly. Marty Warren, arms crossed, transformed her previous arrogance into a blend of irritation and a hint of excitement. A mansion brimming with century-old specters, coupled with an elderly man capable of besting Queenie, is far more intriguing than mere political squabbles in the council. He mentioned selling the house. Perhaps he truly intends to. Marty, Misty interjected, though her tone lacked conviction. She surveyed the black magical sigil she had inscribed earlier, now dimmed as if suppressed by the old man's chilling aura. This was beyond our capacity to handle. The energy around us had shifted entirely. This was no ordinary haunted house. We must hasten back to the academy and report to Cordelia. Shall we tell the Supreme, which that an old man inquired if we wished to purchase a house? Marty scoffed. Or that we've encountered an entity potentially more formidable than a demon lord. That with a mere gesture, he subdued all the spirits within the house. That he effortlessly wounded me and deflected Queenie's attack? That he is now the master of this house and is indeed selling it? Misty's voice carried an unprecedented gravity and trepidation. Marty, is this not serious enough? Marty fell silent. The oppressive sensation they had just experienced was indeed more terrifying than any magical conflict she had previously witnessed. The witches hurriedly gathered their magical implements, vanishing into the night like startled bats, leaving the unervingly silent mansion behind. Within the New Orleans Witch Academy, the warm light could not dispel the tension lingering in the hall. Supreme Witch Cordelia Fox sat in the main seat, her expression a blend of fatigue and intense focus. She listened intently as Misty and Queenie spoke in turn, her fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. Her mother, Fiona Good, the former Supreme Witch, despite her waning powers and debilitating illness, possessed keen insight and detected something amiss in her daughter, lazily reclining on the sofa with a smirk that suggested amusement at the unfolding drama. An old man? Cordelia repeated, furrowing her brow. He claims to be the owner? And he subdued all the spirits? Not merely subdued, Cordelia, Misty replied, unwrapping her bandage to reveal a wound that was not charred but rather peculiar, resembling an abscess. As if erased by an eraser, shimmering with platinum sparks. He burned me with a fire I cannot comprehend. It was neither hellfire nor any form of black or white magic. It was consuming me. Cordelia rose and approached Misty, her fingertips hovering over the wound. Her expression shifted dramatically. As the Supreme Witch, her perception surpassed all others. The wound emanated an absolute void, a silence akin to the end of all things, causing even her own magic to instinctively recoil. He even inquired about the price, Queenie added, her tone a mixture of fear and absurdity, as if he truly considered us prospective buyers. My attack was utterly futile. Cordelia returned to her seat, falling into silence for a moment. The other witches in the hall, including Nan Nos, who could read minds but failed to grasp the old man's intentions, watched her anxiously. The murder house in Los Angeles, Cordelia began slowly, her voice low. I am aware. It is itself a great scar upon the fabric of reality, laden with the souls of the deceased and their lingering resentments, drawing even the attention of the infernal realms. Yet, despite the chaos, there remained a semblance of balance. Now, that equilibrium has been shattered, overtaken by an entity we have never encountered nor comprehend. She cast her gaze upon the assembled witches. He appeared absurd, yet his actions surely held some rationale. Perhaps for him, purchasing a house is akin to a ritual of claiming ownership, or perhaps a mere amusement, much like certain ancient beings who wield power through contracts and transactions. What shall we do? Zoe inquired. He has asked us to make an appointment. Cordelia inhaled deeply. Ignoring him would be the height of folly. We must engage, but we must tread carefully, for we are no match for him. Maddie, suppress your curiosities. Do not probe his limits, she admonished, casting a stern glance at Maddie. Misty, your injury. Cordelia's eyes reflected concern. This force seems capable of negating all healing methods. It may be slow, yet it continually saps my strength, Misty said, her complexion paling. My restorative powers are futile. Cordelia approached the bookshelf, retrieving a large tome bound in an unusual hide, emanating a chill. The abyssal manuscript, which contained numerous forbidden knowledge and accounts of ancient monstrosities. She rapidly leafed through the pages, her fingers tracing the yellowed illustrations and text. The other witches held their breaths, an absolutely void embodiment of the final manifestation of ignorance. Cordelia murmured, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Reading this was a burden even for her, as the records were scant and vague, reminiscent of myth. Yet the characteristics bore semblance to gray eyes, cold and calculating, also speaking of price and trade. She abruptly closed the book, her expression grave. If any part of this record holds truth, we may be contending with a conceptual existence, not the usual demons or deities, but a manifestation of some cosmic principle akin to the 7 deadly sins, yet older and more absolute. The 7 sins? Quinny gasped. Akin to the 7 deadly sins? The record mentioned an 8th. Cordelia's throat felt dry. The sin of eternal recurrence, also known as ignorance. It symbolizes the inevitable descent of all things into meaningless oblivion and utter cessation. He does not actively punish. He embodies the ultimate fate of all existence. The hall fell into an eerie silence. This concept exceeded their comprehension, and while they could contend with formidable demons and sorcerers, battling the very essence of termination seemed insurmountable. Even the usually indifferent Fiona sat upright, her eyes reflecting a blend of fear and morbid curiosity. So he intends to sell the house? Zoe's voice dwindled to a whisper. Is it because this house will ultimately dissolve into nothingness, prompting him to liquidate his estate in advance? This notion sounded juvenile, yet it bizarrely struck a chilling chord of logic. Cordelia forced herself to remain composed. Regardless of the circumstances, we must respond. However, confronting him with magic would be futile. Since he proposed a transaction, we shall proceed along that path. She turned to Misty and Quinny. You have seen him. One of you should go. But not to instigate conflict, rather to arrange a viewing. What? Quinny nearly leapt from her seat. We require information, Quinny. Cordelia emphasized. We must ascertain his true intentions, his plans for this house, and his stance towards our witches' council. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be suicidal. Ignoring him might prove even worse. Disguising ourselves as potential buyers is presently the sole feasible and relatively safe approach. She added, I will prepare some protective spells and communication tools for you. If anything seems amiss, withdraw immediately. Remember, do not provoke him. Observe and listen. Misty remained silent for a moment before nodding, although Queenie was reluctant. She understood this was the only course of action. Meanwhile, in the domain of Hell's Shade, he sat leisurely by the lava lake, his bone fish basket now containing several grotesque fish, exuding an aroma of char and despair. He was utterly oblivious to the witch's shock and the meeting, showing no interest in knowing about it. Carries emerged from the shadows, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, those witches have departed, returning to their lair in New Orleans. Hell's Shade replied, his focus entirely on the fishing float. It seems they were intimidated by your prowess, Carries cautiously continued. For the foreseeable future, they should be deterred from causing any further disturbances. What a pity, Hell's Shade mused slowly, flicking his wrist to reel in another small magma fish. I had hoped to strike a deal. Being a real estate agent in the mortal realm is no easy task, Carries remarked. It truly does not comprehend why you are so fixated on this earthly property. Hell's Shade removed a fish and tossed it into the basket, seemingly recalling something. By the way, how are the gifts inside the house faring? Still quiet? Your Majesty, under your formidable presence, they are behaving quite well, Carries quickly replied, anxious that it had become ingrained in their very bones, leaving them too fearful to make a sound. What do you mean? Hell's Shade inquired. That profound fear and despair seemed to have attracted flies from other layers of hell, Carries cautiously explained. Some lower-level demons that thrive on negative emotions have been lured by this ample fodder, hovering around the periphery of the house. But they cannot breach the seals you have established. Flies? Hell's Shade frowned, visibly displeased, as they disturbed his fishing. Eliminate them, and while you're at it, ensure the house is pest-free to guarantee the property rights are intact. As you wish, Your Majesty, Carries promptly acknowledged, slipping into the shadows to instruct his subordinates to clear those unseeing demons and reinforce the protections of the murder house. Hell's Shade resumed his gaze upon the lake, murmuring, It appears that a price drop promotion is not so easily achieved. Perhaps we should consider an open house? At the Witch Academy in New Orleans. Preparations for Misty and Queenie's return journey were intense. Cordelia produced several protective artifacts from the Academy's collection, layering them with numerous concealment and protection spells, along with a scroll for forced teleportation back to the Academy in case of danger. Although Marty had been sternly instructed to remain behind, the spark in her eyes indicated she would not stay put. 2 days later, Misty and Queenie arrived in Los Angeles, standing before the door of 1120 Westchester Street. Unlike their last visit, this time they carried no obvious magical materials, appearing like ordinary visitors, if one overlooked their pale faces and taut nerves. The house was eerily silent, even more so than before. They noticed some inconspicuous, dried sticky stains on the ground surrounding the house, along with a few tufts of burnt hair, as if something had recently been cleared away. Misty took a deep breath and glanced at Queenie, who reluctantly nodded. Misty stepped forward and rang the doorbell in the most mundane manner. The sound of the doorbell resonated sharply in the stillness, echoing through the air. They awaited, their hearts pounding. Silence enveloped them. Misty pressed the button once more, yet still, there was no response. Was he not home? Just as uncertainty crept into their minds, a hoarse yet steady voice suddenly emerged from behind, looking to view the house. Misty and Queenie nearly jumped in fright, swiftly turning around. The stooped old man stood a few meters behind them, leaning on his cane, his gray eyes calmly observing them. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air, devoid of any sound or disturbance, as though he had been there all along. Yes, sir. Misty forced herself to regain composure, recalling Cordelia's teachings. We are interested in your property and would like to learn more about it. The old man's gaze lingered on them for a few seconds, as if penetrating through all of Cordelia's protective spells, directly perceiving their taut souls. He responded mildly, seemingly unfazed by their apprehension and insincerity. Come in. He advanced toward the grand door, which, adorned with stained glass, opened silently of its own accord. Inside was not the eerie or chaotic energy they had anticipated. Rather, it exuded an extreme emptiness, an immaculate stillness that could even be described as pristine. The furniture remained in its designated places, but was shrouded in a peculiar and unfamiliar aura, as if time had come to a standstill. Or perhaps some force had thoroughly erased all traces of dust in the passage of time. What unnerved them the most was the palpable presence of spirits within the walls, beneath the floorboards, and above the ceiling. Yet they were as frozen as insects trapped in amber. Their fear suppressed to the point of an absolute silence that made their souls tremble. This was no longer a haunted house. It resembled a well-preserved museum specimen dedicated to the essence of fear. The old man made his way directly to the armchair in the living room, gesturing toward the sofa across from him. Sit. Feel free to look around. The floor plan is beneath the coffee table. Help yourself. His demeanor was so casual, as if hosting a mundane viewing of a second-hand home. Misty and Queenie sat stiffly on the sofa, neither daring to reach for the floor plan. Their eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings, eager to glean more information. Sir, Misty summoned her courage to speak. This house seems to possess quite a history. Indeed. The old man nodded. The previous tenants were somewhat troublesome, but now it's all quiet. Consider it a positive aspect. How did you manage to quiet them? Queenie inquired, regretting her words as soon as they left her lips. The old man's gray eyes turned toward her, devoid of emotion. Noise pollution affects property value. It's quite normal to address such matters. His response left them at a loss for further conversation. Misty quickly shifted the topic. We heard that the former owners, the Harmon family, seemed to leave in quite a hurry. The transaction was pleasant, and the exchange was clear-cut, the old man replied succinctly. They relocated to a sunnier place. His tone revealed nothing, yet it sent a chill through Misty and Queenie, leaving them unable to discern whether the Harmon family had safely departed with their money or had become part of a more sinister transaction. Is there any particular reason you are selling this house? Misty cautiously probed. As Shahui pondered for a moment, he hoarsely uttered, adjust the assets. Retain some cash for fishing. Fishing? Misty and Queenie were momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the meaning of his words in this context. At that instant, Queenie's gaze was captivated by an object above the fireplace. It was an ancient, worn insignia, seemingly etched directly into the wall. The emblem was intricate and distorted, its core a platinum symbol signifying absolute void. She recognized this symbol. It bore a resemblance to one found on a fragment of the abyssal remnants that Cordelia had showcased, inscribed alongside the ancient demonic script denoting the mark of eternal torment. Queenie's face paled instantly, her breath quickening. Cordelia's conjecture might indeed hold truth. This old man could very well be connected to the legendary Eighth Sin, representing ultimate nothingness. Her sudden unease caught Sha Hui's attention. He turned his gray eyes towards Queenie, inquiring, are you interested in that thing? Startled, Queenie nearly jumped, hastily shaking her head. No, not at all. I just find it rather unique. Oh. Sha Hui seemed to lose interest, his gaze drifting once again as he contemplated his next fishing expedition, perhaps even a renovation. If one disliked it, it could simply be removed. Misty quickly tugged at Queenie's sleeve, urging her to compose herself. With a forced smile, she addressed Sha Hui, Sir, we need to return and discuss further to gather some funds. Your asking price is negotiable. Shahui generously waved his hand, offering support for a loan, with interest to be offset by other means. The casual tone in which he mentioned other means sent shivers down the spines of the two witches. We will provide you with a prompt response. Misty nearly yanked Queenie to her feet, eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Shahui made no attempt to detain them, merely nodding yes. Call ahead next time. He paused, adding, though there's no telephone installed here. It was only when they stumbled out the door and into the street, feeling the relatively warm evening air of Los Angeles, that they dared to breathe deeply, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They looked back, and the door of the ominous house had quietly closed, as if the old man's shadow had never existed. Yet both women understood. They had just engaged in a perilous real estate negotiation with an entity far beyond their imagination. The Witch Council would now face an unprecedented dilemma. Misty glanced at Queenie's still ashen face and remarked with a wry smile, "We need to contact Cordelia. The mark of eternal torment may indeed be real." Inside the house, Shahui remained seated in the armchair, his gray eyes scanning the empty living room. It appeared the witch's market research had failed, he mused to himself. Having misidentified the target clientele, adjustments to the sales pitch were necessary. He rose, leaning on his cane, his figure gradually sinking into the shadows of the floor. Returning to the depths of hell. Fishing remains far more intriguing. Chapter 57. We must prepare a ritual. Misty and Queenie nearly fled from the oppressive silence of 1120 West Chester Street, which could drive one to madness. Once seated in the car, with the engine revving to life, they drove away from the street, shrouded as if in an invisible shadow. Both women remained pale, their hands icy, and neither spoke a word. The car was enveloped in a silence that bore the weight of survival and a deeper fear. Queenie abruptly turned the steering wheel, bringing the vehicle to a halt beside a bustling commercial street. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white as she inhaled deeply several times before speaking in a trembling voice. "Did you see the mark, Misty?" The fireplace loomed above them as Misty nodded gravely. Approaching the house and the old man had nearly paralyzed her rejuvenation powers. Only now was she beginning to regain some strength, slowly resisting the intangible burning pain on the back of her hand. "I saw it. The everlasting seal that Cordelia mentioned." The weight of those 3 words fell from her lips in a hushed tone, as if fearing eavesdroppers. He even claimed it was a gift from the renovations. Queenie's voice quivered with a hint of tears, a sense of absurdity creeping in. What kind of monster was he? What happened to the Harmon family? Did they fare well in the deal? Misty closed her eyes, exhausted, leaning back against her seat. "I don't know, but we must inform Cordelia immediately." She retrieved her phone, not to make a call, but to send a preset, high-priority encrypted message back to the academy. The message contained only 2 words, confirmed. "Return urgently." At the Witch Academy in New Orleans, Cordelia was attempting to concoct a remedy for Misty's injuries using various ancient herbs and blessed waters. But none seemed effective against the ethereal burn of the platinum light, which appeared to repel even vitality. Upon receiving the message, her heart sank heavily. When Misty and Queenie returned to the academy, radiating cold and fear, they recounted every detail of their second encounter, particularly the everlasting seal. The hall was so quiet one could hear the very act of breathing, an oppressive tension filling the air. Even Fiona, usually irreverent, ceased her laughter, her gaze turning grave and serious. She understood the essence of power better than anyone and comprehended the despair encapsulated in the phrase, everlasting sin. "He is neither a demon nor a deity. He is a rule," Cordelia murmured, her face paling. "His terms cannot be settled with mere currency." The implications of what he referred to as interest remained unspoken, yet it was evident to all that it could pertain to souls, life force, or even the future of the witch lineage. "We cannot possibly purchase that house," Zoe exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. "It is undoubtedly a trap. But we cannot ignore him." Cordelia's voice rose, infused with the weight of her responsibilities as the supreme witch. "A conceptual entity is interested in a house teeming with vengeful spirits and has taken note of us. The repercussions of ignoring him could be far worse. He seems to be adhering to some sort of rules. If we violate them first, who could withstand his displeasure? What then? Are we truly to negotiate the price of the house and loan interest?" Marty scoffed, though the usual levity in her eyes had vanished. Cordelia forced herself to remain calm, contemplating for a long moment before speaking slowly. "We must gain a deeper understanding of him. We need to discern his true intentions. A direct confrontation is unwise. Yet acquiescing entirely is equally perilous. Perhaps we could find an intermediary capable of communicating with him, or seek out old agreements or weaknesses that could restrain him." Her gaze drifted toward the locked library deep within the academy, where scrolls older and more dangerous than the abyssal manuscript lay hidden. Additionally, she turned her attention to Misty and Queenie. You both have done well. At the very least, you have confirmed the information without provoking him. Do not seek him out for the time being. We require time to study and prepare. She glanced once more at Misty's hand. Her eyes filled with sorrow. I will find a way to address your injury. At that moment, Nan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Her voice ethereal and tinged with confusion. He is watching again. A shiver ran through all the witches. Watching what? Where? Cordelia immediately inquired. Nan tilted her head, as if straining to hear a distant sound. It is not us he watches, but something on the other side. There is much pain, many cries. But blurred in the chaos is a man clad in black leather. He is both furious and terrified. The witches exchanged glances, bewildered. Only Cordelia's expression shifted slightly. The other side? Hell, or some other realm. The man in leather? They were uncertain. Yet Nan sensed that the indistinct scene was unfolding at the edge of hell. Within the domain of hell, amidst the crimson glow, he paid little heed to the witch's subsequent reactions. To him, it was merely a failed market survey. His focus lay on another report from Chris. Your Majesty, the flies around your earthly abode have been eradicated. However, during the cleansing, we discovered a frenzied spirit attempting to breach the spatial barrier to the mortal realm. Chris reported. His carapace contorted with disgust. It is quite powerful, and filled with rage, seemingly deeply connected to that house, almost mad in its desire to return. We have temporarily confined it at the cliff of whales at the edge of hell. Oh, a flicker of interest ignited within him. A powerful spirit connected to the house. Is it the restive spirit of a former occupant, or an overlooked remnant? Bring it forth, he commanded. Before long, several towering demons escorted a translucent, yet tangible male spirit. The spirit wore a black leather jacket and jeans, his hair awry, his handsome face twisted in agony, consumed by rage, struggling wildly. Howling, a torrent of resentment emanating from him that even his captors found troublesome. It was Tate Landon. As the silence of the seal descended upon Murder House, Tate, fueled by his profound grievance and deep connection to the house, managed to move slightly. Yet, as the seal fell, an overwhelming void threatened to drive him mad. Instinctively, he feared the old man and his power, yet he could not relinquish his obsession with the house, particularly with Violet Harmon. Driven by a mix of fury and fear, he temporarily broke through the thin barrier between hell and the mortal realm, yearning to escape back home, only to collide with the demons tasked with extermination, resulting in his immediate capture. Let me go, you wretched bastards. I want to return. Violet. Tate screamed in madness, attempting to use telekinesis against the surrounding demons. But in hell, his strength diminished significantly. The calm gray eyes of the spirit observed the frenzied entity before him. He could sense the dense, inescapable guilt, violence, and a disturbingly obsessive fixation emanating from Tate. Such intense negative emotions were common in hell, yet their purity, fixated solely on one individual, was rare. Violet. He repeated the name hoarsely. The previous tenant? You care for her deeply? Tate's struggles faltered momentarily, his red eyes locking fiercely onto him. It is you. You old wretch who drove them away. What have you done to that place? He yearned to lunge forward, yet the demon held him firmly in place. It is merely a transaction, Sha Hui remarked languidly. They departed of their own volition. As for that young lady, she should now be basking in sunlight. He reiterated his familiar refrain. You lie? Tate screamed. You must have harmed her. I will kill you. I must return. Sha Hui tilted his head slightly, as if the noise irritated him. He raised a bony finger and gently pointed at Tate. There was no light, no shockwave. Yet, Tate's cries and struggles ceased abruptly. It was not merely being restrained. All his breath, pain, obsession, and the maddened resentment constituting his existence were thrown into an absolute zero, first freezing, then solidifying, and ultimately becoming silent. It was a profound and void-like silence. The crimson in Tate's eyes faded, leaving them vacant and dazed. As if he had forgotten who he was, why he was there, and why he felt anger. He still slightly tilted his head, wearing an expression of infantile, meaningless confusion. The surrounding demons instinctively recoiled. They preferred to confront the previous frenzied malevolence rather than this emotionless shell, forcibly muted in its obsessions. Sha Hui withdrew his finger, appearing quite satisfied. Obsession runs too deep, affecting the valuation, he commented, likening it to a defect in an object. It seems the prior cleansing was insufficient. A thorough deep cleaning is in order. He turned to Chris. Take this specimen down. Analyze its composition and ascertain whether the gifts in that house exhibit similar quality issues. They may need to be returned for repairs. Yes, my lord. Chris promptly replied, instructing the demons to drag the now vacant and quiet Tate away. He felt a chill at the thought of returning for repairs. It likely meant the souls trapped in that haunted house would face something far more dreadful than eternal suffering. Complete assimilation into ignorance, becoming absolute void. Shahui redirected his attention to the magma fishing rod. The mundane matters of earthly properties, the witch's testing, and the struggles of malevolent spirits paled in comparison to the simple joy of fishing. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Tate he had casually silenced and discarded for analysis, along with his object of obsession, Violet Harmon, and the witch council with whom he had recently discussed properties, were establishing a tenuous, yet potentially transformative connection through Nana's vague sensing. Meanwhile, at the Witch Academy, Cordelia had resolved to unseal the long-buried, forbidden volumes that even she feared, seeking clues about the sin of eternal damnation and perhaps a glimmer of hope. While the hellish fishermen remained leisurely, the witches on Earth were bracing themselves for an impending confrontation. A tempest of monstrosities revolving around the haunted house and entangled with ultimate void was quietly brewing. Should Shahui consider hosting an open day next time, he might encounter even more unexpected visitors. In the Witch Academy of New Orleans, the atmosphere was as tense as the swamp before a storm. Cordelia Fox stood before the door to the restricted library, a formidable barrier resembling an entire block of obsidian, inscribed with twisting incantations, the mere proximity of which tugged painfully at the soul. The knowledge contained herein surpasses the sinister depths of the abyssal manuscripts, being a collection of forbidden artifacts sealed away by generations of supreme witches and even older entities, with a mere touch potentially fatal. Cordelia, resolutely unyielding, did not glance back as she spoke, her tone brooking no argument. Should I fail to return, or emerge transformed, you know what must be done. Fiona Good, unusually devoid of sarcasm, leaned against a distant column, arms crossed, her complexion an unhealthy pallor, yet her demeanor remained serious. Rest assured, my dear, she croaked, her voice slightly hoarse, I shall be the first to act, ensuring you do not become something worse. However, do not perish within. For reviving a soul torn apart by forbidden knowledge is far more troublesome than contending with concepts. Cordelia remained silent, inhaling deeply as she placed her hands upon the frigid stone door, reciting an intricate ancient incantation. The runes upon the door illuminated one after another, emitting a dark violet-black glow. Finally, with a resounding click, reminiscent of a sigh emanating from the depths of the earth, the stone door gradually opened, revealing an abyssal darkness within, accompanied by a suffocating stench of arcane mildew. She stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind her, effectively isolating the interior from the exterior. At the precipice of Hell's Lament, the specter of Tetrand, muted by the shadows, was encircled by a cadre of grotesque demon researchers, seemingly assembled from torture devices. They prodded the ethereal form with probes ignited in ghostly green flames, documenting its structural changes. Fascinating, muttered a demon with a head resembling a large eyeball, adorned with a tangle of neural tendrils. All emotional modules, memory echoes, and core resentments have entered a standby mode. No, it appears the formatting was abruptly interrupted, frozen mid-process. Another demon, possessing multiple mouths, each articulating in a different language, added, the energy structure is stable, yet it is progressing towards entropy, lacking intrinsic motivation. There is no response to external stimuli, unless it is inundated with the primordial essence for complete assimilation. Otherwise, it shall remain in this hollow state, akin to a pastry shell devoid of filling. Chris observed intently, his multifaceted eyes glinting with calculation. He reported to the shadowy figure by the nearby lake of magma, who remained preoccupied with fishing for the molten-toothed shark. Your Majesty, the analysis is complete. This specter sample has been rendered structurally dormant by your power, devoid of vitality, yet not entirely non-existent. It is likely that other gifts within the residence, if treated similarly, would exhibit the same condition. This may affect their value as generators of negative emotions or fuel for fear. The shadowy figure lifted his fishing rod, only to find the fish had evaded capture once more, eliciting an impatient click of his tongue. Defective, he concluded, the quality is unstable. It seems the prior transfer of ownership came with a plethora of dross. After-sale service is required. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, conduct a thorough quality inspection. Sweep through all gifts and ascertain their stability. Any items exhibiting emotional disturbances or excessive obsession must be preemptively silenced. Maintain the integrity of our assets. At your command, Chris promptly replied, a flicker of excitement in his eyes, for this signified a legitimate cleansing of all specters within the murder house. For demons, there is no greater satisfaction than imposing order at their master's behest, even if that order entails rendering them into nothingness. In the murder house, an eerie silence was shattered. not by a disturbance, but by a more profound fear. Several chilling, emotionless streams of consciousness, glimmering like platinum, pierced through walls, floors, and ceilings, sweeping over every imprisoned spirit. Nora Montgomery felt her icy wedding gown as if it were ablaze. Her fervent desire for children was abruptly labeled a high-risk instability. A man clad in a rubber raincoat trembled silently in the darkness, while the long-deceased twin sisters clung tightly to one another, their fear quantified into a tangible value. Then, the processing began. It was devoid of sound and light. Yet, some weaker or singularly obsessed spirits, as if erased by an invisible eraser, faded into an insubstantial silence, ultimately resembling mere human-shaped furniture within the house. Stronger spirits, such as Nora and the Black Dr. Charles Montgomery, sensed a more direct attention, a force that relentlessly intruded upon their core of consciousness, not as torment, but as a chilling influence, forcibly stripping them of their most intense emotions and obsessions, freezing them into submission and stability. The entire house was frighteningly losing its haunting ability, transforming into a true museum of lifeless specimens filled with blank spirits. In the forbidden library of the Witch Academy, Cordelia had lost track of time, as it held no meaning here. Countless black scrolls floated around her, automatically turning their pages, inscribed with molten gold letters and twisted images. Her eyes bled, and her ears were filled with the nonsensical ramblings of billions of lost souls. Yet she persevered, searching for anything related to the eighth sin of eternal darkness. Most records were vague, filled with symbols and metaphors. However, at the end of a scroll that appeared to be tanned with human skin, inscribed with tears of dried blood, she discovered a cryptic passage. He is neither good nor evil. He is the abandonment of the way, the end of order. Whatever exists leaves a trace. Even the void manifests contradictions. His power might be anchored, observed, even slightly stolen, allowing one to glimpse the secret of the end. However, those who dare to undertake such a celestial transgression will surely face the backlash of eternity. Their bodies and souls will become. The subsequent words were obscured by a thick, dark red stain, rendering them illegible. Anchor, observe, steel. A tremendous shock coursed through Cordelia as a wild and perilous thought emerged. If the Witch Council could devise a means to observe, even slightly borrow the power representing the end, would they not then possess leverage to converse with that being, perhaps even negotiate, rather than remaining completely passive as they were now? Yet this notion sent a chill through her entire being. The scroll's warning was unmistakable. One must bear the backlash of eternity. Just then, from the depths of the library, a box, entangled with countless chains and oozing black, viscous liquid, began to shake violently, thudding against the surroundings as if something inside was desperate to escape. Cordelia warily glanced over. She recognized this box. Sealed by Fiona years ago, said to originate from a Babylonian temple of debauchery, associated with desire and corruption, yet having no direct connection to the end. Why has it suddenly moved? She cautiously leaned closer, causing the box to sway even more violently. Suddenly, a chain snapped, then the second, and the third. Cordelia's face turned pale, and she hastily retreated, her hands forming seals in preparation to contain it. Just as nearly all the chains were about to break, the box's tumultuous movement abruptly ceased. Everything fell silent, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. Cordelia stared, perplexed, at the now tranquil box, her unease intensifying, as if that entity's actions were triggering a series of cascading reactions, pulling in numerous unrelated realms of darkness. She dared not linger, hastily committing to memory the vague information regarding anchoring and thievery, and swiftly exited the restricted library. When the stone door reopened, the witches outside beheld Cordelia, her face as pale as parchment, blood streaming from her ears and eyes, nearly on the brink of collapse. Cordelia, Zoe and Misty rushed forward to support her. I found something. Cordelia's voice was barely a whisper, yet her gaze was alarmingly fierce, imbued with a near-manic determination, perilous yet possibly our only hope. Her eyes swept over everyone, finally resting on Fiona in the distance, who appeared indifferent yet was intently listening. We must prepare a ritual. Chapter 58. All things deep in hell. Shahui finally caught a sufficiently hefty molten-toothed shark. In high spirits, he tidied up his fishing gear and turned toward the palace. The deep cleaning of that house on earth, along with the witch's petty schemes, momentarily failed to pique his interest. For him, the joy of fishing was always simple. Capturing the present moment's satisfaction was enough, while other trivial matters were merely distracting noise. The night in New Orleans was enveloped in a damp stickiness, yet the Witch Academy was ablaze with light, the atmosphere so frigid it could freeze one's breath. Far more oppressive than a morgue. Cordelia was assisted to the main seat, downing several potent restorative potions, which barely returned a hint of color to her pale face. Though the terror in her eyes and her almost obsessive resolve remained undiminished. Anchoring, observation, theft, she repeated these words, her throat hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. Yet her tone was as firm as tempered steel. This is the only method we found in the remnants of the Book of Lamentations to establish non-destructive contact with it. Cordelia, this is utterly insane. Zoe was the first to voice her opposition, her face etched with fear. The very name of that book could churn a demon's stomach. The rituals inscribed within surely demanded souls as fuel. We are utterly unaware of the price hidden behind the stains. Price? Cordelia abruptly lifted her gaze to her. The bloodshot veins in her eyes still evident. Then tell me, what is the price of ignoring it? Misty's hand is a prime example. When it grows bored with the game, or when that house loses its investment value, do you think its attention won't shift elsewhere? Perhaps to New Orleans? Perhaps to our academy? By then, we won't even have the right to discuss the cost. Her words pierced each witch's heart like ice picks. Nan anxiously twisted her body. Murmuring softly, the black tide rises, and I hear many voices screaming beneath the water, along with a quiet boy in a leather jacket floating above. No one fully comprehended Nan's prophecy, yet the ominous premonition grew more palpable, suffocating. Fiona, who had remained silent, suddenly let out a light laugh, drawing everyone's gaze towards her. She sauntered over, her complex eyes fixed on Cordelia. My dear daughter, you finally bear some resemblance to me. For the sake of power and safety, you dare to breach any taboo. Yet, I am curious, how do you intend to anchor a concept that embodies nothingness? With love and hope. Cordelia disregarded her mother's mockery. Inhaling deeply before responding in a solemn tone, the remnants suggest that even in nothingness, once it manifests, it will inevitably intersect with the existing world, leaving traces. That house is the most significant trace. It has made contact with us twice, and that too is a trace. We must create an extraordinarily powerful resonance array, not to attack or summon it, but to meticulously amplify and capture a whisper of its lingering power. Akin to using a spider's web to catch the dust of a meteor streaking through the atmosphere. And then what? Quinny's voice trembled, her fingertips quaking. Afterwards, Cordelia's gaze swept over everyone present. We require a witch with the keenest perception and strongest spiritual sight as an observer, to attempt to engage with and comprehend the essence of that power's dust. Even if we can only grasp a billionth of it, it may afford us an advantage in dialogue, or at the very least, clarify what we are truly facing. All eyes instinctively fell upon Nan. The natural medium who could hear inner voices and sense the ethereal, her abilities were most suitable. Yet her fragility was widely acknowledged. Nan seemed to sense the collective gaze. Slowly lifting her head, in her vacant eyes, there was no fear, only an unfathomable sorrow and acquiescence. The water is so cold, but I can see the bottom. If it must be me, no? Zoe immediately stepped in front of Nan, her tone urgent. We cannot allow Nan to go. It is far too dangerous. Perhaps direct contact is unnecessary. Cordelia interrupted, her gaze sharp as it turned to Misty, who was strenuously wielding the power of revival, battling the stubborn platinum void burn on her hand. Misty, Cordelia's voice carried an irresistible authority. You have already become a vessel for its power. This wound serves as the most immediate and direct anchor point and observation window. Misty jolted, glancing at her injured hand, her complexion paling further. The ritual must center around your injury, Cordelia's tone bordering on ruthless. We must focus all the array's power here, attempting to peer through this window to glimpse the scenery beyond. You are the critical node, while Nan will serve as a perceptual amplifier and interpreter. Misty instinctively tried to conceal her hand, but the burn on her skin suddenly became searing hot, as if reminding her of this inescapable connection. She gazed into Cordelia's eyes, which brimmed with resolute determination for the survival of the collective, and after a long silence, she finally nodded, albeit with great difficulty. Very well. Fiona let out a whistle. The tone ambiguous, whether in admiration or mockery, was indiscernible. Once the plan was established, the witches sprang into action with remarkable speed. The ritual hall, nestled deep within the academy, was unveiled, revealing an array of rare and even cursed magical materials, generously extracted for the purpose. Upon the floor and within the crystal spheres, a complex and intricate series of concentric circles was painstakingly etched, while countless ancient runes writhed as if imbued with life. Misty was positioned at the very heart of the array, her injured hand laid flat upon a silver platter adorned with obsidian and moonstone. Nan sat opposite her, hands gently pressing upon the platter's edge, slowly closing her eyes in concentration. Cordelia stood at the perimeter of the array, presiding over the ceremony, while Zoe, Queenie, and Marty took their places at crucial nodes, channeling magical energy and maintaining the protective barrier. Fiona lingered at the entrance, seemingly a mere observer. Yet her keen gaze scrutinized every detail of the unfolding ritual. In the name of the dark moon, in the breath of the abyss, Cordelia began to chant. Her voice ethereal and commanding, guiding the immense magical energy to flow gradually into the array. We do not summon, nor do we beseech, but merely seek a fleeting glimpse of that ultimate vision, to perceive the breath of oblivion. The array suddenly flared to life, intertwining hues of deep blue and dark purple coalescing into a singular focus upon the scar on Misty's hand. That platinum burn mark flickered violently, as an indescribable, deathly cold aura seeped from the wound, like ink diffusing in clear water. Misty could not suppress a muffled cry of anguish, feeling as though her very soul was being drawn into an infinite abyss of chilling void. Nan's body began to tremble violently, her eyes rolling back as she stared vacantly ahead, her lips quivering, murmuring fragmented phrases. Cold, so cold, yet not the cold of ice. It is the cold of nothingness. Infinite black, yet not darkness, but void. No sound, not even silence. It is the end. A pattern, a twisted platinum hook, like a fishhook. No emotion, absolute indifference. The cost, he gazed upon us. Just a fraction. In the instant Nan uttered those words, a deafening roar erupted. The entire ritual hall shook violently, not as a physical tremor, but as a profound quaking from the depths of dimensionality. All the crystal spheres instantly fractured, shattering into a cascade of shards. The witches guarding the nodes spat out blood in unison, their maintained magical barrier crumbling as if made of paper. At the center of the array, the burn mark on Misty's hand erupted in an unprecedented platinum light. Its glow was not blinding, yet possessed an uncanny quality that seemed capable of consuming all illumination. A vague outline of an eye, formed from pure nothingness, was attempting to force its way out through that minuscule wound. No, Cordelia screamed, striving to forcibly reverse the array and halt the ritual, but the backlash surged towards her like a tsunami, propelling her away. Nan let out a shrill, heart-wrenching scream, blood seeping from her 7 orifices, collapsing backward in a faint. Misty's feelings were engulfed in terror as she sensed that her very existence, her soul, and all her perceptions were being thoroughly scrutinized by the void-like eye emerging from the wounds, as if she were on the brink of being utterly obliterated. In that critical moment, a decisive flash of dark purple light flickered in Fiona's eyes, who leaned against the doorframe, as though she had been anticipating this moment all along. Rather than attempting to resist the force of the void, she swiftly formed an ancient and malevolent hand seal, intoning a blasphemous incantation from the Babylonian temple of debauchery with fervor. A distinctly different kind of dark power erupted from her, imbued with the essence of profound decadence, desire, and corruption, flowing like viscous black oil, not directed at the magical array, but rather towards the corner of the ritual hall where the previously disturbed sealing box lay. Under the impact of this shared force, the seal on the box shattered instantaneously, the lid bursting open with a resounding crack. A dense, dizzying pink mist surged forth, mingled with the strange sense of myrrh, decaying flesh, and lust, revealing countless entwined limbs and moaning faces within. The emergence of this power abruptly disrupted the void's gaze, which had been attempting to penetrate Misty's wounds. The platinum-hued eye of the void seemed to momentarily falter, akin to a focused angler disturbed by a bothersome fly, emanating a subtle wave of confusion or impatience. This fleeting disturbance granted a glimmer of hope to Cordelia and the other witches. Cordelia, enduring the excruciating pain that threatened to tear her soul asunder, desperately drew upon the protective magic of the academy, roaring commands, force interruption, banish. The remnants of the magical array emitted a final mournful wail as all magical energy surged in a desperate reverse flow, ultimately severing the connection to the void's eye. The radiance on Misty's hand extinguished instantaneously, and the horrifying eye's phantom dissipated alongside it. She coughed up a copious amount of blood, flecked with platinum sparks, before succumbing to unconsciousness. The ritual hall lay in disarray, with witches sprawled across the floor, most gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness. Only Fiona remained standing. Though pale and gasping for breath, she still held her ground. She gazed at the gradually dissipating pink mist and the shattered box, a flicker of dread crossing her features. Yet her eyes sparkled with a wild sense of triumph and greed. Her reckless release of that malevolent power was not solely for the purpose of salvation. It was also a calculated endeavor to probe the depths of the disturbed void's essence, yearning to seize even the faintest trace of its terminal aura. She could indeed feel it, the weak yet supremely indifferent force that made her long-decayed soul tremble, igniting an almost pathological desire within her. A low chuckle escaped Fiona's lips as she unsteadily approached the unconscious Cordelia, murmuring, "My dear daughter, it seems Mother has retained a few more tricks up her sleeve." Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the recently settled Shah Hui furrowed his brow, a faint glimmer of confusion flashing in his ashen eyes. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to sense something faintly observing him fish near the small wound of the world, Misty's injury. A disagreeable, cloying stench reminiscent of decay, accompanied by the odor of flies, intruded upon his tranquility. The noise was overwhelming. He impatiently turned over, resolutely shutting out these trivial disturbances. Next time, he must seek a more serene fishing spot. Within the ritual hall of the New Orleans Witch Academy, chaotic energy continued to rage. Cordelia's scream had yet to dissipate as she exerted every ounce of strength in an attempt to reverse the formation. However, the force seeking to peer into the void through Misty's scar had already transformed into an unstoppable deluge, far beyond the constraints of mortal magic. Yet, in that infinitesimal moment before this cataclysmic backlash threatened to rend everyone to shreds, everything suddenly froze. Not time itself, but a more fundamental stasis seemed to envelop the scene. The ethereal blue and dark purple glow of the formation hung suspended in midair, resembling a subpar holographic projection. Droplets of blood expelled by the witches hovered in the atmosphere, maintaining the precise moment of their release. Cordelia's despair-laden expression, Zoe's leap towards Nan, Queenie's face contorted in fear, and the rare terror reflected in Marty's eyes. All these images were abruptly paused. Even the outline of the void's eye attempting to emerge from Misty's hand remained in a bizarre state of limbo, poised to appear, but never fully forming. The entire ritual hall succumbed to an absolute, suffocating silence deeper than any darkness, colder than any stillness. Then, a gaze descended, not from the orifice on Misty's hand, but from the omnipresent corners, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, the dust suspended in the air, the shards of crystal balls, and even the rigid pupils of the witches. All seemed to transform into the eyes of an incomprehensibly vast and emotionally indifferent entity. This was not the glance of a mere projection, nor a curious peek across dimensions. It was the gaze of the essence itself. The sin of eternal damnation momentarily directed its attention, however insignificant, towards these audacious beings daring to measure the abyss with strands of silk. There was no sound, no light, no fluctuation of energy, only a cognition forcefully embedded into the depths of every witch's soul, still possessing awareness, albeit their bodies were frozen insignificant, meaningless. Ultimately, they shall return to me. This was not thought, nor language, but an undeniable presentation of fact, akin to telling water it is wet, or fire that it is hot. Under this gaze, the magic they had devoted their lives to mastering, the profound love and hatred that sustained them, their courage and fears, even their very existence, became a fleeting ripple of utter insignificance. Their souls, under this scrutiny, melted away silently and swiftly like ice exposed to the blazing sun, not towards death, but towards a more thorough and absolute void that had never existed. The decadent power unleashed by Fiona, reminiscent of the Babylonian temple of debauchery, manifested as a pink mist imbued with desire and corruption, now stood utterly solidified. Yet, under the omnipresent gaze, this force encountered a nemesis, not vanquished, but comprehended, defined, and relegated to a lower status, directly recognized as mere noise destined for oblivion, devoid even of the qualification to be despised. Fiona's soul bore the brunt of a dual impact. On one side, the void of her existence was denied, and on the other, the dark power she prided herself on was utterly unveiled and belittled, leading her into despair. The frenzied delight that lingered on her rigid features was swiftly enveloped by an eternal, profound fear, creating a visage both bizarre and distorted. Misty, as the immediate anchor, felt the most terror. Her soul seemed to be cast into a singularity devoid of any concept or warmth, being erased from all dimensions. The burn marks on her hands ceased to throb, for the very essence that bore them, her arm, body, and soul, was losing its claim to existence. In the final fleeting moment before the consciousness of all witches was to dissipate entirely under that silent scrutiny, the gaze shifted away, like an unimaginably vast entity. It occasionally sensed something beneath its feet, instinctively glancing down to find mere fragments, insignificant enough to be considered dust, and then lost interest, casually averting its gaze. The observation vanished. The moment of absolute stillness was lifted. Time, once frozen, began to flow anew. Thud, thud, wow. The witches collapsed to the ground as if all their bones had been extracted, collectively succumbing to a deep stupor. Their vitality flickered like a candle in the wind, their souls suffering permanent, irreversible trauma. The magical cores were on the verge of shattering, their mental realms lay desolate, and the depths of each soul bore an eternal mark of meaninglessness. The ritual hall fell into a profound silence, with only the remnants of magical embers flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. No one perished. Yet, in a certain sense, everything they cherished, upheld, feared, and loved, the very traits that belonged to the witches and humanity, had succumbed to a conceptual death under that brief gaze. The entire Witch Academy, and indeed the magical veins of New Orleans, trembled violently, subsequently sinking into a prolonged, mournful lull. In the realm of hell, beneath the oppressive twilight, a colossal platinum-scale dragon rested upon a mountain forged from solidified sin and despair. Its head, akin to a miniature celestial body, stirred slightly, and its molten gold slit pupil opened a crack, revealing a hint of extreme irritation as if disturbed. Just moments ago, it sensed an exceedingly faint yet eerily familiar point within the human realm, Misty's scar, attempting to connect and amplify a whisper of its naturally dissipating essence, accompanied by an unpleasant, putrid odor reminiscent of decay. In relation to his essence, the sensation was akin to an individual on the verge of slumber, beset by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes and the disconcerting thuds of flies against the walls. Thus, instinctively, he directed a fleeting fragment of his attention towards that point and the offending fly. Merely a sliver of focus, not so much a gaze, but rather a subtle adjustment of posture, inadvertently allowing his weight to blanket the minuscule area occupied by the mosquito and the fly. In that moment, the irritation dissipated. The sounds of the insects ceased, and tranquility enveloped the world. He contentedly, perhaps, closed his eyelids, the molten gold of his vertical pupils once again shut, releasing 2 jets of sulphurous breath interspersed with platinum sparks, and sank back into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, and entirely indifferent to the consequence, that unconscious shift in posture signified a cataclysmic, conceptual obliteration for the life within that region. The angler, in his primal form, merely perceived that tranquility was preferable during the hours of repose. Time lost its significance. It could have been a fleeting instant or an eternity. The witches lay sprawled upon the cold, disheveled floor of the ritual hall, their consciousness teetering on the brink of absolute nothingness, akin to embers on the verge of extinguishment. The sensation of their souls fracturing was the sole tangible experience, a chilling touch of complete negation, seemingly permeating every fiber of their existence. Then, transformation occurred, not healing, nor restoration, but a filling. The first to respond was Cordelia, her consciousness lingering in a state of disconnection, not entirely engulfed by the darkness. As that terrifying gaze shifted away, she did not encounter the warmth of rebirth. Instead, a cold, bone-chilling essence surged into her soul, foreign yet formidable, akin to the densest dark matter of the cosmos, brutally forcing its way into the fissures of her nearly disintegrating spirit. This was nothing she recognized as magic or vitality. It bore a temperature of absolute zero, an eerie stillness devoid of waves, accompanied by an oppressive air of despair. It disregarded her pain or fear, simply and violently occupying the voids destined for nothingness, forcibly sealing the cracks. The wounds of her soul were mended, yet the scars gleamed with a faint platinum light, cold enough to seep into her very bones. This entity became an indelible part of her essence, irretrievable and unalterable. Simultaneously, a weak yet vivid imprint, reminiscent of a steel brand, was seared into the depths of her soul, not a pattern, nor a word, but a pure acknowledgement of her belonging to him. His gaze had once pierced through her, and now, with a mere flick of his power, he had restored her. Not only she, but all the witches present, henceforth bore the mark of a sovereign. It was neither a blessing nor a curse, but a brand of ownership, akin to an indelible mark upon livestock. With a pained gasp, Cordelia emitted a sound not of corporeal pain, but of a peculiar discomfort resulting from the stitching of her soul. Struggling to open her eyes, the sight before her caused her pupils to constrict sharply. One by one, the other witches began to awaken. The void burn that had long gnawed at Misty's hand had, astonishingly, healed. It was not a disappearance. Rather, it was as if a cold, white gold substance had enveloped and filled the void, transforming into a slick scar that resembled both metal and glass. It no longer pained them, yet it emanated an unsettling chill. Zoe, Queenie, and the still-dazed Nen bore no visible injuries, yet each of them bore a faint glimmer of white gold light at their foreheads or chests, reminiscent of a diminutive version of the mark of eternity. The flicker was fleeting, as if it had never existed. but the sensation of being marked had already embedded itself within their very souls. Upon awakening, their gazes were vacant, filled with the bewilderment of having survived a catastrophe, coupled with a deeper, indescribable fear. They sensed their continued existence, even feeling a newfound stability within their souls. Yet this steadiness did not bring comfort. Instead, it manifested as a bone-chilling tremor, as though they had been bound and transformed into someone else's possession. What has happened? Zoe's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper, as she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, feeling an inexplicable coldness that emanated not from the outside, but from the depths of her soul. No one could respond. Fiona was the last to awaken. She slowly sat up, her movements somewhat stiff, yet her gaze was starkly different from the other witch's confusion and fear. Her pallid face was unexpectedly flushed with an intense excitement, akin to madness. She lowered her gaze to her hands, acutely aware of the coldness embedded within her soul, along with the unmistakable mark of the sovereign, a mark she did not fear, but instead, she began to laugh, an eerie and dissonant sound. Ha! Can you feel it? My dear foolish girls, can you feel it? This is true power. Such formidable energy. She inhaled greedily, as if the air still contained fragments of that watchful essence. He has touched me, touched us, even if it was merely a casual brush. She extended her tongue, bizarrely licking her cracked lips, as though savoring that formless breath. Cordelia, battling the discomfort within her soul and Fiona's maddened words, struggled to rise. She surveyed the ritual chamber, now a scene of devastation. All the witches stood like flowers battered by a storm, still upright, yet altered inside and out. They had survived, but the cost was steep. They no longer wholly belonged to themselves. Their souls bore the mark of eternity, tainted by the essence of a Hell King. This essence might offer unexpected protection, such as shielding them from lower demons or spirits, yet it was far more likely to attract unforeseen troubles and scrutiny. Moreover, Cordelia despairingly realized that their connection to that existence had not severed due to this disastrous ritual. Rather, it had deepened, becoming even more inextricable due to the cold essence forcefully lodged within their souls. They had become inadvertent possessions of him. Let us tidy this place. Cordelia's voice was weary and hollow, tinged with an indifference she herself did not recognize, influenced by the coldness within her soul. Today's events are to remain confidential. The witches numbly complied, their movements stiff, their gazes averted, afraid to meet each other's eyes, as if fearful of encountering the same tainted souls reflected therein. Deep within their souls, the chilling essence belonging to the source of the demon's twilight and the royal seal spread silently like the finest network of capillaries, inexorably altering their very nature, albeit at a slow pace. Far down in hell, the slumbering platinum-scaled thornback dragon turned over, collapsing another mountain formed from sin. It had long forgotten the inadvertent repairs it had made, nor did it care for the few earthly insects it had marked. For the fishermen, turning in their sleep was an everyday occurrence. Yet for the ant colony situated just beneath it, it was akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth caving in, leaving behind an indelible scent of the earth, belonging to the colossal beast. Chapter 59. Speechless, the tranquility by the lava lake in hell was abruptly shattered by a faint yet oddly familiar sticky sensation. The elder, embodying the demon's twilight, was about to draw the struggling hellfire catfish from the depths, but his frail fingers suddenly halted. He squinted his ash-like eyes, eschewing the fish float to gaze into the void, a sensation as if an old coat had gathered an unshakable speck of dust from the human realm, laced with an instinctively displeasing scent of conspiracy, mingled with a mechanical malice that scrutinized the lifeline. TSK. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, carelessly plunging the fishing rod into the scorched earth. Instantly, the ordinary fishing rod was stained with the essence of hell, turning an inky black, its tip exuding wisps of sulfurous smoke. The noise was incessant and overwhelming. He rose, leaning on his obsidian cane. This sensation was markedly different from the previous occasion with the witch. It was more subtle, more entangling. He was determined to uncover who dared to cling to the eighth sin. As he stepped forward, the space warped. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the bustling terminal of New York's Kennedy Airport. The crowd thronged, announcements repeatedly echoed flight cancellations, and the air was thick with the fatigue and unease of the ordinary world, starkly contrasting with the deathly silence surrounding him. He surveyed the terminal, quickly grasping the situation. Numerous flights were grounded due to weather conditions. His gaze fixed on the ticket counter, where a heated argument ensued as several individuals vied for the last standby ticket for Flight 180 to Paris. The demon's twilight was indifferent to the human scramble. With a mere flicker of thought, not magic, but a subtle inclination of a higher authority. He adjusted the cosmic order. The computer malfunctioned inexplicably. A traveler abruptly changed their mind. And the duty manager, in a moment of confusion, inadvertently printed the last ticket, which was cheerfully handed to him by the ground staff. "Sir, you're incredibly fortunate. This is the last one." The elder accepted the ticket without a glance, merely acknowledging with a nonchalant hum, as if it were his due. He leaned on his cane, passing through the security check, where the screen flickered momentarily upon his presence before returning to normal as he leisurely made his way to the boarding gate. Before long, the boarding announcement rang out. He followed the crowd onto the Boeing 747, where the atmosphere in the cabin was peculiar, a blend of relief from those who secured tickets intertwined with an indescribable tension. Several young passengers appeared pale, their eyes darting as if they had just endured a harrowing experience. The seat by the window was his, flanked by two young men. The blond boy was visibly shaken, while the dark-haired boy clutched the armrest, feigning composure. A brown-haired girl seated diagonally ahead occasionally glanced back, her eyes filled with concern. He had little interest in these individuals. His sole desire was to trace the origin of that sticky sensation and cleanse it as one would dust from a surface. He leaned against the window, his gray eyes half closed, his senses akin to an invisible spider's web, gradually sweeping across the entire cabin. The airplane taxied, the engines roaring. The moment the fuselage fully departed from the ground, relinquished to the embrace of the air, Shahui abruptly opened his eyes. A chilling, mechanical force devoid of any semblance of life, yet steeped in malevolence, enveloped the entire aircraft like an activated program. The epicenter of this force astonishingly fixed upon a few young individuals beside him. What left him even more flabbergasted was that perhaps due to his prior use of authority to procure tickets, or perhaps simply by virtue of his elevated existence sitting among them, the frigid power of this rule had inexplicably included him in the death list's associated sequence. A faint yet palpable mark of death, akin to tendrils entwining a colossal tree, sought to ensnare his very essence, dragging him into a slaughter program targeting mortals. In the ancient, serene depths of his gray eyes, a rare flicker of pure, speechless absurdity emerged. It was neither anger nor surprise, but an extreme sense of the ludicrous, bordering on the farcical. It was as if a giant, while walking, was suddenly drenched by an automatic sprinkler, mistaking him for a lawn. No. He even found himself internally employing long-forgotten sarcasm. Was this contraption genuinely foolish or merely pretending? He, the eighth deadly sin, the lord of eternal torment, the embodiment of ignorance, the king of hell, was being targeted by a mechanical death program aimed at mere mortals, and was even expected to bear a death label? This was not merely an offense. It was an egregious misapprehension of his very essence. As the airplane ascended, the dazzling nightscape of New York unfolded outside. Yet within the cabin, the death rules quietly operated. Shahui observed with clarity. The insulation of the wires accelerated in degradation, the stress on screws subtly concentrated, and small vortices of airflow began to form ahead, all orchestrated to engineer an accident, eliminating the targets on the list, including him. He could not be bothered to intervene. It merely annoyed him, like a fly buzzing about, intent on jumping into a teacup. He exhaled softly. Even the energy to critique had waned. He could scarcely summon the effort to dismantle this foolish program. Akin to a giant incapable of discerning a misjudged sprinkler, he might simply step aside. However, he had no immediate desire to depart. Rather, he wished to witness how this blind death program would attempt to erase him, the Lord of Hell. Thus, under the indifferent gaze of the Hell King, the Reaper's killing program erroneously included a conceptual entity in its to-do list for the first and last time. The airplane bore unaware passengers, fearful youths, and an exasperated hell fisherman into an unusually fateful night sky. The aircraft ascended smoothly, the engine's roar unable to suppress the intangible aura of death. For the likes of Alex and Claire, young individuals foreseeing the impending disaster, every passing second felt like walking on the edge of a knife, with even the slightest turbulence capable of inducing cardiac arrest. Yet for Shahui, this sensation had devolved into mere tedium and absurdity. He watched with clarity as the mechanisms of death operated like an invisible hand, subtly adjusting the parameters and probabilities within the aircraft, beneath the front row seat. The insulation of the wires was deteriorating at an abnormal pace, faint arcs of electricity brewing ominously. On the slanted rear luggage rack, an improperly secured heavy suitcase's latch bore the brunt of extreme stress, emitting a subtle groan that only he could perceive. Outside the window, a turbulent airflow was being directed, poised to deliver a perfectly timed jolt to the wings in mere minutes. All these designs for the slaughter of mere mortals ultimately targeted the young man beside him, as well as himself. The rules of death sought to ensnare him in their web of misfortune, to allow a frayed electrical wire to inadvertently shock him, or for a flying object amid the chaos to strike him, essentially orchestrating an accident. The entity known as Sha Hui even rolled his eyes to outsiders. It merely appeared as a droop of his eyelids. He had lived through countless ages, having fished for vengeful, colossal whales in hell, yet had never felt so devalued. He could hardly be bothered to dismantle these rules, much like one would not use an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito, at most. A casual wave of the hand would suffice. Thus, he adjusted his posture, leaning against the window and half closing his eyes, resembling an ordinary elder dozing off. While internally critiquing this assembly line of death, the wiring was antiquated, the methods crude, and the energy efficiency woefully inadequate. The stress points were reasonably chosen, but regrettably, the redundancy design was poor, with a fault tolerance of 0, lacking elegance. The airflow guidance exhibited a hint of creativity, yet the predictive model was overly rigid, failing to account for unforeseen variables. Overall rating, abysmal. Lacking artistry, it was merely a mass-produced form of slaughter. Just as he was formulating his critique, the first attempt of the death rules was unleashed. A soft popping sound emanated from beneath the front row seat. The insulation of the wire had completely failed, with a blue arc of electricity surging forth, aimed at the ankle of a passenger heading to the restroom. This was designed to incite chaos, causing the passenger to stumble and topple the meal cart, which would then crash into Alex or Claire. Yet, just as the arc was about to touch the passenger's ankle, it collided with an invisible wall composed of ultimate void, vanishing without a ripple. The frayed wire was instantly enveloped in a delicate sheen of platinum light, and then, as if weathered by eons, it silently transformed into ash, leaving no trace of smoke. The passenger, blissfully unaware, walked past. The death rules. If it had consciousness, the first attempt had failed. The rules seemed to stall, as if encountering a bug. Sha Hui did not even lift his eyelids. See? I told you the redundancy design was poor. One miss, and the subsequent attempts are all thwarted. Utter rubbish. Unfazed, the rules activated a backup plan. The latch of the suitcase on the slanted rear luggage rack burst free, the heavy suitcase plummeting with a rush of wind. According to calculations, it would injure a passenger, inciting screams that would lead to trampling, ultimately resulting in the target being grievously wounded. However, just before the suitcase could strike the elderly lady below, the trajectory subtly warped and collapsed in the tiniest fraction of space. The suitcase's descent veered ever so slightly, crashing down onto the adjacent empty seat, leaving it dented and provoking a chorus of startled screams, yet no one was harmed. Flight attendants hurried over to address the commotion. The death rules, the second attempt had failed. The rules seemed to be overheating, causing the surrounding malice to become disordered. Sha Hui mused. The trajectory correction algorithm is inflexible and doesn't utilize environmental variables. Poor rating. The rules appeared to be provoked if they could feel urgency, abandoning intricate chains of causality and resorting to a brutish accumulation of accident probabilities. Just in time, the turbulent airflow outside collided with the aircraft, jolting the fuselage violently. The flight attendant, pushing the food cart, lost her grip, causing the cart to careen uncontrollably, with its sharp metallic edge poised to pierce Alex's temple. Claire, beneath her oxygen mask, felt the compartment door spring open, the metal edge threatening her neck. Beside Sha Hui, the blond boy Todd lost his grip on his pen, its pointed tip aimed directly at the elder's throat. A multitude of calamities unfolded simultaneously. How would they evade such peril? Alex and Claire turned pale, the chilling breath of death tightening around them. Yet, just as the cart was a mere centimeter from Alex's temple, its kinetic energy abruptly dissipated, as if ensnared in a quagmire, coming to a soft halt. The metallic edge that threatened Claire's neck regressed into brittle fragments before touching her skin, snapping off with a soft crack. The pen hurtling toward Sha Hui's throat disintegrated into invisible particles, vanishing without a trace just a fraction of a millimeter away. The turbulence of the aircraft subsided, restoring calm. The flight attendant stood bewildered beside the cart, utterly unaware of how it had come to a stop. Claire touched the remnants of the desiccated wood before her, her expression one of confusion. Todd gazed at his empty hands, entirely oblivious to where his pen had vanished. Alex fixed his gaze on the cart, drenched in cold sweat along his back. The rules of death, an utter, deathly silence enveloped the cabin. Sha Hui finally opened his eyes slowly, his gray irises scanning the cabin filled with startled passengers, before ultimately landing on the perplexing remnants of the death rule that had almost solidified. With a soft sigh, he murmured in a raspy tone, audible only to himself, TSK. Such poor aim. He then closed his eyes once more, as if nothing had transpired. The death rule remained frozen in place for an extended duration. Its computational logic spiraling into chaos, its probability models collapsing entirely. It could not fathom the recent events. The database lacked an option for the target being immune to physical harm due to an unexpected cancellation. Eventually, it reached a humiliating provisional conclusion. The target, Shahui, and surrounding units were temporarily beyond elimination. Strategy adjustment. Bypass the anomalous node and prioritize other targets. The frigid malice receded like a tide, abandoning Shahui and the young man beside him, redirecting its focus toward other passengers on the flight. Shahui sensed this shift and allowed the faintest smirk to grace his lips, as if to say, "Oh, have you finally wised up? Realizing you should circumvent the great tree? Unfortunately, it is too late." This aircraft, along with the lingering discomfort he felt, had become utterly tiresome. It was time for a cleansing. The icy, programmatic death rule, akin to colliding with an incomprehensible virus, wholly abandoned its elimination plan targeting Shahui and the surrounding youth. Its attention, like a searchlight, swept across the cabin, swiftly locking onto other targets on its list. Not even sparing the middle-aged man in the front row engrossed in his newspaper, whose seat springs were being excessively compressed by an unseen force. Nor the bag beside the mother with an infant in the rear, which was quietly fraying, nor the heating element of the coffee pot in the kitchen, which was being pushed to its overload threshold. The shadow of death did not dissipate. It merely circumvented the inexplicable anomalies, becoming more agitated and ravenous. Alex gasped for breath, clutching Claire's hand tightly. "It hasn't he left. It's just searching for others." Claire's complexion turned ashen, and she could distinctly sense the malevolent energy swirling within the cabin, seeking its next opportunity. At that moment, the ever-silent Shahui exhaled a sigh of profound impatience. This sigh, though faint, overshadowed the roar of the engines, piercing through the awareness of every individual present. The operational rules of death abruptly halted, as if high-speed gears had become ensnared by an invisible titanium alloy rod. All anticipated misfortunes reverted instantaneously. The compressed springs relaxed, the worn belts regained their elasticity, and the overloaded heating elements returned to normal parameters, as if an unseen hand had restored the distorted probabilities and physical laws to their original state. The suffocating aura of death that had pervaded the cabin dissipated in an instant. Passengers felt their heart palpitations cease, leaving only a sense of exhaustion from their narrow escape. Even the flight attendants stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such an extraordinary stabilization of an aircraft. However, Alex, Claire, and others felt an increasing dread. They could sense that the rules of death still lingered, merely forcefully suspended by a more terrifying power, akin to a venomous serpent frozen within a block of ice. Poised to strike, yet utterly immobilized, Shahui finally opened his eyes, his gray irises devoid of any emotion save for extreme indifference. He rose slowly, leaning on his cane, disregarding the young man cowering beside him, and made his way directly to the restroom. His steps were slow and steady, the cane tapping softly against the carpeted aisle without a sound. Passengers instinctively parted ways, unable to articulate the reason, simply driven by a primal desire to evade the invisible chill that threatened to ensnare them. Once inside the restroom, he closed the door. Within the confined space, he gazed into the mirror, where his frail and aged reflection met his eyes. Yet, he gradually lifted his withered right hand, and the tips of his fingers ignited with a faint yet pure platinum flame. This was not fire. It was the manifestation of the formless, a glimmer of eternity, a silhouette of the very end itself. He required neither incantation nor ritual. For him, summoning this power was as instinctive as breathing. With his fingertips directed at the void of air, he made a gentle stroke. There was no sound, no flash of light. Yet, on the conceptual and regulatory planes, a silent yet violent collision was unfolding. He did not seek to attack the rules of death. Such a notion was far too simplistic to warrant his effort. Instead, he merely modified the local parameters, prohibiting all unnatural probability distortions and forced fates within a 5-kilometer radius, centered on the flight's current coordinates. In simpler terms, he imposed an absolute command upon this airspace. No accidental deaths, no interference from the Grim Reaper. This was not a permanent solution, merely a temporary deterrent. In an instant, within the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot stared blankly at the instruments, all readings stabilizing beyond belief. The previously turbulent air currents vanished, and the aircraft glided as if traversing glass, devoid of even the slightest turbulence. All potential sources of mishap were forcibly neutralized. As for the rules of death, they had not been eradicated. After all, they were a part of cosmic law, but were instead confined and obscured by a higher-level absolute directive. Though they wished to operate, all actions were marked with an indefinite suspension, akin to being trapped in an acoustically isolated chamber, endlessly cycling through error messages, permission denied, conflict of authority, advanced directives overridden. The flight was now unequivocally safe. At least until Sha Hui departs or revokes his command, no untimely demise shall occur. The list of the Grim Reaper is temporarily rendered ineffective in this expanse of emptiness. In the restroom, the platinum flame at Sha Hui's fingertips extinguished. He adjusted an imaginary tie before the mirror, his face contorted with disdain, unbearably noisy, akin to shooing away a bothersome fly. He opened the door, leisurely ambled back to his seat with the aid of a cane, and closed his eyes, as if nothing had transpired. An eerie silence enveloped the cabin. Alex, Claire, and Todd exchanged glances. The looming specter of death truly vanished, not merely receding, but uprooted entirely, leaving no trace behind. In its stead lingered the unsettling stillness and serenity emanating from the elderly man. What has he done? Claire's voice trembled. Alex stared at the old man with closed eyes, shaking his head, confusion and fear dancing in his gaze. I don't know, but I feel as though the Grim Reaper has clocked out. Simultaneously, within the very logic of Death's operation, the proceedings concerning Flight 180 were forcibly suspended, marked as access denied, insufficient permissions. A grander, Ancient will glanced at this error log, disinterestedly shifting its gaze elsewhere. For Sha Hui, it was merely a depreciated after-service, cleansing himself of the filth that clung to him. He now yearned for the plane to land swiftly, seeking a tranquil spot to resume his fishing. As for the young souls who had narrowly escaped death, he hardly gave them a thought, akin to a person swatting away mosquitoes, inadvertently brushing aside a few ants, unconcerned with their fate. The lives of ants bore no significance to a giant. Chapter 60. Merely tidying up, the plane landed smoothly at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. For most passengers, it was an ordinary journey with slight turbulence, but for Alex, Claire, and their companions, it felt as though they had snatched a life from the very fingers of death. They hurriedly disembarked, lacking the courage to glance back at the stooped old man. Sha Hui strolled at a leisurely pace, savoring the humid air of Paris, now devoid of its bothersome stickiness, completely shielded by his newly imposed rules. His mood lightened, yet he still found this earthly venture to be rife with noise. Leaning on his cane, he exited the airport with the throng, aimlessly. To him, Paris and New York held no distinction. Both were merely different fishing spots. Here, the fish might be curious supernatural phenomena or the souls of unfortunate beings. Wandering along the banks of the Seine, his gray eyes roamed over the century-old architecture, perceiving the deaths, desires, and secrets buried beneath the city. Compared to that new haunted house in Los Angeles, this place was steeped in rich history and densely populated with specters from various eras, curses, and remnants of magic, crammed into the shadowy corners like old trinkets in a basement. Just as he contemplated finding a place to materialize his fishing rod and see if the Seine harbored vengeful carp, he halted before an unremarkable ancient building. It resembled an abandoned chapel or a memorial, its entrance barred by a makeshift fence, adorned with signs warning of danger and prohibiting entry. The ominous glow discerned a faint yet distinct energy fluctuation emanating from deep within the building, penetrating through the rock and soil, imbued with the essence of transformation and metamorphosis. Entwined with despair and an eternal obsession, it resembled an alchemical formula caught in an infinite loop, perpetually striving to transmute base matter into a higher existence, yet failing repeatedly, accumulating a myriad of erroneous negative energies. Oh, this piqued the interest of the ominous glow, akin to a fisherman discovering unusual bubbles on the water's surface. Intriguing, indeed. Like a snagged hook? Ignoring the warning signs, he tapped his cane lightly, and the locked gate broke as if decayed for a millennium. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a gust of dust and mildew mixed with the cold breeze of ancient disappointment greeted him. Beyond the door lay a narrow and steep stone staircase leading into darkness that devoured light. The unfinished alchemical vibrations became increasingly pronounced. Without hesitation, the ominous glow descended. The staircase twisted endlessly, the temperature dropping, walls growing damp, adorned with inscriptions of medieval alchemy and hellish imagery. Before long, he encountered the first wave of visitors. A group of young individuals equipped with professional gear gathered around to decipher the Latin inscriptions. The blonde woman, Scarlet, whispered, "The legend of Nicholas Flamel is not a fabrication. His laboratory and secrets lie deeper within the Paris catacombs, far more perilous than the open areas." Hearing footsteps, they turned abruptly, their flashlights converging upon the ominous glow. "Who are you?" shouted a man named George, brandishing his camera as a weapon, his voice tinged with tension. Good heavens, it's an old man. How did he get in? Exclaimed Banji. Scarlet, though somewhat composed, eyed him warily. Sir, this place is dangerous. It is not a tourist site. Please leave immediately. The ominous glow scanned them, seemingly oblivious, his gaze piercing through the crowd toward the source of the energy fluctuations that lay deeper within the shadows. Passing through, he rasped, dismissively uttering 2 words as he leaned on his cane, brushing past them as though they were mere obstacles in his path. Hey, wait. Scarlet attempted to intervene, yet found herself rooted in place by an inexplicable chill. The others, too frightened to pursue, could only watch as the old man's figure melded into the darkness. What on earth is wrong with that old man? George's voice trembled. The ominous glow continued his descent. The path narrowed, diverging like a labyrinth, with human bones arranged in an eerie yet orderly fashion upon the walls and ceiling, the scent of death thick in the air. Yet for him, it felt akin to returning home, finding the arrangement of bones overly deliberate and lacking in artistic merit. He chose his route with precision, each step aligning with the pathways of energy fluctuations unconfined by the maze. Eventually, he arrived at a spacious underground cavern, its atmosphere steeped in antiquity. Walls etched with intricate alchemical symbols, and at the center lay a desiccated stone basin, reminiscent of past rituals. Here, another group convened. Several tomb raiders were prying at a stone slab inscribed with unique symbols using tools, explosives lying nearby. Hurry, there's bound to be treasure behind this. The leader bellowed. Boss, this place feels cursed. I think I heard crying just now. A timid fellow quivered. Silence. If we find Flammel-S Philosopher-S stone, we'll be set for life. The sudden appearance of the ominous glow startled them. Who? Old man, who the hell are you? The leader growled, brandishing his crowbar menacingly. Shahui did not regard them, his gaze fixed upon the peculiar fluctuations emanating from the stone slab. As the brutish actions of these fools threatened to disrupt the already fragile equilibrium of the ancient structure. Noise, he rasped, finding these individuals to be even more tedious and lowly than the rules of death itself. Damn it, playing tricks. The leader, incensed, swung a crowbar toward Shahui. Yet, mere centimeters from his forehead, the crowbar suddenly crumbled like decayed wood, disintegrating into dust without a sound. The tomb raiders stood dumbfounded, staring at their empty hands and the powder strewn upon the ground. Shahui had not lifted a finger. He merely accelerated the passage of time for the crowbar, allowing it to instantaneously undergo billions of years of decay. He raised his staff and lightly tapped the dislodged stone slab. Not a strike, but a gesture of reassurance. A chilling, deathly force seeped into the stone, stabilizing the nearly collapsing alchemical structure, and the fluctuations behind the slab calmed somewhat, though the insatiable obsession lingered. Having completed this, he finally regarded the petrified tomb raiders. Within his gray eyes, there was no anger or threat, merely an indifferent disdain akin to viewing refuse. The tomb raiders felt as though their souls had been cast into liquid nitrogen, unable to emit even a scream, instinctively fleeing in a frenzy, forgetting their tools and explosives. Shahui paid them no mind, his attention returning to the stone slab, sensing a larger distorted space connected behind it. The core of the energy fluctuations, a horrific failed creation trapped for centuries, housing both ancient and recently ensnared entities. Since he had arrived, he might as well take a look. What if there were exceptional treasures within? He contemplated, leaning upon his staff as he stepped into the darkness beyond the stone slab. The space parted like rippling water, granting him passage. The deepest secrets of the Paris catacombs were about to be confronted by a visitor beyond its comprehension, one that it could scarcely endure. As Shahui entered the space beyond the stone slab, the entrance behind him sealed into a solid stone wall, utterly isolating the interior from the exterior. This place bore no semblance to a tomb or laboratory. The space was twisted and stretched by unfinished alchemical might, the passageways resembling bizarre caverns. The air was thick with sulfur, mercury vapor, and the palpable essence of despair. The walls were composed of a grotesque amalgamation of half metal and half skeletal matter, crawling with writhing alchemical symbols that could never complete their transformation. The flow of time was erratic, at times stagnating, at times accelerating wildly, inducing dizziness. Countless pale spirits were pinned to the walls or suspended in the air, frozen in the final moments of terror from their lives, akin to insects trapped in amber. Their vitality and soul energy were forcibly extracted, fed to the vast, erroneous alchemical cycle, in a futile attempt to achieve the impossible, turning lead into gold, creating the Philosopher's Stone. This was the hidden laboratory of Nicholas Flamel, a site where countless lives had been consumed as fuel, ensnared within the core of an eternal error in the alchemical array. Sha Hui surveyed this hellish scene, feeling no novelty in a realm more cruelly distorted than this. The energy efficiency was abysmally low, errors piled high, and design flaws led to irreversible entropy. A failed creation, he remarked coolly. His arrival was akin to a drop of absolute zero water in boiling oil. The alchemical energy of the entire space abruptly halted. The writhing symbols froze, the flow of soul energy ceased, and even the disordered passage of time briefly solidified. In the eyes of the imprisoned spirits, a flicker of primal fear of a higher-level termination flashed simultaneously. Not fear of this inferno, but fear of him. Sha Hui paid little heed to the surrounding chaos, his gaze transcending the background clamor, penetrating into the depths where Scarlet and her comrades had already entered through an alternate route. Ensnared in a dire predicament. One member had been impaled by a bone spike, the blood siphoned away by the walls. Another was trapped in a temporal anomaly. Visibly aging before their very eyes, Scarlet clutched an ancient artifact, dodging the onslaught of black tendrils that surged from the ground. Their screams and struggles resonated with an unbearable sharpness in the profound silence. Sha Hui furrowed his brow, not out of sympathy, but due to the cacophony that disrupted the atmosphere. Moreover, the chaotic emotions stemming from this new fuel exacerbated the already unstable transmutation array, inciting further turmoil and amplifying the noise. A nuisance, he muttered hoarsely. He lifted his cane, not directing it towards the tendrils or the temporal zone, but rather towards the core of the transmutation array, where the fundamental laws of soul extraction were in disarray, and gently prodded. It was akin to pressing a pause button. There were no bursts of light, no clashes of energy. Yet, the frenzied transmutation array abruptly froze. The bone spike halted mid-air, blood suspended, tendrils transformed into sculptures, the flow of time smoothed out. And the energy of souls crystallized into a silence so profound. The space fell into a state of absolute stasis deeper than before. Scarlet and the surviving team members collapsed to the ground, gasping, bewildered by the sudden appearance of that enigmatic elder, only to witness everything come to a standstill. Sha Hui's attention remained fixed on the center of the space, a mass of energy, perpetually morphing, striving to crystallize yet failing repeatedly. This was the incomplete philosopher's stone of Flammel, the source of all anguish and fallacy, still instinctively drawing energy. He extended his bony finger and lightly beckoned towards the mass of energy. It was akin to removing the foundational blocks of a structure. The philosopher's stone disintegrated instantaneously, not in an explosion, but erased from reality, as if by an eraser. Returning to the void. As it vanished, the once solid transmutation array began to collapse silently. The warped walls, the structures that imprisoned the spiritual entities, disintegrated like a weathered sandcastle. The spirits, bound for centuries, were liberated yet did not gain freedom. They dissolved into the void alongside the space, for them. This complete termination was far more merciful than the eternal torment. The instability of the space caused the ground to tremble, debris cascading down. Scarlet and her companions looked around in terror at the transformations. Sha Hui deemed there was nothing left to await. The fish had evaded capture, leaving only a heap of failed refuse and a scene of malfunction. He turned away from the wall, which parted once more. Scarlet, summoning her courage, called out, "Sir, who are you? What has happened?" Sha Hui did not halt, nor did he glance back. His hoarse voice drifted back like a casual commentary on the weather, just clearing away the refuse. His figure vanished beyond the wall, the entrance sealing behind him. Behind, the entire failed space accelerated into collapse and obliteration, succumbing to darkness and silence. In the Parisian underground, an ancient curse dissipated, replaced by an expanse of absolute void. Meanwhile, Sha Hui stood by the banks of the Seine, contemplating the next fishing spot. Indeed, the noise of the mortal realm proved far more troublesome than the art of fishing. Chapter 61. An uninvited guest. The Seine flowed languidly under the Parisian night, reflecting the lights along its banks and the silhouettes of ancient architecture. Sha Hui stood at the riverbank, his stooped figure melding into the shadows. His gray eyes gazed at the murky water, not for the sake of admiring the view, but assessing the potential yield beneath the surface. The sediment of grievances was manageable, yet the impurities were excessive, he murmured hoarsely, akin to evaluating low-quality bait. The era had muddled too much, the flavors intertwined, lacking the purity of the infernal magma lakes. The recently cleared underground tomb was to him nothing more than a mere brushing away of dust from his garments, failing to stir even a modicum of interest. That failed alchemical space, with its inefficient energy and crude structure, possessed little more than the accumulated weight of age, rendering it unworthy even as a fishing ground. He found himself rather listless. The wonders of the mortal realm appeared to his kind as mere childlike sandcastles, seemingly intricate but easily toppled, lacking in genuine depth and challenge. Perhaps only the intermingling of dimensions, the whispers of ancient deities, or the genesis of cosmic calamities warranted even a fleeting glance from him. As he pondered whether to return to the infernal depths for some magma fishing, a faint yet singular oscillation, akin to a delicate spider's thread traversing the fabric of space, gently brushed against his keen perception. This peculiar fluctuation was neither pure energy nor mere malice. It resembled a systematic invitation, a preordained mechanism of periodic selection. Enshrouded in a cold, programmatic essence, yet concealing a grand feast of fear and despair. It resembled a vast net, automatically cast, functioning within the crevices of hidden dimensions, now subtly trembling, heralding the commencement of a new round of harvest. The indifferent heart of the abyss, untouched for eons, finally stirred with the slightest ripple. Not that this oscillation was particularly potent. It barely registered as a fraction of his dominion over hell. Rather, it was the nature of this phenomenon that piqued his interest, the institutionalization and ritualization of fear and despair, transformed into a performance to appease higher beings. Evoked memories of ancient cosmic predators with a twisted sense of amusement. Yet, it was distinct, imbued with a more artificial, technological coldness. Oh, he mused with a light chuckle. Intrigued for once. This mode of artificially cultivated terror, harvested at regular intervals, felt refreshingly novel, compared to the naturally arising chaos and malevolence. This management-oriented evil resembled a perverse farmer. As the Lord of Hell, embodying the eighth deadly sin of finality, he was inherently sensitive to various forms of destruction and suffering. Yet, this meticulously crafted, assembly line-like fear was a first to capture his attention. He found himself compelled to observe the workings of this farm, to see the livestock being raised, to glimpse the puppeteer behind the scenes. Perhaps he could even catch a different kind of fish? With his decision made, he cast a final glance at the seine, feeling no pang of nostalgia. Leaning on his cane, he took a step forward, the space before him naturally folding and distorting as if respectfully yielding. The riverside nightscape blurred and faded like a weathered oil painting, and in the next instant, he had departed from Paris, leaving this dimension behind. Following the thread of that systematic invitation, he traced its source like a fisherman following a line. The surrounding dimensional scenery whirled swiftly before stabilizing, placing him beside a quiet road shrouded in a thin mist. An old signpost at the roadside welcomed him, though its subsequent words were obscured by moss. Yet, he could sense the aura of sacrifices and cages emanating from the name. The dense forest in the distance loomed in and out of sight within the fog, resembling an open maw. The air was imbued with the sense of pine needles and earth, intermingled with a faint, unnatural metallic tang of blood and the acrid odor of electronic surveillance. The atmosphere here was a stark contrast to the ancient curses of the Parisian underground, more modern and industrialized. His wrinkled visage betrayed no emotion, yet a subtle glimmer of anticipation flickered in his gray eyes. Adjusting an imaginary tie and leaning on his cane, he ambled leisurely down the road into the depths of the forest, sensing that he might finally discover a fishing spot of some intrigue. He wondered how fiercely the fish here would bite. The mist enveloped the forest like a cold shroud, entwining the trees and stones within the frigid woodland. Shahui, leaning on his cane, traversed the ground where withered branches and fallen leaves made not a sound beneath his feet. His gray eyes pierced through the dense fog, precisely capturing the subtle, rhythmic fluctuations in the air that beckoned him, akin to a seasoned hound tracking a scent. These vibrations guided him to a clearing where an old wooden cabin stood. The cabin, rugged in design, bore a chimney devoid of smoke, and its windows were boarded up with planks. Yet, Shahui discerned the truth. It was merely a facade concealing intricate electronic apparatus, a surveillance network, and a teleportation node resonating with spatial fluctuations. The source of the invitation lay beyond this node. While the cabin appeared unguarded, he sensed hidden infrared cameras and pressure mines in 3 directions. To an ordinary person, these would be lethal traps. However, Shahui merely paused his cane for a moment. An intangible field of ignorance expanded from him, and in an instant, the precise circuits and logical structures of all electronic devices were twisted and annihilated, reduced to useless metallic fragments. The infrared cameras were rendered blind, the detonation mechanisms of the mines were reduced to powder, and the underground surveillance screens were instantly obscured by static. The external defenses vanished as swiftly as they had been activated. He pushed open the creaking wooden door as if returning home, revealing an interior cloaked in cobwebs and dust, devoid of any trace of life. He made his way directly to the solitary large wooden table, his cane lightly tapping a section beneath the table, sliding aside to reveal a metallic platform glowing with an ethereal blue light, the teleportation node. Without hesitation, he stepped onto it, his figure consumed by the azure radiance. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and distortion, he found himself in a dimly lit stone corridor, the air thick with the mingled scents of disinfectant, blood, fear, and cheap perfume. Ahead, the cacophony of voices erupted, frenzied cheers, furious roars, and desperate screams. Following the corridor, he soon arrived at an expansive cavern, transformed into a colossal, savage gladiatorial arena. Surrounding him were rusted, blood-stained bleachers packed with grotesquely contorted spectators, creatures not of human origin, but malformed, mutated humanoids, some adorned with horns, others with multiple limbs, clad in crude leather armor and brandishing weapons, howling with deafening fervor. In the center of the arena stood an iron cage, within which several ragged humans cowered in terror. Their opponent, a towering, muscular man clad in a metal mask, wielding a chainsaw and a cleaver. The chainsaw roared, the cleaver clanged against the cage, and the symphony of cheers and screams melded into a frenzied, bloody orchestration. Here, humanity was reduced to livestock. Fear and death served as sustenance, while the mutated beings and their unseen masters played the roles of caretakers and consumers. Initially unnoticed, Sha Hui blended into the background like a mere crew member who had wandered astray. He surveyed the scene, instantly grasping the rudimentary, aesthetically displeasing operational dynamics of this fear-farming enterprise, crude in its brutality, reminiscent of a child's play rather than the meticulous tortures of hell based on sin. A tinge of disappointment washed over him, as he had anticipated something more novel. At that moment, within the arena, a hunter revved his chainsaw, cleaving a human in half, blood and entrails splattering across the ground, eliciting ecstatic cheers from the crowd. Sha Hui keenly sensed a pure essence of fear and suffering being siphoned away by devices beneath the arena, directed towards deeper, more secretive realms. Thus, he understood, the spectacle of gladiatorial combat was but a facade. The true objective was the collection of specific soul energies. Though it possessed a modicum of sophistication compared to mere slaughter, it remained fundamentally primitive. His presence, coupled with the earlier display of dismantling defenses, finally drew attention. "Hey, old man, how did you get in here?" A gruff voice emerged from behind. A towering, one-eyed mutant creature, flanked by two subordinates, blocked the escape route, its filthy hand reaching toward his shoulder. However, without turning back, the figure of Sha Hui remained composed. Just as the filthy hand was about to make contact, the mutant and its minions suddenly froze, their biological energy, life functions, and cognitive processes forcibly silenced. Their eyes became vacant, muscles slackened, resembling lifeless puppets. As they collapsed to the ground, devoid of any movement. They were not dead. Their existence had merely been suspended, transforming them into living specimens caught between being and non-being. This unexpected turn incited a minor commotion, with nearby spectators gasping in confusion, while the hunters in the arena halted their pursuits, casting wary glances toward the stands. The cacophony gradually faded into silence, all gazes fixated in a frenzied mix of bewilderment and cruelty upon the stooped elder. Sha Hui turned slowly, leaning on his cane, his gray eyes sweeping over the audience, the hunters in the arena, and the survivors in cages, displaying not a hint of emotional fluctuation. Akin to a farmer entering a raucous chicken coop, merely frowning slightly at the noise. Then, in a raspy yet steady voice, which resonated clearly for all to hear, he inquired, "Where's the one in charge here?" His words, though softly spoken, were akin to a wind at absolute zero, extinguishing all fervor within the arena, leaving behind a chilling silence and an instinctual, overwhelming dread. Sha Hui's question struck like ice plunged into boiling oil. The clamor of the arena was instantly frozen, replaced by a bone-chilling stillness. The fervor of the mutant onlookers solidified into a blank terror, their simple minds unable to comprehend the unfolding events, yet instinctively warning them that the elder before them was a terrifying presence far beyond mere prey. The humans in the iron cage ceased their weeping and trembling, staring blankly at the figure before them, a flicker of absurd hope emerging amidst their despair. After a brief, deathly silence, chaos erupted anew. "He killed Captain Glenn." A mutant screamed, "Intruder! Tear him apart." More guards surged forth from the shadows, roaring as they brandished their weapons, even the frenzied spectators leaping from the stands to join the assault. Sha Hui stood his ground, not even shifting his cane, merely lifting his eyelids slightly, his gray eyes scanning the approaching figures. There was no light, No shockwave, no visible energy, yet the foremost dozen or so mutants suddenly halted. Their continuity of existence forcefully interrupted. Their bodies began to blur and fade like a pencil sketch being erased from the edges, until they completely dissipated, leaving no sound or trace behind, even the kinetic energy of their charge reverting to the void, as if they had never existed. The creatures behind them abruptly skidded to a stop, witnessing their companions vanish, their anger swiftly transforming into fear as they whimpered and retreated in a frenzy. Through the hidden loudspeakers in the arena, a frantic voice crackled with static. Useless. Stop him. Use heavy weaponry. Activate the traps. Above the rocky walls, several cannon barrels pivoted, laser sights locking onto Shahui. With a sizzling sound, multiple beams capable of melting steel shot forth, striking true. The brilliance erupted. But as the lasers neared within a meter of Shahui, they vanished silently, absorbed into a singularity that devoured light, leaving no effect whatsoever. Immediately following, the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing sharp spikes and deep pits, while the walls flanked by high-pressure flames and corrosive acid spewed forth. The fissured ground mended itself before his saws could make contact, and as the caustic flames encroached upon his vicinity, the chemical bonds and energy structures disintegrated instantaneously, transforming flames into heated air and acid into droplets that pattered down. All attacking traps, upon nearing him, found their very foundations negated and rendered null. Throughout the ordeal, he remained unperturbed, the edges of his garments undisturbed, shaking his head slightly, as if bored by this futile resistance. The inefficacy was glaring, the redundancy of defenses non-existent, and the assaults lacked imagination. He raspingly critiqued the situation as one might an inferior machine, noting that the fear collection efficiency barely passed muster. Riddled with impurities and marked by poor operational management, his gaze traversed the petrified monsters and inoperative traps before settling on the shadows deep within the arena, one last time. Summon the Overseer. Or perhaps, a flicker of mild, cruel interest ignited in his gray eyes. I shall dismantle this place and seek for myself. An oppressive silence enveloped the arena, steeped in sheer terror. Even the voice from the loudspeakers had ceased, as if the puppeteer behind the scenes had been rendered mute by fear. At that moment, a colossal metallic door disguised as a rock, deep within the arena, ascended with a heavy mechanical groan. Beyond it lay not a cavern, but a brightly lit corridor imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. A man clad in a high-ranking engineer's uniform stood there, his face ashen and trembling, clutching a tablet that flickered with erratic error codes. Please, do not be angry. I am the on-site supervisor. How may I serve you? The man's voice quivered uncontrollably. The gaze of the protagonist fell upon him, then glided over the corridor. Finally, someone capable of a semblance of communication. Leaning upon his cane, he advanced towards the metallic door, and wherever he passed, the mutated creatures recoiled as if from a plague, huddling together in terrified silence. Approaching the supervisor, he regarded the man with calm gray eyes. Lead the way. Chapter 62. Clean up. The supervisor's Adam's apple bobbed violently, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and soaking the crisp collar of his uniform. Under the scrutiny of those ashen eyes, he felt as though pinned to an autopsy table, unable to conceal the tremors emanating from his very soul. With no room for hesitation, driven solely by the instinct for survival, he stiffly turned and nervously tapped a few commands on the tablet. With a deep hum, the heavy metallic door swung wide open, revealing the technological corridor behind it. The lighting was stark and white, the walls sleek alloy, and the air was filled with the low drone of the circulation system, imbued with the antiseptic scent that starkly contrasted with the brutality of the arena outside. Please, follow me. The supervisor's voice rasped like sandpaper. The protagonist followed, his steps steady as if meandering through a mundane museum. Yet, his presence thickened the already profound silence of the corridor, representing order and control. Staff members encountered along the way, upon seeing the elderly figure behind the supervisor, initially wore expressions of confusion, but upon meeting his gray gaze, turned as pale as paper, pressing themselves against the walls until he had passed far enough away for them to dare exhale. The supervisor guided him through several sealed doors requiring authorization, ultimately arriving at a control center resembling the core of a beehive. Circular screens dotted the surroundings, displaying the arena's surveillance, mostly static, energy readings, soul collection reports, and a dizzying array of data codes. Dozens of technicians seated at the control panels halted their work, turning in terror towards the entrance. At the center of the control room stood an eerie cultivation chamber, a bizarre amalgamation of biological tissue and cutting-edge technology. In the tank lay a being that could barely be considered humanoid, its body largely entangled with pipes, sensors, and mechanical components, leaving only a distorted face pressed against the glass. Its eyes, intricate optical instruments, flickered with a frantic red light, fixated intently on Sha Hui. A surge of consciousness, infused with anger, fear, and madness, crashed towards Sha Hui like a shockwave, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you invade my domain? Disrupt my grand collection?" This force was potent enough to drive an ordinary person to madness in an instant, yet Sha Hui did not even flutter his eyelids. As the mental onslaught approached, it shattered silently against him like waves upon rocks, reduced to mere fragments, barely constituting noise. He scanned the data on the screen, swiftly grasping the operational principles. So it is the extraction of low-dimensional soul energy, combined with crude biological modifications and emotional amplification. The target clientele appears to be those inferior deities from lower realms who crave primitive stimulation, truly a tasteless enterprise. Though his words were unremarkable, they pierced the pride of the entity within the tank like a knife. Preposterous. What do you know? This is art. This is evolution. This is garbage. Sha Hui interjected, his tone unwavering, noting that the energy conversion rate was below 17, while the soul impurity rate exceeded 63. Customer satisfaction relied entirely on information asymmetry and base tastes. The operational costs were exorbitant. Merely sustaining your half-alive core processor consumed a significant portion of the profits. He resembled the most discerning investment advisor, exposing the project's inadequacies. The red glow in the tank faltered, seemingly dazed by this financial critique. Who are you? Sha Hui remained silent, his gaze fixated on the wall at the deepest part of the control center, which bore an emblem composed of thorns, gears, and eyes. The pain engine, he uttered, a flicker of disdain crossing his gray eyes. It was merely an outsourced unit meant to torment the subordinates of that fellow. No wonder it was so lacking in ambition. The tormentor was a traditional duke of hell, presiding over the realm of physical suffering, a faction that Sha Hui viewed as unimaginative and conventional. The entity in the tank was thoroughly alarmed, for not only had Sha Hui seen through everything, but he had also unveiled the backer behind the scenes, his tone dripping with condescension. You are. The consciousness trembled violently, rage morphing into fear. Sha Hui finally regarded the tank directly, his gray eyes seemingly penetrating the glass and the being's form, reaching its core. Your operation has generated far too much noise. Moreover, he cast a sidelong glance towards the arena, as if to suggest attacks upon me. The last two words, uttered lightly, caused the temperature within the control center to plummet to freezing. The technicians felt as though their hearts had been gripped by icy hands. No, it's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. The consciousness in the tank wailed. We did not know it was you. Now you do. Sha Hui interrupted. The processing plan is halted, assets liquidated, and all unlawfully harvested energy shall be nullified. No. The being screamed in despair. You cannot. This belongs to the pain engine. The Duke of Torment will not. Sha Hui's emaciated finger pressed lightly. There was no sound, no light. Yet, within the control center, all machines, screens, servers, tanks, intricate internal structures, physical logic, and energy forms were instantaneously rewritten, disintegrating into nothingness. Crackling, hissing, the screens went dark, the lights extinguished, and the machines emitted wisps of smoke, reduced to mere heaps of scrap. The cultivation tank's glass has become murky, the nutrient solution now resembling mere water, while the biological tissues and mechanical components appear as if they have weathered for eons, leaving behind an empty basin. The consciousness fluctuations that once resided here resemble a severed radio signal, devoid of sound. The control center is engulfed in an oppressive silence, illuminated only by the faint red glow of emergency lights, casting eerie reflections upon faces filled with terror. The dim light resembles the abrupt cessation of a cacophonous radio, as the individual, paralyzed with fear and soiled in their trousers, is instructed, clean the scene. With those 3 words, the elder, leaning on a cane, retraces their steps. As they pass, the darkness recedes. Upon returning to the arena, the mutated creatures and hunters in the stands remain frozen in fear, akin to statues encased in ice. The survivors within the iron cage gaze vacantly at the returning elder. The elder does not acknowledge them, instead pausing at the center of the arena, firmly planting their cane. An immense, intangible will emanates from their presence, defining a rule that spreads to every corner of the underground. Within this space, all creations born of the engines of suffering, contracts, and energy imprints are immediately negated in their existence. In a silent moment, the mutated beings in the stands and the hunters in the arena dissipate like dried sand sculptures, their foundational existence denied, reverting to untainted particles. The imprisoned human souls, too, break free from their constraints, slowly dissipating, perhaps to reincarnate, perhaps to find peace. The arena swiftly becomes immaculate. The elder takes a step, and the space distorts, revealing the edge of a mist-laden forest. The wooden cabin behind them has vanished, erased like chalk from a blackboard, leaving only a barren clearing. The alchemy beneath Paris. The grim misjudgment of the airport's reaper, this shoddy outsourced engine of suffering, has finally been silenced. Standing amidst the forest, the elder savors the return of serene normalcy. Perhaps nodding in satisfaction. Fishing is indeed preferable. The stooped figure sinks into the shadows beneath, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind an empty woodland and a group of bewildered, fortunate souls who seem to have crossed over from another realm. As for whether the engines of suffering and the tormenting Duke will pursue retribution, the elder does not concern themselves, much like one would disregard an ant's revenge plan after trampling its nest. The daily life of the Lord of Hell is, after all, so unadorned and monotonous. Chapter 63. Narrative layered deep within Hell, a platinum flame flickers against a charred expanse. The elder's spiked dragon form lies atop a mountain of solidified despair, an obsidian fishing rod propped beside them, its line dipping into the seething lake of sinful magma. They partially close their molten golden eyes, relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility. However, this tranquility does not endure as a thread. Resonating with a specific frequency and a sense of indebtedness, pierces through dimensional barriers, entwining itself around the edges of their consciousness. This is not a plea or prayer, but a coercive summons rooted in ancient hellish contracts and bloody sacrifices. The elder's massive head lifts slightly, their molten eyes reflecting displeasure as they swiftly locate the source of the disturbance, a dark basement in the human realm, where a flawed sacrificial ritual has inadvertently connected with deeper rules. TSK. They growl, sending ripples across the magma lake, questioning which fool has incurred the high-interest debt of torment, seeking to gamble their fate on a third-rate ritual. This summoning is typically aimed at lesser demons. Yet whether due to a ritual error or the unexpected quality of the sacrificial offering triggering a clause, the call has reached this royal entity. According to the infernal edicts, even a sovereign must respond, albeit by dispatching a minion to extinguish an insignificant ant, thereby honoring the agreement. The dark luminary perceived this obligation as an inconvenience, akin to a king being beseeched by a beggar, brandishing a tattered IOU and demanding personal repayment, a rather degrading affair. Initially, he contemplated sending a mere demon to address the matter, yet as the thought took form, the summoning resonance unexpectedly intertwined with the eternal darkness of his dominion, creating a discordant echo. Serendipitously, the unstable energy of the ritual, or perhaps a wrinkle in the cosmic dimensions, or the unfortunate activation of a temporal coordinate for the summoning portal, veered off course, leading not to a basement, but crashing into a tumultuous realm filled with chaotic narrative phantoms. Curiously sensing this anomalous transition, a flicker of intrigue ignited within his indifferent consciousness. He suddenly felt that personally investigating this erroneous summoning intertwined with bizarre happenings might be more captivating than mere fishing. Thus, he condensed a fragment of his ethereal essence, enveloped it in a shroud of ignorance, and traversed the twisted summoning channel. In a place where time and space were in disarray, the scene flickered chaotically like a shattered kaleidoscope. The wallpaper of a Gothic hotel corridor peeled away, reeking of ancient blood. The windswept plains of the west swirled with sand, intermixed with the howls of wolves and the phantom of Indian war drums. A dilapidated circus tent brimmed with grotesque displays and deranged clowns. The Eerie Witch Academy. A nuclear wasteland, fragments of the 1960s Lunar Control Center intermittently flickering into view. Time resembled a broken tape, while space appeared as a disordered jigsaw puzzle. A young man clad in pajamas huddled in a corner, cradling his head as he beheld the chaos before him, nearly driven to madness. No. I merely wished to summon a demon to eliminate my creditor. Where am I? Take me back. At that moment, the space before him rippled, and an elderly figure, stooped and supported by an obsidian staff, emerged. Clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, his face etched with wrinkles, and his gray eyes sweeping over the bizarre transitions. He was indeed the embodiment of the dark luminary. The young man initially froze, but then, as if grasping a lifeline, he scrambled forward. Is it truly you? Great demon. I summoned you. Please grant my wish. Take me away. Kill the one who owes me money. The dark luminary did not regard him, merely flicked his staff, and the man collided with an invisible barrier, tumbling to the ground. The elder slightly raised his gaze, his gray eyes reflecting the fragmented space, a mixed narrative layer of American Horror Story. He rasped, his interest piqued. Is it a malfunction node of multiple seasons elements? Quite intriguing. The essence of fear here was so dense it could not dissolve. Murder, oppression, deformity, witchcraft, nuclear panic, and technological alienation swirled together like a spilled palette, becoming an exceedingly unstable entropy of chaotic narrative. The young summoner continued to pound against the invisible barrier, crying out, until the dark luminary finally turned his head, casting a lifeless glance with his gray eyes upon him. Your wish comes at the cost of eternal ignorance. The man did not comprehend, and the dark luminary turned away, lifting a skeletal finger to the stuttering space before him, not to stabilize or mend it, but merely to observe. He wished to witness how this chaotic narrative phantom would ultimately collapse into nothingness, far more fascinating than the trivial desires of a fool. As for the summoner, he had already become a part of the malfunction. His soul and desires would inevitably be assimilated and forgotten within the growing entropy. In a relatively stable corner, Sha Hui settled down, transforming his surroundings from a hotel bed to a circus prop box, leisurely casting an ordinary fishing rod, the origin of which remained a mystery to all. He began to fish, seeking the most twisted and bizarre fragments of possibility that thrived within the chaotic narrative. The young man gazed desperately at the old man's back, witnessing his casual fishing, and finally understood that the being he had summoned was not a demon to fulfill wishes, but something far more ineffable, reveling in the ultimate terror of chaos in a manner beyond his comprehension. Chapter 64. Unexpected Harvest. The shards of chaotic temporal fragments glimmered like broken glass, reflecting the despair and fear found in various seasons of American Horror Story. On the scarlet carpet of the Gothic Hotel, which ruins emerged, the laughter of clowns mingling with the radioactive dust of nuclear explosions. While the western sands swept past the ornate windows of the Witch Academy, the summoner had long since collapsed, curled up and howling, as existence was being diluted and absorbed by narrative chaos. Yet, Sha Hui remained composed in that corner, at times soft as a bed, at others as hard as a prop box, his fishing rod unwavering, the invisible line dangling into the turbulent stream of time and space. He did not gaze at the bizarre manifestations around him, but focused intently on the fractures and entropy of the underlying narrative rules. For him, this was not a disaster, but a rare dynamic exhibition of the art of demise, where he fished for the distorted, fleeting paradoxes of stories and points of terror amidst the collapse. This chaos was not without oversight. Sha Hui's intrusion, along with his indifferent fishing stance, finally stirred the underlying consciousness that maintained the malfunctioning nodes. A jarring static noise erupted, and a humanoid figure formed from heaps of old televisions emerged from the chaos. The screen reflecting the hotel's phantoms, clown makeup, and witch spells. Its head, a spherical screen swirling with snowflakes, emitted a voice akin to a voice changer, shrieking, "Error. Unauthorized access. High priority anomalous entity detected. Initiating cleansing protocol. Eliminate the intruder." This was the administrator of the narrative layer, a clumsy defense mechanism cobbled together from the errant storylines. As it appeared, the surrounding scenery suddenly coalesced, all directed at Sha Hui. Blood seeping from the hotel walls coalesced into a blood-faced nurse who lunged with a syringe. A clown leapt from the shadows, hurling explosive confetti. A witch's cursed green light shot forth like a venomous snake, and doomsday mutants, dragging their dismembered limbs, howled silently. Elements of terror from various seasons surged forward like a disorganized army, simultaneously launching their assault. Without even setting down his fishing rod, Sha Hui merely raised his gaze slightly. The very concept of the blood-faced nurse was transformed into harmless red steam, dissipating with a puff. The explosive confetti's chemical properties reversed, falling gently like a feather pillow. The cursed green light became an ineffective glow stick, flickering before extinguishing. The mutant's phantom was deemed non-existent, disintegrating after passing through him. All attacks failed to touch him, as the foundational premises were invalidated. The television monster stuttered, the snowy screen flashing wildly. Error. Rules cannot be parsed. Calling higher-tier narrative module. Linking core fear repository. It sought to draw upon more potent elements of horror, but in that instant, the eternal authority within Sha Hui resonated profoundly with the ultimate chaos and narrative collapse of this realm, even if merely as an incarnation. Buzz. The entire space quaked, the shifting scenes momentarily freezing and blurring, peeling away like faded paint. Instead, a more profound horror ensues. The essence of space loses its color and form, transforming into a blank slate. The perception of time becomes disordered, with fragments of past, present, and future jumbled together. The laws of cause and effect, along with logical chains, disintegrate entirely. The monstrous television shrieks in agony as its screens turn black and shatter, a part of the narrative that has now collapsed. It is finished. No. The narrative structure has crumbled. The timeline has failed to converge. The paradox looms infinitely. We are all destined to be formatted. The summoner, unable to even scream, finds his body and soul akin to a wax figure subjected to concentrated acid, rendered transparent and void, leaving no trace behind. Only the ominous glow remains, steadfastly positioned, its absolute domain resisting the grand formatting of the narrative. He retracts his fishing rod, perhaps content to observe the collapse. This is the essence. A return to nothingness that possesses a sense of order greater than the chaos of accumulation. He resembles a scientist witnessing the universe's heat death, the spectacle of foundational rules collapsing aligning with his aesthetic. Yet, this collapse touches upon the core source of fear that sustains all narratives in American Horror Story. Before the dissolution of nothingness, an ancient, abstract shadow suddenly emerges from the void. Does it symbolize the embodiment of creative dilemmas? Is it the ultimate fear long forgotten? Is it the fury of characters spiraling out of control? Is it the resentment of a series abruptly terminated? Is it an amalgamation conceived without bloodshed? They possess no form, merely a swirling mass of desperate rage, silently roaring towards the ominous glow, capable of tearing apart mortal souls. This transcends the nightmares of a single season. In the gray depths of the ominous glow's eyes, a glimmer of recognition finally appears. At last, something akin to an appetizer has arrived. For the first time, he takes it somewhat seriously, slowly rising, his hunched figure momentarily propping up the collapsing void of narrative. In the face of that ultimate shadow of fear, he raises his frail right hand, its fingertips igniting with a clearer, purer platinum flame. The essence of the fire of ignorance manifests. Without words or gestures, he gently extends the flame towards the shadow, akin to offering a spark to a boiling sea of negative possibilities. In that instant of contact, there is no explosion or resistance. The shadow, representing the deepest fears of the series, encounters its sole nemesis, emitting a final, silent wail filled with liberation and despair. Willingly and unreservedly ignited by the flame, the fire of ignorance spreads instantaneously, consuming not matter, but concepts, the fear itself, narrative, existence, the remnants of imagery, fractured rules, collapsing logic, and frenzied resentment all become fuel, allowing the fire to burn colder, quieter, and purer. This is not destruction. It is a purification, a return to zero, dragging all errors and suffering back to the ultimate void. The flames silently sweep across, leaving behind not charred remnants, but an absolute blank tranquility. The faulty narrative bubble has been completely formatted from the ground up. In mere moments, chaos, fear, and story have vanished. The ominous glow stands within a colorless, soundless, and conceptual void. This is the coordinate where the narrative bubble once existed, now thoroughly cleansed. Only the platinum flame at his fingertips remains aglow, the sole existence amidst the void. He surveys the surroundings and flatly announces, "Cleanup complete." Like tidying a disordered backyard, the flame retracts to his fingertip, and as he prepares to depart, just before stepping into the void to return to hell, a faint yet pure stream of energy surges forth, akin to rivers converging into the sea. The twilight of despair momentarily paused, as it sensed this was a narrative mirage reset to zero, the last remnants of primal fear essence, drawn to him. The harbinger of endings, akin to an object succumbing to a black hole, its mass consumed entirely. In the ultimate annihilation of this narrative cosmos, the very essence of fear, in its final moments, offered its last vestige of existence as a tribute to the sovereign of oblivion. This flow of energy was pure and vast, surpassing the cumulative harvest of the pain engines, silently merging into his avatar, subsequently coalescing with the essence of hell itself. His stature seemed to solidify not from an increase in power, his strength was already nearly infinite, but from an ultimate dominion over the concept of fear, gaining a trivial yet significant reinforcement of validation. He fell silent, unexpectedly enriched by this additional gain. It appeared that dealing with narrative detritus could yield a cleaning fee. He stroked his chin, his gray eyes momentarily flickering with considerations of business. Perhaps he should pay more attention to such matters in the future? This thought flitted through his mind before he shook his head, dismissing it in favor of the more pressing matter of fishing. With a single step, he vanished into the void. By the shores of the infernal magma lake, the platinum-hued spiked-back dragon stirred slightly, its molten golden vertical eyes opening and closing as though it had merely dozed. Countless nearly invisible translucent ripples, composed of minuscule symbols of fear, formed around its claws. swiftly merging into its vast existence, disappearing without a trace. The obsidian fishing rod quivered gently. A fish had taken the bait. The focus of his true form returned entirely to the rod. The clamor of the mortal realm, the collapse of narratives, and the tributes of fear were merely interludes to his fishing endeavor. Only fishing remained eternal. Chapter 65. Pennywise as the turmoil of the infernal magma lake subsided. His molten golden vertical eyes fixated once more on the obsidian fishing rod, eager for the lava-toothed shark to become a prized possession. Yet, just as the hook was poised to pierce the jaw of its prey, a wave of summoning energy, like a precisely aimed poisoned dart, pierced dimensions and struck the nodes of debt and response within his consciousness. This ritual, unlike the previous mediocre one, was more precise and malicious, enveloped in a frantic despair and vengeful delight. The source of this energy was chillingly viscous, replete with echoes of childhood trauma, forgotten fears, and a cyclical hunger for predation, endless. He roared in frustration, stirring the magma lake into a boil, impatiently unraveling his consciousness, eschewing the need to reshape his avatar, and instead hurled the elder form that had just returned from the American Horror node down the summoning channel, as one might discard an old tool onto the next nail. In the town of Derry, Maine, under a gray, foreboding sky, the air was thick with an unsettling scent of rust and decay. Deep within the haunted house at 29 Neburn Street, a pallid man with sunken eyes had just completed a dark ritual, using his own blood, fragments of childhood terrors, and a totem stolen from an ancient Indian grave as offerings. He sought revenge against the town he loathed, yearning for retribution even at the cost of mutual destruction. As the ritual concluded, the totem exploded, releasing a frigid, dead wind of gray that filled the room. Within this gray wind, a hunched elder coalesced, clad in a deep gray suit and wielding an obsidian cane, exuding an atmosphere even more suffocating than the haunted house itself. His gray eyes did not regard the summoner, but instead pierced through the floor's foundation, gazing into the depths of the town's labyrinthine sewers, rife with the nightmares of his childhood. There, he sensed the slumbering presence of a vast, ancient extra-dimensional predator, feasting upon fear. The existence of this entity is intriguing. It is not a demonic spirit, but rather resembles a conceptual parasite that thrives on collective fear. Oh, the elder rasped, curiosity piqued as he observed the sizable catch. The summoner, paralyzed by the elder's terrifying aura, dampened his trousers, trembling. You are the one I summoned to fulfill my wish to destroy this place and kill it. Shahui lowered his gaze, his gray eyes scanning the man. A wish? Very well. Just as hope ignited within the man, Shahui added, the price is your fear, your memories, everything pertaining to it, to serve as bait. Before the man could react, Shahui beckoned with a finger. No. The man screamed, as the horrifying memories of the clown, the shadows of his childhood, were forcibly extracted, coalescing into a stream of grayish energy that flowed into Shahui's palm, forming a clump that exuded despair. The man's eyes became hollow, reduced to a mere shell. Collapsing to the ground, Shahui assessed the bait. Satisfactory purity. It should suffice to lure that gluttonous fish. Ignoring the summoner, he stepped into the shadows, and in the next moment, stood before the filthy entrance of the sewers in Derry Town, striding directly into the darkness. The sewers, damp and filthy, revealed the remnants of fear clinging to the walls, accompanied by echoes of children's cries and manic laughter. The space twisted, appearing vast, like a repugnant nest. The bait in his hand radiated an enticing aura, and from the darkness ahead came the sound of something crawling. A skinless monster, its bloodied musculature on display, crawled towards him on all fours, its face adorned with razor-sharp fangs. This was its derivative. Shahui barely glanced at it. The creature lunged midair, freezing as if struck by acid, beginning to dissolve from its limbs into a pool of pus and blood that seeped into the sewage. Just petty fish, Shahui thought, continuing deeper into the abyss. The further he ventured, the more fearsome entities emerged, the bully ghosts of schoolyard torment, distorted parents embodying familial abuse, and grotesque figures representing disease surged forth from the shadows and sewage. Yet, Shahui did not falter. His aura of oblivion negated any fearsome creations that dared to touch him, shattering them like fragile bubbles. He arrived at an underground cavern, cluttered with broken toys of children, resembling a macabre trophy room. At the center of the cave stood Pennywise, clad in filthy clown attire, with orange hair and a white powdered face, his yellow eyes fixated on Shahui, his smile rigid, brimming with suspicion, fury, and a gluttonous desire for the bait. New toy? Pennywise cackled, strange-smelling old toy. He sensed the elder was formidable, Yet the allure of that fearful energy was too tempting. This was his territory, and he doubted any threat. Shahui halted, scrutinizing the clown, a parasite of collective fear, periodically hibernating to prey, variable in form, yet fundamentally fragile. Rating: interesting but inefficient. Pennywise's smile vanished, replaced by a ferocious roar. Inefficient? I am fear itself. The nightmare of Dairy Town. How dare you? Shahui raised the bait. Do you desire this? Pennywise's pupils constricted, a mix of greed and caution. Give it to me. Very well. But answer me a question first, Shahui replied. Pennywise hesitated. What question? Are you delicious? Pennywise was taken aback. What do you mean? Literally, Shahui elucidated. As the source of fear, if you were to be used as an ingredient, what would the flavor be? What is the energy conversion rate? Is there any culinary value? I would consume you. Pennywise erupted in fury, his clown visage fracturing to reveal a grotesque spider form, replete with decaying eyes and contorted limbs. Spinning teeth emitting a cacophony of anguished screams that reverberated through the lair, conjuring phantoms of terror. Shadewhite sighed, acknowledging the futility of communication. Sampling in situ had become imperative. He utilized unlit flames to purify and amplify the scent of bait, then raised his hand, grasping the void. Defining with eternal authority, Pennywise and his essence of fear were to be harvested as experimental subjects. The colossal arachnid froze, its massive body uncontrollably disintegrating into a stream of pure fear energy, extracted and compressed into pulsating crystalline forms of dread. No, what is this power? Pennywise howled in despair, attempting to flee but unable to defy the decree, ultimately reverting to a translucent clown, his energy continuously dissipating. Sample 1. Essence of fundamental fear. Sample 2. Additional energy from corporeal distortion. Shadewhite recorded casually, deeming the samples sufficient, observing the crystal. The energy's activity remained viable, albeit with significant impurities and heavy grievances. Direct consumption might lead to indigestion, thus purification or use as a feed additive was advised. The sustainable catch held little value, with a protracted growth cycle, suggesting complete recovery. He ignited a dim, formless flame, imbued with narrative nullification properties, directed towards Pennywise. No, I curse you. Pennywise shrieked as the flame made contact, only to dissolve into tranquility. Its corporeal awareness began to melt away, ultimately hearing the elders whisper. The taste could not compare to the hellfire catfish. Eternal void consumed him entirely. Pennywise was utterly obliterated. The phantoms of fear in the sewer lair dissipating, the oppressive atmosphere of Derry lifting as the sky brightened slightly. Shadewhite regarded the fear crystal. Feeling the replenished energy within, the cleaning costs were higher than the previous, barely worth the investment. He turned his cane to depart. Yet an abrupt anomaly arose from the deepest veins of Derry. An ancient darkness, older than Pennywise, stirred, akin to a leviathan of the deep sea turning. Just a wisp of its essence shrouded the town's sky once more in dense clouds, causing residents to kneel and tremble. The ultimate fear, rooted in ancient memories, surged forth. Shadewhite's form solidified, his gray eyes igniting as if discovering a treasure. His gaze pierced through the earth's crust, locking onto the source, a slumbering dimension rift composed of primal fear. Its essence pure and ancient, surpassing even Pennywise. Genuine intrigue blossomed within him, halting his departure, casually discarding the Pennywise crystal into the sewage. He retrieved a fishing rod, lowering an invisible line to penetrate the rock strata, suspended at the edge of the dark fissure. He even produced a small stool, adjusting the rod's angle, as if angling for a deep-sea leviathan. Since he was here, he might as well see if he could catch a local specialty, he mused. The residents of Derry, having just exhaled in relief, plunged into deeper terror. This night was destined to be sleepless. Meanwhile, Shadewhite sat poised in the sewer, fishing for an ultimate nightmare older than the clown, with little regard for the town's future, which had never been in his contemplation. Chapter 66. The unusual tavern. The ancient darkness beneath Derry, akin to a colossal whale of the deep sea, flicked its tail at Shadewhite's formless hook, then turned and sank back into slumber. The mere hint of released essence would send the town trembling for months, yet in Shadewhite's eyes, it was merely a potential catch. A large fish unwilling to bite at the moment, somewhat regrettable, but he was in no hurry to reap the rewards. Let it grow plump before I reel it in, he rasped to himself, stowing away the fishing rod and stool, both peculiar items vanishing into thin air. The intrigue stirred by the darkness of the underground was swiftly supplanted by the quotidian needs of the fisherman, passing the time and alleviating the tedium of dealing with refuse. Emerging from the sewer, he found himself standing on a desolate country road. The night was pitch black, the stars obscured by clouds. and distant streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. The air was crisp and imbued with the earthy scent of vegetation, far more refreshing than the stench of the sewer or the inferno below. He ambled along with the aid of a cane, and after a quarter of an hour, the warm yellow light from a nearby tavern caught his eye. Its crooked sign, adorned with faded paint depicting a cracked wooden cup, drew him in. The windows were fogged, revealing the sounds of human chatter, jazz music, and the clinking of glasses. Harbor of Refuge? He mused, the name echoing without emotion, yet fitting the scene. He pushed open the creaky wooden door, and a wave of warmth mingled with the scents of malt, whiskey, and tobacco enveloped him, along with a faint, innocuous hint of the inhuman. The tavern was modest in size, with a polished wooden bar where a bald bartender named Sam was diligently polishing glasses. The patrons were scattered. A truck driver sighed into his phone. A couple engaged in a silent standoff stole glances at each other. A man in a trench coat sat alone in a corner and at the far end of the bar. A person with pointed ears and amber eyes stared blankly at a bowl of peanuts. There was a peculiar sense of harmony in the air, human exhaustion, alien detachment, and the numbing embrace of alcohol coalesced into a temporary peace. His arrival momentarily silenced the tavern. His stooped figure, clad in an old suit, with lifeless gray eyes and an obsidian cane, stood in stark contrast to the ambience. Curious, yet wary gazes fell upon him, but Sam merely lifted his eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing his face as he warmly inquired, "Good evening, sir. It's chilly outside. Would you care to sit and have something to warm you?" The fisherman surveyed the bartender, perceiving him as a gentle shapeshifter seeking solace away from his kin, and chose not to delve deeper. Nodding, he approached the bar and took a seat. "What do you have?" His voice, though soft, rose above the music, clear and distinct. "We have house-brewed rye beer, several varieties of whiskey, and a special apple cider gifted by an old lady," Sam replied. "I'll have the beer," the fisherman stated succinctly. "A glass of rye, and put it on my tab," he added. The pointed-eared individual beside him slid over crumpled bills, his voice gruff, yet laced with awkward kindness. The fisherman cast a sidelong glance at him, and the silence was taken as acquiescence. Sam presented a frothy glass of dark beer before him, saying, "Roy is a good chap, just not very articulate." The fisherman took a sip, savoring the rich, smoky bitterness. Though it paled in potency compared to the fiery spirits of hell, it possessed a certain charm, and he nodded slightly in approval. The atmosphere in the tavern began to warm, with the truck driver lamenting a malfunctioning transmission, the man from the couple complaining about being misunderstood over his phone, and Roy muttering about the rising price of moonlight grass. The fisherman half closed his eyes, sipping his drink as if napping, yet absorbing all the emotional currents of these mundane grievances, which were far more intriguing than the cacophony of violence. Suddenly, the door swung open, allowing a chill to sweep in. Sheriff Bill, clad in uniform, entered, shaking off the cold. The dog from Tom's house chased a cat onto the roof. Mrs. Smith lost her garden gnome. There's strange light emanating from the old mine at night, and a rumbling noise from the earth that's keeping several households awake. I've checked twice, but found nothing. Since that oppressive feeling in town disappeared, bizarre occurrences seem to have multiplied. The fisherman paused mid-sip, his hand halting. A rumbling? From underground? Instantly, he recalled the unhooked giant fish, sensing that something significant was afoot. Sam speculated it might be tectonic activity or a gas leak, and Bill, unwilling to probe further, remarked, "Let us just hope there are no more reports of missing children." At that moment, the man in the trench coat rose from his corner and approached. In his 40s, he appeared weary yet possessed a keen gaze, exuding an aura reminiscent of sulfur and aged parchment. He inclined his body slightly. "Pardon me, sir. May I offer you a drink? You do not seem to be a local." Xiaohui lifted his eyes, penetrating the facade of this mediocre demonologist, who had forged a pact with a lesser demon, his power feeble, his soul tainted by infernal impurities. "Casual." The man exhaled in relief and addressed Sam. "Pour this gentleman another drink, and charge it to my tab. I shall have absinthe." He settled into a seat. Introducing himself, Victor Leonard, folklorist. Xiaohui remained silent, prompting Victor to probe further. "You possess an extraordinary demeanor. Are you intrigued by the ancient legends of this land?" "Occasionally," Xiaohui replied, fixating on the frothy contents of his glass. Victor leaned in, lowering his voice. "Do you believe? There lies beneath us something far older and more powerful than one might imagine, not merely a child's frightful gesture, but the ancient terrors from beyond the stars." His fingers traced distorted symbols upon the bar. Xiaohui cast a glance, recognizing them as marks of ancient darkness. This half-wit had only grazed the surface. "I have heard whispers," he conceded. Victor's enthusiasm surged. "I knew it. I have delved into forbidden tomes and paid the price," he said, clutching a pendant at his chest to confirm its existence. The sleeper, awaiting awakening, or to be summoned. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Sam refilled Xiaohui's glass with a vibrant green apple liqueur, sweet yet perilous. Xiaohui sampled it. Finding it more stimulating than mouthwash, mortal consumption could prove fatal. To awaken it? And then? He pondered, intrigued. Victor faltered for a moment. Then we reveal the truth. Witness the grandeur. Perhaps gain infinite knowledge and power. His eyes brimmed with avarice and trepidation. A rather pedestrian motivation, Xiaohui assessed. Victor choked on his words, eager to defend himself, but Xiaohui continued as if engaging in casual conversation. The immense pressure and high temperatures beneath the crust are ill-suited for celebrations. Awaking an ancient entity with a foul disposition is likely to result in it squashing the offending insects that rouse it, rather than dispensing candy. Victor's expression soured. You do not comprehend. That is a great trouble. Xiaohui interjected. Its slumber is detrimental. It compresses several ley lines, leading to a 3.7 decline in local crop yields and a 0.5 decrease in the sensitivity of newborns to magic. By community standards, it qualifies as a nuisance neighbor. The tavern fell into a stunned silence. Victor gaped, rendered speechless by the absurdity of his meticulously prepared taboos in light of such discussions on property issues. Sam stifled a laugh, his shoulders trembling. Upon finishing his liqueur, Xiaohui set down his glass. Let it sleep. It is for the best of all. He rose, producing several ancient coins and placing them on the bar, their value far exceeding the cost of the drinks. Nodding to Sam, the beverage was delightful. As he passed Victor, he paused, casting a glance at the pendant adorning Victor's chest, whispering in a tone only Victor could hear. The party you contracted with has been tormenting the 700th agent under its command, who was recently disposed of in the Sulfur Lake for falsifying reports last month. Your debt has been settled. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped into the night. Victor was struck as if by lightning, clutching his chest. The once burning pendant now turned cold and lifeless, severing his connection to the demon. The debt was gone. In disbelief, he gazed toward the entrance, but the elder had vanished. The tavern remained quiet for a considerable time, until Sam retrieved the ancient coins, stowing them away with a smile. Strange occurrences abound daily. Tonight, particularly so. The drinks are plentiful, and so are the tales. The atmosphere had regained its vibrancy, yet each individual harbored a riddle concerning the enigmatic elder within their hearts. Xiaohui treaded the path back to the abyss, the cold wind tousling his silver hair as he squinted his gray eyes. The aftertaste of the apple cider was quite commendable. He resolved to try another brand next time. His figure melted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. This brief respite at the tavern turned out to be a rather delightful interlude in his earthly journey. Chapter 67. The ancient dragon awakens. The night was as dark as if drenched in thick ink, with even the starlight swallowed whole. As Xiaohui pushed open the rust-laden wooden door of the tavern, the creaking of the hinges resonated sharply in the silence. Since his last encounter with that apple cider in Delhi town, he had gradually discerned the allure of this establishment. It combined the warmth of human existence with a myriad of innermost thoughts, exuding a liveliness absent from the magma lakes of hell. Even the subtle flavors of the beverages warranted a slow savoring. He approached the bar, his gray eyes sweeping across the dimly lit room, ignoring the furtive glances of other patrons, and addressed the glass-polishing bartender with a voice as rough as sandpaper. A glass of whiskey. The bartender, having been intimidated by the unspoken pressure emanating from Xiaohui upon his entrance, trembled slightly, hastily retrieving a bottle of aged whiskey and pouring a generous measure, not daring to inhale too deeply. Though the old man appeared stooped, the palpable aura of silence surrounding him was far more unsettling than the ghost stories whispered in alleys. As Xiaohui's fingertips brushed against the cool glass, he murmured a quiet thank you before lifting it to his lips. The amber liquid slid down his throat, possessing a certain potency, yet providing warmth. He half closed his eyes, resembling one in a light slumber, while his peripheral vision remained vigilant to the movements at the entrance. Sure enough, moments later, the door swung open, allowing a gust of cold air mingled with the scent of smoke to invade the space. A man entered, a cigarette dangling from his lips, clad in a faded trench coat, his hair tousled, yet bearing a face of considerable handsomeness, laced with a hint of roguish bravado. The instant Xiaohui caught sight of him, he recognized the man, silently muttering two words that only he could hear. Constantine. John Constantine surveyed the tavern, seemingly dissatisfied with the raucous tables, his gaze eventually settling upon the vacant seat beside Xiaohui. Without regard for the other's consent, he strode over and took a seat, snapping his fingers at the bartender. Same again, whiskey. His tone was as casual as if he were in his own abode. Shahui fixed his gaze upon him, his gray eyes devoid of emotion, which rendered Constantine increasingly uncomfortable. He held the cigarette between his fingers, tapping it against the bar. Attempting to spark a conversation. Am I good looking? Shahui slowly shook his head, maintaining silence for a few seconds before responding. His voice still gravelly, yet each word articulated with clarity. Your soul is entangled with too many burdens, and your lungs are nearing their limits. Constantine's hand, clutching the cigarette, faltered momentarily, the mischief in his eyes dimming slightly. He glanced at Shahui, then down at his drink, letting out a derisive laugh. Old man, your gaze is quite piercing. But in these times, who doesn't carry a bit of baggage? My lungs will inevitably succumb to this smoke and drink. It's no matter. Despite his nonchalance, his fingers instinctively tightened around the glass. The dying light at the tips of his fingers pressed against the glass, its frigid touch failing to elicit any flicker of emotion in his gaze. He spoke softly. Satan has been watching your soul for quite some time. Yet heaven has never deemed you worthy of its embrace. The words struck like ice cast into boiling oil, causing John Constantine to instantly straighten his back. Just moments ago, he had casually held a cigarette, but now his grip tightened, contorting the cigarette but in his hand. He lifted his eyes to meet the gaze of the speaker. The glimmer of cynicism in his eyes entirely replaced by vigilance and curiosity. Those who possessed such knowledge were either celestial beings from heaven or wretched denizens of hell. The old man before him appeared far from benevolent. His mind raced as he recalled the harrowing exorcism from mere hours prior. The demon he faced had been unlike any he had encountered before, enveloped in an aura that instilled a profound sense of dread. In its final moments, it had bellowed, "The sovereign is watching you." At the time, he had dismissed it as the ramblings of a mad demon. But now, confronted by the penetrating gray eyes of the elder, his heart sank. "Who exactly are you?" Constantine whispered, his cigarette spinning between his fingers, yet he refrained from bringing it to his lips. An angel, perhaps? Or a being from hell? He scrutinized the old man's reaction, his breaths becoming more measured. If he had truly stumbled upon a significant figure from the underworld, leaving this tavern might prove to be a formidable challenge. Observing Constantine's taut demeanor, the old man shook his head slowly, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet strangely imbued with an air of relaxation. "Take it easy, child. Compared to Satan or those celestial entities, I am quite mild." With that, he raised his glass, taking another sip of whiskey. The amber liquid glistened on his lips, yet the desolation in his eyes remained unaltered. As he set down the glass, a shimmering scale appeared at his fingertips, radiating a faint platinum hue. Its edges adorned with delicate spines that were surprisingly gentle to the touch, exuding an unusual warmth. A subtle scent reminiscent of cooled magma lingered in the air. Without further elaboration, he gently pushed the scale toward Constantine. John gazed at the scale, a whirlwind of confusion swirling within him, yet he reached out to grasp it. The moment his fingers made contact, he sensed an unsettling vitality emanating from the scale, a force that was neither the sanctity of an angel nor the filth of a demon, but rather an ancient, profound existence that transcended both. He examined the scale closely, attempting to decipher its significance, but when he looked up to inquire further, he found the seat across from him already vacant. The tavern's dim lights continued to cast a warm glow, the bartenders still polishing glasses, and the patrons at the neighboring table engaged in hushed laughter, as if the stooped old man had never existed. Only the scale, still warm to the touch, served as a reminder that everything he had just experienced was no mere figment of his imagination. John Constantine held the platinum scale, its warmth lingering on his fingertips. Instinctively, he reached for the cigarettes in his pocket, lighting one and drawing deeply. Yet, instead of the familiar numbing sensation, a violent cough erupted from him, as if a fire had ignited within his chest. He coughed until tears threatened to spill, finally managing to regain his composure. He fixated on the vacant seat, glanced at the scales in his hand, his brows furrowing deeply, the clouds of doubt within him heavier than the fog of the tavern. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the scorched terrain still held the lingering heat of molten lava. The colossal platinum-spined dragon, embodying the essence of desolation, lay languidly upon a throne forged from solidified despair, half closing its molten gold vertical eyes, just on the verge of drifting into a shallow slumber, when it was abruptly roused by a voice that spanned countless dimensions. "Desolation. The soul of Constantine belongs to me." The voice, laced with the unique sulfurous and arrogant pressure of Satan, sent shockwaves through the entire lake of lava and hell, causing the distant wails to diminish slightly. In an instant, desolation opened its vertical eyes, the previous languor replaced by irritation, its massive head lifted abruptly, the spiny back stiffening with tension. Without further ado, it unhinged its colossal jaw, filled with sharp fangs, unleashing a torrent of dark purple thunder that brewed furiously within its maw, crackling with electricity, distorting the surrounding space. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel erupted from its mouth, carrying a cataclysmic force that reduced nearby hellish demons, crumbling structures, and even several small lava peaks to mere ash. The bolt surged directly towards the source of the voice, striking with precision in Satan's direction. Satan, clearly prepared, enveloped himself in a cloak of pitch-black hellfire, raising his hand to dissipate most of the bolt's power, with the residual shockwave creating a vast crater behind him. It was evident that he had no intention of retreating. His crimson eyes burned with fury as he flashed forward towards Desolation's domain. Dark energy surging around him like a tide. Desolation flicked its long tail, shattering the falling rocks above, and slowly rose to its full, long-dormant form. It tilted its head back, releasing a roar that reverberated throughout hell. The sound bore no anger, only the impatience of being disturbed. Yet it caused all the denizens of hell to tremble, even freezing the lava for a brief moment. Before the echo of the roar faded, Desolation's massive body surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, its platinum scales carving a brilliant arc through the dimness of hell, directly towards the oncoming Satan. The two supreme entities of hell were poised to engage in a confrontation capable of shaking the very foundations of the infernal realm. Chapter 68. Side Story 2. Twilight enveloped the Jurassic world like thick ink, slowly suffusing the ocean. The briny sea breeze carried shards of foam that crashed against the deep blue surface, creating layers of shimmering ripples. Desolation's immense form glided silently beneath the water, its streamlined back occasionally breaking the surface before swiftly retreating into the shadowy depths, akin to the most enigmatic guardian of this maritime domain. Its scales shimmered with a profound dark purple hue under the faint light, each swish of its tail wielding the power to stir the currents, sending nearby fish and shrimp scattering in fear, unwilling to venture near. As the apex predator of these waters, ordinary prey no longer piqued Desolation's interest. It had grown accustomed to roaming the deep alone, relishing its sovereign status that none dared challenge. On that day, it lazily glided through the coral reefs, its enormous eyes casually scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, an unusual silhouette caught its attention. The outline floated on the distant surface of the sea, gently swaying with the waves. Neither a common marine creature nor a naturally formed rock, it was a ship. The curiosity of the creature, known as Shahui, was instantly ignited. It quietly ascended, concealing its body beneath the water, revealing only its two eyes, cautiously observing the vessel. The ship was not particularly large, but was robustly constructed, adorned with unfamiliar insignia on its sails. Shadows occasionally flitted across the deck, accompanied by indistinct human voices. With its keen instincts honed from years of ocean survival, Shahui quickly deduced that the ship most likely hailed from distant India. However, being merely an ordinary vessel, it did not warrant prolonged attention. After all, many ships had traversed these waters before, merely transient visitors to its realm, lacking allure. Just as Shahui prepared to turn away and continue its deep-sea exploration, a mischievous thought suddenly emerged in its mind. Its gaze transformed into one of cunning, as its massive head tilted slightly, seemingly devising a plan. It recalled a recent encounter with a group of electric eels in the deep sea, transparent creatures capable of unleashing powerful currents. Though far smaller in size, they possessed a formidable weapon that could instill fear in any creature. If it could harness the power of the electric eels to entertain the individuals aboard the ship, it would surely be an amusing endeavor. Having made up its mind, Shahui stealthily descended into the deeper waters, quickly locating the habitat of the electric eels. Guided by its familiarity with the ocean, it approached cautiously, gently stirring the water to emit a soft signal. Over time, it had mastered a rudimentary method of communication with certain marine species. The electric eels seemed to sense its goodwill and gathered around, swirling about its form like a troop of soldiers awaiting orders. Shahui nudged the water with its head, directing the group of eels towards the Indian ship. A meticulously planned prank was about to unfold. Positioned beneath the vessel, Shahui commenced its operation. It carefully explored the underside of the ship with its sharp claws. The wooden planks were thick and sturdy, yet there remained an opportunity in the face of its immense strength. It had to exercise caution, ensuring the hole it created was neither too large, risking a swift inundation of the ship's hull, which would prompt the crew to abandon ship prematurely, nor too small to achieve the desired effect. After meticulous toil, a perfectly sized hole emerged, its edges smooth and nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. With everything in place, Shahui and the electric eels lay in wait in the shadows beside the opening, patiently anticipating their prey. It could distinctly hear the sounds aboard the ship, conversations, footsteps, and the rumble of the vessel traversing the waves, intertwining and resonating through the wooden planks into the depths below. As time ticked away, the surrounding waters gradually returned to tranquility, disturbed only by the occasional faint electric pulse emitted by the electric eels, creating delicate ripples in the water. Eventually, a commotion arose within the ship's cabin. Someone seemed to have detected something amiss beneath the vessel. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, a peculiar stick emerged from the opening, cautiously probing the surroundings. The eyes of the cunning Shahui sparkled with excitement, aware that the spectacle was about to commence. It gently swayed its tail, signaling to the nearby swarm of electric eels. In the next moment, dozens of eels surged towards the stick, unleashing a powerful current. A subtle yet distinct crackle echoed underwater, followed by a heart-wrenching scream from the ship. Imbued with agony and astonishment, its resonance overpowering the vessel's engine roar. Shahui couldn't help but wriggle with delight beneath the surface, reveling in its masterpiece. The stick was swiftly retracted, and a chorus of gasps and murmurs erupted from the cabin. Yet, Shahui was undeterred. It knew the crew would return to investigate. Sure enough, not long after, another peculiar stick cautiously emerged, this time with even greater trepidation, seemingly testing for any lurking danger. Shahui, employing the same tactics as before, orchestrated the electric eels to discharge their energy once again. A piercing scream pierced the air, louder than the previous, tinged with despair. Thus, Shahui lay in wait by the hull for an extended period. Each time an unsuspecting individual approached, it commanded the eels to unleash their electric charge, each strike hitting its mark and eliciting cries of anguish from the crew. The creature delighted in this game, its massive form gently swaying beneath the waves, its eyes gleaming with mischievous delight. The surrounding waters seemed to echo its joy, bubbling with exuberant waves. In stark contrast, chaos reigned aboard the ship. Initially, the crew presumed they had merely encountered an incidental electric current from the ocean floor, but as occurrences multiplied, they recognized something was amiss. Anyone approaching the hull was struck by an enigmatic force, the excruciating pain of electric shock seeping into their very bones, an unforgettable torment. Strangely, the majority of those struck were men, and the locations of the shocks were particularly humiliating, leaving them to grapple with both agony and an unprecedented sense of shame. Panic began to ripple through the ship. Whispers of speculation arose, suggesting that a mysterious creature lurked beneath, specifically targeting Indian men to dismantle their dignity. Some claimed it was a divine punisher sent by the sea god for disturbing the ocean's serenity. Others spoke of an ancient sea monster, thriving on the humiliation of men. Various terrifying tales circulated within the cabin, instilling dread among the men, who no longer dared approach the ominous hole, even shying away from discussion of it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays cast a warm orange hue upon the sea. Shahui watched as the ship receded into the distance. The crew no longer attempting to investigate the hole. It realized that its mischievous endeavor had achieved its desired effect. It glided into the depths of the ocean accompanied by a school of electric eels, its immense form vanishing into the murky waters, leaving behind the men aboard the vessel, who etched the terrifying legend of the dignity hunter deeply into their hearts. Henceforth, whenever Indian ships traversed this maritime expanse, seasoned sailors would caution the inexperienced crew against probing any anomalies beneath the hull, for within these waters lay a mysterious creature capable of obliterating a man's dignity. The architect of this dread, the shadow of destruction, continued to roam freely in the abyss, perhaps poised to discover new toys in some unsuspecting moment, igniting yet another malevolent prank. Chapter 69. The War of Kings. The shadow of destruction surged towards Satan, and in its wake, the infernal flames of hell roared as if drawn by an invisible force, swirling madly to converge upon its mountainous sail. The platinum sail, ensnared by flames, resembled a colossal peak ablaze, warping the very air around it. Its robust claws, imbued with the power to rend all asunder, lashed out at Satan, cleaving him in twain while simultaneously carving deep, inky fissures into the surrounding space. Yet, in an instant, the severed form of Satan healed, leaving no trace of injury behind. Seizing the opportunity provided by this brief restoration, Satan pivoted and grasped the shadow's sail with a vice-like grip, unleashing a series of thunderous cracks akin to a mountain collapsing as he forcefully wrenched it. The sail was violently torn asunder, the chaotic energy at the fracture point erupting in tumultuous disarray. However, before Satan could revel in his triumph, the severed section of the sail regenerated with astonishing rapidity, restoring itself to its original form in the blink of an eye, devoid of any signs of repair. The energy within the shadow began to coalesce wildly, its body temperature soaring to an extreme, vaporizing the surrounding magma into vast plumes of white mist. In the next moment, the energy erupted with thunderous force, obliterating everything within a 1,000-mile radius into nothingness. Even the rocks of hell were reduced to dust. Yet, Satan remained unfazed, quickly recovering amidst the residual waves of energy. His form unscathed. Both were sovereigns of hell, intrinsically woven into the fabric of the world's rules. Such battles would never yield genuine victory or defeat. Fixating on the shadow, Satan suddenly drew a sharp claw across his chest, carving a deep gash and plunging his hand into his own being, pulling with fervor. With his exertion, a long, pitch-black sword, forged from flesh and blood and entwined with the world's endless filth and suffering, was extracted from within him, its blade oozing thick, black ichor, radiating an aura so terrifying that mere mortals would disintegrate into blood mist at a single glance. In an instant, Satan darted to the shadow's side at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, the dark sword descending with ferocity, severing the shadow's head from its massive frame. Yet, the decapitated head disintegrated into sparks of fire, and almost instantaneously, a new head sprouted forth from the shadow's colossal body, its molten golden eyes remaining as frigid as ever. The shadow concentrated its energy into its long tail, flames and lightning entwining at its tip, forming a blazing, thunderous blade that slashed diagonally towards Satan, cleanly severing the upper half of his form. Satan, unfazed, reached out to grasp the fragment of his body that was about to fly away, reattaching it to himself as if it were a mere toy, and in an instant, the wound healed. As the battle reached a deadlock, Sha Hui began to fervently summon his own powers, unleashing a cataclysmic force that radiated from within him, causing the surrounding space to flicker with instability. When a critical point was reached, Sha Hui's vital signs fell to absolute zero. Yet, rather than collapsing, his form began to twist and contort. Countless scales grew in reverse, transforming into razor-sharp, reversed scales. 2 long horns, one large and one small, pierced through his scalp, blood dripping from their tips. The immense dorsal fin split down the middle, morphing into a pair of grotesque blood wings, each wing bone exuding a chilling aura. Blood surged from his body like the sea, quickly pooling beneath him into a crimson sea. Veins beneath his scales glowed with a blinding scarlet radiance, and his eyes were replaced by a violent, dim yellow light. Sha Hui lifted his head and roared, shaking the very foundations of hell. I lack nothing now. This battle irrevocably altered the realm they inhabited, transforming it into a forbidden place shunned even by entities of existence and non-existence alike. Moreover, the flow of time in hell differed from that of the mortal realm. While they battled fiercely, only a few days had passed on Earth. Ultimately, no one could ascertain whether Satan's arrogance had triumphed over eternal destruction, or if Sha Hui's obliteration remained undecided. All that was known was that when the turmoil subsided, the stooped old man in a deep gray suit continued to stroll leisurely through the streets of the mortal realm, as if the cataclysmic confrontation in hell was but a fleeting interlude in his fishing endeavors. More intriguingly, the cultists who had sacrificed to Satan found their contracts still in effect, showing no signs of interruption, as if the battle had not affected hell's dominion in the slightest. Yet, whispers in hell had spread throughout every dark corner, carried by the rolling magma. Those fortunate enough to witness the battle, the evil spirits and lowly demons, exaggerated the ferocity and shock of the conflict, spreading tales from the deepest sulfurous abyss to the borders of hell, and through the prayers of the faithful and the whispers of exorcists, drifting slowly toward the mortal realm. Even far off in the holy city of the Vatican, the clandestine intelligence network had caught wind of these events. As the cardinals held the missive chronicling the fierce clash between the dual kings of hell, their faces paled beneath the candlelight, whiter than the parchment itself. None dared to predict what kind of storm this unresolved battle in hell would bring to the mortal realm. Chapter 70. Understanding the elderly. The morning light of Los Angeles bathed the streets in brilliance, the air fragrant with freshly baked bread from nearby breakfast shops, mingled with the rich aroma of coffee, creating a warm atmosphere. Sunlight slanted through the sycamore trees lining the roadside, casting fragmented patterns of light. When the wind blew, the speckles danced, resembling scattered shards of gold. The elder, cloaked in twilight, blended seamlessly with the throng, his worn gray suit dampened by the morning dew, slightly moist. His stooped back and leisurely gait, coupled with the gentle gesture of brushing aside his silver hair, rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary elderly man engaged in morning exercises. Little did anyone know that his true form lay in the depths of hell, long since returned to the Despair Mountains, where the colossal spiny dragon coiled upon the solidified magma, each breath resonating with the deep rumble of molten rock. The fearsome visage of the blood dragon, unveiled during his fierce battle with Satan, still instilled shivers in all infernal beings who had witnessed it, even the most lowly demons. Upon catching a mere whiff of his lingering essence from afar, would cower in the crevices of sulfurous stones, too frightened to utter a sound. Passers-by instinctively parted ways for him. Young joggers and athletic would greet him with a cheerful nod, while mothers pushing strollers encouraged their children to wave at him, regarding him as a kindly, benevolent old gentleman. Yet, within the ear of the elder, an incessant, jarring whisper clung stubbornly. Those were the sacrificial prayers of cultists from various locales. Some echoed from abandoned warehouses, others hid in suburban basements, and some even lurked in the city's shadowy sewers, where they would use rusty daggers to cut their wrists, letting their blood drip onto cloth inscribed with bizarre symbols, murmuring nonsensical incantations in a desperate bid to summon his power. Ever since the rumors of the infernal king's skirmish had spread, these individuals had become frenzied, convinced that they could harness even a sliver of the might of this eternal sovereign to stir chaos in the mortal realm. He had little desire to engage with these insignificant nuisances. In his eyes, their obsessions were more laughable than the most wretched maggots in hell. However, the incessant prayers, when heard repeatedly, became irksome, much like the incessant buzzing of flies around one's ears, testing even the greatest patience. Whenever such irritation arose, he would casually bestow a fragment of his meager power, allowing it to drift toward the source of the prayers, expending no additional thought. In the next moment, within the dark corners where sacrifices were made, all participants would silently disintegrate into fine particles, dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. The blood-stained symbols and rusty daggers would similarly turn to ash, whisked away by the wind as if they had never existed. Having completed these tasks, he continued his leisurely stroll, as though merely brushing away dust from his shoulder. The morning light glinted in his ashen eyes without stirring the slightest ripple, much like observing pebbles by the roadside being carried off by the wind. Only the distant chimes of a church bell reverberated, occasionally interrupting the momentary tranquility. The bell, imbued with a hint of sanctity, floated through the crisp morning air, lending an air of serenity to the bustling street. This sparked a thought in the elder's mind that was not entirely unwelcome. He paused, his shoe brushing against the pavement, stirring up a slight cloud of dust, and decisively altered his course toward the source of the bell's toll. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, an old church, adorned with creeping vines, came into view. The ivy climbed the stone walls, enveloping the gray stones in vibrant greenery, while the church's spire glimmered with a faint golden hue under the sun. Its stained glass windows depicting blurred holy figures, suggesting a long history. He pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, which creaked softly, and was immediately met by the surge of song emanating from within. A group of children clad in white robes stood at the forefront, their petite figures erect, as their youthful voices sang hymns, pure as freshly melted snow, devoid of any impurity. The congregation below, with downcast eyes, clasped their hands upon their chests, some softly humming along, their lips moving in a state of rapture and reverence, creating an atmosphere imbued with tranquility. Mingling with the distinct sense of aged wood and candles that permeated the church, Shahui leaned on his obsidian cane, stepping lightly, the tip of his cane tapping against the stone floor, producing only the faintest sound, as if fearful of disrupting this rare serenity. He found an empty seat in the back row, the wooden chair carrying a hint of chill. Slightly hunching his back, he rested his hands upon the cane. Gradually closing his eyes, his gray irises concealed beneath his eyelids, long lashes casting a gentle shadow beneath his eyes, resembling a devout elder lost in the melody. Only the occasional breeze brushing past his sleeve carried a subtle, almost imperceptible heaviness, a scent of the inferno that even the hymns could not entirely dispel, an aroma that echoed through eternity. He remained seated from dawn until dusk. The church was a flurry of comings and goings. The children were whisked away by their parents after their performance, and the worshippers departed following their prayers, leaving only the priest, the nun, and himself. The rays of the setting sun filtered through the stained glass windows, casting colorful patches of light upon the floor, gradually dimming until the last glimmer faded, leaving only a few wall sconces illuminating the space with a warm, golden glow that elongated the shadows. The priest, a man with graying hair dressed in a black cassock, approached Shahui, his tone humble and gentle. "Sir, night is approaching. You should consider leaving. The church will soon be empty, and the outside may not be safe. Concern flickered in his gaze, presuming this was merely an elderly man lost in prayer, oblivious to the passage of time. Shahui opened his eyes, his gray orbs devoid of emotion beneath the warm yellow light, his voice calm. "It's fine. I wish to sit a while longer." The priest urged him a few more times, mentioning that the doors would be locked at night, and offered to call a car for him. But Shahui merely shook his head, remaining unmoved in his seat. Realizing he could not persuade him, the priest sighed. "Please take care. We will be in the adjacent room. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call." With that, he and the nun retreated to the nearby lounge. Once the last of the congregation had departed, the church fell into complete silence, the only remnants being the gentle glow of the wall sconces flickering in the air. Finally, Shahui rose, his cane tapping against the stone floor as he slowly approached the base of the cross. The cross, crafted from wood and painted white, bore a finely carved image of Jesus, eyes downcast, exuding compassion. From the moment he entered the church, a faint energy enveloped the space, a manifestation of the sanctity inherent to the church, like a delicate veil attempting to expel him, an uninvited guest from the underworld. Yet the force was feeble, as gentle as a feather brushing against stone, merely stifling him, denying him even the inclination to move. He could sense that energy quivering upon encountering his essence, akin to a startled rabbit, yet it could not evade him. Shahui had initially sought to witness how the divine would respond to the abrupt intrusion of a demonic sovereign, pondering whether angels would descend to drive him away or if some miraculous sign would be bestowed. He was curious to see how the sovereign of paradise would react in his presence. However, after waiting for an eternity, from the faint light of dawn until the depths of night, there was naught but the church's trivial aura of expulsion. Even the priests and nuns from the adjacent lounge had ceased to intrude, as if he were merely an ordinary visitor. How utterly dull, with a soft murmur of discontent. He turned on his heel, his steps hastening compared to his arrival. Perhaps he would have fared better with a few more drinks. He recalled having heard from a demon in hell about a place in Los Angeles known as the Midnight Bar, nestled within the city's old quarters. Renowned for its extensive selection of spirits, even featuring the infernal molten fire liquor, along with some supernatural brews that did not exist in the mortal realm. How intriguing that sounded. As he exited the church, the night had deepened, and the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm, hazy glow upon the pavement. He strolled forward, soon arriving at the old district where the buildings bore the marks of age, their walls adorned with graffiti. The small shops along the street were aglow with colorful lights. Some sold records, others offered tattoos, and some sported neon signs flashing the word open. The Midnight Bar was situated in the very heart of this street, its entrance unmarked by any ostentatious signage, save for a black wooden plaque inscribed with the word midnight. Its seams dusted with silver powder that glimmered in the light. Not far from the entrance stood a young man clad in a black leather jacket, his hair dyed blue, clutching a walkie-talkie. As he noticed Shahui approaching, he frowned and raised a hand to halt him. "Sir, this place isn't suitable for you. Perhaps you should try somewhere else." Mistaking Shahui's attire and age for that of a lost elder, he feared the chaotic scene within might prove overwhelming. Yet, before he could complete his gesture, he found himself frozen, as if ensnared, his gaze fixed and speechless. Shahui paid him no mind, striding straight inside, leaving behind a casual remark, "Children should mind their own business." Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable weight, causing the young man at the door to regain his senses only after Shahui had disappeared into the bar. He scratched his head, feeling as though he had just awoken from a dream, unable to recall precisely what had transpired. Upon entering the bar, Shahui carefully concealed his presence. He had no desire to alarm those within with his aura and disrupt their merriment. Lifting his gaze, he surveyed the lively scene. At the bar sat a man in a black trench coat, cradling a glass of amber liquid, a silver cross dangling from his neck, a clear exorcist. In a corner booth, two winged angels were engrossed in conversation, their wings folded behind them, yet still shimmering with the edges of feathers under the light. Nearby, a horned demon flirted with a human woman, toying with a wine glass rimmed with a crimson liquid, its origin uncertain, be it wine or blood. Truly, the exorcists, angels, and demons mingled together in a chaotic yet strangely harmonious existence. None were quick to act, merely engaging in drinks and dialogue, as if in this realm all identities and grievances were momentarily set aside. However, Shahui paid no heed to their distinctions or disputes. He had come solely for the sake of indulging in a drink. He leaned on his cane, making his way through the crowd with a measured cadence, instinctively parting the sea of people around him. Some turned to steal a glance, bemused by the audacity of this elder to venture into such a place. Yet no one dared to inquire further. He proceeded directly to the bar, which was crafted from lustrous black marble, polished to a sheen that reflected shadows of those nearby. Behind the counter stood a bartender dressed in a crisp white shirt, his hair meticulously combed, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong forearms. As he diligently polished a glass, "What fine spirits do you offer here?" Shahui leaned against the bar, placing his hands upon its surface, his body slightly inclined forward. His voice hoarse yet distinct. The bartender, upon first encountering Shahui, sensed an extraordinary presence. Despite the elder's hunched back, the tranquility in his gaze was remarkably unusual, especially in such a chaotic environment. While most would be tense and uneasy, he appeared as though he were strolling in his own garden, not a crease of worry marring his brow. Yet, the bartender refrained from probing further. Having seen many patrons in his line of work, he merely smiled, setting down the glass he was polishing. "Sir, we have quite a selection of fine wines. Would you prefer something stronger or more mellow?" "Stronger," Shahui replied succinctly. The bartender nodded, contemplating for a moment before reaching beneath the counter. After a brief search, he produced a bottle of deep crimson. The glass was thick, devoid of a label, adorned only with a silver pattern that spiraled around the bottle like a serpent. He uncapped it, and a potent aroma of spirits wafted forth, tinged with a hint of spice and a faint scent of sulfur, unmistakably not an ordinary drink. The bartender poured a glass for Shahui, the liquid a vivid red, glimmering under the light like a flowing jewel. He slid the glass towards Shahui, adding, "This is called blood flame, brewed from sulfur flowers of hell and earthly red grapes. It is quite potent, so I advise you to sip it slowly to avoid choking." Shahui regarded the glass with an unflinching gaze, his gray eyes betraying no emotion. He gently lifted the cup, raised his wrist, and without hesitation, consumed the entire contents in one swift motion. As the liquor coursed down his throat, it felt as though a fire ignited within, descending into his stomach with an intense heat. Yet, his demeanor remained unchanged. He did not flinch, merely smacking his lips to savor the flavor. Indeed, the drink was fiery, far stronger than the beer and cider he had previously tasted in Delhi town, with a hint of hellish essence. It was decent, yet still fell short of his expectations. He recalled the molten fire wine from the depths of hell, which ignited a searing warmth of magma coursing through one's veins. Now that was truly potent. "Is there something better?" Shahui pushed the empty glass back, his tone still calm, as though he had merely sipped water rather than a fierce spirit. The bartender, taken aback by the sight of the elder downing an entire glass of blood flame in one gulp, widened his eyes in disbelief. Even demons would typically sip this drink cautiously, wary of its potential to scorch the throat, yet this elder had consumed it without so much as a change in expression. It became evident to him that this was no ordinary old man, nor a typical exorcist. Perhaps he was some hidden supernatural entity donning the guise of an elder. He dared not be negligent, promptly nodding his head and once again reaching beneath the counter. This time, his search was prolonged, and at last, he produced a bottle of dark liquor. The bottle, crafted from frosted glass, was sealed with utmost precision, its neck adorned with a black wax seal, upon which a complex symbol was inscribed, resembling a form of enchantment. "Sir, this liquor is known as the breath of the abyss, brewed from shadow vines and millennium ice crystals from the depths. It is 10 times more potent than blood fire and has an enduring aftereffect. So I advise you to sip it slowly," the bartender explained as he carefully cracked the wax seal and removed the cap. Instead of a strong aroma, a subtle chill wafted from the bottle, as if the very air around them had cooled. He filled a glass for Shahui. The liquid was black, reminiscent of ink, yet it shimmered with delicate silver glints under the light, exuding an eerie allure. Shahui raised the glass to his lips, inhaling its essence. There was nothing particularly distinctive about the scent, only a faint, almost imperceptible chill that hinted at the abyss. Upon tasting, a piercing coldness spread from the tip of his tongue, swiftly followed by an intense heat surging from his throat, a juxtaposition of sensations akin to an icy fire, far more stimulating than blood fire. He took another sip, savoring it slowly. It was indeed superior to the previous drink, igniting a newfound enthusiasm for the experience. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed from the entrance of the bar as the door was kicked open. A gust of cold wind carrying the scent of smoke swept inside, shattering the bar's tranquility. A man strode in briskly, wielding a silver flamethrower, known as the Dragoness Breath, capable of unleashing searing flames specifically designed to combat demons. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a faded trench coat, its collar flapping open to reveal a black t-shirt beneath. Anger flickered across his face, his eyes brimming with irritation as he marched purposefully towards a small door behind the bar, the entrance to Midnight Old Man's chamber. Who else could it be but John Constantine? Shahui sat at the bar, not turning around, yet he could see through the wall into the unfolding scene. Constantine pushed through the small door and entered the room, ready to speak, only to find himself pinned against the wall by a man clad in a black suit and top hat. This man was none other than Midnight Old Man, the proprietor of the bar and a formidable sorcerer, holding a crystal ball with piercing eyes fixed on Constantine, spitting venomous words. John Constantine, what trouble have you conjured this time? Last time you blew up my bar's table and still owe me money. What do you want now? Pinned against the wall, Constantine did not yield. Instead, he defiantly retorted, I'm here to ask for your assistance. There's a damn demon outside pursuing me. One far more powerful than any I've faced before. I need your magical artifacts. Ask for my help. Midnight Old Man scoffed, tightening his grip slightly. You still haven't repaid me from last time, and now you seek my artifacts? Not a chance. The patrons of the bar were drawn to the commotion, turning their heads towards the small door, some whispering about Constantine's latest escapade, while others awaited the unfolding drama with bated breath. As the twilight lingered, he remained seated at the bar, leisurely sipping on the abyssal breath, a subtle smile flickering in his gray eyes. He had long recognized Constantine, having encountered him previously at a tavern in Del Rey, where he had even gifted him a scale. This time, however, Constantine found himself entangled in trouble once more, which piqued his interest. He sat there, poised to make a grand entrance, waiting for the moment when Constantine and Midnight Old Man had exchanged enough barbs, ready to lend a hand while teasing this perpetually troublesome fellow. Silently, he mused, Constantine, do have some understanding for the elder. Indulging in this charade is simply my current pastime. With that thought, he took another sip of the abyssal breath, savoring the mingling sensations of warmth and chill, awaiting the climax of the unfolding drama. The murmur of conversation in the bar persisted, the metallic sheen of dragon breath glimmering under the lights, while he sat there. An outsider, yet the orchestrator of the narrative to come. Chapter 71. Truly remarkable. Days later, the unrelenting cold rain continued to fall, tapping against the shattered windows and the frigid concrete walls of Ravenwood Psychiatric Hospital. This fortress, once a prison for countless tormented and mad souls, now bore an additional layer of desolation. In the dim, secluded room where Isabel had chosen to end her life, Constantine sat amidst a carpet of shattered glass, resembling a forsaken, dilapidated puppet. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, old blood, and rain-soaked despair, along with a deeper, more profound aroma of hopelessness frozen in time. The glass shards beneath him refracted the dim, gray light from outside, akin to a scattering of star fragments, yet reflecting only desolation. His coat was stained with grime and dried blood, his fingers lacerated by glass, tiny droplets of blood seeping out and mingling with the dampness of the ground. He had long ceased to feel these subtle pains. His lips moved soundlessly, repeating a long-forgotten prayer, directed towards God or any entity that might deign to listen from the heights of the heavens. He sought a shred of mercy, a glimmer of attention, even the most insignificant sign to prove he was not entirely ensnared in a void of meaninglessness. Once he had mocked faith, toyed with the boundaries of the sacred and the profane, yet in this moment of profound isolation, he found himself, pitifully and instinctively, yearning for the very solace he had once scorned. Yet, heaven remained silent. Or rather, that silence was a response in itself, cold, complete, and utterly devoid of ripples. No angels appeared, no divine light bestowed upon him, not even a flicker of warmth. Only the sound of rain, incessant and maddening, accompanied by the increasingly faint and desperate rhythm of his own heartbeat. Ultimately, he ceased his supplications, his throat parched, and his chest hollowed with pain. The prayer was over. Or perhaps he had unilaterally terminated this lamentation to the void. Silence consumed all. Trembling, he fished out the scale from the pocket of his coat. That mysterious elder, in retrospect, had orchestrated their seemingly chance encounter, gifting him the platinum-hued scale. It felt icy to the touch, possessing an unusual texture, neither metal nor jade, yet imbued with a dormant power. He closed his eyes, summoning the scant remnants of his nearly depleted magical power. The feeble stream of energy flowed into the scales with great difficulty, akin to a brook on the verge of drying up. Initially, it was merely warm, but as the magic continued to infuse, the scales began to heat up, the temperature escalating rapidly until it became searing, almost unbearable to hold. As though grasping a piece of iron just withdrawn from the furnace. The sharp pangs of pain radiating from his skin were acutely vivid, yet he did not relent. Instead, he gripped tighter. The agony served as a reminder of his vitality, a confirmation that he was engaged in some form of action. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized the heated, razor-sharp edge of the scales to make a precise and resolute incision upon his left wrist. The motion was astonishingly swift, imbued with an air of practiced ease. After all, he was no stranger to self-harm. Blood erupted forth instantly, not seeping slowly, but rather flowing forth exuberantly, gushing down and swiftly staining the platinum-hued scale. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The blood did not drip away. Instead, it was greedily absorbed by the scale. As the once platinum surface became saturated with the crimson essence, it appeared to breathe, pulsating with a life of its own. The color shifting gradually from dark red to a near-black, rich scarlet, shimmering with a shadowy luster. It was no longer a mere object. It seemed to possess an insatiable, malevolent vitality, throbbing gently within his palm, in sync with his heartbeat. Then, he undertook an even more reckless act. Clenching the now scorching, viscous, life-infused crimson scale in his right hand, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his remaining strength to thrust it forcefully just above his left chest, near his heart. Contrary to expectations, there was no immense resistance. The scale slid into the muscle and bone as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, a wave of tearing and burning pain engulfing his entire nervous system in an instant. He let out a muffled groan as his body convulsed violently, the raised arm falling limply to his side. Blood gushed from both his chest and wrist wounds, pooling beneath him to form a small, ever-expanding, viscous lake of deep crimson. His consciousness began to blur, the edges of his vision darkening, and a shrill ringing echoed in his ears. He collapsed backward, lying amidst the cold shards of glass and his own blood, gazing at the peeling paint and cobwebs on the ceiling, awaiting whatever may come. Far away in an unknown realm, beside a tranquil lake perpetually shrouded in mist, a figure known as Sha Hui leisurely sat on a small folding stool, fishing rod in hand. The lake's surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the distorted, grayish-purple sky, devoid of birds or the sounds of insects, enveloped in absolute silence. Dressed in a worn yet exquisitely tailored suit, he resembled a tasteful retired gentleman from a bygone era, patiently awaiting a fish that would never bite. Suddenly, as he prepared to reel in his line, his hand froze mid-motion. His eyes, which were often half-closed and bore a hint of world-weariness, snapped open, flashing with a sharpness akin to that of a hawk. He perceived a connection not through sound or imagery, but through a deeper, more intrinsic bond of contract that directly resonated with his essence. The scale was awakened, offering blood and life as sacrificial tributes, emitting an unparalleled summons. He rose slowly, almost languidly, as if he were in no hurry to respond to this long-awaited signal. With meticulous care, he shook the hem and corners of his suit, brushing away non-existent dust. Then, the space behind him silently and smoothly tore open, not from an explosion or impact, but rather akin to a fine silk being precisely sliced. Within the fissure lay an utter darkness, devoid of light, substance, and even the concept of nothingness, merely an abyss that devoured all. Leaning on his cane, he stepped into the void, his figure instantly consumed by the profound blackness. After his disappearance, the rift quietly sealed, the mist by the lake reassembling as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, Satan sat languidly upon his colossal throne forged from the whales of agony and black diamonds. Surrounding him was an eternally burning lake of sulfur, the screams of damned souls providing an unending backdrop. Yet, his expression was one of unusual lethargy, tinged with a hint of post-battle fatigue and emptiness. As if the cataclysmic clash over Constantine's soul, a confrontation that nearly ignited a war with heaven, had never occurred. With eyes closed, his fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest of his throne, as if in a state of somnolence or contemplation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. In those orbs, there were no pupils, only two blazing spheres of hellfire, condensed with all the malice of the world. A glimmer of near joy, the keen gaze of a predator finally spotting its prey, flickered across his flawless visage. He sensed the cunning, wretched human soul that had repeatedly slipped through his fingers was now actively and fervently emitting a harvestable signal, so clear, so enticing. He had once proclaimed his intent to claim Constantine's soul personally, a vow imbued with power in the laws of hell. The deceiver, the manipulator, the audacious trickster who dared to calculate against the Lord of Hell must pay the ultimate price. Yet, the cruel smile that had just begun to grace his lips quickly faded. He was acutely aware that this harvest was destined for complications. Almost simultaneously, he perceived another loathsome presence intervening. That old adversary, reclining upon his own mountain, who fancied himself above it all, that insufferable entity who called himself eternal, always meddling in his affairs. A A struggle seemed inevitable. Satan let out a low, impatient grunt, and the flames around his throne surged violently. In the next moment, his figure blurred and vanished from the throne. They appeared almost simultaneously in the hospital room, steeped in the air of death and despair. The spatial fluctuations had yet to fully settle when two distinctly oppressive forces filled the room. Satan manifested first, clad in a pristine, impeccably tailored suit, a stark contrast to the filth of hell that lingered behind him. Beneath this extreme purity lies a deeper filth. Beneath his feet, a viscous, pitch-black substance drips incessantly, akin to concentrated tar. It does not spread upon contact with the ground. Instead, it writhes as if alive, accumulating and exuding the foul stench of a soul thoroughly corrupted, as if the very sins of the world were oozing from within him. Almost simultaneously, the figure of the Reaper solidifies from the void, clad in his familiar old suit. He stands slightly hunched, firmly leaning on what appears to be an ordinary cane. His presence does not evoke a strong visual impact, yet it weighs heavily upon the air, rendering it thick and viscous. Time seems to slow, and a profound chill, pertaining to fate and finality, silently spreads through the room. As the two figures manifest, their gazes instantly traverse the distance, locking onto one another with unwavering intensity. The air crackles with their silent confrontation, an invisible force colliding violently between them. They are eternal adversaries, having waged a century-long war across the vast expanse of hell, their ideologies and paths starkly opposed. In this modest mortal infirmary, the scent of bygone gunpowder resurfaces once more. Satan, your soul belongs to me, the Reaper declares first, his voice deep and hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. As though merely stating an established fact, Satan scoffs, the perfection of his visage twisting into a sneer of utmost derision and arrogance. He barely acknowledges the nearly lifeless Constantine sprawled on the floor, regarding him as nothing more than an object to be claimed. Is it yours? He elongates the syllables, each imbued with malice. Does it bear your name? If you call to him, will he respond? The scorn in his words almost takes on a tangible form. The Reaper's reaction is unexpected. He bows his head, his shoulders beginning to tremble subtly, uncontrollably. Initially, Satan assumes it is anger, but soon realizes it is laughter, a reaction akin to witnessing something absurdly ridiculous. He raises his unencumbered hand, brushing away imaginary tears of mirth before gently tapping the ground twice with his seemingly unremarkable cane. In the next moment, a clear mark emerges beneath Constantine's pallid chest. Where the scales had pierced, the skin reveals an unmistakable imprint, the very shape of the scale, emanating an ominous, blood-red glow, like an eternal brand freshly seared into flesh. The mocking, sardonic smile at Satan's lips freezes instantly, then vanishes without a trace. His cold gaze sweeps over the mark, and within his depths churns a violent rage, tinged with a rare, constrained frustration. He recognizes the sigil of that contract. It is an ancient accord that even the laws of hell cannot supersede. Once branded by another, further entanglement would not only be futile, but also a degradation of his own stature. Without uttering another word, he does not spare the Reaper a second glance and turns to depart, the hem of his pristine white suit slicing through the air with precision. Wait. The Reaper's voice resonates once more, not loud, yet distinctly reaching Satan's ears. The footsteps of the king of hell halt, yet he does not look back. Your cherished son, Mammon, spoke with a languid tone, laced with a deliberate nonchalance, as he conspired with the Archangel Gabriel, devising some rather intriguing schemes. Are you not inclined to attend to affairs of the household? He paused artfully, for family disgrace must remain concealed, wouldn't you agree? Satan's body seemed to stiffen momentarily. What do you mean? His voice betrayed no emotion, yet the atmosphere around them abruptly chilled. A mocking expression, uncannily reminiscent of Satan's earlier demeanor, emerged on Mammon's face, quite literally. As for the details, perhaps you might inquire directly with your ambitious heir? I hear they intend to establish a new realm that is neither heaven nor hell. Quite the creative endeavor, indeed. He chuckled softly, as if recounting a curious anecdote. Satan offered no further reply. He strode into the adjacent room, once a resting place for nurses, now devoid of life. Soon, a heavy thud resonated from next door, akin to a weight plunging into liquid, followed by the eerie sound of something being forcefully dragged away, evidently. This Lord of Hell had commenced his problem-solving with utmost directness and ferocity. Mammon appeared oblivious to the commotion emanating from the adjoining room, maintaining that enigmatic half-smile. He calmly retrieved the sole remaining chair in decent condition, positioned it beside Constantine, and leisurely took a seat, deliberately elongating his tone as if calling an old friend. Hello, John. Constantine's body twitched as consciousness struggled to surface from the depths of darkness. The agony persisted, yet a peculiar vitality seemed to emanate from the brand upon his chest, defiantly tethering him to life. He opened his heavy eyelids, his blurry gaze settling upon Mammon's face. He uttered no words, merely trembling. As he fumbled with his coat pocket, extracting a crumpled cigarette he wished to place between his lips. However, the wound on his wrist and his overall frailty rendered him uncoordinated. The cigarette slipped from his unresponsive lips, landing amidst the pool of blood. Mammon leaned down, his movements surprisingly gentle, retrieving the damp cigarette and producing a lighter from Constantine's pocket. He meticulously dried the cigarette before placing it back between Constantine's pallid lips, then, with a click, ignited it himself. Constantine inhaled greedily, the smoke flooding into his damaged lungs, triggering a fit of violent coughing. Yet this familiar sting brought a semblance of reality back to him. His voice emerged hoarse, akin to a winded bellows, trembling uncontrollably. Who are you, truly? Those suspicions lingered in his mind. He yearned for a verbal affirmation. Mammon feigned surprise before dramatically slapping his forehead, his face breaking into an exaggeratedly comical grin. Oh dear. How rude of me. So preoccupied with greeting an old friend, I completely neglected to introduce myself. Clearing his throat, he sat up straight and, adopting a tone both theatrical and solemnly mocking, declared, I am the Lord of eternal torment, the eighth sin that wanders beyond the confines of fate. You may call me Mammon. He inclined his head slightly, reminiscent of an actor acknowledging the audience after a performance. Constantine appeared unfazed, merely inhaling deeply, allowing the nicotine to circulate within him. After a moment of silence, his gray eyes pierced through the smoke, locking onto the depths of Shahui's gaze, which seemed to harbor an infinite cycle of mysteries. Finally, he mustered the strength to speak, each word demanding immense effort. I wish to negotiate once more. Shahui tilted his head, a perfectly measured curiosity gracing his features, as if he had encountered a most intriguing proposal. Oh? Do elaborate. He leaned forward, adopting a posture of earnest attention. Constantine's tone was laborious yet remarkably clear. This was the final plea he could muster. I am willing to offer my soul, my filthy, shattered soul, which you may deem of some value, in exchange for a different outcome, to elevate Angela's sister, Isabel, to heaven. He paused, adding, immediately, and forever. Shahui closed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on his knee, seemingly weighing, contemplating, and connecting to some distant consciousness. The room was filled solely with Constantine's heavy breaths and the relentless patter of rain outside. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes and replied succinctly, no. Before despair or anger could rise in Constantine's eyes, Shahui continued, his tone flat yet laced with a cold analysis. John, you are indeed both brave and intelligent, even bordering on genius. Through this extreme act of self-destruction, you have cleverly satisfied certain, shall we say, regulatory conditions. The risks are yours to bear, and the costs yours to pay, as you attempt to pry open the gates of heaven for another through self-sacrifice. A splendid notion, but he elongated his words. Why should I acquiesce? What right do I have to rearrange the allocation of a soul for your noble, or perhaps desperate, whim, potentially disrupting some established order? What benefit does this hold for me? Constantine suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, expelling a few flecks of blood, yet he rushed to respond. His tone urgent and resolute, as if grasping at a final lifeline. A collectible. You have long coveted my soul, have you not? Satan desires it, and so do you. It is worth contesting. For you, what difference does it make whether you claim it sooner or later? Take it now, fulfill my wish, or else, he gasped, threatening. I shall find a way to wager it against something else, or simply let it dissipate, leaving you forever deprived. Shahui listened intently, his expression unreadable. Once Constantine finished, panting heavily, Shahui suddenly erupted into a series of manic and delighted laughter, the echoes reverberating hauntingly in the empty ward. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. John Constantine, you never fail to astonish me. He laughed until doubled over, even striking the ground with his cane, threatening those who seek what they wish with utter loss. This logic perfectly encapsulates your essence. A gambler treading the knife's edge, always wagering his greatest stake on the final hand. He stifled his laughter, wiping the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, his tone becoming buoyant. Congratulations, you have persuaded me. This transaction is hereby established. He ceased to speak further, raising his staff, its tip gently striking the frigid ground. A soft thud resonated, echoing as if it had struck the very drum of the world. A visible ripple, dark and reminiscent of water waves, emanated from the tip of the staff, not expanding outward, but rather instantaneously penetrating the fabric of space, disregarding distance, and plunging deep into the abyss of hell. In one of hell's layers, Isabel's soul was ensnared in an endless cycle of terror and recurring nightmares. Suddenly, a luminous fissure, not born from the celestial hymns and trumpets of paradise, but rather torn from the silence and void by an ancient, colder force, enveloped her in its radiance. This light bore no warmth, yet commanded an absolute directive. Her soul was gently seized, drawn from that tormenting chasm, ascending irreversibly towards the heavens along the path illuminated by that light. The process was quiet, swift, and executed with a mechanical precision, akin to a mere transfer of an object. Simultaneously, in the hospital room, the scales upon Constantine's chest erupted with a blinding crimson glow, as though a searing iron had embedded itself deep within his flesh and bones. He emitted a stifled cry of anguish, abruptly arching his body off the ground, only to violently retch. What he expelled was not food or gastric fluid, but a copious amount of viscous, pitch-black sludge, reeking of decay. It was the rampant lung cancer cells that had tormented him for so long, the tar and toxins accumulated from years of smoking, embodying all that represented illness, decay, and death within him. They were extracted, purified, and expelled by some unseen force. The act of vomiting was excruciating, as if it were to uproot his very innards. Ultimately, he collapsed back to the ground, drenched in cold sweat and filth, gasping for breath. Following the intense suffering came an unprecedented, alien, and terrifying lightness. The searing pain and constriction in his lungs dissipated, and the weight of fatigue vanished entirely. His body had never felt so healthy, so vibrant. Yet, in a profound sense, he possessed nothing. His soul was branded, its allegiance irrevocably determined. He had lost the last vestige of that which could be bartered, gambled, or deceived with. The figure of death observed all with keen interest, as if relishing the grand finale of a captivating play. He maintained his tone of sardonic nonchalance as he stated, "The contract is established. I have fulfilled your conditions. Now, it is time for you to honor mine." He paused, as if casually contemplating a topic. "I require an intriguing artifact. I want you to seek out an immortal being or an object of immortality. Find it, and then present it to me." He rose, adjusting his suit, not sparing a glance at the prostrate Constantine. "Remember, John, this is your debt." His voice faded into the ether. "Lately, I find this world increasingly devoid of meaning. It is time to explore other realms. I hope that by the time I return, you shall be ready with my gift." As the last words faded, his figure dissolved like ink diffusing in water, quietly fading away, ultimately vanishing entirely from this room steeped in blood, despair, and the chilling sterility of a newly born hospital ward. Only Constantine remained, lying amidst a pool of blood and filth, endowed with a fresh life fraught with unknown tribulations, and tasked with an almost insurmountable mission that pointed towards immortality. Outside, the rain had inexplicably ceased. A pale sliver of moonlight struggled to pierce through the clouds and shattered window, casting a faint glow. Chapter 72, Side Story 3. The inky blackness of night enveloped the Ravenhill Asylum, heavy and oppressive. A figure emerged from the dilapidated door. Buoyed by the satisfaction of a recent transaction with Constantine, a languid exhilaration coursing through his ancient spirit, he subtly adjusted the collar of his antiquated suit, preparing to meander away from this place rife with despair and sorrow. Under the flickering light of a broken street lamp at the hospital entrance stood a timid young male student. He wore black-framed glasses, his unruly dark hair slightly disheveled, his body hunched and hands nervously gripping the straps of his backpack, his gaze skittish, as if he awaited something or had lost his way. The figure's eyes casually scanned the scene, paying little heed to the multitude of lost souls, each ensnared in their own confusion, a sight he had long grown accustomed to. However, just as he descended the steps, an indescribable scent surged into his awareness. It was not merely a physical odor, but a nauseating amalgamation that penetrated the very essence of the soul, the acrid stench of extreme fear. The violent malevolence born of a desperate will to survive, and the most potent of all, a twisted and insatiable desire to accumulate. With a displeased frown, he instinctively raised a hand to cover his nose, an action that bore no real significance. How was it that he encountered such a rancid concoction of vile thoughts and greed the moment he stepped outside? He halted, the scent thick enough to almost materialize, inducing a slight weariness within him. Yet soon, a faint flicker of familiarity detached itself from that complex olfactory tapestry. His brow furrowed deeper as he meticulously discerned that fleeting essence of recognition. Had he encountered this aroma before? Not the genuine article, but a diluted imitation? After a moment of contemplation, A sudden clarity flashed in his mind. He recalled that faint trace of primal essence, unmistakably linked to Mammon, the devilish figure perpetually preoccupied with entrepreneurial ventures, intent on establishing a new hell. That insatiable greed for souls, that peculiar taste for currency, forged from suffering and fear, was unmistakable. Yet, the scent before him was too faint, too muddled, too inferior, like a cheap imitation of a high-end perfume, possessing only a shadow of the true essence, far from the original. As he cast his gaze once more toward the trembling male student beneath the street lamp, a sudden fog and an unusual scent invoked a fragment of distant memories: glasses, dark hair, a timid boy. The haze of greed and malevolence enveloped the air. He abruptly lifted his head to behold a chilling, thin grayish-white mist that had inexplicably begun to coalesce around the student. This fog bizarrely devoured the surrounding light and sound. Even with his extensive experience, he could not help but mutter under his breath, "Is this Dawn Slaughter? Has this peculiar phenomenon infiltrated our universe? Wasn't this supposed to be a realm of beauty and terror? Why, then, does it seem as though a game module has been randomly appended? Most astonishingly, why was I unaware of it until now?" A sense of absurd yet intriguing curiosity washed over him. It felt akin to having reserved a classical opera, only to find upon the curtain's rise that a splatter film was being performed instead. In the span of his contemplation, the grayish-white mist thickened abruptly, swirling like a living entity and instantaneously engulfing the male student entirely. Terror flooded the boy's face, his mouth agape in a silent scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. He appeared to be pulled by invisible strings, his form becoming hazy and distorted. In the next instant, the mist retreated as if receding from a tide, dissipating along with the boy, leaving behind only the empty street lamp and an eerie silence that seemed to have been cleansed from existence. Taken away? He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the efficiency displayed. It seemed that some nimble, malevolent spirit, under the banner of Mammon, had clandestinely established a private hunting ground to gather resources. Such transgressions were hardly commendable within the laws of hell. Yet, he was not concerned with whether Mammon's authority had been offended. He found it rather amusing. The hunting ground, crafted by malevolent spirits and mimicking Mammon's preferences albeit in a more blatant and brutal manner, piqued his playful interest. Having just concluded a business transaction, he felt a tinge of boredom. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he decided to venture forth, curious to assess the proficiency of these laborers. Rather than tearing through space, he followed the faint scent of smoke that lingered, connecting reality to that subspace hunting ground. His silhouette blended seamlessly into the night, silently pursuing his path. It felt as though he had traversed through a cold, viscous membrane. Soon, he found himself standing in a clearing amidst twisted and distorted trees, their branches reaching out like desperate arms. The air was thick with an everlasting gray fog, saturated with the stench of blood and rust. In the distance, the outlines of dilapidated buildings flickered ominously, interspersed with bizarre, seemingly randomly generated contraptions. The sky loomed in a suffocating shade of dark red, devoid of sun or stars. "Oh, is this the realm of the malevolent spirits?" he remarked with disdain, noting the lack of artistic sensibility, merely a chaotic assemblage of fear. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Akin to a child who has just discovered a new toy, his arrival was akin to a colossal stone cast into the tranquil surface of water, instantly disturbing the hunting game sustained by malevolent spirits. The entire space seemed to momentarily freeze. Those intangible, wailing malevolent entities, once flitting through the mist, trembled as if confronted by a formidable adversary. They instinctively sensed the arrival of a being far beyond their comprehension, a higher existence, deep within the hunting grounds. The executor responsible for maintaining this realm, capturing and tormenting survivors, a butcher wielding a massive cleaver, donned in a burlap mask exuding the essence of barbaric slaughter, suddenly halted his pursuit. Perplexed and uneasy, turning towards the direction from which the ominous light descended. With a slight smile, the being known as Shahuai spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, echoing throughout the foundational rules of the hunting ground, directly penetrating the consciousness of the malevolent spirit in charge. "Little creature, allow me to partake in a game within your domain. You, along with that hulking minion of yours, would do well to cooperate." His tone, though gentle, carried an undeniable, soul-freezing authority. "Otherwise, I would not hesitate to transform this place, along with you, into a mere trinket in my permanent collection. I believe Mammon would not mind if I assisted in tidying up his unruly subordinates, would he?" The hidden consciousness of the malevolent spirit quaked with intense fear, swiftly signaling absolute compliance, daring not to question the veracity of this being's words. "Excellent. Xiaohui nodded in satisfaction. Now, arrange for me a role to play. I find that butcher's position quite suitable. As he spoke, the appearance of his tattered suit began to twist and transform, conforming to the rules of this domain, evolving into a seemingly worn, yet dangerously menacing butcher's attire. A blood-stained iron chain, rusted and adorned with a massive iron hook, silently appeared in his hand, dragged along with casual indifference. Then, Xiaohui raised his gaze, as if his eyes could pierce through the fog, locking onto the terrified survivors scurrying amidst the ruins, desperately attempting to repair a generator in hopes of escape, including the bespectacled, dark-haired student who had just been dragged in. A cruel yet joyous smile illuminated his face, relishing the thrill of the hunt. The game begins. Little mice, run faster to amuse me. With deliberate steps, he entered the dense fog, the heavy iron hook scraping against the ground, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine, as if it could burrow directly into one's marrow, evoking the most primal fear. The hook scraped across the cold, damp earth, emitting a sharp, excruciatingly discomforting noise that echoed throughout the hunting ground, shrouded in mist and despair, resembling a countdown to death. Xiaohui, or rather, the Lord of Eternal Suffering embodying the butcher, strolled leisurely within. His perception was like an invisible web, already enveloping the entire realm. Those who cowered within the decrepit wooden cabinet, trembling and holding their breath amidst the grass, or those frantically repairing the clattering generators, their hearts pounding and sweat of fear glistening upon their brows, emanated a palpable despair that was as luminous as beacons in the night, visible to his keen perception. Which one shall I pursue first? He savored the scents wafting through the air as if selecting a fine vintage. Ah, there it is, our protagonist. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist, honing in on a bespectacled male student recently ensnared in this realm. The boy was huddled behind a battered generator alongside a woman clad in work overalls, who appeared somewhat composed, both desperately attempting to mend the machine. Each failed attempt at repair sent them nearly leaping out of their skins. The harbinger of death chuckled silently. Unlike an ordinary butcher, he did not rush in. Rather, he approached like a specter, moving with an eerie silence that defied the logic of this space, the fog parting and closing around him without a sound. It was only when his vast shadow began to envelop the two survivors that they finally looked up, belatedly aware of their peril. Ah! A scream of terror erupted, piercing the air like a shattered eardrum. The woman reacted more swiftly, lunging to the side in a desperate attempt to roll away. Yet, the harbinger's target was unmistakable. He did not even employ his rusted iron hook. He merely extended his hand with a casual grace that left a blur in its wake, swiftly seizing the boy's arm as he attempted to flee. The force was such that the student felt as though his bones might shatter. He struggled in vain, his glasses askew, his face a canvas of sheer, unthinking terror. Hush, the harbinger murmured, lowering his head. Beneath the mask, if he indeed wore one, a voice resonated, deep and laced with amusement. Fear not, little one. Class is in session. Let us commence a practical lesson on sacrifice. He dragged the screaming, pleading student as one would a trifling piece of luggage, leisurely making his way toward a distant, rusted hook stained with dark red marks. This was the sacrificial hook, a tool of the malevolent spirit designed to offer survivors to the insatiable entity lurking behind the veil. Throughout this macabre process, he completely disregarded the other survivor, who futilely attempted to blind him with a flashlight and even cast aside a wooden plank, an action he could not be bothered to counter. His demeanor exuded an absolute, overwhelming composure, as if he were not engaging in a game, but rather surveying his own backyard. He hoisted the thrashing student onto the frigid hook. Ack! The searing pain of the hook piercing through the scapula elicited a heart-wrenching wail from the student. The harbinger stepped back, observing with an air of leisure. He could sense the malevolent consciousness hidden beneath the rules of this domain, cautiously and reverently attempting to siphon the essence of the soul from this offering. However, when that intangible force of extraction made contact with the soul suspended upon the hook, an anomaly occurred. Buzz! The entire hunting ground trembled violently. The gray mist churned fiercely, and the scattered generators emitted ominous sparks, while in the distance, the sound of destabilizing spatial structures tore through the air. Ah! This cry of anguish did not emanate from the students ensnared upon hooks, but rather from the very essence of this domain itself. It was the anguished wail of the malevolent spirit that dominated this place, a lamentation originating from the source. The energy it had absorbed was far beyond its capacity to endure. The very soul bore the mark of the eternal sovereign's touch. Even the slightest trace was akin to attempting to drink molten lava for this lowly spirit, which siphoned fragments of Mammon's power. The supreme rules of termination and rebirth contained within that mark instantaneously eroded its extraction channel, threatening to completely dissolve and assimilate its very essence. I apologize. Great being. Forgive me. The spirit's pleas for mercy reverberated tragically in Sha Hui's mind in the form of psychic waves. Sha Hui merely hummed softly, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. The reverse erosion force ceased immediately, yet the malevolent spirit had already sustained grave injuries, causing the entire hunting ground to oscillate between light and darkness, as if on the brink of collapse. Behave. Sha Hui's mental response was cold and merciless. Continue your game. But the ownership of the offerings is now determined by me. He disregarded the trembling, nearly disintegrating consciousness of the spirit and redirected his gaze to the student upon the hook. The child, racked with pain and fear, was on the verge of unconsciousness. It seemed that a direct sacrifice was unfeasible. The ownership of the little one had temporarily shifted. Sha Hui stroked his chin, finding the situation more intriguing. Then, let us change the game. He did not rescue the student from the hook, that would be too mundane, but instead allowed the other two surviving individuals, a woman and a burly man who had previously hidden well, to seize the opportunity presented by the hunting ground's instability and, trembling with trepidation, rush over to rescue him. Watching them stagger away with the injured student into the mist, Sha Hui did not immediately pursue. He closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the energy flow connecting this subspace to some deeper existence, which had become unusually clear due to his mark and the spirit's injuries. The faint, greedy essence of mammon now became more pronounced, akin to a startled fish hidden beneath the surface, instinctively flicking its tail. I have found you. The curve of Sha Hui's lips became more pronounced. Little mammon, your subordinates are quite careless, picking up things without discretion. Let me see where your clandestinely established subsidiary is hidden. He lifted the heavy iron hook once more and took a step forward. However, this time, his target was no longer the fleeing survivors. His steps took on a peculiar rhythm, each footfall seeming to tread upon the nodes of this fragile subspace. The sound of the iron hook scraping against the ground ceased to be jarring. Instead, it resonated deeply, humming like an ancient incantation that deconstructed space. Where he passed, the mist was compelled to part, revealing the writhing, distorted barriers of space behind it. The scenes conjured by malevolent spirits, dilapidated houses, dense woods, and shipping containers began to waver, distorting like reflections on water. He was employing his unique method to reverse engineer this hunting ground, tracing the flow of energy and the lines of its rules to uncover the true origin of the malevolent spirit that had pilfered fragments of Mammon's power and established this hunting ground, as well as from which instance of leakage or authorization these fragments had initially emerged from the essence of Mammon himself. For Sha Hui, this game of dawn and slaughter had only just entered its truly intriguing phase, peeling away layers of disguise and theft to confront the familiar, greedy essence lurking behind the curtain. Meanwhile, those survivors still fleeing, including that unfortunate student, had now become inconsequential backdrops in this higher-dimensional chase. His figure gradually melded into the increasingly chaotic depths of the mist, leaving only a low, expectant laugh that echoed slowly through the distorted space. The hunt had evolved. Chapter 73. The cabin in the woods. The pale moonlight streamed through the shattered window, casting a cold spotlight upon Constantine's face. He lay on the frigid ground, surrounded by the stench of blood, vomit, and shards of glass. Yet, curiously, an unfamiliar and unsettling vitality surged within him. The searing pain in his lungs and the heavy shackles brought on by familiar cancer seemed to dissipate, allowing his breathing to become unprecedentedly smooth and profound, as if he had just acquired a pair of unblemished, youthful lungs. Strength gradually coursed back into his limbs. However, this sensation of health was anything but pleasant. It felt like an ill-fitting garment, a set of intricate instruments that did not belong to him, cold and jarring. He felt more akin to a repaired toy than a healed individual. Most importantly, deep within his chest, the blood-red scale mark pulsed faintly, like an indelible brand that perpetually reminded him of the price he had paid and the new debts he bore. An undying man, or an undying thing. Sha Hui's mocking and frigid voice seemed to still reverberate in the air. Struggling to sit up, Constantine's bones creaked softly. He surveyed the wreckage around him, his gaze finally settling on the outside world. The rain had ceased, and the world lay enveloped in an eerie silence. He fumbled in his pocket and habitually pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips and igniting it. The smoke drew into his lungs without triggering the anticipated cough, offering only a smooth and unfamiliar sensation. This feeling only served to heighten his agitation. He required information, clues. He knew much about the undead, vampires, certain cursed specters, legendary artifacts. But what Shahui sought was far from ordinary. It had to be intriguing enough to please that being known as eternal oblivion. Days later, in a smoke-filled bar within the underbelly of London, permeated by the scent of cheap beer and dark magic, Constantine wrapped himself in a newly purchased trench coat. Though his complexion remained pale, the pallid exhaustion had been supplanted by a sharp, almost perilous energy. He sat in a corner, a glass of whiskey before him, nearly untouched. He was listening. A myriad of bizarre rumors interweave in the air. A bloodbath has erupted within a certain werewolf clan. A group of novice wizards, in their folly, attempted to summon a minor demon and ended up obliterating their own apartment. And there are vague whispers concerning the West Wing, a clandestine organization overseeing supernatural occurrences, which is said to have recently intensified its activities, as if preparing for a significant event. However, what truly captured his attention were the hushed conversations of two inebriated alchemists in the adjacent booth. It's not a mere containment, my friend. It's a sacrifice, an ancient ritual that must be performed every few years. Shoo, keep your voice down. You're spilling secrets in your drunken state. What do I care? Those lofty individuals are indifferent to our chatter. Yet, they require offerings, specific types, prostitutes, scholars, athletes, fools, and the ever-cliché virgins, to appease the ancient deities slumbering beneath the earth. Hey, I heard this time the location is deep within the Montana wilderness, beneath a camouflaged cabin, absurdly vast like a labyrinth, filled with, all sorts of delightful curiosities. Be quiet. Do you wish to be eliminated? Constantine's ears perked up. Ancient deities? Sacrifices? Specific offerings? This sounded archaic, cruel, and grand in scale. More importantly, were those chosen as offerings destined for a death that was not an end, but rather a part of an unending cycle sustaining some greater, more horrific existence? Or did the so-called regulatory organization itself possess a secret to immortality to contend with those ancient gods? A sharp intuition, honed through countless encounters with deception and darkness, whispered to him that this was the clue: Montana, the cabin in the woods. He had neither the time nor the resources for a thorough investigation. The game of shadows had commenced, and he must engage. Through a series of coercive strategies, Constantine managed to gather fragmented information regarding the West Wing and a possible entry point. A facility masquerading as a geological research station, hidden deep within the remote forests of Montana. All clues pointed toward that location. He procured a dilapidated pickup truck and set off westward. The scenery outside transformed from the city's gloom to the expansive wilderness, ultimately revealing undulating mountains blanketed with dense pine forests. The air grew crisp and thin, guided by a vague map and verbal directions from a hypnotized low-level logistics operative. He discovered a deliberately concealed logging road. The pickup trudged along the bumpy path until it halted at the edge of a dense thicket. No vehicles could proceed further. He disembarked, lit a cigarette, and surveyed the surroundings with a keen gaze. The forest was hauntingly silent, with the chirping of birds a rare occurrence. An inescapable sensation of being watched lingered in the air. Venturing deeper on foot, he walked for approximately half an hour until, through the gaps in the trees, he glimpsed a solitary wooden cabin that appeared rather ordinary. Was this the place? It seemed too normal, almost excessively so. Yet, he could sense a faint energy pulse emanating from beneath, a complex symphony of mechanical operations, the hum of a concealed magical barrier, along with an overwhelming, dormant sorrow and fury. He did not approach the cottage directly. Instead, he circled its periphery like a wolf in search of an entrance. Soon, he discerned anomalies. A ventilation shaft camouflaged as a pile of rocks, a concealed elevator shaft hidden in the mountainside, and an intricately concealed network of cameras and sensors. Constantine let out a derisive snort, a fusion of technology and clumsy sorcery. He located an area where the energy fluctuations were weakest, where the shielding appeared to have a minor malfunction, likely an exit to a maintenance passage. Crouching down, he retrieved a pinch of powder from his pocket and murmured a simple disruption incantation. The air before him seemed to warp slightly, revealing the faint outline of a metallic door that almost melded with the mountainside. The door bore an electronic lock and simple runic seals. When it came to dealing with such matters, Constantine was an expert. He deftly short-circuited the electronic lock with a bobby pin and smeared his own blood over the runes, distorting their effects. With a soft click, the door swung open. A pungent amalgamation of disinfectant, ozone, rust, and an indescribable essence reminiscent of the abyss wafted forth. Beyond the door lay a brightly lit metallic corridor descending into the depths, filled with a chilling sense of technology, starkly contrasting with the primal forest outside. He slipped inside, and the door closed silently behind him. He had entered a realm entirely different from his own. Intricate metal passages, the humming of colossal server racks, and a wall of surveillance screens displaying every corner of the cottage, both inside and out, surrounded him, alongside heavy isolation doors marked with chilling classification labels: werewolf, clown, phantom, necromancer, sugar plum fairy, a veritable museum of horror. He avoided the main thoroughfare, utilizing ventilation ducts and maintenance passages to descend further. The deeper he went, the heavier the oppressive atmosphere became. He could hear deep below him the low rumble of roars, wails, and the sounds of something colliding with metal cages. In a relatively secluded blind spot of surveillance, he subdued a solitary technician with swift precision, a chokehold that rendered the man unconscious, after which he dragged him into a storeroom. He donned the technician's white jumpsuit, lowered his cap slightly, and strode confidently onto the main corridor. The staff here moved hurriedly, their expressions grave, engrossed in their tasks. None paying him any particular heed. He traversed a vast control center, where a wall of screens displayed the every move of 5 young individuals in the cottage. They were curiously exploring, drinking, flirting, blissfully unaware that their every word and action was being monitored, manipulated, and guided towards a grim fate. Some staff members operated the panels with calm efficiency, releasing olfactory pheromones to alter the environment within the cottage, steering them toward the cellar, toward that room filled with horrific collections of choices. Constantine observed with indifference. He was not there to rescue these sacrifices. This was their destiny, the cruel price at which this twisted system sustained its operations. His concerns lay with the deeper layers of this establishment. He located the freight elevator leading to the lowest levels, but it required a high-level access card. He leaned against the wall, feigning the arrangement of tools, until a figure resembling a supervisor approached to swipe a card. Like a phantom, he glided closer, deftly curling his fingers, and the access card slipped silently into his sleeve. The motion was so swift that it eluded the naked eye. The elevator descended, plunging into the depths of the mountain's belly. As the doors opened, he was momentarily breathless at the sight before him. Before him lay an expansive underground chamber, as though the entire mountain had been hollowed out. Beneath the towering dome stood dozens of immense, transparent cages, each housing a creature from the realm of terrifying legends: vampires, colossal serpents, demonic jesters, faceless specters, and alien beings. Some slumbered while others raged against their confines, emitting bone-chilling howls. The air was thick with chaotic and violent energy, brimming with primal urges for slaughter. At the heart of this nightmarish menagerie was an unfathomably deep pit, its mouth sealed by a powerful energy field. The rim of the pit was etched with ancient runes, so archaic that even Constantine could scarcely decipher them. A colossal and chaotic will, stemming from the dawn of creation, seeped up from the abyss, whispering maddeningly and exuding an aura of utter indifference. This was the resting place of ancient deities, the source of the undead, maintained by countless sacrifices to uphold the cycle of immortality. Yet, what he sought was not these imprisoned monstrosities, nor the ancient entities that he had no desire to provoke. The object of his pursuit must be one that he could offer in tribute. His gaze swept over the control consoles, the very mechanisms that sustained this vast prison's operation. Then he spotted it. On an isolated platform within the control area lay an object, a complex, slowly rotating cubic mechanical structure, composed of a dark golden metal, its surface aglow with streams of data and magical runes. It was devoid of life, yet emanated a timeless, stable, and near-immortal essence. It served as one of the central control systems of this underground prison, responsible for coordinating the seals of all cages, monitoring the ritual processes, and most crucially, maintaining the energy field that contained the ancient gods. While it may not possess immortality itself, it was one of the hearts and brains of this immense cycle of the undead, a creation that blended advanced AI with magic, endowed with supreme authority and nearly eternal operation. For one like Shahui, who reveled in intriguing collectibles, this artifact held far greater allure than a mere immortal being. More importantly, he could access it. Constantine lowered the brim of his hat and approached the isolation platform. As he drew near, the alarm system flickered slightly, but a faint warmth emanated from the scale mark on his chest, as a higher, more ancient authority seemed to silently envelop the previous security measures, plunging the system into a momentary state of confusion and stagnation. He extended his hand, his fingertips poised to make contact with the cold, intricate cube brimming with formidable power. Just then, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire underground space. The crimson warning light spun wildly, not due to him. On the main monitoring screen, the situation within the small chamber had spiraled completely out of control. For reasons unknown, the 5 offerings had deviated from the script. They had not chosen any of the creatures lurking in the cellar, but had inadvertently unleashed something far more terrifying and unpredictable, perhaps an ancient specter, or a predator from another dimension. The screen was awash in chaos, with gruesome scenes flashing incessantly. Desperate shouts erupted from the control center. Code Scarlet. Code Scarlet. The ritual has failed. Initiate the final purification protocol. Repeat. Initiate the final purification protocol. The ground beneath him began to tremble violently. A colossal explosion reverberated from the upper levels. The purification protocol had commenced, aimed at obliterating the entire facility along with all its monsters, personnel, and everything within, to ensure that the ancient deity would not be inadvertently released. Constantine cursed under his breath. Time was of the essence. He hesitated no longer and seized the still spinning core of the cube. It was chilling to the touch, pulsating with an astonishing flow of energy and intricate mechanical workings. The moment he grasped the cube, the platform's defense systems finally activated, unleashing a torrent of high-voltage currents and arcane shocks toward him. Yet, simultaneously, the scaled mark on his chest erupted with a fierce blood-red glow, forming a brief shield that mitigated much of the onslaught. The tremendous force still hurled him violently against the metallic wall behind, causing his throat to taste the coppery tang of blood as he spat it out. Struggling to rise, he clutched the now-still cube, its light dimming slightly. Above him, the metal structure began to fracture, burning debris raining down. The creatures in their cages roared with wild excitement. Sensing that their confinement was on the brink of collapse, he had to escape immediately. Glancing around for an exit, he noticed the freight elevator was out of service. His eyes fell upon an emergency ventilation duct, wide enough for a person to crawl through. With all his strength, he pried open the grate, clutching the heavy cube, and dove inside, climbing upward. Behind him lay a hellish scene. Explosions, flames, the roars of monsters, the screams of humanity, and from the abyss below, an ever louder sigh of satisfaction and hunger echoed, as if the ancient deity were on the verge of awakening. Constantine climbed with reckless determination, the cold metal scraping against his skin, the edges of the cube digging painfully into him. He had no sense of how long he had been climbing until he glimpsed a flicker of natural light ahead. He shouldered the cover off the exit and tumbled out, gasping for the cool, fresh air of the forest. He found himself halfway up the mountainside. Looking back, he saw the mountain trembling slightly, muffled explosions resonating from below, and several slopes had even collapsed, billowing thick smoke. In the distance, the sound of sirens and helicopters approached. The emergency teams from the West Wing were on their way. He had succeeded, but he had utterly ruined their ritual. Heaven knows what has been unleashed, or whether the ancient entity from the pit may awaken as a result. Yet, such thoughts are not his immediate concern. He gazes down at the dark golden cube nestled in his arms, now silent. Its surface continues to shimmer faintly, concealing within it vast reservoirs of information and energy. An immortal entity, Constantine muses softly, a weary and twisted smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Or at the very least, something capable of sustaining immortality. How intriguing indeed. The shade? Chapter 74. Repayment. The frigid air of the Montana forest pierced his lungs with a sharpness that felt all too real, serving as a testament to his vitality. Clutching the weighty dark golden cube, Constantine stumbled through the trees, the distant rumble of the mountains mingling with the wail of sirens. A relentless drumbeat urging him onward without pause. The cube in his grasp lay unnervingly still, its surface dimmed, yet a subtle pulse emanated from within, akin to a faint heartbeat or the precise turning of intricate gears, sending tingles through his fingertips. It neither radiated warmth nor chill, its temperature peculiarly constant, as though it had detached itself entirely from the seasons of this world. Upon discovering the battered pickup truck, he nearly hurled the cube into the passenger seat. The engine roared to life, tires crunching over brittle branches and muck as he sped down the logging road with reckless abandon. He needed a secluded, tranquil place to contemplate this object thoroughly and devise a means to offer it. After several hours of driving, nearing the border of another state, he finally stumbled upon an abandoned hunting cabin. It was far more dilapidated than the previous woodland dwelling, its walls peeling to reveal bare wood, windows shrouded in a thick layer of dust, yet it boasted one significant advantage. There were no infernal elevators leading to hell. He concealed the truck amidst the trees and pushed open the door, cradling the cube. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dust, mingled with mildew and the pungent odor of animal droppings, provoking a fit of coughing. He cleared a patch of ground with his foot and placed the cube upon a rickety wooden table, finally able to scrutinize it closely. It It was no larger than 2 fists, yet its surface was adorned with a dizzying array of intricate patterns, gear-like protrusions, and incomprehensible runes embedded within, layered in a manner that defied logic, yet fit together seamlessly without even the slightest gap. There were no interfaces, no buttons. It bore no resemblance to a machine, but rather appeared to be a relic left behind by a high civilization enamored with the arcane. He attempted to channel a modicum of magic into it, but received no response. His fingertips traced the runes. Some appeared ancient, like incantations meant to guard or bind, while others were utterly foreign, resembling mathematical formulas transcribed as magical sigils. Damnable thing, Constantine muttered under his breath, lighting a cigarette as he paced the small cabin. The shade demanded that he present this object, but how? Should he construct an altar to venerate it, or seek a messenger from the depths to deliver it? He understood all too well that when dealing with such entities, form and substance held equal weight. The memory of the last summoning surged forth, a flood of blood, the crushing weight of despair. And that scale seared upon his chest, an emblem of the pact. Instinctively, he reached for his chest. The scale, through the fabric, still radiated warmth. A slight heat emanating from it. Perhaps the key lay right there. The cigarette but was forcefully extinguished against the ground, and his gaze darkened, typically lacking in patience. Especially now that his life hung by a thread, there was no time for slow speculation. He resolved to act directly, placing his hand once more upon the cube. This time he refrained from infusing it with magical energy. Instead, he concentrated on activating the brand upon his chest. He channeled his thoughts, the promise of the transaction, and the essence of the object before him as an offering into the searing mark. Suddenly, an excruciating pain tore through his chest, far more intense than before, as if the brand had come alive, gnawing at his flesh and draining his soul. Gritting his teeth, he maintained his grip. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back, and even his breath was laced with tremors. Unbidden, sounds escaped his lips, neither any known magical language nor coherent words, but rather an instinctual howl intermingled with agonized gasps. With blood and contract as the catalyst, I offer this immortal core as a sacrifice. Prepare for the reclamation of life force. Vitality began to flow from his chest, and his vision blurred. Yet the cube on the table suddenly responded. The runes on its surface flickered faintly, like a dying spark, followed by a subtle clicking sound from within, reminiscent of clockwork gears returning to their rightful place. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on and was about to collapse, the atmosphere in the small room shifted dramatically. It was neither a distortion nor a rupture, but rather as if something had seeped in. The shadows in the corner deepened, spreading like ink diffusing in water, gradually coalescing towards the center of the room. The light did not dim, yet it became suffocatingly stagnant, akin to the cold illumination found in a museum exhibiting fossils. The sound of wind rustling through the leaves outside stretched and warped into a monotonous drone, as if time itself had slowed by a beat. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Clad in an old suit, slightly stooped, and leaning on a cane, the individual bore an air of languor, as though just emerging from a tedious gathering. His gaze first landed on the nearly exhausted Constantine, tinged with amusement, before shifting to the cube on the table. For the first time, genuine interest flickered in his eyes, not feigned. Oh, a single word, the pitch rising, as he strolled to the table, not immediately touching the cube, but circling it as if inspecting a rare treasure. Somewhat unexpected, John, he remarked, his voice still hoarse but now imbued with a newfound seriousness. I tasked you with acquiring something immortal, presuming you would return with an ancient vampire, a cursed mummy, or at the very least, a fragment of some deity. Yet, what you have brought back is the mechanism itself, the very key to maintaining the cycle of immortality. The heart of that wretched system seeking to cling to existence through rules and sacrifice. He tilted his head, his tone laced with irony. Not only have you procured an object, but you have dismantled their stage as well. I can almost hear the ancient entities stirring beneath. Constantine, bracing himself against the table, gasped, enough prattle, I have brought your coveted artifact. Finally, the figure extended a finger, gently grazing the surface of the cube. A resonant hum filled the air, not from the cube itself, but from the very atmosphere of the small room, vibrating with an unspoken energy. The runes upon the cube illuminated instantaneously, not with the previous light, but with a deep crimson hue, identical to the branding on Constantine's chest. The intricate structure within began to whirl chaotically, reconfiguring, the sound echoing like a torrential downpour. It was undergoing transformation, being inscribed anew with the mark of eternity. A commendable artifact, indeed. Shah Hui nodded, as if inspecting a delivery. The order and confinement within, along with the imitation of an eternal cycle, were rather intriguing, especially now that it belonged to him. His fingers splayed, hovering above the cube. The cube seemed to lose its weight, gradually ascending, resting in the palm of his hand. Rotating gently, the dark red light behaving submissively. Then, as if collecting coins, he clasped his fingers together. The cube vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The strangeness in the room dissipated, shadows receding, the light returning to normal, and the sounds of the wind outside growing clearer. Shahui's gaze returned to Constantine, who was trembling as he lit a cigarette. The debt is cleared, John Constantine. His tone shifted back to a casual nonchalance. Your soul remains yours for the time being. Though reeking of smoke, lies, and the stench of despair, the label has been torn off. Temporarily, Constantine finally ignited the cigarette, inhaling deeply, his gray eyes piercing through the smoke to fixate on him. So you can return to your eternity now, can't you? Shahui laughed, not the previous maniacal laughter, but rather contemplative. Return? Perhaps not just yet. He tapped his cane against the tip of his shoe. The commotion you just stirred, although minor, was akin to tossing a stone into still waters, creating some intriguing ripples. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling, his eyes seemingly penetrating the walls to behold further. The prison upheld by that small cube has cracked. Those old fellows below are likely still slumbering. Yet some scraps will inevitably slip out. The little nuisances confined for too long will crawl out through the fissures and bask under the sun. And those self-proclaimed overseers who believe they can control everything are undoubtedly in disarray now, contemplating cover-ups, seeking scapegoats, and will become even more unscrupulous. He paused, looking at Constantine, a smile almost benevolent on his face, yet sending chills down the spine. This world, because of you, seems to have suddenly become a tad more interesting. Though still dull, it now possesses a hint of chaotic spice. A heaviness settled in Constantine's heart. He thought he had cleared his debts, escaped from his creditor, only to realize he had stirred up a greater mess. So, his voice was hoarse. So, Shahui mimicked his tone, shrugging, I might just linger a while longer, to observe this tedious play you have initiated, and see how it unfolds next. He turned towards the door, his figure gradually fading like ink dissolving in water. Take care of yourself, John. Don't die too soon. His voice lingered in the air, tinged with mockery. After all, you are now a healthy troublemaker. And I detest tedium. As his words faded, he vanished completely. The small room was left with only Constantine, standing amidst the dust-laden beams of light, the cigarette between his fingers reduced to a mere stub. He had succeeded. The debt was cleared, and his body was healthy. Yet he could not find a moment's ease. The words of the infernal radiance coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. He had smashed the system of the cabin in the woods. Who knew what ghastly entities had been unleashed? The Lord of eternal chaos, relishing the pandemonium, awaited the ensuing spectacle. Trouble had never truly left him. It merely returned in a far more insidious form. He cast the cigarette but to the ground and ground it beneath his heel, cursing under his breath. The sound echoed in the empty cabin as he seized the soiled overcoat draped over the back of a chair and stepped into the forest beyond. The sunlight was bright, yet it failed to penetrate the shadows of the woods, which seemed to harbor countless new nightmares. His pursuit of a healthy existence appeared destined to remain turbulent. And smoking, alas, must continue. The battered wooden door of the cabin creaked shut behind him, sealing away the inhuman encounter he had just endured. The air in the forest was refreshingly cold. Inhaling it felt like swallowing sand, heavy with the taste of impending troubles. Health, damned health. He rolled his shoulders, the muscles moving smoothly, and the tightness in his lungs dissipated. This sensation was absurdly pleasant, akin to a beautifully painted indulgence note, yet inscribed on the reverse with invisible ink detailing harsher terms. The gifts from the infernal radiance had never been straightforward. He strode briskly toward the hiding place of his pickup truck, his footsteps crunching on the dry leaves, the sound resounding in the stillness of the woods. His ears involuntarily tuned into the distant wail of sirens, mingled with the hum of helicopters, all converging toward the direction of the cabin. The West Wing was cleaning up the aftermath, but how long could they conceal the truth? What had escaped from the fissures in the underground now lurked elsewhere. With a roar of the engine, the pickup burst forth, shattering the tranquility of the forest. He needed to leave quickly, as far away as possible. But to where? London? Old friends, if any remained, would likely wish to avoid him, especially after the considerable trouble he had stirred. Any place infused with supernatural forces was probably already buzzing with tales of how Constantine had once again botched matters, accompanied by warnings to steer clear upon sight. He drove along the interstate for several hours, the sky gradually darkening. The radio signal flickered in and out, offering little beyond country music and a preacher's sermon. Punctuated by vague local news, a landslide at Montana State Forest Park had closed certain areas. Experts attributed it to recent rainfall. Police urged the public to avoid remote woods due to aggressive wildlife, suspected of rabies. Numerous hikers had reported collective hallucinations, experts advised. Constantine turned off the radio, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Was the cover-up beginning? Transforming monsters into rabid dogs, dismissing the leakage of ancient powers as mere hallucinations. A well-worn tactic. Yet it could not endure for long. Those entities would not cooperate in the charade. His stomach growled, an affliction reserved for the healthy, a pure physiological hunger. He veered off the highway and parked at a secluded gas station in a small town. Beside the station stood a modest grocery store and a fast food joint illuminated by a ghastly fluorescent light. He entered the fast food establishment, ordering a burger and a cup of black coffee. The place was nearly empty, with only a dozing cashier and a young man in a hoodie sitting in a corner, nervously shaking his leg, exuding an unsettling vibe. The air was saturated with the acrid sense of grease and disinfectant, inducing a slight sense of nausea. Constantine sat at a window seat, mechanically chewing on a tasteless burger. His gaze drifted across the desolate street outside, ultimately settling on a young man fidgeting nervously. The intuition honed from years of disaster began to sound a quiet alarm within him. Suddenly, the young man ceased his trembling. He abruptly raised his head, causing his hood to slip down and reveal a pallid face, slick with cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror, pupils constricted to pinpricks. He fixated on the empty seat across from him, his lips moving rapidly as if engaged in a heated argument with an unseen presence. Then, without warning, he turned towards Constantine, not to meet his gaze but to stare at the window behind him. In a hoarse voice laden with fear, the young man exclaimed, "They are outside. The shadows. They crawl in the reflections of the puddles. Don't look. Don't look at the reflections." A chill ran down Constantine's spine. He instantly comprehended that this was neither rabies nor a hallucination. It was something that had escaped from the depths, capable of moving through shadows and reflections, instilling dread in its wake. Had the contamination spread so swiftly? Or was it that this young man, Jesse, was simply too fragile, becoming the perfect receiver of such terror? Before he could ponder further, the fast food restaurant's lights began to flicker, accompanied by a crackling sound. In an instant, all lights went out, leaving only the neon glow from the nearby gas station to cast bizarre shapes on the floor. Jesse emitted a primal scream and bolted towards the exit, while the cashier, paralyzed by fear, cowered beneath the counter, shouting for help. Cursing under his breath, Constantine abandoned his unfinished burger. Though he could not discern the exact source of the impending doom, he felt countless cold, malevolent gazes creeping forth from the dark corners and the reflections in the puddles outside. This was not directed solely at him, at least not entirely. He had merely stumbled into the early stages of this unfolding infection. There was no time to linger. Confronting the unknown was the height of folly. Rising from his seat, he navigated through the shadows, making his way to the kitchen. He recalled seeing a back door upon entering. Pushing through the greasy spring door, he found himself in a narrow alley littered with trash, the stench unbearable. He hurried into the shadows of the alley, and from within the fast food establishment, Jesse's screams mingled with the sound of shattering glass, abruptly ceasing. A cold wind swept through, sending a shiver down his spine. Leaning against the frigid brick wall, he fished out a cigarette and lit it, his fingers trembling slightly. This was not the conclusion, it was merely the beginning. As the dying light had foretold, the ripples had begun to expand. Those malevolent entities, monsters, and madness that had been confined for countless years were seeping through the cracks of a collapsing system, gradually infiltrating this seemingly normal world. They might still be weak and scattered, but their numbers were uncertain. And he, John Constantine, was the one who would shatter the jar. Drawing a deep breath of smoke, the nicotine could not quell the chill within his heart. He glanced at the filthy alley, then at the distant glow of headlights on the road. The world continuing its indifferent spin, blissfully unaware of the encroaching shadows. The health he had bartered with his very soul, the breath he had managed to seize, was never meant for indulgence. It was merely a ticket, enabling him to run faster, to evade longer, to endure a moment longer before the nightmares he had unleashed upon himself. And then there was that accursed being. Perhaps he was now lurking in some dimension, watching this commotion with keen interest, waiting for more delightful chaos to unfold. "Damn it," he muttered, the glowing cigarette but illuminating the darkness for a fleeting moment. The cigarette was discarded and extinguished underfoot. He tightened the collar of his trench coat and stepped out of the alley. He could not linger here. He needed information to understand what had escaped, to know how the West Wing intended to respond, to find a temporary refuge or someone unfortunate enough to share in his troubles. The engine of the pickup roared back to life, carrying him deeper into the night. The highway unfurled like a gray ribbon, leading into an uncertain and tumultuous future. The passenger seat was empty, yet that intangible debt weighed upon him anew, manifesting in a different manner. This time, the creditor was the entire world, possibly spiraling into the abyss, and the debt collectors were the countless monsters he had personally released from their cages. The troubles of John Constantine had only just begun. Chapter 75, Side Story 4. From that day forth, Miss Thorne was ensnared by an overwhelming fatigue, her appetite ebbing away like a receding tide. Even her breaths laden with an unshakable restlessness. Every moment of her existence was tightly gripped by the creature known as the accursed shadow, a dragon of thorns, which had repeatedly attempted to break free from its confinement, only to be effortlessly yanked back, accompanied by the unseen entanglements that followed. Yet the warrior blood coursing through her veins had never extinguished. Each seemingly futile escape was, in fact, a disguise for her clandestine mapping of the terrain, the distribution of stones, the density of vines, the gaps within the jungle, all meticulously rehearsed and adjusted in her mind, ultimately weaving a path that would lead her swiftly to the sea. At last, seizing a fleeting moment when the accursed shadow was absent, Miss Thorne tightened her muscles, unleashing a speed that belied her massive frame. She raced along the preordained route, slicing through obstructive branches and leaping over jagged rocks, until the salty sea breeze kissed her face and the coastline unfurled before her. Yet, an enormous tree loomed ahead like an unexpected barrier. A flicker of surprise coursed through her. This place had been cleared during her reconnaissance the day before, but the instinct for survival allowed no hesitation. With a fierce shake of her head, she snapped her powerful jaws, severing the resilient trunk with a decisive crack. Without a moment's pause, she leaped into the long-desired azure, the waves behind her erupting in arcs of freedom. At that moment, atop a distant cliff, the accursed shadow lay quietly at the edge, its iconic sail fluttering gently in the wind. Its golden eyes pierced through the distance, locking onto the fleeing figure. Yet there was not a trace of panic within its depths. As the sovereign of this realm, both land and sea fall under his dominion. Even the fierce leviathan of the deep bows before him. Prior to Miss Thorne's undertaking, he had commanded the spirits under his reign to clandestinely safeguard her, remaining vigilant of her movements while ensuring her safety. He merely awaited the twilight to envelop the horizon, intending to personally escort her home. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, Miss Thorne was tirelessly thrashing her body, a mighty roar erupting from her throat, resonating throughout the bay, a long-suppressed yearning, a reverberation of freedom. She curiously navigated through the coral, chasing fleeting schools of fish, savoring this hard-won respite, until an unsettling sensation crept into her heart. It felt as though eyes were upon her. Abruptly, she turned to see a few orcas leisurely swimming by, seemingly unperturbed. Yet, something felt amiss. Orcas are not known for their docility. Shaking her not-so-bright head, she dismissed the thought, fixated instead on clutching her freedom tighter, swimming deeper into the abyss. As dusk gradually descended, when she turned again, she was startled to realize that one of the orcas had vanished from the group. The sunken glow of the island had just roused from slumber, and twilight had thoroughly stained the sky. At that moment, an orca surged through the waves, reaching the shoreline's edge, emitting a series of urgent calls unintelligible to humans. "Boss, I'll take you to find Miss Thorne." Slowly he rose, his heavy steps shattering the pebbles along the shore as he waded into the sea. The messenger orca swam ahead, leading the way, its massive form mostly submerged, with only its distinctive dorsal fin and head breaking the surface like a moving shadow, silently slicing through the water. Not far ahead, another familiar dorsal fin emerged from the depths. Upon completing its task, the guiding orca flicked its tail and retreated to its pod. Oblivious to the figure that confined her day after day, Miss Thorne continued to swim ahead, unaware that it was drawing near. By the time she sensed the disturbance behind her, it was already too late. His speed far surpassed hers, and in an instant, he had encircled her. The return journey was swifter than the outbound. Miss Thorne writhed and struggled, her claws futilely slicing through the water, yet she could never escape his iron grip. Upon returning to the island under the cloak of night, once more engulfed by darkness and despair, she could only allow her tears to soak her scales, offering a broken plea for mercy. "My lord, I cannot bear it any longer. Truly I cannot." Her voice trembled, laced with sorrow, her breaths erratic. "I cannot endure this anymore. Please set me free." Chapter 76. Search. The troubles in Montana were like a stone cast into the murky waters of the supernatural realm. the resulting turbulence far broader and filthier than Constantine had anticipated. He drove his dilapidated pickup, as if pursued by phantoms, weaving through the desolate roads and small towns of the northwestern United States. He strictly avoided large cities, where the watchful eyes were plentiful. Organizations like West Wing excelled at ensnaring individuals within. For several days, his ears and eyes were inundated with bizarre occurrences, far beyond the young man in the gas station fast food joint, driven to madness by shadows. On the edge of the Nevada desert lies an abandoned motel, where he paused to listen to a drunken drifter next door, rambling about how the sand dunes flowed like water at night, and claiming to have seen glass scorpions dancing beneath the moonlight. Constantine ventured into the sandy expanse, and indeed sensed something amiss, a faint, otherworldly mineral scent permeating the air, which felt subtly distorted. Upon arriving in a small town in Idaho, he accessed an encrypted forum on a public computer at the library, employing a few clever tricks to bypass restrictions. He stumbled upon several posts that had been hastily deleted, detailing the mysterious disappearances of park rangers nearby, who, when found, resembled desiccated corpses, as if time and moisture had been siphoned from them, their skin resembling that of statues. Beneath these posts, someone hinted cryptically that it appeared to be the work of sand devourers, though such entities were supposed to be confined within a small cabin in Sector 3. In the distance, he had spotted a fleet of unmarked black Chevrolet Suburbans from the West Wing, speeding past with tinted windows and antennas sprouting like quills on a hedgehog. Where were they headed? In a day or two, local news would likely report gas pipeline leaks or military exercises. These fragments coalesced into a chilling picture. The breaches were far more numerous than anticipated, and the creatures that had escaped varied greatly, some bizarre yet harmless, others lethal. The West Wing was busily extinguishing fires, but it was evident they were becoming overwhelmed. This world resembled a boiling pot of soup, with dangerous spices being added by the spoonful, and Constantine was the clumsy chef. This pervasive, low-pressure threat was far more exhausting than confronting a formidable demon directly. He felt ensnared in a slowly deflating diving bell, helplessly watching the pressure gauge plummet, uncertain of when it might explode. He needed to find an outlet, a means to catch his breath, even if it meant regaining a semblance of control. A name surfaced in his mind: Chaz Chandler, that earnest taxi driver, often burdened by his presence, yet always willing to offer refuge when he was at an impasse. Chaz resided in New York. Traveling to New York was a gamble, but he required resources and a relatively safe haven to contemplate his next move. Moreover, he harbored a ludicrous notion: perhaps the most perilous locations could also be the safest. The West Wing and those ghastly entities likely never anticipated that he would dare return to the bustling East Coast city. He changed his license plate, utilized the last of his cash along with a bit of sleight of hand to procure gasoline, and traversed the United States day and night. When he finally beheld the skyline of New York, an absurd sense of coming home washed over him, despite the fact that this place had always signified more trouble. Upon locating Chaz's unremarkable apartment and knocking on the door, Chaz's expression transformed into one of ghostly astonishment, worry, and a hint of resigned familiarity. "John, good heavens," he began. But the words fell silent as he noticed the change in Constantine. Gone was the pale, sickly visage and the incessant cough. Instead, he exuded a sharp, almost dangerous energy, though the weariness and anxiety in his eyes ran deeper than ever. "I'm better, Chaz, for now," Constantine replied, squeezing through the doorway and swiftly surveying the room. Trouble had found him, and he needed to hide for a few days. Chaz sighed and closed the door. "When have you ever been free of trouble? What is it this time? A demon? An angel? Or perhaps debts owed to the mob? Worse than that," Constantine muttered ambiguously, moving to the window and parting the curtain to peer outside. "I seem to have accidentally opened a few cages at the zoo." Chaz's face turned pale. After so many years with Constantine, he knew precisely what the term zoo referred to. The following days remained relatively tranquil. Constantine utilized Chaz's computer and resources to delve deeper into the West Wing and the escaped creatures, yet yielded little success. The internal network of the West Wing was too fortified. He merely confirmed his earlier suspicion. While the vulnerabilities were indeed extensive, they had not yet culminated in a large-scale invasion. It resembled a collection of solitary fugitives wandering aimlessly, driven purely by instinct. He also attempted to trace any signs of the shadow, hoping for even the slightest hint of its presence. Yet, the Lord of the Eternal seemed to have vanished completely. Without a trace, Constantine was not convinced it had truly departed. It was likely observing from a distance, waiting for the climax of the unfolding drama. The tranquility shattered on the night of the fourth day. At that moment, Constantine was employing some ordinary herbs, complemented by the peculiar items Chaz had procured. to establish a simple early warning barrier. Most of his magical tools had been lost during their escape. Suddenly, the once quiet scale imprint on his chest ignited without warning. It was not the gentle warmth of summoning, but an excruciating pain capable of searing his heart. He gasped, clutching his chest and sinking to the floor, darkness swirling before his eyes. Simultaneously, the sound of screeching brakes echoed from the street below, followed by a heavy thud and startled exclamations. Constantine struggled to move to the window. Below, a vehicle had collided with a lamppost, emitting smoke. However, what captured his attention was not the accident, but the figure standing in the shadows across the street. It was clad in a sharply tailored black suit, tall and gaunt, with an ashen complexion devoid of vitality. A pair of sunglasses obscured the upper half of its face, yet it stood rigidly, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and a fixed grin revealed an excessive number of teeth. It was staring directly at his window. It was neither a living person nor a typical demon or ghost. Constantine sensed its aura, cold and steeped in order and eradication. It was one of the West Wing's operatives, or rather, an inhuman execution unit they employed. They had found him. The figure raised its hand, fingers unnaturally slender, pointing towards his window. Then it began to cross the street, oblivious to the oncoming traffic. A truck blared its horn and collided with what appeared to be an invisible wall. The front crumpled instantly, yet the figure remained unmoved, not even faltering in its stride. "Chaz, we need to go," Constantine shouted, seizing a few scattered items from the table and rushing towards the door. Chaz asked no questions. Years of experience compelled him to follow immediately. The two descended the fire escape and fled through the back door, diving into Chaz's yellow taxi. The engine roared to life as they plunged into the night. In the rearview mirror, the figure in the suit leisurely emerged from the alley, standing at the street corner. Watching their retreating form, it did not pursue. Instead, it raised its hand, making a gesture as if to lock onto the departing taxi. What on earth was that thing? Chaz's hands trembled upon the steering wheel. The janitor of the West Wing. Constantine gritted his teeth, a dull ache lingering in his chest. They not only sought to capture me, but aimed to erase my very existence, even the whispers of information that might escape me. The taxi careened through the night of New York, yet Constantine understood that once targeted by that entity, fleeing was futile. It might not pursue him directly, but it would undoubtedly mobilize resources, lay traps, executing its eradication orders with merciless precision, akin to a programmed directive. He could not return to Chaz's apartment, nor could he seek refuge in the safe houses he knew. He needed a place so inconceivable that no one would think to look for him. Suddenly, a name sprang to mind: Papa Midnight, the voodoo priest who operated a spiritual bar in New Orleans, maneuvering between various factions, wielding formidable dark magic, neither friend nor foe, but a being who recognized only profit and equilibrium. His establishment served as a neutral ground in the supernatural realm. Theoretically, the West Wing's reach would not extend easily there, at least not overtly. However, approaching midnight felt akin to voluntarily stepping into the jaws of a tiger. Change direction, Chaz. Constantine's voice was eerily calm. We are heading to New Orleans. After nearly a day and night of relentless travel, during which they changed license plates multiple times, employing every counter-surveillance trick in Constantine's repertoire, they finally arrived in New Orleans. The atmosphere was thick with humidity and warmth, mingling the earthy scent of the Mississippi River with the sweetness of jasmine and a deeper, more profound aroma, an intertwining of magic and death. Midnight's bar lay hidden within a dilapidated district, its doors shut during the day, appearing utterly unremarkable. Constantine instructed Chaz to wait several streets away while he approached a wooden door adorned with intricate runes. He pushed the door open. Inside, the bar was dimly lit. Filled with the mingled scents of tobacco, herbs, and alcohol, time seemed to stand still in this place. Midnight stood behind the bar, polishing a glass. Clad in a silk shirt, tall and exuding an air of both authority and time-worn wisdom, his gaze piercing enough to see into one's very soul. John Constantine. Midnight's voice was deep, laced with an unmistakable hint of mockery. I wondered why the crows were so bothersome this morning. It seems you have arrived. Your scent of trouble can be detected from several streets away. Midnight. Constantine approached the bar without preamble, pouring himself a drink. I require a room for a few days and information. Midnight set down the glass, scrutinizing him. I can offer sanctuary, but it comes at a cost. You know the rules. Moreover, the trouble you bring appears particularly volatile. His gaze inadvertently flickered to the mark on Constantine's chest, which seemed to pulse with a faint warmth upon his entrance. I am aware that the West Wing is pursuing you, Midnight continued in a measured tone. I also know of the significant matters you have recently undertaken in Montana. You have shattered a balance that has persisted for years, John. This has displeased many, including you. Constantine downed the drink, its fiery burn cascading down his throat. Me? Midnight chuckled softly. I am solely concerned with the safety of my business and territory. You are currently a storm's eye, John. Being in your company is anything but safe. Name your price, Constantine stated bluntly, eager to discern the nature of the situation at hand, as well as the West Wing's intentions for resolving the aftermath. Midnight hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he spoke. I can offer you a room for 3 days and provide some information. However, the cost is that you must assist me with a minor inconvenience. Speak, Constantine urged. Recently, some newcomers have arrived in the city. Midnight's gaze turned icy. They are the little rodents that escaped from your menagerie. They are unruly, scavenging on my territory and frightening my guests. Help me eliminate them, and in return, I shall grant you protection and intelligence. Constantine fixed his gaze upon him. What are these creatures? They are known as echo imps, Midnight explained. They are not inherently powerful, but they are quite bothersome. They thrive on the echoes of sound, feeding on memories and emotions. Those who hear their echoes become ensnared in a whirlwind of maddening recollections or fears. They have congregated in the old cemetery to the north of the city, where the echoes are most potent. A quintessential Constantine transaction, resolving a minor nuisance in exchange for resources and time to tackle a greater dilemma. The deal was struck without hesitation. That very evening, Constantine ventured alone to the old cemetery in the northern part of New Orleans. The ground was littered with graves and headstones, casting long, twisted shadows under the moonlight. The air was unnaturally still, devoid of even the chirping of insects, replaced instead by a faint, incessant whispering echo, ricocheting between the gravestones, growing louder and more chaotic. He beheld them, translucent entities, akin to distorted sound waves, drifting among the graves, absorbing the collective sorrow, fear, and memories of the place. Constantine discarded his cigarette, but, although he possessed few sophisticated tools, his own blood served as a potent medium, imbued with the power of the contract with the shade and vibrant life force. He retrieved a small knife, slicing open his palm, blood flowing forth. Using his blood as ink, he swiftly inscribed binding and dispelling runes on several prominent headstones. Then, standing in the center of the cemetery, he recited an ancient incantation designed to exorcise ethereal malevolence. His voice resonated through the silent graveyard, intertwining with the cacophony produced by the echo imps, forming a chaotic symphony. Agitated, they coalesced, resembling an invisible tsunami of sound, surging toward him. The piercing noise threatened to shatter his mind, attempting to unearth his most painful memories. The death of Isabel, Angela's tears, the friends lost because of him. Strangely, those images seemed to recede, becoming blurred, like viewing them through frosted glass. Was it the detachment brought by vitality? Or had the exchange with the shade altered his soul in some way? He gritted his teeth, continuing the incantation, amplifying his will and the power within his blood through the spell. In the name of silence, I command you to disperse with the true voice. With a sudden force, he slammed his bloodied palm against the ground. A hum, an invisible shockwave radiated from his center. The twisted sound waves in the air seemed to flatten, and the echo imps emitted a high-pitched, final shriek before shattering like fragile soap bubbles, vanishing without a trace. At last, the cemetery returned to genuine tranquility, with only the gentle rustling of wind against the gravestones remaining. Constantine stood up, gasping for breath, feeling somewhat drained. While dispatching those minor adversaries was not particularly challenging, he sensed a shift within himself. An unsettling chill had begun to settle in his heart. He could even observe his own pain with a dispassionate gaze. Upon returning to Midnight's bar, it seemed the voodoo priest already anticipated the outcome. Efficient enough, John, Midnight nodded, handing him an old key, the one to the innermost room upstairs. This contains the information you seek. He slid a folded note across the table. Constantine unfolded the note, revealing elegant handwriting that listed names and locations, accompanied by succinct descriptions. Shadow Stalker, active in the northwestern states, lurking near reflective surfaces, instilling fear. Threat level low, yet difficult to eradicate. Sand Devourer, Nevada, Utah Desert. High threat, avoid contact. The West Wing attempted to capture it, but failed. A whole team was lost. Weaver suspected several reports from Chicago concerning individuals suffocated by threads of nightmares. Moderate to high threat. The West Wing's focus. They are not pursuing you with full force. You are regarded as an unstable factor and a potential trigger point. Priority. Capture the escaped entities. Ordinary individuals with knowledge are monitoring you. There are internal disagreements on how to handle you. One faction advocates elimination. while another prefers to observe and exploit. Caution: a third-party entity is investigating your matter. Neither heaven nor hell, nor the West Wing. Identity and intentions remain unclear. Exercise caution. The volume of information was substantial. The situation was complex, yet not devoid of hope. The West Wing's resources were strained, and internal discord persisted. However, the presence of that third-party entity unsettled him. He looked up at Midnight. Third party? Midnight shrugged. Just a vague sensation. Somewhat ancient, yet not the typical supernatural entity, has been stirred. They usually disregard such trifles, but this time the disturbance appears significant. Be careful. Constantine tucked the note away and ascended the stairs. The room was small, furnished with only a bed and a chair, yet it was tranquil. As if a magical barrier shielded him from the outside commotion. He collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted, as if his very bones had been extracted. 3 days. He had only 3 days to consider his next move. The following day, he instructed Chaz to drive back to New York, warning him not to contact him or return to the apartment in the meantime. Although concerned, Chaz complied, remaining in New Orleans. Constantine utilized the limited resources provided by Midnight to continue his search for information. He attempted to reach out to several old acquaintances with whom he had lost contact, and who were well informed, using public phones and multiple layers of encryption, probing discreetly for leads. Fragmented pieces of information gradually coalesced, confirming Midnight's intelligence as credible. He even caught wind of a vague rumor. There seemed to exist a particularly clandestine organization comprised of survivors or informants regarding supernatural events throughout history, closely monitoring the collapse of the cabin in the woods and its subsequent ramifications. They referred to this matter as the tearing of the veil once again. On the third night, Constantine stood by the window of his room, gazing at the flickering lights of New Orleans' nightscape. His 3-day period of refuge had come to an end. Midnight had not come to urge him, but he understood the rules. He faced a choice: to continue fleeing, passively dealing with the West Wing and the monstrous entities that had emerged, or to take decisive action. The words of Shahui echoed in his mind. Observe this tedious drama you have initiated and see how it unfolds. He despised being treated as mere entertainment. A madcap scheme took form in his mind, a quintessential Constantine plan, fraught with peril. Since the West Wing regarded him as an unstable element, a potential trigger, and with the creatures wreaking havoc, not to mention the presence of an enigmatic third party, why not stir the waters further? He resolved to actively engage with these dangerous entities, not to capture them, but to lure them. He aimed to create greater chaos for the West Wing, divert their attention to the lurking third party, and if fate allowed, obstruct those ancient deities perched high above. He sought to transform from the pursued into the very epicenter of turmoil. The situation needed to spiral out of control, to the point where the West Wing could no longer manage it, where Shahui would find it amusing, and where all factions would be compelled to intervene. Only then could he carve out a path for survival amidst the chaos, perhaps even seize an opportunity to retaliate. This endeavor was akin to playing with fire, likely resulting in his own incineration. Yet John Constantine had never known any other way to live. He inhaled deeply. The scales on his chest seemed to warm slightly with his decision. Whether as a warning or acceptance, he could not tell. He retrieved the note from Midnight, his gaze landing on the names of the Sand Devourer and the Weaver. Turning, he departed the room without a backward glance, descending the staircase. Midnight remained behind the bar, watching him with an air of nonchalance. Are you leaving? Indeed, Constantine nodded, expressing gratitude for the hospitality. Remember, John, Midnight's voice bore an unusual gravity. The flames you toy with may consume entire forests, including yourself. I am aware, Constantine replied with a faint smile, tinged with his habitual weariness, sarcasm, and a hint of madness. But if the forest is destined to burn, I would rather be the one wielding the torch. He pushed open the door, stepping into the humid, enigmatic night of New Orleans. The streets lay deserted, save for the echo of his footsteps. In the pocket of his trench coat, only a few crumpled cigarettes and that mad scheme remained. He did not look back. Meanwhile, in hell, Shahui idly continued searching the world section. Chapter 77. Marvel Universe. The visage of hell is not always one of lava and lamentation. In Shah Hui's domain, hell resembled an endless wasteland shrouded in a frozen twilight. Twisted, charred trees stood sentinel, while the sky was an eternal, lifeless shade of purplish gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, punctuated only by sluggish, vein-like bands of dim light. At the heart of this desolation lay a colossal creature. Its form resembled an exaggerated Spinosaurus, yet more grotesque and ancient. What envelopes its entire being is not a layer of keratin scales, but rather a sharp, interlaced armor resembling a fusion of cooled platinum, glimmering with the cold. hard luster that melds metal and bone. Along its spine, extending to the tip of its elongated tail, stands a series of pale bone spines, as towering as mountains. Their edges as sharp as blades, with each spine's tip radiating an aura that seems to devour light. This entity is but one of the forms of the Lord of Eternal Calamity. At this moment, this ancient creature, whose mere existence is enough to shatter the sanity of lesser demons, languidly toys with the air suspended before it using one of its foreclaws. Where its claw tip makes contact, space warps slightly, unfurling an immense, translucent system panel, flowing with countless incomprehensible runes and data streams. This panel is visible only to itself, a manifestation of its eternal power, connecting myriad realms. On the panel, the world section refreshes with the rapidity of a waterfall. Middle-earth, Azeroth, Cyberpunk 2077, Monster Hunter World, Dalaw Continent. An array of bizarre and endless possibilities. The enormous, pale-eyed gaze of the creature, burning with cold fire, lazily scans these names. Akin to a discerning diner perusing an extensive menu, yet finding nothing that stirs its appetite. A monotonous, rumbling sound akin to the grinding of tectonic plates emanates from its chest, an evaluation of these worlds. It seeks novelty, variability, the fleeting pleasure that can momentarily alleviate its eternal ennui. The claw tip glides once more. The refresh abruptly halts. At the center of the panel, a new world name crystallizes, surrounded by a halo that seems distinct from all others, imbued with a chaotic yet vibrant energy. Marvel Universe. The creature's movements stilled, its massive head lowered slightly, drawing closer to the panel, as pale cold fire flickered in its pupils. Marvel Universe? It whispered. This combination of words stirring fragments of ancient memories. It was an era where information surged like a torrent through the interstices of various dimensions. It seemed to have caught fleeting glimpses of this universe, a group of mortal heroes clad in tight suits, a few sparkling stones, a purple giant fond of snapping his fingers, and a red-skinned lord of hell perpetually entangled in debts. Chaotic, colorful, brimming with seemingly powerful yet absurd rules, and countless self-proclaimed gods and heroes. Most importantly, it sounded intriguing. A wave of near-pleasurable emotion radiated from the creature's vast form, rendering the surrounding desolate forest to dust and silence. This was it. It made its decision, without any grandiose display or a rift tearing through space. It simply tapped the name gently with its colossal claw tip. In the next moment, the immense form of the platinum-spined dragon began to blur, becoming transparent, as if being gradually erased from this dimension by an eraser. The vast system panel faded away along with it. The desolate wasteland of hell has returned to silence, as if it had never existed. New York, Manhattan. In a dim, damp alley, reeking of refuse and cheap narcotics, a figure quietly materializes, rippling through the space like a wave. The figure transforms once more into the antiquated yet exquisite form of a human clad in a well-tailored suit, with a slightly hunched back and a cane in hand. He inhales the foul air of the city's night, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing into a smirk of amusement. Ah, the industrial fumes, the anxiety of humanity, the faint residue of radioactive dust, and what else? A trace of gamma rays? Indeed, this is quite a lively locale. Leaning on his cane, he saunters out of the alley, blending into the bustling streets of Manhattan. The neon lights flicker in his eyes, yet fail to penetrate the abyss of his pupils. He surveys every detail of this new stage like the most discerning of spectators. Days drift by. He meanders aimlessly through the city, attending a lackluster concert, witnessing a bank heist, and even critiquing the pickling method of gherkins at a hot dog stand. Yet his true interest soon fixates upon the darker facets of this city, or rather, this universe. He senses countless subtle dimensional fluctuations, the essence of magical contracts, and an intensely familiar, sulfurous scent mingled with the cloying stench of contractual traps, reminiscent of old acquaintances. Following this aroma, he arrives at the entrance of an exceedingly upscale, members-only underground club. The bouncer, a formidable figure with a fierce gaze, bears faint traces of dark magic. Without a glance, he gently taps the ground with his cane. Instantly, the bouncer's eyes become vacant, like a marionette, silently parting the way and opening the door for him. Inside the club, the lighting is suggestive and the decor opulent. Clearly, this is no place for the ordinary. The air is thick with the scent of expensive cigars, spirits, and a deeper, more visceral flavor of desire incarnate. Many patrons, seemingly affluent, engage in conversation, yet each is subtly intertwined with traces of ill-begotten luck or charm, evident prepayments for some transaction. His gaze is drawn to the innermost recess of the club, to a booth shrouded in shadow. There sits a man, clad in a perfectly tailored burgundy suit. His skin a healthy bronze, hair meticulously styled, and sporting a carefully groomed mustache, exuding the elegance of an old-world European noble. He holds a glass of red wine, smiling as he whispers to a young man opposite him, whose fervent gaze betrays his impatience as he prepares to impress his hand upon a floating, flickering parchment imbued with hellfire. Ah, a classic style. He chuckles softly, shaking his head as if observing a cliched drama. Leaning on his cane, he strides confidently over, unceremoniously taking a seat opposite the gentleman in the red suit. The smile on Mephistopheles' face falters slightly. He lifted his gaze towards the uninvited guest, a figure resembling a destitute gentleman. As the Lord of Hell, he instantly discerned that this individual was no mere mortal, yet his aura was inscrutable, neither angelic nor akin to any demon lord he knew, and certainly not like the magicians from Earth. I apologize, my friend. Mephisto maintained an air of elegance, though his tone bore an undeniable hint of dismissal. This seat is occupied. Moreover, I am engaged in a significant business transaction with this young gentleman. The youth across from him appeared utterly oblivious to the arrival of Sha Hui, completely engrossed in the ecstasy brought forth by the infernal contract. Sha Hui seemed not to have heard, merely observing Mephisto with curiosity, then clucking his tongue. Quite adept in your dealings, I see. Trading the ownership of souls for trifling power, with installment plans, classic tactics of evasion. However, he swiftly shifted his focus, gesturing with his cane towards the contract. The stipulation in Clause 3, subsection 17 is rather ambiguous, prone to misinterpretation. Next time, ensure your contract lawyer articulates it more clearly to avoid complications in future arbitration. The smile on Mephisto's face vanished entirely. He narrowed his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickering within their depths. Not only had this individual perceived his true essence, but he had also deciphered the contract penned in ancient infernal script, even identifying the traps deliberately concealed within. Who are you? Mephisto's voice grew somber, the temperature of the surrounding air subtly dropping. He waved his hand, causing the bewildered young man and the contract to momentarily vanish. Sha Hui reclined comfortably against the sofa, grinning. Merely a passing spectator. I couldn't help but offer a few remarks, given your engrossing performance. Do continue, I implore you. He even gestured invitingly. Mephisto felt a surge of indignation at such blatant contempt. In the realm of hell, he was a figure of great repute, and on earth, he was a nightmare that instilled dread. Never had anyone dared to mock him so brazenly. Regardless of who you are, Mephisto's voice resonated with the echoes of the inferno. Shadows around him began to writhe. Interrupting my transaction comes at a cost. A flicker of hellfire coalesced at his fingertips. At that moment, a serene female voice interjected. I believe this transaction has reached its conclusion. Unbeknownst to him, a bald woman clad in a yellow robe had appeared beside the booth. She stood with poise, her gaze both clear and profound, the eye of Agamotto hanging at her chest radiating a faint green luminescence. Dr. Strange, she addressed Mephisto, her eyes carrying a subtle warning before shifting to Sha Hui, laden with scrutiny and extreme vigilance. She had sensed the unusual spatial fluctuations within the club and the presence of a wholly unfamiliar, overwhelmingly potent force, prompting her swift arrival to witness this scene. Mephisto, upon seeing her, furrowed his brow even deeper. Dr. Strange, this matter does not concern you. It is between myself and this unwelcome visitor. However, she disregarded him, focusing solely on Sha Hui, and spoke slowly. Strange entity, your power does not belong to this universe. Your arrival has disrupted the balance. What is your purpose? Sha Hui gazed at the suddenly appearing Ancient One, his interest intensifying. He scrutinized her from head to toe, particularly the eye of Agamotto that adorned her chest. The time stone, an intriguing little trinket, he remarked before addressing her question. His tone is casual, as if discussing the weather. Purpose? Nothing particularly special. If I had to specify, he shrugged, a playful smile gracing his face. I am merely here to have some fun, to observe the spectacle and seek a bit of amusement. Your grand schemes of saving the world, annihilating the universe, and collecting stones hold no allure for me. I have no interest in participating. He gestured toward Mephisto and then back to Ancient One. You should engage in your battles, continue your deceptions, and uphold the guardianship of time. Consider me non-existent. Both Mephisto and Ancient One fell silent. A being from an unfathomable alternate universe had suddenly descended, merely claiming to seek amusement. Such words, whether from the Lord of Hell or the Supreme Sorcerer, were hard to believe, yet they found themselves unable to counter immediately. For from Sha Hui's demeanor and aura, they sensed no overt malice or desire for conquest, only an unfathomable, almost childishly cruel curiosity and boredom. This purposeless might was, in fact, more unsettling than any explicit malevolence. Mephisto scoffed, his form gradually fading into shadows. Humph, whatever game you wish to play. It is best not to interfere with my affairs. Aware of Ancient One's presence today and recognizing the strangeness of this unfamiliar entity, he deemed it prudent to withdraw for the time being. Ancient One remained fixated on Shahui, the eye of Agamotto slightly ajar. The power of time swirling around her as she probed and calculated, yet all she encountered was a void of chaos and emptiness. Unperturbed by Ancient One's vigilance or Mephisto's departure, Shahui rose and adjusted his suit. Well then, I apologize for interrupting your business and guardianship, he said insincerely, before leaning on his staff and leisurely making his way towards the club's exit, as if he were merely departing after a distasteful drink. As he passed by Ancient One, he paused momentarily, as if recalling something, and chuckled softly. Oh, by the way, sorceress, your apprentice, Stephen Strange, should be cautious while riding his bike lately. I sense a dark omen upon him. He may be in for some bloodshed, ha ha ha. With that, he erupted into a series of deep, joyful laughs. No longer lingering, his figure vanishing into the shadows at the club's entrance, leaving Ancient One standing alone, her expression more grave than ever. She gazed towards the direction in which Shahui had vanished, replaying his seemingly jesting remark in her mind, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. This being, who claimed to seek mere amusement, appeared far more troublesome than any clear invader. Meanwhile, Shahui strolled through the streets of Manhattan, relishing the lively atmosphere of this new world. The ire of Mephisto and the vigilance of Ancient One became mere intriguing seasonings in his perspective. The Marvel Universe. He murmured softly, a pale, cold flame flickering in his eyes, suggesting that monotony was no longer an option. His game had only just commenced, while the heroes and villains of this world remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 78. A desire to disengage the dying light melded into the throngs of Manhattan, akin to droplets merging into the ocean. Clad in an old suit, with a slightly stooped back, he blended seamlessly into the vibrant chaos of this surreal city. Yet wherever he traversed, subtle anomalies, imperceptible to the naked eye, lingered in his wake. A Wall Street elite, bellowing into his phone, suddenly belched forth wisps of faint purple smoke infused with sulfur, momentarily bewildered, muttering to his device. Wait, what was I about to say? Something about world peace? Confusion and curses echoed from the other end of the line. A raccoon rummaging through a trash can abruptly stood upright, performing a clumsy tap dance before tumbling back into the refuse, chattering in disarray. On the colossal electronic billboards of Times Square, a popular actress's perfume advertisement momentarily distorted, her smile twisting as her pupils transformed into reptilian slits for less than a frame, only to revert to normalcy, hardly noticed by anyone. These were trifling pranks, manifestations of his testing the world's resilience, as well as manifestations of his instinctual drive to stave off ennui. He held no interest in conquest or destruction. They were laborious and mundane pursuits. What he sought were phenomena, reactions, watching life grapple with uncontrollable variables, observing its responses. As he meandered down the streets, his senses expanded like invisible tendrils, capturing the energy and information flowing through the city and the planet. He discerned whispers from the underground mutant academy, observed the movements of the Kree Empire fleet in the distant cosmos, felt the vast magical network beneath Greenwich Village, and even faintly sensed the pulse of some colossal beast stirring at the ocean's depths. Indeed, it is excessively lively, he remarked quietly, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chaos itself embodied a certain beauty. He paused before an inconspicuous law firm, Nelson Murdoch. His gaze pierced through the walls, uncovering the blind lawyer Matt Murdoch, adorned with red-tinted sunglasses. What captivated him further was the peculiar radar-like sensory waves emanating from Matt, coupled with a faint, sinister connection to a dimensional entity known as the Beast. An intriguing contradiction, a guardian of the law, a vigilante by night, entwined with the perfect theatrical role of dark powers. Mephisto tapped his cane against the ground, a whisper of ethereal chaos energy, akin to invisible spores, subtly infiltrating the foundation of the firm. This would not yield immediate changes. Rather, it would subtly nudge Matt Murdoch's subconscious towards the impulse to embrace his alter ego, Daredevil, over that of a mere lawyer during a pivotal decision in the future. Mephisto was curious to see where this minuscule shift would ultimately tip the scales. Having completed his machinations, he turned away with satisfaction, resolved to seek a drink. Meanwhile, within the sanctum of New York, the Ancient One stood before the skylight, gazing down upon the city, her brow furrowed. The eye of Agamotto upon her chest spun slowly, its green temporal light pulsing like a breath. She yearned to trace back to the moment that enigmatic presence emerged, to follow his trajectory and glimpse into his future. Yet all she could perceive was an expanse of void and chaos. The timeline surrounding him was not obscured, but rather utterly distorted. His past was irretrievable, as if it had never existed. His future was unclear, fraught with wildly absurd branches. He resembled an anomaly cast into the river of time, causing all currents to spiral into disarray, unpredictable. What left her most alarmed was his prophecy regarding Stephen Strange before his departure. Immediately, she summoned the powers of Camartage to investigate Strange, who was currently at a celebratory banquet for a neurosurgery. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any signs of an impending car accident. Yet, this only deepened her unease. That presence would not act without purpose. Either he was deliberately misleading her, or he had glimpsed a deeper possibility that even the time stone could not grasp. A pure chaos, an unexpected variable? Master? An apprentice sorcerer approached respectfully. The Ancient One withdrew her gaze, her expression regaining tranquility. Enhance the surveillance levels across all sanctums. An unknown variable has entered our realm. Inform all masters of the mystic arts to remain vigilant, but refrain from any proactive contact. Yes. The Ancient One cast her eyes once more towards the bustling skyline of New York. That presence claimed to be merely playing. Yet if a child possessed the power to shatter a planet, his game would spell disaster for the world. She had to be prepared. In the dimension at the edge of hell, Mephisto's private sanctum awaited. This was not a traditional hell. It was a realm forged by Mephisto's power. Nestled within the fissures of dimensions, the hall was adorned with lavish decor, yet exuded a veneer of sinister elegance, with walls adorned by twisted sculptures of tortured souls. Mephisto paced restlessly, having shattered his wine glass in his grip. The interruption of his transaction by that inexplicable presence, compounded by the Ancient One's forced retreat, left him feeling profoundly insulted. Have you discerned who he is? He bellowed into the empty chamber. In the air, several demonic visages coalesced from smoke, trembling. Great Lord, we cannot uncover his identity. His essence does not belong to any known dimension or pantheon. It appears to have materialized from thin air. Useless. Mephisto waved his hand, and the smoke demons shrieked as they dissipated. He approached a colossal mirror ablaze with hellfire. Reflected within was not his own visage, but an intricate tapestry of interwoven threads of fate, his tool for peering into earth and siphoning souls. Whoever you may be, Mephisto's gaze turned frigid. Should you dare to thwart the endeavors of Lord Mephisto, you shall pay the price. Since you revel in games, I shall orchestrate a grand one for you. He extended his finger, coalescing powerful dark contract energy at its tip, carefully manipulating several of the threads of fate within the mirror. He did not directly target the Scarlet Witch, nor could he, but sought to influence those who had briefly encountered her, or souls that were easily tempted and possessed great potential. He aimed to place perilous pieces upon this chessboard, to stir the waters and compel that mysterious player to reveal himself. A few nights later, in Hell's Kitchen, in a dilapidated corner of a bar, the figure known as Sha Hui sipped delicately from a glass of insipid whiskey, reflecting on the rather pedestrian brewing techniques of this universe. His gaze was captivated by the distant spectacle of Daredevil administering justice to a group of scoundrels peddling drugs to children. Moments earlier, he had discreetly aided the vigilante, causing a thug's baseball bat to slip and strike one of his own comrades. Just then, the bar door swung open, admitting a towering man whose gaze was as frigid as an Arctic wasteland. Clad in a simple leather jacket and jeans, he exuded an overpowering scent of blood and repressed rage. He strode directly to the bar, ordered the strongest spirit available, and settled alone in a corner, drowning his sorrows in drink. Frank Castle, the Punisher. Sha Hui raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This man's soul resembled a branding iron, seared by blood and vengeance, unyielding, fervent, and nearly devoid of anything but pain. What piqued his interest further was the subtle, insidious energy emanating from Mephisto's direction, akin to fine threads of a spider's web. Attempting to ensnare this heart already filled with hatred, quietly amplifying his instinct to obliterate. Ah, the game has begun, Sha Hui mused silently, amused by Mephisto's inability to resist meddling, choosing the Punisher as a pawn. A rather astute choice. This mortal's capacity for destruction and obsession far surpasses that of many superpowered beings. Sha Hui had no intention of intervening. Rather, he found the unfolding scenario increasingly fascinating. He even considered whether to stoke Frank's already taut nerves by allowing him to overhear a few thugs at the adjacent table, figments conjured by his illusion, boasting about their involvement in the gang that had caused Castle's family demise, with details skewed just enough to ignite his fury. But he restrained that notion for the time being. The performance was best savored slowly. His attention was soon diverted by another matter. Through his unique perception that transcended dimensions, he discerned an unusual spatial fluctuation coalescing above the city, subtle yet technologically sophisticated. Suddenly, a golden-red figure streaked across the New York night sky, trailing a brilliant tail, hurtling towards Stark Tower. Tony Stark, Iron Man. Shah Huey's gaze followed the figure, a mortal reliant on technology. Arrogant, clever, yet riddled with vulnerabilities, an excellent dramatic character. He could see beneath Tony's armor, the heart quivering from palladium, poisoning, and anxiety, alongside a deeper, unrecognized yearning for knowledge. A thought struck him. What if this genius, a devotee of science and logic, were to inadvertently glimpse a fragment of the truly ineffable knowledge that transcends all physical laws, perhaps a projection of his essence in a minuscule fraction of existence? How would his mind react? How would his worldview shatter? Would he frantically attempt to rationalize magic through scientific explanation, or would he descend into another extreme amidst his collapse? This notion delighted Shah Hui. He raised a finger, gathering a barely perceptible pale light at its tip, intending to send a transmission to one of Stark Tower's external sensors. A cacophony of indecipherable noise interwoven with whispers and chaotic geometric patterns. Just as he was about to unleash that glimmer of light, the air around him rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, sending forth concentric circles of golden sparks. The sparks whirled rapidly, tracing the outline of a circular portal. On the other side of the portal lay the courtyard of Kamartaj, where snowflakes danced in the air. The Ancient One stood behind the portal, her expression serene, yet her gaze was sharp as a blade. The eye of Agamotto upon her chest radiated a steady green light, clearly operating at full capacity. An unfamiliar presence, the Ancient One's voice resonated through the portal, clear and composed, imbued with an undeniable authority. Your games have begun to disrupt the stability of this world. I must once again inquire and warn you to cease your actions immediately and vacate this universe. Shadows of the past hesitated. He slowly retracted the light from his fingertips, turning to face the Ancient One beyond the portal, a smile of mingled resignation and mockery gracing his features. Master, he sighed, his tone reminiscent of one lamenting an unwelcome intruder disrupting his afternoon tea. I have already conveyed my position. I am merely a traveler. I seek to appreciate the scenery and indulge in some amusement. Your world is robust. It will not easily crumble. Relax. Your amusement has already caused a street's worth of stray animals to behave erratically, destabilized the psychological state of a lawyer, and even attempted to influence a hero burdened with a heavy fate, the Ancient One enumerated, clearly not oblivious to the ramifications. This is no longer a trivial jest. It is a provocation against the natural order. Order? Shadows of the past chuckled softly, as if he had heard a jest. Order is the greatest purveyor of boredom. A touch of chaos, a hint of the unexpected, is what allows life to truly flourish, is it not? He leaned on his cane and rose, disregarding the flickering golden sparks of the portal and the powerful magical waves emanating from the Ancient One, striding toward the bar's entrance. Tell that infernal red-skinned lord of the underworld, he remarked, his voice resonating clearly through the portal even as he turned away, that I have seen through his little tricks. If he wishes to play, let him do so personally. Do not use pitiful mortals as pawns. It is rather tasteless. He paused momentarily, adding with genuine, almost innocent curiosity. By the way, Master, does your universe possess any decent wines? What I've tasted here resembles machine oil. With that, he stepped out of the bar, his figure melding into the nocturnal shadows of the Hell's Kitchen. The golden portal behind him slowly closed, leaving a group of stunned patrons and bartenders in the bar, alongside the Ancient One, who appeared grave, as though facing an invisible tempest. She cast her gaze upon the eye of Agamotto, where the swirling visions of time remained a chaotic fog. This self-proclaimed player's game had only just begun. New York, and indeed the entire Earth, had become his chessboard. A storm was indeed gathering, and this time, even the Supreme Sorcerer was uncertain how to impede it. Months slipped by in New York, the city that never sleeps. Like the flowing waters of the Hudson River, shadows of the past remained clad in his old suit, the slightly stooped figure of an elder gentleman. Like an odd stone washed ashore, embedded within the crevices of the city. He was indeed playing. In the Chinese gallery of the Metropolitan Museum, he gently nods at the bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, as if critiquing the craftsmanship of an old neighbor. Beneath the Brooklyn Bridge, he observes street artists at work, occasionally offering an invisible hand to assist with their color palettes, resulting in sunsets rendered so resplendent they resemble visions from another realm, provoking widespread admiration. At times, he finds himself purchasing a portion of heated pasta from a convenience store late at night, sitting by the window to watch pedestrians rush by. His gaze reminiscent of a child observing an ant colony. Yet, the seemingly indifferent acts of the Lord of Eternal Cycles, no matter how minute, leave discordant ripples in this otherwise ordinary universe. The artworks he has touched spark minor artistic debates. The signature cocktails at his frequented bars inexplicably attain exquisite flavors, or become utterly unpalatable. Even the stray cats near his residence exhibit unusually graceful behavior, accompanied by a newfound territoriality. These scattered oddities, while insufficient to meet the standard for routine supernatural monitoring by SHIELD, resemble scattered pearls, ultimately woven together by the vast intelligence network's data analysis models. A vague focus gradually sharpens. An eccentric individual of unknown origins, an elderly Asian male, often accompanied by minor anomalies. Codename, the Loiterer. Agent Phil Coulson scrutinizes the reports and several distant, blurry photographs on his tablet, his brow furrowing slightly. The elderly man in the images appears unremarkable, even somewhat disheveled. The risk level is tentatively classified as observational, yet the director believes contact is warranted. A team of field agents has been deployed. To him, this seems more akin to a routine low-risk engagement, perhaps with a mutant possessing peculiar abilities, or an individual with a knack for low-tier hypnosis. As evening descends, the sunset bathes the street in a warm golden hue. The elderly man, leaning on a cane, strolls leisurely along a quiet street, seemingly admiring the architecture. Suddenly, a black Chevrolet Suburban glides silently into his path, blocking his way, while another vehicle stealthily parks behind him. The doors swing open, and 6SHIELD agents clad in black tactical gear emerge in swift succession, forming a loose encirclement. Their hands rest near non-lethal weapons, stun guns, tranquilizer guns, their expressions calm and professional. The lead agent steps forward, presenting his credentials. Sir, we are from the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. We require your cooperation in answering a few questions. Please come with us. The tone is one of procedural courtesy, yet it carries an undeniable authority. The elderly man halts, betraying neither surprise nor fear. He simply turns slowly, his profound gaze sweeping over the encircling agents before settling on the speaking agent's face. He wears an expression tinged with mild irritation, as though disturbed from a concert by unwelcome noise. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics? He repeats the name, his voice steady, yet it inexplicably sends shivers down the spines of the agents present. Such a lengthy title. Are you responsible for tightening the screws of this world to prevent it from falling apart? The lead agent's brow furrows even deeper, the unexpected response falling well outside their contingency plans. Sir, please cooperate with our work. He emphasizes his words, raising his hand slightly. The agents behind him step forward, applying pressure. The elderly man exhales softly. The sigh is delicate as a wisp of smoke, yet it strangely drowns out the city's cacophony. I endeavored to live here as if I were a person. He spoke as if in soliloquy, lamenting the invisible rules, ambling slowly, admiring the scenery, even partaking of your peculiar tasting food. I made every effort to avoid disturbing your equilibrium. He raised his gaze, which then returned to the elite agent, the remnants of humanity swiftly fading from his eyes, leaving only an inhuman, sheer indifference. But why do you always seek to create trouble? Upon finishing his words, he gently exhaled towards the encroaching agents, akin to extinguishing birthday candles. There was no tempest, no shockwave, not even a sound. 6 elite agents of SHIELD, along with 2 black SUVs, instantly vanished like snow under the relentless glare of the sun, silently and completely dissipating without leaving any trace. No ashes, no fibers, no metallic remnants, as if they had never existed. The street lay deserted for a stretch. The evening sun continued to cast its warm glow upon the asphalt, eerily quiet. The figure adjusted his slightly askew bow tie from his earlier turn, as if merely brushing off some dust. Meanwhile, at SHIELD's Triquarters headquarters, the command center witnessed the immediate extinguishing of all points representing the field team on the large screen, the last blurry image frozen on the motion of the elder's breath. All communication channels were reduced to a mere crackling hum. The entire center succumbed to profound silence. Nick Fury, with his singular eye, fixed his gaze intently on the screen, his expression a stormy gray. The next moment, what on earth? In the command center, everyone involved in the operation's decision-making, coordination, and monitoring, from junior analysts to high-ranking commanders, including Fury himself, simultaneously felt a piercing agony in their right index fingers. Instinctively, they glanced at their hands, discovering a perfectly smooth and fine line of blood appearing at the first joint of their right index fingers, as if severed by the sharpest laser in an instant. Blood surged forth, dripping onto the console, keyboard, and floor. The severed fingertip fell, and peculiarly, the moment it touched the ground, it too disintegrated into ash, vanishing without a trace. The excruciating pain made everyone break out in a cold sweat, but a deeper terror loomed ahead, no matter where they looked. Words ablaze with pale flames materialized at the very center of their vision. The script bore no resemblance to any language on Earth, yet they comprehended its meaning clearly. Observation is permissible, disturbance is not. This is the first and last warning. The words burned for a full 10 seconds before slowly dissipating like extinguished embers. The command center remained utterly silent, save for the heavy breaths and the sound of blood dripping. The agonizing pain of the severed finger was achingly real, yet the mental shock imparted by that message, indelibly etched into their visual nerves and cerebral cortex, far surpassed the corporeal suffering. Nick Fury clutched his bleeding right hand, his singular eye devoid of anger, replaced instead with an unprecedented shock and gravity. He comprehended entirely that this was neither a mutant, nor a superhuman, nor any entity they had previously conceptualized. This was a being far beyond their understanding. All his previous actions had not been a guise or a disguise, but rather an indulgence, or perhaps a detached adherence to rules born out of absolute power. Yet they, in their foolishness, sought to ensnare him with their own rules. The medical team, enduring excruciating pain, trembled as they sought guidance. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous waves of his emotions, and issued a command in an eerily calm voice: seal off all information regarding the Wanderer, elevating the authorization to Omega level. All related missions are to be indefinitely suspended. Inform the medical team to come in and manage the wounds under a unified narrative. Training incident. He gazed at the desolate images of the streets on the screen, the figure of the elderly man having long since vanished. He understood that SHIELD, and indeed the entire world, had just narrowly salvaged their lives in the presence of an existence they could scarcely comprehend. The warning they had received was by no means mere bravado. As night descended upon New York, the city's neon lights flickered back to life, as if nothing had transpired. Yet within the deepest archives of SHIELD lay a name that was to be treated as a forbidden taboo, accompanied by an ironclad decree inscribed with severed fingers and destruction, to be observed from afar, but never disturbed. As for the Wanderer, perhaps he was seated on an inconspicuous park bench, continuing to observe a world he found tolerable, pondering where he might procure his next hot dog. For him, the recent incident was likely nothing more than a fleeting disturbance, akin to a speck of dust blown away. Chapter 79. The author's indifference to the brief turmoil and agony at SHIELD's Triskelion headquarters were akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, the ripples suppressed before they could expand. Nick Fury had sealed the information with an iron fist, instructing that all injuries be attributed to a training accident. However, the intangible, suffocating fear had deeply imprinted itself in the minds of those privy to the truth. The dossier on the Wanderer was encrypted to the highest level, marked in crimson with a warning of untouchability. Meanwhile, the instigator, the Wanderer, seemed as inconsequential as a speck of dust blown away. He continued to traverse his human-like existence in the city, occasionally pausing ever so slightly when passing by SHIELD's hidden cameras, even offering a smile towards the lens, a smile that appeared unremarkable yet could render agents monitoring the screens drenched in cold sweat. His antics had become more subdued, resembling immersive observation. He spent several days at the New York Public Library, perusing various tomes ranging from mythology to quantum physics, from poetry collections to cookbooks. His reading pace was astonishing, his eyes scanning the pages as if he were downloading information directly rather than reading. The librarian merely perceived this quiet gentleman as particularly studious, unaware that he was digesting the entirety of civilization's knowledge at a terrifying speed. He endeavored to experience a more authentic human existence, sitting for hours on a bench in Times Square, watching tourists capture photographs from around the globe, attending a budget cinema to watch popcorn flicks, surrounded by laughter and gasps, yet remaining expressionless, even enduring the suffocating, cacophonous rush of the subway during peak hours, where he frowned slightly, as if finding this collective migration both inefficient and lacking in aesthetic appeal. Yet the essence of the Lord of eternal suffering remained evident. Even with deliberate imitation, His mere existence exuded a subtle dissonance. One evening, he passed by an Italian family restaurant, its business languishing. Enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, mingling the scents of tomatoes, basil, garlic, and toasted bread. The wanderer halted, captivated by this pure essence of earthly life, and pushed the door open to enter. The restaurant was modest, with only a few small tables. The owner and chef, an elderly Italian gentleman named Antonio, with his hair flecked with gray and an apron stained with grease, was vociferously berating a clumsy and somewhat timid young assistant named Marco. "A seafood pasta, please." Shahui articulated in accented yet clear English, settling into a corner seat. Antonio muttered something in Italian, likely expressing his annoyance at the late patronage, but nonetheless turned to prepare the dish. Marco, visibly anxious, nervously handed over the ingredients. Shahui waited quietly, his gaze casually sweeping across the establishment. Lingering a moment longer on Marco, there was a faint aura of foreboding surrounding the young man, not from the outside, but rather emanating from within. As if he possessed an innate affinity for communicating with shadows and subtle life forms, qualities dormant and shackled by his insecurities and repression. The pasta was soon ready, and Antonio roughly placed the plate before Shahui. Its appearance was unremarkable, but the aroma was rich. Shahui grasped a fork, twirling a strand of pasta into his mouth. After a few chews, his motion paused for half a second. The flavor was rather mundane, one might even say overly salted. The clams overcooked, and the noodles lacking the desired texture. Yet, on Shahui's face, there was an odd expression, almost one of appreciation. It was as if he were tasting not merely the dish, but the essence contained within it. Antonio's steadfast dedication to preserving the flavors of his homeland over decades. The weariness hidden beneath his brusque demeanor, Marco's timid yet palpable yearning for recognition. Even the journey of the ingredients from the ocean and earth to this very place was discernible to him. He savored each bite with exquisite seriousness. Upon finishing the last morsel, he placed his fork down, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and turned his gaze towards Antonio, who was wiping down the stove. "Delicious," Shahui stated calmly. Antonio paused momentarily, casting a skeptical glance in his direction, as if doubting the sincerity of his words. Yet the neutrality of the elder's expression did not seem feigned. With a grunt, he remained silent, though his movements softened slightly. Shahui then looked towards Marco, who was absorbed in wiping the table. "You," he began, his voice soft yet resonant, causing Marco to startle and look up with wide, panicked eyes. "You have a gift. You should not be buried here." Marco's mouth fell open, at a loss for words. Shahui said no more. He rose, approached the counter, and placed a sum of cash far exceeding the cost of the meal. Almost as an afterthought, he lightly flicked the small ceramic jar of dried chilies on the counter with his fingertip, almost imperceptibly. Having completed these actions, he leaned on his cane and strolled leisurely out of the restaurant. Shortly after his departure, the old man, suspecting his taste buds had failed him, ambled over to collect the payment. Upon seeing the amount, he froze momentarily, his muttering diminishing. Subconsciously, he glanced at the small jar, and almost instinctively, he pinched a handful of dried chilies and tossed them into the simmering sauce. Minutes later, an intoxicating aroma, unlike anything he had ever encountered, wafted from the pot, instantly enveloping the entire little restaurant. Antonio was astonished upon tasting the sauce. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was a flavor he had never achieved in his 40 years of cooking. As Marco, the kitchen assistant, cleared the table previously occupied by the enigmatic figure, he inadvertently toppled a cup of water. In a flurry of activity, he wiped the surface, his fingers brushing against the damp shadow on the table. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to hear a faint whisper reminiscent of insect chirps, emanating from the shadow, not to frighten him, but rather to indicate where he had failed to wipe clean. Startled, he withdrew his hand, casting a bewildered glance at his fingers. The peculiar sensation dissipated, yet something that had long been suppressed within him felt as though it had been gently pried open. From that instant, the fate of this inconspicuous little restaurant began to subtly diverge from its previously mundane trajectory. All of this transpired merely because one of the universe's oldest entities had chanced upon a plate of rather mediocre pasta, inadvertently creating two insignificant ripples. Shahui strolled along the street, illuminated by the glow of the evening lights, entirely indifferent to the changes occurring within the restaurant behind him. His assistance was rendered out of goodwill, akin to an act of charity, with no regard for the aftermath. His attention was drawn elsewhere, captivated by the unusual waves of energy converging in the city. One was as hot as plasma, another as heavy as stone, and a third was remarkably agile, brimming with the wild vigor characteristic of living beings. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips. It appeared that the protagonists of this world were beginning to stir. He ambled towards the source of the energy fluctuations, unhurried. Much like an audience member heading to a theater, a few blocks away, a chaotic chase was unfolding. The instigator was a madman clad in a hastily crafted battle suit, known as Shockwave Carlberg, capable of emitting unstable bursts of orange energy from his hands. Having just robbed a bank, he was being pursued by the police. Yet the ordinary squad cars and bullets were utterly ineffective against his devastating energy gloves. Just as Shockwave cackled maniacally, obliterating a police vehicle and preparing to break free from the encirclement, a red and blue figure descended from the sky with astonishing speed, accompanied by a familiar, chattering taunt. "Hey, Mr. Golden Gloves, Halloween is still a ways off, and if I may say, your color scheme is rather outdated. Need some fashion advice? It's on the house." Spider-Man deftly hung from a streetlight, his web shooters aimed at Shockwave below. Almost simultaneously, a heavy, pounding sound akin to a pile driver echoed from the other end of the street. A tall figure, clad in a star-spangled uniform and wielding a distinctive shield, approached with steady determination, his gaze resolute. "Put down your weapons, Berg. You cannot escape." The air was also filled with the roar of thrusters as Iron Man hovered nearby, his mask retracting to reveal Tony Stark's slightly mocking smile. "Captain, Little Spider, good evening. It seems we've arrived just in time for the party. Let me take a look. Energy readings are unstable. Imitation goods are simply unreliable. Would you like my assistance in safely dismantling things, Mr. Shockwave?" The three Avengers executed their roles with near perfection, encircling the panicked Shockwave. Hidden in the shadows of a street corner, Shockwave watched this spectacle with keen interest, mentally critiquing it like a theater critic. The flamboyantly dressed young man, nimble, talkative, embodying the archetype of the urban vigilante. The veteran, symbolic, possessing leadership qualities, and well-versed in tactical ethics. A technological prodigy, adorned in external armor, embodies a modern parable character, proud yet tinged with self-destructive tendencies. This scene is as familiar to him as flipping through an old comic where righteousness battles malevolence, with heroes encircling villains. It is a standard narrative, predictable in its conclusion, fitting neatly within the fabric of this universe's order. He found himself somewhat disinterested, even stifling a small yawn. Just when he anticipated that this farce would conclude with a swift subjugation via Shockwave, an unexpected twist emerged. The Shockwave, startled, caused the weapon in his hands to overload, and in a moment of despair, he let out a desperate howl. The energy gloves on his hands erupted with blinding radiance, far exceeding their capacity. A torrent of uncontrollable, lethal orange energy surged forth in a fan-shaped blast, directly aimed at Captain America, who had just landed and was poised to throw his shield, along with several nearby police officers who had not yet managed to evacuate. The intensity of this energy was significantly greater than before, capable of vaporizing a person in an instant. "Captain, be cautious," Spider-Man exclaimed, launching a web in an attempt to save Captain America. But it seemed to move at a sluggish pace. Tony Stark's armor immediately calculated the optimal solution to counteract the energy wave with his palm cannon, though it would undoubtedly trigger a massive explosion, putting civilians at risk. The situation was dire. Every hero felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet, in the next moment, just as the ferocious, lethal orange energy wave appeared poised to consume Captain America and the officers, it suddenly collided with an invisible, intangible, yet impeccably smooth barrier. There was no thunderous noise, no explosion. The energy wave, akin to waves crashing against an indestructible breakwater, silently and oddly redirected upwards at a perfect 90-degree angle, shooting straight into the night sky. The orange beam ascended into the clouds, casting a strange halo upon them before gradually dissipating. The street fell into an eerie silence. The Shockwave, taken aback, stared at the failure of its final strike, as smoke billowed from the now overloaded gloves. Captain America remained frozen in the act of throwing his shield, still grasping it tightly, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Spider-Man hung upside down in midair, his mouth agape in shock. Iron Man's visor snapped shut, with various sensors frantically scanning the location where the energy had redirected, but they encountered only an expanse of emptiness. Jarvis. What just transpired? Was the energy path forcibly altered? Did the laws of physics cease to apply in that area? Tony's voice brimmed with disbelief. "Sir, analysis is inconclusive. No force fields, energy barriers, or spatial distortions were detected. It appears as though that space itself rejected the energy, compelling it to change direction." All were bewildered, as this phenomenon exceeded their comprehension. Only lurking in the shadows, the figure known as the Shadowy Gleam nonchalantly curled his lip, the force was controlled well enough. It didn't splatter everywhere. He had merely considered that if the energy wave had detonated, it would have sullied the wall of the nearby bakery, renowned for its freshly baked goods, and the panicked civilians would have been unfortunate casualties. Thus, he exerted a minuscule fragment of his eternal power, modifying the fundamental directional rules of that space, ensuring that the energy wave's ascent became its sole option. For him, this barely constituted interference. It was akin to swatting away a fly during a performance to avoid obstructing his view. For the Avengers present, it was an incomprehensible event, almost miraculous. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Spider-Man swiftly reacted, launching his web to ensnare Shockwave, binding him like a zongzi. While the immediate danger had passed, the air was thick with confusion and unease. What had just transpired? Captain America scanned the surroundings warily, gripping his shield tightly. "I don't know, Captain," Iron Man replied, landing beside him, his face serious beneath his open mask, "but it's certainly no coincidence. Something or someone is here." Their eyes swept across the streets, rooftops, and windows in search of any anomalies, yet they found nothing. Watching their tense demeanor, Shadow seemed to lose interest. He turned to leave, only to pause slightly as he sensed a hidden, yet somewhat familiar, magical aura emanating from several blocks away. Were the sorcerers of Camartage nearby? Had they set something in motion, or were they in pursuit of something? Simultaneously, he felt another, fainter presence, imbued with greed and curiosity. Drawn by the recent surge of energy, was it the remnants of that young Murdoch's old adversaries, the Hand? Or something else lurking in the shadows? A flicker of pale, cold fire glinted in Shadow's eyes. The seeds of chaos had begun to sprout. The hero's bewilderment, the intervention of mysterious sorcerers, and the stirring of underground forces. It seemed this spectacle was beginning to grow intriguing. He paid no heed to the Avengers, or pursued the sorcerers, or the Hand. Instead, he leaned on his staff and leisurely strolled in another direction, recalling that there was an ice cream shop nearby, rumored to serve an exquisite sea salt caramel flavor. After all, what is a show without some snacks? As for the ripples his casual actions might create in this world, he was unconcerned. He simply needed to ensure that this performance continued to provide ample amusement to alleviate his endless boredom. Beneath the night sky of New York, the heroes were cleaning up the battlefield amidst their confusion, while shadowy forces stirred in secrecy, and the instigator appeared as an ordinary old man, standing in line for ice cream, as if everything that had just occurred was of no consequence to him. Yet, the gears of the world had already begun to turn more swiftly under his silent influence, heading towards a more unknown and chaotic fate. Indeed, Shadow's presence in this world was a provocation to its sacred timeline, practically grinding it into the ground. Yet, the Time Management Bureau dared not utter a word. This was largely due to the fact that the realm of the Marvel Universe was a conglomeration of fears from all worlds, with its hell being the sum of all hells. Ever since Shadow ascended as the Lord of Hell, which universe would dare disregard him? Those who did would find themselves reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 80. The desire for indulgence. The sea salt caramel ice cream was indeed delightful. Shadow sat on a street-side bench, savoring it slowly, each small spoonful melting on his tongue, offering a simple and direct sensory delight. He resembled the most ordinary of old men, squinting slightly as he observed the bustling traffic on the street, as if he had seamlessly blended into the tranquil ambience of a New York dusk. Yet, his perception had transformed into an invisible web, quietly enveloping several blocks with him at its center. The brief altercation that had just transpired, along with the peculiarities he had casually conjured, had already sent subtle yet tangible ripples through the intricate urban ecosystem. He could hear, from several blocks away, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, urgently debating through his armored communication device with S.H.I.E.L.D., or more precisely, with the few trusted individuals he confided in, regarding the recent energy fluctuations. The data stream from JARVIS was racing, attempting to construct a coherent model from the chaos, yet repeatedly hitting obstacles. Stark's tone was laden with the frustration of shattered scientific faith, tinged with an unarticulated excitement. He could sense Captain America, Steve Rogers, having calmed the crowd and turned over the shockwave to the police, still standing with a furrowed brow. Those eyes, frozen for 70 years, scanned the surrounding buildings sharply, instinctively seeking out hidden allies or threats. He remained ever vigilant, his shield never straying far from his grasp. He also perceived the youthful Spider-Man, Peter Parker, swinging through the air on webs, communicating through his mask with someone resembling a mentor or friend, babbling excitedly. "Really, Ned, it's so cool. It's like there's an invisible wall. Physics class wouldn't explain this. Do you think it could be a new superhero?" One that can turn invisible? Or perhaps warp space? A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Their reactions were entirely predictable: confusion, curiosity, and the alertness typical of heroes confronting the unknown. Even more intriguing were the subtler stirrings that lay deeper. He sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from Kamartaj, cautiously circling the incident site like a police dog searching for a scent, yet finding nothing. The Ancient One had clearly been alerted but chose not to intervene personally, perhaps hindered by more pressing matters, or perhaps opting for a more conservative method of observation regarding his presence. He could also discern within the city's underground network several faint, yet sinister consciousnesses stirring, agitated by the energy anomalies on the surface. Were they the Hand-S ninjas? Or other denizens of the urban shadows? Like startled cockroaches, they darted momentarily before retreating into the darkness, deliberating whether this was an opportunity or a threat. In fact, he even faintly touched upon a distant presence, a formidable telepath whose consciousness briefly flickered, akin to a stone dropped into a still lake, only to quickly settle into the silence of an ancient well, as if merely indulging in a brief slumber. These minute reactions coalesced into a symphony only he could fully comprehend, a melodic narrative of how this universe responded to anomalies. Amidst the mundane melody, his gentle note added a dissonance that he found particularly intriguing. Having finished his ice cream, he glanced at the empty cup, contemplating whether to purchase another. Ultimately, he decided against it. Too much sweetness, no matter how delightful, could become tiresome, a lesson he had recently learned from human experience. Leaning on his cane, he stood up, ready to continue his leisurely stroll. Where to next? Perhaps to listen to an opera? As he passed by a certain theater, he recalled the poster featuring the magic flute. Might there be within Mozart's music a hidden narrative of order and enchantment pertaining to this universe? It wouldn't hurt to listen. After taking a couple of steps, a scene across the street captivated his attention. It was neither a superhero nor a supernatural event, but rather an ordinary individual, a girl of about 15 or 16. Clad in a faded denim jacket and worn canvas shoes, burdened by a large and heavy art portfolio, she squatted by the roadside, frantically gathering scattered sheets of paper and sketching pencils, evidently having suffered a break in her portfolio strap. Her face was a mixture of frustration, urgency, and a hint of financial embarrassment. A gust of wind swept by, causing several sheets to flutter, threatening to drift onto the busy road. The girl called out, wanting to chase after them, but was overwhelmed and agitated. Shahui halted in his tracks. He observed the girl, noticing that the sketches strewn about were primarily street scenes and quick portraits, executed with a somewhat inexperienced hand, yet imbued with a sense of spirit and keen observation. One particular sheet that blew to his feet depicted the very bench where he had sat eating ice cream just moments ago. It was drawn with a few deft strokes of charcoal, capturing the essence of the scene, and in the corner, she had meticulously noted the time of day corresponding with the play of light and shadow. Shahui bent down, pinching the paper between two fingers, leaving no fingerprints upon it. The girl rushed over, breathless, her face a canvas of apology and anxiety. "I'm so sorry, sir. That is my drawing." Upon noticing Shahui's old suit and age, her tone grew more respectful. He did not immediately return the drawing, but instead scrutinized it closely, then raised his gaze to meet the depths of her eyes, which seemed capable of revealing all her dreams, struggles, and the glimmers of possibility that lay within her future. "It's quite well done," he remarked in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. The girl paused in surprise, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had anticipated praise, especially from someone who appeared so serious. Thank you. Shahui handed the drawing back to her. As she took it, he subtly brushed his fingertips against the broken strap of her portfolio, almost imperceptibly. Simultaneously, he casually remarked, "I've heard that the Future Vision Gallery on 7th Avenue has a manager with a discerning eye who enjoys discovering promising street artists." Having said that, he did not linger, leaning on his cane as he merged into the flow of pedestrians, quickly disappearing from sight. The girl stood there holding the drawing, somewhat bewildered. She looked down at the broken strap, astonished to find that it seemed to have reattached itself. It felt sturdier than before. Was it merely an illusion? She shook her head, attributing it to her flustered state. As for the gallery he mentioned, Future Vision, she had a vague recollection of it being a particularly upscale place, one she had never dared to imagine entering. What did he mean by saying the manager had a good eye? With a mixture of skepticism and an inexplicable urge to try, she gathered her art supplies and headed towards 7th Avenue. Naturally, she couldn't bring herself to enter directly. Instead, she peered through the showcase at the paintings she had only dreamt of exhibiting. Just then, the gallery door swung open. A neatly dressed, middle-aged man, who bore the demeanor of a manager, was escorting a guest when he caught sight of a young girl outside the window. She was carrying a sketchpad, her expression a blend of focus and timidity, with a notably sturdy knot on her strap. His gaze instinctively fell upon the sketchpad before settling on her eyes, which sparkled with longing and creativity. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had been seeking more authentic, fresh talent from the streets to enrich the gallery's exhibitions, yet had failed to find suitable candidates. In an inexplicable impulse, he waved to the girl. "Hey, young lady, do you enjoy painting? Come in for a chat?" The girl was stunned, her heart racing, hardly able to believe her ears. A few blocks away, the setting sun, on its way to the opera house, sensed the threads of the girl's fate and gently veered in a positive direction. The man's expression remained unchanged, not born of sympathy or kindness, but simply because he found the girl's artwork far more intriguing than the myriad of advertisements and graffiti that adorned the streets. Allowing something interesting to continue existing, perhaps even flourish, was in accordance with his principles, much like noticing a uniquely blossomed flower in a garden and casually watering it, without a second thought about whether it would thrive or wither thereafter. His attention had already drifted to the overture of the magic flute, which had just begun to play in the opera house. As for whether his casual act of watering would yield a remarkable artist or merely bring joy to the girl for a few days, it made no difference to him. He continued on his way, seeking the next amusement to alleviate his boredom. To him, New York City, and indeed the entire Marvel Universe, was merely a vast, uncharted amusement park. The rules of the game were his to dictate. He could play as he wished or break them at will. Chapter 81. The Thunder God dazed by electricity for the man. A few days passed as merely a moment to pause while perusing a thick tome. He wandered through the bustling streets of New York, savoring the diverse culinary delights of the planet like a discerning and patient gourmet. Yet, a strand of his time-bending perception remained attuned, like a precise atomic clock, quietly calculating the impending date of a cosmic event. That night, under a bright moon and sparse stars, he stood on the Brooklyn Bridge, gazing at the East River, its waters reflecting the city's lights. Suddenly, his movements stilled as if he had heard a signal that only he could perceive, emanating from the gaps between the stars. The time had come, he murmured softly, his tone as mundane as if he were commenting on a cooling cup of coffee. In the next moment, while the evening breeze still flowed across the bridge, the figure of the old gentleman in the worn suit vanished without a trace, unnoticed by anyone, as though he had never stood there at all. Almost simultaneously, in a desolate desert of New Mexico, characterized only by cacti and tumbleweeds, the space rippled like water, and the man's silhouette abruptly emerged. The night sky here was exceptionally clear, the Milky Way dusted like diamonds across the heavens. The air was dry and cold. He looked up at the once quiet depths of the starry sky, and without warning, the aurora surged forth. It was not the soft, green auroras of Earth's poles, but rather a fierce, vibrant spectacle resembling a gash torn into the very fabric of the universe, a kaleidoscope of colors. The lights twisted and turned maniacally, coalescing into a colossal vortex exuding an ominous aura. Suddenly, a blinding beam, akin to a divine spear, descended violently from the center of the whirlpool, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in one's ears, not merely the sound of disturbed air, but the very resonance of space being violently rent apart. A vague silhouette enveloped in the radiant beam hurtled towards the desert at an alarming speed. With a resounding crash, a shallow crater was formed in the sand, dust swirling into the air. The beam and the aurora receded swiftly, as if retreating with the tide, and the night sky instantaneously reverted to its prior stillness, rendering the earlier cataclysmic scene as if it were but a collective dream shared among onlookers. Shawi, leaning on his staff, ambled leisurely to the edge of the crater. At the bottom lay a remarkably robust man with golden hair. His face was sculpted like a statue, and his physique was terrifyingly solid, yet at this moment, he lay unconscious, eyes closed, stripped of his magnificent, mythic armor and crimson cloak, reminiscent of Norse legends. He appeared as if the fury of his transportation had torn them away. In this state, apart from his natural athletic build, he resembled nothing more than a hapless ordinary man, perhaps even more disheveled. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard, was cast down to Midgard, stripped of all divine power and identity by his father Odin, due to his arrogance and recklessness that nearly ignited an irreparable war. Shahwi gazed down at the unconscious Thor, his expression devoid of emotion, neither sympathetic nor mocking, more akin to an observer inspecting a recently delivered, slightly damaged item. The packaging has been thoroughly unwrapped, he remarked. At that moment, the distant sound of a car engine approached, accompanied by headlights piercing through the darkness. A dusty rental vehicle, evidently drawn by the recent celestial phenomenon, rolled along the desert road and came to a halt nearby. 3 individuals emerged: a young and strikingly intelligent female astronomer, Jane Foster, her mentor, Dr. Eric Selvig, and an intern, Darcy Lewis, who perpetually brandished an ion detector while chewing gum. My heavens! What is that? A meteor? Has a satellite fallen? Jane exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the bare-chested man in the crater, her eyes wide with astonishment. Whatever it was, he appeared to be in dire need of assistance. Dr. Selvig maintained a semblance of composure, though his eyes mirrored the same bewilderment. Darcy, however, had a different focus. She noticed the unconscious man stir slightly, as if on the verge of awakening, mumbling incomprehensible phrases, something about Heimdall and my hammer. Curious, yet anxious, fearing he might be an extraterrestrial anomaly, she impulsively made a decision that would etch itself into the annals of Thor's infamous history. In a swift motion, she seized the taser gun from the vehicle, intended for self-defense. Hey, don't move. Suspicious bare-chested individual, Darcy shouted without a moment's hesitation, pulling the trigger with reckless abandon. With a crackling sound, 2 electrified darts struck Thor squarely in the chest as he propped himself up, still dazed. The high-voltage shock surged through him. The esteemed Prince of Asgard, once the master of thunder and lightning, let out a muffled groan as he convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back before he collapsed, utterly unconscious, a froth of white appearing at the corner of his mouth. All done, Darcy remarked, clapping her hands with an expression of trivial accomplishment. Jane and Dr. Selvig stood in awe, speechless for quite some time. In the shadows, Shai watched silently, a grin spreading across his face, an expression of genuine amusement. This scene was even more theatrical than he had anticipated. The thunder god felled by a mere mortal's electric weapon was a stark contrast, and anyone privy to the underlying truth couldn't help but laugh. He refrained from intervening, observing as Jane and Selvig hurriedly lifted the bare-chested Thor onto a vehicle, while Darcy excitedly recorded the moment, exclaiming, "Look, I've subdued a bare-chested man who fell from the sky." Not long after the camper sped away, a brilliant meteor streaked across the night sky, trailing a long tail, appearing decidedly unnatural as it plummeted with precision into the desert, not far from the previous sand pit. The thud upon impact resonated heavily, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The hammer of the thunder god, Mjolnir. In the next instant, Shai materialized at the site where the hammer had landed. The legendary artifact lay half buried in the sand, its dark head gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Ancient runes faintly visible under the starlight, and a sturdy leather grip coiled around its short handle. It appeared unremarkable, yet exuded an undeniable aura of immovable authority. Shai regarded it with keen interest, sensing the formidable enchantment of Odin that bound the hammer to the realm's physical laws, accessible only to those deemed worthy. The power of that enchantment felt akin to an invisible lock, securing the hammer within the confines of reality. With a smile, he extended his aged, wrinkled hand, effortlessly grasping the hammer's handle as though lifting a teacup from a table. With a gentle motion, he raised it. Buzz! The hammer of the thunder god ascended without the slightest resistance, resting easily in his grasp. Odin's formidable spell, a force even the Hulk could not contend with, seemed non-existent before him. He casually weighed it in his hand, commenting, "The balance is acceptable, though the design is rather unrefined," as if appraising an item in an antique shop. In that very moment he lifted the hammer, the air above it twisted violently, coalescing into the ethereal form of a tall, imposing figure clad in golden armor, wearing a blindfold, a spectral visage of an elderly man with white hair. In his grasp was the illusory spear Gungnir, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, radiating an undeniable authority laced with shock and fury. The projection of Odin. Allfather of the gods. Release it. Intruder. Odin's voice thundered across the desert, reverberating with immense mental pressure. That is my son's trial. It is not a toy for you to meddle with. Clearly, Shai's effortless breach of his enchantment had startled the ruler of Asgard. Although the Ancient One did not fully disclose the origins of the malevolent glow, an aspect she herself was unaware of, she had earlier warned Odin of a particularly perilous and unpredictable interdimensional entity that had infiltrated the 9 realms, urging him to remain vigilant. The malevolent glow gazed up at Odin's furious apparition, displaying no trace of fear. Instead, a hint of annoyance at the disturbance flickered across his face. "Odin Bolson?" The glow spoke with a dispassionate tone, addressing Odin as if he were an old acquaintance, dismissing the pretense of authority. "It's merely a projection, hardly a source of intimidation." He casually shook the hammer in his hand. "Trial? Is that merely stripping your foolish son bare and casting him down, while locking this little trinket away, so he can't reach it?" The methods you Asgardians employ to teach your children remain as simplistic and brutal as ever. Odin's apparition paused, astonishment deepening in his eyes. Not only did the being show no fear of his authority, but it also seemed intimately familiar with the affairs of Asgard. Who are you? What do you intend? Odin's voice grew somber, laced with suspicion. The malevolent glow casually tossed the hammer to the ground, as if it were an inconsequential object. The hammer thudded back into the sandpit, resuming its previous immovable state. As I mentioned, I am merely here for amusement. The glow dusted off his hands as if shaking off dirt. I have no interest in your familial drama. He paused, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, witnessing your son being bested by a mere Earth girl wielding a stun gun is indeed quite entertaining. Please, continue your game. With that, he disregarded Odin's increasingly grim visage, leaned on his staff, and took a step forward. The space around him shimmered like the surface of water, and his figure vanished, leaving only Odin's solitary projection hovering despondently in the desert sky, his expression so dark it could weep, along with the hammer deeply embedded in the sand, silently lamenting its plight. The night breeze swept through, stirring the sand that settled upon the cold hammerhead. The farcical spectacle of the Asgardian royal family had only just begun on Earth, and an unwelcome spectator, whose sole aim was to seek amusement, had already taken his seat. Chapter 82. Odin's poor parenting. The New Mexico desert returned to silence, the only remnants being the deeply embedded hammer and Odin's gradually dissipating, yet still furious, projection. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a desolate town named Puente Antiguo welcomed an unprecedented guest, a diminished Asgardian deity stripped of power, dignity, and hammer, left with nothing but brute strength and a prince's temperament. The following morning, news of the meteorite in the desert and the enigmatic, immovable hammer spread like wildfire, akin to the desert winds. Curious townsfolk, adventurers, and even some bloggers who had heard the rumors flocked to the site, eager to test their mettle and see if they were the chosen one. The results were predictably futile. Whether they were muscular giants or employed pickup trucks to attempt to drag the hammer, it remained steadfast, as if it were welded to the very earth itself. This enigmatic phenomenon has paradoxically drawn an increasing number of spectators eager to observe and experiment, transforming the scene into a bizarre, grand festival. Such an extraordinary event could scarcely escape the notice of the SHIELD operatives, who were preoccupied with the chaos in New York. That very afternoon, several black SUVs and heavy trucks roared onto the scene. Armed agents swiftly cleared the area, erecting a perimeter and completely isolating the vicinity of Thor's hammer. Agent Coulson was once again summoned to face the crisis, observing the hammer, which remained unresponsive beneath a makeshift research tent, his brow furrowing even more tightly than during the New York incident. The energy readings were anomalous, yet their composition defied interpretation. The material was unidentifiable, with a theoretical density that could be deemed infinite, an affront to the laws of physics. The technicians' reports brimmed with confusion. Further analysis was imperative. A temporary research station was established, requiring Level 5 security clearance. Coulson issued the command, yet an inexplicable thought of the elderly man who had, with a mere breath in New York, caused an entire squad to vanish, flickered in his mind, hinting at a possible connection between the two, though he was at a loss for clarity. Meanwhile, as SHIELD grappled with the enigma of the hammer, an unconventional tempest was brewing within a local fast food establishment. Thor Odinson sat by the window, surrounded by several empty beer mugs and a mound of food wrappers. Jane Foster and Eric Selvig, out of kindness and a hint of scientific curiosity, had taken him in, inviting him to dine and attempting to unravel his origins. Darcy, on the side, eagerly documented the wild Thor's dining experience. Thor devoured the food voraciously. Although the earthly fare was rather bland, it sufficed to soothe his empty stomach and wounded spirit. However, as his hunger waned, an extremely peculiar sensation began to unfurl within him. The food was delightful, the malt liquor refreshing, and the earthly woman before him, Jane, was strikingly beautiful, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It was not a physical unease, but rather an odd, prickling sensation, as if a pair of cold, unyielding eyes had pierced through the walls of the restaurant, transcending the clamor of voices to focus intently upon him. That gaze harbored neither malice nor benevolence, only a pure, aloof observation, as if he were a peculiar beetle placed under a glass dome for public scrutiny. This invasive sensation deeply affronted the pride of the Asgardian prince. Irritated, he downed his last beer and, adhering to Asgardian customs of generosity, slammed the hefty glass mug onto the table with a resounding crash, exclaiming, Another round. This marked the third mug he had shattered, and the proprietor's expression grew increasingly grim. Each crash of the mug seemed to solidify that invisible gaze further. At last, Thor could endure no more. He abruptly turned his head, his lion-like golden mane swirling, his cerulean eyes scanning the entire restaurant like a hawk in search of the audacious intruder daring to scrutinize him. His gaze quickly settled upon a booth in the far corner, where sat an unassuming elderly Asian man dressed in a worn suit, seemingly ordinary. Before him lay only a glass of clear water, and in his hand was a newspaper, which he seemed to be studying with great concentration. Yet, despite the loss of his divine powers, the warrior's instinct within Thor alerted him. This was the one. The gaze that unsettled him stemmed from this very individual. Humph. Thor let out a displeased snort. How dare such a diminutive and frail elder from Midgard gaze so rudely at a prince of Asgard? Even if he had temporarily lost his strength, the majesty of his royal lineage was not to be trifled with. He resolved to approach personally, intending to intimidate this ignorant mortal with the innate aura of kingship he believed he possessed, teaching him the essence of reverence. Thus, amidst the puzzled expressions of Jane, Eric, and Darcy, Thor rose abruptly, his tall and robust form nearly blocking the light streaming through the window. He held his head high, puffed out his chest, embodying a pride that, though diminished, he nonetheless forced to remain. He strode purposefully toward the corner booth. Each heavy step seemed to declare his arrival. As he envisioned the panic that would ensue in his wake, how his presence would overwhelm his adversary. Seated in the booth, the figure of Shadu, peering over the edge of the newspaper, regarded the advancing golden-haired giant with a rare flicker of speechlessness. This child was almost absurdly naive. As one who once wielded the Tempest and traversed the battlefield as the god of war from Asgard, had he truly lost even the most fundamental perception of danger? Did he not sense that the being seated here was anything but an ordinary elder, but rather a terrifying entity capable of instilling dread even during his prime? Thor approached the table, looking down at Shadu, who remained engrossed in his newspaper. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash the most authoritative Asgardian reprimand he could muster. However, just as he opened his mouth, before any sound could escape, Shadu laid down the newspaper. There was no thunderous noise, no explosive surge of terrifying energy. Instead, in Thor's eyes, the world around him suddenly twisted and collapsed. The restaurant's lighting, the cacophony of human voices, the concerned expressions of Jane and the others, all faded and vanished in an instant. In their place surged an endless, roaring inferno from the depths of hell and a pale lightning that tore through the void. At the heart of that flame and thunder, a monstrous head, so vast it defied description, formed from cooled platinum and grotesque bone spines, slowly materialized. Upon that head, a pair of vertically slit eyes, burning with an eternal, icy flame, regarded him with an emotionless gaze, as if observing a mere speck of dust. This entity surpassed even his father Odin, transcending all concepts he could fathom, a manifestation of ultimate terror. It was the embodiment of pure eternity and annihilation. Thor's mind went blank. All thought, all courage, all arrogance evaporated in that moment. His body stiffened like stone, his blood felt as though it had frozen, and his soul quaked in indescribable horror. He opened his mouth but could produce no sound, his pupils wildly contracting, reflecting the nightmarish vision that could ensnare even the divine in eternal dread. All of this transpired within the span of a mere 1/100th of a second, manifesting purely as a psychological pressure exerted upon Thor's mind. In the eyes of the others present in the restaurant, Jane, Eric, Darcy, the proprietor, and the other patrons, the scene unfolded as follows. The peculiar, golden-haired giant named Thor suddenly approached an elderly gentleman in the corner who was quietly reading a newspaper. Then, as if suddenly stricken by a seizure or acute dementia, he froze in place, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, his gaze vacant and filled with profound terror, his mouth agape, utterly motionless, as though he had encountered the most horrifying sight known to humanity. Yet, the elderly gentleman merely set down his newspaper and regarded him with calm detachment, his expression unchanging. Thor, Jane called out with concern, exchanging a glance with Eric, both reflecting the confusion and worry mirrored in each other's eyes. Could this fellow be suffering from some sudden ailment? Xiaowai observed Thor, who appeared completely petrified, on the verge of mental collapse, and found it exceedingly dull. If he could not withstand even this minimal degree of astonishment, it was evident that Odin's son needed to cultivate his composure alongside his physical might and temper. He withdrew the negligible mental pressure. Instantly, the illusions in Thor's eyes dissipated. He gasped for breath as if he had narrowly escaped drowning. Staggering backward several steps and knocking over a chair, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His gaze toward Xiaowai was rife with unprecedented fear and disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiaowai did not cast him another glance, as though nothing had transpired moments before. He resumed perusing his newspaper, leisurely turning a page, and sipped from the glass of water on the table. Thor remained rooted in place, paralyzed, his previous arrogance and authority utterly vanished, leaving only a disoriented bewilderment and a profound sense of dread. The other diners exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the events that had unfolded. Meanwhile, Xiaowai's inner monologue echoed a singular sentiment. Odin's upbringing was truly abysmal. Chapter 83. The god of thunder. The air in the restaurant felt as if it had been frozen. Thor stood motionless, his heavy breaths resonating sharply in the suddenly silent space. His forehead glistened with cold sweat. The arrogance and fury in his azure eyes had evaporated, leaving only a raw, frightened panic akin to that of a cornered animal, fixated on the elderly man who had resumed reading his newspaper. Jane Foster and Eric Selvig hurried over, while Darcy, phone in hand, had completely forgotten to record the moment, her expression one of confusion. "Thor, are you all right?" Jane asked with concern, gently touching his arm, which felt icy to the touch, and she could sense his muscles trembling involuntarily. Thor's lips quivered as he pointed a shaky finger toward Xiaowai, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. The instantaneous mental shock he had just experienced was more terrifying than any battle he had ever fought. It was a sensation that pressed down upon him from the very essence of life itself. Dr. Eric observed Xiaowai warily. The old man was unnaturally still, seated there as if Thor's bizarre behavior had no bearing on him at all. At that moment, Xiaowai slowly lowered his newspaper. He lifted his gaze, those profound eyes, as if capable of absorbing light, calmly directed at Thor, whose spirit had yet to return. There was no fire, no mockery, not even a hint of interest, merely the detached observation one might reserve for misplaced furniture. The fragmented sounds of other diners' murmurs filled the restaurant, while the clamor from the kitchen seemed muffled by some invisible force. His voice, however, penetrated clearly into Thor's ears and also reached Jane and Eric beside him. The tone was as flat as discussing an objective matter, yet bore a chilling weight that left no room for rebuttal. "You lot," said Xiaowai, his voice soft, yet causing Thor to shudder involuntarily. "What poor upbringing." He gently shook his head, a mixture of pity and incomprehension in his demeanor. There was a complete absence of basic respect for the elderly. His gaze swept over the empty cup that Thor had slammed down in a fit of rage, intruding upon another's territory, shouting and breaking things. He paused, his eyes returning to Thor's pale face, and added with a measured calmness, each word striking like a small hammer against Thor's fraying nerves. "You would agree, wouldn't you? God of Thunder." The term God of Thunder was articulated with precise English pronunciation, each syllable resonating with a metallic tang. This remark became the final straw, utterly shattering the frail composure Thor had maintained. The title, now devoid of divine power and unable even to lift his beloved Mjolnir, felt like a dagger thrust to his heart. Moreover, the speaker's unruffled tone was more humiliating than outright insults. Coupled with the earlier psychological pressure that had terrified him, Thor stammered, a mix of shame and fear choking him, nearly rendering him breathless. He abruptly stepped back, colliding with a chair that clattered noisily, unable to face the seemingly ordinary old man any longer. He turned, nearly stumbling, and fled the scene in disarray, oblivious to Jane's calls behind him. Jane and Eric stood in stunned silence, watching Thor's hasty exit, then turned back to the still composed Xiaowai, utterly perplexed. How could a single remark, not even a harsh one, so terrify the imposing figure who seemed unafraid of anything? And what did he mean by calling him the God of Thunder? Xiaowai paid no heed to their bewildered expressions, as if concluding an inconsequential task, even slightly disheartened. He redirected his attention to the newspaper, as if the recent incident had never transpired. To him, it was merely a minor lesson in manners for a disruptive child, a way to address the shortcomings of one's upbringing. With the most understated words, he had struck at the deepest scars, while casually critiquing the familial education on display. As for the psychological impact this would have on the exiled prince of Asgard, and whether it might serve as motivation in his future endeavors, Xiaowai remained indifferent. He was simply aware that the coffee here was mediocre and the newspaper layout unappealing. Perhaps it was time to find a more suitable place to continue reading. Chapter 84. Power outage. Xiaowai watched Thor's flustered figure dash out the door, disappearing around the corner like a startled buffalo. Feeling that this little performance had reached a temporary conclusion, he meticulously folded the newspaper in his hands and placed it neatly at the corner of the table. Then, he picked up the nearby glass of nearly untouched water and drank it in one gulp. his actions as commonplace as any elderly gentleman concluding his reading and preparing to depart. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his somewhat worn suit jacket, leaning on his cane as he readied himself to leave. As he passed by the still shocked and bewildered Jane Foster and Eric Selvig, he paused for a moment, as if suddenly recalling some trivial neighborhood gossip, casually remarking in an unremarkable tone, "Oh, by the way, regarding that reckless friend of yours and the toy he lost," he gestured nonchalantly with his chin towards the desolate expanse beyond the town. "It's over there, at the foot of that bald mountain, surrounded by a group of serious-looking men in black suits. It's quite noisy." He spoke as if merely describing a common lost-and-found scenario. Then, offering what seemed to be a rather sensible piece of advice, he continued, mostly addressing the absent Thor, almost as if speaking to himself. "Also, as newcomers, it's best to learn to adapt to this place. The ways of your hometown won't suffice here." He paused, adding an example that left Jane and Eric even more perplexed. "Don't think you can just waltz into a pet shop and buy a horse. They don't sell those." With that, he did not linger, leaning on his cane and striding out of the restaurant with a steady yet unhurried pace, seamlessly blending into the languid afternoon flow of the town's streets, quickly disappearing from sight. Jane and Eric exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend the meaning behind the peculiar old man's final remarks. A toy? Black suits? Buying a horse? What could possibly connect these thoughts? Is he referring to Thor's lost item? Jane hesitantly asked Eric. "It sounds like it. But a toy? And buying a horse at a pet shop?" Dr. Eric shrugged, suggesting the old man might be slightly unhinged, pointing to his head. They had no inkling that the object the old man casually described was, in fact, Thor's hammer, closely guarded by shield, and that his seemingly absurd suggestion about buying a horse was a remarkably astute reminder that Earth has its own rules, distinct from those of Asgard. After leaving the restaurant, the old man did not venture far. He turned into an empty alley, and shadows swiftly enveloped his figure. In the next moment, the space within the alley rippled like the surface of water, and he vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, dozens of kilometers away, at the periphery of the temporary shield research station for the hammer, amid a distortion of light and shadow, his figure quietly materialized. In the distance stood armed agents, the hum of generators and various detection instruments, while the central area was shrouded by heavy canvas barriers. His gaze effortlessly penetrated those physical barriers, revealing the hammer still deeply embedded in the soil, surrounded by scanning devices, yet showing no response. "Odin's enchantment is quite robust," he murmured, as if critiquing the craftsmanship of a handmade artifact. But alas, the thinking is too rigid. He did not directly manifest to seize the hammer, for that would be utterly mundane and contrary to his self-identification as both an observer and a jester. His intent was to introduce an element of unpredictability to the prince's tale of misfortune, steering the narrative towards a more unexpected trajectory. He raised his frail, bony finger towards the distant hammer, executing an almost imperceptible gesture in the air. There was neither brilliance nor sound, yet an exceedingly subtle modification, transcending the boundaries of magic and technology in this realm, had been accomplished. The core incantation, which only the worthy could wield, remained intact, yet it had been deftly augmented by a faint, prankish patch. Having completed this trifling task, he nodded in satisfaction, as if he had achieved something of little consequence. He could even envision a future scene. The earnest Thor, after enduring trials, finally grasping humility and responsibility, dramatically breaching the defenses of shield, and amidst a sea of expectant gazes, successfully lifting the hammer of the thunder god, his divine power restored, lightning coursing through him, exuding an air of majesty. Then, when he attempted to unleash a commanding bolt of lightning upon his adversaries, the current might flicker like a malfunctioning light bulb, even potentially shocking himself in the process. Or perhaps each strike of the hammer would produce a comical spark of electricity, rather than cataclysmic thunder. A low, delighted chuckle escaped from his throat. The thought was undeniably amusing. It not only satisfied the procedural requirements of Odin's trial, but also added the amusement he desired, perfection. He lingered no longer, his figure once again merging into the shadows, as though he had never set foot in this tightly guarded desert. Next, he simply needed to find a comfortable spot, prepare some snacks, and await the continuation of this royal, ethical drama of Asgard, subtly enhanced by his hand. As for the Thunder God, now stranded on Earth and soon to discover that while his powers had returned, they were somewhat erratic, and the shield agents attempting to study the hammer, destined for futility, what they would think was of no concern to him. Chapter 85. The prince's transformation as soon as Shahuai's form faded from the shadows of the desert. It was as if he had never graced this place. However, the subtle ripples in the fabric of rules instigated by his flick of the finger were akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake. Swiftly awakening Odin, the All-Father, who sat upon the supreme throne in the depths of Asgard's celestial palace, closely monitoring the trials of Midgard through Heimdall's eye and his own divine power. The air above Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, twisted violently once more. Light coalescing with fervor, an even more solid and majestic projection of Odin suddenly materialized, clad in golden armor, with suppressed fury burning in his single eye. The ethereal image of Gungnir, the spear of eternity, radiated an almost tangible aura of pressure, causing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on guard to feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation and panic, instinctively retreating a few steps, nervously raising their weapons and scanning their surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. An otherworldly presence. Odin's voice resonated like rolling thunder, yet he forcefully confined it within a minuscule range, audible only to a select few, thus sparing the ears of more mortals from disturbance. You have crossed the line. His tone, while still laced with anger, now bore a chilling calmness, an undeniable serenity that emanated the absolute authority of the Lord of the Nine Realms, repeatedly provoked into a frigid ire. You should not interfere in this manner. This is a trial I have bestowed upon my son. It is a crucible that the Crown Prince of Asgard must endure for his growth and development. Each challenge, each setback, carries profound significance. How dare you meddle and manipulate at will? Odin's singular eye remained fixed upon the void ahead, sensing that although the enigmatic presence had departed, the modifications it left behind resonated like a discordant note, polluting the meticulously composed symphony of trials he had orchestrated. At that moment, a light, mocking laughter echoed from the depths of the void. Haha. The figure of Shahui had not fully materialized, but a faint, almost translucent outline danced in the air. Akin to a mirage under the sun, he stood leisurely across from Odin's ethereal form. Profound significance? Crucible? Shahui's tone dripped with unabashed derision. Old man, your antiquated notions, which amount to nothing more than tormenting your own son, do you truly consider them meaningful? Stripping away power, casting him into an unfamiliar environment, and setting an almost impossible goal for him to achieve in a short span, that you call growth? He shook his head, as if witnessing something exceedingly absurd. In my view, your arrangements are utterly useless. He spoke candidly, offering no semblance of respect to this father of the gods. Aside from providing you with a fleeting outlet for your rage and appeasing your paternal need for control, the greatest consequence may simply be that your son suffers a bit more, breaks a few more cups, and perhaps gets knocked down by a little girl on Earth wielding a stun gun. Oh, speaking of electricity, Shahui's ethereal figure seemed to glance towards the buried Mjolnir, the amusement in his tone deepening. A so-called god of thunder, the future king of Asgard, who commands lightning, is rendered unconscious by a mere trickle of electricity created by mortals? TSK. Don't you find that ludicrous? What of Asgard's dignity? Odin's ethereal presence faltered as his grip on the phantom Gungnir tightened. He had witnessed, through Heimdall's eyes, Thor being incapacitated by the stun gun, an incident that had left him feeling utterly shamed. Now, with Shahui mercilessly exposing this embarrassment before him, his fury surged. Yet he found no retort. Moreover, Shahui continued languidly, as if stating an obvious truth. I merely added a small safety measure to your rigid spell. The hammer, when it is meant to be lifted, will naturally be lifted, and divine power will return. However, he deliberately elongated his tone, reveling in the increasingly grimace on Odin's visage. Perhaps every time he wields the hammer to summon thunder, he might exhibit a touch more vivacity, to prevent certain individuals from forgetting the source of their own power or from being startled by trivial currents. I am indeed assisting you in solidifying the foundations of your abilities, old chap. It would be one thing if you chose not to express gratitude. But why the scowls and furrowed brows? The twisted rationale presented by Shahui cleverly disguised his mischievous antics as earnest pedagogical support, almost provoking Odin to the point of dissolution. The radiance in Odin's singular eye flickered violently, evidently incensed. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity, such specious reasoning, yet so formidable that it rendered him hesitant to retaliate. The modifications proposed by his adversary, though seemingly frivolous, directly impacted the very fabric of world order, a reversal of which even he could not easily achieve unless he descended in person, an act whose repercussions he was ill-equipped to bear. More critically, despite the unpleasantness of his words, They subtly pricked at certain truths within Odin that he was reluctant to confront. Was his educational approach truly too simplistic and harsh? Did Thor's character development genuinely require such extreme humiliation and adversity? After a prolonged silence, the fury in Odin's spectral form gradually gave way to a profound sense of resignation and fatigue. He regarded Shihue's nebulous, mocking silhouette before finally speaking in a tone that bore a hint of reluctant concession. Internal matters of Asgard are not for outsiders to meddle in. Ultimately, his path is one he must walk alone. While his words still resonated with firmness, they tacitly acknowledged Shihue's alterations as an established reality, relinquishing any attempts to forcibly eradicate them. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shihue's face deepened. Now, that is more like it. He nodded in satisfaction, content to observe the unfolding drama without sullying his hands as the villain. Rest assured, with my modest assistance, your transformation tale shall undoubtedly be all the more captivating. With that, his ethereal form dissipated like thin smoke, leaving no trace behind. In the desert, only Odin's solid yet somewhat melancholic specter remained, alongside the enhanced Mjolnir. In the distance, S-H-I-E-L-D, agents continued their aimless patrols, blissfully unaware of the clash that had transpired above them between two beings transcending the mundane. Odin's form cast a final, complicated glance at Mjolnir, emitting a barely audible sigh before slowly fading away. Chapter 86. Meow Meow Hammer. Dammy, the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the deserts of New Mexico, with only the floodlights of the S-H-I-E-L-D temporary base piercing the darkness like colossal swords of light, illuminating the area where Mjolnir lay. The hum of engines, the crackle of radios, and the rhythmic footsteps of agents constructed a cold yet efficient atmosphere. Jane Foster's dilapidated travel van quietly parked behind a sand dune, far from the lights. Inside, the ambience was tinged with a subtle awkwardness and silence. Jane rubbed her temples, gazing at the passenger seat where Thor, still defiant yet somewhat bewildered, sat. Dr. Eric was in the back seat, his eyes filled with the inquisitive nature of a scientist and a hint of exasperation at the absurdity of the situation. Darcy, on the other hand, excitedly fiddled with her camera, eager to capture the nocturnal escapades of the fallen prince. At long last, Jane broke the silence, her tone laced with disbelief. Did you truly vanish for those few hours just to purchase a horse from the pet shop in town? Thor puffed out his chest, striving to uphold the last remnants of his dignity. How could an Asgardian warrior embark on a journey without a steed? Though the creatures in that shop were diminutive and frail, they appeared relatively docile. Who could have known they were not for sale? They claimed it was a pet shop. The regulations of Midgard are utterly nonsensical. He spoke with fervor, as if the entire commercial framework of Earth were at fault. Jane, Eric, and Darcy exchanged glances, each discerning the same absurdity reflected in the other's expression. They simultaneously recalled the eccentric old man from the restaurant earlier that day, who had warned them against hastily seeking a horse from a pet shop. At that moment, they had deemed the old man's ramblings nonsensical. Little did they know he had spoken the truth. This Thor had indeed committed such an unfathomable act. A chill crept up the spines of Jane and Eric. Who was that old man? How could he have foreseen Thor's folly? Did he possess some sort of prophetic ability? They dared not ponder further. Well then, let us set aside the matter of the horse for now. Jane forced herself to regain her composure, pointing towards the brightly illuminated base in the distance. You claim your weapon resides within, surrounded by those individuals? Mentioning the hammer of the god of thunder instantly revitalized Thor's spirits, allowing him to momentarily forget his equine disappointment. His gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the radiant lights, his eyes brimming with desire and determination. Indeed, I can feel it. Mjolnir is right there. It awaits my return. As soon as I reclaim it, my power will be restored. All these ludicrous predicaments will come to an end. He regarded the patrolling agents in black with a disdain befitting a prince of Asgard. These Midgardians believe they can impede me with their feeble barriers and laughable weapons? To thwart the god of thunder? Before he could finish his thought, Thor abruptly flung open the car door and charged forth like a tiger unleashed. His movements were swift and agile, despite his loss of divine power. The combat skills honed over millennia of warfare and his extraordinary physique remained intact. Hey, wait, Jane gasped, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. Thor slipped into the shadows like a specter, utilizing the dunes and the cover of night to swiftly approach the perimeter of the base. The two patrolling agents had scarcely registered his presence before he struck them with precise, swift blows to their necks, silencing them with a muffled groan as they crumpled to the ground. Next came the third and fourth. Thor moved through them like a tiger among sheep, his actions fluid and imbued with a primal, ferocious elegance. He evaded the beams of the searchlights, silently dispatching one perimeter guard after another. Though the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were well-trained, they paled in comparison to a combat-hardened Asgardian warrior who had fought for 1,000 years. Inside the vehicle, Jane, Eric, and Darcy sat in stunned silence. While they were aware of Thor's considerable strength, they had not anticipated just how formidable he truly was. "Wow," exclaimed Darcy. "This is far more exhilarating than Mission Impossible." However, Dr. Eric wore a troubled expression. "We are in deep trouble now. Attacking government personnel." Yet, Sol was oblivious to the consequences, his focus solely on the central area encircled by canvas barriers. He could sense Mjolnir was there, calling out to him. He broke through the last line of defense, tearing apart the heavy canvas with a sudden force. The spotlight instantly illuminated him, revealing the scene at the center of the canvas enclosure, a massive impact crater. At the very bottom of the pit lay the hammer he knew so well and cherished deeply. Mjolnir, quietly resting, its black head reflecting a cold, hard gleam under the bright light. "Mjolnir," Sol shouted with exhilaration, all his grievances, anger, and resentment transforming into ecstasy at that moment. He had returned. His power, his glory. More agents converged from all directions. Guns trained on him, issuing loud warnings. But Sol paid them no heed. His entire being was captivated by the sight of the hammer. He disregarded the warnings and the weapons aimed at him, his eyes filled with unmatched confidence and anticipation. He charged down into the pit, racing towards his hammer. He envisioned himself lifting the hammer, thunder and lightning enveloping him, divine power returning, leaving these insignificant mortals in awe. He reached the hammer without a hint of hesitation, bending down to grasp the leather-wrapped handle with fervor. "I found it. This is the sensation, the connection that runs through my veins." A victorious smile broke across his face as he summoned his strength, his arm muscles bulging, ready to easily lift this familiar companion. But the hammer did not budge. The smile on Sol's face froze. How could this be? He exerted himself again, straining every muscle, his arms trembling from the effort, veins bulging on his forehead. "Come on." Yet, Mjolnir seemed fused with the very earth itself, showing no signs of movement. Moreover, at the moment he exerted his utmost effort, a familiar and unwelcome tingling sensation surged through him, sending chills down his spine, as if countless tiny needles were piercing his hand, racing up his arm, spreading throughout his body. Zzz. He even caught a glimpse of a faint, awkward blue spark flickering at the point of contact between his fingers and the hammer's handle. Sol was taken by surprise, his body jolting at this sudden electrifying sensation, letting out a yelp as he instinctively released his grip and stumbled back 2 steps. His face a mask of shock and disbelief. What was happening? Why couldn't he lift it? Why was there electricity? Was his father's power resisting him? He could understand that. It was part of his trial. But what was this shocking sensation? How could Mjolnir electrocute him? This was certainly not his father's strength. He refused to accept this. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding. It must be that I was not sufficiently focused just now. Thor, panting heavily, fixed his gaze on the war hammer lying on the ground, his eyes filled with obsession and a flicker of hope. He approached once more, this time gripping the handle tightly with both hands, summoning every ounce of strength, even emitting a primal roar from the depths of his chest, attempting to wrench it free. An even more intense wave of tingling, electrifying sensations surged through him once again. This time, it was clearer and more enduring. The current seemed not to originate externally, but erupted from within his very hands that grasped the hammer's handle, wildly coursing through his nerve endings, causing his muscles to spasm uncontrollably, leaving his scalp tingling. Zzz. The sparks of electricity danced visibly between his hands and the hammer, appearing particularly glaring under the spotlight. Thor cried out in agony as he released his grip, propelled backward by that inexplicable force, landing unceremoniously in the sand. He lifted his head, staring at the hammer of the thunder god, so close yet so unattainable. The initial ecstasy and confidence in his eyes had completely evaporated, replaced by profound bewilderment, despair, and deep self-doubt. I cannot lift it. I truly cannot lift it. My father does not recognize me. This realization pierced through all his pride and illusions like the coldest of spears. Yet, more terrifying and absurd than this realization was the electric shock. That damned shock that sent a rush of sensation through him, in the physical sense. Why? Why would I, Thor, the god of thunder, the master of Asgard, be struck by electricity? A dreadful and shameful thought, like a venomous serpent, slithered into his nearly blank mind. Am I afraid of lightning? Am I not the true god of thunder? Am I able to summon lightning solely because of Mjolnir? Without the hammer, am I nothing? Is the moniker god of the hammer truly applicable to me? This thought struck him like a bolt from the blue, in a dual sense for him. Shattering his last mental defenses, he sat despondently in the sand, his gaze vacant, as if all his soul had been extracted. The shouts of the agents around him, the approaching footsteps, even the application of handcuffs elicited no response from him, resembling a lifeless statue. As the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents roughly lifted him and dragged him toward the makeshift interrogation room, he offered no resistance, merely murmuring to himself, repetitively uttering, "My father does not recognize me. Why is there electricity? I am merely a god of the hammer." For him, the inability to lift Mjolnir signified a failure of trial, an affirmation of paternal rejection, a profoundly heavy blow. However, the realization that he might fear electricity, that he may merely be a god of the hammer reliant on a weapon rather than a true god of thunder, brought an identity crisis and sense of shame nearly as devastating as the former, perhaps even more unbearable. In the distance, beyond the sand dunes, Jane, Eric, and Darcy observed as Thor was led away like a lifeless automaton, their emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and concern. They could not fathom why Thor had failed to lift his hammer, nor could they comprehend the magnitude of his despair, as if he had encountered a fate far more dreadful than mere failure. Only the concealed presence of the malevolent observer, relishing the unfolding drama from a higher dimension, took satisfaction in Thor's unraveling. The effects are quite remarkable, he mused softly, as though appreciating a tragic performance, knowing that the seeds of self-doubt had been sown. The ensuing spectacle of his disintegration would surely be dazzling for Odin to behold. His laughter, deep and pleasurable, echoed gently through the endless interstices of existence. Chapter 87. A desire to fall apart, Thor found himself flanked by two steely-eyed agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. being dragged across the cold, rough cement floor of a makeshift base. His ankles scraped the ground, stirring up fine dust, yet he remained oblivious to the sensation. Once vibrant blue eyes that had reflected thunder and pride now appeared void, like a starless night sky, enveloped in a desolate silence. He was unceremoniously thrown into a makeshift interrogation room, constructed from prefabricated panels. The iron door slammed shut behind him with a jarring clang, the sound echoing painfully in the confined space. A harsh white LED light hung above, illuminating his lost visage to a ghostly pallor. He slumped in the cold metal chair, unresponsive to the unseen observers behind the one-way glass and the frigid surveillance cameras. His world had crumbled, leaving only the buzzing of his blood coursing through his veins and the slow, heavy thump of his heart. "Name?" The agent in the suit, Phil Coulson, inquired, his expression serene, yet his gaze piercing, his voice devoid of emotion. Thor remained silent, his lips quivering as if engaged in a silent conversation with an invisible entity. "Where do you come from? What is that hammer?" Coulson pressed, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. At last, Thor spoke, his voice hoarse as though scraped by sandpaper. "Why do you not acknowledge me?" Coulson furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with his colleague behind the glass. The recorder noted swiftly, "Subject exhibits strong delusional tendencies, possibly indicative of paternal cognitive impairment. Let us discuss the hammer." Coulson attempted to steer the conversation back to the crux of the matter. Suddenly, Thor's pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if recalling the jolt he felt upon grasping the hammer's handle. "Why does it shock me?" he exclaimed, lifting his gaze to Coulson, his eyes filled with childlike helplessness and profound confusion. "Do all your devices electrocute people? Or is it just me?" "Coulson." The recorder paused momentarily before noting, "Subject displays new hallucination symptoms, exhibiting an irrational fear of electricity." After half an hour of interrogation, little had been gleaned. Thor remained ensconced in his own world, repeatedly murmuring the phrases of his father's recognition of the electric hammer god, his logic a chaotic tangle. His emotions oscillated wildly, from choking sobs to furious roars, then plunging into a profound silence. Coulson, at last, rubbed his temples, signaling the cessation of the interrogation. The information they received was fragmented and resembled the ramblings of a deranged mind rather than the testimony of a formidable superhuman. The door of the interrogation room swung open and shut, leaving only Thor, akin to a beast stripped of its fangs and claws, huddled in the cold light, licking the profound wound of failure, betrayal, and self-doubt that no one could comprehend. Outside the temporary base, behind the sand dunes, Jane Foster raised her binoculars and saw Thor being escorted into the room, her anxiety escalating. "They've taken him inside. We must do something," she urged Eric and Darcy. "What can we do?" Burst in and tell those armed guards to release my boyfriend, a god from Asgard? Dr. Eric maintained a semblance of calm, though his brow was furrowed in deep thought, seeking a clever solution. Darcy was still relishing the moment when Thor had taken down the agent. Honestly, he was so impressive just now, but it collapsed a bit too quickly. Meanwhile, in a dimension overlooked in this desolate expanse, a being known as the Void sat upon an invisible throne, leisurely surveying all below. He witnessed Thor's unraveling, the confusion of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Jane's distress. His face bore no trace of compassion, only pure curiosity and anticipation, like a child observing the bustle of an anthill. The collapse of self-awareness has always been the most captivating climax of drama. He murmured softly, the pale, cold fire in his gaze quietly smoldering. However, prolonged exposure to despair grew tiresome. His eyes swept over the interrogation room where Thor was confined, then shifted to the distant, meticulously guarded Mjolnir. It was time for the god of thunder to reclaim his hammer. A wry smile curled at the corners of the Void's lips. After all, the stage was set. The audience had arrived, and the protagonist could not remain backstage weeping indefinitely. He chuckled softly, his laughter filled with the glee of a successful prank. For the real highlight awaited the moment Thor grasped Mjolnir once more, not to summon the majestic thunder, but to unleash a chaotic spectacle of sparks, potentially shocking himself in an embarrassing display. Surely, this would be 1,000 times more entertaining than Odin's cliched narrative of profound suffering, sudden enlightenment, and the triumphant return of a king. Chapter 88. The god of thunder does not explode the divine. The suffocating silence of the interrogation room did not linger for long. Enveloped in self-doubt, Thor had lost track of time. Perhaps hours had passed, or merely an instant. The sound of the iron door opening yanked him from his stupor. Entering were not the previous, expressionless agents, but two taller, colder operatives. Wordlessly, they each seized an arm and began to drag him out towards the isolation observation room. Through the one-way glass, Coulson issued orders via his earpiece. Thor's condition was unstable, and his strength significantly exceeded the norm. He needed to be monitored closely. Thor did not resist, resembling a soulless vessel, allowing them to lead him through the brightly lit corridors of the base. His gaze flicked over the frigid instruments. The bustling black-clad agents, and in the distance, half covered by a canvas, lay the deep pit housing Mjolnir, just out of his reach. Shame and despair entwined his heart like venom. Just as he was being escorted past a crossroads, an unexpected explosion erupted. Boom! A tremendous blast resonated around the perimeter of the base, without warning. The ground shook violently, and shockwaves toppled several tents, while a piercing alarm shrieked through the night. Enemy attack. Northeast direction. Repeat, attack from the northeast. Urgent shouts blared from the radio, intertwined with a barrage of gunfire. The two agents escorting Thor's demeanor shifted dramatically. They halted abruptly, their eyes darting towards the direction of the explosion, instinctively loosening their grip on him as they reached for their weapons. Chaos ensued. This was the perfect opportunity. The sudden turn of events jolted Thor's muddled mind awake. Although his heart remained shattered, the instincts of a warrior surged forth. The will to survive and the longing to escape eclipsed his despondency. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes, seizing the moment while the agents were distracted. He rammed his shoulder into the left agent, while simultaneously sweeping his right foot towards the other's knee. Bang! Crack! Ugh! The agents were taken aback by the prisoner's sudden ferocity and strength. One staggered backward, while the other fell to the ground, howling in agony from a fractured leg. Without hesitation, Thor bolted like a wild stallion, charging deeper into the base away from the explosion. His target remained unchanged. Mjolnir. Halt. Fire. Block him. The responding agent shouted, raising his weapon to aim. Yet, Thor moved with astonishing speed, familiar with the layout of the base, skillfully using tents, vehicles, and crowds to evade bullets. Projectiles whizzed past him, striking metal and equipment, igniting sparks, yet they could not impede his advance. He surged forward like a golden lightning bolt, breaking through one barrier after another, racing towards the heavily guarded core area. In the distance, on the high-dimensional spectator stands, Shai observed with raised eyebrows. Oh, a fight has broken out? Let us see who has chosen this moment. His perception expanded, enveloping the area of the explosion. The northeastern defense line of the base was torn asunder, revealing a colossal creature made of rock and earth rampaging through the chaos, towering at 4 to 5 meters. It possessed immense strength, capable of crushing vehicles with a single swing of its arm, sending agents flying like toys. The destroyer? Shai recognized it. The guardian of Odin's royal treasury? TSK. Loki truly doesn't want his brother to return. Even this has been dispatched. Quite a malicious move. He watched as the destroyer unleashed a torrent of divine energy, obliterating a recently launched Quinjet and turning it into a fireball that plummeted to the ground. The spectacle was grand indeed. Shy mused, akin to watching fireworks, just perfect for creating an opportunity for that foolish boy of mine. His gaze shifted back to the fleeing Thor. Run faster, lad, your stage and props are all set. Shy chuckled softly, silently gesturing towards the direction of Mjolnir, confirming that the leak patch was operational and adjusting the sensitivity. Thor paid no heed to the explosions and the destroyer behind him. His eyes were fixated solely on the pit half covered by canvas, where the black hammer lay at the bottom. 2 more agents attempted to intercept him, but he seized a rifle and knocked them down with the butt of the gun. Finally, he reached the edge of the pit. He did not extend his hand immediately. Panting heavily, his chest rising and falling, sweat mingling with sand trickling down from his forehead. He gazed intently at Mjolnir, his eyes filled with both yearning and fear, concealing the last flicker of desperate hope. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and anguished cries, accompanied by the footsteps of the destroyer, grew ever closer. There was no time for hesitation. For Asgard. For Father. Thor shouted as if in prayer. He suddenly thrust out his right hand, firmly grasping the cold handle of the hammer. It was coming. That tingling sensation, akin to an electric shock, surged back up. Like a parasite, it crawled up his arm. Crackle. Blue sparks erupted once more. Thor howled in pain. Yet this time he did not let go. He bore the muscle-cramping force, channeling all his strength, thoughts, despair, and hope into that arm. He recalled Jane's smile, Dr. Eric's caution, Darcy's exuberance. Thinking of those seemingly insignificant yet resilient beings on Earth who were being slaughtered by the Iron Giant. He could not falter. Rise up. Thor cried out from the depths of his soul. Buzz. It was as if a lock had been shattered. The ancient runes on the God of Thunder's hammer glowed with blinding white light. An unfathomable surge of power, like a flood breaching its dam, surged from the hammer's handle into his body, coursing through every muscle, bone, and cell. The divine power he had lost returned, and it was even more potent. I did it. I have become. Thor rejoiced. His father acknowledged him. He was no longer in exile. He was Thor, the God of Thunder. Habitually, he raised Mjolnir above his head, intending to summon thunder and obliterate the Iron Giant. But crackle. There was no thunder, no lightning, only a series of sharp, discordant sounds, akin to a high-voltage wire short-circuiting. Countless tiny, erratic blue currents surged from the hammer like a chaotic swarm of snakes. Some shot upwards, dispersing before reaching any height. Others struck the ground, kicking up a small cloud of charred sand. A few ricocheted back, striking his newly revealed armor, electrifying him and causing him to grimace, his hair standing on end. Thor. Just then, Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who had just burst into the enclosure. Tony Stark, descending from the sky in Mark V armor. What the? Jane, Eric, and Darcy, who had just driven into the base. Even the destroyer paused, the fiery glow on its face flickering. The scene turned awkward. Thor stood frozen, holding the sparking, crackling hammer, his expression of ecstasy replaced by confusion and absurdity. What is happening? Where is my thunder? What is this crackling noise? In a higher dimension, the figure of Malekith covered his mouth, shoulders shaking with laughter. The effect was phenomenal. Ha! This electrical discharge effect exceeded my expectations. I am thrilled. Odin, this is the lightning effect that keeps pace with the times. Buddy? As Iron Man's visor lifted, Tony Stark, with a blend of astonishment, curiosity, and sarcasm, inquired, is this a newly developed electric mosquito swatter feature? Or perhaps a malfunction in Asgardian lightning? Would you like me to take a look at the wiring? Thor's face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Silence, Midgardian, he retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. The destroyer, not affording him a moment's respite, opened its face once more, channeling a thicker and hotter beam of divine energy directed straight at Thor and his companions. Thor's expression shifted, the sense of impending doom overshadowing his earlier awkwardness. He raised Mjolnir, hoping to summon true thunder. Crackling and sizzling, a tempest of erratic electricity erupted, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant blue hue, causing several nearby agents to twitch involuntarily. Yet, it was futile against the destroyer. Damn it! Thor fumed, nearly hurling his hammer. The destroyer's beam was about to be unleashed. In that critical moment, Iron Man shouted, "Captain, now's the time," as he fired his palm cannon at the destroyer's arm, disrupting its aim. Simultaneously, a red and blue figure swung in from the side, attempting to ensnare the destroyer's face with webbing. "Hey, big guy, look over here," Spider-Man called out. Captain America hurled his vibranium shield with precision, striking the destroyer's head and slightly redirecting its attack. The searing beam grazed Thor, embedding itself in the sand and creating a substantial crater. Thor broke into a cold sweat, exhaling deeply as he glanced at his comrades, Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Captain America, his warrior spirit igniting. Asgardians, follow me, he bellowed, channeling his divine power and brandishing his crackling hammer as he charged towards the destroyer. What ensued was a battle both peculiar and tumultuous. Thor's strength and speed returned, each swing of his hammer resonating with weight, causing the destroyer's rocky armor to crumble. Yet with every strike, Mjolnir unleashed an unstable surge of electricity, reminiscent of a chaotic welding site. Bang, clang, crackle, bang, clang, sizzle. Most of the electricity was wasted, a fraction striking the destroyer ineffectively, while some ricocheted toward his allies. Hey, blonde giant, your electricity just scuffed my armor, Tony complained while firing his pulse cannon. Apologies. Your sparks nearly incinerated my webbing. Spider-Man dodged midair. Captain America, shield raised, blocked the onslaught, occasionally feeling the sting of stray currents coursing through his arm. Thor felt a mix of frustration and powerlessness, wielding what felt like an unstable electric rod, his might diminished as he worried about inadvertently harming his allies or shocking himself. The destroyer, increasingly agitated by the cacophony and light, escalated its attacks. Observing from a higher dimension, the malevolent entity reveled in the spectacle. Teamwork, albeit clumsy, produces quite a unique effect, it remarked, noting the erratic energy output and contemplating adjustments to the parameters. With a sly grin, it considered the chaos as it observed Thor struggling with the errant electricity, devising a new scheme. On the battlefield, Thor narrowly evaded the destroyer's devastating punch, his hammer striking the creature's knee, sending a flurry of sparks cascading. This cannot continue, Captain America exclaimed. We must find its weakness. I'm scanning, but its energy core is well protected, Iron Man replied. Gasping for breath, Thor glanced at the spotlighted destroyer, his anxiety mounting. He knew the creature's vulnerability lay in its back, yet maneuvering around it was a formidable challenge. In a moment of desperation, he hurled his enchanted hammer toward the destroyer. For Asgard, the hammer, accompanied by a whistling wind and a cacophony of crackling electricity, spun as it hurtled towards the foe. The destroyer raised its arm in an attempt to block. Yet, at the very instant the hammer was about to strike, the new program preset by the Shining Dawn activated. Crackle bang! The electricity coursing through the hammer intensified several-fold, retracting inward before bursting outward, creating a localized electrical explosion. Though its might did not rival true thunder, it was significantly stronger than the previous stray discharges. Boom! The arm of the destroyer, which attempted to shield itself, trembled as the rocky armor cracked, halting its movements momentarily. It worked, Spider-Man exclaimed in delight. Thor was momentarily taken aback, instinctively summoning the hammer back to his hand, still sizzling with electrical sparks. Did he understand how to harness this newfound power? Guys, Thor shouted, distract it for me. I will attempt to electrify it. Tony replied, as long as you're happy. The captain commanded, let us follow his lead. Spider-Man chimed in, let us electrify it. The strategy shifted. Iron Man and Spider-Man harassed the destroyer from both the front and the side, while Captain America bravely absorbed the brunt of the attacks, creating an opportunity for Thor. Thor began to channel the hammer's electrical energy. He discovered that by concentrating, he could continuously gather the erratic sparks and unleash them upon throwing or striking the hammer, generating unstable electrical detonations. Bang, clang, boom, bang, clang, boom. Though the scene resembled an electrical mishap, the efficiency of their attacks increased. The cracks on the destroyer's exterior multiplied, and its movement slowed. Finally, in a coordinated effort, Captain America used his shield to strike the destroyer's face, disrupting its beam attack, while Spider-Man ensnared its arm with webbing, and Iron Man's repulsor blast sent it staggering, revealing an opening in its back. Now, everyone shouted. Thor gathered all his strength for a running leap, soaring high into the air, raising the hammer above his head, channeling all his divine power, strength, and electrical energy into it. Explode for me. Crackle, sizzle, boom. This time, the electricity amassed upon the hammer was unprecedentedly potent. As it struck the destroyer's energy core, a violent explosion erupted. Blue lightning nearly engulfed the upper half of the destroyer. Runes and metallic fragments scattered chaotically. The destroyer's body stiffened abruptly, its face and chest light dimming rapidly until it extinguished, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal, sending dust into the air. The battle concluded. The scene lay in ruins, filled with the acrid sense of smoke, ozone, and sand. Surviving S.H. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents cautiously peeked from their cover. Iron Man, Captain America, and Spider-Man gathered around, observing the remnants of the destroyer. Their gazes then shifted to Thor, who stood nearby, panting. With sparks still crackling from his hammer, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Thus, Tony lifted his helmet, wearing a peculiar expression. Are you the god of thunder or the god of electric explosions? Thor's face flushed, rendering him momentarily speechless. He lowered his gaze to the sizzling hammer. Feeling both proud and embarrassed. He had triumphed, safeguarded humanity, and proven his worth. Yet, the manner of his victory was far from Asgardian. At that moment, Jane, Eric, and Darcy rushed over. Thor, are you all right? Jane inquired, her concern evident as she scrutinized him. That was incredible, Darcy exclaimed, holding up her phone. Though your electric display was rather unique, Dr. Eric adjusted his glasses, noting, this unstable energy release is quite worthy of study. Thor regarded his friends and the newly acquainted Avengers, his embarrassment waning slightly. Perhaps this was not entirely a misfortune? At the very least, he was still capable of fighting and protecting others. He wished for his hammer to cease its electric discharges, but to no avail. It continued to crackle like a faulty neon sign. Above, a vibrant rainbow appeared, even more magnificent and stable than before. The Bifrost was about to open. Heimdall witnessed everything unfolding below. Thor understood that it was time to return. He glanced at Jane, his eyes a complex blend of emotions. Jane, I must go. Jane, though reluctant, understood, go do what you must. Thor nodded, then turned to Tony, Steve, and Peter, warriors of Midgard. I thank you for your assistance. I, Thor Odinson, shall remember this kindness. Tony replied, no need for thanks. Perhaps next time you visit Earth, bring a stabilizer? Steve added, take care. Peter exclaimed, wow. Farewell, Asgard. Thor took a deep breath, casting one last glance at Earth, raising his still crackling hammer. Heimdall, take me home. A column of rainbow light descended, enveloping him. Amidst the blinding radiance and the crackling sound of electricity, Thor's figure vanished, leaving behind a ravaged base, a group of bewildered Earthlings, and the dazzling beam of light that tore through space-time, entwined with the sizzling currents and a dazed Thor, disappearing from the night sky of Midgard. The chaotic S-H-I-E-L-D base in the New Mexico desert remained, populated by a group of stunned and perplexed Earthlings, along with an odd scent of ozone mingling with dust still lingering in the air. Tony Stark's visor retracted once more as he scanned the smoking remains of the destroyer, the charred ground, and the agents staring blankly in the direction where Thor had vanished. Breaking the silence, he asked, can someone provide me with a report on Asgardian visitor behavior and any anomalies in their abilities? J-A-R-V-I-S. Were the energy readings just now logged, especially that intermittent unstable discharge? All data has been recorded, sir. The energy pattern cannot be classified. Lying somewhere between high-energy plasma and a form of magical effect. Extremely unstable, low in efficiency, yet astonishing in peak output, J-A-R-V-I-S, replied. His voice tinged with analytical confusion. Magic? Electric discharges? Tony mused, rubbing his brow. I would argue it's more an unrecognized energy transfer malfunction. It appears the laboratory requires a surge protector, lest that deity of electrical chaos pays another visit. Captain America sheathed his shield and approached Coulson. What is the extent of the casualties? What precisely was that entity? His expression was grave, his concern primarily directed towards the tangible losses and threat assessment. Coulson, recovering swiftly from his shock, began orchestrating the aftermath at the scene. We are currently tallying the injuries. Fortunately, there have been no fatalities, thanks to... He hesitated, struggling to articulate the chaos of the battle, thanks to the timely intervention. As for that steel giant, its origins remain unknown, and it poses an extreme danger. The analysis of the wreckage must be of utmost priority. He glanced at Stark, the implication for technical support unmistakable. Peter Parker swung down on a web, joining Jane and the others, his voice beneath the mask brimming with excitement and trepidation. Wow, did you see that last strike? Boom. Ziz. Although it was blinding, it was truly exhilarating. Is that Golden Brother really a god? Does he usually discharge electricity like that? Jane, Eric, and Darcy exchanged glances. A complex expression reflecting their shared uncertainty, yet an understanding that it seemed to be the case. Darcy excitedly flipped through her phone. I captured it. This humanoid electric racket video is bound to go viral. Eric fixated on the small crater formed by the stray discharge on the ground, muttering to himself, unstable energy release. Yet capable of precise detonation, this contradicts the conservation of energy. Could it truly be the rules of mythology? In Asgard, at the Golden Palace, Heimdall stood at the observation platform, his gaze piercing through the 9 realms, fixated on Thor, who returned through the Rainbow Bridge, entwined with delicate yet stubborn blue electric serpents, creating a bizarre and comical contrast to his majestic golden armor and crimson cape. Even Mjolnir appeared like an outdated fluorescent light, flickering intermittently. A barely perceptible furrow formed on Heimdall's stony visage. He had witnessed everything transpiring in Midgard, including that extraordinary battle. This seemed somewhat different from Odin's prophesied trials upon his return. As the brilliance dissipated, Thor's feet touched the smooth, mirror-like surface of the Rainbow Bridge. The familiar energy of the divine realm invigorated him, yet the persistent weak current and crackling of his hammer abruptly anchored him back to reality, flooding him with embarrassment and indignation. Particularly, he noticed his brother Loki standing at the bridge's end, clad in opulent dark green battle armor. Wielding the eternal spear and adorned with a horned helmet, Loki presented himself as the ruler of Asgard. A facade of feigned concern graced his face, subtly laced with an almost imperceptible mockery, as he prepared to greet his foolish brother. However, when Loki's gaze fell upon Thor, especially fixated on the still crackling hammer, his meticulously maintained expression shattered. The smile froze on his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief, accompanied by an almost uncontrollable sense of absurdity. Brother? Loki's voice carried an unusual tone. You have returned? Is the soil of Midgard particularly special? His eyes remained glued to the hammer. Thor's face flushed crimson, instinctively attempting to conceal the hammer, yet it was futile. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his awkwardness, as rage reignited towards Loki. Loki! Thor bellowed, electric sparks crackling around him. His demeanor formidable, even if the background sound effects were slightly out of place. Your schemes are at an end. Where's father? Loki swiftly adjusted his expression, feigning a hypocritical sorrow and arrogance. Father? He has long succumbed to the eternal slumber of Odin. Now, I am the king of Asgard. You, a banished sinner, dare to return, and with such a peculiar power? He cast a glance at the hammer, the corners of his mouth twitching. Are you here to surrender? Lies. Thor, utterly unconvinced, charged at Loki with his hammer crackling with electric sparks. I shall unveil your true nature. A fraternal conflict erupted on the Rainbow Bridge in an instant. Clad in golden and green armor, they collided at high speed, the eternal spear and the hammer of thunder clashing fiercely. Clang, bang, boom. Each strike of their weapons resonated with crackles and hisses. Each blow Thor delivered was accompanied by dazzling flashes of lightning and thunderous noise, their might amplified by the resurgence of divine power. Yet the incessant discharge of electricity overshadowed the sacred majesty that should prevail in Asgardian combat. Loki struggled to block the attacks while evading the erratic currents, feeling increasingly frustrated and on the verge of despair. What kind of trickery is this? He could not help but scream, narrowly avoiding a jolt that nearly singed his cloak. Silence. Deceiver. Thor, even more enraged, intensified his assault, the sparks flying with greater fervor. In the high-dimensional audience, the entity called Sha Hui watched with great interest, conjuring a cup resembling Asgardian mead, though it was actually a delicacy from another planet, and savoring it leisurely. A classic court drama of fraternal rivalry and power struggle unfolded before him. The lighting and sound effects are far too modern, he commented. Yet it aligns perfectly with Loki's astonishment. Just look at his expression, worth every penny. Desiring a closer view, he flicked his fingers toward the battlefield. On the Rainbow Bridge, Thor swung his hammer toward Loki, who nimbly leaped back to evade the blow. Boom. The hammer struck the crystalline ground, unleashing a burst of electric light. However, this time, the electric glow did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it eerily coalesced into several flickering currents of text, suspended in the air for a moment before dispersing. Electric charge, 85. Thor. Loki. Both were momentarily stunned, their attacks halted. What are you doing? Loki gazed at Thor with suspicion. Not me, Thor replied, both anxious and furious. Before they could comprehend, Thor's next sweeping electric strike formed new words. Attack power 5, leakage probability 10. Loki. Thor was nearly driven to madness. What on earth is happening? Even Heimdall, with his eternally stoic expression, showed a crack of bewilderment. Sha Hui in the high dimension nearly spilled his mead from laughter. Adding a bit of game UI enhances the immersion, he mused, satisfied with his subtle alterations. The ensuing battle grew even more peculiar. Thor's furious onslaught met with Loki's desperate defense as he dodged electric shocks and inexplicable text prompts. The Rainbow Bridge echoed with the sounds of clashing metal, sizzling currents, and the occasional appearance of messages such as, block successful, critical hit, not triggered. Loki's taunt skill on cooldown. Ultimately, Thor seized upon a moment of vulnerability, striking Loki with a powerful blow that sent him flying, rushing towards the Golden Palace in search of their father. Loki struggled to rise from the ground. Watching Thor's retreating figure, still crackling with energy, his countenance dark enough to drip with water. The plan was disrupted, and Loki found himself utterly humiliated before the guards of Asgard. Thor, and that damned lightning of yours. Loki seethed, his eyes glinting with a mad ferocity. He realized that he had no choice but to resort to his final gambit. Deep within the Golden Palace lay Odin's chamber, where he slumbered. Thor finally beheld his sleeping father and learned the truth from his mother, Frigga. Odin was indeed in a deep slumber, and he discovered Loki's lineage and schemes. Meanwhile, in a fit of madness, Loki sought to thwart Thor by forcibly activating the Bifrost at its maximum capacity, aimed at the icy realm of Jotunheim. He intended to annihilate Jotunheim, to prove himself a worthy king and eradicate any future threats. The Bifrost surged with energy, unleashing a tremendous beam that bombarded Jotunheim, triggering cataclysmic ice collapses and heralding the apocalypse. Thor rushed to the control room, where he and Loki engaged in a climactic battle. This confrontation was fiercer and more dazzling than ever. They clashed at the heart of the energy-laden Bifrost, Thor wielding lightning, while Loki conjured frost magic and illusions. The air crackled with sound, bangs, clanks, and the sharp snaps of ice mingling with electric sparks. Loki's illusions faltered under the indiscriminate discharge, easily betrayed by the currents. Although Thor's strikes were powerful, the stray electricity compromised his accuracy, occasionally dazzling him with its brilliance. "You must stop him, Thor." Heimdall, injured by Loki's treachery, struggled to shout. "The Bifrost will collapse if overloaded for too long, potentially destroying Asgard." Spurred by Heimdall's words, Thor intensified his assault, while Loki desperately defended himself, wielding the eternal spear with formidable force. "It's futile, brother," Loki sneered. "You cannot stop me. Look at yourself. A mere electric rodent unable to control his own power. Do you think you deserve the throne?" Those words pierced Thor deeply. He gazed down at the crumbling Jotunheim, and then at the crackling hammer in his grasp. Suddenly, an idea ignited within him. He halted his advance, taking a deep breath, lifting his hammer not towards Loki, but at the core control of the Bifrost. "What are you doing?" Loki exclaimed in shock. "You're right, Loki. I cannot control this power," Thor replied, his gaze resolute yet calm. "It is unstable, absurd, and brings me shame." Surging with unprecedented, violent energy, he invoked the energies of the Bifrost, conjuring a mini-storm of chaotic power. However, Thor bellowed, "If this power is unstable enough, chaotic enough, perhaps it can obliterate something." He glanced at Loki, a fierce glint of reckless abandon in his eyes. "For instance, let us blow this overloaded bridge to smithereens." Loki's face turned ashen. "Are you mad? We will all perish. For Asgard, for the 9 realms," Thor declared, no longer hesitating. He summoned all his strength, bringing the hammer, charged with chaotic divine energy and Bifrost power, crashing down upon the core. "Explode for me." The air crackled with a cacophony of sound. An indescribable, immensely unstable energy explosion erupted at the heart of the Bifrost. A blinding white-blue light consumed everything, and the shockwave hurled both Thor and Loki into the air. The sturdy structure of the Rainbow Bridge emitted a lament of unbearable strain as it fractured in the wake of a targeted internal explosion. The radiant beam of energy extinguished abruptly, leading to the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. As the aftershocks of the explosion gradually dissipated, Thor and Loki lay injured on either side of the shattered bridge. The crisis in Jotunheim was averted. Odin, awakened by Frigga, arrived just in time to rescue Loki, who was plummeting towards the void. It was all over. Loki's scheme had failed, and Thor had proven his sacrifice and responsibility, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Asgard had narrowly escaped disaster, yet lost its connection to the 8 realms through the Rainbow Bridge. Odin gazed at the broken Rainbow Bridge, then turned his attention to the disheveled but resolute Thor, alongside his hammer, which had ceased its crackling after the explosion had drained its residual energy. Odin's single eye reflected a complex mixture of relief, trepidation, and profound confusion. He couldn't shake the feeling that Thor's newfound abilities were rather unsettling. In a higher dimension, the malevolent radiance observed the entire event with satisfaction. A perfect conclusion. The ending was similar to the original script, yet the process was tenfold more exhilarating. He joyfully summarized: self-sacrifice, brotherly conflict, world salvation, all enhanced with comedic effects and explosive surprises. He was immensely pleased with his directorial achievements. With Asgard's tale concluded, his gaze shifted downward towards Earth, contemplating a return to observe those mortals. He wondered how S.H.I.E.L.D. was progressing with his little gift, the remnants of the destroyer, and had heard that the green behemoth was said to have a rather volatile temperament. His figure gradually faded, preparing to depart from the dimension of Asgard. Chapter 90. Originally intended for a later release, the chapter was published automatically. The aftermath of the Asgardian events did not create significant ripples beyond the 9 realms. For most earthly beings, the distant conflict among brothers and the collapse of the Rainbow Bridge were merely an inexplicable energy anomaly observed through telescopes. Yet for certain individuals and organizations, that night in the New Mexico desert undoubtedly dropped a heavy bombshell, with the shock waves still spreading. At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters, in the deepest analytical laboratory, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. A massive circular screen wall displayed a slow-motion, multi-angle replay of the moment the destroyer was defeated, particularly focusing on Thor's extraordinary final strike. The footage repeatedly froze on the chaotic currents that ultimately triggered a violent explosion. After the energy readings were analyzed for the 137th time, the conclusion remained unchanged. It was unclassifiable, irreproducible, and logically contradictory. The chief scientist rubbed his bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse. The event exhibited characteristics of high-energy plasma, strong electromagnetic pulses, and conceptual traits that suggested alterations to local physical laws, features that eluded the instruments. The final explosion boasted a high-energy conversion efficiency and a violent outburst, starkly contrasting with the previously observed energy dissipation and inefficient discharges, as if all the residual energy had been instantaneously concentrated and detonated. Another materials expert pointed to the remnants of the destroyer on the screen. What was even more perplexing was the mode of destruction, the energy inflicted upon the target. It was not merely thermal or kinetic damage, but rather deconstructive in nature. The armor of the destroyer, particularly its energy conduction structure, appears to have been violently negated at a molecular level, undermining its stability. This phenomenon is unlike anything known to weaponry. Nick Fury, with his singular eye, fixed his gaze on the screen, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the tabletop. Beside him, Phil Coulson wore a grave expression, clutching a substantial preliminary report. Breaking the silence, Fury remarked, "So, we have an extraterrestrial prince who claims to be a deity, wielding a weapon reminiscent of a medieval relic, yet capable of surpassing even Stark's suit in summoning intermittent, erratic, and at pivotal moments, explosive electrical sparks capable of detonating an interstellar portal?" "Succinctly summarized, sir," Coulson replied with difficulty. "What about the old man, the Wanderer? Has he been present during this incident?" Fury abruptly shifted the topic. The technician promptly brought up surveillance footage from the perimeter of the base and nearby roads, executing a rapid facial recognition scan. The results came swiftly. "No, sir. The target was not found in any of the footage." Fury's solitary eye narrowed. How could someone who could obliterate an entire squad and leave those involved with severed digits as a warning remain entirely unseen during such a significant event? It was illogical. Either they were unconnected, or their status was too elevated for the surveillance to detect. Fury leaned toward the latter. "Elevate the monitoring priority for the Wanderer, maintaining absolute distance." "No one is to engage without my orders," Fury commanded. "This wreckage and the energy data shall be classified under the Mjolnir Project, top secret. Attempt reverse engineering, ensuring utmost safety." He paused, his tone laden with significance. "Additionally, add Thor Odinson as a potential candidate to the Avengers Initiative dossier. Assessment level provisionally set at Omega, unstable." At Stark Tower's pinnacle, Tony Stark immersed himself in the laboratory, surrounded by holographic projections filled with scanning data of the destroyer's remnants and energy waveforms from the battle in New Mexico. He sought to comprehend the conflict from a scientific perspective. JARVIS. "Simulate what would occur if I adjusted the output of the ARK reactor to this erratic frequency," he inquired. "Sir, the simulation indicates a 736 probability of the propulsion system going awry, a 152 probability of weapon system overload and explosion, a 98 probability of total circuit board meltdown, and a 14 probability that the suit might engage in wildly erratic dance movements." JARVIS responded. "All right, this route is unfeasible. How about approaching it from a materials science angle?" That deconstructive effect. He became absorbed in deciphering this power that transcended understanding, momentarily forgetting his palladium poisoning. To some extent, Thor's absurd yet formidable electrical discharges provided him with a novel direction for research, temporarily alleviating his anxiety. In the small town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, Jane Foster's makeshift laboratory was filled with a bittersweet, yet hopeful atmosphere. Thor's abrupt departure left a vast emptiness. Darcy repeatedly reviewed the shaky footage she had captured, which nonetheless showcased the visage of the god of thunder or god of lightning, alternating between foolish grins and deep sighs. Dr. Eric Selvig immersed himself in previous astronomical data, seeking evidence of the Bifrost and Asgard's existence, even at the risk of being deemed mad by the mainstream academic community. Jane stood before the window, gazing at the starry sky, clutching a few strands of golden hair left behind by Thor, which she had secretly collected. She understood that he was no ordinary being, perhaps even a deity, yet their time together had been undeniably real. She harbored concerns for his predicament in Asgard, yearning for the restoration of the Rainbow Bridge, hoping he would return. "He will come back, won't he?" Darcy inquired, leaning closer. "I do not know," Jane replied softly, yet her gaze was resolute. "But I shall continue my research. No matter where he may be, the starry sky will always connect us." In the dimension bordering hell, within Mephisto's lair, the crimson-skinned lord of the underworld gazed through a magical mirror at all that transpired on Earth. He witnessed the arrival of the destroyer, observed Thor engaging in battle with surging electricity, and saw the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. It seemed that the young prince of Asgard had acquired some intriguing new abilities. Mephisto stroked his chin, a glint of calculation in his eyes. This instability, this contradictory power, was rife with the potential for pain and awkward emotion, an alluring sustenance for the soul. Though his interest in Thor himself was minimal, he was intrigued by the essence of that power capable of inciting divine indignation. He sensed an opportunity for manipulation. Perhaps a small transaction with this prince could be arranged to assist him in stabilizing his powers. Of course, there would be a price. A cunning smile crept across Mephisto's face as he began to ponder how to exploit Thor's newfound vulnerability for his own gain. In Camartage, the Ancient One stood upon the terrace, the distant snow-capped mountains glistening coldly in the moonlight. The eye of Agamotto upon her chest emitted a faint green glow. She too observed everything transpiring in New Mexico. Unlike S-H-I-E-L-D or Stark, she perceived the subtle fluctuations of dimensional waves and the nuanced modifications of fundamental rules. That force did not belong to Asgard, nor to the known framework of this universe. The Ancient One furrowed her brow, detecting an effortless alteration of the core rules of ancient artifacts, imbued with a quality that was both mischievous and fundamentally terrifying. She was almost certain that this was the work of the otherworldly entity that claimed to be merely playing. Their actions appeared capricious, even ludicrous. Yet the underlying control over the rules of existence, coupled with a childlike cruelty and indifference, filled her with profound unease. Modifying Mjolnir was akin to a child using a magnifying glass to scorch ants, driven by mere amusement, oblivious to the suffering of the ants or the ecological devastation wrought. The threat of Dormammu loomed ever closer. The dimensional barriers were already fragile, now compounded by this unpredictable variable. The weight of responsibility upon the Ancient One felt unprecedentedly heavy. She needed to remain vigilant and hasten the cultivation of her successor, Stephen Strange, whose name resurfaced in her thoughts. Meanwhile, the indirect instigator of this storm, the Lord of the Eternal, was not far away. In a cheap, 24-hour motel room on the outskirts of the New Mexico desert, he lounged comfortably on a worn sofa, a newly acquired laptop before him. He was certainly not there to work. The screen displayed multiple windows simultaneously, encrypted communications from S-H-I-E-L-D-S Project Thor, which he had effortlessly decrypted, real-time energy simulation data from Tony's lab, scanned pages of restricted dimensional magic tomes from the Camartage library, and even the back end of Jane's laboratory computer recording anomalous astronomical data. He flipped through these classified pieces of information like one might browse the news. Boredom etched across his face. S-H-I-E-L-D is still entangled in energy properties. Their thinking is fundamentally flawed. Stark is quite amusing. He actually thinks of frequency modulation. Alas, he is misguided. The Ancient One has caught onto the principles of the rules, but she fails to grasp their essence. The crimson-skinned imp dared to undermine him. Such audacity. He yawned, as if the information that could incite global upheaval was utterly mundane. The developments in Asgard appeared momentarily dull. Odin's bridge construction would require time. Loki was likely confined, and Thor must be grappling with his newfound abilities and the peculiar gazes of his kin. A smirk played upon his lips as he envisioned Thor training or battling, surrounded by onlookers who wished to laugh, but dared not. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He tapped a few keys on his keyboard, and the screen displayed S-H-I-E-L-D DS surveillance report on Hulk and the latest whereabouts of Bruce Banner. The Green Giant, notorious for his volatile temperament and overwhelming destructive power, grew fiercer with rage. Interest flickered in his eyes. The combination of raw strength and uncontrolled emotions was rather intriguing. He scanned for Banner's current location. Brazil? General Ross was still on the hunt. Oh, a fresh spectacle was about to unfold there. He chose not to rush to Brazil. For an eternal being, time held no significance. He preferred to let the narrative simmer, waiting for conflicts to reach a certain intensity before indulging in the spectacle, for the effect would be far more gratifying. He closed all monitoring windows, stretched languidly, resembling a retired elder preparing for a brief respite. Earth offered a plethora of entertainment. He could afford to take his time. Days later, in Brazil, within the Rocinha favela, Bruce Banner sought refuge, taking on odd jobs while secretly communicating with a scientist known as Mr. Blue, in hopes of discovering a cure to rid himself of Hulk. He lived cautiously, suppressing all emotions to avoid provoking his alter ego. Unbeknownst to him, General Ross, tracking him, had pinpointed his general location through a drop of his blood inadvertently spilled into a drink. An elite special forces team had discreetly positioned itself at the periphery of the favela. His figure appeared like a specter, silently manifesting on the cafe terrace across the favela's hillside. He ordered a cup of the local brew, its robust and coarse flavor not displeasing as he savored it slowly, his gaze drifting towards the labyrinthine shantytown below. His senses had already locked onto the man, Banner, laboring amidst the dilapidated bottling factory, a visage of gentleness marred by exhaustion and anxiety. The volcano within remained dormant, he mused. The greater the repression, the more spectacular the eruption. That old lunatic Ross certainly knew how to ignite the fuse. He had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to be a silent observer. Before long, he witnessed the special forces spring into action, stealthily infiltrating the favela, converging upon the bottling factory. The conflict erupted suddenly and violently. Gunfire, explosions, and cries shattered the tranquility of the favela. Banner, cornered, sought escape but found himself in a dire predicament. General Ross even piloted the latest sonic cannon helicopter, its colossal rotor blades stirring a tempest, further fraying Banner's nerves. With keen interest, he observed the fear and rage accumulating on Banner's face, his body involuntarily swelling, skin taking on a green hue. It was imminent. He set down his coffee cup, akin to an audience awaiting the climax of a film. A thunderous roar reverberated through the favela. The green behemoth violently burst through the factory's roof. Hulk had arrived. What followed resembled a scene from a disaster movie. The Hulk's strength is both primal and unrestrained, effortlessly hurling cars at helicopters and smashing through walls. The bullets fired by the special forces merely tickle his skin. Shining, observing the Hulk's rampage, nods in approval, a pure sense of power, indeed. However, the combat style lacks finesse, relying solely on instinct. General Ross's sonic cannon fires, unleashing intense sound waves that inflict pain and irritation upon the Hulk, inciting his fury. The Hulk leaps, aiming to seize the airborne helicopter. As the chase escalates, Shining's mischievousness resurfaces. He gazes at the helicopter incessantly harassing the Hulk with sound waves and subtly adjusts a frequency resonance parameter of the sonic cannon with a mere snap of his fingers. Consequently, when the cannon next fires, buzz. The piercing noise vanishes, replaced by a series of absurd puff, 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 puff. The suddenness of the sound stuns the raging Hulk, his fist frozen mid-swing, a look of utter bewilderment upon his green visage. General Ross and the operator piloting the helicopter are equally dumbfounded, frantically checking their equipment. What is happening? A weapon malfunction? Puff, 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 puff. The sonic cannon continues to emit this ludicrous sound. The Hulk appears more agitated, yet his fury has transformed from blind rage to a vexation of being mocked. He bellows at the helicopter, his rhythm of attack thrown into disarray. In the hillside cafe, Shining cannot help but chuckle. The effect was delightful, though it was short-lived. He watches as General Ross fumbles to deactivate the malfunctioning sonic cannon, shaking his head in disappointment. Ultimately, the Hulk obliterates most of his pursuers, using a metal sheet as a makeshift skateboard, and dashes wildly into the depths of the rainforest. General Ross can only watch in frustration as his target vanishes, nearly leaping from the aircraft in anger. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, Shining leaves, satisfied with his observations. The variety of superheroes and villains on Earth is truly abundant. He muses on who to observe next: the irradiated Spider-Man, the nation hidden in Africa with vibranium technology, or perhaps the wealthy gentleman clad in spandex from that one evening. He is like an audience member with a pass to every theater in the world, leisurely selecting the next performance. The grand chaotic drama of the Marvel Universe has only just begun, with countless characters, conflicts, and storylines intertwining and brewing. Foreshining, the eternal connoisseur of amusement. This is the ultimate playground. His figure fades into the South American night, seeking the next intriguing subject to observe. His presence is akin to a stone cast into a lake, unconscious of its impact, yet quietly altering the trajectory and style of certain narratives. Chapter 91. The end. The river of time flows silently through Shining's fingertips. For him, months are but a fleeting pause in eternity. He wanders like the most discerning and patient patron of the theater, leisurely strolling through the bizarre backstage of the Marvel Universe. Occasionally pausing to watch a performance or whimsically toggling a prop switch or adding a dash of harmless, in his view, seasoning to an actor's lines. He witnesses Tony Stark's struggle on the brink of life and death, ultimately using human ingenuity to create a new element, overcoming palladium poisoning, and achieving a personal rebirth. Shahui's assessment is as follows: a self-redemption of technology. The script may be cliched, yet the execution is commendable, albeit the festivities are rather boisterous. He sensed the reawakening of the Tesseract somewhere on Earth, its majestic cosmic energy akin to a lighthouse in the dark night, attracting the gaze of those who covet it. A mere glance sufficed for him to lose interest. It was merely another game for those obsessed with collecting glimmering stones, a tedious affair. He was also aware of the insidious rise of Hydra within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet he regarded this power struggle, lurking in the shadows, as a petty civil war among ants, too trivial to pique his interest. His attention was drawn more towards the radiant, albeit twisted, facets of human nature exhibited by individuals. In the streets of New York, he witnessed a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock transform into Daredevil at night, battling the city's evils with superhuman senses, precariously balancing on the tightrope of justice and law. Shahui found this self-torturing. Ascetic heroism imbued with a tragic beauty, and even contemplated exacerbating his injuries to see if his will could be utterly crushed. Ultimately, he decided that observing him in his unchanged state would be far more intriguing. His gaze also wandered to the distant African continent, specifically to the hidden treasures of vibranium and ancient technologies of Wakanda. He observed the young Prince T'Challa grappling with the sorrow of losing his father and the heavy burden of inheriting the throne. Shahui expressed a modicum of appreciation for Wakanda's technological prowess, slightly more refined than Stark's toys, yet found their isolationist policies perplexing. Guarding treasures from theft seemed less sensible than creating a sensational narrative. He even made a brief visit to Kamartaj, silently penetrating the sanctum's magical defenses, akin to perusing an open book, skimming through accounts of the Dark Dimension and Dormammu. A behemoth intent on devouring the world? Shahui tilted his head, finding the appetite intriguing, though the manner of consumption lacked elegance and artistry. However, the more he observed, the deeper the ancient sense of ennui within him began to resurface, slowly and inexorably spreading like a tide. Superheroes continuously repeat the narrative of salvation and protection, their hearts laden with turmoil and responsibility. Supervillains obsess over destruction, conquest, or self-affirmation, their motives often laughably juvenile, while the mortals struggle to survive amidst a larger scheme. Their joys and sorrows losing novelty after the initial thrill has faded, rendering everything seemingly formulaic. Even his own concoction, Thor, after navigating the initial awkwardness and adjustment period, appeared to gradually master the unstable combat style, incorporating it into a new fighting technique, although he still occasionally stumbled into humorous blunders. Yet, the initial, exquisite amusement seemed to be waning slowly. Indeed, even the most captivating toys lose their charm after prolonged engagement. Shahui perched at the edge of a skyscraper's rooftop, gazing down upon the ceaseless illumination of New York City, his tone tinged with a hint of languor. He sought a more potent thrill. Intentionally, he released a whisper of his essence, akin to casting a small stone into a pond, curious to observe the reactions of the universe's grand fish. The result was an increase in vigilance from the Ancient One, who monitored him with heightened caution yet dared not approach, while Mephisto's projection peered uncertainly through dimensional rifts. And even Odin, far away in Asgard, cast a grave glance towards Earth through runic magic. Yet, that was the extent of it. No one dared to truly challenge or question him. They resembled a troop of monkeys who sensed a ferocious beast outside their cage, filled with trepidation and hissing, yet too fearful to venture forth. Boring. Shahui concluded that this world was excessively safe, lacking genuine variables capable of upheaving the established order. He reminisced about the previous Asgard, which had erupted into chaos due to his small gift, a place that could at least elicit a laugh from him. At this moment, he observed a trivial conflict unfolding in the alleys of Brooklyn, where Daredevil was admonishing a gang attempting to peddle drugs to teenagers. The battle was thrilling, a clash of strength and skill, yet to Xiaohui, it felt akin to watching a repetitious performance whose outcome he already knew. He stifled a yawn, just as he was about to divert his gaze, contemplating whether to explore other universes, a panel connected to infinite worlds, perceptible only to him within the depths of his consciousness, abruptly illuminated and began to flicker violently. It was not a reception of New World information, but rather a form of warning. A line of urgent crimson text, composed of no known script yet immediately comprehensible, materialized at the center of the panel. Warning: high concentrations of narrative entropy detected nearby. Source: data deletion. Affected area: multiversal scale. Alert: this phenomenon may lead to the rupture of existing world logic chains, disruption of causality, loss of character behavioral patterns, and temporary collapse of physical laws. Entertainment value: extremely high. Risk level: extremely high. For the first time, Xiaohui's eternally languid, amused expression noticeably shifted. His pupils constricted slightly, and within his pale, cold gaze, a flicker of genuine surprise and profound interest emerged. Narrative entropy? He murmured the peculiar phrase to himself. He understood its significance. It described a phenomenon that transcended conventional dimensional disasters, not the annihilation of worlds, but rather a malignant transformation of the very narrative fabric governing their operation, spiraling into an unpredictable state of chaos. It was akin to characters in a novel suddenly breaking free from the author's control, recklessly altering the plot, even turning against the readers. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, typically existing only within those extremely unstable structures or fragile universes that had been subjected to rampant manipulation by formidable entities. The manner in which it wreaks havoc upon the world transcends mere annihilation. It embodies a far more profound deconstruction and reconstruction, replete with absurdity, chaos, and unpredictability. Does it extend to a multiversal scale? Is it exceedingly entertaining? The corners of Xiaohui's mouth began to rise uncontrollably. That familiar sensation, long dormant due to extreme tedium, stirred once more from the depths of his eternal core. It was curiosity. It was anticipation. It was a yearning for the truly unknown and chaotic. Almost instantaneously, he activated the tracking function of the panel, endeavoring to pinpoint the source and specific nature of the narrative entropy wave. However, the feedback was a cacophony of ambiguity and disorder, as if the origin itself were a paradox of incessant self-denial. Unable to locate precisely, information is continuously self-altering. Feature analysis includes multiple anomalous parameters such as fourth wall breakage, character awareness, setting conflicts, meme pollution, and logical deadlocks. The spark of interest in Xiaohui's eyes intensified. Fourth wall break, character awareness, meme pollution. These concepts intrigued him immensely. He had traversed countless universes and encountered various systems of power. Yet this direct disturbance at the very level of the narrative itself was unprecedented. This was no longer a struggle of characters within the story. Rather, it was a force attempting to challenge the framework of the story itself. This was utterly to his liking. In stark contrast, the heroes battling villains in the Marvel universe to protect the Earth suddenly seemed so pale and methodical. He gazed down once more at New York City. Observing those who continued to live and fight according to the established script, his expression transformed entirely. "My apologies, everyone," Xiaohui murmured softly, his tone devoid of any real contrition, instead brimming with the exhilaration of discovering a new toy. "Though your play is passable, it appears there is a more subversive performance about to unfold next door." That sounds far more enticing. He slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his antiquated suit, as if to shake off the last vestiges of order that clung to this world. He cast a final glance at this realm, the neon lights of Stark Tower, the flickering magical glow of the Sanctum, the skirmishes in the shadows of Hell's Kitchen, the hidden technological splendor of Wakanda, and the countless ordinary and extraordinary souls. "Good luck to you all," he smiled, hoping that your story could endure a while longer before the oncoming storm of entropy descends upon you. With that, he felt no lingering attachment. His consciousness plunged into the system panel, disregarding the incessant probing tendrils of faint perception from beings such as Agamotto, Odin, and even entities from other dimensions, all attempting to decipher his fleeting emotional fluctuations. His gaze locked onto the warning regarding the narrative entropy, and a thought flickered. Should we track and proceed to the adjacent dimension of the narrative entropy source? Should we? Xiaohui chose yes, without hesitation. In the next moment, his figure began to utterly fade from the dimensional realm of the Marvel Universe, peeling away without any grand spectacle or rending of space. It was akin to a trivial ink blot on a canvas, silently and gently wiped away. He departed. Just as his arrival had been imperceptible, so too was his exit, which stirred not a ripple. Only a select few of the most exalted beings, such as the Ancient One or Odin, might momentarily sense an ineffable, vast pressure that had cloaked the world dissipate quietly, as if a sword of Damocles, suspended ominously overhead, had suddenly vanished, leaving behind a deeper unknown. The narrative of the Marvel Universe continues. Heroes will persist in their battles, villains in their schemes, and mortals in their lives. They shall remain blissfully unaware that a transcendent entity, once amused by their joys and sorrows, struggles and triumphs, has lost interest and turned towards a narrative tempest sweeping through the multiverse that he finds far more intriguing. For the Lord of the Twilight Eternal, the conclusion of one journey is merely the inception of another, more frenzied and unpredictable adventure. At the chaotic frontier, brimming with narrative entropy, awaits the unimaginable absurdity, the subversion of reason, and ultimate amusement. The end.